Chapter 1. The border town with a resounding bang bang bang. The steam carriage jolted and swayed as it approached the border town. A group of dust-covered children, excitement etched on their faces, dashed around the steam carriage like a band of diminutive guardians. Their expressions filled with envy as they escorted the vehicle to the town station. As soon as it came to a halt, the weary travelers, who had endured a bumpy journey, surged eagerly toward the door. Desperate to escape the jarring ride of the rickety steam carriage, which seemed on the verge of disassembling at any moment. In stark contrast to the other hurriedly disembarking passengers, Lucius, seated in the rear of the steam carriage, appeared remarkably refreshed, finding the tumultuous journey to be a unique enjoyment. Rising to peer out the window, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Ha ha! This contraption is simply delightful. Teacher, let us ride it again on our way back." Seated beside Lucius, the old alchemist Nestor, who had finally managed to rise from the hard wooden bench, felt his legs weaken at Lucius's words and plopped back down with a grimace of discomfort. After a moment of squirming in his seat, he sighed and advised Lucius, "Let us disembark first. Discussions of our return can wait until we are back." Once all the passengers had descended and the children surrounding the steam carriage began to disperse, Nestor, with Lucius's assistance, finally alighted from the long-stationed vehicle. The moment his feet touched the solid ground, he exhaled deeply, stretching his limbs and twisting his back before turning to Lucius. "Lucius, let us walk back. It would offer you further opportunities for growth along the way." "What? Teacher, did we not come to Blanos specifically for the purpose of gaining experience? Why should we seek more on our return? Besides, riding the steam carriage is so much more glamorous." With a resounding thud, as Lucius finished speaking, Nestor lightly rapped him on the head with his cane, stating gravely, "If you fear challenges and seek only comfort, how can you aspire to become a great alchemist? A great alchemist should rise from adversity, wielding magic and alchemy to their fullest potential, integrating their visions into their craft, achieving a harmonious blend of magic and technology, ultimately ascending to the throne of the gods." Lucius murmured, echoing Nestor's lofty aspirations. "However," Nestor interjected, "but teacher, I cannot integrate the source core. Even though I comprehend the complexities of alchemy, I lack the means to execute it." The old alchemist, who had been lost in dreams, suddenly wore a somber expression. He gazed down at Lucius's youthful face and sighed, "Alas, the issues you carry have remained unresolved for years. I hope that our journey to Blanos will lead us to a solution within that ruin." Regarding the ruins mentioned by Nestor, Lucius remained skeptical. "Teacher, does that ruin truly exist? If it does, why has the church or the 6 temples not sent anyone to excavate it?" "Impudent child, what do you know? Do you think the church and the temples have not sought it out? If they had not, how would the technology of the source core have emerged and proliferated?" At the mention of the church and temples, Nestor's face betrayed anger, revealing a deep-seated resentment towards them. Lucius chose not to pursue the topic further, instead inquiring as they left the station, "Teacher, is that mysterious ruin truly powerful? If it is so formidable, why has it remained silent? That was once a sacred domain, a place where even the gods bowed in reverence. The city that floated in the sky offered true freedom and equality. Every individual who stepped upon its grounds could earn their due reward through their labor, devoid of strife, violence, and bloodshed. There, each person could unleash their talents, and those endowed with gifts could harmonize with the source core that resonated with their abilities, magnifying their potential to an extraordinary extent." Unable to contain himself, Lucius interjected, "But teacher, why can others integrate various source cores while I cannot?" Nestor's expression darkened at this, as he gently stroked Lucius's hair and replied, "I do not know why you cannot integrate the source core. Perhaps it is due to my limited skill, resulting in cores that do not suit you." With a sigh, he continued, "However, it is said that within the ruins lies a very special source core. Those who acquire it can integrate various cores and ascend through their powers, ultimately achieving a level that rivals the divine." Nestor's words left Lucius astonished. "Wow, then that would make one invincible, the power to rival the gods. Would that not enable one to sweep across the entire continent?" With a swift thump, Nestor raised his cane again, this time avoiding Lucius's head as he used his own hand to block it, retorting with annoyance, "Hey, old man, you can't keep hitting my head. You'll make me foolish." Lowering his cane, Nestor sighed casually. The idea of integrating all different source cores is merely a legend. After all, one's energy is finite. One must learn to be content, to know when to take and when to relinquish, and to understand the true purpose of the power one seeks. Pausing, Nestor looked intently at Lucius and instructed, "Lucius, remember, if one day you acquire that powerful core, you must, Before Nestor could finish, Lucius eagerly chimed in, I will unify the entire continent, become its king, amass all the wealth, delicacies, and beauties of the world. Ha ha ha. Bang, bang, bang. Ouch. As Nestor's cane continued its relentless assault, Lucius cowered, muttering, What? Is that not a worthy ambition? Under Nestor's relentless reprimand, Lucius ultimately capitulated, apologizing pitifully while following the old alchemist in silence as they ventured into the narrow alleys of the common district. After winding through the damp, shadowy passages for some time, Nestor led Lucius to a rusted iron gate. He raised his cane and lightly tapped on the door. Instantly, intricate magical runes emerged on the corroded surface, spreading along the iron door and causing the rust to vanish in the blink of an eye. Lucius stood in awe, watching as the iron gate split open, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, folding swiftly to reveal an ancient, ornately carved wooden door. With 3 gentle knocks on the wooden door, and without waiting for a response from within, Nestor pushed it open and entered, urging Lucius, Stay close to me. Noticing Nestor's serious demeanor, Lucius's expression turned grave as well. As Nestor stepped through the door, Lucius followed closely behind. The moment he entered, the wooden door behind him closed with a creak, and dim yellow lights flickered to life along the corridor walls. In the soft glow, Lucius could clearly see a lavishly carpeted hallway, adorned with beautiful wallpaper on either side, where an array of exquisite metallic artifacts hung. Wow, teacher, look, it's a glider, a real glider. Suddenly, Lucius spotted a metallic glider hanging on the wall and could not help but exclaim, reaching out to touch it. Stop! Nestor's voice rang out sharply, halting Lucius in his tracks. You'd best not touch those items. If you anger the owner here, I will not come to your aid. Hearing Nestor's warning and recalling the eerie atmosphere of the place, Lucius hesitated for a long moment before retracting his hand, casting a longing glance at the glider before turning to keep pace with Nestor. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, Lucius's eyes were drawn to many tempting treasures, such as a wooden unicycle and a sleek, dark metal crossbow. Finally, they reached the end, entering a room that also featured ancient furnishings, resembling a shop of sorts. Oh, ha ha ha. Nestor, you old rascal, you've arrived so early. I thought you would wait a few more days to get here. What brings you here? Even you, the old curmudgeon, have taken to riding steam carriages. Behind the faded wooden counter stood an elderly cyclops, his excitement palpable upon seeing Nestor. His smile contorted the wrinkles on his face, and combined with his lantern-like single eye, he appeared rather fearsome. Are the items and personnel ready? Nestor, evidently uninterested in pleasantries, posed his question directly. The Cyclops, unperturbed by Nestor's brusqueness, shrugged and replied with a grin, the items are prepared, but there may be some issues with the personnel. Upon hearing this, Nestor frowned slightly, and before he could respond, the Cyclops continued, Old friend, you must know that many covet the ruins. With rumors of their re-emergence circulating, everyone is eager to obtain that wondrous core, so our manpower is currently quite strained. However, should you wish, I could introduce you to a band of adventurers. You might join forces with them. This would be the most expedient solution for the time being, but if you are inclined, I could, before the old one-eyed dragon could finish his sentence. Nestor interjected firmly, I can wait. With that, Nestor turned to leave, and Lucius, feeling somewhat perplexed, followed closely behind the old alchemist. Yet, just as the master and apprentice were about to exit, the old one-eyed dragon's voice rang out once more. You stubborn old fool. After all these years, you remain so obstinate. Now that word is spread, do you truly believe you can evade the church and the temple by going alone? The old alchemist Nestor halted in his tracks, while Lucius turned to glance back, noticing the old one-eyed dragon emerging from behind the counter, bending down to scrutinize him closely. Who would have thought that the little rascal of yesteryear has grown up? Tell me, young man, have you acquired any of that old fool-esque skills? In response to the old one-eyed dragon's inquiry, Lucius displayed no fear. Instead, he shyly replied, I have merely learned some basic alchemy. Since I cannot merge the philosopher's stone, I still need to draw alchemical arrays. Oh, poor little fellow. As he spoke, the old one-eyed dragon turned, extending a metallic arm toward the counter. At that moment, Lucius noticed that the arm was indeed made of metal. With a series of creaking sounds, the arm elongated, reaching into the counter to seize a small ball from the tabletop. However, as he attempted to retract it, the mechanical arm seemed to be stuck. And no matter how forcefully the old one-eyed dragon pulled, it would not budge. Oh, cursed contraption, why must you malfunction at such a critical moment? In a fit of irritation, the old one-eyed dragon shook his shoulder violently. But instead of retracting, the mechanical arm extended even further, its metallic fist crashing into the wall, effectively pinning the old one-eyed dragon in place. Observing the old one-eyed dragon flailing his legs in frustration, Nestor could not help but sigh. I told you long ago to stop tinkering with those worthless machines. Your skills are lacking, yet you insist on showing off. Hey, old fool. Quit your rambling and help me down, the old one-eyed dragon implored Nestor. Clearly reluctant to intervene, Nestor stood still, while Lucius, sensing a clue, slowly approached the joint of the extended mechanical arm and began to fiddle with the gears. However, his strength was insufficient to manipulate the gears. So he withdrew his hand, pondered for a moment, and retrieved a small ball from his pocket. Clutching the sphere with both hands, he silently recited an incantation that in an instant, the metallic sphere transformed into a small wrench, which he cautiously inserted into the joint of the mechanical arm, slowly twisting the jammed gears. With a series of clicks, the gears began to turn anew, and the arm soon returned to its normal length. Chapter 2. Machinery and Magic. Upon witnessing the mechanical arm retract to its proper size, Lucius seized it to inspect it closely. The metallic sphere in his hand transformed from a wrench to a delicate screwdriver. As he undertook a comprehensive repair of the old one-eyed dragon's mechanical arm, after thoroughly cleaning the entire arm, he watched as the screwdriver morphed back into a metallic sphere. The old one-eyed dragon grasped Lucius's wrist and pulled the sphere closer for examination, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, lad, I had no idea you possessed such expertise in mechanics. Let us see, this marvel, blending alchemy, magic, and machinery, is truly masterful. Have you engraved the magical runes upon the gears?" Noticing the old one-eyed dragon's excitement, Lucius quickly explained, somewhat anxiously, "Yes, I engraved the magical runes onto the gears, and then I arranged the alchemical arrays meticulously, inscribing them upon each layer of the sphere." Young man, you truly have a brilliant mind. By utilizing the rotation of the gears, you allow the different magical runes to collide, generating magical energy, which then activates the alchemical arrays on the sphere's surface. Ha! What an ingenious concept, the old one-eyed dragon exclaimed, releasing Lucius's wrist in delight. Hearing the old one-eyed dragon's praise, Lucius smiled shyly, suppressing his excitement. The old alchemist interjected, "However, his method still has its drawbacks, due to the limitations of the magical runes and alchemical arrays. He can only cast 5th-level magic and 5th-level alchemy through the sphere." "What? How can this be? Is it truly limited to 5th level?" The old one-eyed dragon appeared somewhat astonished, gazing at Lucius in search of a different answer. Yet Lucius dismissively chuckled, "Hee, the teacher speaks the truth. The mechanical sphere can indeed only perform magic and alchemy of 5th level or below, constrained by the power of the magical runes on the gears." Thud. Lucius's nonchalant smile earned him a punch from the old one-eyed dragon. "You insolent brat! How can you still find humor in this? With the limited power of the magical runes, shouldn't you be devising a solution? And you, old fool, why aren't you helping?" Observing his old friend's anxious demeanor, the old alchemist sighed in resignation. "Alas, my old comrade, it's not that I do not wish to assist, but rather that I have already done all I can. You should understand that the power generated by magical runes is inherently limited." Nestor's words caused the old one-eyed dragon to regain his composure. He snatched the metallic sphere from Lucius's hand, scrutinizing it for a long while before finally returning it to Lucius, saying, "This already possesses the utmost magical rune endurance. If we were to enhance the power of the runes any further, the metal itself would likely be unable to bear it." Handing over the metal crossbow as well, the old one-eyed dragon staggered back behind the counter, weakly stating, "There are no other options. We must venture into the ruins and hope for good fortune. Perhaps we can find a solution." As he spoke, the old one-eyed dragon turned to Nestor, advising, "Old fool, I still suggest that you do not take Lucius with you alone. That would only attract the attention of those powerful factions." This friendly warning plunged the old alchemist into deep thought. He understood well that both the church and the temple coveted the ruins and yearned to acquire what lay within. Facing them directly would leave him with little confidence. Just as the two elderly gentlemen wore furrowed brows, Lucius suddenly proposed, "Teacher, why not allow me to go on my own? I can find an adventuring party to join, and you can discreetly follow us." Lucius's suggestion brightened the eyes of the two old men. The old one-eyed dragon exclaimed, "Ha! What a splendid idea! This way, old fool, you can avoid the church and the temple while secretly aiding Lucius. Who knows, you might even find an opportunity to trip up those fellows from the church and temple." The old alchemist also found merit in the plan and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two old gentlemen nearly emptied their coffers to arm Lucius to the teeth. At last, Lucius emerged from the old one-eyed dragon's shop, burdened by the weight of his gear, casting a glance back at the expectant smiles of the two old men. He managed a strained smile before turning to trudge heavily towards the gathering place of adventurers. Exiting the narrow alley where the old one-eyed dragon's shop was located, he turned into another secluded passage. Lucius paused, shedding each cumbersome piece of equipment, then retrieved a metallic box from his waist. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he gently pressed a protruding button on the box's lid. With a series of whirring sounds, the metallic box gradually unfolded, expanding rapidly until it transformed into a large metal chest. Click! He opened the chest to find it brimming with an array of peculiar bottles and jars, along with some glimmering metallic implements imbued with magical sheen. Without touching the items inside, he hurriedly stowed away the gear given to him by the two old men. Bang! As the chest closed, Lucius finally let out a long breath. Ah, what a nuisance. Carrying all this is a burden, but thank goodness for my magical mechanical box. With that, he placed both hands on the chest surface and began reciting an arcane incantation. The patterns on the box gradually emerged, and with a series of clicks, the metal chest swiftly began to shrink and fold until it returned to its original form as a small metallic box. Stowing the box back into his waist pouch, Lucius stood up, feeling invigorated, grasped the hand crossbow given to him by the old one-eyed dragon, and quickly exited the alley, heading towards the district across from the commoner's area. Inside the old one-eyed dragon's shop, through the alchemical array released by Nestor, the two old men witnessed everything unfold. Unable to contain himself, the old one-eyed dragon exclaimed, "Huh, this lad is indeed a prodigy. Managing to fuse spatial magic with machinery, truly worthy of being the son of a king. Over all these years, have there been any news of the king?" Nestor inquired, his expression turning somber. The old one-eyed dragon paused for a moment before shaking his head. "No. Ever since the battle in the small town, there has been no word of the king. It is quite concerning." He then pointed at Lucius, who appeared in the alchemical array, asking, "Does he know anything about the king? Has he never inquired about you over these years?" How could he not know? Let us not forget, he was personally sent out of the town by the king. In my care, for the initial years. He would inquire about the king's whereabouts almost daily. As he spoke, Nestor fell into reminiscence. Until that day when he witnessed the defeated remnants of the church and temple's coalition, it seemed he became convinced that the king was unharmed. After that, he ceased to ask and instead devoted all his thoughts to the study of machinery. Ah, indeed a resilient young lad, facing the uncertainties of his father's fate with unwavering optimism. Moreover, he possesses a remarkable talent for mechanical technology. Just look at that wondrous metallic sphere and the spatially magical mechanical box from earlier. Truly a marvel of craftsmanship. Listening to the old one-eyed dragon's admiration, Nestor's brow twitched slightly, and he could no longer contain himself. "Do you have any idea how much those contraptions drained my savings?" Thankfully, they were successful. Observing the old alchemist's pained expression, the one-eyed dragon suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha, old stubborn one. Seeing your discomfort truly brings me joy." Bang! No sooner had the one-eyed dragon finished speaking than Nestor landed a punch on him. "You old rascal. This time the expenses are all on you. I'm out of funds. Damn it. You old fool. How dare you strike me?" The one-eyed dragon leaped from behind the counter, and soon the two old men were engaged in a tussle within the shop. While the two elders were grappling, Lucius had already exited the commoner district of Blanos, stepping into the bustling yet savage and bloody realm of adventure, a gathering place for adventurers from all corners. Even the enforcers within Blanos had no authority over the adventurers in this zone, leaving them to manage themselves. Clad in elegant canvas attire and fine calfskin boots, Lucius immediately attracted considerable attention. In chaotic surroundings, one would always find the unscrupulous, especially those who saw Lucius, distinctly dressed like a noble scion, as an easy target. "Hey, here comes a plump sheep." In a shadowy corner, a group of individuals eyed Lucius with growing anticipation. "Did you see those leather boots? I wager they are made of the finest calfskin, worth at least a dozen gold coins at Grant's shop. Oh, look at that fair complexion, a true mark of nobility. Just imagine, a pampered noble scion. Ha ha, he must be rich enough to fry. This could easily feed us for half a year. I think we should just capture him and wait for his family to pay the ransom." Kidnapping. Are you insane? Such a noble scion is surely backed by a powerful family. If we snatch him, the only outcome will be us tossed into the misty forest to feed wolves. It's better to just extract some profit from him. Exactly. That way we want to attract the attention of his family, and besides, it would be a small lesson for this inexperienced noble. Most of the eager ruffians disagreed with the idea of directly kidnapping Lucius. And while they debated how to extract some value from him, Lucius arrived at a distinctly Eastern-style restaurant. The entrance was entirely wooden, with a grand wooden plaque hanging at the center, standing before the door. Gazing up at the 4 square characters on the plaque, Lucius couldn't help but recall a story his father had told him about the East before the war in their town. After standing there for a while, Lucius suddenly read aloud the 4 characters. Lonquan Restaurant? No sooner had he spoken than a woman clad in loose garments emerged from the restaurant, bellowing at the entrance. Who just pronounced the name of my establishment? Though the woman was somewhat aged, she still possessed an air of elegance, instantly drawing the attention of those on the street. Many adventurers paused to assess her, with some bold enough to shower her with compliments and even declarations of affection. However, the woman paid them no heed and strode directly to Lucius, scrutinizing him closely before asking, "Was it you who just spoke the name of my restaurant?" "Indeed. Did I mispronounce it?" Lucius replied, a warm smile illuminating his face as he met her gaze. "Good. Very good." With that, the woman seized Lucius and forcibly pulled him into the restaurant, leaving the onlookers outside in stunned silence. In the shadowy corner, upon witnessing Lucius being dragged inside, the eager ruffians sighed in disappointment. Alas, the plump sheep is gone. Chapter 3. The Eastern Restaurant. What? You wish to venture to that legendary ruin, young lad? Do you seek to court death? A few hours later, the woman's voice echoed from a room within the Eastern Restaurant. As the owner and chef of the establishment, she found it hard to believe that Lucius intended to explore the ruins. Do you even grasp what that place is? It is known as the site of the fallen deities. The fallen deities? Good lady, is it truly that terrifying? Lucius inquired with innocent curiosity. The chef's expression turned grave. Absolutely. Both the church and the temples are eager to explore it, yet countless lives have been lost there over the years. Given that I've encountered someone capable of understanding Eastern script, I advise you to steer clear of such peril, lest you lose your life in vain. At this point, the chef seemed to recall something. Glaring at Lucius with indignation, "And you, young lad, you shall not refer to me as good lady, do you understand? Yet, good lady, if it is so dangerous, why do you still intend to go?" Bang! No sooner had Lucius uttered those words than the chef delivered a sharp slap to his head. "I told you. Do not call me good lady. If you keep it up, I might just knock your head off. How do you know I intend to go to the ruins? I am merely a chef. What business do I have in such places?" "Well, if," Lucius began, but quickly corrected himself. "If you are not going to the ruins, why establish your restaurant in Blanos? Moreover, your physique is slender and your legs are strong, clearly indicative of a skilled warrior." After a pause, Lucius continued, "And the staff in your restaurant are evidently combat-ready individuals, frequently engaging in life and death battles." Upon hearing Lucius's observations, the chef was taken aback, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him. "Young man, who exactly are you?" Realizing the hostility in her gaze, Lucius quickly waved his hands in a placating manner. No, please don't be alarmed. I am truly just an adventurer, and I wish to join your crew." Upon hearing this, the chef finally grasped his true intention, her expression shifting abruptly as she coldly regarded him. "You already knew our identity, didn't you? You deliberately called out the name of the restaurant to lure me out, and then quietly slipped in, right?" The chef exuded a palpable hostility, but Lucius maintained a smile as he waved his hands. "Good lady, please, do not be agitated. You know, a young lad like me joining another's group would surely attract trouble. And your restaurant's crew includes minotaurs, dwarves, gnomes, and even elves, signifying that your team is sufficiently inclusive, able to tolerate companions of differing beliefs and backgrounds. Thus, adding me would undoubtedly strengthen your group." Smack! The chef slammed her palm on the wooden table. Rising with one foot perched on a chair, leaning forward, her ample bosom nearly touching Lucius as she glared fiercely. "You little rascal, what are you thinking? Why on earth would I want to take you along? You'd better explain how you came to seek us out." Faced with the chef's fierce demeanor, Lucius sheepishly chuckled and explained. It's quite simple. You've been mingling in this district for so long. You must understand what kind of adventurers are out there. From the moment I entered the district, 13 groups have taken notice of me, 10 of which displayed evident hostility, perceiving me as an easy target. Among the remaining 3 groups, 2 clearly belong to some major faction, keeping tabs on every lone adventurer who enters the district. Listening intently to Lucius's account, the chef felt a chill run down her spine. Astonished that this young lad, resembling a fledgling noble, possessed such keen observational skills, able to detect those watching him in the marketplace. And one of those groups is us, isn't it? Seeing Lucius nod, the chef narrowed her eyes and grinned. Heh, young lad, your powers of perception are commendable, yet you fail to notice that there is another faction observing you from the shadows, those of the church. At this revelation, Lucius's heart sank, pondering deeply as he realized he had failed to detect where the church's agents were watching him. Noticing Lucius's furrowed brow, the chef's face lit up with a smile. Heh. Young lad, don't dwell on it. The church members do not need to reveal themselves to observe you. With this statement, Lucius felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face glowing with a pure smile as he asked, Good lady, does this mean you are willing to let me join? Bang! The chef delivered yet another thump to Lucius's head, exasperated. I've told you once more, do not call me good lady. First, go help out outside. If you perform well, I may consider allowing you to join us. With that, the chef yanked Lucius and tossed him into the storage room behind the kitchen. Young lad, first change your clothes, then wash all the dishes in the backyard. Lucius readily accepted the chef's orders, swiftly donning the restaurant's work attire. However, upon reaching the backyard and seeing the mountain of dishes piled high, he couldn't help but grimace. Good lady, are you expecting me to wash dishes for a lifetime? With a resigned sigh. In his quest to join the ranks of the culinary artisans, Lucius found himself ensnared amidst an insurmountable pile of dishes. Meanwhile, within the establishment of the old one-eyed dragon, two aged fellows ceased their squabble, peering with keen interest through the alchemical array of the old alchemist, observing Lucius's entire process of entering the Eastern restaurant. Old chap, this lad's powers of observation are indeed remarkable. He has managed to discern those covertly watching him, and can even select the most suitable team for himself. However, that woman from the East is no ordinary character. Are you certain you truly intend to remain aloof and not extend a greeting? Upon hearing the words of the old one-eyed dragon, the old alchemist furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating before responding. No need. Since the lad has chosen that Eastern woman, we must trust his judgment. Moreover, she is accompanied by a multitude of diverse beings, which undoubtedly signifies her uniqueness. As he spoke, the old alchemist waved his hand, dismissing the alchemical array, and turned to the old one-eyed dragon, stating, the remaining journey is to be undertaken solely by him, unless absolutely necessary. I shall not intervene. What? Afraid of being discovered by those fellows from the church? You could always return to the magic temple. Aren't those fellows quite eager for your return? Did not the king also proclaim that our brotherhood embraces all? Even if you were to return, none within the guild would ostracize you. The old alchemist chuckled bitterly, replying, while no one in the guild would cast me aside, what of those in the magic temple? Their desire for my return is merely fueled by greed for my research. Furthermore, the current state of the magic temple has devolved into that of a mere lapdog for the church. Oh. Very well. Everything has changed. Ever since the technology of the core source spread, the church's influence has grown exponentially. And now the magic temple has also capitulated. It is no wonder that we only see the natural temple and the barbarian temple's forces in the city. A sense of melancholy seeped into the words of the old one-eyed dragon as he stepped behind the wooden counter, tidying up while inquiring, Old Stubborn, do you genuinely believe Lucius can penetrate the ruins and obtain the most enigmatic mechanical core that instills dread in the gods? Who can say? The ruins have remained dormant for many years. The once glorious sanctuary has ultimately fallen, reduced to a site of incessant exploration. Who knows what may transpire in the future? Yet, one must harbor hope while alive. I merely place my hopes upon Lucius. Listening to the old alchemist's words, the old one-eyed dragon fell silent, bowing his head to tidy the items on the counter. It was not until he heard the sound of the door closing that he lifted his gaze to the empty shop and sighed. Alas, does hope truly exist? Regardless of the veracity of hope, Lucius felt as though he had lost sight of it in his life. When the Minotaur, Kate, approached with a mountain of plates, Lucius felt on the verge of collapse. With his pale hands emerging from the water, he stood up, fixated on the towering stack of dishes, before finally erupting. Damn it, you bastards. Are you trying to bury me under this mountain of plates? The Minotaur, seemingly oblivious to his outburst, set down the stack of plates and turned to leave, leaving Lucius alone in the desolate courtyard, face to face with the towering pile of dishes. In that moment, Lucius truly regretted his choice. Why did I have to choose a cook? Had I known, I might as well have sought out those two groups. At least I wouldn't have to wash dishes. Yet, despite his grievances, Lucius sat down once more, reaching for a plate beside him, and plunged himself into the vast basin, swiftly scrubbing away the grime. As nightfall descended, the border town of Blanos grew increasingly lively. Throngs of adventurers flooding into the city, evidently eager to test their fortunes within the ruins, a place rich with legends that beckon all, whether from the church, the temples, or scattered adventurers. All yearn to discover their own opportunities and treasures. Of course, among those streaming into Blanos, some had no intention of exploring the ruins. They congregated in the city, seeking to profit instead, trading in information regarding the ruins or the inner workings of certain powerful factions. These seemingly dubious wares always found their buyers among the gullible. The once violent and bloody streets of the city had transformed into an unexpected tranquility, thanks to the arrival of the church and temple forces. Resembling a well-behaved neighborly maiden, after a grueling afternoon of washing dishes, Lucius was finally liberated. "Hey, lad, the boss lady wants you in the kitchen. You need not wash the dishes here any longer." Upon hearing these words, Lucius felt as if spring had returned to his life, abandoning the half-washed plate and darting away in an instant. The dwarf delivering the message paused for a moment before ambling over to the pile of plates. Muttering to himself with a slight smile, having this lad around is quite nice. He has washed so many plates for me." No sooner had he spoken than the towering stack of plates suddenly toppled over, crashing down in a cacophony, showering the dwarf in a flurry of shattered dishes. Instinctively, he clasped his hands over his ears. The next moment, a voice erupted like a lion's roar. "You damned Blano, have you smashed the plates again? Are you seeking death?" A figure rushed into the backyard, glaring at the shattered fragments scattered across the floor, and furiously bellowed at the dwarf. "Blano, I will deduct the cost of these plates from your commission. Prepare to wash dishes for a lifetime under my watch." With that, the cook turned to the entrance of the courtyard, spotting a group of people peering in, especially noticing Lucius's face, which was brimming with amusement. With a scowl, the cook approached Lucius and said, "Boy, do you find this amusing? Get the food delivered to the third private room on the second floor, now, immediately, at once." Faced with the cook's fierce command, Lucius could only obediently comply, accepting the massive tray handed to him by the Minotaur, balancing it with both hands and his head as he made his way up to the second floor of the restaurant. Chapter 4. Mutual probing. Observing Lucius's unsteady ascent to the second floor, the Minotaur leaned closer to the cook and inquired, "Boss, can we truly trust this lad? Are you genuinely considering bringing him into our fold?" The cook scrutinized Lucius's retreating figure until it disappeared up the staircase before replying to her subordinates, "At present, I cannot say for certain, which is why I need to probe his background before we set out. Moreover, finding someone suitable is quite challenging, especially an alchemist like this lad." "An alchemist? Boss, is that lad truly an alchemist?" The dwarf, Blano, exclaimed in surprise. "Humph." The cook replied nonchalantly, "Do you genuinely believe that lad can read the characters on the sign outside? When he attempted to read them, he was facing the wrong way, and he carries the sin of that old fellow. He must have been sent here by him." "Well, boss, you are indeed getting more perceptive, able to discern the lad's true nature." Hearing the praise from her subordinates, a smug smile crossed the cook's face. However, as she scanned the group, her expression abruptly shifted, and she roared, "What are you all doing loitering here? Don't you have work to do?" The cook's thunderous shout startled everyone, prompting them to hastily return to their tasks. As she cast one last meaningful glance at the second floor, she turned and strode toward the kitchen. Balancing the massive tray, Lucius struggled through the lengthy staircase and corridor, arriving at the door of the third private room. Cautiously, he extended a hand to knock. But before he could strike the door, he overheard voices within the room. "Lamer, this mission is critical. With so many adventurers outside, few truly know the location of the ruins, so we still have the upper hand." "Upper hand? Humph. What you call an upper hand is merely trivial information. Once the ruins are opened, even if we enter first, I doubt we will possess any significant advantage. Lamer, this time the church is collaborating with our 4 great temples, since it is a partnership. We should all show some sincerity. If your church maintains this attitude, then I see no need for collaboration. Caroline, you seem to have misunderstood something. This time it is your 4 great temples assisting our church. Understand that it is assistance. We do not share an equal cooperative relationship." Quietly listening to the conversation within, Lucius felt an overwhelming shock. He never anticipated that members of the church would be present in the Eastern restaurant. No wonder the cook was aware that the church was secretly observing other adventurers. As he pondered this, he noticed the voices inside abruptly cease. Quickly, Lucius knocked lightly on the door, and almost simultaneously, it was pulled open from within. A tall figure with long, athletic legs appeared before Lucius. Upon seeing Lucius, clad in oversized clothing and awkwardly balancing a massive tray, the initially furrowed brows of the figure relaxed. Before anyone inside could speak, Lucius, wearing a broad smile, cheerfully greeted, "Good day, esteemed guests. Here is your meal." As he spoke, Lucius attempted to step inside, But suddenly, a person clad in pristine white robes blocked his path, saying, "Boy, it seems we haven't placed an order yet." Ah! Startled, Lucius looked up to meet the gazes of several pairs of eyes within the room, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, you old hag, intentionally setting me up." However, on the surface, Lucius maintained a smile, responding with a calm demeanor. "Hee, you may not be aware, but you are esteemed guests from the church and the temple. Thus, the proprietress specifically instructed me to deliver these meals. All of the signature dishes from our Lonquant Tavern are complimentary, offered for your enjoyment." A tall figure, clad in striking attire, gracefully approached Lucius, her captivating legs drawing nearer. With a playful smile, she inquired, "Hee, little brother, how did you discern that we are from the church and the temple?" Observing the undeniable allure concealed beneath the woman's form-fitting armor, Lucius retained his warm smile and replied, "Big sister, it was the proprietress who informed me." "Are you truly affiliated with the church and the temple?" Gazing at Lucius's innocent, almost childlike smile, the woman playfully pinched his cheek and asked, "What do you think?" "Haha, I am certain of it. A beautiful and well-formed warrior like you must undoubtedly belong to the war temple. While that serious-looking gentleman clad in white must surely be from the church," Lucius confidently remarked. He boldly entered the room, placing the tray on the large round table and, after surveying the surroundings, promptly identified the woman warrior and the cleric from the church. Upon hearing Lucius's words, the warrior chuckled, "Hee, I didn't expect such sweet words from someone so young. You dare to jest with me." The cleric, referred to as Uncle by Lucius, scowled, saying, "Hey, who permitted you to bring in those items? Did we indicate that we would accept them?" The other two individuals in the room stood, their eyes fixed on the four of them. Yet Lucius remained unperturbed, stating, "There's no need to be so tense. The proprietress said it's free of charge, so you won't need to pay." Just as the cleric was about to retort, another man seated at the round table sampled a dish and remarked, "Quite delicious, Reimer. Since they kindly brought it to us, let us accept it. After all, we haven't eaten all day. A complimentary dinner sounds splendid." Another person quickly joined at the table, taking a forkful of food and exclaiming, "Wow, this is truly exquisite, rivaling even the finest chefs in the temple." Eventually, even the warrior settled down to indulge, leaving the cleric Reimer with no choice but to relent. Looking at Lucius's perpetually innocent smile and conceding, "Very well, let us keep the food. Please convey our gratitude to the proprietress." Clap, 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 Lucius exclaimed with excitement, "Aha, splendid. Wishing you all a delightful meal. I shall take my leave now. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." However, Lucius did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood, rubbing his hands together, eagerly watching Reimer. After a brief moment of contemplation, Reimer suddenly recalled something, reaching for his waist and tossing a silver coin to Lucius. Grasping the coin, Lucius's excitement intensified as he said, "Hee, I won't disturb your meal any longer. Farewell, esteemed gentlemen and ladies." Watching Lucius dash out the door, Reimer's brow slightly furrowed as he muttered disdainfully, "A pitiful young lad. Humph, a mercenary at heart." Once the door closed, the warrior set down her knife and fork, squinting as she approached the spot where Lucius had rubbed his hands, crouching down to examine the fine powder on the ground. "Respected Uncle Reimer, it appears that the young lad you deem mercenary is not as insignificant as you presume. Rather, he is quite cunning." The man who had been the first to sit and eat stood up and walked over to where the warrior was crouched. His palm emanating an eerie glow. A sphere of light descended upon the magical array drawn in the fine powder, merging into it. As the light faded, the powder vanished, and Reimer's expression turned grave as he produced a metallic device, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, that little rascal." Observing Reimer's agitation as he stowed the device away, the warrior rose and stated, "Now, every individual appearing in this border town should not be underestimated." Her words cast a somber atmosphere among the group, as the young elite from the church and temple felt an unfamiliar sense of impending danger. Meanwhile, Lucius hurried down the stairs and directly into the storage room adjacent to the kitchen. With a swift kick, he forcefully opened a hidden door within the storage room, gesturing to the astonished cook inside. "You little rascal," she scolded, pulling Lucius into the hidden chamber and pressing him against the table, demanding, "Now tell me, how did you discover the entrance to this secret room?" Observation, dear aunt, consider this. When a person enters the storage room and does not emerge for several hours, yet upon opening the door, that individual is nowhere to be found. Where might they be? Listening to Lucius's words, the cook's expression shifted between suspicion and realization. At that moment, she had to concede that Lucius possessed keen observational skills. often noticing details that others overlooked, an invaluable trait for exploring ruins. Gradually pushing the cook off him, Lucius continued. Moreover, the magical array you designed to probe the church and temple is rather rudimentary. I have already enhanced it, and I intentionally exposed the original array to them. What? Boom. The cook's words were cut short as a muffled explosion echoed from within the secret chamber, prompting her to abandon Lucius and rush inside. Lucius followed closely behind, soon encountering a soot-covered gnome stumbling out from the depths of the chamber, spewing black smoke yet unable to articulate a word. The cook, infuriated, turned to grab Lucius, but he deftly evaded her grasp. Darting past her into the room from which the gnome had emerged, inside, various magical instruments were arranged, many of which surpassed even those of the old alchemist. Lucius couldn't help but swallow hard. Quickly approaching the side of the exploded magical array, from his waist pouch, he retrieved the silver coin Reimer had given him, placing it within the shattered magical array before producing a small metallic sphere. As he recited an obscure incantation, the metallic sphere began to spin rapidly, its alchemical designs shimmering in layers. Ultimately, the sphere emitted a beam of magical light that enveloped the silver coin. The coin trembled within the light, which soon pierced through it, casting beams in all directions. Under the connection formed by the light emanating from the coin, the previously shattered magical array was swiftly redrawn. When the cook and the gnome rushed into the room, they beheld the once broken magical array now fully restored, reflecting the scene from the room above. Chapter 5. Eavesdropping. The image projected by the magical array displayed the 4 individuals from the church and temple on the second floor. Seated around the table, indulging in their meal with apparent ease, completely oblivious to the probing magic the cook had embedded, Lucius remained silent, fixated on the image in the magical array, while the cook suddenly exclaimed, It seems the Dark Temple is also involved. The rumors about the 4 temples, war, magic, soul, and darkness, aligning with the church appear to be true. The figure emerging from the shadows nonchalantly took a seat at the table. Grabbing food from the tray while continuing, it has been confirmed that the Nature Temple's team is the largest this time, and the Little Saintess is indeed among them. Little Saintess, the fabled girl blessed by the nature goddess, who possesses the core of nature, the warrior mused aloud. Yes, the shadowy figure affirmed, continuing to devour the food in front of him. The warrior, abandoning her meal, wiped her greasy hands on Reimer's robe and remarked, Ha! That fortunate little girl is also here. To possess the nature goddess's blessing in the core of nature, it seems our cleric uncle has met his match. With a glare, Reimer pulled his robe closer. Dismissing the saintess, Humph, just a lucky child, she poses no real threat to us. The figure seated opposite Reimer, whose face was shrouded in a hood, interjected, Cleric, you should refrain from being overly confident, even though the Nature Temple and the Savage Temple are currently diminished. Do not forget they are still under divine protection, and your church cannot claim absolute victory over them. The shadowy figure seemed uninterested in the discussion, finishing the food in hand before standing and coldly stating, the day after tomorrow, the Nature Temple and the Savage Temple will convene in this tavern. With that, the figure gradually retreated into the shadows, leaving the original 4 in the room, each lost in their thoughts. Suddenly, the man clad in a magical robe, yet possessing a robust physique, declared, the day after tomorrow, it seems our only opportunity to act will arise then. Act? The day after tomorrow? What makes us think we can do so, with just the 4 of us? Shall we add that elusive fellow to our ranks? Are we to duel with the masters of the 2 great temples? The female warrior mockingly proposed. As her taunt lingered in the air, the priest Reimer interjected, although our strength may not be formidable, we cannot afford to remain idle. If we allow the natural temple and the barbaric temple to collaborate unchecked, their entry into the ruins will prove detrimental to us. What do you intend to do? We should wait until the main forces have gathered before taking action. With our current numbers, we stand no chance against the experts of the 2 temples. The female warrior persisted, from beneath a dark cloak. A sinister voice emerged. Who would have thought that the young Valkyrie of the War Temple would also experience fear? At this, the female warrior sprang to her feet, glaring furiously at the cloaked figure, and growled, You wretched being, you are insulting the War Temple. Do not presume that I fear your soul temple, a bunch of filthy, despicable scoundrels. Very well, Caroline, summon your courage. You are the youngest Valkyrie of the War Temple, infused with the essence of combat, capable of wielding power close to the holy tier. Together with a few of us, and that shadowy figure, we can succeed. The cloaked figure responded, with a forceful strike. The female warrior slammed her palm onto the round table, the energy radiating from her hand instantly shattering it. She raised her strikingly beautiful face, gazing intently at the figure beneath the cloak, declaring, "I truly wish to tear away your cloak and see if you hide a face marred by pockmarks." A chilling laughter echoed from beneath the cloak, while the burly mage beside them, munching from a plate, interjected, "Do not be so violent. It is a waste." Priest Reamer smiled with satisfaction. "Ah, it appears everyone is in agreement. Let us deliberate on how to approach the two temples. Through the magical array." Witnessing the female warrior's display of power as she shattered the table, Lucius gasped in awe. "Wow, this woman is amazing. Damn it, how dare she break my table? I shall make her pay." The cook lamented over the loss of the table. Suddenly, Lucius felt a pair of eyes fixated upon him, and as the sensation of vigilance surged, he swiftly struck the magical array, dispersing it, and pocketed a silver coin. The sight of Lucius dismantling the magical array with his bare hands astonished the cook and the gnome in the chamber. The gnome rushed forward, seizing Lucius's hand, inspecting it thoroughly. Upon discovering that Lucius's hand bore no scars, the gnome stared in amazement. "Indeed, your body is immune to magic. But wait, if you are immune to magic, how can you cast spells?" Before Lucius could respond, the cook yanked the gnome away, scolding, "What are you doing? Don't you have work to do? Get out there and get busy." The gnome, chastised, lowered his head and began to sob like a wronged little girl, covering his face as he fled the chamber. Observing the gnome's distress, Lucius opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by the cook, who approached him with a benign smile, her demeanor reminiscent of a benevolent mother. Yet, the sight of her smile sent a chill down Lucius's spine, prompting him to retreat a couple of steps and force a grin. Boss, do you have any orders? If not, I shall get to work." The cook advanced on him, ultimately cornering Lucius against the magical pedestal, smiling as she said, "You may join us now. I require you to keep a close watch on those individuals. I want to know their every move and how they plan to act against the other two temples." As she stood, pacing the chamber, she expressed her indignation. Those little rascals daring to plot against me in my own establishment. They have truly overstepped their bounds. I shall teach them a lesson on behalf of the church and the temples." It was evident that Lucius had earned the cook's trust. Contemplating the schemes of the individuals upstairs, he inquired, "I do not understand why the church and the other four temples would target the natural temple and the barbaric temple. What is there to understand? Their target is the saintess of the natural temple. Is it not obvious? With your clever mind, how could you not see it?" The cook's words carried a hint of derision, but Lucius remained unfazed and pressed on. "I know their target is the saintess. But why go after her? Well, that is indeed a question worth exploring." The cook mused, furrowing her brow as she considered the ambitions of the young elites from the church and temples. That a silence fell over the chamber as both Lucius and the cook delved into thought. After a moment, the cook, seemingly unable to arrive at a conclusion, turned to leave the chamber, stating, "All right, you shall find the answer to that question. Remember to keep a close watch on those individuals. Report to me immediately if they make any moves." As the cook exited the chamber, Lucius retrieved the silver coin, placing it back into the magical array. He then produced a metallic sphere and a metal card from his pouch. He flattened the sphere and placed it at the center of the card. Reciting an esoteric incantation, the card shimmered with vibrant magical hues, and as he leaned it against the magical array, the array flickered to life, revealing the scene in the upstairs room once more. In that room, the shadowy figure reemerged, meticulously inspecting every corner before returning to the grand round table. Priest Reamer was the first to speak. "Hey, Shadow, what exactly are you searching for? Is there something here that could be monitoring us? If so, we would have found it by now." Just now, there was a peculiar magical fluctuation observing us. The individual known as Shadow replied tersely, using the briefest of phrases. From beneath the cloak, a voice rasped, "Are you suggesting that someone is spying on us?" Impossible. What being could evade the perceptions of both me and Noko? You must understand that any use of scrying magic requires a medium. As long as there is a medium, we cannot fail to detect it. Clearly, the cloaked individual was brimming with confidence, while the burly mage Noko nodded in agreement, a simple smile adorning his face. Indeed, nothing escapes our senses. In the face of their skepticism, Shadow remained silent, gradually fading from view. Observing this, Priest Reamer could not help but mutter, that elusive character. I truly wonder how the Dark Temple could have chosen such a person. Could they not have selected a dark sorcerer instead?" The female warrior Caroline, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough. Let us discuss how to deal with the individuals from the natural temple and the barbaric temple. Although those old codgers have not merged with the essence, they possess immense strength. Even with the essence of combat, We may not stand a chance against them. The cloaked figure chuckled ominously. Hey, do not worry. They have yet to reach the holy tier. If they truly deployed holy tier beings, we would not need to venture into the ruins. Reamer, upon hearing this, became more cautious. Yet we must still exercise caution. This matter requires thorough planning. The essence granted by the goddess of nature is indeed tempting. But our key objective is to obtain the items from the natural temple that will unlock the ruins. Caroline scoffed at this. You are indeed ambitious, wishing to acquire items from the natural temple. Even if you secured that essence, who among you could merge with it? Do not forget, if you could truly merge, you would have already done so at the natural temple. But that is not our aim. We intend to capture that little saintess and use her to lead us into the natural temple within the ruins, where we can seize its treasures, the cloaked individual proclaimed, excitement evident in their voice. If we could bring back the treasures of the natural temple, our status would surely rise, and perhaps we might even receive the essence bestowed by the divine. Caroline regarded the cloaked figure's grandiose aspirations with disdain. A dreamer, indeed. Reamer, unwilling to allow Caroline and the cloaked figure to bicker further, interjected. Enough. Let us commence our discussion on the specific plan. Since the church and the temples have entrusted this task to us, we ought to make an attempt. In the secret chamber, Lucius, alone, held the metal card. Observing the dialogue among the church and temple members through the reactivated magical array, gently flipping the card in his hand, the vision within the array dissipated once more as he contemplated. It seems I must also involve myself for the sake of interest. The next day, Lucius, curled up in the secret chamber, was roused from his slumber by the cook. Hey, you little rascal, stop sleeping. Get up and prepare to work. Lucius awoke almost instantaneously, opening his eyes to behold the cook and the dwarf accompanying her. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, Are you saying that I no longer need to handle the errands, but merely keep an eye on those few individuals? Precisely. However, you must first deliver meals to those on the second floor. Otherwise, you risk exposure. Quickly, get dressed, and be on your way. The cook did not allow Lucius to utter another word. Seizing him and unceremoniously tossing him out of the secret chamber, with a thud, Lucius landed in the cluttered storeroom, scrambling to his feet as he glared at the closing door of the secret chamber, indignantly patting the stout minotaur beside him. Hey, that woman is utterly domineering, isn't she? The good-natured minotaur, without a moment's thought, instinctively nodded in agreement. Yet, just as he registered the oddity of the situation, the secret door swung open once more, and 2 kitchen knives flew out. Clinging to the wall of the storeroom, the minotaur stood frozen in terror, cold sweat glistening on his brow as he watched the door close behind him. 2 knives embedded firmly beside his horns. Lucius, having swiftly fled the storeroom before the door opened, now emerged into the kitchen, lifting the enormous tray above his head as he muttered on his way to the second floor. Damn it. Why do these folks always eat so much? Approaching the door of the chambers occupied by the ecclesiastical and temple patrons, Lucius suddenly seemed to realize something, whispering to himself, This time, it can't be that old hag trying to set me up again. Can it? Just as he pondered this, the door swung open, and a languid voice called out, Bringing food. All right, come on in. Hearing this, Lucius let out a silent sigh of relief, entering the room with the tray and placing it upon the large round table that had been freshly set. As he turned to leave, he noticed the door closing behind him, revealing the 4 individuals from the previous day, all glaring at him with unfriendly eyes. Faced with their formidable presence, Lucius forced a strained smile. Do the 4 esteemed guests have any commands? If not, I shall take my leave, as there is much work awaiting me with the proprietor. The warrior maiden, Caroline, swayed her hips and approached Lucius, bending slightly as she smiled. Little brother, tell sister, what secrets lie hidden within this tavern? Gazing at Caroline's alluring figure and her plump lips, Lucius swallowed hard and stammered. No, there are no secrets. The tavern is merely a restaurant. What secrets could there possibly be? Oh, is that so? Then it must be that you have some secrets you are hiding from sister. Caroline continued to close the distance, confronted by the alluring curves before him. Lucius felt parched, his face breaking into a warm smile. Sister, I assure you, I have no secrets to conceal from anyone. I am merely a humble worker in this establishment. Just a worker, you say? It was the figure from the Soul Temple, cloaked and enigmatic, who spoke next. But according to our knowledge, you only arrived in the city yesterday, and immediately took up work here. Did you travel all the way to Brenno's just to become a tavern worker? At this remark, Lucius was taken aback. He hadn't expected them to have such a keen insight into his movements. However, it appeared they didn't fully grasp his background, only knowing he had arrived in Brennos the previous day. His anxiety eased considerably, and he responded, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Actually, I wish to explore the ruins and obtain a source core that I can merge with. Seeing Lucius's hesitant demeanor, the four exchanged glances, and finally, the cleric, Reimer, stepped forward, addressing Lucius. Little one, your aspirations are commendable, but you must understand that entering the ruins is perilous. Perilous? The old hag mentioned the same, claiming there are man-eating monsters within. Yet, I am not afraid. I possess weapons to deal with such beasts. With that, Lucius retrieved a small firearm from his belt. The sight of the firearm caused all four to pause momentarily, before erupting into laughter. Caroline, in particular, laughed so heartily that she nearly lost her composure. Pointing at Lucius's weapon, little brother, you plan to brave the ruins with that thing? Despite their evident mockery, Lucius remained unperturbed, his expression earnest as he replied, do not scoff. This firearm is quite formidable. It is precisely how I managed to reach Brennos. His expression dimming, he continued, I had hoped that upon arriving at the tavern, the old hag would take me to the ruins, but she claimed it was too frightening and refused to go. Thus I must work here to save up for the journey myself. Confronted with Lucius's innocent countenance, the four's initial skepticism began to dissipate. To them, Lucius appeared as a blank slate, merely a child chasing his dreams. Suddenly, Lucius raised his head, observing the four of them. The old hag mentioned that you two are headed to the ruins. Could you possibly take me along? Seeing the glimmer of hope in Lucius's eyes, the four exchanged glances, and finally, the cleric Reimer smiled and said, well, bringing you along is not out of the question, but you must first assist us with a task. Really, you would be willing to take me to the ruins? Lucius's face lit up with excitement. What is it you require me to do? Noticing Lucius's eagerness, Caroline's expression turned hesitant, yet before she could voice her thoughts, the cloaked figure from the Soul Temple interjected, for now, you need not concern yourself with the details, simply agree to help us. And you must not disclose this to anyone, not even to the proprietress. Lucius inquired. Reimer shook his head, certainly not. If you agree, come find us tomorrow at noon, and we will disclose what you need to do. Once you fulfill our request, you shall accompany us to the ruins. Truly, you will genuinely take me along to the ruins, provided I assist you with something tomorrow. The glimmer of pure hope radiated from Lucius's face as Reimer smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. We honor our word. I swear by the light and sanctity of the church. Having finished speaking, he retrieved 2 silver coins from his pouch and handed them to Lucius. Now, you may return. Remember, this matter must remain a secret. Accepting the coins, Lucius nodded enthusiastically and swiftly departed, passing by the 4 individuals as he exited the room. As Lucius left, the smile faded from Reimer's face, and he turned to the figure from the Soul Temple. So, what do you think? Can we trust this lad? A sinister chuckle emanated from beneath the cloak as the figure from the Soul Temple murmured excitedly, perfect, truly a pristine soul. The purity of that boy's essence is exceptional, rest assured. He is utterly trustworthy. The burly mage, Noko, muttered, but he left the medium in the room yesterday. And those researching souls, do you truly believe he is reliable? The hooded figure raised their head slightly, 2 chilling gazes piercing through the shadows. Fixating on Noko. Noko, you do not comprehend the nature of souls. Based on the fluctuations observed, that lad has not uttered a single lie. No soul can deceive one of the Soul Temple. Noko scoffed, appearing ready to retort, but was interrupted by Reimer. Enough. The boy's trustworthiness is of little consequence. We merely wish to utilize him to place our item near the followers of the Nature Temple. Lowering his voice, Reimer continued, we need to create the illusion for him and the tavern's patrons that we trust him, exploiting their complacency to instigate chaos, allowing us the opportunity to strike. Caroline, who had remained silent, disdainfully remarked, Humph, I hope it goes smoothly. Let us not find ourselves ensnared in our own scheme. Reimer, unable to tolerate Caroline's scorn, shot her a glare. Caroline, do not presume that your status as a Valkyrie of the War Temple grants you the right to dictate terms here. If you find this plan unsatisfactory, you are free to withdraw. However, I must warn you, should we succeed, do not expect to reap any benefits. Hearing Reimer's words, Caroline turned her head away, clearly reluctant to relinquish the opportunity. For the treasures within the ancient Nature Temple were enticing, and Reimer's scheme was not without a chance of success, especially with the involvement of the cloaked figure from the Soul Temple and the shadowy presence of the Dark Temple. As a Valkyrie of the War Temple, Caroline held a unique position, granting her insight into the inner workings of other temples. She was acutely aware of the capabilities of the cloaked figure and the shadows, leading her to believe that the likelihood of success was quite significant. When Caroline fell silent, Reimer ceased his discourse, turning to take a seat at the large round table laden with food. And the other three followed suit. Before long, the four began to eat. Discussing the finer points of their plan, Lucius burst forth from the room, swiftly retracing his steps up the staircase to the storeroom. This time, he found the door to the secret chamber already open, the cook standing within, awaiting his return. Lucius was led into the secret chamber, where the cook raised her hand to close the door behind him. She scrutinized Lucius's flushed face from running, squinting her eyes as she remarked, "I must say, you have quite the knack for lying without a hint of guilt." In response, Lucius flashed an innocent smile, saying, "Hee, I assure you, I am not lying that I merely intend to visit the ruins. However, my dear aunt, might I suggest that you inform me before you eavesdrop next time? Had I not reacted swiftly, you would have likely been discovered by that fellow lurking beneath the cloak." With a swift motion, the cook delivered a playful knock on Lucius's head, dismissing his concern with a scoff. "Humph, do you honestly think I could be caught by those rascals when I roamed the continent in my prime? Those little brats were yet to be born." Observing the cook's boastful demeanor, Lucius chose not to pursue the matter further, tossing 2 silver coins into his leather pouch and declaring, "Well, having gained their trust, I shall now await my participation in their scheme come tomorrow." Another playful tap landed on Lucius's head as the cook squinted at him, saying, "You foolish boy, do you truly believe those 4 cunning little devils would place their trust in you?" Lucius rubbed his head, grimacing in pain as he replied, "Ouch, their trust does not concern me. As long as I can engage in their plans, they will have no say in the matter. Besides, with your remarkable wisdom and prowess, my dear aunt, those 4 won't stir up much trouble." With one final playful knock, the cook nearly roared, "I have told you before, do not call me aunt. Now, off you go to the backyard and wash the dishes. You shall not eat until the task is complete." Witnessing the cook's flustered anger, Lucius could only sulk as he exited the chamber, accepting the apron handed to him by the dwarf waiting outside, and trudging towards the pile of dishes by the pond in the backyard. Chapter 7. Aunt, the elegant lady, the little lowly in the afternoon, the warm sunlight bathed the backyard of the Dragon Spring Tavern, where the small pond sparkled like 1,000 diamonds. Lucius sat at the water's edge, lifting his hands, now whitened from soaking, and muttered, "Damn it, if I keep washing like this, my hands will be ruined. You little rascal, stop your self-pitying. You've only washed twice. Enough of that. The rest can be left for Blaine. I have a new task for you." Just as Lucius began to complain, the cook's voice chimed from behind, tossing a cloth bag at him. "Take this. Now is your chance to shine. Deliver it to the natural temple at the street corner." "What?" Lucius exclaimed, springing up in astonishment as he stared incredulously at the cook. "Aunt, I haven't wronged you, have I? You can't seriously expect me to walk into danger." A playful knock landed on Lucius's head as the cook glared fiercely. "You little brat. How many times must I tell you not to call me aunt? Besides, I am not one to send my subordinates to their doom. It's merely a package delivery." Lucius clutched his head, rolling his eyes. "Aunt, you say it's just a package?" Lowering his voice, he added, "You know the church and those temple fellows are watching me, and you want me to approach the natural temple? This is clearly a trap." The cook raised her hand as if to strike him again, but Lucius was quick to evade. With a glint in her eyes, she chuckled, "Heh, clever boy, but think about it. If we remain inactive, how will those upstairs have the opportunity to act?" Realizing her intent, Lucius's eyes twinkled with understanding, and he whispered, "Aunt, are you attempting to provoke them into action?" Upon seeing the cook nod slightly, he hesitated and asked, "But, aunt, whose side are you truly on?" This time, the cook acted swiftly, delivering another playful knock to his head before pulling him into an embrace. "Hee, little brat, I am not aligned with either side, and if you call me aunt again, I shall smash that little head of yours." Enduring several more playful knocks from the cook, Lucius could only grimace in silence until she finally released him. Snatching the cloth bag and dashing towards the tavern's exit, eager to avoid further reprimand, he traversed the tavern's grand hall and stepped onto the bustling street. Lucius gazed with wide, curious eyes at the vibrant market around him, meticulously observing every passerby and every trinket. Approaching an alleyway, a whip suddenly lashed out, ensnaring his waist before he could react, and he was yanked into the darkness of the alley. Instinctively, Lucius drew his firearm from the pouch at his waist and fired 3 shots at the end of the whip. Causing it to slacken, though freed from its grasp, he remained vigilant, cautiously scanning the dim alley that seemed eerily foreboding even in the midday sun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The whip lashed out again, and Lucius leaned back to evade it, simultaneously firing several shots in the direction of the whip. The sharp sounds echoed from deep within the alley, sending a shiver down his spine. Lucius could discern that his shots had not harmed the whip's owner. Just as he pondered his next move, the whip suddenly tightened around his ankles, leaving him no chance to escape, and with a powerful pull, he was thrown to the ground and dragged deeper into the shadowy alley. In the depths of the dimly lit passage stood a striking woman clad in red armor, waiting for Lucius, the other end of the whip firmly grasped in her hand. Upon recognizing her face, Lucius holstered his firearm and beamed a sincere smile. Hee, so it's you, big sister. Had I known, I wouldn't have resisted. With a flick of her wrist, Caroline swiftly reeled the whip back into her grasp, swaying her enchanting figure as she approached Lucius, bending down with a radiant smile. Little one, I did not expect you to possess such agility. My skills are but a trifling matter compared to yours. Big sister, Lucius replied, his gaze fixated on her enticing figure. Noticing his unabashed stare, Caroline playfully brushed her chest and laughed. Little one, you seem rather bold. You're the first male to gaze at me so openly. Lucius quickly averted his eyes, scratching his head sheepishly. Big sister, I assure you it was unintentional. All right, I harbor no ill feelings. Where are you headed? Might you share with your sister? Caroline gently pinched Lucius's cheek and inquired, with an innocent expression. He replied, the tavern owner asked me to deliver something. He then shook the cloth bag in his hand, appearing every bit the Navi child. Caroline hesitated at the sight of the bag, her expression shifting as she assessed Lucius's innocent face, nearly devoid of pretense. She recalled the warnings from Shadow regarding the tavern's secrets. This Eastern tavern is no ordinary establishment. You all must tread carefully. I can sense that they can easily detect my presence, yet they choose not to expose me. Given Shadow's caution, Caroline refrained from taking the bag, concerned that it might be a trap designed for her to fall into. Suppressing her unease, she smiled at Lucius. Where is that cloth bag destined for? The aunt said to deliver it to the inn at the street corner, claiming it is for the people of the natural temple. Lucius replied innocently. By the way, big sister, you belong to the war temple, so are you friends with the natural temple folk? Indeed, it is headed for the natural temple that it appears that woman has some connection to them, Caroline mused internally. After a moment's thought, she smiled at Lucius. I am not well acquainted with the natural temple. Since you seem busy, you may go on ahead. Once you have some free time, I shall find you for some fun. With that, Caroline stepped back, leaped into the air with agility, and disappeared into the depths of the alley. Lucius, watching her depart, waved and called out, Goodbye, big sister. Be sure to come find me to play. That way, I won't have to wash dishes every day. From a considerable distance, Caroline caught the faint sound of Lucius's voice, nearly slipping off the rooftop in surprise. Standing on the ledge, she gazed at Lucius's retreating figure, shaking her head with a bemused smile. What a true child. Emerging from the alley, Lucius strolled along Blaino's street, observing the diverse adventurers bustling by. With childlike wonder, he widened his eyes, taking in every individual with curiosity. Many adventurers, upon noticing the innocence radiating from Lucius's face, returned his gaze with warm smiles, and some even showcased their skills to capture his attention, eager to elicit his astonished admiration. Soon, Lucius arrived at the natural temple, where the residents of Blaino's city had taken refuge. Gazing up at the towering skyscrapers that seemed to pierce the heavens, Lucius could not help but exclaim, Wow, how incredibly tall. Indeed it is quite impressive. I have heard that this building is the second tallest in Blaino's city. Aside from the clock tower in the city center, nothing else surpasses its height. A voice chimed in from behind him. Startled by the sound, Lucius turned to see a petite girl dressed in a violet magic robe, her frail appearance contrasted by an aura of vitality, standing just behind him, also admiring the towering structure. As she noticed Lucius's gaze, she looked down and flashed a radiant smile that brightened her beautiful features. evoking a sense of serenity that seemed capable of dispelling all darkness and sorrow from the world. Even though Lucius had traveled to many places with the old alchemist and seen countless lovely smiles, he found himself captivated by the girl's beaming expression, rendered momentarily speechless, observing his dazed demeanor. The girl approached him with curiosity, waving her hand in front of his eyes. When he finally regained his composure, she smiled and asked, what's wrong with you? Are you staying here too?" Realizing the purpose of his visit, Lucius quickly waved his hands and replied, "No, I'm not staying here. I'm here to deliver something." As he spoke, he lifted the cloth bag in his hand and gave a sheepish grin. However, a middle-aged man who had been following the girl immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively between Lucius and the girl, his eyes glinting with cold hostility, perceiving the animosity emanating from the man. Lucius merely smiled innocently and said, "Uncle, there's no need to be so tense that I truly am just here to deliver something." The girl, peeking from behind the protective figure, scrutinized Lucius and inquired, "Then who are you delivering it to?" "The landlady asked me to bring it to someone from the natural temple." "Do you know anyone from there?" Lucius inquired, craning his neck to look at the girl. "Do you know someone from the natural temple as well?" she asked, her large, sparkling eyes studying him intently, as if trying to discern the truth in his words. Lucius shook his head, replying, "I don't know anyone, which is why I'm asking if you do. I've heard the little saintess of the natural temple is quite beautiful, if you know her. Could you introduce me?" The middle-aged man, feeling somewhat irritated that Lucius and the girl were conversing as if he were inconsequential, cleared his throat and interjected, "All right, kid, since you're here to deliver something, just hurry inside. The people from the natural temple will come to greet you." Feeling a twinge of annoyance at being interrupted, Lucius decided not to press the matter further. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and made a silly face at the girl, saying, "Goodbye. I'll go deliver this now." "Hee." The girl could not help but burst into laughter at Lucius's antics and waved her hand, saying, "All right, goodbye." Chapter 8. "Andy, you've got me into trouble again stepping into the building." Lucius was dazzled by the opulent grandeur of the spacious hall. Nearly losing his bearings, he twirled beneath the chandelier for a moment, stopping only when the brightness began to overwhelm him, spotting a waiting attendant nearby. Lucius staggered over and asked, "Excuse me, where can I find someone from the natural temple? I have something to give them." The attendant smiled politely and replied, "Please follow me. We have already informed the people from the temple of your arrival, and they are waiting for you on the top floor." "On the top floor? Then can one see all of Blanos City from there?" Lucius exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Seeing his reaction, the attendant's expression flickered with a hint of disdain, though it vanished almost immediately, replaced by an elegant smile. "Indeed, the view from the top floor is unparalleled for observing the scenery of Blanos." "Really? Then let us hurry. I can't wait to see what the second highest place in Blanos looks like," Lucius urged, excitement bubbling within him. With a smile, the attendant turned and led Lucius deeper into the building, arriving at a mechanized elevator. After a brief wait, the elevator descended slowly, and the attendant opened the doors with a flourish, gesturing for Lucius to enter. Once Lucius stepped inside, the attendant followed, closing the doors behind them and pressing the button for the top floor. Ding, ding, ding. The elevator chimed as it began its ascent, accompanied by the creaking of machinery. Watching the attendant's back, Lucius allowed a smile to creep onto his face. He discreetly retrieved a small iron nail from his satchel, muttering an incantation under his breath, infusing magical energy into the tiny metal object. The alchemical sigils within it activated. A strange magical element surged into the nail, causing it to glow, and Lucius carefully tossed it out through the elevator's gap. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The nail spun mid-air before being drawn into the gears of the moving elevator, causing it to halt abruptly, swaying precariously. "Ah!" The attendant screamed in alarm as the elevator trembled in mid-air. In a moment of panic, he turned and clung to Lucius, his face filled with terror. You don't need to be afraid. Don't worry, someone will come to rescue us soon." Seeing the attendant's fearful demeanor, Lucius felt a surge of satisfaction and calmly nodded, saying, "It's all right. I'm not afraid. You, on the other hand, should try to relax." The minor disturbance in the elevator was quickly resolved when the hotel's engineer arrived to fix the issue. Meanwhile, the iron nail that Lucius had discarded had long since turned to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Stepping out of the elevator and into the expansive corridor on the top floor, Lucius was once again taken aback by the sights before him. though the corridor's decor was not as lavish as that of the lower floors. It exuded an air of elegance and tranquility. The softly glowing lamps illuminated the corridor, casting a warm light that filled the space with a sense of peace as he walked down the corridor. Lucius felt no hint of restlessness. Any thoughts of conflict dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of serenity. Without anyone guiding him, an inner voice directed him forward along the carpeted path, with hardly a moment's hesitation. He strode confidently toward the corridor's end, following the call of that inner voice. At the corridor's conclusion, he was greeted by a brilliant sunlight. As Lucius adjusted to the dazzling brightness, he spotted several figures clad in green robes adorned with leaves. Reminiscent of forest-dwelling elves, the girl he had met outside stood among them, her white robe contrasting beautifully against the greenery, resembling a delicate orchid blooming in a secluded valley. "Ah, it's you," Lucius exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing her. Yet, in response to his astonishment, the girl remained impassive, her expression as unyielding as a statue within the temple, offering not a single word in reply. To an elderly elf with a face lined with wrinkles stepped forward. Gently waving his staff, Lucius felt an unseen force push him closer to the group, drawing him nearer to the girl. The elder elf hovered in midair, inspecting Lucius with eyes that sparkled with light, and in a hushed tone, asked, "I hear you have something to deliver to us? Who sent you? And what is it that you bring?" Feeling the pressure of the staff, Lucius shifted nervously, stammering, please don't stand so close. I don't really know what it is. It's just something the landlady asked me to bring." Noticing Lucius's timid demeanor, the elder elf released his staff and stepped back to stand beside the girl, saying, "The landlady? Are you referring to the cook from the Dragon Spring Tavern?" "Ah, you know the auntie too," Lucius replied, surprised by her words. The elder elf floated gracefully, her staff tucked behind her, and said, "Humph. That cook deceived us all those years ago, living carefreely in Blanos. If it weren't for the temple's pressing matters, I would have confronted her long ago." Upon hearing the elder elf's remarks and noticing the solemn expressions on the faces of the other members of the natural temple, Lucius felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This could not be good. Surely the auntie didn't have a grudge against these individuals. "Oh no, auntie, you've gotten me into trouble again. I should just deliver the package and leave," he thought to himself. With a sheepish grin, Lucius presented the package, saying, "This is what the auntie asked me to deliver." Haven T opened it, so here it is. I'll take my leave now." As he placed the package on the ground and turned to leave, he suddenly felt something wrap around his ankles. Looking down, he saw two vines ensnaring his legs, the other ends tethered to the elder elf's staff. The elder elf spoke directly. "Don't be in such a rush to leave. Since you brought this, you should open it in our presence. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lucius hesitated, glancing at the elder elf, but the elder elf fixed him with a piercing gaze, saying, "What? You're merely being asked to open the package. Is that too much to ask? Is there something dangerous within the package?" Upon hearing such words, Lucius withdrew his feet from the vines and stepped forward, hastily clarifying, No, I did not mean that. I truly have no knowledge of what is inside the package." All present were left dumbfounded, staring at Lucius in disbelief as he effortlessly extricated himself from the entangling vines. The elder elf, astonished, glanced at the staff in his hand, noticing the bewildered expressions on the faces around him. Lucius quickly retreated to his previous position, bending down to re-wrap the vines around his ankles, chuckling. I truly do not know what is in the package." The spectators on the rooftop were utterly astonished by the scene before them. As inhabitants of the nature temple, they inherently possess the ability to communicate with nature, employing natural spells to interact with the elemental beings of the world. Yet here was Lucius, who, despite being ensnared by the vines, could easily free himself and return to rebind them, the vines causing him no harm at all. This completely shattered the understanding of those from the nature temple. The elder elf waved his hand to disperse the vines, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he scrutinized Lucius for a moment before murmuring, "Your body seems to be immune to all forms of magic. Yet why does it harbor such a violent essence of magical elements?" In response to the elder's query, Lucius beamed a radiant smile. You are quite perceptive, dear grandmother. You can indeed see the magical elements within me. However, I am as bewildered as you are. Those magical elements are simply there. I can sense them, but I am unable to wield them." "What a peculiar little fellow," the elder elf sighed. then pointed his staff at the package, stating, "Now, you must open the package. Do not think that your immunity to magic renders you invulnerable." No sooner had the elder finished speaking than two men clad in green robes emerged, roaring as one transformed into a ferocious bear and the other into a silverback wolf. Witnessing the approach of these fierce beasts, Lucius nervously forced a smile, saying, "Please, don't do this. I will open it." He then approached the cloth bag, crouching down to carefully untie it, all the while internally pondering, "What's inside? If it were truly meant to harm you, would simply opening the package render me unharmed?" As the knots of the cloth bag were loosened, layer after layer was gradually revealed, and all eyes on the rooftop grew tense. Fixated on Lucius's actions, the elder elf floated slowly before the young girl, holding his staff protectively in front of her. As the cloth bag was gradually unveiled, Lucius's own anxiety began to rise. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Although he was uncertain of what lay within the bag, it was precisely this unknown that instilled a sense of fear within him. At last, the cloth bag was fully opened, revealing a delicate porcelain jar before the assembly. Upon witnessing the jar, rich with Eastern aesthetics, everyone present let out a collective sigh of relief. "Hee, I knew my dear aunt would not mean me harm," Lucius declared as he reached to remove the lid of the jar. However, the elder elf suddenly cried out, "Do not open it." But it was too late. As Lucius lifted the lid, a thick cloud of smoke erupted forth, enveloping the rooftop before anyone had the chance to react. The two druids from the nature temple, tasked with watching Lucius, were the first to succumb to the smoke, collapsing to the ground without a fight. The elder elf waved his staff, conjuring a gust of wind to disperse the smoke. But it was already too late. The smoke had rapidly spread, leaving the elder with no choice but to unleash a green barrier in an attempt to contain it in an instant. The rooftop descended into chaos, swirling clouds of smoke billowing in the fierce wind. Many from the nature temple, drawn by the commotion, rushed in only to be swept away by the gale or felled by the encroaching smoke. "Hee, little brother, I truly thank you. Your sister will remember this favor." For figures appeared at the edge of the rooftop amidst the turmoil. Recognizing these familiar silhouettes, Lucius lamented, "Auntie, you have betrayed me again." Chapter 9. Conspiracy within and without the continuous sounds of clang. Roar, boom, echoed relentlessly atop the grandest and most opulent hotel in Buenos, where four elite youths from the church and temple clashed with several elderly figures from the nature temple. The elder elf, shaking his staff, surveyed the four sudden intruders with a derisive smile. "Hee, for little brats daring to cause a ruckus here, do you truly believe this is your church's jurisdiction?" Clang, bang, bang. Caroline swung a giant axe, taller than herself, fiercely engaging with a druid transformed into a massive bear, swiftly knocking the bear to the ground and delivering three powerful strikes that left the creature utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, she laughed and retorted to the elder elf, "Old woman, this is not the past. Age does not equate to strength. Do not underestimate us, youth. Come forth and show us your true prowess." Caroline appeared as a divine being, her might unmatched as she wielded her axe with grandeur, rendering even the formidable druids of the nature temple, transformed into various ferocious beasts, utterly helpless against her. The elder elf, wielding his staff, regarded Caroline with a serious expression, the youngest Valkyrie of the war temple. Hee, you possess some skill, able to harness the power of the source core to 4 layers, indicating your considerable talent. Alas, what you wield is merely an elementary source core." The elder's words momentarily halted Caroline, who then smiled and replied, "Hee, even if it is only an elementary source core, your subordinates are still no match for me." Roar. Just as Caroline finished speaking, a flash of golden light surged toward her, prompting her to quickly raise the axe in defense against the radiant attack. Clang. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the previously confident Caroline was forced back several steps, and when the golden light dissipated, a lion radiating golden brilliance emerged. Witnessing the lion's appearance, the elder elf's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "Little girl, do not boast too much. Do you think only your war temple has its prodigies?" Crack, crack, crack. Caroline focused intently on the lion, loosening her joints, waving her axe with a smirk. "Now this is interesting. Come on, little lion." Roar, boom. Observing the fierce battle between Caroline and the golden lion, Lucius trembled in the corner, his heart pounding. Goodness, these people are truly brutal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Reamer, clad in a white priest's robe, radiated a magnificent and pure light as he slowly waved his staff, sending forth white orbs of light that collided with the magical barrier upheld by the elder elf. The cloaked figure from the Soul Temple wielded a staff wreathed in dark mist, summoning eerie black rings from which sinister spirits and skeletons emerged, blocking the entrance to the rooftop and preventing reinforcements from the Nature Temple. The mage from the Magic Temple, Norco, coordinated with them, utilizing powerful elemental magic to freeze those attempting to force their way in. The four prodigies from the church and temple stirred chaos upon the rooftop. The elder elf's expression grew increasingly grave. Damn it, these little brats are truly troublesome. I must find a way to escape quickly. Glancing back at the white-robed girl sheltered behind him, he noticed the glint of battle intent in her icy eyes. He reached out to stop her, saying, "No, Ophelia, you cannot intervene." The girl, displeased by the elder's restraint, protested, "Why not, Grandma? Why can't I fight? I do not wish to live forever under your protection. I want these people to know that I am a prodigy who can stand on par with them." Hearing the girl's stubborn words, the elder elf's face softened with affection. "Ophelia, I know you are powerful, but you have yet to fully master the natural source core. Acting now would only constrain you. Moreover, they are merely shiny glass. How can they compare to your true diamond?" After listening to the elder's words, Ophelia's defiance gradually eased, and she ceased her protests, quietly standing behind the elder elf. Boom, boom, boom. Under the holy light, bolts of thunder descended from the heavens, striking the green magical barrier created by the elder elf. Reamer, with an imposing demeanor akin to a thunder god, his eyes crackling with electric light, raised his staff and pointed it at the elder elf, declaring, "Old man, you have grown old. You cannot protect her. You might as well hand her over." The elder elf waved his green vine staff, a smile breaking across his wrinkled face. Suddenly, he straightened his bent form, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out at an astonishing pace, apparently rejuvenating before their very eyes. In the blink of an eye, a greenish glow enveloped the elder elf, transforming him from a decrepit figure into a stunningly beautiful elven maiden. Lucius stared wide-eyed at the transformation, unable to suppress his murmurs. Wow, who knew that dear grandmother could become so youthful? She certainly has a lovely figure. Seeing the elder elf regain her youth, Reamer furrowed his brow but then broke into a grin. Hee, the source core of the Nature Temple is truly marvelous. It can restore one's youth. Little one, your prowess in thunder and sacred magic is formidable. It appears you must be that prodigy of the Holy See, the lad hailed as the most likely candidate for the next pope. Am I correct? Upon hearing his identity revealed, Reimer concealed his staff behind him and bowed respectfully, introducing himself with a simple, "Reimer." Observing Reimer's courteous demeanor, the elder elf couldn't help but let out a melodic laugh, remarking, "Reimer, a fine name indeed. I see all the filth of the Holy See." As she spoke, the enchanting elf took a step forward, her delicate feet lightly touching the ground, causing the floor on the terrace to bloom in a riot of colors. A colossal lotus flower ascended, enveloping the white-clad maiden within. Protecting the young girl, the elf continued to advance, drawing closer to Reimer as she proclaimed, "Little one, since you hold such pride, allow me to shatter it." With a swift flourish, countless vines cascaded from her words, swiftly enveloping the entire terrace. The four young prodigies who had previously displayed their might were instantly ensnared by the overwhelming tendrils. For little ones, do you truly believe that a few trivial tricks would lead to your success? Our divine temple has withstood the pressure from the Holy See for so many years. It is not so easily toppled by a mere handful of brats. The elf gracefully twisted her alluring form, her bare feet barely grazing the ground as she glided past the ensnared quartet, confirming their binding. Only then did she return to the lotus that safeguarded the girl, instructing the others of the divine temple. "Very well. Secure these four little ones and await the arrival of the elders from the Holy See and the temple to escort them back." Unbeknownst to them, Lucius had approached the lotus and, with his head bowed in contemplation, murmured, "Something is amiss. There are clearly 5 individuals, yet that one has not revealed himself. Could it be?" Just as he began to grasp the implication of the lurking figure's intent, a shadowy form emerged from the vine shroud, a glint of cold light piercing straight into the elf's side. The elf let out a soft gasp, casting a spell to repel her assailant. But the poison from the weapon had already seeped into her system, causing her to stagger back, relying on the lotus for support. Simultaneously, The vines began to wither rapidly, mirroring the elf's own decline, transforming the once vibrant terrace into a landscape of withered branches and dead leaves. The withering lotus released the white-clad maiden, and in mere moments, the terrace lay in ruin, devoid of the lively greenery it once boasted. Cough, cough, cough. The now-aged elf coughed violently, using her staff to steady herself as she regarded the 5 young figures from the Holy See and other temples, forcing a smile onto her face. Haha. Indeed, you are the prodigies of the Holy See and the 4 great temples. Reimer stepped forward, bowing elegantly. I apologize for the injury inflicted upon you. It was never our intention, but alas, casualties are sometimes unavoidable. Having spoken, Reimer turned his gaze to the elf's protector, the white-clad maiden, saying, Beautiful lady, if you wish to spare your elder's life, it would be wise to comply and accompany us. Heh, young man, do you not think your words come a tad too early? Before the maiden could respond, the elder elf, struggling to maintain her composure, attempted to raise her staff once more. However, as she prepared to cast a spell, a wave of dizziness overcame her, and she collapsed back into the arms of the young girl. A figure draped in black robes emerged, coldly stating, You would do well not to overexert yourself. You can no longer wield magic. Forcing your core to activate will only accelerate the poison's flow. It is wiser to conserve your strength to combat the toxin. Haha. Well, it seems you are indeed a prodigy from the Dark Temple. Yet, even if you manage to bring this old woman down, what then? You shall still be unable to escape. Just as the elder elf finished her remark, Reimer burst into laughter. Ah, dear elder, the one who should be escaping is you. Do you not find it curious why the other individuals of equal standing within the natural temple have yet to appear? Reimer's words caused the elder elf's pupils to constrict sharply as she turned to the entrance of the terrace, where more than 10 figures emerged from the shadows, all bound by green vines. Among them stood a girl strikingly similar in appearance to the white-clad maiden, her complexion pale as she called out, Grandmother. Grandmother, are you all right? The elder elf nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to the back of the group, where several aged figures clad in green robes stepped forward. Unable to contain her fury, she scolded, Divas, Eileen, how could you betray the temple? One of the elderly women, exuding an air of dignity, responded to the reproach. Belinda, you must understand that the influence of the Holy See is growing stronger. We can no longer withstand it. It is better to collaborate with the Holy See to explore the ruins, perhaps even restoring the ancient glory of the natural temple. Silence, Eileen, you traitor. The moment Eileen finished her words, the elder elf Belinda let out another furious rebuke. Clap, clap, clap. Belinda's words had barely finished when a towering figure emerged from the shadows, slowly saying, Belinda, I never expected that after all these years, your temper remains as fierce as ever. Yet today, you have lost your ability to resist. Without reinforcements, you are destined to be a failure. Upon seeing the figure, Belinda's eyes widened in shock, and after a moment of stunned silence, she forced a bitter smile. Heh. Indeed, I suspected that relying solely on these 5 little ones could never accomplish such a grand scheme. It turns out to be you, the Holy See's light envoy, Oliver, orchestrating everything from the shadows. Chapter 10, The Golden Four-Leaf Clover. The light envoy, Oliver, scrutinized the elder elf Belinda, his eyes radiating brilliance, showing no signs of emotion in response to her mockery. He waited patiently for Belinda to finish speaking before coldly stating, Belinda, your natural temple is fated to be the loser. I advise you to surrender quietly. Rest assured, if you align yourselves with the Holy See, your status within the natural temple will remain intact, and we shall not interfere. Ha. Belinda laughed heartily. How laughable. If we submit to the Holy See, will we still be recognized as the natural temple? Just look at the so-called War Temple, Magic Temple, Soul Temple, and Dark Temple. They are nothing more than dogs for your Holy See. Our natural temple venerates nature and peace, yet we shall never bow to your Holy See's tyranny. Even if it means death, we will never serve as your dogs. Cough, cough, cough. Belinda began to cough violently again, turning to glare at Lucius. Humph, if it weren't for your schemes, how could they have succeeded so easily? What a disgraceful bunch of scoundrels masquerading as a holy order. Under Belinda's intense gaze, Lucius feigned innocence. Hey, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not with them, that I'm just a delivery boy. As Lucius defended himself, the attention of everyone shifted to him. Lucius glanced at Caroline and the others, recalling the encounter with Caroline. and suddenly pointed at the shadow of the dark temple. I know. It was you. You switched the package while I was fighting with the big sister. Humph. You can only blame your own foolishness. In response to Lucius's accusation, the shadow let out a cold snort, offering no further explanation. Feeling the shadow's indifference, Lucius was filled with rage. He drew his firearm from his waist and, without hesitation, fired several shots at the shadow. The crowd fell into stunned silence, taken aback by Lucius's audacity. However, the shadow quickly regained composure, regarding Lucius's firearm with disdain, showing no interest in defending against it. As the sand pellets from the firearm were about to strike, the shadow slowly raised a hand in front of itself, releasing a bizarre magical aura to intercept the incoming projectiles. Thud, 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 to everyone's astonishment. The sand pellets pierced through the shadow's palm, with several even embedding themselves in its chest. The shadow looked down in disbelief, observing the tiny blood holes in its chest, before lifting its gaze back to Lucius. You. How? How is this possible? You scoundrels dared to use me. I will make you pay. Lucius growled, turning the barrel of his firearm towards the others and firing without hesitation. Bang, 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 accompanied by the thunderous gunfire. Nearly instantaneously, everyone on the side of the Holy See and the four great temples was struck by the sand pellets. The light envoy, Oliver, looked down at the wounds on his body, fury radiating from his icy gaze. You little brat. You are courting death. Before the furious Oliver could retaliate, Caroline stepped forward to intervene, saying, Lord Envoy, he is merely a delivery boy, still just a child. He acted out of frustration. Please, do not stoop to his level. Before Oliver could respond, Caroline anxiously turned to Lucius. Kid, why are you still standing there? Hurry and apologize to the Lord Envoy. This matter is beyond your capability to engage in. Upon witnessing Caroline's anxious plea on his behalf, Lucius was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would advocate for him. He turned to Caroline and offered a smile, saying, Hee, thank you, big sister, but I shall not apologize. I do not believe I have erred. I detest being exploited. You little brat. You. Oliver seethed with fury at Lucius's words, but before he could act, the sand pearls within him suddenly detonated. A wave of dizziness enveloped Oliver, rendering him nearly unsteady on his feet. In astonishment, he gazed at Lucius and exclaimed, Who? Who are you? That is not an ordinary firearm. Me? Who am I? I am simply me. Lucius, a humble attendant at the Lonquan Tavern. I initially had no intention of meddling in your affairs, but how dare you attempt to use me? This is merely a collection of interest. You high-ranking individuals are far too complacent. Otherwise, how could a mere child like me have achieved such ease? As he spoke, Lucius slowly approached Oliver, bypassing him to release the bound maiden, escorting her back to Belinda's side. All right, grandmother, you all should leave quickly. Everyone on the terrace was stunned. None had expected such an outcome. The Golden Lion, battling Caroline, transformed into a handsome elf, seizing the opportunity to retreat to Belinda and the others. Belinda glanced at the other captives, intending to request Lucius to release them as well, but upon seeing Debas and Aaron, she instantly grasped Lucius's intention and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, on the side of the church, the only one still able to move, Caroline, looked at Lucius, torn between action and inaction. She did not wish to confront him, yet her identity compelled her to act, leaving her in a dilemma. However, before Caroline could make a decision, Lucius flashed her a radiant smile and said, Big sister, you won't make a move, will you? Upon seeing Lucius's innocent grin, Caroline realized he had not subdued her out of necessity, but rather out of reluctance. Understanding this, she silently stepped aside. Observing Caroline's hesitance to intervene, the incapacitated Remo suddenly shouted, You little brat, do you think you can escape? Humph, we will not let you go. In response to Remo's taunt, Lucius approached him, raising his foot to deliver a heavy kick to Remo's face, all while maintaining a pure smile. Uncle, it seems you have forgotten that this is Brelos. If you could act at will, why would you need to manipulate me? Upon hearing Lucius's words, the others fell silent, acutely aware that they were in Brelos. In this seemingly simple border town, even the church's members would not dare to act openly. As the cook had once told Lucius, this is a city protected by the gods. No one can disrupt its peace. Should anyone cross that threshold, even the Pope of the Church would face divine retribution. Very well, it seems that heroes emerge from youth. Child, you truly are impressive. This time, I, Oliver the Light Envoy, have had my meticulously devised plan thwarted by you. No harm done, but you should be cautious. We will not let you off easily. Lucius paid no heed to Oliver's threat, turning to display an even brighter smile. Hee, esteemed envoy, are you threatening me? Should I perhaps eliminate you now to prevent future troubles? What? At Lucius's words, the crowd gasped in disbelief, regarding the audacious youth, especially noting the innocent smile adorning his youthful face, which filled those on the terrace with profound trepidation. Observing the fear on Oliver's face, Lucius chuckled. All right, no need to be so tense. I was merely jesting. Having said that, he disregarded the others and turned to the still-dazed Belinda and her companions. Grandmother, you all must leave quickly. The effects of the paralysis potion on these fellows will soon wear off. Upon hearing this, Belinda, with the aid of the twin maidens, stood up and bowed to Lucius. Child, thank you sincerely. The Nature Temple will remember your assistance. As she spoke, she waved her staff, sending forth a beam of green light that landed before Lucius. He reached out to grasp the green light, which transformed into a leaf-shaped badge. While Belinda conjured magic to envelop her companions, she addressed Lucius. Child, I gift you this badge. Should you ever require assistance, present it at the Nature Temple, and we shall surely aid you. With that, the green light surged forth, enveloping the four individuals completely, and when the light dissipated, they had vanished without a trace. Lucius tucked the leaf badge into his waist pouch, yet showed no inclination to depart, standing there as if purposefully awaiting the effects of the paralysis potion to fade. Eventually, the shadow felt the potion's effects wane and transformed into a fleeting silhouette, lunging at Lucius with icy blades extending from its fingers. Seemingly intent on ending Lucius's life, Caroline, witnessing this, attempted to intervene, but the others had also regained their mobility. Oliver swiftly seized Caroline, who cried out in panic, "No!" as the shadow's icy blades lunged at Lucius. All believed him doomed. However, just as the inevitable seemed to loom, a halo of sanctity radiated from Lucius's form, effortlessly blocking the shadow's lethal strike. What? The collective gasp echoed from the observers, with the shadow expressing sheer incredulity. Meanwhile, Lucius remained unperturbed, his serene smile unwavering as he slowly raised the object in his palm. A golden four-leaf clover. Upon sighting the golden clover, Oliver's pupils constricted, and he staggered backward, the magic he had been conjuring in his palm shattering as he muttered, "Impossible. Impossible. How could you possess a golden four-leaf clover?" Golden four-leaf clover. Caroline turned to Lucius, and upon seeing the clover in his hand, she exhaled a sigh of relief, as the youngest Valkyrie of the War Temple. Caroline understood the significance of the four-leaf clover. It was a gift from the goddess of fortune, symbolizing divine protection and endowing the bearer with unparalleled honor and status. The shadow, shaking its wrists, prepared to strike again, but Oliver yanked it back with a fierce grip, bellowing in anger, "What are you doing? Do you not see that golden four-leaf clover?" The shadow, having been slammed to the ground by Oliver, glared at him with blood trickling from its mouth, yet Oliver remained unfazed, instead turning to Lucius and stating, well done. You possess a golden four-leaf clover. It is no wonder you act so brazenly." Everyone, remember this lesson. To exploit others recklessly incurs a price that I hope that when we meet again, you will exercise caution. Having said this, Lucius pivoted and leaped off the terrace, soaring into the air. With a whoosh of sound, he grasped a metallic glider, ascending into the sky, and smiling at Caroline, announced, "Big sister, I'm heading back to the tavern now. Let us dine together later tonight." Watching Lucius glide away, Oliver and the others found themselves too intimidated to act, allowing Lucius to vanish into the wind. Once Lucius had completely disappeared, the shadow, seething with frustration, stood up and questioned Oliver. Why? Why did you stop me? With one more move, I could have shattered that barrier." Oliver resumed his cold demeanor, his icy gaze sweeping over the group. "Do not forget, this is Brello's that a golden four-leaf clover may be disregarded elsewhere. But here, even the old coot from the Dark Temple would not dare to act against him." This revelation left even the perpetually indifferent shadow visibly astonished. As Oliver walked to the edge of the terrace, glaring down at the city below, he growled, "But do not worry. Once we leave this place and enter the ruins, he will lose his advantage. That time, we shall strike." Chapter 11. The proud little saintess. The glider soared through the winds above Brello's, and Lucius, with bright, clear eyes, excitedly surveyed the streets and alleys of the city. The oppressive weight on his heart temporarily lifted, and in this moment, his spirit soared freely. As the glider glided between buildings, Lucius beamed, greeting those who leaned out of their windows. Hey, everyone. Initially astonished by Lucius's flight, the window openers soon waved back, exclaiming, "Haha, kid, not bad, just be careful, don't fall." Roar, roar, roar. Lucius joyfully shouted, flying over half of Brellos before making a turn and returning to hover above the backyard of the Lonquan Tavern. There he spotted Brino, the dwarf, washing dishes by the pond, who looked up at the sound of Lucius's exuberance, just in time to see him descend on the glider as the side of the glider barreled directly toward the stack of plates. Blano was seized by a wave of terror, springing to his feet and jumping about frantically, shouting, "Stop! Quickly halt! No, please don't." Yet Lucius seemed oblivious to his pleas. The glider appeared to be out of control, hurtling straight toward the precarious pile of dishes by the pool's edge. Unable to witness the impending disaster, the diminutive Blano covered his eyes with his large hands, letting out a mournful cry. Oh, heavens! Just as the collision seemed inevitable, the kitchen maid's formidable voice rang out once more. "If you dare to break even a single plate, you shall wash dishes for a month." No sooner had her words echoed than Lucius smirked, his body suddenly plunging downwards, and with a powerful upward thrust of his hands, he maneuvered the glider to narrowly glide over the stack of plates, avoiding contact. Upon witnessing the glider sweep past the dishes, Blano exhaled a sigh of relief, but inadvertently, the breath he released struck the stack of plates, causing them to wobble violently. In a panic, Blano reached out to steady them, his voice rising in a more anguished lament. "Oh, no." The plates, however, paid no heed to the dwarf's cries, toppling down and crashing onto Blano. "Blano, your wages for next month are gone." The innkeeper's furious shout pierced the air. As the unfortunate dwarf lay beneath a heap of shattered porcelain, gazing up at the sky, bereft of tears, Lucius landed with poise, pressing his palms against the glider's wings, a metallic sphere in his hand whirring to life. Drawing forth the turbulent magical energy within him, as the sphere spun, it unleashed a surge of magical power, activating the alchemical sigils inscribed upon the wings, with a series of mechanical clicks and whirs. The wings rapidly folded inwards, transforming the glider into a slender metallic block, which Lucius then stowed away in his leather satchel. Striding confidently into the inn's back room, Lucius announced, Auntie, the task has been flawlessly executed. I have returned." With a thunderous crash, the storeroom door was flung open, and the kitchen maid's voice echoed from within. "You little rascal, what are you dawdling about for? Get in here at once." Hearing her coarse bellow, Lucius rolled his eyes, muttering as he ambled, "Auntie's temper seems to be growing ever fiercer. No wonder the teacher used to say that women and tyrannosaurs are essentially the same creature." Just as Lucius reached the doorway of the storeroom, his words barely escaped his lips before a large hand emerged from the shadows, seizing his collar and yanking him inside. With a series of sharp thuds landing on his head, Lucius could only grimace in submission, pleading, "Auntie, I was wrong. I promise I won't call you Auntie again." "Oh, so you finally recognize your mistake. You little scoundrel, I sent you to deliver goods, and you brought trouble right to my doorstep. You dare to claim you were wrong, you little brat. I ought to crack open that tiny skull of yours to see if there's any brain matter inside." With another round of sharp taps, Lucius, feeling thoroughly exasperated, protested, "Auntie, what trouble did I bring upon you? If you're going to hit me, at least explain. You have the audacity to question me?" The kitchen maid retorted, dragging Lucius deeper into the storeroom. Upon reaching the furthest corner, she lightly kicked the wall's base, causing it to give way and reveal a dimly lit staircase. Without a moment's hesitation, she tossed Lucius into the passage, and he tumbled down the steps. Thud! Ouch! He groaned, sitting on the ground, clutching his head. "Are you all right?" A familiar voice suddenly interrupted his moans. Lucius looked up sharply to find the white-clad maiden from the temple of nature kneeling before him. Her large, glistening eyes filled with concern as she scrutinized him. "Oh, how did you end up here?" Lucius exclaimed in surprise. The maiden shyly retreated a step, explaining, It was grandmother who brought us here. After we arrived, a very fierce woman locked us in here." "Ah, so grandma truly knows Auntie." Lucius pondered aloud, realization dawning upon him. Hee, don't be afraid of Auntie. She may be sharp-tongued, but she has a good heart." The maiden nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, grandmother said so too. I understand she is only trying to protect us." Seeing that the maiden bore no misconceptions about the kitchen maid, Lucius couldn't help but smile broadly. "Hee, by the way, I don't even know your name. I am Lucius. Are you?" And that icy one sisters. My name is Chilier. My sister isn't bad either. She is just a bit cautious. My sister is called. Before Chilier could reveal her sister's name, a cold voice interrupted from behind. Chilier, who gave you permission to share my name with strangers? Startled by the sudden chill in the air, Chilier immediately stood and turned, lowering her head meekly as she faced her sister's icy gaze. I'm sorry, sister. Lucius saved us. He shouldn't be considered a bad person. Humph. What do you know? If it weren't for him bringing that troublesome package, how would grandmother and the others have gotten hurt? Moreover, he had the ability to act from the very beginning, yet he deliberately refrained from doing so. In response to her sister's unyielding words, Chilier could only quietly argue, but he did save us in the end. Be silent, Chilier. You always do this, trusting others too easily without fully understanding them. Don't be deceived by his outward kindness. As her sister's reprimands rang in her ears, Chilier chose not to retort further, standing there obediently. Witnessing the saintess's pressures and Chilier's submissive demeanor, Lucius stepped forward, indignantly admonishing the saintess, enough, you cold-hearted little girl. Do you think everyone in this world covets the treasures of your temple of nature? Humph, don't assume that just because you're a saintess, everyone will bow to you. Let me tell you, if it weren't for grandmother and Chilier, I wouldn't have lifted a finger to save you. I would have let you be captured by the church and used as a pawn in their schemes, ultimately becoming a mere puppet. Lucius's furious tirade left the saintess speechless, and after a prolonged silence, she finally regained her composure, seething as she pointed at Lucius. I will kill you. With that, the saintess brandished her green vine staff, preparing to chant a spell, but Lucius swiftly drew a firearm from his satchel, pointing the dark barrel at her. Recalling the scene on the rooftop, the saintess hesitated, fearing Lucius might suddenly pull the trigger, sending the tiny beads into her body. Don't. Seeing the tension escalate, Chilier rushed forward to interpose herself between them. Especially upon witnessing Lucius brandishing his weapon, she spread her arms wide to shield her sister, exclaiming, Please, Lucius, don't be angry. Don't harm my sister. Hearing Chilier plead for him, the saintess's face flushed with indignation. Chilier, step aside. Humph, I refuse to believe I cannot defeat him. With a click, Lucius holstered his firearm, his face breaking into a smile as he assured Chilier, Don't worry. I was merely trying to scare her. I don't have any bullets left. You dare mock me. Just as the saintess's fury reached a boiling point and she prepared to strike once more, the kitchen maid descended from the passage, her tone impatient. What are you two doing? If you wish to fight, take it outside. Don't break anything in my house. If you do, you'll both be stuck here working off the damages. Upon hearing the kitchen maid's voice, the once brazen saintess immediately fell silent, standing there as meek as a mouse in the presence of a cat. In contrast, Chilier grew bolder, addressing the kitchen maid. Please, don't be angry. My sister was just speaking out of turn. She wouldn't truly strike anyone. Also, please check on grandmother. She is not well. Faced with Chilier's gentle words, the kitchen maid's demeanor softened, her authority waning as she replied, Let us go see her. We must ensure that old woman doesn't perish on my watch. The kitchen maid's words left Lucius feeling somewhat dismayed. And noticing Chilier seemed about to speak again, he quickly interjected, Don't say anything. Let us check on grandmother first. Chilier swallowed her words, turning to follow her sister as they trailed behind the kitchen maid deeper into the basement. Lucius hurriedly kept pace, his curiosity piqued as he surveyed the surroundings, discovering that the basement was divided into numerous rooms, each door tightly sealed, concealing untold secrets within. They followed the kitchen maid. They passed at least a dozen rooms, the doors misaligned and staggered, with bright candles illuminating the hallway. Upon reaching the final room, they stepped inside, and in the dim light, they could clearly see the frail and aged Belinda resting against the wall on a bed, with a striking elf standing vigil at her side. Upon hearing the footsteps, Belinda strained to lift her head as they entered, managing a smile upon seeing the kitchen maid. Deliliang, it's hard to believe how youthful you remain after all these years. Upon hearing her name called, the Eastern chef Du Linyang furrowed her brows slightly and complained, Belinda, you always bring me trouble. I truly cannot comprehend what your deity has granted you that inspires such unwavering devotion. Du Linyang. To put it in your Eastern terms, a scholar dies for a friend. Since the deity has chosen me and bestowed upon me power, I must repay that gift with my life. Du Linyang scoffed, curling her lip in disdain. All right, rest assured, I shall take care of those two little girls. At worst, I will risk my life to send them into the ruins. That should suffice. No. Very well, your reputation, Du Linyang, is indeed trustworthy. I purely, Killier, with this chef's promise, you may rest easy, Belinda replied, reclining once more, her face radiating a look of contentment as her eyes gradually closed. In an instant, a green luminescence enveloped her, illuminating the entire room. Under the dazzling glow, Lucius vaguely observed green tendrils rising, binding the elder elf, followed by layers of green leaves wrapping around her. As the green light faded, the elder elf transformed into a large green cocoon. Chapter 12. The fierce ant. Witnessing the elder elf morph into a green cocoon, the three from the nature sanctuary knelt in unison, their hands clasped before their chests, fervently reciting obscure incantations. Greenish-blue characters floated forth, infusing the cocoon. Lucius, perplexed, could not help but murmur, "Is the old lady not dead?" Thud. As soon as he spoke, the chef Du Linyang delivered a sharp rap to his head, whispering fiercely, "You foolish child." She merely fell victim to the dark sanctuary's secret potion and did not remove it in time. How could she die so easily? She has sealed herself with the core of nature, intending to leverage its power to purge the toxins. As she spoke, roots sprouted from the green cocoon, extending from the bed to the ground, eventually taking root in the basement below. Did you see? The core of nature within her has already taken root, now drawing strength from the earth and slowly growing. Once it sprouts, blooms, and bears fruit, it will ultimately expel the toxins from her body, heal her wounds, and even sustain her vitality. Upon hearing Du Linyang's explanation, Lucius could not help but exclaim, "Wow, that's incredible." Du Linyang spoke solemnly. Those from the nature sanctuary are close to nature, drawing power from the earth. However, they must also make a vow. Upon death, they will return to nature, offering their life essence to the land. At this, Lucius turned in astonishment to Du Linyang, but she offered no further clarification. Instead, addressing the three from the nature sanctuary, "All right, enough standing around. Let Belinda rest properly. I must inform you three in advance. I do not keep idlers here. If you wish to stay, you must work diligently." The little Saint Ipuli turned to Du Linyang and said, "But you promised the elder to protect us on our journey to the ruins. We are not here to work for you." Silence. Little girl, here, you are not a saint of the sanctuary, and this is not your nature sanctuary. I am my tavern. I am in charge. If you do not wish to work, I shall throw you onto the street. Du Linyang's fierce demeanor immediately intimidated Ipuli, who hid behind Killier, too frightened to speak up. Meanwhile, Killier, summoning her courage, asked, "Aunt, what are we supposed to do?" "Do not call me Aunt." Du Linyang barked, delivering another rap to Lucius's head. "You little rascal, this is all your fault. If you dare call me Aunt again, I shall smash your head." Lucius, feigning innocence yet unwilling to argue, turned away in silence, discreetly making a face at Killier, who responded with a smile, prompting him to grin in return. Du Linyang pondered for a moment, then said, "You two girls are too conspicuous. Best you stay in the back to assist me. As for you, the tall one, yes, you, with your decent stature, go to the front and serve the minotaurs in the hall." "Understood." The handsome elf nodded in agreement without further comment. After assigning tasks, Du Linyang glanced at the rooted green cocoon and instructed the three, "All right, no more lingering here. Lucius, take them upstairs to change and prepare for work." Upon hearing this, the three from the nature sanctuary dared not protest, especially the little saint, who obediently followed behind Killier as Lucius led them out of the room. Once they had all exited, Du Linyang gazed at the plant that had taken root and whispered softly, "Belinda, consider this debt repaid." The green cocoon seemed to respond to Du Linyang's words, emitting a flicker of green light for a moment before settling into tranquility, while Du Linyang turned to leave the room. As she ascended the stairs back to the secret chamber, Lucius discovered a gnome anxiously waiting at the passageway. Upon seeing Lucius, the gnome hurriedly approached and asked, "Lucius, where is the boss lady?" Noticing the gnome's frantic demeanor, Lucius inquired, "What is the matter?" "The ant is in the back." "What else could it be?" "Oh dear, the building is ablaze. This time it is truly on fire. The church and the sanctuary have come to attack." The gnome's words caused unease to wash over Lucius and the others, particularly Ipuli and Killier, who displayed expressions of sheer terror. However, it was not long before Du Linyang's voice rang out from the passage. "What is going on? Is it just the church and sanctuary causing trouble? What is there to fear? If I have allowed Lucius to go, I am not afraid of that bunch of scoundrels." Upon hearing Du Linyang's words, Lucius felt a surge of warmth in his heart at that moment. He experienced a genuine sense of belonging to the tavern. The passageway cleared as Du Linyang emerged, her eyes falling upon the anxious gnome. What's the rush? Humph, is it just that bunch of scoundrels from the church and sanctuary? This is Bolanos. Those ruffians cannot act recklessly here. Turning to the three from the nature sanctuary, Du Linyang commanded, "Stay in the secret chamber and do not go out." Then, seizing Lucius, she declared, "You, come with me. You caused this trouble. You must face them alongside me." Being dragged along by Du Linyang, they exited the secret chamber and traversed the back hall, reaching the main hall of the Dragon Spring Tavern, where a considerable crowd had gathered, each adorned in splendid attire. Establishing their presence in the tavern, at the forefront stood none other than Oliver, the light envoy of the church. Upon seeing Du Linyang escorting Lucius, Oliver bowed respectfully, saying, "Esteemed madam, greetings." Du Linyang, however, was not as courteous as Oliver. She casually tossed Lucius aside and boldly sat down opposite him, inquiring, "What is it? Are you here to tear down my tavern?" Oliver revealed a humble smile in response. "Ah, madam, you need not harbor such hostility. We come today with no ill intent towards you or your establishment." "No ill intent? Then why the grand display? Are you here merely to dine? Furthermore, you have frightened away my patrons, even if you wish to eat. You must first compensate my losses, and all meals shall be charged at double." Seizing the opportunity to demand more, Du Linyang took the initiative. Oliver smiled faintly, producing a cloth bag from his waist and tossing it onto the table. A cascade of gold coins spilled forth, scattering before Du Linyang. Oliver maintained his elegant demeanor. "I believe this should sufficiently cover your losses, yes?" As Oliver spoke, the coins, along with the bag, vanished in the blink of an eye. Du Linyang pinched a coin between her fingers, biting down to confirm its authenticity. "Not bad. It's real." "Ah, since you are satisfied, then," before Oliver could finish, Du Linyang stood up and turned away. "All right, you may leave. Lucius, see them out." Du Linyang's words caused Oliver's smile to freeze instantly, his gaze darkening as he glared at her retreating figure. "Du Linyang, do not push your luck." As he spoke, a radiant aura of fighting spirit enveloped Oliver, illuminating the entire tavern. Lucius distinctly sensed an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, a power unlike ordinary fighting spirit, instilling an involuntary fear that made him want to kneel and worship. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed, and in the next moment, the holy fighting spirit dissipated. Everyone watched as Du Linyang brandished a kitchen knife against Oliver's throat, golden blood dripping down the blade, with a slight increase in pressure. The golden blood continued to flow, rendering Oliver motionless, forced to stand there with his head tilted back. "Umph, light envoy, do you think this is a place for you to run amok?" At that moment, everyone in the tavern was left speechless. No one dared to voice dissent against Du Linyang's words. Oliver, stripped of his previous arrogance, trembled as he in an instant. The situation shifted dramatically, catching Lucius completely off guard. He had never anticipated that Du Linyang possessed such formidable strength. Appearing as if she were merely breezing through, devoid of any force, she was nonetheless capable of shattering Oliver's protective battle aura with ease. Suddenly, Du Linyang's brow furrowed, and she turned to glance behind her, her grip tightening as she said, "Oliver, it would be wise for you to summon that little rascal from the Dark Temple. His feeble methods of concealment are utterly inconsequential in my eyes. I advise him not to mislead himself and others, lest he end up sacrificing even your life." As soon as Du Linyang's words fell, the shadow from the Dark Temple slowly materialized from the darkness behind her. Coldly regarding Du Linyang before casting a glance at Lucius and retreating to the side without uttering a word. Observing the shadow's indifferent provocation, Du Linyang smiled faintly at Lucius and remarked, "Young man, did you see that? That fellow is challenging you. Are you not going to take action?" Upon hearing this, Lucius did not rush to retaliate. Instead, he smiled broadly and replied, "Haha, dear aunt, he is merely a defeated foe. Hardly worth my effort." No sooner had Lucius spoken than the shadow began to dissipate, vanishing from sight. Almost simultaneously, Lucius swiftly retrieved a metallic sphere and a slender metallic rod from the pouch at his waist. Infusing magical energy into the sphere, he set the inner gears in motion, causing the magical runes to collide and generate energy, which flowed through the alchemical array on the surface of the sphere and into the rod. With a series of clicks, the rod rapidly unfolded, transforming into a hand crossbow that enveloped Lucius's arm. Just as the shadow completely vanished, Lucius raised his hand without hesitation and pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth, striking the spot where the shadow had disappeared. The shadow, originally fading from view, was forced out by Lucius's arrows. Yet, it did not concede defeat. Instead, it let out a cold grunt and stepped forward, brandishing a short dagger towards Lucius. However, as the shadow took 2 steps forward, the arrows embedded in the ground before it suddenly erupted, a chilling aura immediately enveloping it, and within the blink of an eye. The shadow was encased in ice. Ha ha ha, splendid, quite the talented lad you are, truly deserving of being my subordinate. So, what do you have to say now, divine envoy? Du Linyang laughed heartily, praising Lucius, witnessing the shadow's repeated failures at Lucius's hands. And feeling the blade pressing against his neck, Oliver understood that he could no longer leverage the Longuan Tavern. He had no choice but to relent, saying, "Esteemed lady, we were reckless. I am willing to compensate for your losses. I implore you to forgive us." Clap. Clap, clap. Upon hearing this, Du Linyang playfully tapped Oliver's face with the back of her knife, chuckling. Hee hee, that's more like it. Remember, this is Brelos. If you wish to cause trouble, you may do so once your pope defeats the deity in this city. Faced with Du Linyang's unabashed humiliation, Oliver, despite his inner fury, could only swallow his anger. After ordering his men to leave behind a chest of gold coins, he took his leave, carrying the ice-encased shadow away from the tavern. Chapter 13. The true purpose with the forces of the church driven away. Longuan Tavern soon regained its lively atmosphere, as patrons returned in droves, resuming their revelry with drink and feasting. For Brelos, the church and the temple held no sway, for Brelos boasted its own deity, the only individual who had ventured deep into the ruins and emerged alive. Having exited the ruins, he spent the first half of his life advancing, transcending the confines of rules, and becoming a being capable of standing against the church's supreme god. In the border region near the entrance to the ruins, he established the most free and peaceful city on the continent, Brelos. Here, the presence of one who could rival a god existed, just as Du Linyang had said. Even if the Pope of the Church were to arrive, he could not shake the rules set by that godlike figure in Brelos. Leading Lucius back to the back hall, Du Linyang noticed the worried expressions on the faces of the sisters from the natural temple and laughed heartily. Hee hee. Worry not. In the city of Brelos, those church folks will find no advantage. Upon hearing this, the sisters felt considerably more at ease. Killier, having gradually grown accustomed to Du Linyang's temperament, stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Thank you, dear aunt, for your rescue." Du Linyang waved her hand dismissively. "Enough of the thanks. Hurry and change your clothes to prepare for work." Under Du Linyang's guidance, the staff at Longuan Tavern quickly fell into a flurry of activity. And amidst the hustle, the 3 from the natural temple gradually found their focus, temporarily casting aside the threat posed by the church. In the opulent inn at the city's center, those who had retreated from Longuan Tavern gathered together. The rooftop terrace that had previously belonged to the natural temple was now under the control of Oliver and the church's followers. The ice-encased shadow was brought onto the terrace, where the light envoy Oliver swung his sword, unleashing a flurry of sword shadows that shattered the ice, encasing the shadow. Just as he sheathed his sword, the shadow emerged from the ice, instinctively reaching for its dagger. It froze upon recognizing its surroundings and the familiar faces. Observing the shadow's disheveled state, Oliver felt an intense surge of anger within him. However, recalling the powerful figure from the dark temple behind the shadow, he suppressed his wrath and spoke as calmly as he could. "Shadow, you have already been outmaneuvered by that boy. You must find a way to overcome this, or you will never defeat him." Noticing that the shadow did not respond, but instead tightened its grip on the dagger, Oliver understood that the shadow's innate pride prevented it from bowing down so easily. With a resigned sigh, Oliver continued, "Shadow, I advise you not to provoke him any further. You must understand, this is Brelos. Why do you think your teacher is unwilling to come? You should be well aware that if any trouble arises, even if your teacher were to arrive, it would be of no use." The individuals standing on the terrace, including Reimer, were taken aback by these words. A highly regarded prodigy of the church, Reimer voiced the question on everyone's mind. "Divine envoy, is there truly a living deity in Brelos? Indeed, there exists a being capable of rivaling a god. His power has transcended the holy tier, and even if he has not reached the true level of divinity, only the Pope, utilizing the great prophecy technique, could contend with him directly." What? Even the typically aloof shadow appeared astonished. As a young genius from the church and various temples, the shadow, along with Reimer and others, was acutely aware of the might of the Pope's great prophecy technique. If not for the Pope wielding this power, how could the church compel the other 4 temples to yield? Yet now, in what seemed an ordinary border town, there was someone capable of countering the great prophecy technique, a revelation that completely surpassed the understanding of the shadow and rhymer. Seeing the astonished expressions of everyone on the terrace, including the shadow, Oliver lowered his voice and said, "The ruins open roughly every 100 years, and the individual from Brelos is the only one to have emerged from the depths of the ruins in several centuries. Someone who emerged from the depths of the ruins. Divine Envoy, what exactly lies within the ruins? Are there truly legacies left behind by fallen deities?" Caroline could no longer contain her curiosity. Leaning back in his chair, Oliver gazed up at the dimming sun. As if lost in memories from long ago, the ruins are a place created by true deities, filled with wonders, endless treasures, and powerful legacies, but also fraught with numerous dangers. About several hundred years ago, during an era when the continent was rife with chaos and division, there were scarcely any who could break through the holy tier. A high-tier warrior or mage could sweep across the continent. It was during this time of turmoil that the ruins emerged from the misty forest. Those who first entered the ruins rarely returned alive, yet this did not deter people from exploring. As exploration teams grew in number, they eventually breached the outer rim of the ruins and successfully obtained the techniques and legacies within. As he spoke, Oliver spread his palm open, revealing a golden orb of light that radiated dazzling brilliance. Resembling a small sun that illuminated the entire terrace, Oliver gazed intently at the orb and declared, "This is the source core, the greatest discovery in the exploration of the ruins. You should all be aware of its power. With the source core, even those with little talent can step into the initial or even intermediate tiers of warriors, mages, assassins, and so on. Those with some talent who are willing to put in the effort can ascend to high tiers." His gaze swept over the young geniuses around him. "And what about you? With your exceptional talents, you can easily reach high tiers and utilize the power of the source core to effortlessly break through to the holy tier. However, the mysteries of the source core do not end there. Caroline, what you have fused with is merely a primary source core, created by your teacher using her peak holy tier, 12th level warrior strength. Your source core can at most exert the power of level 6, which is only half of your teacher's capabilities." Upon hearing Oliver's words, Caroline had no objections, only pouting as she remarked, "My teacher said that any being above the high tier can create a source core. But the resulting source core can only wield half the power of its creator. This is a widely acknowledged limitation in the creation of source cores." Reimer and the others nodded in agreement, with the representative from the Soul Temple interjecting, "Nonetheless, after we strengthen our own powers, we can nurture the source core with our own strength, allowing it to gradually ascend." Upon hearing this, Oliver nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this is the remarkable strength of the source core. According to the records unearthed from the ruins, we can only manufacture source cores ranging from levels 1 to six. Transcend the limitations of level 6. One must rely on the fusioner's own nurturing and ascension," he continued. "Moreover, as per the ancient text within the ruins, even after ascension, the source core can reach a maximum of level 12, and its power will inevitably be constrained by the strength of the fusioner themselves." Noko, the mage from the Temple of Magic, chuckled amiably and said, "This is likely the limitation imposed by the rules. To truly surpass them, one must break those very rules." Upon hearing Noko's words, Oliver smiled and tucked away his source core. "Ha! Noko speaks wisely. To surpass, one must indeed shatter the rules. For centuries, we have been exploring the ruins in search of ways to break free from these constraints." At this point, Oliver deliberately paused, allowing the several gifted individuals to absorb his words. Before long, Ing was the first to speak. "Are you suggesting that someone has already discovered a way to break the rules? Could that person be the architect of Blanos, the one who rivals the gods?" Ying's words startled the others, but Oliver merely smiled appreciatively. "Haha, truly a perceptive mind from the Dark Temple. You are correct. The individual within Blanos has indeed found a method to break the rules and has successfully done so. In fact, it is not only he who has transcended the rules. His Holiness the Pope of the Church has likely done so as well. However, the Pope's ability to break the rules through the great prophecy should have been a divine gift from the main deity. Right?" Ing, relentless in his pursuit of revelation, continued with an even more shocking declaration, leaving Limer, Caroline, Noko, and even the cloaked figure from the Temple of Souls utterly astonished. Yet, Oliver maintained his smile. "Haha, well done. Your ability to deduce this is commendable. No wonder your mentor holds you in such high regard. You are indeed correct. His Holiness the Pope has received divine favor from the main deity, allowing him to surpass the limitations of the rules and wield the great prophecy at this juncture. Oliver did not grant the others an opportunity to pursue further inquiries and decisively concluded the conversation. All right, I have shared all I can. The purpose of this discourse is to ensure you understand that in Blanos, we must tread carefully if we seek to take revenge on that brat from the Dragon Spring Tavern. We must wait until the ruins open and they depart the city. Yes, Limer, Caroline, Noko, and the cloaked figure bowed in acknowledgement before turning to leave the terrace. Each heading towards their respective chambers on the upper floor. It was Ing who remained behind, and once everyone else had departed, he turned to Oliver and quietly inquired, "May I ask, my lord, what is the true purpose of the church's collaboration with the 5 great temples?" Oliver turned to gaze at Ing, his eyes radiating a formidable pressure as his aura of radiant energy enveloped and pressed down upon Ing, as if intending to crush and consume him. Clearly, Ying's question had touched upon matters he ought not to know. However, Ing exhibited no fear, meeting Oliver's gaze with determination, gritting his teeth as he slowly articulated, "My lord, I fear your true objective is to join forces to eliminate the deity of Blanos, is it not?" As soon as Ying's words left his lips, a tremendous wave of pressure descended upon him, causing his legs to feel as though they were encased in lead, leaving him utterly unable to resist. He fell to his knees on the terrace, shattering the tiles beneath him. Oliver approached like a blazing sun, his eyes seemingly capable of piercing through Ying's very being, his voice resonating with an unassailable authority. "Young one, you are quite astute. But I would prefer you refrain from uttering those words to anyone else." Faced with the overwhelming presence of Oliver, Ing found no recourse for retaliation and could only lower his proud head and respond softly, "Rest assured, my lord, I swear by the deity of the Dark Temple that I will not speak of this." Upon hearing Ying's vow, Oliver gradually withdrew his oppressive aura, observing the prostrate Ing as he murmured, "Even deities face the specter of aging. A deity on the brink of death holds little terror. It is a pity, however, that the temple of nature and the temple of brute force remain obstinate. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in such a cumbersome situation." Ing listened to Oliver's lamentation, his heart pounding in trepidation. Yet he dared not utter a word, remaining there on his knees with his hands pressed to the ground, gasping for breath in an attempt to quell the fear rising within him. Chapter 14. The ruins awaken unbeknownst to him. Lucius had been residing in the Dragon Spring Tavern for over half a month. As the time for the awakening of the ruins drew near, adventurers from all corners of the continent flocked to Blanos, causing the small border town to become overwhelmingly crowded. Within the Dragon Spring Tavern, a multitude of adventurers gathered, and Du Linyang stood at the back hall, hands on her hips, shouting, "Haru, where have you run off to again? Hurry and get out here. With so many people in the tavern, can't you be a bit more nimble? Blanos, you scoundrel, get out here and wash the dishes. Lucius, where have you disappeared to? Hurry up and fix that damn machine of yours. I'm already overwhelmed with work, and your cursed contraption is only making matters worse." As the number of visitors to the Dragon Spring Tavern surged, business boomed. Du Linyang would stand at the back hall each day, practicing her lion's roar technique aimed at the tavern staff. Having grown accustomed to Du Linyang's roars, Lucius was currently hunched beneath the kitchen stove, tinkering with the machine he had installed there. One of his achievements over the past 2 weeks, this device could automatically ignite the stove without requiring someone to control the flames. The cook merely had to step on a pedal, effortlessly regulating the fire to the desired intensity, ensuring both safety and efficiency. However, being a mechanical contraption, it was not without its minor issues. Thus, after Du Linyang became accustomed to the machine, Lucius found himself with an additional task every few days, maintaining and repairing the stove mechanism. Cough. Cough, cough. Lucius emerged from the stove, his face blackened and coughing incessantly. Even the air he exhaled tinged with darkness. Keely, squatting beside him at the stove, noticed and took a cloth to wipe his face. Asking with concern, "Lucius, are you all right?" As she handed him a water flask, Lucius took it and gulped down several mouthfuls, smiling at Keely as he said, "Haha, I'm fine, just that the Annie's foot is too heavy and broke a part of the pedal." "Is it fixed now?" Keely inquired eagerly. Lucius produced a bent metal rod and replied, "Look, I've just taken off the damaged part. It seems unusable. To fix it, I fear a replacement is necessary. Then hurry and change it. Igniting the fire is no easy task," complained the Minotaur, who was blowing into another stove. Thud. The moment the Minotaur finished speaking, a sharp slap landed on his head as Du Linyang shouted, "Hands on her hips. Change what? Get back to blowing. If you can't start the fire." I'll toss you into the furnace." The Minotaur, not daring to voice any objections, resumed blowing into the furnace, trying to coax the flames to life. Du Linyang turned to Lucius and Keely, saying, "What are you two still dawdling for? Get to work. Humph. If you don't fix it before dinner, neither of you will eat tonight." At her words, Lucius dared not delay, quickly taking the bent iron rod and exiting the kitchen, heading into the storage room's secret chamber. He retrieved his tools from a pouch and, under the watchful eyes of Keely and the gnome inside the chamber, swiftly began measuring to create a new iron rod, just as everyone was busy. The ground beneath them suddenly shook violently, a tremor emanating from deep within the earth, spreading rapidly. The buildings in Blanos began to sway, and nearly no one could maintain their footing, all caught in the tumult. The gnome's face turned pale with fear. Without waiting for the tremors to subside, he leaped swiftly to the magic platform within the chamber, chanting obscure incantations to activate the ancient magic circle. Under the gnome's magical infusion, the magic circle soon came to life, dazzling light flashing forth as images from an unknown location materialized at its center. Lucius and Keely watched in astonishment as, amidst a lush forest, the ground suddenly split open, revealing a rusted iron giant door rising slowly from below. The gnome, nimble and unaffected by the shaking of the chamber, could no longer contain himself upon seeing the steel door appear. He turned and dashed towards the exit. Just as he reached the door, it was pushed open from the outside, and Du Linyang rushed into the chamber. Before the excited gnome could speak, Du Linyang shouted at the still bewildered Lucius and Keely, "Quickly! We must leave at once." With that, she strode forward, grabbing Lucius and Keely, and turned to exit the chamber, heading towards the backyard of the Dragon Spring Tavern, showing no sign of being affected by the tremors. As they ran, Lucius observed the tavern staff, all of whom had changed into travel attire, leading Ipuli and the male elf from the Temple of Nature, swiftly following Du Linyang's lead, seemingly unconcerned with everything in the Dragon Spring Tavern, almost entirely forsaking everything related to Longguan Tavern. The crowd seized the moment of chaos as the earth trembled and rushed into the tavern's backyard. There, the dwarf Blaners stood by a desiccated pond, fiddling with a steam airship, awaiting their arrival. However, before the crowd could reach the airship, several figures descended from the sky, landing steadily in the backyard. Oliver's voice rang out. "Heh, Du Linyang, where are you in such a hurry to go?" Lucius followed the sound and beheld Oliver leading 4 elite geniuses from the church and the temple, accompanied by a group of armored individuals, effectively encircling the entire backyard. Without waiting for Du Linyang's response, Oliver continued, "Du Linyang, there is no need for such haste. While Blainer may not concern himself with you, we shall take good care of you." With a decisive motion, Du Linyang hurled Lucius and Killier onto the airship, turning to confront Oliver and his companions, declaring to the others, "You protect them and board the airship first. I will handle these ruffians." Du Linyang, do not overestimate yourself. Everyone knows that when the ruins are opened, Blainer will lose the protection of the divine, and that deity's rules will be suppressed, now that you have lost your greatest support. On what grounds do you assert yourself here? I advise you to hand over the members of the natural temple to us." Paying no heed to Oliver's arrogant words, Du Linyang instead replied with a playful laugh, "Heh. Oliver, do you truly believe that without Blainer's divine protection, you can defeat me?" With that, Du Linyang swiftly yanked off her bulky cook's apron, revealing a form-fitting crimson leather outfit, drawing a short knife from her belt. At that moment, she transformed from a cumbersome cook into a striking female warrior, her long, athletic legs and figure rivaling even that of the Valkyrie Caroline from the War Temple. Upon seeing Du Linyang's transformation, Oliver was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly grew serious as he scrutinized her, saying, "It seems you have no intention of yielding?" Du Linyang pivoted, brandishing her short knife as she charged forward, lightly rebuking, "Humph, spare me the chatter. I have never known what it means to compromise. Let me see if your church and temple have improved after all these years." As Du Linyang advanced, Oliver let out a furious roar, raising his hand to conjure a slender sword of condensed light. His battle aura surging as he met Du Linyang's charge, he commanded the others, "Leave this woman to me. You go intercept that group. Make sure to capture the members of the natural temple, and also that lad with the 4-leaf clover." Upon hearing this, a cold smile graced Du Linyang's lips. "Humph, do you think you can take me on alone?" Brilliant arcs of light burst forth from Du Linyang's blade. And despite Oliver's heightened battle aura, he was no match for her dazzling display. Unable to halt her relentless advance, the individuals who had received Oliver's orders to engage those around the airship found it nearly impossible to breach Du Linyang's defenses. As they witnessed her exceptional martial skills, Oliver retracted his previous underestimation, allowing his battle aura to swell once more. The slender sword, akin to a bee's stinger, lunged repeatedly at Du Lingyang, ultimately managing to suppress her. Meanwhile, the others seized the opportunity to dash past Du Lingyang's blockade, racing towards the airship. The tavern staff, witnessing the unfolding scene, displayed excitement on their faces as they shed their work attire and brandished their weapons in anticipation of the confrontation with the church and temple. Roar. Clash. The Minotaur swung his massive axe, sending several church knights reeling backward while halting Caroline's advance, standing firm like a deity of war. Even Caroline, born of the war temple, took a few steps back, her face betraying an expression of disbelief. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, the gnome and Noko engaged in a fierce magical duel, with Noko summoning all his magical energy and casting various formidable spells, only to find the gnome handling it all with apparent ease. Showing no signs of stress, the dwarf Blainer swung a radiant hammer, emanating a brilliant, holy light, standing his ground against Reimer without yielding, even appearing to possess a pure divine battle aura. As for the cloaked figures of the Soul Temple, they were entangled with the grotesque half-orc and the seemingly lifeless dark elf, exuding an aura of terrifying magic that deterred anyone from approaching. As everyone fought against their foes, Lucius felt an ominous sense of danger creeping closer. Suddenly, he recalled the shadow of the dark temple and glanced around, finding no trace of it. He hastily pushed Killier and Epuli onto the airship, then leaped off to instruct the elves of the natural temple. You stay here and protect them. Remember, do not leave their side. With that, Lucius drew his firearm and crossbow, rushing forth. Seeing him charge out, Killier couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Lucius, don't go. It's dangerous. Just as her words fell, a ripple in the air signaled the arrival of a figure behind the handsome elf. Recognizing the figure, Killier and Epuli gasped in unison. Ah, Shalid, be careful. Shalid, the dashing elf of the natural temple, hearing the sister's warning, sensed the impending threat behind him. With a roar, he transformed into a golden lion, but it was already too late to avert the shadow's assault. The sisters watched in horror as the shadow's dagger lunged toward Shalid. Chapter 15. The Mad Lad. The cold dagger, glinting with an eerie sheen, aimed directly for the northern flank of the golden lion. Though Shalid reacted swiftly, he had already been outmaneuvered, unable to evade the strike. The faces of the two sisters turned pale. They knew that with the old elf Belinda in slumber, should Shalid fall to the enemy's ambush, they would be utterly helpless against such formidable foes. Feeling the imminent threat, Shalid roared once more. Knowing there was no escaping the attack from behind, he unleashed a radiant golden battle aura, attempting to force the shadow away. However, the shadow had already anticipated this, knowing Shalid would release his energy to repel him. Therefore, he pressed on, thrusting the dagger downward. The cold blade pierced through Shalid's protective golden aura, shattering his last line of defense in an instant. A flicker of sorrow crossed the golden lion's eyes as Shalid understood he could no longer resist. He turned to glance at Epuli and Killier, a faint smile gracing his lips as he prepared for the inevitable. Just as the shadow's dagger was about to pierce Shalid's body, 3 arrows suddenly soared through the air, targeting 3 vital points on the shadow. Each arrow was lethal enough to end the shadow's life. The shadow's brow furrowed as he calculated the risks, reluctantly retracting the dagger and vanishing into thin air to evade the incoming arrows. Boom! Yet, with Lucius's furious shout, the arrows exploded upon the shadow's disappearance, forcing him out of the shadows once more. At that moment, Shalid, who had narrowly escaped danger, leaped forward, claws bared, and unhesitatingly pounced on the shadow, pinning him to the ground. Gazing up at Lucius, the shadow felt the weight of his failures. Realizing he had been bested thrice by this opponent, all his pride as a genius of the Dark Temple dissipated, leaving him in a state of despair. Seeing the shadow's defeated demeanor, Lucius smiled broadly. It seems you have not learned your lesson. Your stealth abilities are formidable, yet your greatest mistake was choosing to confront us head-on. You have bested me thrice. I have no words left. Kill me or do as you please, but spare me your false pretense. The shadow scoffed, turning his head away. Lucius knelt beside him, whispering in the shadow's ear. There's no need for such animosity. We are friends, not foes. Have you heard of the Brotherhood? Upon hearing Lucius's words, the shadow's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Lucius, who maintained a smile without elaborating further. Lucius produced an object from his pouch. Placing it in the shadow's palm, feeling the item in his hand, the shadow shot up, glancing at what lay within his grasp, struggling to rise, but Lucius held him down, saying, "Not yet. You cannot reveal your identity." After a moment of silence, the shadow lowered his voice to Lucius. "Your Highness, what would you have me do? Rest assured, my master has spoken of you. Shadow swears by his life that he will never betray you." The golden lion, still holding the shadow down, regarded him with incredulity, but after a moment of contemplation, chose to remain quiet, continuing to restrain the shadow. Lucius chuckled mysteriously, "No rush. You still cannot reveal yourself. I still need you on that side." Though the shadow felt a twinge of confusion at Lucius's words, he refrained from questioning further, simply acknowledging with a nod. Seizing the opportunity while the golden lion was momentarily distracted, he transformed into black smoke and vanished, regarding the shadow's disappearance. Shalid did not attempt to stop him. Lucius stood, satisfied, and patted Shalid on the back, saying, "Very well. I trust you understand my identity and hope you can keep it a secret." Shalid dared not voice any dissent, as he scrutinized Lucius with golden eyes. An ineffable fear emanated from him. He had never anticipated that Lucius not only possessed formidable strength but also boasted a background even more powerful than that of the natural temple. The Brotherhood was a name steeped in mystery and power. Shalid was unclear about the specific implications of that name, yet he was aware that several years prior, the Church and the 6 divine temples had joined forces to eradicate the Brotherhood from the continent. Although the Church and the temples only managed to capture a few inconsequential individuals in that endeavor, they paid a grievous price for their failure. That it was precisely due to that disastrous coalition that the war, magic, soul, and dark temples were compelled to merge with the Church. Now, the revelation that Lucius was connected to the Brotherhood left Shalid to wisely choose silence, given the precarious situation of the natural temple. Having dealt with the shadow, Lucius patted the still-dazed Shalid and said, "Enough. There is no need to be tense. You are well aware. Your natural temple is struggling for survival. Rather than devising ways to contend with me, it would be far more prudent for us to collaborate." The golden lion spoke for the first time, his deep voice assuring, "Rest assured, my lord. You have saved both young ladies and Shalid. You are indeed a benefactor of our natural temple. And Shalid will certainly heed your commands." "Ha ha," Lucius replied, a satisfied smile gracing his features. "Excellent, Shalid. Continue to guard these sisters here, and remember to exercise utmost caution." With that, Lucius once again hurled himself into the nearby battlefield. Watching Lucius's retreating figure, Shalid exhaled in relief, mentally resolving to be more careful in the future. At least until he secured support from his companions in the natural temple, he could not afford to offend Lucius. The battlefield in the backyard of the Longquan Tavern was in utter disarray. Despite Du Linyang and her companions possessing formidable strength, the sheer number of adversaries from the Church and the 5 divine temples ensnared the people of the Longquan Tavern, rendering their escape impossible in the short term. Oliver brandished his rapier, relentlessly targeting Du Linyang's vital points, while laughing maniacally, "Ha, Du Linyang, there is no escape for you today. Without any restrictions, you have no advantage whatsoever." "Humph." Du Linyang deftly maneuvered, easily evading Oliver's thrusts, and retorted, "Oliver, spare me your self-satisfaction. Do you truly believe that a few weeds under your command can hinder me?" With that, she swung her dagger, delivering several swift strikes that forced the towering Oliver to retreat. Infuriated by being pushed back by a woman, Oliver unleashed his fighting spirit anew and advanced menacingly toward Du Linyang. At that moment, he suddenly heard the familiar bang, bang, bang of gunfire, recalling the earlier ambush by Lucius's firearm. Oliver immediately steeled himself for potential danger. Observing Oliver's cautious demeanor, Du Linyang let out a sharp whistle and decisively abandoned her confrontation with him, turning to lead the people of the Longquan Tavern toward the airship by the dry pond. By the time Oliver regained his senses, he discovered that under Du Linyang's leadership, the tavern's patrons had breached their confinement and were rushing toward the airship moored at the pond's edge. Seeing Du Linyang and her companions about to board the airship, Oliver bellowed in exasperation, "Damn it, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pursue them. We cannot allow them to escape." As he shouted, he led his entourage in pursuit, but just as he took a few steps, the familiar sound of gunfire bang, bang, bang echoed again. Oliver felt a sudden numbness in his legs and, looking down at the wound on his calf, roared in fury, "Damn it, you little brat. If I catch you, I will tear you limb from limb." No sooner had he uttered these words than Lucius's voice rang out, "Everyone, enjoy yourselves. This batch of potions is specially prepared for you. It will surely be an unforgettable experience." With a shout from Lucius, Oliver felt the sand beads within his calf burst, and soon thereafter, his entire lower leg lost sensation. When he looked down, he found his leg swollen to an alarming size, struggling to move with his heavy limb. He watched helplessly as the airship ascended slowly into the sky, raising his arm in a futile attempt to shout, "You bastards! You cannot escape! You cannot escape!" Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that everyone was similarly afflicted. Their legs grotesquely swollen, rendering them unable to walk. The most unfortunate of them all was Ramo, who, having taken a hit to the face, now resembled a pig. Observing the sight of his companions with swollen limbs and Ramo's pig-like visage, Caroline could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Lucius, you are truly wicked." On the airship, the others gazed down at the furious Oliver. Laughing heartily, Du Lingyong stepped forward, throwing an arm around Lucius and playfully tapping him on the head, saying, "You little rascal, why do you always hold back?" Lucius, feigning injury, covered his head and replied, "Andy, when have I ever held back? Look at them. They have all turned into pig legs and pig heads. Isn't that sufficient? Humph, that is far from enough. Do you think that by sparing them this time, they will refrain from attacking us in the future? If they seize an opportunity, they will not hesitate to kill you. Do not be misled into thinking that Lucky Clover will save you." Upon hearing Du Lingyong's serious admonition, the others on the airship nodded in agreement. Du Lingyong released Lucius and continued, "I know you have been influenced by that old fool Nestor and the Brotherhood's ideology, feeling reluctant to harm your enemies." Pausing for emphasis, Du Lingyong firmly stated, "However, you must understand that this world is inherently unfair. Survival of the fittest is the fundamental law. Showing mercy to your enemies will only lead to more dire consequences for yourself. If they seize an opportunity, it could very well mark your demise." Lucius stared at Du Lingyong, taken aback. He had never considered that the aunt who always jested with him could possess such gravity. From her words, he sensed the bitterness she had long suppressed. Nonetheless, Lucius did not endorse Du Lingyong's perspective. He turned and climbed to the edge of the airship, spreading his arms wide as he gazed down at the crowd, proclaiming, "Auntie, you are right. But I believe that even under such circumstances, resorting solely to violence is not the only path. Let us approach the world's injustices with a heart full of tolerance." The crowd stared at Lucius in stunned silence, particularly alarmed by his precarious stance, each person filled with trepidation, unsure of how to respond. After a lengthy pause, it was Du Lingyong who regained her composure first. She swiftly stepped forward and yanked Lucius down, delivering several playful taps to his head while chastising, "You reckless fool. Are you trying to get yourself killed?" After scolding him, she tossed Lucius onto the deck of the airship and turned to stride toward the cabin, muttering under her breath, "He is simply insane." Chapter 16. Turmoil and miracles. As the airship ascended higher, the entirety of Blanos lay beneath them. Peering over the rail, Lucius could clearly see that the once peaceful border town had descended into chaos. Adventurers poured into the streets, recklessly settling scores with their former foes. The serene little town was transformed into a chaotic battlefield in the blink of an eye. The dwarf Blanos had appeared beside Lucius at some point, taking a few swigs from his mug of ale and reflecting wistfully, "Nothing is eternal. Even that one sacred domain can fall. Turmoil in Blanos is inevitable every century." "Why is that?" Lucius inquired, puzzled by the pandemonium below. He could not fathom why the so-called deity who had founded Blanos did not intervene at such a time of crisis. The dwarf took a sip from his mug, a smile playing on his lips, and replied, "Why? Haha. Do you think that deity does not wish to intervene? It is not that he cannot. Rather, he is overwhelmed. With the opening of the ruins, all worldly rules become constrained, under the overwhelming power of the ruins. Even deities become diminished." The dwarf's words left Lucius astounded. He had not anticipated that the ruins could wield such power, capable of suppressing all worldly rules merely upon their activation. This was merely a fallen sacred domain. How terrifying would its power have been if it had not fallen? Noticing Lucius's silence, the dwarf downed the last drop of ale from his cup and said, "Kid, once we enter the ruins, you will understand what it means to truly transcend the rules." Finally, the airship reached a sufficient altitude, the rear vents expelling a torrent of air, propelling the vessel toward the misty forest beyond Blanos. Within the city, the Long One Tavern had been nearly demolished by Oliver and his men. Observing the tavern reduced to ruins, Oliver, with his swollen legs, took a few steps, his face contorted in anger as he surveyed the onlookers, especially infuriated by the soldiers who had escaped unscathed yet struggled to contain their laughter. Oliver was nearly apoplectic with rage. Taking advantage of the dissipating rules of Blanos, he led a large force into the Longquan Tavern, initially hoping to secure the credit for the victory as a way to atone for his earlier slip-ups. However, he had never anticipated that the outcome would be as it was. Not only had he failed to capture the saneness of the natural temple, but he had also allowed the patrons of the Longquan Tavern to slip away right beneath his nose. This is a disgrace. The greatest humiliation in my life as the divine envoy of the radiant god, Oliver, that damned little brat. If I ever catch him, you will surely pay the price. As Oliver spoke, he became agitated, raising his foot to stomp the ground fiercely, only to forget about his clumsy leg. As he lifted his leg, his body immediately lost balance, and before he could manage to push off with his awkward limb, he fell backward with a resounding thud. Lying on the ground and gazing up at the sky, Oliver remained silent for a long while before unleashing a roar. You bastard, little punk, sooner or later, Oliver will catch you. In the clock tower at the center of Blanos City, the old alchemist Nestor and the one-eyed dragon stood alongside a tall, dark-haired man, quietly observing the city below, now engulfed in chaos. Through the transparent clock face, after a lengthy silence, the old alchemist Nestor sighed. Alas, a century of unrest is about to unfold once again. The one-eyed dragon's good eye shifted, and his aging face revealed a look of concern. A century of turmoil. I wonder if the Brotherhood can withstand it this time. Upon hearing the one-eyed dragon's words, Nestor turned to address the dark-haired man standing before them. Your Highness, should we not take action as well? The Brethren in the Brotherhood are already prepared. The dark-haired man remained silent for a long time before slowly responding. This turmoil is likely to be even more perilous. Even that deity in the city may not endure it. Why do you say that? Your Highness. The man's words left the one-eyed dragon and Nestor utterly astonished. The deity in Blanos City was almost universally acknowledged across the continent, and even the church and the 6 sacred halls could not deny that deity's status, nor dare to act recklessly in Blanos. Yet now, the man before them, the leader of the Brotherhood, claimed that even that deity might not be able to endure the impending chaos. The dark-haired man turned his gaze to the one-eyed dragon and Nestor, his deep black eyes surveying them, his tone heavy with a hint of resignation and melancholy. Last time, the church used my hand to eliminate some factions of the 6 sacred halls. Now, the church has already gained control over 5 of the 6 sacred halls, and the remaining barbaric hall may not last long. By uniting the 6 sacred halls, we can unlock the door deep within the ruins. Once that door is opened, even a deity may fall. Thus, the one in Blanos has abandoned the city to personally venture into the ruins. At this point, the dark-haired man paused before continuing. It is a pity that the future is not in anyone's hands. Even if one reaches the divine tier and becomes a figure of admiration, they cannot control their own destiny. Just as the man's words echoed, a sudden sound of footsteps emerged from behind them, followed by a deep voice proclaiming, Lu, I did not expect that among everyone, you would see the situation most clearly. Upon hearing the deep voice from behind, both the one-eyed dragon and Nestor turned in unison, only to see a strikingly handsome man with golden hair approaching. The 2 old men were filled with terror and immediately knelt on one knee to pay their respects. We greet the god sovereign. Noticing the old men bowing in deference while the dark-haired man paid them no mind, even turning away to continue gazing down at the city through the transparent clock face. The golden-haired man's eyes flickered with a flash of lightning, but quickly dimmed as he smiled at the dark-haired man. Lu, we have been friends for many years. You truly intend to withhold your assistance from an old friend? He paused momentarily before continuing. Lu, you must understand that your brotherhood is a thorn in the side of the church and the sacred halls. If Blanos were to fall, where would you find refuge? Can, as a deity revered by the masses, you should know that some things cannot be forced. Nothing is eternal. Even the holy domain of your will eventually fall, let alone we. The golden-haired man, referred to as Can, chuckled at Lu's words. Haha, Lu, if what you say is true, why then would you allow your son to venture into the ruins? Upon hearing Can's words, both the one-eyed dragon and Nestor were taken aback. The 2 old men wished to stand and argue, but found themselves pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Kan. In that moment, they profoundly felt the might of the divine tier, even as powerful saint-tier supreme beings. They were utterly powerless before this divine man. However, Lu remained unaffected, turning to gaze at Can with his profound eyes. Can, do you know why you and those from the church cannot break the rules and are restricted by the regulations of the ruins? At this, a flash of electricity sparked in Can's eyes as he fixed his intense gaze on Lu's unperturbed face. Lu, it seems you know something. I am all ears. I hope to grant my son Lucius the chance to leave my protection and face the ruins on his own, providing him hope to carve out his own path. Ha ha ha. Hope? Lu, you dare speak of hope to me? Do not forget, for 100 years, without my protection, your brotherhood would have been annihilated long ago. Do you still speak of hope? Kin's laughter dripped with scorn. Lu, in front of your two esteemed elders, can you articulate where your brotherhood's hope lies? The one-eyed dragon and Nestor looked up, gazing at Lu with deep concern in their eyes. They understood Kin's power. The strength of the divine tier was not something they could withstand. The two old men hoped Lu would momentarily relent to navigate through this crisis, for if Kin were truly provoked, even with the current restrictions on the opening of the ruins, the three of them could not hope to contend with him. Yet, the resoluteness evident in Lu's gaze filled the two old men with dread. It was clear he had no intention of yielding to the deity before him. Indeed, Lu stepped forward, meeting Kin's threatening gaze without fear. Kin, my brothers and I in the Brotherhood are grateful for your assistance over the years, but our hope does not reside in you. If needed, we shall assist you, but the Brotherhood shall not bow to anyone. As he spoke, a brilliant light erupted from Lu, surging forth to the Saint tier and beyond, reaching a level that rivaled Kin's OWN. In an instant, the two divine presences clashed within the clock tower, and the heavy tolling of the bell echoed as their power collided. Swiftly radiating throughout Blanos, emerging from the ruins of the Longwan Tavern, Oliver felt the two divine forces instantly, looking up toward the clock tower where the energy waves unleashed by their clash rippled outward. The energy waves swept through Blanos, turning chaos into calm, restoring the previously destroyed buildings to their former glory in the radiant light. Oliver stared in astonishment as he beheld the Longwan Tavern, once in ruins, rise anew from the debris in the blink of an eye. Gazing at the restored tavern, Oliver muttered in disbelief. I never imagined that old fellow could still perform such miracles. At the clock tower, Kin stood alone before the transparent clock face, surveying the restored city below, his expression somber as he murmured to himself, Hope? Will there truly be hope? Chapter 17, The Enchanted Dreamship. Roar, roar, roar. Lucius stood at the edge of the airship, extending his hand to caress the clouds drifting by, his face aglow with a sunlit excitement. In that moment, he resembled a child, devoid of the composure and ferocity he had displayed during the fierce battle. On the deck of the airship, everyone was infected by Lucius's joy, their faces adorned with smiles, as if they were not fleeing from a recent battle nor exploring the ruins of the fallen holy domain, but rather embarking on a leisurely excursion into the misty forest. The staff from the Longquan Tavern watched Lucius's pure, sunny smile, their faces brightening as they temporarily forgot the looming crisis. The dwarf Blano, having procured a large mug of ale from somewhere, sipped while eyeing the exuberant Lucius, letting out a burp. Hick, this kid is truly a gem. We are clearly in flight from disaster, yet he remains so cheerful. The Minotaur, upon hearing this, approached and snatched the oak cup from Blano's hand, tilting it back to drink the ale within, wiping his mouth and tossing the cup back to Blano. Haha, there's no need to be so tense. We have already left Blanos, and with the airship, the church and the sacred halls cannot catch us. Hey, Blano sprang up to snatch the oak cup back, glaring at the now empty vessel with indignation. Cain, you bastard, you drank all my ale. Haha. Hick, Shorty, what do you plan to do about it? Do you want to fight me? The Minotaur Cain laughed heartily, unfazed by Blano's anger. Seeing Cain's boisterous demeanor, Blano's irritation flared, and in a fit of rage, he leaped up, swinging the oak cup toward Cain's head. With a resounding bang, the oak wine cup smashed against the bull-headed creature, causing Cain to instantly wipe the smile off his face. He glared furiously at Blarno and exclaimed, You little imp, how dare you strike? Damn you! Today I shall show you just how many horns the Bull King possesses. The bull-headed man lunged toward the dwarf. And soon, on the airship's deck, a fierce scuffle ensued between the two, each delivering merciless blows. Before long, one of the dwarf's eyes began to swell, while the bull-headed creature sported a bruised lip. Rather than intervening, the onlookers on the deck cheered loudly, shouting, Hey, Blarno, hit him. Yes, strike his bull snout. Oh my, Cain, what are you doing? Kick him with your hoofs. Yes, splendid. Use your bull head and horns to ram him. Let him know that the Bull King has 2 horns. The atmosphere on deck grew increasingly lively, with Lucius, brimming with excitement, swaggering across the deck, calling out, Come, place your bets. Everyone, hurry and wager. Let us see if the bull-headed man triumphs or if the dwarf proves stronger. Come on, place your bets. The sight of Lucius sitting on the ground, running a betting scheme, left the crowd astonished. especially as he resembled a casino dealer, a stark contrast to his usual innocent demeanor. Disapprovingly, Apuli snorted, "Humph, what a little rogue." It was evident that Apuli still held a grudge against Lucius. While Kiliel found the scene quite amusing, relishing the rare moments of peace, and Joy.as the staff of the Dragon Spring Tavern eagerly placed their bets, even Shalid from the Nature Temple pulled out a cherished magic crystal to wager. Meanwhile, the bull-headed man and the dwarf continued their fierce exchange, having already gone several rounds. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the cabin as Du Linyang's voice rang out, "Enough. Lucius, you little rascal, get back in here at once. Everyone else, return to your duties. If you keep causing trouble, I'll toss you all overboard." Upon hearing Du Linyang's fierce command, the crowd on the deck scattered like mice sensing a cat, hastily returning to their respective posts. Even the brawling, bull-headed man and dwarf quickly separated. However, when they realized they needed to find Lucius to reclaim their bets, they scanned the deck in vain. He had vanished without a trace. The gnome slapped his forehead in dismay, muttering, "Damn it, that brat tricked us. He made off with all our wagers." Only then did the crowd come to their senses, realizing that while they were distracted, Lucius had absconded with all the bets. Yet, despite knowing Lucius had fled with their money, no one dared to seek him out in the cabin, for Du Linyang's orders were not to be defied. Thus, they could only harbor their resentment and return to their posts. Meanwhile, Lucius, clutching a bundle of wagers, quietly slipped into the cabin, counting his ill-gotten gains as he made his way inside. Just 2 steps in, he suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him, and with a startled, "Ah!" he tumbled down the stairs into the dark recesses of the cabin. With a thud, he landed on the ground, rubbing his sore limbs as he raised his head. Recognizing his surroundings, they were eerily familiar, reminiscent of the underground chamber he had encountered before. As Lucius stood there, momentarily dazed, Du Linyang's voice pierced through the silence. "What are you dawdling for? Get up and follow me." Startled by her voice, Lucius quickly looked up to see Du Linyang emerging from behind him. Without exchanging pleasantries, she proceeded down the corridor leading deeper into the chamber. Noticing her serious demeanor, Lucius composed himself, stowing away the pile of wagers in his belt pouch and dusting himself off to catch up with her. Navigating the dim corridor, they arrived at the first closed door. Du Linyang pushed it open, and Lucius peered inside, where the brightly lit cockpit revealed itself, surrounded by transparent glass walls, offering a breathtaking view of the skies and surroundings. Inside, several goblins and gnomes busily attended to their tasks. Ignoring the open door as they continued their work, Du Linyang made no pause, leading Lucius onward to the second door, which she opened to reveal a thunderous roar emanating from within. Lucius instinctively knew that this must be the engine room, and sure enough, shortly after, a gnome clad in work attire poked his head out. Upon seeing Du Linyang, he exclaimed, "Esteemed mistress, what commands do you have?" Without hesitation, Du Linyang delivered a swift reprimand. "What are you standing around for? Get back to work." "Humph, always looking for an opportunity to slack off." The gnome quickly retreated, and Du Linyang shut the door, continuing to guide Lucius through various chambers, allowing him to observe each one. Eventually, they reached the last door at the end of the corridor. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a verdant cocoon that had grown into a towering tree. In that moment, Lucius finally understood that the airship was indeed the underground chamber from the Dragon Spring Tavern. Du Linyang stepped into the tree-filled chamber. Lucius, not wanting to linger, followed suit. The moment he crossed the threshold, the scenery transformed into an endless expanse of wilderness, with both he and Du Linyang standing beneath the towering tree. The sight left Lucius awestruck, and in a moment of clarity, he seemed to grasp that this airship was a marvel of both magic and machinery. Du Linyang looked up at the great tree and addressed Lucius. "What do you think?" "Isn't it incredible?" To which Lucius, surveying the vast wilderness, turned to her with a smile. "Indeed, it is quite marvelous." "Auntie, did you and your subordinates create all this? It feels like a dream." "Yes, this airship is named Dream of Enchantment, constructed based on a blueprint passed down from the ruins. Who would have thought that, after so many years, it would once again soar towards those ruins?" A wistful expression crossed Du Linyang's face, as if recalling many past memories. She stood silently for a moment before saying to Lucius, "I know you are the son of the Brotherhood's King Ru, and your teacher is also a core member of the Brotherhood." The seasoned alchemist Nestor. Upon hearing her mention his father, Lucius grew visibly excited, grasping Du Linyang's sleeve as he inquired, "Auntie, do you know my father? Do you know where he is?" Du Linyang, taken aback by his eagerness, pondered for a moment before asking, "Didn't Nestor take you to meet your father before you came to my tavern?" "What? Lucius's realization struck him. His father was in Blarno City, and he had been so close, yet had never met him. Seeing Lucius's expression dim, Du Linyang stepped forward and embraced him, softly comforting. "Child, your father is a remarkable man. His absence is to ensure your safety." Lucius wrapped his arms around Du Linyang, savoring the rare warmth, and softly replied, "Auntie, I understand. I know my father is in great danger, which is why he cannot meet me. I do not blame him. I will strive to improve my strength and help him in the future." "Very well. Lucius, you are a wise child, and I believe you will grow to be as powerful as your father and fulfill your dreams." Encouraged by Du Linyang's affirmation, Lucius paused briefly before asking, "Auntie, have you met my mother?" At this, Du Linyang hesitated for a moment before a smile graced her face. She gently caressed Lucius, saying, "Yes, I have met your mother. She is a beautiful and kind woman. I believe your family will reunite one day." This moment of warmth enveloped both Lucius and Du Linyang in tranquility. However, suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the peace, and the ground trembled violently, as if the very sky were about to split open. Du Linyang's expression hardened, and she pushed Lucius away sharply, saying, "Lucius, the church and the temple are after us. You must remember, should you encounter danger in those previous chambers and the airship cannot withstand it, take the three from the nature temple and come to this chamber. Command this chamber to depart without hesitation." Having given her instructions, Du Linyang did not wait for Lucius's response. She flung open the chamber door, and instantly, the surroundings transformed back into the familiar underground chamber. Du Linyang hurriedly stepped out. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lucius followed closely behind, racing along the corridor towards the airship's deck. Chapter 18. Pursued. As Lucius stepped out of the chamber, he was met with the thunderous sound of cannon fire, followed closely by several dark cannonballs soaring from the depths of the clouds, hurtling toward the airship. The deck of the airship was in utter disarray. The gnome, upon spotting several dark cannonballs hurtling toward them, urgently shouted, "Quickly, turn the helm. We must not allow those iron projectiles to strike. Otherwise, the airship's hull will sustain damage, and that would be quite troublesome." Below, in the cockpit, the goblins and gnomes seemed to hear the calls of gnome mage talk from the deck. The airship suddenly plummeted through the clouds below, while the bow swung leftward in an attempt to evade the approaching iron projectiles. However, affected by the turbulent winds above, the airship could not turn swiftly enough, and the cannonballs, traveling at great speed, were rapidly closing in on the right side of the vessel as the cannonballs were about to descend. The Minotaur King let out a fierce roar and dashed to the edge of the airship's railing. His body radiated a brilliant aura of battle energy as he brandished his hammer against the falling cannonballs. Exclaiming, "Moo!" Accompanying the Minotaur's roar, the hammer collided with the cannonballs. Infused with Kane's energy, the hammer did not shatter the projectiles but instead sent them careening away. With a series of powerful swings, Kane managed to deflect all incoming cannonballs, securing the safety of the airship's right side and preventing any impact. The crew on deck breathed a sigh of relief, and Gnome Tak, regaining his composure, continued to shout, "Turn left 30 degrees, full speed ahead. We must hastily leave this cloud zone." As the leader of the group, Du Linyang swiftly approached Shalid, who was protecting the two sisters, and said, "Shalid, you must take them into the cabin immediately and wait in the last compartment. If we cannot shake off our pursuers, I will use that compartment to send you away." Hearing this, Shalid glanced at the nearby Luxius, who smiled warmly and said, "Hee, don't look at me. Follow the lady's instructions. Rest assured, with me here, we will certainly evade our pursuers." Upon hearing Luxius's confident words, Shalid bowed to Du Linyang, then seized the two sisters and headed toward the airship's cabin. As Killier was being pulled along by Shalid, she bit her lip and suddenly broke free, rushing to Luxius's side and placing a crystal orb into his hand, saying, "Be careful." Without further ado, Killier then hurried to join Shalid and Epuli in the cabin. Watching the three of them disappear behind the cabin door, Luxius held the crystal orb, still warm from Killier's touch, and carefully sensed the verdant magical energy within it. Glancing at the orb in Luxius's palm, Du Linyang couldn't help but chuckle. "Little one, it seems you have quite the charm. That girl even gave you a sacred orb from the Temple of Nature." Puzzled, Luxius looked at Du Linyang and asked, "Sacred orb, what is that?" Seeing Luxius's bewilderment, Du Linyang expressed disbelief. "Did that old coot Nestor not inform you? The sacred orb is a type of pseudo-source core, capable of releasing magic only once." Then, with a playful smile, Du Linyang added, "Hee, this sacred orb must have been bestowed upon that little girl by the nature goddess of the temple. Her giving it to you signifies her desire for your safety." "Oh, I never imagined you would be so well-liked. Well then, keep it safe. As long as I'm here, there's no need for you to use the sacred orb." After saying this, Duyong turned and ascended toward the higher deck, her resolute silhouette revealing her determination to fight fiercely. As the airship swiftly pierced through the clouds with the howling wind, it rapidly descended, aiming to fly low over the misty forest, though perilous. This maneuver would utilize the forest fog to obscure the airship from the enemy's sight, thus preventing the foes above from detecting its precise position and trajectory. However, just as the airship broke through the clouds, a deafening roar echoed from above. Boom, boom, boom. The crew looked up to see a pristine white steel airship hovering in the sky, its ominous cannons aimed directly at Duyong's wooden vessel, unleashing fiery tongues of flame. Under the barrage from the hovering airship, the Dragon Spring Tavern's vessel was forced to halt its descent, and Gnome Tok bellowed, "All hands prepare, activate the magic array to intercept those cannonballs." At his command, everyone on the airship adopted a serious demeanor, securing ropes to their waists, either at the edge of the ship or beside some structure on the deck. Observing this, Luxius, without needing further prompting, dashed to the mast on the airship's deck, grabbed a rope, and fastened it to his waist while gripping the mast's edge. "Prepare, activate." With Tok's command, the magic array on the lookout tower of the airship was activated with a hum, enveloping the entire wooden vessel in a layer of bronze-colored magical shield. As the shield enveloped the airship, cannonballs struck it, colliding with the barrier. While they could not penetrate the magical shield, the impact caused the entire airship to shake violently. Fortunately, the crew had anticipated this, despite the swaying. Everyone was secured by ropes and held onto something, ensuring no one was thrown overboard. Once the violent shaking subsided, Tok shouted urgently to the cockpit, "Quickly, turn the helm, head into the clouds. We must evade them and find an opportunity to counterattack." Dwarf Blano led a group of dwarves to wheel the cannons on the deck to the railing, firmly securing the cannon bases at the front in preparation for an attack. Minotaur Kane rallied his kin to move the munitions stored in the cabin onto the deck, arranging them beside the cannons and securing the boxes to the deck. Meanwhile, Night Elf Palu led a squad of elven archers, each armed and positioned on the deck, securing themselves as they entered a state of readiness, waiting for the airship to burst forth from the clouds to strike the white vessel with a thunderous blow. The mages of Dragon Spring Tavern, under Tok's leadership, stationed themselves at various corners of the airship, using their magical prowess to maintain the protective barriers surrounding the ship, drawing her curved dagger from her waist. Duyong stepped onto the edge of the lookout tower and brandished the blade, shouting, "Charge! Let those ecclesiastical bastards see that my illusion dream is not to be trifled with." With Duyong's command, the airship surged upward, swiftly ascending toward the clouds, soon emerging above them. However, as they burst forth, they discovered the white airship already waiting ahead. Duyong, taking a more direct approach, did not allow the white vessel a chance to retaliate. Issuing a straightforward command, "Fire, blast those scoundrels to smithereens." Boom, 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 boom. A cacophony of cannon fire erupted from the ship's sides as the cannons unleashed a barrage of projectiles toward the opposing white airship. The cannonballs rained down upon the vessel, yet it remained eerily still, showing no signs of evasion or movement as it allowed the deluge of projectiles to descend, just as the cannonballs were about to strike. A dazzling light erupted from the layers of deck on the white airship, radiating like sunlight and rendering nearly everyone unable to open their eyes. Luxius quickly retrieved his glasses from his waist pouch. The dark lenses shielded his eyes from the blinding light, allowing him to see clearly what was transpiring aboard the white airship. He observed that the radiant light emanated from armored paladins, whose combined luminescence formed a protective barrier around the white vessel. Shattering all incoming cannonballs in midair, the paladins' unleashed battle energy not only intercepted the cannonballs but also obliterated them without inflicting any harm upon the white airship, which remained steady and unperturbed. Luxius gasped, hurriedly relaying this sight to Duyong and Tok, whose expressions turned grave upon hearing the news. Duyong couldn't contain her frustration, cursing, "Damn the ecclesiastical order. They have summoned paladins to reinforce their ship. Boss, we cannot afford to engage them like this. We must find a way to break free, or we'll be overwhelmed before the afternoon is over." Tok interjected urgently. Duyong glared at the gnome, retorting, "Do you think I am unaware? But just look at our current predicament. It is evident that the ecclesiastical order has powerful allies. This airship outperforms the illusion dream in every aspect, and we cannot escape them." Before Tok could respond, Duyong suddenly noticed several shadowy figures emerging from the white airship. Recognizing the dark, mist-like shapes, she immediately commanded the elves below, "Palu, act swiftly. We cannot allow those magical servants to approach. Cain, Blano, prepare your men. Instantly, everyone on the deck sprang into action. Amidst the chaos on the illusion dream, a radiant figure appeared atop the white airship, surveying the scene below. Luxius was the first to sense the figure's gaze. He looked up to see a young man clad in a pure white robe, surrounded by a throng of admirers, exuding an aura reminiscent of divinity. With golden hair and sapphire blue eyes that sparkled like precious gems, he radiated an indescribable elegance that seemed to concentrate all beauty around him. Sensing the gaze of Lucius upon him, the man lowered his head to scrutinize Lucius. Upon observing the cascade of black hair and the profound black eyes characteristic of an Eastern visage, the man's expression momentarily faltered, only to be replaced by an elegant smile as he addressed those beside him. Heh, is the lad blessed by the goddess of fortune truly the one with black hair and black eyes? The radiant envoy of the light, Oliver, respectfully inclined himself and replied, Indeed, your highness, it is that lad with the ebony locks and onyx eyes. He possesses a golden four-leaf clover. At this revelation, a spark of astonishment flickered in the young man's azure eyes, though he swiftly concealed it, responding with a graceful smile. Heh, since he possesses a golden four-leaf clover, I must meet him. Upon hearing this, Oliver immediately knelt on one knee, assuring, Yes, your highness, rest assured, we shall swiftly breach their airship and present that lad before you. The handsome young man nodded in satisfaction, casting a downward glance at Lucius aboard the magical dream, before turning to stride towards the cabin of the airship. Oliver and the others likewise knelt in reverence, and once the prince's figure vanished into the cabin, Oliver rose and instructed the 5 young elites, All right, the prince has given his orders, prepare yourselves. The 5 youthful elites, no longer brimming with their previous arrogance, quietly accepted their orders and departed. Lucius, through his spectacles, observed the unfolding events. Realizing that the next wave of assault was imminent, he averted his gaze and bowed his head, pondering how to navigate the present predicament. Chapter 19. Counterattack. Noticing Lucius beside her suddenly falls silent, Du Linyang gently prompted, You little rascal, what are you pondering? Be cautious. The church is about to launch their next offensive. At her words, Lucius lifted his gaze and inquired, Auntie, I just saw a striking young man clad in white robes with golden hair aboard that pristine airship. It seemed everyone aboard held him in high regard. Even that envoy of the light and the prodigy Raymer treated him with utmost respect. What, a golden-haired man in white robes? Does he appear quite youthful? Du Linyang eagerly probed for further details about his appearance. Hearing her inquiries, Lucius could not help but exclaim, Annie, do you know him? Well, it seems it truly is him. The son of the church, she replied. What? The son of the church? Who is he? Is he of high status? I noticed even the one hailed as most likely to become the Pope, Raymer, showed him deference. Observing the astonished expression on Lucius's face, Du Linyang's demeanor grew serious as she explained, The son holds a unique position within the church. They are often referred to as the children of the divine and serve as the earthly representatives of the deities. Although their status does not rival that of the Pope, they wield absolute authority. In the church, aside from the Pope, no one holds a higher rank than they do. Thus, even if Raymer is qualified to inherit the papacy, he must still show the utmost respect to the son before he ascends to that position. Upon hearing Du Linyang's elucidation, Lucius realized, no wonder Raymer and that envoy of the light showed such reverence to the young man. So, Andy, how many sons does the church have? Du Linyang pondered for a moment before responding. Legend has it that when the Holy Domain fell, many deities survived that cataclysmic battle and subsequently established the Holy Church in secret, utilizing it to gather followers and sustain themselves. Realization dawned on Lucius as he muttered, So, does this mean that the church and temples are essentially places of sustenance established by those deities? They recruit believers and collect faith to support themselves. Indeed, one could say that both the church and the temples are controlled by several deities, with the church being backed by the largest number of divine beings. This is why the church possesses such formidable power. Lucius, intrigued, inquired, Then, how many deities does the church sustain? Does each one designate a son? The exact number of deities sustained by the church remains a mystery, known only to the successive popes. However, there are 4 publicly recognized sons. Lucius found this rather peculiar, only 4. Thwack! Du Linyang playfully delivered a light slap to his head, exclaiming, Is 4 too few? Humph, those sons are backed by deities, and they possess divine cores infused within them. granting them strength that could nearly sweep away all below the divine tier. Ah, I see. So, is the sun on the opposing airship one of those publicly recognized four? Lucius pressed on. Unfazed by Du Linyang's playful reprimand, Du Linyang nodded gravely. Indeed, based on your description, the sun aboard the airship is likely the strongest of the four, known as Phobos, the representative of the sun god, endowed with a divine core bestowed by the sun god himself. Wow, that is impressive. Annie, we should make haste to escape. We are no match for him. It's still not too late to flee. Lucius exclaimed, but before he could finish, thwack, Du Linyang playfully smacked him again. Her expression filled with mock fury. Flee? What nonsense. Even if he is a sun, so what? Humph, my magical dream can surely overcome him. Ha. Yes, that's the spirit. Auntie, we need not fear them, even if he is a sun. We might still hold our ground. Besides, if things turn dire, we can always retreat. Du Linyang, upon hearing Lucius's words, playfully struck him again. You little rascal, how dare you lecture me? Humph, let me tell you, I don't need your encouragement. Just take care of yourself and don't wet your pants when the battle commences. Haha. Lucius chuckled, flashing a grin without retorting, instead quietly stepping aside. Just then, the Church-S airship initiated its assault. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening cannon fire erupted as the blackened mouths of the cannons on the pristine airship belched forth flames, unleashing a barrage of heavy, dark projectiles towards the magical dream. Despite the Church-S initial strike seemingly granting them the upper hand, the magical dream was well-prepared. At the command of the gnome talk, the mages stationed on the deck brandished their wands, activating the magical array. A magnificent and resplendent magical shield surged forth, rapidly contracting its radius, while the intricate runes became increasingly complex, rendering the shield more formidable, akin to a weighty metallic wall enveloping the entire airship. Bang, bang, bang. The projectile struck heavily against the magical shield, the thunderous impact sending tremors through all present, yet the cannonballs failed to breach the shield. Nor did the hull of the magical dream shudder. Having withstood the church's initial wave of attack, Du Linyang immediately ordered a counteroffensive. Damn it, those scoundrels, brothers, let us show them the might of our magical dream. With Du Linyang's command, the dwarves, minotaurs, gnomes, and elves sprang into action on the deck. The dwarves aimed their cannons at the airship, the minotaurs wielded their heavy javelins, the gnomes raised their long-range firearms, and the elves drew their bows infused with magic. Oliver, positioned among the higher ranks of the Church-S airship, observed in alarm as their bombardment failed to inflict any damage on their opponent, who was now poised to retaliate. His expression grew grave. Raymer, sensing the tide of battle was turning against them, leaned closer to Oliver and murmured, Envoy, the situation is increasingly unfavorable for us. While we may have numerical superiority, their individuals are exceptionally strong and well-coordinated. If this continues, we risk incurring losses. Oliver turned to Raymer. Raymer, do you think I am unaware of this? Yet you should know well that the sun has issued orders. We must defeat them at all costs. Understanding the gravity of Oliver's words, Raymer and his companions realized Oliver had backed himself into a corner, dismissing all contrary advice. Nevertheless, as they prepared to face an impending assault, Raymer could not help but suggest, Envoy, I believe we should alter our strategy. We cannot let them dictate the battle. We must leverage our advantages. Raymer's insistence seemed to calm Oliver momentarily, as he surveyed Raymer and asked, Very well, how do you propose we adjust our strategy to exploit our strengths? Isn't it obvious? We have more personnel than they do, so we should employ a swarm tactic, send our forces to board their ship and overwhelm them with numbers. Before Raymer could respond, Caroline, ever the eager one, interjected. Raymer frowned at Caroline's interruption, but Oliver contemplated. Indeed, that is a viable plan. Very well, prepare the boarding party. Once we withstand this wave of attack, we shall launch our assault. Boom, boom, boom. No sooner had Oliver finished speaking than the magical dream retaliated. The dwarves' artillery struck heavily against the paladin's aura shield, causing the church airship to sway violently. Oliver, having finally steadied himself, turned with fury and shouted, Scoundrels, prepare the boarding team at once. We must set sail immediately and launch an offensive. Humph, let those heretics understand the consequences of challenging the Holy See. However, before Oliver could finish his command, the messenger at his side had not yet transmitted the orders when a chilling scream erupted from below. Ah, damn it, it's a magic energy arrow. In an instant, the entire Holy See airship, save for the lookout tower at the top, was engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing forth and swiftly enveloping the vessel. Cough. 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 Those damn scoundrels. Retaliate. Retaliate. Bring those heretics down. Oliver bellowed in a fit of rage. At his cry, the crew of the Holy See airship sprang into action, but soon, another wave of attacks from the illusory dream struck, sending the airship into violent tremors, plunging the crew into utter chaos. Ha ha ha! Cheers erupted from the illusory dream, as the dwarven leader, Brano, shouted triumphantly, "Damn the Holy See! Let them witness our might. They shall learn that we, aboard the illusory dream, are not to be trifled with, nor are we mere prey for their slaughter." The Minotaurs unleashed their fighting spirit, hurling their hefty javelins towards the Holy See airship, without the protection of paladins. Those heavy javelins easily pierced through the airship's hull in the blink of an eye. The Holy See airship lay in ruins, chaos reigning as its crew scurried to evade the brutal assault. Under the relentless onslaught of the illusory dream, the Holy See airship could not mount a counterattack, lacking even the most basic defense, reduced to a mere target for the onslaught. Witnessing the airship's inability to retaliate, the crew of the illusory dream erupted in jubilant cheers, mercilessly continuing their assault, intent on bringing the Holy See airship crashing down. All seemed lost in the euphoria of victory, save for Lucius, whose eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety, pondering the absence of the son of the Holy See, a shadow of concern creeping into his heart. He raised his head, wishing to alert Juliana, to remind the jubilant crew. But Juliana was wholly absorbed in the triumph, brandishing her curved blade and exclaiming like a pirate, "Attack! Attack! Bring down the Holy Sea's airship." Seeing the fervent excitement of his companions, Lucius understood that he could not dissuade them now. He bowed his head in silence for a moment before quietly slipping away from Juliana's side, hastening to the rear of the illusory dream, seizing the moment when no one was paying attention. He retrieved a compact glider from the pouch at his waist. After expanding it, he grasped the glider and leaped from the airship, riding the updraft into the clouds ahead. Chapter 20. The Sun's Fury. Boom. Boom, boom. Under the fierce assault of the illusory dream, the Holy See airship ignited in flames and erupted violently, the once pristine vessel now battered and on the verge of collapse. Ha ha ha. Hurry, hurry, continue the attack. Bring those bastards of the Holy See down, down. Tok shouted excitedly from the deck of the airship. The dwarves, minotaurs, and elves intensified their assault, and even the mages maintaining the magical barrier joined the fray. United in their resolve to bring the Holy See airship crashing down, the Holy See airship finally emitted a deep groan as it struggled against the relentless onslaught of the illusory dream. Its levitation devices faltering, cracks appearing along its hull, threatening to tear apart. Amidst the exhilaration of the crew, eager to deliver a devastating blow to the Holy See, a sudden, faint sound pierced the air. Juliana, sensing something amiss, swiftly grabbed Tok and shouted to the mages aboard, "All mages, cease your actions immediately. Focus all power on the magical barrier, quickly, quickly." Yet, before Juliana could finish her command, the precarious Holy See airship erupted in a blinding radiance, a brilliant light rendering it nearly impossible to see. Tok, clutched in Juliana's grasp, squinted in terror and shouted, "Quickly, the magical barrier. Raise the barrier. Raise it." Boom. A radiant light enveloped the airship, restoring the once battered vessel, the gaping holes sealing themselves as if by divine intervention. Then, a commanding voice resonated from within the Holy See airship. "Now, we commence the attack." The previously panicked crew found renewed vigor, their morale soaring as the chaos dissipated, each individual radiating a holy luminescence that harmonized with the brilliance enveloping the airship. In the next moment, this holy light coalesced into a massive white cannon, aimed directly at the illusory dream. Offering no chance for Juliana and her crew to recover their magical barrier, the cannon swiftly gathered light and energy, revealing the silhouette of a dragon's head, exuding an overwhelming pressure that instilled dread in all who beheld it. Upon the emergence of that spectral dragon's head, Tok's pupils constricted in fear as he freed himself from Juliana's grip, frantically pacing the deck and shouting, "Quickly, turn the helm, maintain the magical barrier, uphold it." On the illusory dream, the crew, stunned by the imposing presence of the dragon's head, snapped back to reality at Tok's urgent cries, swiftly following his commands. The illusory dream began to veer, seeking refuge in the nearby clouds to evade the looming cannon, while the mages exerted all their efforts to sustain the magical barrier. However, in the face of the dragon's head, the magical barrier appeared feeble and laughable, akin to fragile parchment, with a resounding tremor. The illusory dream shuddered violently as it struggled to turn, The entire vessel jolted in place. Boom, boom, boom. The airship shook violently, throwing its occupants off balance as the dragon's head came into sharper focus. Tak, managing to regain his footing, gazed up in terror at the increasingly defined dragon's visage and uttered in despair. It's over, it's over. We can't escape, we can't escape. The airship's crew, upon hearing Tak's panicked exclamations, looked up, their gazes fixated on the divine dragon's head. In that moment, they truly felt their own insignificance. Beneath the dragon's formidable presence, they were utterly powerless. Doliana stepped forward, seizing Tak and bellowing. What are you all doing? Release the escape pods at once. Yet Tak stared blankly at Doliana, his face contorted in despair as he finally uttered, Boss, it's too late. It's all over. We are completely locked in now. If we release the escape pods, they'll be destroyed. Damn it, damn it. Think of something. I refuse to lose to those bastards of the Holy See. Doliana cried, nearly driven to madness, desperate to ensure Lucius and the others were saved. But Tak's face was filled with dread as he replied, Boss, there is truly no way out now. If we forcefully detach, the escape pods won't stand a chance. Doliana's expression turned blank at Tak's words. She had never anticipated events would spiral so drastically. The imminent crisis had cornered her and everything she held dear into a dire predicament. Despite having faced numerous perilous situations over the years, none had been as perilous as this moment. She realized she had lost all avenues of retreat. If they could not withstand the onslaught of the Holy See, everything she cherished would be obliterated. The thought of losing everything ignited a fierce determination within Doliana. She cast Tak aside, her form radiating a resplendent light as she brandished her curved blade and roared, Everyone, pull yourselves together. At Doliana's furious shout, the despondent crew of the airship felt a surge of energy. Their gazes turning towards her, who stood resolute like a goddess of war. Wielding her blade, she proclaimed, We have faced countless dire situations before, any one of which could have spelled our demise, enough to annihilate the entire Dragon Spring Tavern. Yet, time and again, we have persevered. Now, we stand once more at the brink of despair, but we must not cower. Let us summon our courage, for we shall prevail. Roar, roar, roar. The crew echoed her fervent call, raising their weapons and emitting a unified roar. Their bodies aglow with a kaleidoscope of light as they steadfastly gazed upon the dragon's head, now nearly fully revealed. In that moment, the illusory dream faced its direst hour without fear, the son of the Holy See. Phobos returned to the lookout atop the airship, gazing down at the spirited illusory dream, and could not help but exclaim, Who would have thought that even when confronted with despair, that woman remained so fiercely defiant? Truly, she is worthy of being the first female warrior of the War Temple. The bystanders, stunned by the son's words, were taken aback, especially Caroline, whose heart raced with astonishment. A talented elite of the War Temple. Having earned the title of War God at a young age, she was well aware of the legendary tales surrounding the first female warrior of the temple. It was indeed an era that stirred the soul, a time when the sacred realm fell and chaos reigned, during which the Holy See and the six great temples had yet to fully rise, plunging the entire continent into turmoil. In that era, both the Holy See and the various grand temples were teeming with extraordinary talents, each one a prodigy emerging amidst the chaos of a restless continent. These remarkable individuals rose to prominence, vanquishing the malevolent forces that ravaged the land, thereby establishing the present-day Holy See and the six great temples, bringing centuries of peace to the entire continent. However, following the war and the restoration of order, that original cohort, the very individuals who had labored amidst turmoil and conflict, chose to retreat into obscurity, leaving no one to wield power within the Holy See and the temples. Caroline, who had grown up in the Temple of War, had naturally heard the legends of those figures from the past, her heart brimming with expectations for the once divine female warrior. Although she was revered as the Valkyrie, Caroline was acutely aware that she could not compare to those illustrious individuals of yore. In her heart, she felt unworthy of the title Valkyrie. Now, standing on the observation deck of the Holy Sea's airship, she beheld her idol, the female warrior who had profoundly influenced her life, standing on the very vessel that was about to be destroyed. Sensing Caroline's silence, Phobos turned to her, smiling as he remarked, It seems our Valkyrie is somewhat moved by the scene before her. Upon hearing the words of the Holy Son, Caroline snapped back to reality. Meeting Phobos's gaze and detecting a glimmer of coldness in his eyes, she immediately knelt on one knee, bowing her head as she said. Caroline was momentarily lost in thought. I hope the Holy Son can forgive me. Seeing Caroline kneeling, Phobos wore a smile and elegantly placed a hand on her shoulder. Caroline, the figure below is merely the past female warrior, while you are the Valkyrie of the present. You must have confidence to surpass her. Only then can you achieve greater heights. Yes, Caroline shall not disappoint your expectations, holy son, she replied, not daring to express any dissent. Phobos nodded in satisfaction, his face adorned with an elegant smile as he said, very well, then rise. Let us witness the fall of the once great female warrior. At his words, Caroline stood up and observed the airship below, which was radiating an intense light, seemingly vying for supremacy against the Holy Sea's airship. In that moment, Caroline could deeply feel the true brilliance that belonged to the Temple of War. Yet soon, she heard Phobos's dismissive words. Humph, a cornered beast fights desperately. Deity appears the former female warrior has truly aged. How could she withstand the dragon's breath, fueled by the combined might of hundreds of holy knights? As he spoke, Phobos erupted with dazzling brilliance. The dragon's head, which had gradually taken shape, fully manifested under the infusion of his divine power. The pristine dragon's head reared up, exuding an aura that looked down upon all. Preparing to unleash the long-awaited dragon's breath upon the tempestuous, magical dream airship. At that moment, Lucius, who had soared between the clouds on his glider, emerged from the mist, fully aware of the peril confronting the magical dream. As he witnessed the massive dragon head fully materialize and prepare to unleash its breath, Lucius understood that the dragon's breath, summoned by Phobos's divine might and the collective strength of numerous holy knights, was beyond the capacity of the magical dream to withstand. Even if Du Linyang and the others exerted their utmost, they would likely be obliterated by the dragon's breath in the end. Without hesitation, Lucius skillfully maneuvered his glider upwards, rapidly approaching the Holy Sea's airship. However, as he neared the vessel, he found it increasingly difficult to control his glider under the weight of its divine aura. He narrowly avoided being engulfed by the divine whirlpool several times, yet Lucius continued to demonstrate his exceptional skills, managing to keep his glider from being drawn into the surrounding vortex of divine power. Drawing a metallic sphere from his waist, Lucius deftly unleashed it from its restraints on his arm. He then rummaged through his pouch for some time, before finally retrieving the mystical orb that Shearer had given him. The restrained sphere opened a slit, swallowing the magical orb within. Lucius grasped the sphere in his palm, raising his hand to aim at the underside of the Holy Sea's airship, swiftly reciting an obscure incantation. At the exact moment the dragon's head unleashed its breath, Lucius completed his incantation, channeling his magical energy into the sphere in his palm, activating its internal gears to turn rapidly as the gears rotated. The magical orb within the sphere was triggered, and a powerful energy coalesced, ultimately surging through his fist to strike the underside of the Holy Sea's airship. Chapter 21. Narrow victory over the Holy Sun before the Holy Sea's airship. Radiant light converged as the dragon's head finally took shape. Beneath the proud uplifted head, the magical dream airship appeared as a mere leaf adrift in the ocean, easily susceptible to being overturned and devoured by the dragon's breath. Yet, facing the now materialized dragon head, Du Linyang displayed no fear. Rather, her magnificent aura surged even more vibrantly as she strode boldly to the forefront of the airship, confronting the dragon head directly. Wielding her curved dagger, she roared, "Charge!" smashed that accursed Holy Sea airship to pieces. The brilliance surrounding Du Linyang intensified, and her fervor ignited those aboard the magical dream. All present focused their energies, their diverse auras intertwining in a dazzling display, momentarily rivaling the radiance of the dragon head. Meanwhile, the goblins and gnomes in the lower chamber exerted themselves, pushing the magical dream to its limits. The airship, propelled by newfound vigor, shot forth with the speed of a released arrow, hurtling toward the massive dragon head. Observing the reckless charge of the magical dream, the occupants of the Holy Sea's airship turned pale with concern. Oliver stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Phobos, urging, "Your Highness, please retreat. This is perilous." At Oliver's action, disdain flickered across the faces of Reimer and others, yet Reimer quickly moved to shield Phobos as well, gravely stating, "Holy Son, the divine envoy is correct. You must take cover, it is dangerous here." Phobos, however, remained composed, stepping forward to gracefully push the two aside with a smile. Merely the light of a grain of rice. Do not fear. They are simply engaging in a futile struggle." With that, Phobos pointed forward, and the massive dragon head, now fully formed, raised its noble neck, its aura exploding with an overwhelming presence as the dragon's breath brewed within its maw. Turning to smile at the others, Phobos declared, "Do you see? Just a mere gesture from me, and in an instant, the female warrior and her airship shall be struck down. Hearing Phobos's confident assertion and witnessing the smile upon his face, especially as they beheld the dragon head elevated high, the onlookers understood that the destruction of the magical dream under Phobos's command was inevitable, just as Phobos prepared to unleash the dragon's breath upon the magical dream. A thunderous boom erupted, causing the entire airship to violently shake. This tremor was unlike any that had come before, more intense than ever, and in that instant, the dragon head, which Phobos had summoned from the collective strength of the airship's occupants, began to disintegrate. Oliver struggled to steady himself against the railing, panic in his voice as he cried, "What is happening? What in the world is going on? Someone investigate, quickly." Phobos, however, bore a calm demeanor, though a deep shadow lurked in his eyes as he watched the dragon head crumble and the airship begin its descent. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he unleashed an even more brilliant light. Above him, a radiant sun-like orb emerged, its brilliance pulsating with a terrifying divine presence. Under the support of this divine power, the disintegrating dragon head began to reform, and the descending airship abruptly halted. Phobos's visage contorted with rage as he exerted all his strength to harness the orb above him, bellowing, "I, Phobos, holy son of the sun god, shall never be defeated, absolutely never." As the dragon head reformed, preparing to unleash its breath upon the magical dream, several verdant vines suddenly erupted from the bottom of the airship, swiftly ensnaring the entire holy sea vessel. With a powerful tug, the once reformed dragon head was bound in an instant to Phobos's orb dimmed, rendering him powerless to intervene as countless vines enveloped the ship entirely. With a creaking sound, just as the magical dream was about to collide, the holy sea airship plummeted downwards under the weight of the entwining vines. With a resounding explosion, the ship's power systems buckled under the strain, sending plumes of black smoke billowing as it plunged toward the clouds below. Phobos's gaze flickered with divine wrath as he stood atop the descending airship, looking up at the clouds, where he caught sight of Lucius soaring from the mist on his glider, fixating on the figure maneuvering the glider through the clouds. Phobos's eyes gleamed with a ruthless glint as he muttered to himself, "Kid, consider yourself fortunate this time. But next time, luck may not be on your side. We shall meet again in the ruins." Aboard the magical dream, everyone leaned over the railing, gazing down at the plummeting holy sea airship to eye in that moment. A profound sense of survival washed over them. Just moments ago, they had been so close to death, each soul bracing for the worst, never expecting to escape the clutches of fate. "We survived! We survived! Oh, we survived!" A voice erupted in exultation, and instantaneously, the airship erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Lucius soared through the clouds on his glider. A radiant smile adorned his face. He felt genuine joy in having saved the lives aboard the airship. Hiding within the confines of the cabin, the trio from the Temple of Nature remained in a state of anxious anticipation. Upon hearing the jubilant cheers from outside, Killier wasted no time and rushed out onto the deck. Scanning the crowd for any sign of Lucius, her heart sank as she found him absent. A wave of concern washing over her visage. While in the cabin, she had felt a connection to the nature secret pearl and sensed its activation, releasing its full power. That moment, dread gripped her heart. Fearing that Lucius might truly be in peril, and that the Dragon Spring Tavern's airship could fall prey to the church. She had even steeled herself for a confrontation with the pursuing forces of the church. However, the cheers from outside suggested that the crisis had been averted, indicating they had triumphed over the church once more, and thus Lucius should be safe. Yet, standing on the deck and searching for him in vain dimmed her earlier excitement, replaced by an ominous feeling. A thought crept into her mind. Could it be that Lucius had sacrificed himself to save them with that pearl? If that were the case, tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. She could not bear the thought of Lucius laying down his life for her. Just as the tears were about to overflow, a heavy hand clapped her shoulder. "Little girl, why are you crying? We won. As for that scoundrel, look up. He's flying out there." Upon hearing this, Killier hastily wiped her tears and lifted her gaze to the clouds, spotting a figure gliding through them like a dragon. In that instant, her sorrow transformed into joy, and she shyly looked at Dulliana, unsure of what to say. Dulliana, however, smiled and said, "Haha, all right, little girl, no need to worry, right? Don't be deceived by that rascal. He values his life more than anyone else and would never recklessly throw it away." Lucius danced among the clouds, frolicking around the Fantasia dream until Dulliana's commanding voice rang out. Signaling the airship's imminent departure, he gracefully descended onto the airship's deck. Upon landing, Lucius swiftly stowed away his glider, just as he tucked the compacted glider into his waist pouch. Doliana approached and seized him, but a series of playful thumps landed on Lucius's head as Doliana, with a frown, scolded him. "You little rascal! How dare you act on your own without following my orders? Your audacity is growing." Wincing from the playful blows, Lucius couldn't help but plead, "Auntie, please, don't hit me. I did something good this time. Why are you punishing me?" "Punish you? That's exactly right. You've got some nerve. You should know that if you had failed and were caught in the church's vortex, your life would have been forfeit." Many around nodded in agreement with Doliana's actions, supporting her decision to discipline Lucius. "You should be severely punished to teach you a lesson, lest you truly endanger your life next time." Hey, you lot. I'm your savior. Instead of showing gratitude, you're supporting Andy and punishing me. I mean, come on, stop. Andy, take it easy. Amidst Lucius's cries, the Fantasia dream set sail once more, venturing into the depths of the mist-shrouded forest of mists. Boom. With a resounding crash, the vines entangling the plummeting church airship were finally eradicated by Phobos, the massive propeller of the airship whirred to life, lifting the vessel skyward, swiftly breaking through the thick clouds and returning to the celestial heights. Oliver hastily rose, kneeling before Phobos with one knee on the ground, seeking forgiveness. "Your Highness, I bear full responsibility for this failure. I humbly ask for your pardon." Observing Oliver kneeling before him, Phobos placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "No, Oliver, this is not your fault. The blame lies with me. My arrogance led me to underestimate that boy." No. Oliver, in a state of panic, quickly retorted, "Your Highness, it is not your fault. I have suffered losses at his hands twice, yet I failed to warn you. Ultimately, the fault is mine." "Haha." Phobos chuckled softly. "Oliver, do not shoulder the blame unnecessarily. I am well aware that this failure rests upon me." As he spoke, a shadow crossed Phobos's eyes, and he sighed. "I recall the Pope's warning before I departed the church. Arrogance and disdain will become our hindrance. Indeed, I have fallen victim to my own hubris." Everyone was taken aback by Phobos's words, particularly the churches and temples prodigies like Reimer, who fell into contemplative silence, pondering the implications of the Pope's caution. Under the waning sunlight, Phobos radiated a brilliant light once more, gazing into the misty depths of the forest of mists, murmuring, "Lucius, very well. I shall no longer underestimate you. When we meet again, I will treat you as my greatest adversary that I look forward to our encounter in the ruins." Chapter 22. Landing with a series of cracking sounds as branches snapped, the Fantasia dream gradually descended towards the fog-laden canopy of the forest, hovering in midair a short distance above the ground. Doliana rallied the crew, saying, "All right, gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. We have ventured deep into the forest of mists, and I believe the church and temple won't be able to locate us for the time being." Lucius, overhearing, poked his head out of the propulsion chamber and inquired of the busy Doliana on the deck, "Auntie, aren't we headed to the ruins? Why are we stopping here?" In response, Doliana approached the hatch of the propulsion chamber, squatted down, and playfully thumped Lucius on the head. "You little rascal, you must understand. We are now deep within the forest of mists. Continuing to fly high in the fog will only lead the airship astray." Lucius rubbed his head in protest. "Auntie, didn't you say you wouldn't hit me anymore? How can you go back on your word?" "Humph, had I known, I wouldn't have helped you fix the propulsion system." Thud. As soon as he finished speaking, another playful thump landed on Lucius's head, as Doliana exclaimed, "Oh, you little brat, you've grown quite bold. Asking you to repair the propulsion system was a way to atone for your mistakes. Do you really think I was begging you?" Grimacing from the playful thumps, Lucius could only retreat in indignation, tightening the last screw on the propulsion system before stepping out of the chamber. Upon exiting, he found Killier and Shalid waiting outside. When Killier spotted Lucius, she immediately smiled and handed him a clean towel. "Here, wipe your face, you're covered in grease." Lucius did not accept the towel but instead raised his hands with a grin. "Ha, look at me. I'm a mess. You all hurry and get ready to disembark. I need to wash up." With that, he turned and dashed back into the cabin. Killier, holding the towel, gazed at Lucius's retreating figure, whispering to Shalid, "Does he dislike me?" Shalid smiled softly and replied, "Miss, don't overthink it. He simply doesn't want to dirty your towel. Now, let's hurry and pack our things to prepare for disembarking." Upon hearing Shalid's words, Killier hesitated, asking further, "Shalid, do you think we can safely enter the ruins and find what the nature goddess needs?" "Of course we can. Don't forget, we are under the protection of the nature goddess. Killier, don't let your mind wander. As long as we find that item and return it to the temple of nature, we will reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Even the church will have to bow to the nature goddess. Before Shalid could finish, a voice echoed from the depths of the corridor. Epuli, you look quite dashing. Killier turned toward the sound and saw Epuli emerging. Clad in snug leather armor, exuding an air of haughty elegance. Curious about her sister's attire, Killier asked, Sister, why are you dressed like that? Oh, dear Killier, do you not know? The journey ahead requires us to traverse on foot through the forest of mist to locate the entrance to the ruins. Wearing magical robes would be quite cumbersome. Upon hearing her sister's explanation, Killier looked at Shalid with uncertainty. Is that so? Unsure how to respond, Shalid fell silent. Just then, a freshly cleaned Lucius happened to emerge. Grinning as he remarked, No worries. Andy will surely arrange for someone to clear the way, so wearing magical robes won't be an issue. Epuli, hearing the distasteful voice and the contradiction to her beliefs, felt a surge of irritation, wishing to retaliate with a nature spell. Lucius, oblivious to the tension, strode over to the trio, urging, Come on, let's move quickly. Auntie and the others must be ready. Without sparing a glance at Epuli, Lucius walked past her and extended his hand to Killier with a smile. She naturally took his hand, allowing him to lead her towards the deck, upon witnessing Lucius and Kiriel hand in hand. Making their way toward the deck, Epuri, already feeling somewhat displeased, was nearly overtaken by a fit of indignation. Fortunately, Shalid intervened just in time, advising, Your Highness, it is imperative that you consider the greater good. Reflecting on Shalid's counsel, Epuri recalled the significance of their mission and chose not to pursue her grievances further, suppressing the inexplicable irritation within her, and proceeded alongside Shalid toward the cabin's exit on the deck of the magical dream ship. Dulinyang and her companions were already prepared for departure. The heavy backpacks slung across their shoulders indicated that the people from Longwan Tavern had adequately prepared for their expedition into the ruins. Upon seeing Lucius emerge from the cabin, Dulinyang addressed the goblin leader, Desk, stating, Desk, ensure that you moor the airship in a secure location. Should we signal for help, you must arrive in the shortest time possible. Desk, bowing respectfully to Dulinyang, replied, Rest assured, Bostad, as long as you remember to provide Desk with something later, I and the airship will be at your service when you need us most. Dulinyang, somewhat irritated by Desk's astute remarks as a goblin, swiftly drew her curved dagger and, with a flourish, severed the brim of Desk's hat, threatening, Desk, if you fail to appear on time, I shall slice you into pieces and feed you to the fish. Desk, lifting his chin and swallowing hard, chuckled nervously, Esteemed boss, rest assured, as long as you beckon, Desk will be there at the first call. Satisfied with his response, Dulinyang nodded, sheathed her dagger, and turned to the assembled group, declaring, Let us depart. Instantly, the crew lined up in an orderly fashion, utilizing the ropes affixed to the ship's side, gliding down into the mist-laden forest below. Observing her companions descend with the ropes, Kiriel suddenly realized that her magical robe posed a considerable inconvenience. Watching her sister and Shalid glide down, she felt an urgent desire to return and change out of her robe. Yet, before she could turn around, Lucius grasped her arm, assuring, Fear not, I shall take you down without the need for those ropes, trust me. Dulinyang, initially poised to use the ropes, upon hearing Lucius' words, abandoned the idea and approached the pair, stating, You rascal, I knew you had some trick up your sleeve. And no matter what method you employ, you must take me with you. Lucius, sporting a pained expression, assessed Dulinyang, responding, Surely, Auntie, your considerable weight presents a challenge. With a swift motion, Dulinyang delivered a sharp smack to his head, bellowing, Who are you calling fat? How dare you insult me? Do you want me to toss you overboard? Faced with Dulinyang's fierce demeanor, Lucius ultimately relented, retrieving a small iron block from his satchel, channeling magical energy into it through a metallic sphere. The initially modest iron piece rapidly expanded, transforming into an enormous glider. Kiriel, taken aback, gazed at the spectacle in disbelief. Dulinyang, equally astonished, remarked to Lucius, I must say, I did not expect your satchel to contain such remarkable items. This glider, a fusion of spatial magic and mechanics, is truly extraordinary. Surprised by Dulinyang's insight into the glider's mechanics, Lucius replied, Ah, Auntie, you can discern the principles behind the folding glider? With pride, Dulinyang raised her chin, declaring, Of course, if I couldn't even recognize this, how could I have constructed this airship? What? Both Lucius and Kiriel gasped in unison. After recovering from his shock, Lucius continued, Auntie, You crafted this airship? Indeed, when I was in the East. I specifically apprenticed in mechanism arts. As long as I have the blueprints, crafting an airship is no challenge, she replied. Mechanism arts? What is that? Is it a form of Eastern magic? Hearing Lucius' inquiry, Du Linyang fell into a reverie. Sighing after a moment of silence, those are merely remnants of the past. For now, I cannot return. When the opportunity arises, I shall share more with you. But for now, let us descend. With a whoosh, the massive glider lifted Lucius, Du Linyang, and Kirill into the air, soaring from the airship's deck and gradually descending toward the misty forest below under Lucius's control. Observing their steady descent, Du Linyang could not help but exclaim, "This contraption is indeed fascinating. It can bear the weight of 3 individuals while maintaining a consistent speed." Turning to Lucius, who was at the helm, she continued, "Boy, this can hardly be called a glider anymore, can it? Did you create this yourself? Integrating a jet mechanism with magical formations to generate airflow, it's quite ingenious." Lucius, grinning as he navigated the glider, replied, "Hee, the glider's design was inspired by ancient scrolls I obtained from my teacher that I made some modifications, and it evolved into what you see now. Your teacher must be Nestor, right? That old coot loves collecting all sorts of ancient scrolls, many of which he never even reads, just gathering dust. But with you around, those scrolls are certainly better off than collecting dust." Before Du Linyang could finish her thought, Kirill, sandwiched between them, gasped, "You're actually Master Nestor's disciple. I've heard in the Nature Temple that the most formidable alchemist on the entire continent is indeed Nestor." Puffed, the most formidable alchemist. That old man is merely a lunatic. If you ever enter his alchemical tower, you would never regard him as a master again. While Lucius and Kirill engaged in conversation, Du Linyang seized the opportunity to grasp the glider's controls, abruptly pulling them downward, causing the glider to suddenly ascend. The abrupt change in momentum destabilized the glider, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that propelled it upward instead of downward. The sudden upheaval startled Kirill, who turned pale and let out a shriek, while Lucius clutched the controls, attempting to stabilize the glider, shouting at Du Linyang, "Andy, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill us?" Initially intending to test the glider's controls, Du Linyang had not anticipated such an outcome. Hearing Lucius's frantic plea, she attempted to revert the glider to its original state, but in her flustered state, her actions conflicted with Lucius's. The glider soon lost its balance and spiraled chaotically through the sky. As they spun, the air filled with the incessant screams of Kirill and Du Linyang. The cacophony of their cries left Lucius exasperated as he struggled to regain control. After immense effort, he finally managed to stabilize the glider, gently guiding it back to the ground, allowing all 3 to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 23. Lost just as they exhaled in relief, an intense sense of foreboding seized Du Linyang's heart, sending a chill down her spine as she sensed danger lurking behind her. Instinctively, she reached to protect the 2 others. However, before she could act, Kirill, pinned beneath Lucius, let out a soft whimper and forcefully pushed him aside. The sudden movement triggered a ripple of tension, and Du Linyang's heightened perception detected a predatory gaze zeroing in on them from behind. In an instant, the entity surged forward with tremendous force. Ignoring all else, Du Linyang aimed to secure Lucius and Kirill, but Kirill, startled, recoiled from Du Linyang's outstretched hand. With the wind howling closer, Du Linyang, realizing she could not restrain Kirill, had no choice but to abandon her attempt. Springing to her feet, she drew her curved dagger, radiating with combat energy, and turned to confront the impending threat. With a resounding clash, a creature entirely shrouded in black sludge collided violently with Du Linyang. The creature's claws, enveloped in dark mist, met her dagger, the blackness rapidly consuming the blade as droplets resembling ink dripped from its claws onto her weapon, trickling down the blade. Noticing the black liquid threatening to fall onto her hand, Du Linyang swiftly forced the creature back, shaking off the inky substance. Before she could launch another offensive, another shriek erupted from Kirill. Irritated, Du Linyang snapped, "Stop screaming, will you?" Yet, upon turning to assess the situation, she was horrified to discover 2 more creatures, also cloaked in black sludge, flanking them. The trio found themselves encircled by a horde of these grotesque beings. "Blast it, Lucius, where on earth have you led us? Why have we not reunited with the others?" Du Linyang's furious outcry resonated in the air, while Lucius, appearing utterly innocent, protested, "Andy, this isn't my fault. Had you not yanked the controls recklessly, we wouldn't have strayed off course." Roar. Before Du Linyang could lay further blame on Lucius, the creature she had repelled lunged at her, its sharp claws poised to strike. The corrosive black sludge was violently expelled, forcing Du Linyang to momentarily retreat. After evading the noxious substance, she swiftly turned and lunged forward, wielding her curved blade to slash at the waist of the black sludge creature. The blade sliced through its abdomen, creating a gaping wound, and the creature let out a horrific wail as it collapsed to the ground. Without granting the creature a chance to retaliate, Du Linyang raised her foot and stomped on its head. Wielding her blade to sever its head cleanly, the decapitated creature instantly transformed into a pool of black sludge, which oozed into the ground, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing Du Linyang eliminate one black sludge creature, the remaining two seemed to be stirred into action, immediately roaring as they charged toward Lucius and Killier. However, Lucius was not slow to react. He swiftly pulled the dazed Killier behind him and drew a firearm from his waist pouch, mercilessly firing several shots at the two approaching black sludge creatures. Bang, bang, bang. The firearm spewed flames, dazzling magical lights flickering constantly as the fireballs struck the creatures' heads. With the explosive impact of the fireballs, the heads of both creatures burst apart, sending sparks and black sludge flying. Lucius quickly urged Killier to retreat. The headless black sludge creatures collapsed to the ground, similarly transforming into black liquid that seeped into the soil, the rising darkness evoking a sense of unease. Seeing Lucius dispatch the two creatures, Du Linyang let out a sigh of relief, then approached Lucius, delivering a sharp reprimand. "You insolent brat, where on earth have you led us?" Ouch! Lucius quickly covered his head, looking at Du Linyang with a sense of grievance. "Andy, you really can't blame me for this. We were descending fine until you insisted on pulling the control lever, which caused us to veer off course. Plus, with the fog enveloping the forest, I couldn't tell which way was which." After hearing Lucius's explanation, Du Linyang furrowed her brow slightly, scanning the dimly lit forest around them, her expression growing grave. "It seems we have become separated from the others." Saying this, Du Linyang retrieved a mirror from her waist pouch, infused it with her aura, and the surface shimmered. Soon, the face of the gnome Tak materialized within the mirror. Upon seeing Du Linyang, Tak exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, boss, you finally contacted us. Where on earth have you been? We'll come to find you right away." Peering through the mirror to assess Tak's situation, Du Linyang noted that he and his companions were also under attack. Confirming that no one was injured on their side, she waved her hand, saying, "No, don't come looking for us." Her expression suddenly turned serious as she spoke through the mirror. "From now on, Tak will lead the team, with Blaine, Kane, and Paulu assisting. You should head directly to the entrance of the ruins. We will regroup there. But, boss, isn't it dangerous for you to be alone in the misty forest? Why don't we find you first, and then head to the ruins together?" It was evident that Tak genuinely worried for Du Linyang's safety, but she calmly rejected his concern. "There's no need. This is the misty forest, and we cannot ascertain our exact location in the short term. That it could be very dangerous for you to come here. It's better to go directly to the ruins entrance, where you can more easily discern the direction and avoid getting lost in the forest." Hearing Du Linyang's resolute stance, Tak and the others from Longquan dared not voice any objections, but they insisted that Du Linyang maintain communication with them. After addressing matters on that side, Du Linyang stowed the mirror away and said to Lucius and Killier, "All right, the path ahead is perilous. We must rely solely on ourselves. Auntie, how can you be so sure that we can find the entrance to the ruins? It's damp and dim here. It's nearly impossible to discern the path, and it would be very easy to get lost." Du Linyang raised her hand, intending to deliver a reprimanding slap to Lucius, but seeing him dodge swiftly, she couldn't help but chuckle, raising her arm to point at the distant sky, saying, "Just look up for yourself." Lucius and Killier glanced upward, following Du Linyang's finger, and beheld a bright star shining amidst the misty sky. Thud! Seizing the moment, Du Linyang slapped Lucius on the back of the head, saying, "Do you see it? The entrance to the ruins lies directly beneath that shimmering star." Having been caught off guard by Du Linyang's sneak attack, Lucius could only grumble in annoyance, rubbing his sore head as he muttered, "At this distance, how long will it take to get there?" Contemplating this, Lucius turned to the glider, suggesting, "Auntie, why don't we use the glider to fly over?" Upon hearing this, Du Linyang shook her head solemnly. "No, aside from walking, there is no other way to approach that place. Once the glider takes off, we will lose sight of that star." "What, we have to walk all the way there?" Lucius exclaimed in shock. gazing at the dim and treacherous forest ahead, and then continued, Andy, this is far too dangerous. This time, Du Linyang did not reprimand Lucius but instead spoke with utmost seriousness. Kid, do you think entering the ruins is a trivial matter? If it were that simple, there wouldn't be so many adventurers perishing each time the ruins open. What the heck? The ruins are clearly a lure for people to meet their doom. Hearing Lucius's discontented complaint, Du Linyang suddenly smiled, saying, Hee, you hit the nail on the head. The opening of the ruins is indeed an invitation to peril. Those who manage to walk out alive from the ruins will become renowned figures. Lucius scoffed disdainfully, humph. And what good is fleeting fame? In the end, don't they all fade into the dust of history? I hope that place where the gods fell contains something valuable. Thud. Another reprimanding slap from Du Linyang landed on Lucius. And before he could voice his indignation, she had already turned to walk into the shadowy forest, tossing her hefty backpack at him, saying, Put this on and hurry up. Faced with the large backpack that Du Linyang had flung at him, Lucius grimaced in frustration. Killier, feeling a pang of sympathy, opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, Du Linyang had already pulled her away, saying, Enough, don't worry about him. It's safer for you to stay by my side. With no choice, Lucius donned the backpack and trudged along behind Du Linyang as they ventured deeper into the dark forest. Shortly after the trio departed, the black sludge that had seeped into the ground began to bubble up, quickly coalescing into 3 black sludge creatures, which glanced in the direction Lucius and the others had taken. The 3 creatures exchanged low growls for a moment. Then 2 of them pursued Lucius and his companions, while the remaining 1 transformed back into liquid and disappeared into the soil. Meanwhile, the crew from Longquan and was also preparing to set off. Tak, Blaine, Kane, and Paulu organized their team, and a group of dozens headed in the direction of the star shining in the sky. Among the group, Ipuli voiced her discontent to Shalid. Shalid, do you think that Lucius and the boss are doing this on purpose, separating us from our sister? Shalid, upon hearing this, scanned the surroundings warily, ensuring no one was paying attention before whispering, Miss, it's best to be cautious. The path leading to the ruins is fraught with danger. We must endure and not expose our identities. Noticing Shalid's caution, Ipuli also glanced around, confirming that no one was watching them. Before lowering her voice to say, Shalid, how long do we have to endure this? I really don't want to be around these country bumpkins. Observing Ipuli's inclination to throw a tantrum, Shalid quickly reassured her, Miss, you must persevere. We are already in the misty forest, so close to the ruins we cannot let all our efforts go to waste. Ipuli, frowning slightly, pouted in dissatisfaction but did not continue to sulk. Instead, after a moment of silence, she quietly declared, I don't care, Shalid. Once we enter the ruins, you must kill that Lucius first. Hearing Ipuli's words, a glint of ferocity flickered in Shalid's eyes as he nodded, saying, Rest assured, Miss, even if you don't say it, I will deal with him first. His presence cannot interfere with our plans. With Shalid's assurance, Ipuli was very pleased, nodding without further comment, and together with Shalid, they quietly followed the group from Longquan Inn. Chapter 24. The 3 Travelers. Thud, thud, thud. Lucius, armed with a robust firearm, unleashed a barrage of shots at the approaching grotesque little demons, reducing swathes of them to ashes. Meanwhile, Du Linyang radiated vibrant light, her hands deftly wielding short blades as she systematically dispatched the creatures. Her gleaming curved knives stained with the black blood of the demons. Killier, enveloped in a verdant glow, brandished her staff, causing tendrils to emerge from the earth, as if arrows piercing through the distance. While chanting spells to unleash fireballs that decimated the demons' heads, the trio stood back to back, each responsible for defending a direction, annihilating the waves of demons that charged at them. Gugugu. Finally, the demon leader, concealed in the depths of the forest, let out a call, prompting the surviving demons to abandon their attack and flee. As the demon squad retreated, the 3 of them exhaled in unison, leaning back and eventually collapsing onto the ground. After a lengthy pause, Du Linyang was the first to voice her frustration. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Why has the misty forest become so perilous? Even the abyssal demons are emerging. It was never like this when the ruins opened before. Lucius leaned against the imposing and robust firearm before him. Carefully extracting the metallic sphere embedded within it as he caressed the now heated orb, he meticulously infused it with his magical energy. The internal gears of the sphere began to whir, and the alchemical patterns on its surface gradually shifted. In a matter of moments, a chilling aura emanated from within the sphere, swiftly lowering its temperature. Observing the frost forming upon the surface, Lucius hastily reinserted the sphere into the firearm, the once searing barrel rapidly cooling until frost enveloped it entirely, transforming the musket into an icy weapon. Even Du Linyang and Chilier, positioned nearby, could distinctly sense the frigid atmosphere. De Chilier, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity, exclaimed, "Lucius, is it that your gun changes attributes thanks to that metallic sphere?" "Indeed," Lucius replied, intending to explain. However, before he could finish his thought, Du Linyang abruptly rose and declared, "Enough, we can no longer afford to delay. There is still a considerable distance ahead of us." Unperturbed by Du Linyang's interruption, Lucius hefted the ice-coated firearm and moved toward the abandoned backpack, quickly slinging it over his shoulder as he inquired, "Auntie, what exactly is going on? Why are there so many little demons in this misty forest?" Hearing his question, Du Linyang sheathed her cleaned, curved dagger and, with a grave expression, replied, "Alas, I am as in the dark as you are. Could it truly be the onset of chaos?" "The onset of chaos?" Lucius and Chilier gasped in unison. Du Linyang turned to face them, pondering. Legend has it that the fall of the holy domain was precipitated by the corruption of a deity within it. A cataclysmic divine battle ensued, ultimately resulting in the deity's demise and the holy domain's descent into the depths of this forest. Pausing, she surveyed their surroundings, gazing at the mist-laden darkness enveloping the woods, and the decaying aura of that fallen deity lingers here, giving rise to a perpetual fog that shrouds this dense forest. "Are you suggesting that these little demons are tainted by the fallen deity's corruption?" Lucius queried, still visibly perplexed. "But why? When the ruins are activated, ruins that can suppress all rules, are they unable to contain these corrupted little demons?" Unless, Lucius left his thought unspoken, yet Du Linyang and Chilier's faces turned pale with fear, both simultaneously realizing what he implied. They lifted their gazes toward the twinkling stars above, and Du Linyang murmured, "Could it be that even the holy domain has been corrupted?" In the ensuing days, adventurer teams from various factions began to enter the misty forest in succession. Almost all of them were immediately besieged by demon squads and corrupted forest creatures, with organized bands of corrupted half-orcs even slaughtering some of the larger adventuring parties. In an instant, the atmosphere among the adventurers venturing into the misty forest turned tense, with many choosing to retreat, opting to withdraw rather than continue further into the perilous woods. Nonetheless, those who departed were but a minority, despite the heavy casualties. The allure of the impending ruins, where those who emerged after a century might ascend to saintly or even divine ranks, proved too tempting for the majority to resist. Time passed quickly, and Lucius had traversed the misty forest for nearly half a month. Daily ambushes became a routine for him, Du Linyang and Chilier. Often, before their assailants could launch an attack, the trio would swiftly detect their presence. With Lucius's array of bizarre attacks, Du Linyang's formidable strength, and Chilier's natural magical prowess, those who dared to ambush them were often forced to flee before they even revealed themselves. That Lucius's magical firearm had evolved from a dual elemental weapon of fire and ice to unleashing a barrage of both, eventually incorporating thunderous magical projectiles. The strange assaults left the attackers reeling, often resulting in their hasty retreat before they could even approach the trio. Witnessing Lucius's ever-expanding arsenal of attacks, both Du Linyang and Chilier were left utterly astonished. Over the past fortnight, Lucius had indeed become the primary force in their skirmishes. Both women noted that with Lucius in their company, their pace had noticeably quickened, and the journey had grown increasingly secure, allowing them precious moments of respite. After traveling for approximately a day, the three of them paused in unison. Lucius removed his backpack from his shoulder, adeptly setting up a tent from within it. He then grasped his magical firearm and said, "All right, you two rest for now. I'll scout the area. Remember to set the traps before entering the tent." With that, Lucius turned and vanished into the depths of the forest, scarcely granting Du Linyang and Chilier a moment to respond. Observing Lucius's retreating figure, Du Linyang cast a sidelong glance at Chilier and remarked, "Little girl, who would have thought you possessed such cunning? Even in these dire times, you managed to maintain your facade?" In response to Du Linyang's scornful jab, Chilier feigned innocence, saying, "Auntie, I do not comprehend your suspicions or misunderstandings, but I assure you, I have not been deceitful. I genuinely do not understand what you mean." "Heh. What do I mean?" "You, the little saintess of the nature temple. truly believe your actions can remain hidden from everyone. I have refrained from exposing you merely to spare Lucius's feelings. Du Linyang's eyes glinted with menace. Yet Chilier remained unperturbed, her innocent demeanor vanishing as she flashed a confident smile in return. Heh, Auntie, are you envious or resentful? You need not feel that way. After all, time is unforgiving, and you are. After all, over a century old. It's hardly wise to chase after tender sprouts. Fuming at Chilier's sudden retort, Du Linyang stepped forward, ready to confront her, yet the dangers lurking within the misty forest ultimately tempered her ire. As she stormed into the tent, Chilier wore a victorious smile, casting one last glance in the direction Lucius had disappeared before retreating into her own tent, clutching his repeatedly modified magical firearm. Lucius strolled through the shadowy depths of the forest. After more than 10 days of subtle observations, he had begun to sense something amiss. He could feel that as they drew closer to the entrance of the ruins. The intensity of the assaults they faced was escalating, particularly with the emergence of various corrupted beasts and even bands of corrupted half-orcs, which unsettled him. Lucius had long been aware of the discord between Du Linyang and Chilier, recognizing that both seemed to harbor their own agendas. However, he was uncertain of who was in the right. Having spent a month together, both women had become significant figures in his life. Thus, he chose to distance himself from them, unwilling to witness any discord or arguments between them. As he walked, Lucius retrieved the metallic card his father had left him, tracing the embossed eye with his fingers while murmuring, "Father, should I continue onward?" In that moment, he felt a profound sense of confusion, the first instance in his life where he questioned his path. He pondered whether the relentless assaults they faced were the cause of the rift between Du Linyang and Chilier. Preferring to believe things were as he imagined, he took upon himself the responsibility of countering the attacks, exerting every effort to protect both women. "Father, I am acutely aware that either Annie or Chilier must be an adversary. Yet I still choose this self-deceiving path. Am I not foolish for deliberately avoiding this issue?" He continued to muse, stroking the card. Feeling despondent, Lucius found himself reluctant to confront either Du Linyang or Chilier, not wanting to shatter the beautiful memories they had shared. Just then, as he became lost in thought, a faint rustling sound reached his ears. Without hesitation, he stepped back 2 paces, pressing his back against a sturdy tree trunk before silently scaling its height. Just as he reached the branches, several shadowy figures lunged toward his previous position, realizing they had been outsmarted and turning to flee. However, Lucius offered them no reprieve. Raising his magical firearm, he pulled the trigger. Unleashing a barrage of ice, fire, and lightning projectiles, the shadows barely had time to react before they were swiftly dispatched. Afterwards, Lucius descended from the tree to examine the charred remains of his assailants. Discovering that 5 of the bodies belonged to half-orcs, their clan insignia faintly visible upon their scorched flesh. Before he could further investigate, a piercing scream echoed through the forest, recognizing the source of the cry. He wasted no time in sprinting toward the sound, fearing that Du Linyang and Chilier were in peril. Emerging from the dense foliage, Lucius was taken aback to find Du Linyang and Chilier encircled by a group of corrupted half-orcs and demons. To his shock, the one orchestrating the assault was a tall elf. Even elves have succumbed to corruption. This thought flashed through Lucius's mind, but the urgency of the situation left him no room for contemplation. The elf's command of the attack was methodical, and Du Linyang and Chilier were in grave danger. Upon encountering such a situation, Lucius had no choice but to temporarily cast aside other thoughts, lifting the robust energy rifle in his grasp. He swiftly and silently approached the commanding elf leader. In the dimly lit forest, Lucius moved like an assassin, gradually drawing near to the corrupted elf chief, unnoticed by the minor demons and corrupted half-beasts along his path. At last, halting merely a few paces away from the corrupted elf leader, Lucius cautiously raised his modified energy rifle, removing the metallic sphere and infusing it with new magical elements while simultaneously rotating its body. The surface of the metallic sphere transformed, revealing intricate patterns that shifted from the exterior to the interior. Ultimately, in addition to the original elemental magics of ice, fire, and lightning, a faint wind magic element began to emerge. After reattaching the sphere to the rifle, he steadied the somewhat hefty energy weapon, aiming at the composed elf leader. With a soft pop, he pulled the trigger, the energy rifle emitting a nearly inaudible sound as the bullet. Infused with the 4 elemental magics, shot forth at the corrupted elf leader with incredible speed. Just as the bullet was about to penetrate the elf leader's skull, a thick mist enveloped her, obstructing the swift projectile composed of the four magical elements. Realizing that his adversary had successfully intercepted his shot, Lucius's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively retreating 2 steps without hesitation while raising his energy rifle to fire several rounds ahead. Shadows emerged from the darkness, each dissipated by the bullets infused with cloud magic elements. With a thud, Lucius fell to the ground but did not linger. He rolled aside just in time to evade several incoming icy beams, simultaneously lifting his rifle to fire into the darkness. A voice of surprise echoed from the shadows as the corrupted elf leader, appearing like a specter, suddenly surged forth from the gloom, wielding 2 daggers emanating a green glow, rapidly closing in on Lucius, who had yet to rise. Clang, clang, clang. Sensing imminent danger, Lucius refrained from standing and instead swung his energy rifle to deflect the 2 daggers aimed at him. Sparks flew as metal clashed. And in that fleeting moment, Lucius caught a glimpse of the corrupted elf leader's face, revealing to his astonishment that she was a woman. Her delicate eyes radiated resilience yet exuded a fragility that evoked sympathy. Just as Lucius was taken aback, the pressure on his arm intensified. The elf leader, devoid of any emotion, exerted her full strength to eliminate him. In desperation, Lucius forced the metallic sphere to activate, causing frost to envelop the entire energy rifle. The frost rapidly spread outward, swiftly encasing even the elf leader's daggers in ice. Observing the frost encroaching upon her arms, the corrupted elf leader's eyes reflected determination as she resolutely discarded the daggers lodged against Lucius's rifle. Having repelled the corrupted elf leader, Lucius gradually stood, flicking his arm to shatter the frost on his rifle and casting aside the discarded daggers. He raised his weapon towards the elf leader, his expression slightly easing as he inquired, "Who are you truly? Why do you obstruct us?" The corrupted elf leader scoffed, her icy gaze scrutinizing Lucius without a hint of trepidation, yet she offered no response to his query. Sensing her reluctance to engage, Lucius wasted no time and squeezed the trigger of his energy rifle, releasing a barrage of bullets fused with 4 elemental magics that nearly instantaneously confined the elf leader's vital points. However, as the bullet struck her, the corrupted elf leader's form dissipated into black mist, which then swirled towards Lucius's side, glinting with cold radiance as she chose an exceedingly cunning angle to attack him. Yet Lucius displayed no fear. Seemingly oblivious to the approaching daggers, he raised his left hand just as they were about to pierce him, summoning a crossbow into his grip. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several frost arrows shot forth from the crossbow, catching the corrupted elf leader off guard before they struck her, bursting forth in a flurry of icy fragments and encasing her in a chilling embrace, with the corrupted elf leader ensnared in ice. Lucius did not relent. He advanced swiftly, intent on shattering her frozen form to eliminate any future threat. However, the corrupted elf leader proved formidable, not granting him the opportunity to draw near. The black mist within her surged once more, forcibly breaking through the ice as she seized 2 ice blades to strike at Lucius. Lucius was taken aback by the sheer strength of his opponent, who shattered the ice arrows launched from his mechanical crossbow, arrows that could rival those of a mid-tier ice mage. Yet he had no time to ponder. As the corrupted elf leader bore down on him, he had no choice but to halt and retreat hastily, raising his energy rifle once more to unleash magical bullets in a desperate attempt to drive her back. Bang! Bang! Their forms intertwined as they passed each other. Lucius used his rifle to brace himself. Feeling 2 ice blades pierce his shoulder, blood began to seep forth, only to be instantly frozen by the icy blades. The corrupted elf leader fared worse. After narrowly avoiding him, she collided violently with a nearby tree. Her body, enshrouded in swirling black mist, became riddled with wounds as crimson blood flowed freely. Lucius gasped heavily, enduring the pain radiating from his shoulder as he straightened and aimed his weapon at the corrupted elf leader, declaring, "It seems you have ultimately met your demise." Boom, boom, boom. Without hesitation, Lucius pulled the trigger, unleashing a volley of elemental bullets that turned the corrupted elf leader into a veritable sieve. She glanced back at Lucius, her form swiftly dissolving into shadows, yet her face remained adorned with an enigmatic smile. Wow, gurgle. Meanwhile, the squad besieging Dulian and Chilier soon realized their leader had fallen. In a flurry of shouts, they abandoned Dulian and Chilier, retreating into the darkness like a receding tide. leaning against the dark trunk of a tree. Lucius gradually sank to the ground. The ice blades embedded in his shoulder had melted, and the wounds had congealed under the icy chill, allowing him a moment of respite as the fierce battle concluded. In that moment, a glimmer of ethereal light flickered where the corrupted elf leader had vanished, capturing Lucius's attention that he steadied himself and approached, discovering that the light emanated from a black crystal. Reaching out to grasp the crystal, he barely touched its surface when it transformed into a dark radiance, burrowing into his body. However, before Lucius could react, the black crystal fell from him, and he quickly retrieved it, inspecting it closely in his palm. He could distinctly sense a powerful energy radiating from within the black crystal, akin to the force released by the corrupted elf leader moments earlier. A dawning realization washed over Lucius as he murmured, "It appears this is the source core of the corrupted elf leader. I wonder what kind of power it truly possesses." "Ah, Lucius, I'm so relieved you're unscathed. I was genuinely worried about you, fearing you might encounter some misfortune while luring away that corrupted leader," Chilier exclaimed. Rushing towards him, Lucius hurriedly tucked the black crystal into his waist pouch and turned to greet the approaching Chilier and Dulian with a smile, saying, "Ha ha, who am I? How could I possibly be defeated by that leader? Hee. Indeed, Lucius, you're the strongest," Chilier praised, her innocent smile brightening her features. Dulian, however, scoffed dismissively. "Humph, don't let it get to your head. Kid, we still have a long way to go. Exercise caution." "Yes, indeed," Chilier chimed in quickly. "Auntie is right. While you may be strong, we must remain vigilant. This forest is truly perilous." Dulian, uninterested in Chilier's agreement, turned her attention back to Lucius and asked, "That corrupted leader you just faced, was she an elf?" Nodding, Lucius replied, "Yes, she was a Dark Knight elf that I never anticipated that even Dark Knight elves could fall to corruption. It seems the ruins are indeed harboring some grave issues." At Lucius's confirmation of Dulian's suspicion, Chilier's smile faltered, her expression wavering as she pondered something unknown to the others. Lucius chose not to disturb her thoughts and proceeded to pack up the camp, shouldering his pack as he declared, "All right. This place doesn't seem safe. We should continue onward in hopes of finding a more secure location to rest." Observing Lucius stride ahead, Dulian sighed, muttering, "Alas, the farther we venture, the greater the danger. Finding a safe place to rest will likely prove quite challenging." Nevertheless, Dulian did not linger. Quickening her pace to catch up with Lucius, Chilier remained behind, watching the retreating figures of Lucius and Dulian, ultimately unable to contain her thoughts, murmuring softly, "What on earth has transpired? Could it be that the sacred domain was indeed corrupted? If so, awakening whatever lies within the sacred domain may bring calamity upon the entire continent." As Chilier pondered this quietly, Lucius called out from ahead, "Chilier, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and catch up. Those corrupted creatures could return at any moment. We cannot afford to linger." "All right, I understand." Hearing Lucius's call, Chilier quickly set aside her musings and hurried to catch up with Lucius and Dulian as the three of them continued towards the ruins. As the silhouettes of the three figures vanished into the darkness, a thick black mist soon enveloped the battleground, where the corrupted elven leader, slain by Lucius, emerged from the shadows, gazing in the direction the trio had departed. She closed her eyes, focusing intently to sense the source core that Lucius had taken to her astonishment. She quickly realized that she could perceive the very existence of that core. A slight furrow formed on her brow, revealing her perplexity. She had witnessed the source core merge with Lucius's body, yet it had been rejected for reasons she could not fathom, and now she found herself completely devoid of any perception of it. This baffling situation exceeded the comprehension of the corrupted elven leader, inciting an even deeper curiosity about Lucius within her. As a gentle breeze swept through the forest, she transformed once more into a cloud of black mist, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Lucius and his companions had departed. Chapter 26. A web of peril. In contrast to the dangers faced by Lucius and his companions, the others at the Dragon Spring Tavern encountered their own myriad of threats along the way. However, due to meticulous preparation, the team exhibited remarkable synergy, allowing them to handle the ambushes with relative ease. Even the representatives from the Nature Temple, Ipuli and Shalid, had scarcely engaged in combat throughout the journey. Whether beset by demon squads, ambushed by corrupted half-orc clans, or assaulted by several corrupted leaders commanding their dark armies, the group suffered minimal losses, Before the crackling campfire, Tak, Bleno, Cain, and Palu gathered, their expressions solemn as they stared into the flames. Lost in thought and silence, around them, a contingent of individuals remained vigilant, purposefully isolating the two members from the nature temple, as the four leaders showed no inclination to allow them closer. Ipuli, feeling increasingly infuriated by the deliberate seclusion, attempted several times to break away from the group, only to be dissuaded by Shalid each time. At this moment, the two isolated figures gazed at the four sitting near the fire, each of whom seemed burdened with unspoken concerns. Ipuli's irritation boiled over. Shalid, when will this situation come to an end? Those four are being deliberately obstructive. The more she spoke, the more incensed she became. What do they mean by ensuring our safety and fulfilling the tasks assigned by the tavern owner? They seem more like jailers escorting us. My lady, there is no need to feel vexed. Their actions do not affect us. As long as we can reach the ruins safely, does it truly matter whether we are being escorted or imprisoned? Shalid's words offered Ipuli a semblance of reassurance. Though her frown remained in a hushed tone, she inquired, Shalid, do you think they have already sensed that we are merely utilizing them? Ipuli's words startled Shalid into silence, prompting him to ponder deeply before softly responding. That is unlikely. Even if they suspect we are taking advantage of them, they cannot fully grasp our entire plan. Otherwise, why would they still escort us to the ruins? Shalid's analysis eased Ipuli's mind slightly, and a spark of excitement illuminated her face as she disdainfully regarded the four figures around the fire. True, those muscle-bound brutes could not possibly fathom my sister's intentions. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her features as she turned to Shalid. Shalid, what do you think my sister is doing now? Do you believe Lucius and the tavern owner can see through her plans? That is even less likely. With Miss Killier's brilliance, Lucius and the tavern owner would undoubtedly be unable to discern her strategies. Now, my lady, do not dwell on such thoughts. Instead, take this opportunity to rest well as for the matters at hand. Let those four outside ponder them. Under Shalid's comforting reassurances, Ipuli nodded in satisfaction, reclining on the luxurious blanket he had laid out for her in the tent, swiftly drifting into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, as Ipuli slumbered, Shalid morphed into a sleek black panther, stealthily exiting the tent and blending into the dense forest outside. The four leaders remained silent for an extended period, until Bleno could no longer contain himself, breaking the stillness with a question. Do you think the tavern owner and those two youngsters will be able to meet us at the entrance of the ruins? The other three paused, startled by his inquiry. Cain, the bull-headed warrior, replied in his hearty voice, Have no fear. The tavern owner is of the saintly rank. Even without the source core, she remains the strongest among us. Yet, Bleno shook his head, sighing, Old Cain, you should know that two fists cannot contend with four hands. How many ambushes have we faced along the way? The scale of these attacks is only growing. Do you truly believe we could remain so leisurely if we had not prepared meticulously? Besides, the tavern owner is accompanied by merely 3 individuals. Bleno's words cast Cain into silence, while Tak, the brains of their operation, pondered before speaking up. It is pointless to dwell on such thoughts now. Even if we acknowledge the tavern owner may be in grave danger, we cannot rush to her aid. Indeed, chimed in the usually quiet Palu. Our priority must be to maintain our pace while ensuring everyone's safety. Minimizing casualties. After all, we have yet to enter the ruins, and we cannot predict what further dangers await us inside. Thus, we must conserve our strength. Though Palu spoke infrequently, his words were always incisive, addressing the multitude of challenges the group faced with clarity. Hearing him, the other 3 leaders fell into contemplation, deliberating on how to mitigate losses. Despite their adept handling of the ambushes encountered thus far, some casualties had still occurred, for the 4 of them. The individuals lost were their kin, sent by their respective tribes to undergo essential training alongside them. Witnessing the loss of their tribe members weighed heavily on their hearts. If these individuals could return home after their trials, they would undoubtedly bolster their tribes with newfound strength. As the 4 leaders pondered, a sudden rustling emerged from the surrounding woods, followed by the silent arrival of several elven scouts, who knelt before their leader. Palu, Chief, we are under attack, and it appears to be a large-scale assault. Upon hearing this, the 4 leaders sprang into action, and Palu calmly instructed the scouts, Understood. Inform everyone to prepare for battle, and send someone to escort the 2 from the nature temple here. The scout wasted no time, vanishing into the darkened forest as the once quiet woods erupted into a flurry of activity. The various tribesmen, who had been resting and hiding, swiftly readied themselves for combat. In the next moment, dense black mist began to swirl in from all directions, enveloping the Dragon Spring Tavern group in an instant. Even the four leaders found it impossible to discern what lay within the shrouded darkness. A chorus of screams erupted in the vicinity, the faces of the four leaders turning grim as they simultaneously charged into the encroaching black mist, igniting a fierce battle in the dimly lit woods. Unbeknownst to Lucius and his companions, who were advancing through the forest, their group was under siege. Even if they had been aware, they presently lacked the capacity to intervene. The trio walked quietly through the dense woods, puzzled by the absence of any obstacles or attacks since the corrupted elven leader's demise at Lucius's hands. It was as if the misty forest had transformed into a haven of safety. They encountered no hindrances along their path, and aside from the sound of their footsteps, the forest remained eerily silent. With their minds filled with questions, none of them spoke, gradually quickening their pace toward the twinkling stars in the sky. However, after days of relentless travel, their stamina began to wane, particularly for Killier, the natural mage, who had always possessed a frail constitution. The continuous journey without rest had nearly depleted her energy reserves. At this moment, her legs felt as though they were leaden, rendering her unable to take even a single step. And ultimately, she collapsed onto the ground. With a thud, the sound of her fall prompted Lucius and Juliana, who were walking ahead, to halt. Lucius turned around first, noticing Killier sprawled on the ground, and hurried over to assist her. Yet, utterly exhausted, Killier was unable to stand. In the end, Lucius could only embrace her, leaning her against a sturdy tree trunk. Killier opened her weary eyes and regarded Lucius, who bore a similar expression of fatigue. She managed a faint smile and said, "I'm sorry. It's my fault for holding you both back." "Huh, what nonsense are you speaking? How could you be a burden? It is I who neglected to rest and rushed too eagerly along. Now, rest well and meditate for a moment to regain your strength." Upon hearing Lucius's comforting words, Killier nodded slightly, then closed her eyes, leaning against the tree as she sought to restore the energy she had exhausted over the past few days. Meanwhile, Lucius slowly rose to his feet and turned to Juliana, saying, "Aunt, you should sit down and rest as well." As he spoke, he gently adjusted Killier's position against the tree trunk and retrieved his backpack to provide her with additional support. Then, unexpectedly, he turned and moved deeper into the shadowy woods. Observing Lucius's actions, Juliana could not help but exclaim, "Lucius, where are you going?" Lucius flashed a bright smile, and although the misty forest was dim, Juliana could still clearly see that smile, which eased her previously mounting worries. Afterwards, Lucius softly uttered, "Aunt, please take care of Killier. I will return shortly." Without waiting for Duliang to voice any objections, he leapt into the darkness, leaving Duliang astounded, staring blankly at the spot where Lucius had vanished. After a long moment, Duliang could not suppress a sigh. "Alas, it seems I have truly aged. As being of the Holy Order, how could I be so timid? I am outdone by a mere child who cannot even cultivate combat aura or magic." Lucius plunged into the shadows, swiftly navigating through the dim forest until he arrived at a clearing, a rarity amidst the dense, mist-laden woods. At the center of the clearing stood a figure with their back turned to Lucius, seemingly having awaited his arrival for quite some time. Upon seeing the person waiting in the clearing, Lucius displayed no signs of fear or surprise as he strode directly into the open space. Addressing the figure, "I apologize for the delay. Have you been following us for this?" With that, Lucius produced the corrupted source core from his palm, its surface emanating a faint, ethereal glow, resembling a dim lantern that illuminated the clearing. Sensing the core's soft radiance, the waiting individual abruptly turned, gazing incredulously at the source core before shifting their attention back to Lucius. In a hoarse, low voice, they inquired, "You have managed to cleanse the corruption from the source core. How did you accomplish this? Who exactly are you?" Chapter 27. The return of the source core. In response to the inquiry from the leader of the corrupted spirits, Lucius remained composed, stating, "Before you inquire about my origins, should you not first answer my question? Why have you been following us?" Upon hearing Lucius's question, the leader of the corrupted spirits narrowed their eyes, fixating intently on Lucius, declaring, "Some matters, once understood, may not bode well for you. I advise you to refrain from venturing into the sacred domain. You must be a descendant of the clan that escaped from the fallen sacred domain, correct?" given your lineage from an ancient clan within the sacred domain. Why have you fallen into corruption? Lucius's words momentarily stunned the leader of the corrupted spirits. Before she could respond, Lucius tightened his grip on the source core, stating, "You willingly merge with the corrupted source core to summon and command those abyssal demons. Surely, it is not merely to deter us from entering the sacred domain." The leader of the corrupted spirit's pupils constricted sharply as she regarded Lucius, whose words bore an unsettling truth that left her filled with confusion. Who exactly is this individual? Does he truly possess knowledge of the situation, or is he merely speculating? Or perhaps he is attempting to deceive me. As her expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve, Lucius felt emboldened, as a being of the sacred elven race. It was unlikely she would willingly fall into corruption without a deeper, unspoken reason. The two stood facing each other in the clearing, locked in a tense silence until the leader of the corrupted spirits finally spoke again. "Regardless of who you are, I must implore you to turn back now and refrain from proceeding to the sacred domain." "Why should you urge me to turn back? You summon abyssal demons and utilize the power of the corrupted source core to attack everyone along the way. Surely, your intentions extend beyond merely advising us to retreat." At this, the spirit leader lowered her head, her dark hair concealing her exquisite features. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Your curiosity is quite intense. If I were to claim that my advice to turn back stems from curiosity about you, would you believe me?" "Huh, I do believe you," Lucius replied with a smile. Noticing her surprise, he continued, "I genuinely believe you. However, I cannot turn back." The pure smile that blossomed on Lucius's face rendered the spirit leader momentarily speechless, akin to a clear spring refreshing her spirit, causing her to feel a subtle purification from the corruption that weighed upon her heart. Observing her moment of distraction, Lucius tossed the source core into the AIR.AS. She instinctively reached out to catch it. Lucius cheerily remarked, "Here, take this back. The corruption has been purged, and I trust you will find it quite indispensable." Gazing down at the source core in her palm, now radiating a pure glow, the spirit leader could distinctly sense that the decay within had been eradicated, leaving the core's power more potent than before. Looking up at Lucius, she asked, "Why do you not merge with it yourself? Why return it to me?" "Me? Huh. I cannot merge with the source core. You should have realized that. Otherwise, the corrupted core would have already integrated into my being and corrupted me." Lucius's cheerful response left the spirit leader momentarily dazed. But as she glimpsed the weapon slung across his back, a sudden realization struck her, and she gasped, "Could it be? Are you that person?" "That person? Which person?" Lucius inquired, eager for clarification. However, the spirit leader offered no further explanation. Abruptly turning and vanishing into the dense forest, quickly disappearing into the shadows, surprised by her sudden departure, Lucius took a moment to regain his composure before turning his gaze skyward to the bright star. Murmuring, "What has transpired? Has the once sacred domain truly fallen?" "Lucius, Lucius." As Lucius stood lost in thought, a flurry of urgent calls from behind jolted him back to reality. Turning towards the sound, he soon reunited with Duliang and Killier. Observing their anxious expressions, Lucius questioned, "What is the matter?" Duliang approached and playfully thumped Lucius on the head, exclaiming, "You rascal! Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? Aren't you afraid of getting lost?" Rubbing his head and chuckling, Lucius replied, "I was merely wandering about that I did not mean to cause you worry. How have you both been? Are we ready to continue our journey?" Lucius's nonchalant demeanor elicited a hint of doubt from Duliang and Killier. But seeing the persistent smile on his face, Duliang preempted Killier's response by tossing her backpack, saying, "All right then, let us proceed. We do not know what awaits us further ahead." Having been interrupted, Killier swallowed her words and followed suit as the trio resumed their journey towards the shimmering stars above. After traversing through the dim woods for several days without encountering any further attacks, on the fifth day, Duliang could no longer contain her thoughts and mused aloud, "What is happening? Why have there been no attacks?" Hearing Duliang's musings, Lucius chuckled and replied, "Aunt, is it not a good thing that we have not faced any attacks? After months of anxiety, how can we not enjoy this leisurely pace?" Thwack! Before he could finish, he received another playful smack from Duliang, who retorted, "You little rascal, stop jesting with me. Explain clearly where you have been. Did you encounter anyone?" In the face of Duliang's irritation, Lucius maintained his smile, saying, "Aunt, do you truly believe that our lack of attacks on this journey is due to me?" You overestimate my abilities. You, a formidable being of the Holy Order, surely possess greater power than I. Humph. Do not attempt to deflect the issue. Do not tell me you have not noticed that my strength is suppressed here. Otherwise, those filthy demons would not require your intervention. As she surveyed the dark, shadowy woods, her gaze returned to Lucius as she continued. I am aware that although you do not practice combat aura or wield magic, nor can you merge with the source core, your array of mechanical weaponry compensates for those deficiencies, especially in the misty forest where the rules restrain everyone. Even beings of the Holy Order are limited in their strength. Yet you, relying on those machines, can deftly navigate around these restrictions. Thus, Lucius, I implore you to speak the truth. Who did you truly meet? Faced with Du Liang's resolute determination to uncover the truth, Lucius resignedly replied, Very well. I did meet with the leader of the corrupted spirits alone. What? At this revelation, both Du Liang and Killier gasped in unison, utterly astonished that Lucius had met with the very leader who commanded the demons to attack them. Du Liang, aware of the leader's formidable power, had assumed Lucius had slain her. It was unfathomable that she had not only survived, but had sought him out for a meeting. Seeing their expressions of shock, Lucius merely chuckled. There is no need to be surprised. Our meeting was amicable, which is why she halted her attacks against us. No sooner had he spoken than Du Liang delivered another playful smack. Glaring at him, Do not try to fool me. Humph, do you think I would believe such nonsense? Ah, come now. It was merely a jest. You strike rather fiercely. I approached her because she had been stealthily following us. I feared she might pose a threat, so I took the initiative to meet her and return the purified source core. She urged us to turn back and refrain from entering the sacred domain. That is the crux of the matter. Upon hearing Lucius's account, Du Liang fell into contemplation, her expression shifting between various emotions, leaving no indication of her thoughts at this moment. The usually reticent Killier suddenly spoke up, saying, Why does she want us to abandon our quest for the ruins? There must be some ulterior motive at play here. Moreover, she personally led a corrupted force to ambush us. We cannot heed her words. The more she insists, the more we must investigate the ruins. To everyone's surprise, Du Liang agreed with Killier, exclaiming, Indeed, we must venture to the ruins. The attacks we've faced along the way and the behavior of that corrupted sprite indicate that something significant has transpired there. If we must go to the ruins, isn't it fortunate that we have not yet been attacked and can proceed safely? And there's no need to be paranoid. Let us continue our journey, Lucius suggested, taking a few steps forward. However, he was halted by Du Liang, who said, Wait, do you sense anything? Upon hearing this, both Lucius and Killier were momentarily confused, but soon they detected a faint rustling in the stillness of the forest. Accompanied by a pervasive stench of decay, it was evident that they were surrounded. The foul aura surged closer. Lucius took the lead, raising his magical energy gun and charging forward. The sound of gunfire echoed, igniting a fierce battle in the woods as numerous corrupted half-orcs roared and charged at them. Behind the half-orcs, a swarm of fire mages wielded flame staves, launching fireballs at Lucius and his companions. Faced with the overwhelming assault, Lucius, Du Liang, and Killier held nothing back, unleashing their full strength as they surged forward, aiming to break through the encirclement swiftly. Each of them understood that if they were surrounded by those corrupted half-orcs, with relentless attacks supported by the fire mage's spells, their chances of escape would dwindle. Thus, they exerted every ounce of their power to break through the blockade of corrupted half-orcs, and with Lucius's magical gun firing rapidly, they effortlessly tore through the fire mage's defenses. However, just as they broke through the fire mages, a headless knight clad in armor appeared, blocking their path to freedom. The emergence of the Headless Knight Brigade instilled a sense of dread in the trio, prompting them to halt their advance and cautiously assess the strength of their formidable adversary. Chapter 28. Proceeding alone, the Headless Knights lined up before them, obstructing Lucius and his companions' way forward. Their presence enveloped in an aura of death and decay, reminiscent of reapers from the underworld. Du Liang leaned against Lucius, gazing intently at the Headless Knights, and whispered, It seems we have approached the entrance to the ruins. These Headless Knights must be the final barrier to entering. The Knights of the Apocalypse. The Knights of the Apocalypse. Lucius replied gravely, his smile fading as he readied his magical mechanical gun. Placing his hand upon a metallic sphere, the gears within the small metallic orb began to turn. and the alchemical array inside shifted until it formed a wondrous pattern, extracting magical elements from Lucius's being. The accumulated magical elements within him, previously unable to be released, were swiftly drawn into the orb, where various alchemical and magical arrays operated, separating the violent magical elements and ultimately infusing them into the gun. The two sides faced each other in a tense standoff. The headless knights refrained from attacking, seemingly only willing to engage if Lucius and his companions attempted to force their way through. Meanwhile, Lucius focused intently on channeling magic into his mechanical gun, showing no inclination to break through. Conversely, Killier wore a worried expression, eager to speak to Lucius, but was silenced by Du Linyang, a powerful being of the Saint tier. Du Linyang, despite being constrained by the rules of the ruins, could still sense the unique energy exchange between Lucius and his weapon. Drawing from her experience as a saint, Du Linyang understood that Lucius was preparing for the imminent battle. Once ready, he would likely charge through the headless knights without hesitation. In that moment, time seemed to freeze in the forest, as the small demons and corrupted half-orcs behind them ceased their assault, evidently deterred by the presence of the headless knights. However, the demons and corrupted beings did not retreat. They remained stationed behind the trio, blocking any chance of escape. In the depths of the forest, the young leader of the corrupted sprites stood atop a tree, gazing with deep concern at the encircled trio. After a long pause, she turned to the figure cloaked in darkness beside her, saying, "Grandfather, do you think they can breach the Knights of the Apocalypse and enter the ruins?" "Mades, you should know well that the Knights of the Apocalypse are the last line of defense for entering the Sacred Realm. The sound has already spread throughout the Sacred Realm, instructing us to eliminate any intruders seeking to enter. It is likely that the Knights of the Apocalypse will exert their full strength to annihilate them," came the hoarse reply. Before Mades could inquire further, the voice continued, "Mades, the corruption on your core has been cleansed by that boy. This matter must remain confidential. If the demon god finds out, it would spell disaster." Mades fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked the figure in darkness, "Grandfather, can you help him?" "Mades, you should understand that I cannot interfere with the Knights of the Apocalypse. Doing so would provoke the demon god. Moreover, now that the Sacred Realm has opened, we are bound by its rules, and even if I intervened, I might not be able to assist them." Upon hearing the voice from the darkness, Modaisa's expression grew grave as she gazed at Lucius and his companions, her worry intensifying. As a descendant of one of the many clans, Mades was acutely aware that the strength of the Knights of the Apocalypse far surpassed that of the demons and corrupted half-orcs she had once commanded. They were a knightly order established by the deities before the fall of the Sacred Realm. Even now, despite their headless forms, their individual prowess and tactical formations remained among the finest on the continent. With only 3 individuals, Lucius and his companions faced an insurmountable challenge in attempting to break through the ranks of hundreds of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Yet, Mades knew deep down, just as the voice in the darkness had stated, that neither she nor the remnants of the Sacred Realm could interfere with the Knights of the Apocalypse, and even if they did, they might not stand a chance against them. As time ticked by, Lucius and his companions remained motionless, and the headless knights did not advance either. Meanwhile, the gathering of demons and corrupted beings behind them only intensified. However, despite their predatory gazes fixed upon the trio, neither the demons nor the various corrupted clans dared to attack. It was as if an invisible barrier held them back, preventing them from crossing a certain threshold. As time passed and the number of corrupted clans behind them swelled, Killier's patience began to wane, and she felt compelled to ask Lucius and Du Linyang why they had stopped. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Du Linyang silenced her once more. This time, rather than acquiescing, Killier glared at Du Linyang, exclaiming, "Why do you keep stopping me? Don't you see those fiends lurking behind us? How long must we wait? What is the rush? Can't you see that Lucius is preparing? We are already surrounded and at a disadvantage. We cannot force our way through without proper preparation," Du Linyang replied calmly, her words devoid of emotion, which only served to infuriate Killier further. Disregarding her usual demeanor, Killier retorted sharply, "Aunt, do you really believe that waiting here will somehow create an opportunity for us to break free? Since there is no retreat, we must continue forward. We've come this far. We're just one step away." Observing Killier's flustered state, Du Linyang felt a sense of dark satisfaction, yet maintained her composure as she replied, "Indeed, we are merely one step away. But that step is exceedingly arduous. Without waiting for Killier to respond, she interjected, "If you are confident in your ability to break through, then by all means, do so on your own. There is no need to delay your own time and opportunities for our sake." Du Linyang's words only fueled Killier's anger, leaving her trembling with rage, unsure how to retort. Her large, expressive eyes betrayed her resentment towards Du Linyang, while internally she pondered, "Why is Du Linyang obstructing me? Does she know that I am being used by the nature pantheon? Does she know our plan? That cannot be." As she caught sight of Killier's frustrated gaze and her shifting emotions, Du Linyang wore a smile, seemingly relishing Killier's distress. "Ha! At last, we have reached the final line of defense at the entrance to the ruins. The legendary Knights of the Apocalypse. It appears the entrance is nearby." Just as Du Linyang and Killier were engaged in their verbal sparring, a sudden excited shout rang out from not far away. Both women instinctively suppressed their presence, turning their heads in unison toward the source of the sound. True to the adage that enemies cross paths at unexpected moments, they beheld a large group emerging from another direction within the misty forest. Led by none other than Phobos, the saint who had recently been downed by Lucius. In the fleeting moment when Du Linyang and Killier's gazes met, they both sensed each other's presence and turned to look, instantly breaking into smiles as one exclaimed, "Hee, the gods truly favor me. I never expected to encounter you here." Without hesitation, Phobos scrutinized the three individuals before him, growing increasingly excited. "To my surprise, there are only 3 of you. This time, you truly have nowhere to escape." Leading his followers closer, Phobos regarded Lucius and his companions as if they were already in his grasp, a mocking smile adorning his face. Behind Phobos, the members of the church and the temple appeared utterly disheveled, clearly having suffered significant losses along the way, yet they still held a numerical advantage. There was no need for Phobos to issue commands. Oliver promptly ordered the church's night order and various temple squads to encircle Lucius and his companions, awaiting Phobos' signal to strike and capture them. Under the mounting pressure, Du Linyang could no longer restrain herself and spoke, "Phobos, we are in the misty forest, under the constraints of the sanctuary's rules. You hold no advantage here. You truly wish to engage us in battle." "No advantage. Du Linyang, I beg to differ. Here, our powers are both suppressed to an intermediate level, yet we possess a significant numerical superiority. Thus, I advise you 3 to surrender willingly." As Phobos' words fell, both Du Linyang and Killier bore grave expressions, but suddenly they heard Lucius's voice from behind. "What, is having numbers the only advantage? The church's holy son is not so formidable after all." As he spoke, Lucius pushed past Du Linyang and Killier, stepping forward to confront Phobos directly, the heavy magical energy gun prominently displayed before him. Seeing Lucius's composed demeanor, Phobos hesitated, scrutinizing him from head to toe. When he noticed the imposing magical energy gun, nearly half his height, emanating potent magical energy waves, Phobos' pupils involuntarily constricted. Raising his gaze to meet Lucius's, he demanded, "You possess a magical mechanical weapon. Who are you? You must be more than just a favored child of fortune." Who am I? You are not worthy to know," Lucius replied, suddenly lifting the heavy magical energy gun and aiming it at Phobos. Firing a shot, an ice sphere shot forth from the gun's barrel, and upon witnessing this, Phobos' body immediately radiated a holy glow as he disdainfully regarded the ice sphere. "Humph, do you truly believe such a thing could harm me?" As Phobos stood unmoving, Oliver suddenly recalled something and urgently shouted a warning. "Your Highness, quickly dodge. Do not take that boy's attack head-on." Unfortunately, Oliver's warning came too late. As he spoke, the ice sphere accelerated unexpectedly, colliding with the radiant barrier around Phobos. Without attempting to breach it, the sphere shattered, encasing Phobos and his protective glow in ice. Lucius approached the frozen Phobos and tapped on the icy surface, saying, "It seems your intelligence is quite questionable." Oliver watched in disbelief as Phobos was encased in ice. Wanting to intervene but realizing it was too late, he could only hastily command the soldiers surrounding Lucius to prepare for an assault. Just then, another group charged in, the entourage of Longuan Tavern, which immediately threw the church and temple into disarray, protecting Du Linyang and Killier as tensions flared between the two factions. Lucius paid no heed to either group, instead walking straight toward the Headless Knights, producing the metallic plate left to him by his father. Upon its appearance, the Headless Knights instinctively parted to allow him passage, as Lucius walked through the opening created by the headless knights. He turned back with a smile, addressing both factions. Gentlemen, let us part ways here. If you can breach the blockade of the Apocalypse Knight Order, we shall meet again within the ruins. With that, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lucius turned and strode forward. As he entered the dimly lit path, the headless knights closed ranks, instantly sealing off the passage. Chapter 29. The Poker Dynasty. In the dense forest, the two factions stood tense, watching as the headless knights parted to let Lucius pass effortlessly through their defenses, leaving the onlookers utterly speechless. Crack! Phobos shattered the ice encasing him, his furious roar shattering the silence. You brat! I will kill you! Kill you! Phobos's frenzied outburst jolted the stunned crowd back to reality. As all eyes turned toward him, he scanned the surroundings, searching for Lucius, but finding no trace of him. That moment, Phobos realized something was amiss. He suppressed his aura and regained his composure. Walking over to Oliver and inquiring, Oliver, what is happening? Where did that little brat run off to? Oliver gulped heavily, stammering. Your Highness, that Lucius, he has already left. What? Left? That little brat escaped just like that? How could he slip away? If he hadn't fled, I would have captured him and tormented him slowly. Upon hearing Phobos's words, the crowd exchanged complex glances, while the Longquan Tavern members openly scoffed. Ultimately, it was Oliver, trembling with fear, who quietly explained, Your Highness. He did not escape. He has already breached the Headless Knight's defenses and is likely inside the ruins now. What? A high-pitched exclamation erupted as Phobos stared incredulously at Oliver, then caught sight of the mocking expressions on Du Linyang and her companions. Feeling like a fool, he turned to point at the lined-up Headless Knights, exclaiming, How is this possible? The Apocalypse Knight Order is the essential barrier to enter the ruins. They always guard the entrance during every opening of the ruins to block adventurers. Why? Why did they allow that little brat to enter? Seeing Phobos in a state of utter despair, Oliver continued to explain quietly. Your Highness, we do not understand either. Just a moment ago, that brat showed a metallic card to the Headless Knights, and they willingly parted ways. Upon hearing this, Phobos did not lash out but fell silent, pondering deeply. After a lengthy pause, he murmured, A metallic card? Could it be that brat is a descendant of the poker royalty of the sanctuary? As he spoke, Phobos abruptly pulled Oliver closer, questioning him in a hushed tone. Oliver, did you notice any patterns on the card he held? Patterns? Was there a pattern on that card? I didn't pay attention to that, Your Highness. Do you know the origins of that metallic card? Before Phobos could respond, Du Linyang interjected loudly. This is no secret, Phobos. You need not keep it hidden. Are you suspecting that Lucius is a royal descendant of the Sanctuary's Poker Dynasty? Upon hearing Du Linyang's revelation, Phobos shot her an annoyed glare, while the others remained baffled, unable to comprehend their conversation. Eventually, Caroline from the Ward Temple boldly inquired, What is the Poker Dynasty? Hearing this, Du Linyang turned to Caroline, scrutinizing her for a moment before smiling and saying, You all are unaware. You dare to explore the ruins without knowing about the 4 great poker dynasties of the sanctuary. Simultaneously, the elven leader atop the treetops in the forest also quietly asked the shadow beside her, Grandfather, did the sanctuary really once have the so-called 4 great poker dynasties? In the darkness, there was a long silence, as the shadow seemed lost in reminiscence. After a considerable time, the shadow spoke almost simultaneously with Du Linyang, recounting the glory of the sanctuary's past. When the sanctuary was first established, it was ruled by 2 divine factions of light and darkness, with their deities co-governing the sanctuary and the entire continent. As they spoke, Du Linyang and the shadow in the forest simultaneously lamented, Gold, silver, bronze, that was the mythical era of the deities' dominion over the continent. However, even deities can succumb to desire as their desires grew. They fell into decay. In the sanctuary, the deities of light and darkness long ruled over countless beings, gradually losing themselves to their lust for power. After the 3 glorious eras, the deities of the sanctuary succumbed to their desires, falling into decay, leading to the tumultuous Iron Age, a time of endless strife across the sanctuary and the continent. In the late Iron Age, compelled by the oppression of the deities, the beings of the world began to rebel, breaching the core of the sanctuary, overthrowing the deities' rule, and establishing the sanctuary dynasty. The era of deities gave way to the age of dynasties, with 4 dynasties emerging in succession, each marked by the 4 suits of playing cards. Thus, those who were aware referred to the 4 dynasties of the sanctuary as the poker dynasties. After hearing Du Linyang's account, Reimer inquired with some confusion, what does this have to do with the card in Lucius's hand? Could that card be a symbol of some dynasty in the sanctuary? Du Linyang did not dismiss Reimer's question simply because he was from the church. Instead, she smiled and replied, "Hee, you are correct. Each dynasty's royal family possesses a playing card that represents their royal identity. What? Could it be that the metallic card in Lucius's hand symbolizes the royal playing cards of the Holy Domain dynasty? If so, does that imply he is a descendant of the royal lineage of the Holy Domain?" Reimer exclaimed in astonishment. The others were equally taken aback, and finally, the saint's son Phobos spoke up, saying, "It seems highly probable that he is indeed a descendant of some royal dynasty of the Holy Domain. However, we cannot ascertain which exact dynasty he hails from." High atop the treetops, Maudace couldn't help but ask the shadow beside her, "Grandfather, is he truly of royal descent? Do you know which dynasty he belongs to?" The shadow flickered in and out of visibility, and after a moment of silence, a hoarse voice emerged, "I cannot say for certain. I did not catch a clear glimpse of the design on that playing card. Only the Headless Knights would know to which dynasty he is related." Pausing briefly, the shadow continued, "Yet, even if he is indeed of royal lineage, the Holy Domain has already fallen into decay and corruption. He may not be able to penetrate its core, and the demon gods would certainly not allow him access. Grandfather, I have heard that those demon gods were once subdued by the dynasty. Would they really resort to violence against a royal descendant bearing the playing card?" Upon hearing Maudace's inquiry, the shadow sighed. The downfall of the Holy Domain is rooted in the overwhelming power of those deities. There might lead them to be consumed by their own desires, resulting in their rebellion against the shackles imposed by the Holy Domain dynasty, ultimately sparking that cataclysmic war that wrought its demise. At this point, Maudace felt a pair of profound eyes fixated upon her. Before she could collect her thoughts, the owner of those eyes spoke. Now they manipulate desires to lure many of the remnants of the Holy Domain into corruption. Seeking to shatter the last vestiges of the Holy Domain's seal and oppression, how could they possibly spare a descendant of the dynasty that once confined them? In response, Maudace lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before raising it to meet those deep-set eyes. Her gaze resolute as she inquired, "Grandfather, since you are aware of all this, why do you still choose to lead our clan to submit to the demon gods?" Faced with Maudace's pure gaze, the profound eyes finally relented, lowering themselves into the darkness that a hoarse voice emerged from the shadows. "Maudace, my actions are driven by necessity. If we do not submit to the demon gods, we shall face utter annihilation. For the survival and continuity of our clan, I have no other choice." Detecting the sorrow and helplessness in the shadow's words, Maudace withdrew her resolute gaze and murmured, "Grandfather, the demon gods seek to exploit the Holy Domain's reawakening to break its seal and return to the world. Do you truly believe they will succeed this time?" The shadow fell into silence once more, and after a while, it whispered, Whether they will succeed is beyond my knowledge. However, it is certain that the demon gods have already devised a plan. Otherwise, why would we be preparing for sacrifice?" Upon hearing the shadow's words, Maudace bowed her head into silence, while the shadow sighed. "Very well. The sacrifice preparations are complete. There is nothing more we can do. We must await the arrival of the demon gods." As the grandfather and granddaughter conversed atop the treetops, the two groups, hindered by the apocalyptic night order, had separated to discuss how to overcome the final blockade posed by the numerous Headless Knights. Although the two parties bore grudges and were reluctant to join forces, they opted not to provoke one another, maintaining a respectful distance while deliberating their strategies to break through. Saint Son Phobos' intentions were straightforward. "We have no choice but to force our way through. This is the only method to breach their blockade. Although we are all restricted to mid-tier levels or below, our aim is not to eliminate the Headless Knights, but merely to penetrate their defenses. Therefore, I believe we must go all out to break through." As soon as Phobos finished speaking, dissenting voices arose. Reimer, a talented elite of the church with the potential to inherit the papacy, was the first to step forward in opposition. "I disagree." Under the gaze of the crowd, he stood firm. Countering Phobos, those Headless Knights exude a formidable aura. If we attempt to force our way through, even if we manage to succeed, we will undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Thus, I assert that we should not charge blindly. Upon hearing Reimer's rebuttal, Phobos' expression darkened, his eyes locking onto Raymer with a chilling intensity. Raymer, it seems you have forgotten your place. You have no authority to speak here. Why can I not voice my opinion? Your Highness, it appears you have also forgotten what the Pope has communicated to you. Have you not yet learned from the consequences of your arrogance and pride? As soon as Raymer's words fell, Phobos's face twisted with rage as he advanced menacingly towards him, demanding, "What did you just say? Raymer, do you dare repeat those words?" Before Raymer could respond, Oliver swiftly stepped in to mediate. "Your Highness, please do not be angered. Raymer means no offense. He merely wishes to express his views. Shall we hear him out?" With Oliver's intervention and the gazes of those around them, Phobos, mindful of his dignity, suppressed his anger and replied, "Very well. I am curious to hear what better plan you propose." Raymer, undaunted by the resentment in Phobos's eyes, cleared his throat and stated, "I once read in the text that the formation of the apocalyptic night order is analogous to a deck of cards, with each row containing only 13 headless knights. Hence, I believe we need not charge recklessly. We need only concentrate our strength to defeat one row of headless knights." Raymer's suggestion left everyone momentarily speechless. Phobos quickly regained his composure and scoffed derisively. "Ha! I expected something more substantial. Raymer, do you truly think that if we attack one row of headless knights, the others will not come to their aid?" However, before Phobos could finish his sentence, a cheer erupted from nearby. "Ha ha! The innkeeper's method is indeed effective. It turns out these headless knights are quite rigid. As long as we send one person to attack, they will not assist one another." Upon hearing the cheers, Phobos felt his face flush with embarrassment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Raymer continued, "Those headless knights adhere strictly to the chivalric code and value fairness. We can concentrate our power on one individual, and I believe we can easily defeat the headless knight." From a distance atop the branches of the forest, Maudace observed the two groups channeling their strength into a single individual. Preparing for one-on-one confrontations with the headless knights, she scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, these outsiders are truly shameless." The shadow beside her remarked, "This could be viewed as a flaw in the defense of the apocalyptic night order. Since they have discovered a way to breach the blockade, it seems we need not linger any longer. Order the withdrawal." Just as the two groups were about to break through the final line of defense of the apocalyptic night order, the corrupted army, lurking behind them and watching with bated breath, swiftly vanished into the darkness like a tide. Chapter 30. The stairway of history having traversed through the 13 rows of headless knights, Lucius finally beheld the entrance to the ruins. That towering gate, shrouded in mist amidst the forest, appeared to connect heaven and earth. Yet, the seemingly near gate felt surreal, like a mirage. Yet the peculiar patterns faintly visible upon it held a power capable of sending shivers through one's soul. If one were to bypass this ethereal gate, they would discover that behind it lay a deep forest still cloaked in mist, suggesting that the gate had never existed at all. After circling the gate, Lucius returned to its front, feeling the overwhelming presence emanating from it as he stepped forward. The moment he set foot on the staircase leading to the gate, a resonant chime echoed in his ears. Accompanied by the cacophony of a bustling crowd and the myriad sounds of machinery in motion, all swirling around him after the tolling of the bell, Lucius stood transfixed on the first step, gazing upward to behold a staircase that seemed to stretch infinitely, extending from the ground all the way to the clouds. Enveloped in the swirling mists, there appeared to be a shadow of a doorway at the very end of the long staircase. Instead of ascending to the second step, Lucius retreated a step back, returning to solid ground. The moment he stepped off the staircase, the scene before him vanished entirely, and he found himself once more before the towering gate. Staring at the elusive, dreamlike gate that stood between heaven and earth, the metallic playing card twirled incessantly between his fingers. After a moment of contemplation, he tucked the card away into the leather pouch at his waist, hoisted the magical energy firearm onto his shoulder, and took another step onto the staircase. As he ascended to the second step, the scenery shifted once again. Before him lay an expanse of wilderness, dominated by blazing forges, their flames casting a crimson glow across the land. The dull clang of metal echoed throughout the surroundings, and following the sound, he could clearly see dwarves clad only in their upper garments, wielding heavy, dark iron hammers far larger than themselves, striking down upon the glowing red iron blocks drawn from the forges. In the distance, goblins operated logging machines, systematically felling sturdy ancient trees, while gnomes drove transport machinery to carry the felled timber to the forges, ultimately feeding them into the roaring flames of the furnace. Elves encircled the smelting furnace, infusing various magical elements into the flames, causing the fire within to shift in color, swiftly breaking down and incinerating the ancient wood that had been cast into the furnace. Orcish figures of various tribes gathered around colossal bellows, working in unison to draw forth the flames, intensifying the blaze within the forge. They expertly maneuvered the wrought iron blocks, either reinserting them into the furnace or pulling them toward a nearby trough. On the opposite side, an equally towering smelting furnace processed tougher ores, pouring the meticulously refined molten metal into wooden molds. Once the metal cooled and solidified, they would open the molds to extract the newly formed shapes. Amidst this bustling throng of industrious beings, a young man stood atop a lofty platform, vocally coordinating the efforts of the diverse denizens below. After a considerable time, as if sensing Lucius's gaze, the young man abruptly lifted his head. His wise eyes meeting Lucius's from afar. Despite the distance separating them, Lucius felt as though that gaze could penetrate his very soul, accompanied by an unmistakable smile. Withdrawing his gaze, Lucius chose not to linger any longer. Continuing his ascent along the steps, with each level he climbed, the scenery transformed anew. The towering forges and smelting furnaces vanished, replaced by a multitude of grand machines, which, aided by the robust orcs, assembled various metal components. Lucius pressed onward, each step unveiling a new vista, the vast machines gradually taking form. Eventually, after an indeterminate number of steps, the once sacred staircase morphed into a humble wooden one. Stunned, Lucius stood there, perplexed by this unexpected change. In his moment of hesitation, the young man on the platform once more looked up, and Lucius could sense encouragement emanating from his gaze, urging him to proceed. Emboldened by this silent support, Lucius finally set aside his doubts and ascended the wooden staircase. The moment he stepped onto the wooden rungs, the scene shifted yet again. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a fierce gust of wind surged from beneath, nearly sweeping him off the steps. Regaining his balance, Lucius beheld a colossal metallic disc rising from the earth, hurtling toward him. As the massive disc approached, Lucius instinctively tilted his head back in fear, yet it passed harmlessly through him. Once the disc had completely traversed his form, he turned to see the young man standing at its edge, offering him a knowing smile. The disc then soared upward, disappearing into the clouds above. Lucius returned his attention to the staircase, taking another step down. As he continued along the wooden steps, Lucius witnessed the gradual evolution of the flying disc, observing its myriad failures along the way. Ultimately, he beheld the transformation of the disc into a grand airborne fortress. This magnificent structure was adorned with intricate edifices, mountains, lakes, and lush greenery, interspersed with steam locomotives weaving through its expanse. The inhabitants of this fortress, hailing from various tribes, grew increasingly powerful. Gazing at the suspended fortress for an extended period, Lucius pondered, could this colossal aerial citadel be the embryonic form of the sacred domain? At that moment, Lucius noticed that the staircase before him had changed. The next level had transformed from wood to gleaming gold, radiating brilliantly under the celestial light. Without a moment's hesitation, Lucius stepped onto the golden staircase. And in an instant, the scene before him transformed yet again. As he regained his bearings, he found himself within a lavish hall. A long, grand table stretched before him, at the end of which sat the young man. His countenance grave, flanked by beings of various races seated along the sides. The mere gaze of those beings sent a shiver through Lucius, for he instantly recognized that they were no ordinary creatures. Each possessed an awe-inspiring power. The young man at the center began to address the assembly, though Lucius could not discern their words, only vaguely interpreting a few phrases from their lip movements. Finally, the young leader extended his hand, revealing a translucent orb, while the beings on either side mirrored his gesture, presenting orbs of various colors in their palms. In that moment, Lucius was struck by a revelation. These orbs likely represented the nascent cores of power. Reflecting on this, he surveyed the assembly, murmuring to himself, who are these individuals? The architects of the aerial fortress, now separating their powers to forge the cores. Could they be the founders of the sacred domain? After lingering on the first level of the golden staircase for some time, Lucius resolved to descend to the next tier. The imagery before him shifted once more, revealing a group of beings descending upon the airborne fortress. Bathed in a radiant glow, they bore a striking resemblance to humans, yet exuded an otherworldly aura. Lucius observed how these formidable, celestial visitors garnered adoration from the fortress's inhabitants, ultimately seizing dominion over the fortress and the entire realm. Meanwhile, the original architects of the fortress silently departed, vanishing beyond the edges of the continent. Their fates unknown to A.S. Lucius traversed the golden staircase, he witnessed the evolution of the airborne fortress under the governance of these celestial beings, transforming from a sanctuary into a revered domain. Standing upon the final level of the golden staircase, he beheld the climactic moment when the forces of light and darkness severed the last ties of the fortress to the earth below. Lucius could not help but exclaim, "So this is how the so-called sacred domain, abode of the divine, came to be." Subsequently, as he ascended the silver and bronze staircases, Lucius observed the gradual consolidation of divine power. Witnessing the insatiable desires of these so-called gods spiral out of control, upon reaching the pinnacle of the bronze staircase, he witnessed the deities utterly subjugating the land, their bloody rampages shaking both the sacred domain and the earth itself. The once bright bronze steps faded to a cold, dark iron, and even before setting foot upon them, Lucius could sense the heavy aura that permeated the air, a palpable bitterness and resentment of countless beings. After a prolonged moment of indecision, he finally stepped onto the black iron staircase. In this era of darkness, bloodshed, and turmoil, the age of the divine saw many gods succumb to their own desires, leading to their moral decay and relentless strife for power on the throne of the airborne fortress. It was a case of, you perform, then I take the stage, as one mighty deity after another was overthrown. Ultimately, as Lucius reached the final tier of the black iron staircase, true chaos erupted. Numerous powerful deities ignited a cataclysmic conflict, flames consuming everything in their wake, nearly obliterating the entire fortress. Yet, in a twist of fate, when the world teetered on the brink of destruction, formidable leaders emerged to subdue the corrupted deities, restoring peace to the land and reclaiming the nearly annihilated fortress. Crossing the last level of the black iron staircase, Lucius found no further steps, but rather 4 doors standing before him, each inscribed with the symbols of clover, red heart, ice diamond, and black spear. Chapter 31. Mechanical spirit gazing at the 4 doors aligned before him and reflecting on the myriad sights he had witnessed along the way. Lucius understood that the previous scenes chronicled the history of the sacred domain, from its inception through the celestial being's divine takeover, to its eventual expansion and the subsequent fall of the gods. Contemplating these echoes of the past, Lucius murmured, "Is this truly how the sacred domain met its demise? And where, pray tell, are the 4 great armies that ultimately overthrew the divine?" No, those were merely the mythic times of the holy city. It was only after those so-called gods were finally vanquished that the holy city truly flourished. However, the 4 kings never anticipated that their momentary mercy would lead to the fall of the entire holy city. As Lucius pondered these confounding words, a sudden voice startled him, prompting him to look up in the direction it emanated from. To his surprise, a diminutive girl stood before the clover door. Her face bore cracks, and a metallic cap protruded from her shoulder, indicating she was a mechanical spirit, seemingly aged beyond her years. Sensing Lucius's gaze, the girl lifted her head, her large, flickering eyes studying him, a smile gradually spreading across her rigid metallic features. Without warning, the girl asked, "Do you know what the builders of the holy city said as they departed?" Taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, Lucius stood in stunned silence for a moment before reluctantly shaking his head in confusion. Upon seeing his response, the mechanical spirit appeared delighted, exclaiming, he said, "Nothing can endure forever. Even the gods shall ultimately meet their demise." "And who is he?" Upon hearing the words of the mechanical spirit, Lucius felt a stirring within his heart and met its gaze with a probing inquiry. "Who is he?" "Ah, he is akin to you, a being with dreams and hopes. Some refer to him as the prophet and creator, while others label him as a heretic, viewing him as the source of chaos." As the mechanical spirit approached Lucius, it gestured toward the ascending steps behind him, continuing, "You have traversed these steps. You should see clearly that he is the architect and builder of this sky city, the very creator of a realm where even the gods must prostrate themselves. If he is so powerful, why then did he depart? Why did he relinquish the sanctum to those extraterrestrial visitors, allowing them to exploit this celestial city and ascend to godhood, to wield divine authority over the beings of the earth?" In response to Lucius's somewhat indignant questioning, the mechanical spirit's expression dimmed, and with a lowered gaze, it spoke despondently. In truth, he did not foresee that it would ultimately evolve into such a state, yet he has already taken steps to rectify it. Lucius turned his attention to the 4 doors and asked, "Are you implying that the 4 great dynasties following the age of myth were secretly supported by him?" "Oh, you are aware of the Poker dynasty?" The mechanical spirit, Baludi, responded with surprise. Lucius nodded. "Indeed, I have encountered references to it in ancient texts. Yet it seems that certain records differ from the actual truth. Subsequently, under Baluti's persistent questioning, Lucius recounted the information he had gleaned from those ancient texts bit by bit. Upon hearing Lucius's account, Baluti's body flushed crimson with rage, and fissures between the metal plates on its form emitted scalding gas. Shaking its petite fists indignantly, Baluti exclaimed, "Humph! Those ancient texts are nothing but nonsense. Many of their claims are utterly unfounded. It appears the sanctum has truly fallen into decay, with history itself being distorted by fabricators." Noticing Lucius's tacit acknowledgement, Baluti pointed toward the 4 doors behind them, stating, "Let me tell you, the 4 kings of the Poker dynasty existed in the same era. They were the 4 strongest under the Creator." Pausing for a moment, a reverent expression graced Baluti's face as it continued. "The clover represents luck, but it also symbolizes craftsmanship and industry, thus embodying technology. The heart is self-evident. It represents humanity, which possesses wisdom. The heart symbolizes wisdom and forebodes love, making it a wise entity filled with compassion. The diamond signifies wealth. Every nation and every individual requires wealth. Without the underpinning of riches, how can a nation thrive? Lastly, the black spear. You should recognize that it symbolizes power, the strength of armies and individuals, an essential element to overthrow the dominion of the gods." At this point, Baluti turned to face Lucius, its expression still reverent, and asked, "Do you believe that to topple the rule of the gods, these 4 elements can be absent? Since they are indispensable, how could they possibly be separated into distinct eras as the ancient texts suggest?" Through Baluti's exposition, Lucius garnered a fresh understanding of the sanctum, realizing that the so-called Poker dynasty was, in fact, a division orchestrated by the Creator. However, the ancient texts are not entirely erroneous. At least, the Poker dynasty was indeed ruled by the 4 kings, with each royal family governing the sanctum for 13 generations. Upon hearing Baluti's assertion, Lucius could not help but exclaim, "What? Each royal family ruling for 13 generations? Does that not imply that each dynasty could govern for an exceedingly long time? How could that be? Do you think the ruling monarchs were those formidable figures from the royal families? No. Each dynasty's ruler could not merge with the source core during their reign, and they were all merely ordinary individuals incapable of mastering martial arts or magic." Baluti's answer left Lucius dumbfounded. He struggled to comprehend why the 4 great royal families would allow ordinary individuals to inherit the throne and become the representatives and rulers of successive dynasties. In a world where strength reigned supreme, why would the powerful submit to the weak? Lost in thought for a considerable time, an epiphany struck Lucius as he glanced at the 4 doors, asking, "Is it that individual? That individual offering support from behind the scenes, is it not?" Baluti responded with a smile and nodded, "Precisely, this is a rule established by the Creator. Even the 4 great royal families, powerful enough to rival the gods, cannot break the Creator's rules." After a brief pause, Baluti added, "Moreover, although those ruling monarchs cannot practice martial arts or magic during their reign, nor merge with any source core, they are not devoid of talent to be crowned as kings. They must possess extraordinary abilities." Hearing this, Lucius could not help but express admiration. "Remarkable. They have effectively decoupled power from authority, creating a system of mutual checks that ultimately benefits numerous ordinary beings. Yet, has no one ever contemplated breaking these rules? My father once said that no being, even a god, can relinquish their innermost desires." In response, Baluti praised, "Indeed, your father spoke wisely. Even gods have desires. Where there are rules, there will always be those who wish to transgress them, to wish to break the rules. Is that not the ultimate cause of the sanctum's downfall?" Baluti nodded solemnly, its expression growing somber as it replied, "Yes. As the Creator said, nothing is eternal. Where there is prosperity, there will be decline, and no one anticipated that the 4 great royal families would ultimately fall. Desire led to their downfall, a fate even the Creator could not alter. No, he did change it. Was it not he who sealed away the myriad powerful gods and demons within the sanctum?" Lucius seemed to have an epiphany, meeting Baluti's incredulous gaze as he continued, "In truth, he possessed the power to change things, yet he chose not to intervene. He desired for the beings of the sanctum and the continent to propel the wheel of history themselves." Upon hearing Lucius's words, Baluti was taken aback, but soon regained composure, sincerely exclaiming, "You truly possess the insight to perceive everything. No wonder you have journeyed here alone." As Baluti glanced at the door engraved with the clover, it remarked thoughtfully, "It seems the descendants of the Clover royal family are significantly stronger than those of the other 3 families." At this, Lucius's pupils dilated, and he quickly inquired, "You mean to say that the descendants of the other 3 royal families have already come here?" Noting the shock on Lucius's face, Baludi puffed up with pride. "Indeed, you are the last descendant to arrive, and the only one to have traversed all the steps, journeying from the sacred gate directly to this place." Upon hearing Baludi's words, Lucius was momentarily stunned, and then a radiant smile broke across his face as he asked, "Then, will I receive some form of reward?" Cough, cough. Lucius's question left Baludi momentarily speechless. It had not anticipated such an inquiry. After a prolonged silence, Baludi finally regained its composure. Gazing at Lucius's pure and unpretentious smile, it sighed, "Ah, the more I observe you, the more you resemble him. Who would have thought that after all these years, I would encounter someone like you again?" With that, Baludi extended its palm, saying, "Very well, since you have made it this far, present the playing card that represents your identity that I must confirm your royal lineage." Seeing Baludi's request, Lucius reached to his waist and retrieved a metallic card. However, just as he was about to place it in Baludi's palm, he hesitated, like a little miser, saying, "You won't just take it and then cast me aside, will you?" Lucius's words caused Baludi's eyes to widen, nearly inducing a desire to spit blood. The two remained in a stalemate for a moment before Baludi finally snatched the card with irritation, saying, "Humph, were it not for the rules, I would have certainly kicked you down to make you climb the steps again." Having said that, Baludi raised the card and turned to face the 4 doors. The metallic card shimmered, and the door adorned with the clover emblem radiated a corresponding glow. In an instant, the light surged, and the clover emblem sparkled like a constellation, swiftly engulfing the other 3 doors. Ultimately, only one grand door remained ajar amidst the resounding silence. Baludi returned the card to Lucius, gesturing toward the open door. "All right, you may enter. As for whether you will obtain what you seek, that shall depend on your luck and abilities." With that, Baludi's form shimmered, and before Lucius could react, it vanished, leaving him standing alone before the open door. Chapter 32. Stepping into the ruins, peering into the dark void of the open door for a moment. Lucius did not step inside, but instead sat down at the threshold, one hand cradling his chin while the other nervously fiddled with the metallic playing card, lost in thought. After a while, he sighed. "Ah, how complicated this all is. It seems the seal of the ruins has encountered issues. Otherwise, why would it hastily summon me here? Yet with my limited strength, how can I possibly contend with those sealed fallen gods? Oh, what a pity. There is no turning back now. If only I had known better, I would not have come here. It would have been far better to wander about with the old man. Now, I must bear a heavy burden if I proceed, yet there is no alternative path to take if I do not. Such trouble, such trouble." In truth, having passed through the final step of the previous staircase, Lucius had already glimpsed the outcome of the end of the divine era. The 4 royal families lacked the power to vanquish those deities. After reclaiming control of the sanctum, they must have reached some form of agreement with the deities, establishing a precarious balance between royal and divine authority. Simultaneously, they employed the source core left by the creator of the sanctum to encourage the most exceptional beings among the myriad of life forms to cultivate their powers, using the ascended beings to counterbalance the deities that descended upon them. This separation of divine and royal power, with the latter governing the realm while using the strength of divine tier beings to restrain divine authority, seemed like a foolproof plan. Yet, in reality, it harbored a significant flaw. The creator had fundamentally overlooked the insatiable desires that all beings, whether mortals or deities, possess, the desire to seize more power. Neither divine nor royal authority would willingly permit the other's existence to serve as a constraint upon themselves. After musing for a moment, Lucius suddenly murmured in confusion, "But what, exactly, does that creator desire? It appears that the entire sanctum is nothing more than his experimental subject, and an ultimately failed one at that." Reflecting on his journey down the staircase, Lucius felt an omniscient gaze observing everything, watching the events unfold within the sanctum and the world beyond, remaining aloof and indifferent, only intervening at crucial moments, either directly or indirectly. Contemplating this, Lucius muttered to himself, "Now that the ruins have reopened, and judging by the behavior of those outside, it seems that the fallen demon sealed within the ruins is awakening, striving to break free from its confinement. This opening of the ruins, attracting so many, yet another experiment by that creator." As time passed, Lucius remained seated before the entrance, unperturbed, showing no inclination to rise and proceed, seemingly indifferent to the allure of the ruins. Hidden away, Baludi gazed at him with wide, glistening eyes, rolling them in frustration as she fixated on Lucius, unable to contain her murmurs. What on earth is this guy hesitating for? Why hasn't he entered yet? It seemed that sensing Beluti's gaze, Lucius abruptly lifted his head and looked in her direction, his profound eyes radiating wisdom, as if they could pierce through all veils of illusion. Beluti was instantly taken aback by Lucius's gaze, hastily averting her eyes, not daring to meet his stare. Yet after a brief moment, her curiosity got the better of her, and she looked again, only to find Lucius's figure had vanished upon stepping inside. Before he could fully comprehend the scene before him, an acute sense of danger surged within him. Lucius swiftly readied his magical energy firearm, aiming it around him and unleashing a barrage of fire. Bullets infused with a myriad of magical elements erupted from the barrel, and by the time Lucius assessed his surroundings, several mechanical demons lay defeated at his feet. Not far away, more mechanical demons were advancing toward him, each of varied design, yet the rust adorning their metallic bodies betrayed their age. With a magical energy firearm in hand, Lucius showed no mercy as he squeezed the trigger, either freezing or incinerating the rusting automatons, his actions devoid of compassion. Meanwhile, he muttered indignantly, "I knew coming in would spell trouble. They think these scrap heaps can hinder my progress. The tests seem endless." Under the relentless assault of Lucius's formidable magical energy firearm, the ancient mechanical puppets could not close the distance and were obliterated by the multifaceted magical projectiles. However, the sheer number of these mechanical puppets, despite their inferior combat capabilities, created an overwhelming pressure on Lucius. As he fended off wave after wave of attacks, he finally caught sight of a wooden door amidst the throng of mechanical puppets emerging from rusted iron gates. Lucius sensed that this wooden door might very well be the exit. Without a moment's hesitation, he took aim with his magical energy firearm, blasting through the encroaching mechanical puppets. Advancing steadily toward the wooden door, as he reached the midpoint, the mechanical puppets suddenly shifted their strategy, brandishing rusted blades and forming a blockade against Lucius's advance. Faced with the barrage of rusty knives coming from all directions, Lucius instinctively crouched low, placing the magical energy firearm against his back. The metallic sphere within rapidly extracted the chaotic magical elements from his body, forming a barrier of ice that deflected the onslaught of knives. The mechanical puppets, driven by instinct, attempted to raise their blades once more. But before they could strike, the ice barrier erupted with frigid air, swiftly engulfing them and freezing them in place. With the mechanical puppets immobilized, Lucius wasted no time. Charging toward the wooden door, he forcefully crashed into it with a violent thud, only to be met with a shocking sight beyond the door. A precarious wooden bridge suspended in midair, composed of various planks precariously joined together. It appeared that should anyone step upon it, the planks would immediately plummet into the abyss below. The planks that formed the floating bridge were in a constant state of shifting and movement, leaving an unsettling feeling in the viewer's heart. Lucius halted in front of the suspended bridge, his body frozen in shock as he scrutinized the precarious structure, muttering to himself, "This is a joke, right? It's practically a death sentence." As he grumbled, Lucius began to slowly retreat. However, just as he pushed open the wooden door, he discovered that the mechanical puppets had already broken free from their icy prison and were swiftly converging at the entrance. The threatening stance of the puppets indicated that if Lucius dared to retreat, they would mercilessly turn him into paste. Left with no choice, Lucius stepped back outside, casting a glance at the suspended bridge, and began to pace back and forth on the platform in front of it. As he continued to walk, he gradually regained his composure, carefully observing the entire structure of the floating bridge. Soon, he noticed the presence of a transmission device beneath the planks, causing them to shift in tandem. Realizing the mechanism behind the floating bridge's movement, Lucius still refrained from stepping onto the planks. Instead, he crouched down to examine it more closely, leaning over the platform to reach out and touch the transmission device beneath the planks. Creak, creak. Before Lucius could make contact, a transparent barrier enveloped the transmission device, emitting arcs of electricity. He barely had time to withdraw his hand as the electricity surged along his finger and up his arm, enveloping him entirely. Fortunately, the energy was rapidly absorbed by his body, causing him no harm. Nevertheless, Lucius was profoundly shaken, retracting his hand and pulling back from the edge, focusing his gaze on the opposite end of the floating bridge. Having only brushed against it, he had already uncovered the secret of the suspended bridge. What appeared to be a stable pathway was, in fact, fraught with peril, and the transmission device was indestructible. After a lengthy pause, Lucius stood up, shouldering his magical energy firearm, and without a trace of fear, stepped onto the nearest plank as it moved into position. He stood firm upon the plank, quietly awaiting its forward motion. Clack. Clack. Propelled by the transmission device beneath, the plank swiftly advanced, and Lucius remained steadfast, showing no sign of wavering or trepidation. The planks continued to shift forward, maintaining an unwavering stability beneath his feet. However, as the planks reached the middle of the floating bridge, a gale suddenly swept up from below, threatening to whisk Lucius away into the void. Anticipating the oncoming wind, Lucius pressed his palm against the shoulder of his firearm, and the internal gears of the metallic sphere whirred into action. Rapidly drawing the chaotic magical elements from within him, in an instant, a magical barrier erupted from the firearm, enveloping both Lucius and the plank beneath him, allowing him to remain undisturbed despite the raging winds. Clack, clack. As the tempest subsided, the planks resumed their forward motion, continuing their relentless advance toward the far side of the floating bridge. As he neared the opposite bank, in a moment of critical transition, Lucius felt the plank beneath him vanish. Before he could react, he plummeted into the abyss below. However, in that instant of free fall, Lucius was quick-witted, raising his magical energy firearm and swiftly extracting the magical elements within his body. Directing a blast of icy air at the transmission device below, the ice rapidly crystallized upon the mechanism, forming a thick layer that cushioned his descent. Lucius leveraged the icy surface to propel himself upwards, landing deftly upon the next 2 planks ahead, while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of freezing arrows from his firearm. Encasing the planks leading to the opposite bank in ice, he continued his charge along the frozen path toward the far side. As the ice behind him melted away and the planks vanished one by one, yet Lucius had already crossed the floating bridge, collapsing onto the metallic platform on the other side. As he lay on the platform, feeling the cold, solid ground beneath him, Lucius finally relaxed, exhaling a long-held breath as he turned to look back, only to find the suspended bridge had completely fractured. With wide eyes, Lucius watched as the suspended wooden bridge shattered. Plummeting from the clouds, he couldn't help but mutter, here we go again. Clearly, they are severing my escape route, denying me any chance of a do-over. Despite his grumbling, Lucius soon rose to his feet, steadily ascending the stairs leading forward, determined to reach greater heights. Chapter 33. The final bloodbath of the defense line. The clash of metal reverberated, the grand radiance of fighting spirit illuminating the dim, mist-laden forest. However, no matter how dazzling that brilliance was, it was ultimately consumed by a shroud of ominous decay. Encased in vibrant crimson fighting spirit, Caroline wielded a massive axe, striking fiercely at the headless knight blocking her path. The forceful blow, imbued with dominance and explosive power, seemed capable of rending the very earth asunder, leaving the onlookers from the church and the temple in awe of Caroline's formidable assault. Yet, the axe, which radiated with a destructive aura, failed to breach the deathly energy surrounding the headless knight. In an instant, the crimson glow of her fighting spirit was devoured, and the heavy axe strike was parried by the knight's raised broken blade. Alas! With Caroline unable to overcome the headless knight, a collective sigh escaped the lips of the church and temple onlookers, feeling somewhat powerless at her failure. Throughout the battle with the headless knight, the church and temple had attempted various strategies and ultimately concluded that sending Caroline into battle was the optimal choice. Hailing from the war temple, Caroline possessed remarkable strength, complemented by her exceptional physical resilience, enabling her to endure various energies enhancements. The clerics of the church and temple conferred their powers upon Caroline, allowing her to nearly transcend the rules of the mist-laden forest, maximizing her potential under the relic's regulations. Ultimately, the church and temple selected Caroline to take action, while others combined their strengths to bolster her capabilities. True to their expectations, she effortlessly breached the defenses of 8 headless knights. Although the 9th knight briefly impeded her progress, Caroline ultimately succeeded in overcoming it. However, the 10th headless knight now posed the greatest obstacle, and even after receiving the combined powers of her allies, this was her 3rd attempt to break through. Yet she remained unable to breach its defenses. Standing at the rear of the church and temple-less formation, Phobos, with an expression devoid of emotion, inquired of Oliver beside him, "How many times has Caroline failed to break through?" Oliver respectfully replied, "Your Highness, this is her 3rd attempt. The church and temple's chantcasters have nearly exhausted all their offensive power, yet she still cannot overcome the 10th headless knight." Upon hearing this, Phobos furrowed his brow, glancing back at the darkened path that had been sealed off. Pondering before stating, "Let Raymer take action. We have no retreat now. We must force our way through." In truth, Phobos felt a twinge of regret. He had not anticipated that opting for a solo challenge against the Headless Knight would eliminate the possibility of switching combatants. Once a challenger was designated, they could not be replaced, and those accompanying them would be entirely isolated in a separate space. Only by defeating the 13 Headless Knights could the challenger escape that isolated domain. Ha! 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 Caroline gasped for breath, gradually steadying her rhythm as she evaded the Headless Knight's strikes while searching for a way to defeat her foe. Slowly, her breathing became more even, the massive axe held protectively before her. Her gaze sharp as the Headless Knight initiated a new round of attacks. She swiftly identified a flaw in its defenses. Before Raymer could bestow the sacred light upon her, Caroline's scarlet fighting spirit erupted once more as she charged forward. Thrusting her spear against the Headless Knight, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the spear pierced Caroline's body, leaving them dumbfounded at the sight of her being impaled by the knight's lance. Yet the very next moment, before they could fully comprehend the shock, Caroline, seemingly vanishing, reappeared behind the Headless Knight. Infusing her massive axe with crimson fighting spirit, she let out a fierce battle cry, swinging it down upon her adversary. Ah! Accompanied by the Headless Knight's piercing wail, the previously near-invincible foe was cleaved in two, dissipating into a cloud of deathly energy. Ha ha ha! Absolutely splendid. Truly the elite of the War Temple, to earn the title of War God at such a young age, indeed. Impressive. Amidst the cheers from the church and temple, Caroline crouched down, gradually regaining her breath. After a considerable time, she rose, disregarding the jubilant crowd, choosing instead to retreat to a corner to reflect on her experiences from the recent battle. Noticing Caroline's increasing composure, Raymer furrowed his brow slightly, a vague suspicion arising within him. It seemed that battling those Headless Knights had significantly enhanced her power, just as Raymer fixed his gaze on Caroline. His expression a mix of envy and confusion. A sinister voice whispered in his ear, "Are you regretting it? Jealous of Caroline's combat experiences?" Turning to look, Raymer saw the cloaked figure from the Soul Temple standing behind him. Equally fixated on Caroline in the distance, continuing to murmur, "It appears that Caroline has gained considerable strength from her battles with the Headless Knights, although we are restrained by the rules here. She should ascend once we leave." As the cloak turned to assess Raymer, noticing his somewhat unnatural demeanor, a mocking laugh emanated from beneath the cloak. "I'm curious, who between you and Caroline is of the higher rank? Raymer, have you ascended to a higher tier yet?" "Humph." Enraged by the taunt, Raymer muttered under his breath, "Don't think that just because you are a high-tier level 11 soul mage, you can provoke me at will." Seeing Raymer's flustered demeanor only fueled the cloaked figure's excitement, laughter ringing out unabashedly. "Ha! Raymer, you truly haven't ascended. Without the core, what level are you? 9 or 10? The unabashed scorn from the cloak made Raymer's fists clench tightly, yet he refrained from retaliating, for he understood that he had come to the relic for training. Emotional restraint was also a form of discipline. In his mind echoed the Pope's parting words. "Raymer, remember, even a genius cannot sail through unchallenged. If you wish to ascend to a high-tier cleric, a bishop, or even sit in my seat, you must continually hone your skills and learn patience." As Raymer calmed the tumult within him, his clenched fists gradually relaxed. The figure hidden beneath the cloak was somewhat taken aback. As an elite dispatched from the Soul Temple, he regarded this journey as a trial as well. He too hoped to master the nuances of every individual's emotions and soul fluctuations through experience, yet he had repeatedly failed. Previously, there was Lucius, the seemingly affable man who always wore a smile. Yet in truth, he possessed a resolute spirit and an extraordinarily pure soul. The cloak had employed various tactics, but had been unable to shatter Lucius's unwavering composure. Now, facing Raymer, whose spirit and mindset were far inferior to Lucius's, the cloak had nearly succeeded when Raymer suddenly unleashed a steadfast strength, stabilizing his agitated emotions and preventing his soul from descending into chaos. The cloak withdrew, taking 2 steps back, examining Raymer through the fabric. Contemplating. It seemed that the genius capable of entering the mist-laden forest indeed possessed remarkable strength. Setting aside any disdain, the cloak refrained from further provocation, retreating quietly to await Caroline's recovery. The clanging of metal echoed as Caroline emanated a resplendent glow, the brilliant crimson light suffusing the surroundings, rendering the earth as though stained with blood. All eyes were drawn to Caroline, and after an indeterminate passage of time, she gradually stood, her aura significantly augmented. Her vibrant fighting spirit transforming her into a veritable battle goddess. Even Raymer and several other young prodigies from the church and temple exhibited traces of jealousy, fully aware that Caroline had undoubtedly achieved an ascension. Although it remained unclear whether Caroline's ascension stemmed from her core or her innate strength, the overwhelming aura of her magnificent fighting spirit indicated that her power had greatly surpassed her previous capabilities. The ensuing battle felt markedly less tense. Having ascended, Caroline's prowess was formidable as she effortlessly dispatched the 11th and 12th Headless Knights, leading her companions to the terminus of the Apocalyptic Knight's defense line. At the end of that line stood a Headless Knight, enveloped in a miasma of death, poised with its sword, as if it had awaited their arrival for an eternity. Upon witnessing the approaching throng, flames suddenly erupted from the knight's head, forming a spectral visage, the depths of its gaze sweeping across the assembly, its emotionless eyes exuding a terrifying aura of death that sent a chill through all present. After a prolonged silence, someone finally whispered, "He is the true king, the Headless Knight king of the Apocalyptic Knights." Upon hearing this murmur, concern rippled through the crowd. Can Caroline truly challenge such a powerful Headless Knight king alone? Worry spread in the hearts of all. Even the confident Saint Phobosi could distinctly sense that the Headless Knight King before him possessed strength that undoubtedly surpassed the very rules of the ruins. Hesitation enveloped the crowd. The Headless Knight King was engulfed in flames, accompanied by the resounding clamor of clashing weapons, and astonishingly, he manifested several avatars. "You have arrived here by disgraceful means. Thus, you shall now face my punishment. Those who cannot defeat me shall have no right to survive, let alone step foot into the sacred realm." The words of the Headless Knight King left the members of the church and the temple in shock. As numerous low-ranking priests and knights exclaimed, "How is this possible? How could we possibly be his match? Damn it, is he going to kill us all here? No, no, omnipotent gods, we beseech you to save us." Amidst the cacophony of cries, Caroline became the first to charge forward, dashing towards a Headless Knight King, her aura radiating with brilliance. Enveloped in crimson energy alongside her colossal axe, the beautiful red streak cut through the night sky as Caroline, akin to a shooting star, collided with the Headless Knight King, illuminating the heavens with a flash of scarlet light, cleaving the Headless Knight King in twain with her axe. With remarkable ease, Caroline broke through the Night King's blockade, penetrating the defenses of the Apocalyptic Knights. Witnessing Caroline's effortless breakthrough, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent, and in the next moment, several prodigies from the church and the temple unleashed their full might, each charging towards a Headless Knight King. Others, finally summoning their courage, grasped their weapons, targeting an avatar of the Headless Knight King, recklessly plunging into a fierce battle as the bloodshed commenced. Chapter 34. The Power Workshop. Ascending the towering, cloud-kissed staircase that seemed almost suspended in mid-air, Lucius stepped onto the frost-covered steps shrouded in mist. With each step he took, the frost thickened beneath his feet. The chill within the clouds was oppressive, saturated with dampness, as the biting cold seeped through his pores, rendering his body near frozen. Each movement of his legs became a Herculean task. As he climbed higher, the temperature dropped further, a layer of white frost forming on his body. His hair and eyebrows coated in ice. If anyone were beside him, they would surely see him transformed into a snowman. Yet, Lucius maintained a steady pace, ascending the staircase as if the frost and cold winds held no power over him. At last, emerging from the clouds, he was greeted by the dazzling sunlight, its scorching rays melting the frost on the staircase, imbuing the atmosphere with the warmth of spring. Under the sun, the ice on Lucius melted away, the warmth dispelling the cold, and he felt a sudden jolt as the frost completely dissipated, leaving only traces of coolness at the tips of his hair. Gazing up at the azure sky, he beheld an ancient wooden door standing at the staircase's end, and without hesitation, he approached it, crossing into the radiant sunlight and arriving at what seemed the end of the azure sky. He stood before the rustic wooden door, which appeared plain and unadorned, devoid of any magical engravings and emitting no energy fluctuations to all appearances. It was an ordinary wooden door, and standing before it, Lucius felt as if he had returned home, ready to push it open and savor the familiar scent of charcoal mingling with the aroma of freshly baked bread, accompanied by the nostalgic decor of his childhood. After a brief moment of hesitation, he steadied himself, inhaling deeply to quell his excitement, and reached for the doorknob, gently turning it. With a decisive click, the door swung open. As the door creaked open, Lucius's eyes widened in disbelief. What lay before him was not the familiar decor he had anticipated, nor the enticing scent of charcoal or freshly baked bread. Instead, he was met with a strong odor of wood resin and paint. Inside, wooden gears interlocked seamlessly, rotating steadily under the influence of some unseen mechanism. Powering several large machines that appeared to sustain some special apparatus, the long corridor leading deeper into the room was lined with wooden automatons, each diligently observing the massive gears, as if ensuring the proper functioning of the entire workshop. The wooden automatons seemed oblivious to the door's opening and to Lucius standing at the threshold, entirely indifferent to his presence. Observing the scene before him, Lucius recalled his father's words, "It is a most wondrous place, where wooden automatons oversee all mechanical operations, and they pay no mind to passers-by, as long as you do not interfere with the massive machinery." Is this the mechanical workshop? But why? Why is everything made of wood? Shouldn't metal be used for greater reliability? Lucius murmured in confusion, but no one answered his queries. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped into the spacious workshop beyond the wooden door. Strolling deeper into the workspace without disturbing the wooden automatons or touching the immense wooden gears surrounding him. As he ventured further, Lucius quickly observed that the gears became increasingly intricate. What had begun as large, cumbersome gears transformed into smaller, more delicate ones, their numbers multiplying exponentially. The wooden automatons surrounding the gears also increased in number, each appearing to be responsible for a single gear, ensuring that all the gears in the workshop operated smoothly. Suddenly, a series of clicking sounds reached his ears. Following the noise, Lucius saw one of the wooden automatons approaching a gear that was making the clicking sound. Inspecting it with utmost care as if it were a child, from its chest pocket, it produced various tools to make adjustments to the gear. Soon, the abnormal sound ceased, and the automaton slowly retreated 2 steps, returning to its position in the corridor, showing no intention of further interference. Lucius observed all of this with keen interest, feeling both intrigued and curious about who had devised the rules governing these automatons, allowing them to maintain the gears so promptly. Continuing his walk, he was astonished to discover that the gears on either side were becoming increasingly refined, and the originally wooden gears began to change, their wood grain subtly altering. Finally, the wooden gears transitioned into metal gears, and Lucius was surprised to find that the first metal gear was only half metal. The other half, while appearing exceedingly hard, bore faint wood grain patterns, revealing that it was crafted from some form of resilient wood. Compelled by curiosity, Lucius approached the peculiar gear, wishing to examine its unique characteristics. Just as he neared it, a mechanical automaton swiftly approached him, glaring intently as if ready to strike should Lucius dare to reach out. Seeing the automaton, which was also a blend of metal and wood, and sensing its unwavering expression, Lucius ultimately withdrew his hand, refraining from touching the unusual gear. As he proceeded, the gears lining the pathway transformed entirely into metal, and the automata maintaining these gears underwent similar changes in material. To Lucius's astonishment, the gears gradually simplified, becoming larger and fewer in number, as if they were diminishing one by one to match those at the entrance. Finally, upon reaching the end of the workshop, he beheld 2 massive gears that resembled those at the entrance, gleaming with a radiant luster, though he could not discern the type of metal they were made of. Before Lucius could regain his composure, 2 nearly transparent automatons approached him, stating, "Esteemed Prince, please present your card. We require verification of your identity." Gazing at the 2 transparent automatons, Lucius could see the gears rotating within them through their translucent surfaces. Deep within their bodies and heads, he discerned another gleaming metal core that mirrored their exterior, both appearing ethereal and luminescent. The core within the automata spun energetically, driving the surrounding gears and generating the power and energy that animated their forms, ultimately channeling that energy to the cores nestled within their minds. Fixated on the 2 automatons for a moment, Lucius retrieved a card from his pouch. Upon seeing the card, the automatons immediately knelt respectfully, saying, "Esteemed Prince, we beg your forgiveness for our rudeness. We have awaited your arrival for many years, and your presence fills us with immense joy." As the automatons knelt before him, Lucius finally discerned the nature of their exteriors. They were composed of interlocking metal plates. Though their material was peculiar enough to make the seams less conspicuous, Lucius extended his hand to assist the 2 automatons, smiling as he asked, "Having waited for me for so long, could you tell me what exactly this place is?" The automatons exchanged glances, and the one on the left replied, "Your Highness, this is the core workshop of the Clover family. The machinery here provides power to the entire sacred realm." "What? This is the power core of the sacred realm?" The robotic response left Lucius astounded, compelling him to inquire further. But how could the power core of the holy domain possibly be in the hands of the Clover family? The robot on the right hastily clarified, "Your Highness, you may not be aware, but since the dawn of the Holy Domain dynasty, it has been governed by 4 royal families. The Clover family controls technology and power, the Diamond family oversees wealth, the Black Spear family commands military strength, and the Red Heart family possesses wisdom, effectively wielding the authority of the divine." Upon hearing the robot's explanation, Lucius began to comprehend that the era of the Holy Domain's card dynasty was indeed divided among these 4 royal families, and that he, as a potential heir to the Clover family, held dominion over the core technology and power of the entire Holy Domain. Understanding the division of labor among the 4 royal families, Lucius scrutinized the 2 robots and asked, "By the way, who are you? And could you enlighten me regarding the materials from which you are crafted? You appear to be quite different from the Baluti at the entrance." The 2 robots bowed respectfully and replied earnestly, "Number 1 and Number 2 greet your Highness. We are the first generation of the Clover family, modeled after Lord Baluti. Although we are made of diamond gold, our material cannot compare to that of Lord Baluti. We can only be considered the 2 most successful replicas." The 2 most successful replicas. Does that imply that all the robots in the Power Workshop are replicas of Baluti? Lucius couldn't help but probe further. In response to Lucius's inquiry, both Number 1 and Number 2 nodded in unison, with Number 1 expressing a hint of sadness. They are all failures, hence they can only remain here, mindlessly maintaining the gears. Hearing the sorrow in Number 1's words, Lucius was taken aback, but before he could gather his thoughts, Number 1 continued, "However, now that your Highness has arrived, we finally have a chance to see the light of day." "Oh, why do you say that?" Number 1's statement left Lucius perplexed. Number 2 quickly elaborated, "Your Highness, consider this. Among the 4 royal families, the Diamond family possesses immense wealth, enabling them to hire numerous subordinates and even to bribe deities. The Black Spear family is formidable in strength, with several members reported to have attained divine levels of power. While the Red Heart family," at this point, Number 2 paused, lowering his voice intentionally, "the King Solomon of the Red Heart family is said to have once enslaved a multitude of deities through cunning, among whom the most powerful are referred to as the 72 demon gods." The 72 demon gods. Lucius fixed his gaze on Number 1 and Number 2, pondering deeply. "Are you suggesting that the other 3 families possess formidable strength as well? Surely the Clover family must have corresponding means." Chapter 35. The unassuming Clover. Based on the accounts of Number 1 and Number 2, Lucius grasped the unique divisions of the 4 royal card families. The Diamond family governs wealth, possessing riches that even deities covet, encompassing not just gold, but also numerous resources and energy, allowing even divine beings to be swayed by Diamond's wealth. The Black Spear family commands military power, with capabilities rivaling those of the divine, as their lineage harbors several divine-level entities, along with a legacy of divine combat skills and magical practices. The Red Heart family, governing wisdom, stands as the most formidable among the 4 royal families, under their astute command. Even deities and demon lords would bow to them, especially the first Red Heart king, Solomon, who subjugated 72 powerful demon gods. Upon learning this, Lucius felt neither envy nor concern. For him, the fact that his father bequeathed him the Clover cards signified his lineage as a descendant of the Clover family. Thus, whether the Clover family flourished or waned mattered little to him, just as his father had once advised. Do not rely on the glory of your ancestors. Instead, forge your own future with your own hands. Consequently, he calmly posed a question, much to the surprise of Number 1 and Number 2, who had anticipated a display of fear, dread, or resentment towards his family upon discovering the might of the other 3 royal families. Yet, such emotions were utterly absent in Lucius. Upon hearing Lucius's composed inquiry, Number 1 and Number 2 sensed a peculiar warmth emanating from the core within their minds, momentarily struggling to process the situation. After a lengthy pause, Number 2 regained his composure and respectfully addressed Lucius. "Your Highness, the Clover family indeed has its legacy, and what the Clover family has left behind is us, the robots in the Power Workshop." Observing Lucius's puzzled expression, Number 1 smiled and remarked, "Are you surprised? In truth, there is nothing to be astonished by. You know what Clover represents. Clover, what does it signify?" Lucius found himself momentarily bewildered by Number 1's question, but soon regained his composure to respond. "Clover symbolizes luck, and also represents agriculture, industry, and technology, does it not? Upon hearing this, number 1 and number 2 exchanged knowing smiles, with number 2 elaborating, "Your Highness, your explanation is indeed correct, yet it is not entirely comprehensive. Clover, akin to an open ear of wheat, represents food and agriculture. It also signifies luck and skill, but most importantly, it embodies simplicity. It may not shine as brightly as diamond, possess the strength of black spear, or embody the wisdom of red heart. Yet it encapsulates the most profound truths." After listening to number 2's elucidation, Lucius felt a sense of confusion arise within him, prompting him to press the two robots further. The most profound truths. What might those be? Number 1 and number 2 almost in unison responded. Labor, all wealth, all wisdom, all formidable strength, and all miracles are birthed from humble labor. The words of the two robots astonished Lucius, and he suddenly recalled having heard the motto of the Brotherhood. Through our own humble labor, we create all dazzling miracles. Previously, he had not understood its meaning, but now, in light of what number 1 and number 2 had conveyed, Lucius seemed to grasp the essence of the Brotherhood's two proclamations. Number 1 smiled and gestured towards the robots in the workshop, saying, "Your Highness, although you may lack wealth rivaling nations, powerful military support, or wisdom to make even demon gods bow," number 2 interjected, continuing, "as long as you put forth effort with your own hands, combined with our assistance, I believe you can create anything." Reflecting on the words of number 1 and number 2, Lucius quietly contemplated and then stated, "I see now. Although my ancestors seem to have left me with nothing, they have actually bestowed upon me hope." Turning to gaze at the multitude of robots in the power workshop, he broke into a genuine smile and continued, "As long as hope exists, anything is possible. The hands of labor will ultimately create miracles." Number 1 and number 2 gazed at Lucius in silence, perceiving through their unique core that his words were sincere and his smile genuine. Exchanging a glance, number 1 nodded at number 2, and once Lucius had calmed, number 1 stepped forward, kneeling solemnly before Lucius. With both hands, he presented a humble, albeit rust-covered, metallic sphere, offering it to Lucius and stating, "Your Highness, you have passed the test. This is what the kings of the Holy Domain, before its fall, have left for you." Lucius reached out, respectfully accepting the rusted metallic sphere from number 1's hands. As he scrutinized the sphere, he noticed that although it was covered in rust, intricate magical patterns were faintly visible, and the internal components appeared exceedingly delicate. The only aspect that puzzled Lucius was that when he rotated the small sphere, he discovered that its interior was hollow. As he examined the hollow interior of the sphere, it suddenly dawned on Lucius. He reached for the magical energy mechanical gun on his back and removed the magical energy sphere he had crafted. Gently, he placed the small sphere into the center of the metallic sphere, reassembling the outer metal sphere and rotating its surface to align with the alchemical array designed to extract magical energy. Holding the sphere in his palm, the rust began to flake away, and radiant light burst forth from its surface as the alchemical array was positioned at the center. Lucius's handcrafted small sphere activated, drawing in the chaotic magical elements from within him. The magical elements flowed into the small sphere. It began to shimmer with brilliance, the rust that once covered its gears vanishing, transforming the entire metallic sphere in the blink of an eye. When Lucius opened his palm, he discovered that the metallic sphere now glimmered with a luster akin to that of number 1 and number 2. Simultaneously, through the transparent sphere, he could clearly see that the metallic sphere he had created had become the core of the entire sphere, merging seamlessly with the ancestral metallic sphere. In that moment, Lucius finally understood that the legacy of the Clover family was distinct. It required not only the bloodline of the Clover family, but also a test of the heir's labor capabilities. Without Lucius's self-made core, the inherited metallic sphere would merely be a rusted lump of iron, incapable of serving any purpose. Yet, with Lucius's self-crafted core, combined with the ancestral metallic shell, it could transform into a true magical mechanical sphere, representing a genuine inheritance left by his forebears. Upon encountering Lucius, both number 1 and number 2 swiftly discerned the secret of the legacy, producing their meticulously crafted mechanical magic orbs. Their gazes softened and turned reverent, and one could imagine that had they been capable of shedding tears, they would surely be weeping profusely at this moment. Ultimately, number 2 stepped forward, kneeling on one knee with utmost respect, addressing Lucius. "Your Highness, you have proven yourself, demonstrating your lineage as a descendant of the Clover family. I believe this mechanical source core, in your hands, shall forge a new era of brilliance. Listening to number two's words and scrutinizing the translucent mechanical source core in his palm, Lucius was somewhat taken aback. So, this is the true mechanical source core. It appears to differ from other source cores. Upon hearing this, number one immediately elucidated, "Yes, Your Highness. According to the king, this mechanical source core represents the genuine prototype of source cores, while all others have evolved from its principles." "Is that so?" Lucius mused, lowering his gaze as he fell into contemplation. Gradually grasping the implications of number one's statement, that he gazed intently at the mechanical source core in his palm, reflecting on how others fused their source cores, just as number one had articulated. Whether it was the fighting spirit source core or the magical source core, they were akin to the mechanical source core he held, representing the core of power crafted by ancestors or formidable beings, integrated into each individual's being. It was as if he were to place his self-made core into a rusted mechanical shell, where the core's operation would invigorate the entire mechanical sphere, enabling it to unleash even greater power. With this realization, Lucius lifted the mechanical source core, stating, "However, the mechanical source core diverges from the others in that it is not bound by their constraints. Rather, it grants me a broader canvas to express my own essence, liberated from the shackles of established rules." Number two smiled respectfully, replying, "Your Highness, you are indeed perceptive, capable of grasping the king's intentions." When the king disseminated the method of creating source cores, he once remarked to the other four kings, "A source core is both a form of power and a form of constraint." Thus, he invested considerable effort to recreate this mechanical source core. Number one interjected, continuing, "Through the relentless refinement by successive kings, it tragically remained unfinished when the incident of the divine rebellion transpired, leading to the fall of the holy domain amidst chaos." Although numbers 1 and 2 bore no tears, the profound sorrow etched upon their faces made it apparent to Lucius that they were deeply affected by the demise of the holy domain. He stepped forward, lifting them to their feet, offering consolation. "Do not dwell in sorrow. No dynasty remains eternal. What flourishes must eventually wither. When one extreme is reached, the opposite must follow. The holy domain has reached its zenith, and it is only natural that it must shatter the constraints of its peak to usher in new growth, ultimately allowing for rebirth." At this juncture, Lucius suddenly recalled a lingering doubt, unable to restrain himself from inquiring of numbers 1 and 2. "By the way, do you happen to know why the opening of this relic differs from the previous instances? I have observed that within the misty forest outside the relic, a multitude of tribes that escaped from the relic have converged, seemingly tainted by some corrupting force. Do you have any insights on this matter?" Upon hearing Lucius's inquiry, numbers 1 and 2 exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was number 2 who spoke. "Your Highness, are you truly unaware of the reasons behind the unavoidable opening of this relic?" "Unavoidable opening? What do you mean by that? Is the opening of the relic not a normal occurrence?" Lucius queried. Perplexed, number 1 quickly clarified, "Your Highness, it appears you genuinely do not know. The seal on the relic has decayed, and the power of the sealed deities has seeped beyond the holy domain. They have lured those tribes outside into a state of corruption to escape the confines of the holy domain." At this point, number 1 paused, and number 2 continued, "Currently, those deities are on the verge of breaking the final seal, which is why Baludi has opened the holy domain, seeking to attract those who can inherit the legacy. In an effort to gather as many legacies as possible to combat the fallen deities in the future." Numbers 1 and 2 exchanged glances once more, their expressions dimming as they spoke in unison, voices tinged with sorrow. "This opening of the holy domain also marks the beginning of its downfall. It is likely that the holy domain will truly face annihilation." Chapter 36. The onset of destruction. Upon hearing the sorrow-laden words of numbers 1 and 2, Lucius felt an ominous sense of foreboding. It seemed that the once glorious city that ruled over the continent, even after its descent into the misty forest, would soon face a crisis potent enough to bring about its destruction. For centuries, the continent had been a tapestry of power struggles among various factions. Though skirmishes occasionally erupted between nations, overall, the continent had remained relatively stable and harmonious, a feat largely attributed to the presence of the holy domain. Even though the holy domain could no longer float in the sky and had fallen deep into the misty forest, the formidable rules it had established had curtailed the rise of overwhelming military might, thus fostering an atmosphere of peace and tranquility across the continent. Yet now, With the holy domain facing true annihilation, should it indeed fall, the constraints it imposed would crumble. At that juncture, the continent would be rife with powerful individuals and ambitious souls unrestrained by any laws, igniting a cataclysmic wave of bloodshed and turmoil as they pursued their own desires. Contemplating this, Lucius suddenly smiled and remarked, but those wars and upheavals have nothing to do with me, that I currently lack the power to intervene. Nor do I aspire to save the world. Hearing Lucius's declaration, numbers 1 and 2 exchanged puzzled glances. As automatons who had resided within the holy domain for many years, they had witnessed the rise and fall of numerous dynasties. Having been molded by their experiences, they subconsciously held the lives and deaths of countless beings close to their hearts, unwilling to witness the devastation wrought by conflict and chaos. Thus, they found Lucius's reaction baffling. Number 1 could no longer contain his thoughts and spoke candidly. Your Highness, you should not perceive it this way. As a descendant of the 4 great royal families of the Holy Domain, particularly as a scion of the Clover family, you bear the responsibility of halting the chaos and saving the world. Number 1's words left Lucius momentarily speechless, his face a mask of incredulity as he regarded the 2 automatons. He opened his mouth to respond but found himself at a loss for words. Observing Lucius's bewildered demeanor, Number 2 gently elaborated, Your Highness, as a descendant of the Clover family, there are responsibilities from which you cannot escape. Even if you currently lack the capability, you must always retain a sense of duty within your heart. Witnessing the earnest expressions of the 2 automatons, Lucius could no longer suppress his thoughts, exclaiming, it is truly beyond my comprehension how one can harbor a desire to save the world. Before Number 1 and Number 2 could respond, Lucius solemnly asserted, Do you not find it misguided? After all these years, for both the Clover family and other royal families, even the entire Holy Domain, to hold on to such notions. Numbers 1 and 2 were left utterly astounded, despite their independent thinking capabilities and years spent in the Holy Domain. Witnessing its rise and fall, they had never once questioned the altruistic intentions of the Holy Domain. Yet here stood Lucius, voicing skepticism and bluntly declaring the long-held beliefs of the Holy Domain to be erroneous. Even suggesting that the very notion of being a savior was flawed, this fundamentally shattered their understanding. Unperturbed by the astonishment of Numbers 1 and 2, Lucius continued with an air of tranquility. Have you ever considered that both the Holy Domain and the beings of the continent possess independent thinking abilities? They have their own thoughts and desires, and ultimately, this world belongs to them. There are no everlasting deities, nor are there unyielding dynasties. What propels the wheels of the world are those ordinary beings. If they are the driving force, why should we not let them take the helm? Let all beings on the continent decide their own path, that we should not impose our will as so-called saviors, forcibly directing the course of their journey. Even if we wish to guide them, we must do so from within their ranks, leading with equal standing. Lucius's words rendered Numbers 1 and 2 speechless. They felt their cores whirring rapidly, even beginning to overheat, as they grappled with the incomprehensible nature of Lucius's assertions. They as automatons within the Holy Domain, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties, they understood that it was ordinary beings who propelled the wheels of progress. However, they had always believed that the helm should be held by those positioned high above, namely, the descendants of the 4 royal families within the Holy Domain. Yet now, this very individual, a descendant of the Clover family, posited that ordinary beings should take the helm, and that his role should be to integrate with them. This notion nearly overwhelmed the cognitive capacities of Numbers 1 and 2. After a prolonged silence, Number 2, regaining his rationality, remarked, Your Highness, your perspective is indeed unique. Throughout history, no ruler of the Holy Domain has ever contemplated such a notion. According to the first king, the power to decide destinies and engage in struggles has always rested in the hands of a select few. Upon hearing Number 2's words, Lucius's smile faded, and after a brief contemplation, he scanned his surroundings and replied, Very well, for now, it is truly difficult to ascertain. Let time be the ultimate witness. As soon as Lucius finished speaking, Numbers 1 and 2 intended to continue their discourse. But suddenly the ground trembled violently. The automatons in the power workshop hurriedly rushed to stabilize the gears. That a thunderous roar echoed, and Numbers 1 and 2 exchanged alarmed glances, fear evident in their eyes. Number 1 quickly urged Lucius, Your Highness, we must leave at once. We need to flee this place. It appears the sealed demon is about to emerge. Upon hearing the words, Lucius's expression grew solemn. Yet he maintained a semblance of calm, not rushing to leave the power workshop with the two companions. Instead, he gripped the mechanical source core tightly, silently reciting incantations in his heart. The magical elements within his body were immediately drawn into the source core, causing the gears within to whir rapidly, emitting a dazzling radiance that enveloped the entire workshop. Where the light shone, the previously frantic automatons all ceased their movements, turning in unison to gaze at Lucius, who stood at the entrance of the workshop to eye in the next moment. All the automatons gathered forward in an orderly fashion, bowing deeply to Lucius and simultaneously proclaiming, "We pay our respects, Your Highness, that we are grateful for the gift of thought you have bestowed upon us, and we shall vow to follow you unto death." As the brilliance faded, Lucius's complexion appeared somewhat pale. He glanced down at the dim and lifeless mechanical source core in his palm. Unable to suppress a murmur, "I never imagined that this mechanical source core would require such immense power." After his murmuring, he turned to Automaton 1 and Automaton 2, stating, "Very well, Automaton 1 and 2. You are to lead them. Leave this place immediately, withdraw from the sacred realm, and seek a safe haven within the misty forest while awaiting my return." Upon hearing Lucius's command, Automaton 1 and Automaton 2 were momentarily taken aback, with Automaton 2 recovering first, exclaiming, "Your Highness, do you intend to venture into the depths of the sacred realm alone? That is far too perilous." Automaton 1 anxiously added, "Indeed, Your Highness, you cannot delve into the sacred realm by yourself. The core of the sacred realm is the sealing ground. As the demon god makes its final struggle, it could break free from its confinement at any moment. That it is truly dangerous for you to go there alone at this time." Lucius smiled broadly and replied, "I am aware of the dangers, yet I must go. Even though I know I cannot prevent it, I still feel a sense of reluctance if I do not attempt it personally." Automaton 1 and Automaton 2 exchanged glances, seemingly recognizing Lucius's determination, and ceased their persuasion. Automaton 2 waved to summon two metallic automatons, saying, "Your Highness, since you are resolute in your decision, please take these two with you." Turning to assess the two seemingly ordinary metallic automatons, Automaton 2 continued, "Though they are merely composed of standard metal and lack the greatest combat prowess, their defensive capabilities are formidable. Even if the demon gods were to appear, they would undoubtedly ensure your safe passage." The two automatons stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before Lucius, stating, "We, number 3 and number 4, salute you, Your Highness. Rest assured, we will guarantee your safe exit from the sacred realm." Observing the unwavering resolve in the eyes of the two automatons, Lucius understood he could not refuse and smiled, nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall take number 3 and number 4. With Lucius's consent to bring along number 3 and number 4, Automaton 1 and Automaton 2 felt a wave of relief. Suddenly, Automaton 1 seemed to recall something and leaned closer to Lucius, whispering, "Your Highness, since you are heading to the core of the sacred realm, you might consider attempting to seize the true core of the sacred realm." "Oh, the true core, what is that?" Lucius inquired, perplexed. Upon seeing Lucius's confusion, Automaton 2 quickly interjected, "Your Highness, that is the true source of power for the entire sacred realm." Turning to point at the power workshop, he continued, "You see, the energy driving the multitude of gears here actually stems from that core. It is the influx of power from the core that seals the demon god, which has led to the sacred realm's energy deficiency, ultimately forcing it to descend into the misty forest. Oh, when the demon gods break free from their seal, will they not destroy that core?" Lucius still felt somewhat perplexed. "No." Automaton 1 and Automaton 2 spoke in unison. Then Automaton 1 continued in a hushed tone, "Your Highness, that core is the source core left by the Creator, entirely composed of gathered energy, perfectly complementing the mechanical core you hold. Therefore, remember, you must find a way to obtain it." Lucius, however, did not share the urgency of Automaton 1 and Automaton 2. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. Now, let us proceed." With that, Lucius led number 3 and number 4 outside the workshop. Despite the tremors shaking the ground of the entire sacred realm, Lucius's strides remained steady. Watching Lucius's departing figure, Automaton 1 and Automaton 2 exchanged glances, with Automaton 1 unable to contain his curiosity, asking Automaton 2, "Do you think that by following him, we can truly restore the glory of the Clover family?" Automaton 2 sighed and shook his head, replying, "I do not know. but we have no path of retreat now. We were created by the king and granted independent thought, yet we have never assisted any generation of kings that we have awaited this moment. Even if it leads to our destruction, we have no other choice. Automaton 2's words cast a somber expression over Automaton 1. However, before he could respond, Automaton 2 continued. 1. As those flesh and blood beings say, only with hope can there be a future, and our hope lies with him. Clearly, the two automatons had distinct roles. Automaton 2 was more composed and thoughtful, while Automaton 1, though less inclined to ponder, appeared to possess greater strength. Thus, Automaton 1 could not fully grasp Automaton 2's sentiments at that moment. Not wishing to press further, he understood that this was not the time for inquiry. Observing the ground shaking more violently, Automaton 1 realized the urgency of their departure, leading the automatons in a swift retreat from the workshop. Once all the automatons had evacuated, Paludi appeared within the now empty power workshop. Gazing around with a sense of melancholy as she murmured, "Hope," before her voice could fully dissipate in the workshop, her figure vanished without a trace. Chapter 37. The Sacred Realm for Phobos. The Headless Night Monarch's incarnation posed no threat. He effortlessly breached the Headless Night Monarch's form and the defenses of the Apocalypse Knights. First laying eyes upon the towering gateway of light that pierced the heavens. Before the gateway had gathered a considerable number of individuals, not only elites from the church and the temple, but also Du Lin Yang from the Longquan Tavern. To Phobos' surprise, all three members of the Nature Temple were present. From the last words of the Headless Night Monarch, it was evident that anyone wishing to pass through the Apocalypse Knight's defenses would ultimately have to defeat the Headless Night Monarch's incarnation alone. Although Phobos did not regard the incarnation's strength as formidable, it was still considered to be at the peak of mid-tier power. The presence of the three members of the Nature Temple at the gateway indicated they possessed power comparable to that of Caroline and her companions. A gleam of light shone in Phobos' eyes as he scrutinized the three members of the Nature Temple, ultimately sneering and muttering to himself. So, we have two nature mages fused with natural source cores, and a druid rivaling a mid-tier peak knight. It seems the nature goddess is not all that impressive. While the crowd gathered before the gateway, none dared to step through. It seemed each individual was on high alert, waiting for something. Phobos strolled over to Caroline and the others, also gazing up at the celestial gateway and inquiring of the church and temple elites beside him. "Why do you not enter? What are you waiting for?" The group remained silent, and eventually it was the cloaked one from the Soul Temple who responded in a deep voice, "Your Highness, have you not realized that this gateway of light is closed?" As he spoke, the cloaked one released a wisp of residual soul from beneath his cloak, using a special method to compel it to collide with the gateway. The moment the residual soul made contact with the gateway, a flash of lightning flickered across its surface, and before it could emit a scream, the residual soul was instantly consumed by the electric light. Witnessing this, Phobos' pupils constricted, a chill creeping into his heart as he felt a wave of trepidation. However, he quickly regained his composure, surveying his surroundings as if searching for something. Nearby, Reimer remarked, "Your Highness, there is no need to search. Lucius is not here. He has likely either entered the ruins or been reduced to ashes by that electric light." Hehehe, the cloaked one chuckled ominously, saying, "Why deceive ourselves? That lad is cunning. How could he foolishly collide with the electric light? He has most likely already entered the ruins." Hearing the term fool, Phobos' expression darkened. Everyone present understood the cloaked one's veiled insult. Yet despite his anger, Phobos could not afford to display it at this moment. Standing silently before the gateway, Phobos pondered, reflecting, a century ago, when the ruins were opened, this gateway did not prevent anyone from entering. Why, then, is there a blockade this time? Could it be due to the appearance of the descendants of the Poker royal family? Contemplating this, Phobos immediately dismissed the notion that it was inconceivable that a century ago, when the ruins were accessed, no descendants of the Poker royal family had stepped into the ruins. Therefore, the changes at the entrance of the ruins could not be linked to their emergence. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from within the gateway, and the ground trembled beneath their feet, akin to an earthquake. The massive gateway of light began to sway as the tremors intensified, its electric barrier flickering in and out of visibility. As if it were being impacted by some force, the electric light on the verge of dispersal. With a crack, one of the individuals standing before the gateway was struck by the surging electric light, instantly turning to ashes. Witnessing this, the crowd recoiled in terror, fearful of being consumed by the dispersing electric energy. After retreating several steps to distance themselves from the swaying gateway, Phobos furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, "It seems the closure of the Sacred Realms Gate is not due to the emergence of the Poker royal family's descendants, but rather a problem within the Sacred Realm itself." The individuals beside him furrowed their brows upon hearing these words, correlating them with the current tremors of the earth and the flickering electric light emanating from the gate, which resembled the chaos of a great battle erupting within ancient ruins, just as the crowd gathered outside the gate was engulfed in uncertainty. The Celestial Knights, stationed at the rear, suddenly mobilized as a unit, only to disperse into the misty forest, vanishing from sight, following the retreat of the Headless Knights. The adventurers who had been obstructed surged towards the illuminated portal. Upon seeing the relic gate so tantalizingly close, those who had endured countless hardships to arrive here dashed recklessly towards the light without a second thought. With a crackling sound, the electric light danced as the gate burst forth in resplendent brilliance. Yet behind that exquisite radiance loomed the ominous specter of death. Those who hurled themselves against the gate were instantaneously reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind, save for a fleeting shimmer akin to stars. The flickering electric light instilled dread in all, resembling the wrath of the deities, poised to devour any living being attempting to breach the gate. Those who had not reached the portal retreated in terror, no longer daring to approach, their eyes filled with fear at the sight of the formidable entrance. Phobos gazed at the gate, his own eyes flickering with electric light. As the designated son of the divine by the ecclesiastical hierarchy, he felt distinctly that the electric energy emanating from the gate was a true manifestation of divine thunder. Simultaneously, he discerned a subtle hint that the electric light was gradually waning, signaling that the relic would soon officially open. Turning to gather the members of the clergy and the temple, Phobos spoke in a hushed tone. "The relic is on the verge of opening. Be prepared to surge inside the moment it does. Remember, do not linger on anything, but charge straight towards the innermost sanctum of the relic." Upon hearing Phobos's command, Reimer could no longer contain his skepticism and whispered, "Your Holiness, how do you know the relic is about to open? You don't intend for us to clear a path for you, do you?" No sooner had Reimer spoken than a multitude of squads erupted from the misty forest, accompanied by the resounding beat of drums and the melodic sound of horns. Each squad was substantial in size, composed of the very creatures that had attacked adventurers along the way. Fearsome half-orcs, towering minotaurs, elegant elves, along with dwarves, gnomes, goblins, and various beast-folk. Most striking, however, were the battalions that flapped their pristine white wings, resembling celestial angels, contrasting sharply with those that bore bat-like wings, evoking the image of demons descending. As the diverse array of forces emerged, Phobos replied to Reimer, "Do you see? These remnants of the sacred domain have all gathered here, awaiting the gate's opening." Reimer and the others gazed in astonishment at the beings, particularly the angelic and demonic factions, with Caroline unable to suppress her astonishment, exclaiming softly, "Could it be that angels and demons truly exist? Humph. They are merely two races from the sacred domain, self-styled as divine and demonic. In reality, they are no more than lackeys of the gods and demons." Phobos' words were unvarnished, seemingly intended to be heard by the two factions, provoking a flurry of angry glares in his direction. Undaunted, Phobos met their gazes with a flash of electric light, causing the two groups to instinctively recoil. Deus followed the elven contingent, standing beside an elderly elf whose stature indicated that both she and the elder held significant positions within the sacred elven lineage. Observing the confrontation between the divine and demonic races with Phobos, she also noticed the electric light flickering within his eyes, which filled her with trepidation. Unable to restrain herself, she whispered to the elder, "Grandfather. That person, his eyes resemble those of the Red Heart lineage. Could he be a descendant of the Red Heart family?" The elderly elf, having noted Phobos as well, gently stroked Deus's hair and murmured, "Deus. The Poker lineage is not something we can challenge. Even if the demon gods were to break their seals, they would still find it difficult to contend with the royal family. Therefore, some matters are best left unexplored to avoid attracting disaster. Do you understand?" While Deus did not fully agree with her grandfather's cautious stance, she refrained from opposing him, fully aware of the weight of responsibility he bore for their entire kin. Contemplating for a moment, she ventured to ask, "Grandfather, if the Poker lineage truly emerges, should we consider aligning ourselves with a descendant of that royal family?" A flicker of insight gleamed in the elder's deep-set eyes, but it extinguished almost immediately, returning to a murky gaze as he regarded Deus. "Child, There are some matters over which we possess no agency. Rumbling echoed as the elder's words faded, the earth quaking violently once more. Accompanied by a resounding crash from behind the luminous gate, which began to dim, the throng gathered outside the gate now clearly observed the patterns upon it fading, while the oppressive force constraining them gradually weakened. With a hiss, the gate suddenly swung open before the crowd, releasing a torrent of steam that obscured the vision of all outside. Yet, even with their sight shrouded by the vapor, the beings gathered outside surged forward. Recklessly charging through the oncoming steam, eager to enter the sacred domain, as the steam dissipated, the true visage of the relic came into view. Someone among the crowd let out a startled cry. "Oh my! This is nothing short of paradise. It is simply breathtaking." A chorus of astonished exclamations followed, as the crowd finally beheld the stunning reality within the relic. The wide cobblestone avenue stretched from the entrance deep into the interior, flanked by verdant trees, with miraculous structures rising in the distance. The rooftops of these edifices shimmered with glistening tiles adorned with dazzling jewels, while gold, silver, and bronze artifacts merely served as commonplace embellishments along the streets. Many found themselves captivated by the enchanting spectacle before them, rooted in place, reluctant to venture deeper into the sacred domain, lost within the dreamlike scenery. Yet others remained undistracted by the opulence, rushing past the grandeur of the surroundings. Charging headlong into the heart of the sacred domain without pause, the genuine treasure hunt had only just begun. Chapter 38. Arrogance. A throng of individuals raced into the sacred domain, dashing towards the depths where the mechanical cacophony echoed. Unimpeded along their path, the streets of the resplendent sacred domain lay eerily vacant, devoid of life. Strangely, despite the apparent long abandonment, the streets appeared remarkably clean and orderly, save for the scattered leaves beneath the trees lining the avenue. Almost immaculate in their appearance, given that the relic opened only once every century, and that the previous unveiling had been enshrouded in thick steam, rendering the inner sanctum inaccessible. The pristine condition of the streets astonished all. Following the cobbled path, Phobos led the clergy and the temple's members, along with the remnants of the sacred domain, in a fervent sprint, paying no mind to the opulent structures and beautiful vistas that surrounded them. For them, the beauty before their eyes held no significance. They were solely intent on seizing the opportunity presented by the full unveiling of the sacred domain, striving to penetrate the inner city and secure the ancient and potent legacies contained therein. At last, a massive iron door loomed before them, igniting fervor in the depths of their gazes, as they envisioned the powerful legacies that lay within the sacred domain. However, upon reaching the formidable iron gate, they were taken aback by the sight that greeted them, rendered speechless. Mouths agape in disbelief. Two metallic constructs stood guard at the entrance, flanking a young boy squatting beneath the iron gate, who was engrossed in observing a group of ants crawling out from the gap below. While holding a withered leaf in his hand, sensing the footfalls behind him, the boy tossed aside the leaf to conceal the ants and stood to face the approaching throng, with a beaming smile that radiated warmth. He exclaimed, "Aha, you finally made it." As they recognized the boy's features, Phobos and the others were further astonished. They had not anticipated that the one awaiting them at the iron gate was none other than Lucius. After a moment of stunned silence, a robust minotaur from the remnants of the sacred domain stepped forward, bewildered, and asked, "Kid, you were waiting for us here? What do you want from us?" Lucius smiled brightly, gazing up at the towering minotaur, and replied, "Haha, I'm just a kid with little strength, so of course, I was waiting for you all to open the door for me." Lucius's radiant smile and simple words left the minotaur momentarily dumbfounded, only to be followed by an irritated roar. "You little brat, waiting for us to open the door? Who do you think you are? It seems I need to show you just how powerful your Uncle Bull can be." With that, the minotaur charged at Lucius, but in the next instant, the onlookers were left bewildered as Lucius remained standing unscathed while the minotaur was sent sprawling backwards, crashing heavily onto the pristine cobblestone path behind him. Lucius, wearing a sorrowful expression, looked at the unconscious minotaur and said, "You see, I'm not trying to stop you. I was just waiting for you to open the door together. Why the rush?" Although Lucius appeared quite adorable and his words were laced with humor, no one in attendance found anything amusing in this moment. Most could only twitch their lips, their faces displaying a grimace more unsightly than tears. Phobos, however, wore no such grimace. His expression was grave as he fixed his gaze on the two coldly indifferent metallic golems beside Lucius. their eyes betraying a profound wariness. He was acutely aware that the recently defeated Minotaur possessed at least the strength of a high-ranking knight, yet it was effortlessly sent flying by one of the mechanical spirits, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness, indicating the formidable power of the two constructs. Subconsciously, he reached into the inner pocket of his coat, the coolness of the object within bringing him a sense of calm. And the fear that had been suppressed within him dissipated in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Phobos stepped forward, donning an elegant smile as he said, "Lucius, you truly astonish us, now that everyone has arrived. Shall we proceed through the door?" "Aha, Prince of Saints, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Since you are so eager to enter, why not let your esteemed church handle the opening of the door?" Lucius's words caused the smile that had just blossomed on Phobos's face to freeze instantaneously. Leaving him staring blankly at Lucius, Phobos sought to comprehend the meaning behind Lucius's statement, yet Lucius maintained a pure, radiant smile that rendered Phobos's thoughts elusive. Nevertheless, upon observing the two vigilant mechanical beings flanking Lucius, Phobos ultimately refrained from further comment, instead smiling and suggesting, "Surely the gates of the sanctum cannot be so easily opened that I propose we all work together to unlock the door, and once inside, we can rely on our individual strengths. What do you say?" Upon hearing Phobos's proposal and observing the members of the church and temple by his side, the others naturally dared not voice any dissent. The elder of the Night Elf clan, Maudes, stepped forward to express, "Since the Prince of Saints has spoken, I, as an elder, represent the Night Elf clan in agreement." With the Night Elves' endorsement, other ancient clans soon followed suit, voicing their consent, leaving only Lucius in the Dragon Spring Tavern without a declaration. All eyes turned towards Lucius, who was nearly simultaneously overlooked by the others in favor of his enigmatic presence. Especially with the two formidable mechanical beings by his side. To everyone's astonishment, Lucius skipped over to Deliliang, ingratiatingly remarking, "Auntie, do you think we should agree to the prince's suggestion?" Thwack! Deliliang delivered a sharp slap to Lucius, gripping his pained face as she reprimanded him. "You little rascal, how dare you abandon us and waltz in here alone, leaving me to worry about you?" Nearby, several leaders from the Dragon Spring Tavern could not help but smirk. With the straightforward dwarf, Bleno, unable to restrain himself from muttering, "You didn't seem particularly worried on the way here." As the words slipped out, Bleno felt a chill descend upon him, and upon raising his gaze to meet Deliliang's icy stare, he promptly swallowed the remainder of his sentence, sulking back to the sidelines, unwilling to speak further. With Bleno silenced, Deliliang resumed her scrutiny of Lucius, smiling as she inquired, "Lucius, you entered so early. Surely you must have acquired quite a few treasures. Might you share one with Auntie as a memento?" Lucius spread his hands in a display of feigned helplessness, saying, "Auntie, I truly apologize, but I haven't even crossed the threshold yet today, as you can see. It is quite barren out here, and I've only obtained these two metallic golems. How about I gift you one instead?" At this, Deliliang cast a disdainful glance at the two rusted golems and scoffed, "What value do these iron clumps hold? They just get in the way during a fight. Never mind, keep them for yourself." "Then, Auntie, shall we open the door together? Honestly, I think their numbers are already sufficient. Let them handle the door while we wait here." The assembled crowd, having waited patiently, was taken aback by Lucius's unexpected remark, and their expressions darkened. The members of the Minotaur clan, who had already suffered losses, were particularly enraged, practically itching to shred Lucius to pieces, while others felt a simmering annoyance. Ultimately, it was Phobos who spoke up, smiling as he addressed Lucius. "Lucius, since we are now in a cooperative relationship, we ought to join forces. It wouldn't be right for you to sit back and reap the benefits without contributing." Deliliang opened her mouth to reply, but Lucius interjected, his face a mask of feigned confusion. "Prince, if you are unwilling to assist in opening the door, I can do it myself. However, you will all be barred from entering. If you agree, then I shall lend my strength." "You?" Staring at Lucius's unabashedly arrogant demeanor, Phobos found himself at a loss for words, the flames of anger surging within him, nearly compelling him to act. Yet he managed to suppress his fury and responded as calmly as possible. "Lucius, you are clearly indicating a reluctance to cooperate with us." Lucius frowned slightly, his expression one of hurt and reproach. "I never said I would not collaborate with you. It is you who fail to exhibit sincerity in our partnership. I could easily open the door myself and have been waiting for you. Yet now, with so many of you present, you still expect me to do the work? There is truly no sincerity on your part. You Lucius's words ignited fury among the crowd, who felt as though they might vomit blood from indignation that Lucius's expression of grievance made it seem as though they were the ones abusing their power. Several individuals were on the verge of confronting him, but at that moment, the aura emitted by Deliliang caused them to hesitate. It was a presence nearing divine rank. The leaders understood they lacked the upper hand in a confrontation with her. Phobos inhaled deeply, regaining his composure before addressing Lucius once more. "Very well, since you insist, we shall allow you to remain uninvolved in the opening of the door, but once it is ajar, you must be the last to enter." "On what grounds?" Deliliang immediately protested. "Why should we be the last to enter? Are you implying that your church intends to bully us? Do you truly believe I am easily intimidated?" As she spoke, a dazzling brilliance radiated from Deliliang, her peak saintly power unmistakable, her eyes reflecting a warrior's resolve as they coldly surveyed the assembly. Many were struck with fear under her gaze, and those of weaker stature found themselves collapsing to the ground, utterly defenseless. The leaders exchanged glances of concern, each revealing their own power to counter Deliliang's saintly might. Yet, even united, they fell short of her imposing presence. Caroline watched in awe as Deliliang stood alone against several leaders, her eyes filled with admiration, her heart racing with excitement. This was the true embodiment of a warrior goddess. Ultimately, it was Phobos who shone with a holy light, the divine power bestowed upon him by the sun god, and under the pressure of divine might, even Deliliang could not withstand it as Phobos advanced. Deliliang's expression grew strained, her endurance waning to that precise moment. Lucius stepped forward, the mechanical core in his palm whirring into action, drawing upon the chaotic magical elements within him to form a barrier of light before him. Successfully repelling the might of Phobos's divine cord, a relaxed smile adorned Lucius's face as he declared, "All right, we agree to let you enter first, and we shall follow last." Chapter 39. The mischievous boy Lucius stepped forward with ease, blocking Phobos's divine might, leaving Phobos in shock. Re-evaluating Lucius's strength, it was evident that this lad had encountered some fortuitous event, significantly enhancing his power. Now, even with the sun goddess core, Phobos was uncertain he could overcome Lucius, especially in light of the carefree smile that adorned Lucius's face, rendering him even more inscrutable. Gathered before the steel gates, the leaders of various factions observed the standoff between Lucius and Phobos. And with Lucius having made a concession, they were reluctant to prolong the conflict. However, Ipuli from the Nature Temple suddenly interjected. "On what grounds? Why should we be the last to enter? Besides, Lucius, cannot represent Andy." Before others could respond, Deliliang stepped forward decisively. "Very well, let us proceed as Lucius suggested. You may enter first. Humph, but don't think for a moment that I am intimidated by you." As she spoke, a magnificent aura erupted from Deliliang. 7 different colors of energy bursting forth, captivating all present. The leaders felt a weight of seriousness settle upon them. Recognizing the formidable power she possessed, the most vexed among them was undoubtedly Ipuli, who, aiming to assert herself, soon realized she had been ignored. Though she contemplated further protest, the look in Shalid's eyes compelled her to sulk away, refraining from further comments. Lucius allowed the light from his mechanical core to flow, dissipating the magical barrier as he smiled and returned to Deliliang's side, awaiting the others to open the massive steel door. Since an agreement has been reached, Phobos no longer entangles himself with Ruxius, gathering several leaders from various factions to discuss the matter of breaking the gate. Before long, a consensus is reached among the leaders, deciding to have their strongest warriors join forces to forcibly breach the door. As several powerful individuals, including Caroline, step forward, Ruxius wears an enigmatic smile that unnerves Phobos. When Caroline turns to glance at Ruxius, his smile grows even more radiant, and he occasionally winks at her, causing her to feel a twinge of embarrassment. She attempts to avert her gaze from Ruxius, but cannot suppress her curiosity about him, ultimately blushing under his gaze and exclaiming in exasperation, "You silly boy, what on earth are you staring at?" Hearing Caroline speak up, Ruxius quickly seizes the opportunity, leaning closer to her with a grin. "Ah, dear sister, you are becoming ever more beautiful, and when you're angry, you bear an uncanny resemblance to an old lady." At Ruxius's teasing, Caroline's face flushes crimson, and she furrows her brows in indignation, retorting, "You impudent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? I suspect you're simply itching for trouble." Witnessing the flirtation between the two, those around them are left utterly dumbfounded. While Phobos, observing Ruxius's nonchalance, feels an intense irritation gnawing at him. He can only shout in frustration, "Enough! Caroline, step back. Your presence is not essential for breaking the gate." Caroline, initially inclined to argue, finds herself abruptly pulled aside by Ruxius, who chuckles and addresses Phobos. "Ah, Your Highness, you truly have a soft spot for the fairer sex. On behalf of my sister, I thank you and wish you success in your endeavor." Without granting Caroline a moment to respond, Ruxius drags her away, leaving her bewildered, entirely at his mercy. Phobos, seething with anger yet reluctant to voice it further, turns his head away from Ruxius and Caroline, ordering the others to prepare for a concerted effort to breach the iron gate. As Caroline is led aside by Ruxius, her heart races uncontrollably, her previously tranquil state shattered. She allows Ruxius to hold her hand, her mind a blank slate. She is so absorbed in her thoughts that she fails to notice when Ruxius finally releases her hand, only coming back to reality when Du Linyang whispers in her ear, "Silly girl, don't get too caught up. That rascal's heart is not easily won." Hearing Du Linyang's voice brings Caroline back to her senses, and she turns to find Ruxius already mingling with the group by the Longquan Tavern, happily conversing with Breno and others. Reminded of Du Linyang's words and her previous behavior, she wishes desperately to find a hole to hide in. Consumed by embarrassment and unable to lift her head, observing Caroline's flustered demeanor, Du Linyang cannot help but stifle a laugh as she retreats to the side, while glances of resentment subtly settle on both Caroline and Ruxius. Du Linyang approaches Ruxius, wrapping her arms around him and questioning softly, "You impudent boy, why did you agree to those people? Humph, don't tell me you're afraid of them. With your abilities and those two mechanical spirits by your side, you could sweep everyone aside in the ruins." Relishing the warmth of Du Linyang's embrace, Ruxius responds with a contented smile, "Dear aunt, the inner city of the sacred domain has never been opened. Surely you are curious about what lies within." Upon hearing Ruxius's inquiry, Du Linyang is momentarily left speechless, for she is indeed filled with curiosity about the inner city of the sacred domain. Over the years, while the ruins have opened once every 100 years, only the deity of Brenos has ventured deep within, and even he, a being of divine stature, merely claimed to have glimpsed the gates of the inner city without ever entering. This has rendered the inner city all the more mysterious, fueling the public's curiosity and desire. If the outer city could grant one the power to achieve divinity, what untold strength might the inner city harbor? Having remained unopened for centuries, various rumors have circulated, igniting aspirations among the factions as they eagerly prepare to breach the inner city in search of legendary treasures. Naturally, Du Linyang harbors her own ambitions and dreams. Hearing Ruxius's question, she momentarily loses her train of thought, not even realizing Ruxius's hand has been brushing against her chest. After a long pause, she muses, "You clever boy, do you know what lies within?" Ruxius, upon hearing her, extricates himself from her embrace and shakes his head, "I do not know. But whatever resides within will undoubtedly spark a bloody struggle for dominance. Should we not retain our strength before entering?" Du Linyang instantly grasps Ruxius's intent, regarding him with a knowing look and saying, "You rascal, you truly have a devious mind. That iron gate must conceal some secret, doesn't he it?" With a chuckle, Ruxius remains silent, turning to observe the assembled individuals preparing to collectively breach the gate. In the blink of an eye, those gathered before the massive iron gate radiate a resplendent glow, a fusion of combat energy and magical brilliance. Ultimately, these vibrant energies coalesce into a colossal sphere of light, hurtling toward the dark, imposing iron gate. A thunderous roar reverberates throughout the outer city of the sacred domain as the sphere collides with the gate, erupting into a brilliant explosion. The energies contained within the sphere unleash a terrifying shockwave, radiating outward from the gate and catching the assembled crowd in its wake. Those attacking the iron gate are thrown back, blood escaping from their lips, while others stagger back several steps, stunned, before anyone can comprehend the situation. A raucous laughter pierces the air, emanating from Ruxius, who stands beside Du Linyang, laughing heartily. "Damn it, you rascal, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You intended to make us look foolish." The Minotaur chief, having suffered twice already, can no longer contain his fury and steps forward, roaring in anger. He brandishes a massive log from his back, swinging it toward Ruxius with the intent to crush him. However, before the log can reach Ruxius, both Du Linyang and Caroline spring into action simultaneously, unleashing their radiant combat energy to shield Ruxius from the Minotaur chief's attack. despite the Minotaur chief's formidable strength exuding a golden aura of combat energy. The two powerful female knights, undeterred by their relative weakness under the restrictions of the sacred domain, braced themselves against the impending blow, one wielding a slender rapier and the other a hefty axe. As the three are about to collide, two figures swiftly dart forward, placing themselves before Du Lingyong and Caroline, fearlessly meeting the Minotaur chief's descending log. With a resounding crash, the log strikes a magical barrier, leaving everyone in awe as the two mechanical spirits extend their arms to block the chief's blow, successfully halting the massive log's descent. This scene astonishes all present as they realize that the log, a symbol of the Minotaur clan's ancestral power, has been effortlessly caught by the mechanical spirits, which remain unscathed. The Minotaur chief's eyes widen in disbelief as he attempts to withdraw his log for another strike. But the two mechanical spirits grip it tightly, rendering him unable to reclaim it. Meanwhile, Ruxius approaches with a serene smile, surveying the crowd with resentment simmering in their gazes, and remarks, "Ladies and gentlemen, some matters cannot be resolved through sheer brute force." Chapter 40. Infuriated to the point of bleeding, Ruxius' calm demeanor and pure, sunny smile strike Phobos and others as glaringly irritating, inciting an impulse in many to strike him. Yet, the presence of the two mechanical spirits by his side, who had so easily absorbed the Minotaur chief's earlier blow, dissuades anyone from acting on their thoughts. The night elves, similarly aggrieved, watch as Dicey stands up for her grandfather, asking, "If you know that brute force is futile, why didn't you tell us earlier?" Upon seeing Dicey, Ruxius cannot help but exclaim, "What a surprise! You two can enter the ruins. Why shouldn't I be able to enter the ruins? Humph, had I known you were so devious, I would have taken care of you in the woods before letting our people die." Dicey's words brim with resentment, clearly furious about the loss of her kin. However, Ruxius remains unfazed, still smiling as he replies, "You cannot blame me. It was you who forbade me from intervening. Besides, I suggested you open the door. But I never insisted you resort to violence." Upon hearing Lucius's words, Mades retorted with indignation, "Yet you are fully aware that brute force cannot breach the door, yet you chose to remain silent and stand idly by. Is this truly the sincerity you extend towards our collaboration?" Collaboration," Lucius replied leisurely as he stepped closer, scrutinizing Mades. "Do not forget, once we enter through that door, we become adversaries. Who among you can claim that there isn't a thought lurking in their hearts to eliminate me upon entry?" As he spoke, Lucius cast a cold glance around, and everyone averted their eyes, none daring to respond, clearly revealing the unspoken sentiments of the various factions present. Noticing the silence, Lucius turned his gaze back to Mades. Advancing step by step, he stated, "Do you see? Since you all wish to eliminate me, I must, of course, strike first." As Lucius's words fell, Phobos could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Enough! You have already taken advantage of us. We concede our losses. Now, might you enlighten us on how to open this door?" Phobos endeavored to suppress the fury boiling within him, having been outmaneuvered by Lucius several times during their journey, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Yet now, Lucius held the upper hand, compelling Phobos to swallow his anger and bow his head. Witnessing the proud Phobos capitulate, the other leaders had no choice but to follow suit, casting hopeful glances at Lucius, yearning for a method to unlock the massive iron door. However, Lucius merely shrugged in resignation, saying, "I'm afraid I truly have no solution. You have already demonstrated that violence cannot breach that door. And prior to your arrival, I have exhausted all possible methods." Phobos's eyes widened in disbelief, the divine radiance enveloping him flaring intensely as he advanced towards Lucius, a trace of golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A smile born of fury that moment. Phobos was consumed by rage, never expecting that his humble demeanor would yield such a response from Lucius. It was an affront to his dignity. Faced with Phobos's wrath, blood staining his lips, and his relentless advance, Lucius hastily retreated behind the third and fourth individuals, defensively stating, "Please, calm down. While I cannot breach the door, it does not imply that the door cannot be opened." "Speak," Phobos demanded through gritted teeth. Observing Phobos's demeanor, Lucius felt no fear, merely pointing towards the iron door, stating, "In truth, that door will open of its own accord. Open by itself. You dare to mock us." Phobos's anger intensified upon hearing this, the core of the solar deity within him swirling rapidly, a torrent of divine might surging forth. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, but Lucius remained undeterred, allowing the third and fourth individuals to shield him, while gesturing at the remnants of the sacred domain, proclaiming, "They should be well aware that the sacred domain is on the brink of collapse and annihilation. Otherwise, why would they venture back? Moreover, why have you encountered no obstructions along your path?" Upon hearing this, Phobos pondered for a moment, swiftly grasping the crux of the matter. He turned to the remnants of the sacred domain, sneering, "Ah, I see now. The demon sealed by the sacred domain is about to break free, is it not?" The remnants exchanged glances, yet none spoke up. However, seeing their hesitance, Phobos understood his hypothesis was correct, calming his seething fury. He wiped the blood from his lips and scrutinized Lucius, who was guarded by mechanical sentinels, declaring, "Lucius, it appears I have underestimated you. You truly are my formidable rival." The assembly could sense the venomous hatred lacing Phobos's words. It was evident he had marked Lucius as his ultimate foe, causing even Delineang to feel a twinge of concern for Lucius. Yet Lucius remained unfazed, maintaining a smile as he replied, "Your Highness, there is no need for such scrutiny. If you continue to provoke me, it may well be you who suffers. Very well, I hope that after we leave this relic, you retain your sharp tongue. Do not let it cost you your life," Phobos retorted, retreating among the clergy and temple members. Refraining from further verbal sparring with Lucius, before the iron door, a rare tranquility enveloped the scene, as all awaited the moment the colossal gate would shatter, and the sacred domain would plunge toward its inevitable demise. In truth, among those present, aside from Lucius, every soul felt a twinge of anxiety. Even the remnants of the sacred domain, though previously suppressed and corrupted by the demon, were now apprehensive at the thought of the demon's imminent emergence. They feared that once freed, these demons would enslave them, using them as instruments of conquest or summarily sacrificing them as offerings to restore their powers. Amidst the collective trepidation, a thunderous roar erupted from within the iron door, and the earth began to tremble once more. The spectators watched in awe as the opulent structures in the distance began to collapse, destruction swiftly spreading across the sacred domain. Buildings crumbled in droves, the ground fracturing into gaping chasms, resembling massive maws intent on devouring the once glorious sacred domain. Affected by the devastation within the sacred domain, adventurers lingering outside, seeking opportunity, fled in terror towards the periphery. In the chaos, some fell into the fissures, others were crushed by collapsing edifices, while a few, in their desperation for a coveted treasure, clashed with one another, ultimately becoming mere sacrifices to the ruins of the sacred domain. At an indeterminate moment, Lucius sat on the ground, quietly observing the unfolding ruin of the sacred domain. As he beheld the gears, pistons, and metal frameworks laid bare by the collapse, he murmured softly, "Even the greatest splendor must one day succumb to oblivion." Amidst the rumbling of the collapse, Lucius's murmurs were quickly drowned out, going unnoticed by the throng around him. The multitude gathered before the iron door could hardly contain their anticipation, their eyes gleaming with fervor. At last, the disintegration of the sacred domain reached the iron door. With the once smooth stone path cracking under strain, vast fissures rapidly extending toward the iron gate. As the cracks spread from all directions, the gathered throngs had no choice but to retreat momentarily. Remarkably, the stone slab upon which Lucius sat remained utterly unscathed, even as a crack stretched directly towards him, parting as it reached his vicinity. The fissures multiplied until the ground before the iron door was entirely obliterated. Leaving no safe foothold, the assorted factions had retreated further, waiting anxiously. With a creaking and grinding of metal, the massive iron door began to warp under the pull of the earth's rifts, the fractures continuing to spread until the door was forcibly torn asunder. In that moment, all present stood agape, witnessing the door that had resisted their combined efforts to breach, now sundered by the inexorable force of nature. After a brief stupor, without hesitation, the factions surged forward, a surge of martial energy and magical brilliance illuminating the scene as they rushed through the gaping maw of the torn iron door into the inner sanctum of the sacred domain. Delineang commanded her companions from the Lonquan Tavern to charge forward, while she approached Lucius, wishing to accompany him into the fray, with Caroline also joining his side. Maudes had intended to linger, but was halted by her grandfather, compelled to follow her kin into the Iron Gate. As for the trio from the Natural Temple, they had long since rushed through the entrance, having reached a point where they required no further assistance. Delineang squatted beside Lucius, playfully delivering a light tap to his head, saying, "You rascal, are you not going in? Aren't you worried that all the treasures will be seized by them?" Lucius, momentarily lost in thought, lifted his gaze upon hearing her voice. Noticing only Delineang and Caroline remained, he shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "What they vie for holds no value for me. Oh, it seems you have grown more audacious in my absence. I am quite curious, which royal lineage of the Card dynasty do you hail from?" Delineang inquired, surprisingly unfazed, as she plopped down beside him, scrutinizing him with keen interest. Caroline, observing this, followed suit and sat down as well. Afterward, Lucius produced a metallic card from his satchel, carelessly displaying it before the two. Upon seeing the black three-leaf clover design on the card, Delineang's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Is that the three-leaf clover? No wonder you claim those treasures are of no use to you." Lucius chuckled softly, rising to his feet to stow the metallic card back into his satchel and slinging the modified magical energy gun over his shoulder. He turned to face the now completely torn iron door, a warm smile gracing his features as he declared, "Very well, let us proceed and witness the splendor that this doomed sacred domain once possessed." Chapter 41. The decayed inner city. Delineang and Caroline gazed at Lucius's resolute figure, both distinctly sensing the inherent fortitude that lay beneath his sunlit smile, a unique tenacity deeply embedded within his core. Through their interactions with Lucius over this period, Delineang and Caroline discovered that Lucius was a person who faced adversity with unwavering optimism. His ever-present smile had a contagious effect on those around him, lifting the shadows from their hearts and encouraging them to confront challenges with vigor. At the moment when the two female warriors, Delineang and Caroline, were lost in thought, Lucius had already traversed the vast chasm before him, standing at the threshold of the twisted iron gate. Before stepping inside, he turned to the two warrior women and cheerfully remarked, "Hey there. My dear ladies, what are you pondering? Let us hurry, or the treasures may vanish before our eyes." Upon hearing Lucius's call, the two warrior women snapped back to reality, leaping across the chasm in a single bound, and soon stood beside Lucius, the three of them advancing together into the colossal iron gate. The inner sanctum of the sacred domain beyond the gate was a stark contrast to the opulent streets outside. It lacked grand edifices, lush greenery, and pristine pathways. Instead, the air was thick with the sounds of clanking pistons and the whirring of machinery, enveloped in noxious black smoke. While filth lay piled high on the streets, the scene resembled a long-abandoned mechanical workshop, cluttered with debris that gradually eroded the very essence of the inner city. Caroline could not suppress her astonishment as she exclaimed, "Is this truly the inner city of the sacred domain? How could it be in such a state?" Lucius's smile faded as he frowned, surveying the surroundings. In the distance, towering chimneys belched forth thick smoke, and massive pistons relentlessly clanged, driving rusty gears into motion. A murky river flowed from deep within the streets, ultimately emptying into a filthy pond near the iron gate, where stagnant water pooled. After a prolonged silence, Lucius murmured, "It seems the inner city of the sacred domain has decayed. Its destruction is now inevitable." The sudden sound of hurried footsteps jolted the trio from their contemplation. Following the noise, they saw a group of figures rushing towards a nearby workshop, soon disappearing inside. Not wishing to linger, Lucius urged the two women, "Let us proceed. We cannot alter the decay and ruin of the sacred domain, but we should at least explore further." Delineang and Caroline exchanged glances, and upon entering the iron gate, they noted the absence of others, deducing that the group had likely scattered in search of treasures and legacies. If they tarried any longer at the entrance, they feared missing out on valuable opportunities. Under Lucius's guidance, the trio traversed the soiled stone path, wading against the flow of the black water, quickly delving deeper into the smoke-shrouded inner city. As they ventured further, the buildings were all cloaked in black, the surface obscured by a thick layer of grime, and the acrid smell in the air intensified. The overwhelming stench and the sticky ground beneath her feet caused Caroline to furrow her brow. As a woman, she was inherently averse to filth, and even a warrior like her felt discomfort. However, upon observing Delineang's unperturbed demeanor, Caroline suppressed her feelings of revulsion and continued to follow closely behind Lucius. Suddenly, several shadowy figures darted out from a nearby alley. Lucius instinctively raised his hand to halt Delineang and Caroline, pushing them back to evade the shadows while brandishing his arcane mechanical gun. As the shadows materialized, Caroline's face paled in terror, and she nearly let out a scream, while Delineang grimaced in distaste. Only Lucius stood ready, his weapon poised. The figures revealed themselves to be oil creatures. their bodies dripping with thick black sludge, likely a product of the accumulated filth in the inner city, catalyzed by the tainted power of a sealed demon. As the oil creatures tilted their heads back and unleashed torrents of black sludge. Caroline's stomach churned, and she quietly asked, "What on earth are these things?" Before Lucius could respond, Du Linyang interjected, "They are manifestations of the accumulated filth in the city, birthed from the corrupting aura of the sealed demon." Upon hearing Du Linyang's explanation, Caroline warily eyed the oil creatures, her face still contorted with disgust as she inquired, "What do they intend to do?" At that moment, Lucius pulled the trigger of his arcane mechanical gun, firing several ice arrows that swiftly encased the oil creatures in a layer of frost. Just as he immobilized them, a workshop nearby erupted into flames, the fire rapidly engulfing the entire structure and spreading outward. Without hesitation, Lucius called out to his metallic companions, number 3 and number 4, and rushed toward the burning workshop, loading the mechanical core into his gun. The sudden turn of events left Du Linyang and Caroline momentarily stunned by the time they regained their composure. Lucius had already dashed toward the inferno. Faced with the raging flames, he showed no signs of hesitation, leading the metallic constructs into the blaze. "Stop!" Caroline finally snapped back to reality and sprinted toward the flames. Desperate to intercept Lucius, Du Linyang, too, furrowed her brow and hurried after Caroline. But when they reached the burning workshop, they found Lucius standing at the entrance with his frost-emitting gun, facing the now-encased workshop. A group of soot-streaked individuals knelt at his feet, clearly the culprits behind the fire. As Lucius froze the fire scene, he cautioned the grimy individuals, "Be careful. Fire is useless against those oil creatures. Use ice magic to contain them." Listening to Lucius's advice, the group nodded in acknowledgement. Caroline quickly recognized them as members of the Night Elf clan, remnants of the sacred domain. Her heart lifted slightly upon seeing the oil-streaked Mades. The elder Night Elf leader stepped forward, bowing to Lucius. "Your Highness, we are eternally grateful for your intervention. Without your aid, our blunder would have surely resulted in catastrophe." Lucius regarded the elder with a grin. "Ah. It appears you are aware of my identity. The Night Elves were once vassals of the Clover royal family, were they not?" At this, the elder's pupils dilated, and he involuntarily trembled, though he quickly regained his composure. Looking at Lucius with confusion, "Your Highness, I do not comprehend your words. As remnants of the sacred domain, our legacy has long been lost, and we know little of the past." Upon hearing the elder's feeble explanation, even the usually oblivious Caroline sensed something amiss, let alone the astute Lucius. With a scoff, he muttered, "You don't understand the past. Then why the tremors?" Clearly feigning ignorance. "I should never have saved you." Without allowing the elder a chance to reply, Lucius turned away, dragging Caroline and Du Linyang with him, not even sparing Mades a glance. As they departed, Mades rose to speak, but was halted by her grandfather's hand. "Child, we have no retreat if we anger the divine. Our clan is doomed." "But, grandfather, they are sealed within the sacred domain. Is it truly worth our faith?" Mades could no longer suppress her doubts. The elder Night Elf stroked his granddaughter's lovely face, sighing, "Some things are beyond our control. For the sake of our clan, we must maintain our faith. Doubt is perilous." Lucius, filled with indignation, led Du Linyang and Caroline onward, the arcane mechanical gun held aloft by number 3. As the trio and their metallic companions swiftly navigated through the streets, delving deeper into the sacred domain, after an indeterminate time, Lucius's pace began to slow, prompting Du Linyang to gently withdraw her hand and softly say, "Lucius, you need not be so upset. After all, the Night Elves have always been cautious. They cannot easily trust you, especially given your earlier words, which practically burdened them with faith." Du Linyang's words caused Lucius to halt. His head bowed in melancholy. After a long moment, he murmured, "Auntie, I feel lost. I do not know if I can truly bring hope to others." Pausing, Lucius gestured toward the depths of the inner city. "I know many harbor expectations of me, even placing their hopes upon my shoulders that I understand what I should do, what I need. Yet I remain adrift, fearful that I may ultimately fail." Hearing Lucius's heartfelt admission, both Du Linyang and Caroline were profoundly moved. In this moment, they finally grasped the depth of Lucius's confusion, a burden that weighed heavily upon him, impeding his every step. Neither Du Linyang nor Caroline had ever considered that the eternally optimistic Lucius harbored such profound doubts about himself and the responsibilities he bore. After a lengthy silence, Du Linyang stepped forward, bending down to cradle Lucius's face in her hands, gently wiping away the tears of anguish that stained his cheeks. As if embodying a nurturing mother, she gently addressed Lucius. My child, you need not burden yourself with undue pressure. The hopes of others should not rest upon your shoulders, nor should you feel compelled to carry such weight. Pursue your heart's desire. Even if the outcome may be disheartening, what matters is that you have strived. Indeed, as Lucius embarked upon the staircase of history, a sense of confusion began to cloud his heart. Upon encountering the first and second, he outwardly proclaimed his steadfast determination, yet within him lingered uncertainty. It was not until he reunited with Maades and the Night Elves that he fully grasped the plight of the Night Elves. Oppressed by the dark gods and enslaved by the Holy Realm, he aspired to shatter the chains of the dark gods and rescue the Night Elves from their abyss of despair. However, upon hearing Maades's grandfather's words and witnessing the skepticism in the eyes of the Night Elves, he felt an overwhelming sense of unworthiness to aid others. Before the first and second, he boldly declared that he was not a savior of the world. A revelation that reflected his own lack of self-confidence, a persistent confusion that haunted him. Yet, in that moment, upon hearing the words of Diliana, a knot in Lucius's heart was suddenly untied. He finally understood that, as he had expressed to the first and second, he was indeed not a messiah. There was no need to save anyone. Redemption lay within each individual's grasp, and he need not shoulder the burdens of others. His only responsibility was to strive to enhance his own strength, for it was only through possessing sufficient power that he could truly assist others. Chapter 42. The core of the Holy Realm. A deafening rumble echoed from the depths of the Holy Realm, shattering the tranquility of the inner city into chaos. Amidst the tremors, a horde of oily monsters surged from the alleys and houses, pouring onto the grime-laden streets and launching a frenzied assault on the living beings that had entered the inner city. Although Lucius's heart remained ensnared in confusion, he quickly sensed the upheaval within the inner city. Observing the throngs of oily monsters converging upon the streets, he realized with clarity that the destruction of the Holy Realm had reached its final hour. Suppressing his inner turmoil, his gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination as he grasped the magical energy mechanical gun, his palm gently resting upon the mechanical core. The core swiftly extracted the chaotic magical elements from within him, efficiently separating them to infuse the magical energy mechanical gun with the necessary power. Turning to Juliana and Caroline, he urged, Andy, sister, please follow me. We must charge forward with all our might before the core of the Holy Realm collapses entirely. Upon hearing Lucius's words, Juliana and Caroline exchanged solemn glances, both acutely aware of the tremors that rippled through the inner city, signifying the impending doom of the Holy Realm. They understood that the collapse of the core would herald the resurgence of the dark gods. Long sealed within the Holy Realm, noticing their grave expressions, Lucius offered a reassuring smile, saying, You need not worry. As long as we reach the core before it crumbles, we shall face no danger. Although perplexed by Lucius's confidence, Juliana and Caroline recognized that despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he would never embark on a venture without assurance. Thus, with solemn expressions, they swiftly followed Lucius, racing towards the innermost sanctum of the Holy Realm, while the third and fourth trailed behind to safeguard against potential attacks from the rear. With Lucius leading the way, wielding his magical energy mechanical gun, the icy arrows he unleashed proved to be unstoppable. The oily monsters that flooded the streets were encased in ice before they could even retaliate. However, as the trio delved deeper, the unleashed power of the dark gods began to tremor the very earth beneath them, and the buildings on either side of the street began to collapse. The inner city mirroring the destruction of the outer city. Boom, crash, crash. Under Lucius's leadership, the trio surged through the quaking cityscape, finally arriving at the very heart of the Holy Realm. Upon entering, they were met with a cacophony of thunderous explosions. Accompanying the deafening roar, they witnessed a colossal steel boiler erupt, initiating a chain reaction that obliterated the surrounding pistons and gears that powered the machinery. The core area was engulfed in flames. Yet Lucius remained undaunted as he propelled himself, along with Juliana and Caroline, through the inferno and oppressive heat towards the heart of the Holy Realm. Bang boom, the third and fourth pride opened an entrance leading to the core, shielding Lucius and the others as they entered. Just as the fourth stepped through, debris fell from above, sealing the entrance they had opened. Had it not been for Juliana and Caroline's quick reflexes, Lucius might have been trapped within the twisted metal corridor. Illuminated by the radiant glow of Lucius's magical energy mechanical gun, they found themselves in a cold metallic passage, surrounded by metal walls and ceilings. Approaching the wall, Lucius knocked twice, eliciting a deep resonant reply. He sighed. Alas, it seems unlikely we can break through here. Let us proceed further inside. But how shall we escape? The core is the prison of the dark gods. Venturing forth is tantamount to walking into certain death. Caroline could no longer suppress her concerns. Anticipating her doubts, Lucius turned to her with a reassuring smile. Caroline, rest assured, I will ensure both you and Andy can depart safely. With that, he produced a clover card and commanded the third and fourth, you two must remember. Should any danger arise, protect them and facilitate their retreat immediately. As mechanical spirits of the clover family, the third and fourth, despite their autonomy, would obey the one wielding the clover card, acknowledging the gravity of Lucius's command. They nodded in agreement, seeing the third and fourth acquiesce. Juliana playfully struck Lucius on the head, exclaiming, You rascal, you expect those metal contraptions to protect us? What about yourself? Besides, as a saint, I hardly need your protection. Caroline chimed in, Exactly. My fused combat aura core, combined with my own strength, nearly reaches saint level. They should remain by your side. I do not require it. I must venture into the core alone. Only there can I unravel the confusion within me. Furthermore, your powers will be suppressed in this realm. Upon hearing this, Juliana attempted to summon her aura, only to discover that she could not release it. Even forcing her aura to manifest yielded but a faint flicker. A sight that filled both her and Caroline with dread. Lucius, however, remained calm, stating, This is the core of the holy realm, the very place where the dark gods are sealed. Here, the rules impose suppression. All auras and magic will be rendered ineffective. As he spoke, Lucius retrieved a metallic box from his pouch, placing it on the ground and opening it to reveal two dark, metallic mechanical crossbows, which he handed to Caroline and Juliana. He also produced specially crafted bolts, several vials of alchemical potions, and dozens of dark iron pellets, before closing the metallic box and returning it to his pouch. With a smile, he addressed the astonished duo. Auntie, Caroline, these are weapons for your protection. In this realm, auras and magic hold no power. We must rely on these mechanical arms. Accepting the crossbows, potions, and iron pellets, Juliana could not contain her curiosity. If you are aware of the dangers of the core, why do you still venture forth alone? Is it merely to resolve your inner turmoil? In response to Juliana's inquiry, Lucius smiled and said, Indeed, I sense that only within the core can I completely untangle my confusion. So it is imperative that I go. Upon hearing Lucius's declaration, Caroline and Juliana suddenly felt as if they were gazing at a stranger. The boy who had always radiated sunshine now appeared more like a weathered elder, his profound eyes suggesting a wisdom that belied his youth. However, Juliana understood that Lucius had not experienced the trials of age, nor did he possess the soul of an old man. The glimmer in his eyes represented wisdom, born of extensive knowledge. While Caroline may not discern the distinction between the two forms of wisdom, Juliana, with her broader understanding, recognized that within Lucius's wise gaze lay an undeniable thread of confusion. An incongruity for one who had not yet traversed the hardships of life. Perhaps Lucius had read countless tomes and absorbed knowledge across myriad fields, yet he remained a youth with limited experiences. And the more he understood, the deeper his confusion became. Only through enduring various tribulations and experiencing the world's vicissitudes could one gradually uncover their true self, at which point confusion would naturally dissipate. Thus, upon hearing Lucius declare his necessity to venture into the core, to confront the perilous depths and unravel his uncertainties, Juliana silently contemplated before agreeing, Indeed, your experiences are too few. There are many truths you cannot yet grasp. Therefore, you should indeed explore the core. Not only Juliana felt this way, even the seasoned alchemist Nestor, the old one-eyed dragon, and the previously sagacious first and second shared her sentiment, as did Lucius's father. Yet upon hearing Juliana's agreement, Caroline remained baffled, turning to Juliana and exclaiming, Auntie, you actually support this rascal's reckless quest for death? The fervor of Caroline startled both Du Linyang and Lucius. After a brief moment, Du Linyang regained her composure, tenderly caressing Caroline's cheek, and softly uttered, My dear girl, your heart is in turmoil. You must place your trust in Lucius. Upon hearing Du Linyang's words, Caroline fell silent for a moment, realizing that she, too, was unable to persuade Lucius, and ultimately lifted her head to him, saying, You rascal, you must survive. In response, Lucius broke into a grin and nodded, assuring her, Fear not, I shall not perish. Let us proceed and uncover what lies within the core of the sacred domain. taking the lead. Lucius ventured down the corridor, but after a few steps, he halted and turned back to Du Linyang and Caroline, advising, "Auntie, sister, those metallic lumps are magical explosives, quite potent. To use them. Simply pull the ring on top and throw them. Please, exercise utmost caution." With an air of nonchalance, Du Linyang tossed a metallic lump and replied, "Rest assured, I know how to handle this contraption. Humph, should I encounter any foolhardy adversaries, I shall obliterate them with this." Lucius, amused by Du Linyang's fierce declaration, laughed heartily. "Indeed, let us blow them to smithereens." The trio continued along the metallic passage until they were confronted by an obstruction, upon seeing the mechanical specters blocking their path, which bore a striking resemblance to the third and fourth models. Caroline whispered, "Lucius, aren't these creatures identical to your third and fourth models? Can't you control them?" "No," Lucius replied. "They are fundamentally different. They are no longer mechanical specters, but rather metallic phantoms. They lack their own consciousness, yet they are corrupted by the seal of the demon god, akin to those oil-soaked monsters outside." Upon hearing this, Caroline felt emboldened, stretching her limbs as she approached the metallic phantoms, declaring, "Humph, so they're just like those oil-soaked creatures. Allow me to deal with them." As Caroline prepared to engage the metallic phantoms with her martial skills, their formerly dim eyes began to gleam with a red light as she drew near. "Don't." Lucius, sensing the impending danger, reached out to stop Caroline. However, the metallic phantoms moved with alarming speed, charging at Caroline, their arms transforming into deadly blades as they slashed towards her. The sudden turn of events left Caroline momentarily stunned. Yet, as a Valkyrie of the war god temple, she quickly regained her wits, drawing her massive axe from behind and swinging it to meet the oncoming metallic phantom. With a resounding clang, Caroline clashed with the metallic phantom, only to be struck back by its immense force, fortuitously caught by Lucius as he rushed forward. Simultaneously, the third and fourth models joined the fray, entangling themselves with the metallic phantoms to halt their advance and protect Lucius and Caroline. Sitting on the ground alongside Lucius, Caroline stared in disbelief at her shattered knuckles, muttering in astonishment, "How can this be? How is this possible?" Du Linyang approached, her expression grave as she surveyed the fierce battle between the third and fourth models and the metallic phantoms. Murmuring, "It appears we have indeed encountered a predicament." Chapter 43. The emergence of the Black Spear. Caroline rose abruptly, gripping the massive axe that had been her companion for so long, pushing away Lucius, and disregarding her injuries in a fervent desire to continue fighting the metallic phantoms. Yet, Lucius restrained her, saying, "No, dear sister, those metallic phantoms are composed of the metal from the core of the sacred domain, possessing formidable hardness. Furthermore, they have acquired the corruptive powers of the demon god. Without the ability to wield magic or fighting spirit, you stand no chance against them." In response, Caroline, still grasping her axe, growled defiantly, "Why, damn it, how could I be defeated, and so utterly at that?" Du Linyang stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Caroline's shoulder. "Do not feel disheartened. You have performed admirably. However, this is not our domain. You must understand that this was once a battlefield of the divine, a realm governed by the rules that seal the gods, that we currently lack the strength to challenge it." "Realm, what does that mean?" Caroline inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion at Du Linyang's words. Observing Caroline's perplexed expression, Du Linyang couldn't help but smile wryly. "Indeed, the emergence of the core has led you to neglect your own training, causing you to forget the true mark of stepping into the sacred tier." At this juncture, Du Linyang paused, extending her palm to reveal a radiant glow of fighting spirit, akin to flickering flames that danced within her grasp. Seemingly untouched by the constraints of the sacred domain's rules, suddenly, she clapped her hands together, and before Lucius and Caroline could react, she darted towards a metallic phantom, breaking through the constraints of the rules and unleashing a dazzling display of fighting spirit. Drawing a curved blade from her waist, she elegantly sliced into the metallic phantom, piercing its core. With a thunderous explosion, the metallic phantom erupted, and the shockwave, along with the scattering metallic shards, was effortlessly deflected by the aura of fighting spirit surrounding Du Linyang. The sheer force she unleashed astonished both Lucius and Caroline, who had not anticipated such formidable power to manifest under the stringent rules of the sacred domain. As Du Linyang gradually retreated, Caroline could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "Auntie, how did you accomplish that? Isn't there a restriction in place? How could magic and fighting spirit be wielded?" Du Linyang opened her palm, the fighting spirit still aglow. And with a gentle flick, she crushed it before resuming her previous demeanor, though weariness now graced her features. Sighing, she addressed Lucius and Caroline. Ah, time is unrelenting. I am indeed growing old. Releasing a realm is far more taxing than I anticipated. Turning to the astonished Caroline, she continued, Did you see? This is the power of a realm, the true manifestation of having attained the sacred tier. Those who achieve the sacred tier through the core cannot comprehend what a realm truly is, nor can they touch it. Upon hearing Du Linyang's words, Caroline remained somewhat bewildered, while Lucius immediately grasped the significance, murmuring to himself, A realm? The sacred domain. Could it be that this sacred domain is, in essence, a realm constructed by some formidable rules? Du Linyang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the so-called realm is the result of a powerful being above the sacred tier channeling their own strength to create a formidable force field. Within that force field, the creator wields absolute authority. As she spoke, Du Linyang opened her palm once more, releasing the flickering flame of fighting spirit and playfully manipulating it. If the power of the realm is sufficiently potent, it can be unleashed, even colliding with the realms of other formidable beings, serving as a means for sacred tier warriors to confront their foes. Caroline gradually assimilated Du Linyang's words, while Lucius surveyed the surrounding metallic walls, stating, So, the entire sacred domain is a colossal realm, and the realm extends widely outward. Thus, when it activated, it affected even the misty forest beyond Blanos. In an instant, Lucius could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, Then, what kind of immense power must the creator of the sacred domain possess to construct a realm that could extend so broadly? They are beings before whom even gods prostrate themselves, commanding the allegiance of demon lords. If they conceal both gods and demon lords, they must possess unfathomable power. However, it remains uncertain whether, after the destruction of the sacred domain, fragments of the realm will remain. If only we could obtain a shard. At this point, Du Linyang ceased her discourse. Yet both Lucius and Caroline understood her implication, with Caroline's eyes glimmering with anticipation. Suddenly, just as the third and fourth models were on the verge of eliminating the metallic phantoms and opening the path to the core, a piercing scream echoed through the corridor. Instantly recognizing the voice as that of the nature goddess, Chilier, Lucius wasted no time, and, wielding his magical energy mechanical gun, obliterated the last metallic phantom blocking their way. He dashed toward the source of the sound, with the third and fourth models following closely behind. Du Linyang and Caroline exchanged glances, uncertain of Lucius's heightened agitation, but they could only hasten their pace to keep up. Navigating the winding metallic passage, Du Linyang and Caroline soon lost sight of Lucius, which incited a flicker of anxiety, prompting them to quicken their steps. Finally, upon turning a corner, they spotted the third and fourth models once more. Accompanied by the urgent cries, Lucius, hurry, please save us. This time, Du Linyang recognized the voice and rushed forward, grabbing Lucius, who was intent on rushing to their aid. Lucius had already identified Chilier's voice upon hearing the scream, which explained his urgency. As they rounded the corner, they were met with the sight of Chilier and her sister, Perpetually, surrounded by several metallic phantoms, while Shuliide swung his spear, ensnared by the relentless onslaught of the metallic phantoms. Unable to rescue the sisters, just as the sisters found themselves in peril, without the ability to wield magic against the encroaching phantoms, Chilier caught sight of Lucius's approach, her heart soaring with hope as she called out for his help. Hearing her plea, Lucius instinctively sought to assist, but before he could act, he was restrained from behind, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Upon turning his head, Rushiosi discovered that it was Du Linyang who had seized him. As he attempted to break free from her grasp, he exclaimed, Aunt, how is it you? Release me at once. Chilier and the others are in danger. No sooner had Rushiosi uttered these words than, before Du Linyang could offer an explanation, the piercing scream of Chilier echoed once more. Hearing her cry, Rushiosi disregarded all else. Raising the magical mechanical gun in his hands and aiming it at the metallic specters assailing AI Puli and Chilier, he pulled the trigger repeatedly. The resounding bang 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 of gunfire rang out as the metallic specters proved utterly defenseless against the unique magical bullets from the mechanical gun, even with Du Linyang holding on to him. He effortlessly dispatched the threats, thus liberating AI Puli and Chilier. Seeing that the two sisters were unharmed, Rushiosi turned to Du Linyang with a quizzical expression, asking, Aunt, what on earth is the matter? Why did you stop me? With Ru Xiuxi having saved the sisters, Du Linyang felt it unnecessary to elaborate further. She simply smiled and replied, "Hee hee. I didn't intend to hinder your rescue, but rather to prevent you from acting rashly and causing them harm." Ah! Du Linyang's seemingly incoherent words left both Ru Xiuxi and the approaching Ka Luo Lin bewildered. Yet recognizing her reluctance to elaborate, they chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Qi Lier had already reached Ru Xiuxi's side, grasping his hands and saying, "Ru Xiuxi, I'm so relieved to see you safe. I was quite worried about you, but first, you should rescue Shu Luda." With Qi Lier holding on to his hands, Ru Xiuxi harbored no extraneous thoughts. He merely smiled before raising the magical mechanical gun again, dispatching the metallic specters that threatened Shu Luda. However, Ka Luo Lin, noticing Qi Lier's hold on Ru Xiuxi, felt a surge of jealousy. Yet, before she could express it, Du Linyang discreetly quieted her. After the crisis was averted, Shu Luda approached Ru Xiuxi, bowing respectfully and saying, "Your Highness, thank you for your assistance." Ru Xiuxi scrutinized Shu Luda for a moment, glancing at the black spear he held, and maintained a smile as he replied, "Hee hee, Shu Luda, there is no need for such formality. In truth, we are of the same lineage." At these words, the others were momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Ru Xiuxi's statement. Except for Shu Luda, whose expression stiffened for a moment before he adjusted himself, wearing a perplexed smile as he said, "Hee hee, Ru Xiuxi, I do not comprehend your meaning." Though Shu Luda concealed it well, Ru Xiuxi discerned his unease, which only deepened his conviction regarding the other's identity, causing his smile to brighten further. "Hee hee, Shu Luda, now that we've reached this point, why continue to hide? I believe you possess the Black Spear card, do you not?" This time, Shu Luda was completely taken aback, staring at Ru Xiuxi, rendered speechless, his shock palpable. He could not fathom how Ru Xiuxi could so easily deduce his identity. Observing Shu Luda's astonishment, Ru Xiuxi produced a metallic card from his waist pouch, holding it up for Shu Luda to see, and smilingly declared, "What I hold is the clover. Thus I assert we are of the same lineage." Upon realizing Ru Xiuxi's identity, the stiffness on Shu Luda's face vanished, and he took a couple of steps back, retrieving a metallic card of the same size from his inner pocket. Holding it up to Ru Xiuxi, he exclaimed, "I never anticipated you to be a clover." Ha! Shu Luda's boisterous laughter reverberated through the corridor, and in the next moment, before anyone could react, Shu Luda and the two sisters simultaneously launched their attacks, mechanized crossbows appearing in their hands, each firing arrows aimed at Ru Xiuxi and his companions. Regrettably, number 3 and number 4 reacted with equal swiftness, dashing forward to intercept the bolts, creating an impenetrable barrier around Ru Xiuxi and his comrades. Realizing their attempt had failed, Shu Luda hurled a metal sphere to the ground, which exploded with a resounding bang, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke that obscured the figures of Shu Luda and the sisters. His voice emerged from the haze. "Ru Xiuxi, since we are both descendants of the Card royal family, let us rely on our own abilities. I look forward to our next encounter." Chapter 44. Choice in the dimly lit metallic corridor. Du Linyang and Ka Luo Lin stood beside Ru Xiuxi, observing him as he crouched, lost in thought, evidently stirred by Shu Luda's earlier words that Du Linyang speculated that Ru Xiuxi might harbor feelings for the nature goddess Qi Lier, and now, upon realizing he was merely being used, he could be suffering an emotional blow. Contemplating this, she knelt beside Ru Xiuxi and softly reassured him, "You little rascal, don't take it too much to heart. Those two girls are clearly Shu Luda's most trusted confidants. In truth, we, including the nature goddess, have likely been utilized by them as well. So, there is no need for you to feel disheartened. Besides, you still have Ka Luo Lin here, don't you?" Upon hearing Du Linyang's words, Ru Xiuxi had yet to regain his composure when Ka Luo Lin, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, protested, "Aunt, what nonsense are you spouting? I have no such intentions towards this rascal." Du Linyang quickly leaned closer to Ka Luo Lin, whispering, "Child, haven't you noticed how lost this boy appears? He is likely experiencing his first crush on that little witch. Qi Lier, can you bear to see him in such despair?" At this, Ka Luo Lin glanced down at Ru Xiuxi, and upon seeing his despondent demeanor, a pang of sorrow welled up within her, leaving her momentarily speechless. Witnessing Ka Luo Lin's reaction, Du Linyang understood her feelings and continued softly, "Child, you must realize that right now, this little rascal is quite vulnerable. This is your chance to approach his heart. You must seize it." Du Linyang's words stirred something within Ka Luo Lin. In truth, ever since Ru Xiaoxi had spared her multiple times, displaying absolute strength while refraining from harming her, she had developed peculiar feelings for him. This time, he had forcibly drawn her away from the saint's son. Phobos, to stand by his side. Ka Luo Lin understood full well that Ru Xiaoxi had done this because he recognized that if she remained with the saint's son's group, she would inevitably become mere fodder in battle. All these instances lingered in her mind, and now, seeing Ru Xiaoxi in such a low state, she felt an involuntary ache in her heart. With Du Linyang's encouragement, her feelings for Ru Xiaoxi deepened, just as Ka Luo Lin was filled with joy and prepared to follow Du Linyang's advice to comfort Ru Xiaoxi. He suddenly sighed. Ah, what a bother. In the end, I couldn't fully unravel the secrets of this metallic spectre's core dough. It seems creating metallic specters is truly no simple task. Upon hearing Ru Xiaoxi's words, Du Linyang and Ka Luo Lin exchanged glances, then approached him from behind, peering at the various mechanical tools laid out before him. Ru Xiaoxi was dismantling the destroyed metallic specters, a pile of components accumulating beside him. Realizing this, Du Linyang and Ka Luo Lin finally understood that Ru Xiaoxi's melancholia was not due to Shu Luda and the others, but rather his intense focus on studying the structure of the metallic specters. It was clear that he had not given them a second thought. Ka Luo Lin, initially taken aback, could not help but chuckle upon realizing Ru Xiaoxi was not disheartened by Qi Lier. This revelation brought her immense joy. However, Du Linyang, irritated, playfully smacked Ru Xiaoxi on the head, exclaiming, "You little rascal, what are you doing? Were you even listening to what I just said?" Ouch, Ru Xiaoxi shielded his head, sounding rather aggrieved as he replied, "I heard you, but it's really nothing. Isn't it the nature of people to use one another? Besides, even without our assistance, with the Black Spear card in Shu Luda's possession, they could easily enter the sacred domain." Hearing Ru Xiaoxi's words, Du Linyang's anger gradually subsided. After a moment of contemplation, she murmured, "That's true. Even without us, those three could still enter here." Ru Xiaoxi cast aside the metallic components in his hands, tidying up the tools scattered on the ground, and stood with an air of resignation, sighing, "Ah, it appears that unraveling the method to create metallic specters will take longer than anticipated. Let us move on." With that, Ru Xiaoxi took the lead, and Du Linyang and Ka Luo Lin had no choice but to follow closely behind, while numbers 3 and 4 remained silent, trailing at the end of the group. Navigating through the metallic corridor, twisting and turning for what felt like an eternity, they encountered several waves of metallic specters along the way, all of which were dispatched effortlessly by number 3. Leaving Ru Xiaoxi and his companions undeterred, finally, a light appeared ahead, and as it grew brighter, the trio realized they had reached the end of the metallic corridor, on the verge of entering the very heart of the sacred domain. Involuntarily, they quickened their pace, and upon passing through the luminous threshold, the sight that greeted them was nothing short of astonishing. Ka Luo Lin could hardly contain her excitement, exclaiming, Is this truly the core of the sacred domain? It's like a fairyland. It's absolutely beautiful." The scenery before them was indeed as Ka Luo Lin described, resembling the fabled paradise of legends. They stood at the mouth of a cave atop a hill, surrounded by lush, verdant trees. Gazing beyond the foliage, a rainbow bridge extended from the hillside beneath them, reaching towards a magnificent city floating in the sky just ahead. The rainbow bridge extending from the floating city, along with the streams of water cascading from above, envelopes the entire space in a veil of mist. Numerous beings of untamed wisdom frolic beneath the arch in the descending torrents, in a realm devoid of pollution, strife, or clamor. Standing dazed at the cave's entrance for an extended moment, Ruxius suddenly inhaled deeply, allowing the crisp air to fill his lungs, and then exhaled the stale air slowly, feeling rejuvenated by the process. Folding his magical energy firearm and stowing it in his leather pouch, he beckoned the still dazed Du Linyang and Caroline, saying, "All right, let us depart and behold that true holy city." With that, Ruxius stepped down the slope outside the cave, and Du Linyang and Caroline, coming to their senses, hurried after him, following in his footsteps onto the rainbow bridge. Upon stepping onto the bridge, it felt as though there was no sensation beneath their feet. Yet the trio was unmistakably anchored, not plummeting into the abyss below. This peculiar feeling made them hesitate to take the next step. Nevertheless, Ruxius quickly regained his composure, striding purposefully forward, step by step, towards the floating city at the bridge's end. Du Linyang and Caroline paused for a moment before matching Ruxius's pace. Walking on the rainbow bridge seemed to allow them to forget all tumult and discord. As tranquility enveloped their minds, leaving them with an emptiness devoid of even the slightest distraction. In this rare moment of stillness, myriad memories surged in Ruxius's mind, and he found himself observing past events from a third-person perspective, even recalling various scenes glimpsed on the historical steps before. Unbeknownst to him, the confusion in his heart began to find resolution. Images in his mind morphed and ultimately began to rewind. Returning to a long-ago origin point, he found himself back in that fervent moment when the initial model of the sacred realm was forged, where a young man stood upon a high platform, gazing skyward with a smile, watching Ruxius, who stood on the steps. In that instant, Ruxius seemed to hear the words of the one who created the sacred realm. I shall use my life, my wisdom, my skills, and all my riches to create a city in the sky, forever free of conflict, where all beings may live freely within. The next moment, Ruxius heard the Creator's voice again. Freedom and hope. This is the true essence that the city in the sky grants to all. As Ruxius stood lost in thought, he had already reached the end of the rainbow bridge and stepped into the floating city. In that instant, he awakened fully, the bewilderment regarding himself and his future dissipating as he gazed upon the vast expanse of the city, lush with verdant grass and trees. Observing the birds flitting among the branches and the small creatures frolicking on the grass, he finally comprehended the Creator's yearning. Thank you. Thank you for granting us freedom and hope. Ruxius finally understood why the Creator allowed the gods to inhabit the sacred realm. To him, it was a matter of respecting the freedom and choices of living beings, even if such immense power might ultimately lead to the realm's ruin and calamity. Now, as the sacred realm stood on the brink of destruction, the original sanctuaries within the floating city would soon attract a plethora of wealth and power, drawing in beings who sought entry into the sacred realm. The choice lay in the hands of every individual. In contemplating the potential disasters that such power and wealth could bring, Ruxius suddenly grasped Delineang and Caroline's hands, urging them onward without waiting for their responses, hastening into the depths of the city. He did not wish for them to face a choice. He could not bear to see them succumb to the allure of power and wealth, leading to decay and corruption. In that moment, he regretted bringing them to the floating city, desperately wanting to guide them away from this city steeped in sin, for without the act of choosing, there could be no fall. Delineang and Caroline, pulled along by him, initially bore expressions of confusion, but as they traversed the verdant forest and beheld the grand structures shimmering with divine radiance, they quickly regained their senses. Caroline pointed excitedly at a nearby edifice, exclaiming, "Look, that is the War Temple, identical to the War Temple. No, even more resplendent. It must be the original War Temple." Yet Ruxius did not release his grip on her, seemingly intent on continuing deeper into the city instead. As they approached the fork leading to the War Temple, even Delineang could no longer restrain herself and, alongside Caroline, halted to grasp Ruxius, asking with a serious expression, Why won't you let us go to the War Temple? You must understand that it is the original War Temple, the ancient stronghold of the sacred realm, possessing the oldest legacies of the War Temple and perhaps even the source cores of the war gods." Hearing Delineang's probing question, disappointment flickered across Ruxius's face for the first time. He stood there, gazing at Delineang and Caroline for a long while, recognizing their longing for the War Temple. Ultimately, he sighed heavily, uttering not another word, and turned to press onward into the city's depths, a single tear trailing from the corner of his eye, swept away by the wind as he departed, seeing Ruxius turn away in silence. Especially without uttering a single word, confusion washed over Delineang and Caroline. They exchanged glances with the third and fourth figures, uncertain of Ruxius's intentions, standing at the fork towards the War Temple after much hesitation. Delineang and Caroline could not resist the allure of the power and wealth that awaited them within the original War Temple, and they chose to veer off toward that path, shortly after they diverged. Ruxius retraced his steps, gazing after the retreating figures of the two, along with the third and fourth. For a long time, he murmured softly, "Delineang, Caroline, this is your choice. I respect your decision. The thirst for power is an irresistible force for anyone. May you truly find hope." Having whispered this, Ruxius turned once more and strode resolutely into the depths of the floating city. Chapter 45, The Flames of Sin Blinos, since the awakening of the ruins, had seen all the adventurers in the city depart, the once bustling border town returning to its former tranquility. The radiant light of the Holy Order shone brightly in the sky, enveloping the entire city and the surrounding countryside for miles. As intricate patterns flickered in the air, safeguarding the peace of Blinos alongside the sacred light. A chilling sound pierced the air, and a soldier stationed atop the city walls, facing the misty forest, squinted into the distance, quickly spotting a massive fissure extending from the forest, as if the earth had been torn like paper, the crack stretching straight towards Blinos. The soldier on the ramparts took a long moment to collect himself, his mouth agape in horror, ready to scream. Yet before his voice could escape, the tremendous fissure collided with the barrier some hundreds of miles away. The sacred light blazed, golden patterns swirling in the sky, as the radiant barrier, 100 miles from Blinos, forcefully halted the tearing earth. However, even though the fissure was obstructed, the violent tremors reverberated through the protective barrier and into Blinos, shaking the city and shattering its tranquility. Ordinary residents, accustomed to the calm of Blinos, rushed from their homes onto the streets, witnessing the quaking ground and swaying buildings with growing panic. Many fell to their knees, fervently praying towards the central clock tower, beseeching the deities of Blinos for protection. Meanwhile, the builder of this border town and the guardian of its peace, Kong, stood atop the clock tower, gazing through the transparent clock face into the distance, where he beheld the fissure extending from the misty forest. With a grave expression, he murmured to himself, "It appears the demon god has emerged. No one can stop it. Alas, I have yet to gather sufficient willpower. Otherwise, I would possess the strength to confront the demon god." With that, Kong radiated a brilliant light, the sacred glow piercing through the clock tower and into the sky, as the magical barrier shielding Blinos began to gradually contract. Yet, as the barrier shrank, the intricate patterns became increasingly vivid. Eventually, the rune-covered barrier tightened against the city walls, the sky and earth adorned with magnificent runes, emanating a holy and majestic power that stabilized the trembling earth and the quaking city. The throngs of people gathered in the streets and alleys of Blinos felt the quaking cease, and they all fell to their knees, bowing towards the clock tower while chanting loudly, "Kong, great deity." Just as Blinos regained its stability, a contingent of armored soldiers surrounded the clock tower, while several individuals enveloped in dazzling auras of combat energy and radiant magical light entered the tower in quick succession, making their way to the top. Upon reaching the clock tower's summit, they found Kong standing before the clock face, gazing into the distance. The group bowed deeply, with several armored knights kneeling on one knee. After the salutation, a starry-robed mage, adorned with the insignia of a holy order mage on his chest, stepped forward and addressed Kong. "Your Majesty, what shall we do now? Please guide us." Kong turned to survey the assembly, observing those who had once fought alongside him in their shared endeavors, as he seemed to return to a time when he was the formidable King Constantine, commanding respect across the continent. After a moment of silence, the divine aura surrounding Kong dissipated, and with a grave countenance, he stated, "The sacred realm is on the verge of complete collapse, and the sealed demon god is about to emerge. They are compelling me to reveal myself. It seems I can no longer continue to protect Blinos. Your Majesty." Upon hearing Constantine's words, even the mages knelt on one knee, their expressions heavy with sorrow as they gazed up at him. The archmage who had stepped forward continued, "Sire, do the Brotherhood not wish to lend their aid?" At this, hope flickered across the faces of the assembly, eager for good news. However, Constantine sighed and replied, "I have already met with Liu, and he has yet to agree to intervene. Deep down, we all understand that even if the Brotherhood were to exert their utmost efforts, they could not safeguard Blinos. Moreover, the holy domain is the very source of our calamity." At that moment, a valiant knight, kneeling before him, could no longer contain his booming voice, interjecting, "But my king, Blinos is our foundation. If it falls, then you will continue to survive, seeking refuge elsewhere. Find the Brotherhood and join them. Only there will you not be lost, and only there will Blinos have a chance to be rebuilt in the future." Before the knight could finish his thought, Constantine interrupted him, pausing momentarily before resolutely declaring, "Remember my words. Blinos is our home, but it is not our sole sanctuary. As long as we can endure, even if this city is destroyed, it shall one day rise again." Upon hearing Constantine's words, the archmage was the first to react. Discerning the implications of his statement, he urged urgently, "Sire, do you truly intend to venture into the holy domain? It is on the brink of collapse, and the sealed demon gods are about to emerge. What can you possibly achieve there?" Constantine's gaze hardened as he turned towards the depths of the misty forest, his voice resonating. "That is my destiny. Even in death, I must go, for the world must know that I, Constantine, remain the sovereign." The gathered individuals understood well that Constantine had made up his mind. As his subordinates and elders, they felt utterly powerless at this moment. The conflicts within the Holy Domain were beyond their participation. Still gazing outside the city, the fissures in the earth continued to approach Blanos, and Constantine knew he had to act. If he did not go to the Holy Domain, even wielding the power of the divine, he could not save Blanos. Finally, he resolved firmly, addressing those behind him. It is time to bid farewell. Merlin, after I leave, you must activate the magic array as quickly as possible, and do your utmost to relocate Blanos. The Archmage Merlin bowed his head in acknowledgement, replying, Your Majesty, rest assured, we shall expedite the completion of the magic array. With the divine authority you have bestowed, our chances of success should be quite high. Good, very well. I hope Blanos survives the flames of war. And I wish for your safety through this calamity. Constantine whispered blessings for the people and for Blanos. Suddenly, the valiant knight Poncio stood and addressed Constantine. Sire, why not take me with you? I can do nothing here. Upon hearing Poncio's words, the crowd initially fell silent, but soon many voiced their agreement. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is perilous for you to go alone. Bringing Poncio may provide some assistance, having a holy tier guardian at your side. Constantine understood that his old subordinates were concerned for him. Yet he firmly declined. No, the holy tier will hold no sway. It is a battle among the divine. However, Poncio remained undeterred, continuing to implore, Sire, please take me with you. The majority of those who entered the Holy Domain before were not even of the holy tier. My presence might prove useful. After being persistently beseeched by Poncio and his loyal subordinates, Constantine relented. Very well, I shall take you. But Poncio, should you accompany me, you must be prepared to face death. In response to Constantine's solemn expression, Poncio composed his demeanor, kneeling respectfully and lowering his head. Sire, Poncio is already prepared to sacrifice his life at any moment. Seeing Poncio's earnestness, Constantine could feel the fierce ambition and the unwavering resolve within him. At that moment, he felt a surge of relief, reassured that his old subordinates had not let the passage of time extinguish their fervor. As both a divine and a holy tier, the departure of Constantine and Poncio was a monumental event. The citizens of Blanos watched in awe as Constantine strode forth, illuminated by divine light. As his feet traversed the fissures in the earth, the rifts gradually closed behind him, while a sacred radiance enveloped the land, restoring peace to the outskirts of Blanos. It was only when Constantine's imposing figure vanished into the misty forest that the citizens of Blanos regained their composure, kneeling in prayer, beseeching their deities for eternal protection. However, in the eastern noble district of Blanos, some affluent individuals of noble birth dismissed Constantine's assertiveness, many sneering. Humph! What deity? Merely a being wielding power to conquer ignorant masses and amass their will. Yet, before their disdainful remarks could fully escape their lips, Merlin led a contingent of armored soldiers into the noble district, apprehending the parasitic elements from various factions who had long resided in Blanos and casting them out of the city. Merlin's decisive actions garnered the support of the ordinary citizens, fostering an unprecedented unity within Blanos. The populace's faith in Constantine's sword. After purging the parasites, Merlin, accompanied by a host of formidable knights, began to establish complex magic arrays throughout the underground of the city. Inscribing them in crucial locations, the loyal subordinates of Constantine endeavored to protect the city that he had fought a lifetime to establish, exerting their utmost efforts within the Holy Domain, following the collapse of the outer city. The inner city behind the iron gates began to tremble and crumble, the oil-stained ground splitting open, gushing forth more oil, nearly submerging the entire inner city. Simultaneously, the passage leading to the core was sealed, trapping those who had not yet entered the center amidst a relentless assault by the oil monsters. It was unknown who ignited the flames, but in an instant, the inner city of the Holy Domain was engulfed in a sea of fire, consuming everything within, including those adventurers who had yet to enter the core. Amidst the roaring flames, a manic laughter echoed. Ha! Hop Sanchi, the Holy Domain you painstakingly built and managed for so long is finally destined for destruction. And we, the deities you sealed away, shall return to this world amidst these sinful flames, obliterating the hope you have left behind. Chapter 46. Chaos descends in the core of the Holy Domain. The floating city began to tremble, the bridges leading there fracturing in layers. Some adventurers who had just stepped onto the bridges found themselves plummeting into the abyss. Rumble. Accompanied by violent quakes, Lucius could distinctly feel the floating city ascending, as if it would break through the heavens above. Yet, just as the floating city was about to breach the celestial canopy, several colossal hands appeared above, forcefully restraining its ascent, pinning it within the core of the holy domain. The clash of forces caused the floating city to sway violently, and Lucius, unable to maintain his footing, fell to the ground, gazing upward at the heavens, where the dark hands pressed down, seemingly intent on tearing the sky apart. However, despite the immense strength exerted by those hands, they could not breach the protective magical barrier surrounding the core of the floating city, which remained steadfast against the pressure. Boom! Another resounding crash echoed as the floating city made a desperate attempt to break free from the grip of the dark hands, yet was ultimately suppressed by countless forces, unable to escape their grasp. Ha ha! A manic laughter resonated within the floating city. The seal has now been broken, and the last core of the holy domain cannot escape our grasp. We shall destroy everything you hold dear. Upon hearing that deranged voice, Lucius understood that the situation had reached a critical juncture. The demon gods sealed within the holy domain had broken free. And the last core, the floating city, would likely not withstand the impending doom. Recognizing the inevitability of the holy domain's destruction, he no longer hesitated, swiftly making his way towards the center of the floating city. However, although the floating city had not succumbed to corruption and posed no physical barriers, the relentless assault from the demon gods outside caused the city to sway violently, complicating Lucius's progress, stumbling and struggling. Lucius persevered until he finally arrived at the very heart of the floating city. Yet, what lay before him left him utterly astonished. A youth slightly older than Lucius stood in the central square of the floating city, smiling as he gazed at Lucius, as if he had been waiting there specifically for him. Upon Lucius's arrival, the youth gently waved his hands, sealing the entire square, preventing those who had nearly reached it from entering. Bastard! Why? Why can't we enter? Damn it! What is happening? Did I not already step inside? How could I be excluded? What on earth is going on? Could it be that the core of the holy domain has already chosen its master? It should not be the case. Was it not said that at the very heart of the sanctum, everyone has a chance to attain it? Why is it that I have already entered and even come close to touching that object, yet I am still barred from it? The ones left outside gazed at the enclosed central plaza, a murky veil completely isolating the inside from the outside, leaving no one aware of the events transpiring within. Among them, Shalid, leading the two sisters of the nature temple, stared at the opaque barrier, his eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. Killier stood silently, while AI Pulley could no longer contain herself and spoke. Your Highness. It is that boy, Lucius T. entered before us, which is why we are kept outside. Shalid scoffed at her words, casting a frigid glance towards Killier, clearly displeased with her demeanor along the way in that moment. The two sisters were no longer the holy maidens of the nature temple in Shalid's eyes, but mere attendants by his side. However, Killier remained unfazed, meeting Shalid's piercing gaze with indifference. Suddenly, she produced a card from her bosom, observing the black spear insignia upon it, and remarked, even if we had entered first, we would not have acquired those items. Upon hearing Killier's words, Shalid's expression darkened further, while AI Pulley hastily pulled Killier aside and whispered, Sister, what nonsense are you speaking? Shalid and that boy are both descendants of the card royalty. How could they not inherit what lies within? It is undoubtedly because that boy got there first. Aware that AI Pulley was attempting to absolve her, Killier paid her no mind, pushing past AI Pulley to meet Shalid's gaze once more, saying, in truth, we all understand that Clover ultimately secured the Creator's legacy, do we not? Gazing at the black spear insignia in Killier's hand, Shalid's countenance, though grim, revealed his inability to vent his frustration, for he recognized that she, holding the black spear insignia, possessed, in a sense, the same royal bloodline as himself. Within the sanctum, their statuses could be deemed equal. After a moment, Shalid disdainfully replied, it matters not. Even without acquiring the Creator's legacy, I still possess what has been left by the Black Spear family. I am the impending chaos. Who can say who will ultimately prevail? With that, Shalid turned and departed without a trace of longing. The AI Pulley and Killier exchanged glances and, without drawing attention, followed him out of the barrier. Even though the three from the nature temple moved stealthily, they did not escape the watchful eyes of the observant, particularly under the constant surveillance of Phobos. Phobos stood alone before the veil, Devoid of any presence from the church or temple, his gaze fixated on the shroud. Jealousy and resentment flickering in his eyes. For just moments ago, he had nearly touched the legacy left by the Creator. Yet now, as Lucius entered the central plaza, he was transported away from the site of the legacy. Isolated from the central inheritance square, missing the Creator's legacy by mere inches, the trio of Shalid caught his attention, and as he saw them leave discreetly, Phobos could not help but furrow his brow. Murmuring, "I never would have imagined that Shalid and the others are indeed descendants of the Black Spear royalty. It appears this opening of the sanctum has truly drawn everyone in." With that, Phobos glanced back at the veil, his eyes narrowing at the opaque barrier, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he continued. "Fortunate boy, I did not expect you to have already gained the Creator's recognition. However, it matters not. Your identity has been exposed, while ours remains unknown to you." As Phobos began to fade from view, if anyone had been nearby, they would have clearly seen a metallic card clasped in his palm, adorned with the pattern of Diamond K. Shortly after Shalid and Phobos departed, the entire veil erupted with an even more dazzling radiance, and in the blink of an eye, the floating city began to crumble. Fragments plummeting from the sky, the various temples and structures within the floating city were all forsaken, yet they retained the protective essence of their own divine powers. Even as they fell from the floating city, they would not be utterly destroyed but instead gently descend, shielded by their respective divine powers, eventually landing in the vast pit where the floating city once hovered. The floating city gradually disintegrated. The colossal pit in the valley below soon filled with the remnants of the floating city, leaving only the very center intact. Yet that fragment seemed unwilling to descend, instead rising upward, enveloped in a sacrosanct radiance, striving to breach the firmament above and shatter the oppressive forces of the demon gods. Regrettably, even as the last vestige remained, it could not break free from the seals imposed by the divine and demonic entities. Just as it appeared poised to pierce the heavens, countless dark hands emerged, blocking the exit above. "Ha ha!" The resonant laughter echoed across the sky. "You wish to escape? Do not waste your efforts. Hop, you have long since perished. What remains cannot stand against us." Those who had already witnessed the fragments of the floating city descend to the ground observed the once lush forests instantly decay, the trees wilting and dying, transforming the verdant landscape into a wasteland tainted with filth. Looking up at the sky, the radiant orb continued its struggle to break through the barriers set by the gods and demons. Yet it remained unable to create an opening against their formidable might. Hearing the laughter reverberating through the heavens, the adventurers on the ground could not help but feel a chill of trepidation. Pondering, are those gods and demons truly breaking free of their seals? It seems the gods and demons are poised to descend upon the world once more. After several failed attempts to breach the barrier, the last glimmer of light from the floating city struggled against the innumerable dark hands obstructing it, yet no matter how fiercely it fought, it could not escape the overwhelming grip of the divine and demonic forces. Before the eyes of all, the orb made one final desperate effort, but upon its failure, it began to slowly descend from the sky, and in that moment, the hearts of all beings standing on the ground grew heavy with despair. All understood that the orb's choice to descend signified its capitulation to divine authority, indicating that after countless years of struggle, the beings of this world would ultimately bow before the gods and demons. Alas, it seems we cannot overcome. Those gods and demons shall surely return to reclaim their dominion over the world. The era of divine supremacy and chaos is ultimately unavoidable. Standing before the original hall of the Nature Temple, the elder patriarch of the Night Elves gazed at the descending orb, reminiscent of a shooting star, and with a somber tone, he sighed to his companion, Maudace. Maudace, upon hearing this, looked incredulously at her grandfather, as if suddenly realizing how aged he appeared, and questioned, "Grandfather, did you not always favor the gods?" "Ha ha, foolish child, my choices were made out of necessity. The gods and demons, we are but mere ants, destined to be their humble servants. Servants, they possess neither freedom nor hope." As the elder patriarch of the Night Elves spoke with a bitter smile, the brilliant meteor-like orb finally touched the ground, completely filling the once gaping pit in the mountains. Meanwhile, the heavens above had been utterly veiled by dark hands, the earth submerged in decay and filth, and the era of darkness and chaos had once again descended. What awaits us next? A war among the gods? Or annihilation? Uncertain who posed the heavy question, the silence that followed lingered, devoid of any response. Chapter 47. The seed of hope entrapped within the veil. Lucius stared in astonishment at the youth standing before him, whose face radiated warmth and light. This boy, appearing only slightly older than himself, bore an uncanny resemblance to the creator. As Lucius stood there, entranced, the boy smiled and spoke first. Welcome. Lucius. I have awaited your arrival for a long time. You have finally arrived here. Startled by the direct mention of his name, Lucius shook off his astonishment and incredulously asked, "How do you know my name?" Haha, why would I not know your name? From the moment you entered the misty forest, I have been observing you. I guided you through the gate of revelation and across the stairway of history to gain a clearer understanding of you, to discern your thoughts and your reactions to certain matters. And you have not disappointed me. You successfully traversed the stairway of history, though your heart is filled with confusion. Yet, you have managed to remain true to yourself. Even amidst your doubts, you have always known what you truly desire. And that pleases me greatly. At this point, the boy extended his hand towards Lucius, opening his palm to reveal a swirling mist, which he smiled and offered to Lucius, saying, "This steam core belongs to you. I hope you can make good use of it and bring hope to the beings of this continent." Gazing at the amorphous steam core, Lucius was momentarily speechless through the boy's earlier words. He had surmised his identity. This youth was likely the creator of the sanctum. Now, as the boy wished to bestow upon him the steam core, a symbol of the sanctum's essence, Lucius found himself at a loss for words and asked, "Why? Why me? Why pass it on to me? Why?" Haha. To Lucius's surprise, his question elicited a somewhat melancholic chuckle from the boy. He then waved his hand, and a shimmering water curtain materialized before Lucius, upon which magical runes flickered, revealing scenes that danced in the glimmering light. In the scene before him lies an era of industrial advancement, where the image is dominated by racing steam locomotives, chimneys spewing thick smoke, and drainage pipes releasing polluted effluent. The streets are cloaked in oil and dust, while the sky, shrouded in smog, is devoid of blue and white clouds. Witnessing this grim tableau, Lucius is struck with profound astonishment. He had never envisioned that the pinnacle of industrial development would result in such desolation. With a murky sky and a filth-laden earth, a youthful voice breaks the silence. Are you surprised? You need not be. What you see is merely a reflection of the past when I constructed this sanctuary. What? How could it be like this? Lucius exclaims, his face a mask of shock and confusion. The boy, his expression dimmed, replies, "This is the consequence of breaking free from shackles. Industrial civilization has not reached its zenith. It cannot adequately sustain the myriad needs of life. To bolster industrial output, a heavy price must be paid." Upon hearing this, Lucius begins to grasp the underlying meaning of the boy's words. The oil-stained and dusty streets, the smoke-choked sky, all result from a staggering disparity between supply and demand. Just as the boy articulated, the industrial technology of the sanctuary he established is limited, incapable of achieving the efficient production required to fully satisfy needs. The only recourse is to amplify production, leading to the pollution of the entire sanctuary by industrial waste. But the most terrifying aspect is not environmental degradation. It is the decay of the human spirit. In that moment, I discerned the greed inherent in humanity. Be it humans or other intelligent races, each harbors their own avarice, and it is this greed that has birthed the scene you behold. After a pause, the boy continues, "Thus, I conceived a plan to invite the gods into the sanctuary, hoping to purify human hearts with divine essence, which ultimately gave rise to the 4 divine epics you see now." Purifying hearts with divine essence. How is that even conceivable? How can divinity cleanse the human soul? Lucius responds incredulously. Observing Lucius's astonishment, the boy offers a bitter smile. Indeed, it seems laughable in retrospect. The line between the divine and the demonic is but a thought away. Both divinity and malice exist within every individual. In a world rife with material desires, even the divine can succumb to corruption. So, after the Iron Age, you guided the 4 great card dynasties to use royal power to counterbalance divine authority, thereby preventing the decay within the sanctuary? Lucius interjects. The boy gazes at him, momentarily taken aback, before exclaiming, "Haha, your choice was indeed astute. I did not anticipate you would fathom my intentions." In response to the boy's admiration, Lucius dismisses it, saying, "It is not difficult to deduce. By connecting the images of historical hierarchies with what you present before me now, one can speculate. However, I do not comprehend why, despite the mutual checks between royal and divine power, the sanctuary has devolved to its current state. Because the balance has been shattered, The boy answers with a serene expression. The balance has been shattered. What could have caused such a rupture? Lucius queries, "At this?" The boy suddenly smiles, gesturing with his hand to conjure a shimmering water curtain that reveals another scene. A young man clad in the ceremonial robes of the clergy entering a dimly lit hall. In his hand, he clutches a metallic card, and through the magical array of the water curtain, Lucius can clearly see that the card transforms into a symbol of wisdom, the heart of diamonds. The youth approaches the ancient altar within the hall. Placing the card upon it, drawing a dagger from his waist and gripping its blade with his palm, intoning an obscure incantation as the incantation unfolds, the dagger slowly cuts into his hand, blood cascading down and staining both arms in crimson. Ultimately, as a drop of blood falls, the altar is instantly drenched in red. The scarlet liquid churns upon the altar, and the metallic card floats within the blood, drawing it together into a heart-shaped form of deep crimson. This heart rises, and the youth gazes upon the manifestation of his own blood, raising the bloody dagger and proclaiming loudly, "With my blood as the offering, by my name, I summon the gods, the demons of the Solomon family. Rise and restore your former glory." In the next moment, the dagger plunges into the floating scarlet heart, and as it pierces, the heart bursts, splattering blood across the entire altar. In an instant, the hall is enveloped in crimson. And through the magical array of the water curtain, Lucius can discern figures emerging from the depths of the blood-soaked hall, some towering, others diminutive, some majestic, and others exquisite. Even from behind the curtain, Lucius can feel the terrifying aura radiating from these figures. When these figures step forth from the shadows to stand before the altar, Lucius recognizes their faces. Some are strikingly beautiful and pure, resembling deities, while others are grotesque and fearsome, akin to demon lords. They kneel in unison before the youth, proclaiming, "We pay homage to the great descendant of King Solomon. The 72 demon lords will heed your command." 72 demon lords, the descendant of the Red Heart of Solomon. How can they be allied? Could it be that the Red Heart has formed an alliance with the demons? Lucius exclaims in disbelief. The boy, the creator, shows no surprise at Lucius's astonishment. He gestures again, causing the magical array to shimmer and reveal yet another scene. This time, it is a grander spectacle, imbued with the aura of royalty. At the center of the hall stands a colossal round table, with a sword embedded in its center, flanked by 2 black spears crossed in defense. Soon after, 3 figures emerge before the table, and upon seeing them, Lucius immediately recognizes them as Shalid and the 2 sisters of the natural temple. When he observes Shalid produce a metallic card, Lucius gasps. He is indeed a descendant of the Black Spear. How can this be? How did they gain entry into the natural temple? The boy creator chuckles. It appears you are familiar with the sword family, the Black Spear. That is merely their family's external designation. Within the card dynasty I established, they wield martial might, as sharp as a drawn sword. He points toward the round table and the sword at its center, saying, "Do you see? This is the stone sword of the first Sword King, along with his most illustrious Round Table Council." With that, the magical array shifts once more, revealing a resplendent hall adorned with gold. The floor is paved with gold, while massive golden columns are encrusted with large diamonds. At the heart of the hall, surrounded by treasures, sits a wooden chair bordered with gold and studded with numerous gemstones. Upon this chair rests a crown fashioned from gold, beneath which lies a scepter embedded with an enormous diamond. A figure strides forward along the golden path to the throne, seizing the golden crown without hesitation and placing it atop his head, followed by taking the scepter and turning to sit upon the throne. It is indeed Phobos. At that moment, the water curtain presents 3 images. Shalid seated at the round table with the stone sword, flanked by the knights, Phobos seated upon the throne, surrounded by wealth, and the youth, obscured in shadow yet clutching the red heart card, guarded by 72 demon lords. The unfolding scenes leave Lucius utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that the other 3 heirs of the card dynasties would possess such formidable resources. In comparison, he felt utterly inadequate, possessing only those mechanical spirits from the power workshop and the mechanical core and steam core. Beyond that, Lucius found himself utterly impoverished. Noticing Lucius gazing silently at the images, the boy creator inquires, "What is it? Do you feel disheartened by the disparity? You need not feel despondent. You must have already perceived that they have aligned with the divine and demonic forces. Whether through captivating wisdom, purchasing with wealth, or negotiating with might. Ultimately, they have all succumbed to corruption, a realization I had not foreseen. The confluence of divine and royal power has shattered the delicate balance I envisioned, leading the entire sanctuary into decay and ruin, culminating in the present destruction. Upon hearing this, Lucius comprehends the creator's sense of helplessness. He had not imagined that divine authority would conspire with royal power, utterly dismantling the original checks that existed between the two. After a moment's pause, he queries, "Yet, if the sanctuary is on the brink of destruction and you have already discerned the reasons for this demise, why then do you bestow upon me the steam core? Do you truly believe I can rectify the chaos and rebuild the sanctuary?" The boy creator offers an enigmatic smile, dispersing the magical water curtain with a wave of his hand. Directing the steam core into Lucius's body, an overwhelming torrent of information floods his mind. Under the weight of this immense influx, Lucius feels dizzy, on the verge of fainting in that moment of twilight. He faintly hears the boy creator murmur with a smile, "Child, destruction is merely a precursor to rebirth. Rebirth requires hope. In choosing you, I have merely sown the seeds of hope, longing for them to take root, blossom, and bear fruit." Chapter 48. The rules of divine prohibition. The celestial dome at the heart of the sanctuary is shrouded in countless dark hands, and the floating city that has descended to the ground is tainted by the aura of decay. The trees and flowers within the city have all withered. The entire core of the sacred domain resembled an aged elder, finally approaching the twilight of life. Every tree, flower, and blade of grass, as well as the streets and buildings, lay withered, collapsed, and destroyed. The once vibrant essence of life that permeated the floating city had been replaced by the stench of decay. The ancient leader of the night elves stood before a withered giant tree, helplessly watching as this ancient symbol of his clan succumbed to decay and ultimately turned to ashes, collapsing in the wind before his very eyes. Upon witnessing the fall of their ancestral symbol, the night elves all knelt upon the ground, filled with sorrow, bowing their heads to the crumbling ancient tree while simultaneously unleashing their respective powers in an attempt to awaken its spirit. However, the entirety of the sacred domain had already rotted, and the ancient tree, having long lost its source of energy, could not possibly be revived by the feeble powers of the night elves. Amidst the resonant chants and songs of the night elves, the ancient tree ultimately turned to ash, its branches scattering like dust, leaving nothing behind. Observing this, the night elves prostrated themselves on the ground, weeping, fully aware that the ancestral relics they had long sought were now utterly obliterated before their eyes. At the same time, within the core of the sacred domain's floating city, the ancestral relics of various races also succumbed to decay and destruction. Whether from the diverse orc tribes or the once great creators of industrial marvels, the dwarves, gnomes, and goblins, or the self-healing divine messengers and magical servants of the feathered and winged races, all bore witness to the demise of their ancestral sites. The sounds of wailing and lamentation echoed throughout the core of the sacred domain, leading it toward its ultimate fate, destruction, shortly after the obliteration of these ancestral relics. The original halls of the six great temples standing at the edge of the floating city began to collapse uncontrollably. With a resounding crash, Du Linyang and Caroline, rushing into the war hall, fought desperately to escape. Undeterred by the falling debris above, the two exchanged glances, their exquisite swords unfettered as they dashed towards the entrance of the original hall. Suddenly, a massive rock fell from the dome of the hall, and without hesitation, Caroline leaped into the air, wielding her giant axe, striking the boulder with a fierce blow. In an instant, her fighting spirit flickered, and the patterns along her arm spread to the axe, enveloping the blade in a radiant glow that shattered the boulder into pieces. As she continued forward, her movements were fluid and unimpeded, and the brilliance of her fighting spirit indicated a surge in her power. Meanwhile, Du Linyang found her progress more arduous. As she ventured deeper into the original hall, the path leading outside was blocked by the rubble of the collapsing structure. Yet, wielding her curved dagger, she infused it with pure fighting spirit, effortlessly unleashing several strange blades that sliced through the obstructing stones, allowing her to advance at a pace equal to Caroline's. With a commanding shout, she tore through the already partially collapsed war hall, emerging from the billowing dust, a striking figure wielding her giant axe. Just as Caroline emerged from the war hall, barely catching her breath, she suddenly heard a faint sound of cracking nearby. In rapid succession, two sharp noises resonated, and a lithe figure floated out from the haze. Almost instantly upon the figure's emergence, Caroline sensed danger, furrowing her brow as she focused on the newcomer, instinctively raising her axe to shield her. A series of fierce clashes ensued as Caroline and her opponent exchanged blows in rapid succession, neither able to gain the upper hand, ultimately retreating to reassess one another. Standing firm, they raised their gazes. Finally recognizing each other, the newcomer was none other than Du Linyang, who had entered the hall alongside Caroline. Surprised by Du Linyang's poised demeanor with her curved dagger, Caroline exclaimed, "Auntie, couldn't you have taken a moment to assess the situation before engaging?" Upon hearing Caroline's robust complaint, Du Linyang scrutinized her closely, smiling as she replied, "Hee hee, little girl, it seems you've gained quite a bit, haven't you?" In response, Caroline, unwilling to back down, retorted, "Auntie, it seems you've also reaped substantial rewards. Your technique in clearing the exit was impressive. With your fighting spirit concealed but your blade striking fiercely, clearly indicating you've made a breakthrough." "Oh, ho ho ho." Du Linyang laughed gaily at this. "It's nothing much, just a small gain, a tiny step forward toward the saint rank." Observing the radiant smile on Du Linyang's face, Caroline felt a sudden urge to punch her, yet recalling their earlier encounter and Du Linyang's display of power, she knew she was no match for her, just as the two exchanged silent glances. The war hall above them finally collapsed entirely, massive stones cascading toward them. In that moment, they both instinctively acted, unleashing their radiant fighting spirit as they soared into the air to counter the impending disaster. Du Linyang deftly wielded her curved dagger, seemingly delicately cleaving the falling stones while gracefully stepping aside. Caroline, however, took a more forceful approach, smashing through the boulders with her axe, resembling a hammer driven skyward. Ultimately standing atop the shattered rock. As the debris settled, looking down at the ruins of the war hall, both Du Linyang and Caroline felt a pang of sorrow, never expecting that the once glorious war hall had now been reduced to mere rubble. The distant sounds of destruction echoed continuously, and as they surveyed their surroundings, they noticed the once lush trees had withered, and the standing structures lay in ruins from the remnants of the war hall. They could clearly see that only 3 temples and the central plaza's light pillar remained standing amidst the devastation. Gazing at the decay and desolation before them, Du Linyang could not help but murmur, "The once great splendor has inevitably succumbed to decay and destruction. I wonder when we might witness such brilliance again." Meanwhile, Caroline scanned the area, observing various beings from different races prostrating in grief over their ancestral lands turned to ruins, some silently kneeling as if praying for the annihilation. However, as she surveyed the scene, her gaze ultimately settled upon the 3 remaining structures, having gained some understanding of the situation within the sacred domain from her experiences in the war hall. She recognized that these 3 edifices likely represented the 3 royal halls of the Card dynasty. Yet, what puzzled her was that the Card dynasty comprised 4 royal families, yet only 3 halls stood erect. With a perplexed expression, Caroline turned to Du Linyang and voiced her confusion. "Andy, have you noticed that only 3 royal halls remain? Shouldn't there be one more for the 4 great Card dynasties?" Upon hearing Caroline's words, Du Linyang quickly scanned the surroundings, gradually furrowing her brow as she remarked, "What on earth happened? Why is the Clover Hall missing?" "What? The Clover Hall is gone. How can that be?" Caroline exclaimed in shock, gazing once more into the distance and noticing that the 3 standing halls shimmered with a faint glow, protecting them from corruption. Above the 3 halls, 3 indistinct patterns appeared, easily discernible upon closer inspection as the heart, diamond, and spear and sword. Realizing this, Caroline grew anxious and turned to Du Linyang, exclaiming, "Auntie, what is happening? Why is there no Clover Hall? Ruzius, isn't he a descendant of the Clover? Now that the Clover Hall is absent, could it be that he has— What nonsense are you spouting? Can't you see, from this height, the 3 halls connect with the plaza's light, ultimately forming a clover? What?" At that moment, a chorus of astonished voices erupted as Caroline's exclamation coincided with a brilliant radiance rising from the 3 halls. In the blink of an eye, several figures soared from the halls. Standing in the sky and surveying the scene below, their expressions grave. After a long pause, a being that resembled a demon roared, "Incredible, so everything was part of your scheme, gathering the wisdom, wealth, and power of the 3 halls to strengthen yourself in order to confront the unsealed demon?" Upon finishing, the demon brandished its blade, striking down towards the light connecting the Red Heart Hall to the plaza. The other figures followed suit, each attempting to sever the ties between their respective halls and the central plaza. Yet, despite their efforts, they could not disrupt the connection, and some of the weaker among them were even repelled by the backlash of light. With a thunderous crash, the dark hands in the sky were finally torn apart. A hand enveloped in a thick aura of decay, burning with demonic flames, reaching down directly toward the light shield of the central plaza. Following closely was a radiant arm, emanating a fearsome holy aura, with intricate runes flickering, causing the souls of all beings within the floating city to tremble. One divine and one demonic hand reached toward the plaza, their terrifying presence forcing many beings to prostrate themselves. Unable to muster the courage to look up, the figures soared out from the royal palaces. Upon witnessing the two enormous hands reaching forth, they swiftly retreated back into their respective sanctuaries. Subsequently, beams of radiance surged forth from the three palaces, clearly indicative of their escape from the impending cataclysm. Just as the colossal hands were about to seize the plaza, a brilliant light shield erupted, casting an even more dazzling glow that swept across the entirety of the floating city. Amidst this luminescence, the decayed trees and flora were rejuvenated, and the ancestral lands of various beings began to awaken. With collapsed structures restoring themselves, the entire floating city became a kaleidoscope of brilliance, forming a grand and resplendent magical array. The thunderous rumble reverberated through the air, akin to the activation of a colossal machine. As the radiance of the floating city ascended towards the two gigantic hands, in an instant, the luminous ring collided with the hands, and a cacophony of anguished cries echoed across the heavens. Ah, cursed be this day! You dare to invoke the divine prohibition? You fool! Even with the divine prohibition, you cannot seal us away once more. Chapter 49. The farewell of the Creator. The earth trembled with a resounding clamor. As pistons struck against gears, and a dazzling array of colors flickered, resplendent magical runes ascended into the air, coalescing into a colossal magical formation that soared towards the heavens. Soon, the magical formation met the hands of divinity and demonic power at the moment of contact. The intricate runes composing the formation disintegrated, swiftly clinging to the divine and demonic hands, marking them with an indelible imprint that rapidly ascended along their arms. In the plaza below, Lucius had absorbed the contents swirling in his mind, gazing in astonishment at the youthful creator before him, who had bestowed upon him knowledge so extraordinary it defied belief. Even as he integrated this knowledge into his own memory, the splendid and potent magic, combined with marvelous technological mechanics, contained audacious concepts that could revolutionize the entire world. The young creator lifted his gaze to the divine and demonic hands, then turned to Lucius with a smile, saying, do not be surprised. Much of what I imparted is merely theoretical. Whether it can manifest into reality depends on your own efforts. As he spoke, the young creator surveyed their surroundings and continued, I constructed this sky city with the hope that it would bring peace and tranquility to the world, guiding the rise and development of human technology. However, I did not foresee that such unprecedented industrial advancement would lead to an uncontrollable tide of material desires. I opened a dimensional rift to summon beings from beyond, seeking to purify the sky city with divinity and calm the restless hearts of humanity. Yet, I discovered that the line between God and demon is but a fleeting thought. Even gods may succumb to degradation and decay in the face of earthly desires, ultimately becoming the very demons they sought to resist. In the end, I established the 4 great card dynasties, endowing them with formidable power, hoping they would construct their realms and curb the growing might of divine authority. Alas, I underestimated the greed inherent in human nature. The card dynasties I nurtured betrayed me, colluding with gods and demons against me. At this juncture, a sorrowful expression graced the young creator's visage, a silent lament for all that had transpired. It was evident that those he had fostered had similarly fallen into betrayal, a profound blow to the creator's spirit. He then fixed his gaze upon Lucius, gently beckoning with his hand to retrieve a metallic card from Lucius's essence. Studying the clover design upon it, the young creator suddenly posed a question to Lucius. I granted the heart of hearts wisdom, the diamond wealth, and the black spear strength. It seems I have bestowed nothing upon the clover. Does it not? Lucius, perplexed by this sudden inquiry, pondered for a moment before breaking into a grin, responding, since you have arranged it thus, it must carry a deeper significance, no? Recognizing the hint of mockery in Lucius's words, the young creator appreciated his boldness. Indeed, if Lucius lacked the courage to voice his grievances, the creator would question his reliability. After sharing a laugh, the young creator dissipated the light shield surrounding the plaza, lifting Lucius into the air to grant him a clearer view of the scene below. Ascending to great heights, Lucius beheld the fallen floating city, particularly noting the 3 enduring temples and the carved designs that appeared upon their domes, which astonished him. After scanning the surroundings for a considerable time, he found no trace of the 4th temple. Just as confusion set in regarding the absence of the Clover Temple, he realized that the 3 standing temples, when viewed from above, formed a pattern strikingly reminiscent of a clover. Realizing the significance of the 3 temples arrangement, Lucius turned to the young creator, who, aware that Lucius had discerned the truth, smiled and remarked, "Do you see? In truth, the clover lacks for nothing." No sooner had the young creator spoken than a chorus of curses erupted from the heavens. "Cursed be you, wretched humans! You dare to attempt binding us with the runes of divine prohibition? Even if you bind us with your divine prohibitions, you cannot seal or destroy us again. Such rules merely suppress our power, and ultimately, you lack the strength to annihilate us. Ha ha ha. You cannot kill us, for you possess insufficient power to extinguish our existence. We shall return to this world and rend apart all that you have endeavored to protect. Ha!" Amidst a frenzied cacophony of laughter, the runes of the disintegrating magical formation fully ascended the 2 colossal hands. And in that instant, the hands of divinity and demonic power shattered in the skies under the constraints of the divine prohibition. As the 2 hands crumbled, the celestial core of the sanctum unfurled like petals dispersing in all directions. While everything upon the ground began to rot and collapse, the restored buildings, trees, and flora disintegrated following the dissipation of the radiant light, leaving the earth in a state of ruin and decay. Yet, the 3 palaces that remained unscathed, with their last vestiges of power, conjured 3 silhouettes that hovered in the air, gazing intently at the young creator, their eyes betraying unabashed resentment. Even though Lucius understood that the 3 figures were mere phantoms, the intensity of their hateful gazes sent a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, as an optimist, Lucius quickly reassured himself. What is there to fear? They are but shadows, and besides, the Creator is here, suppressing his inner dread. Lucius held his head high to meet the 3 figures' gaze, resolutely ignoring the palpable animosity that radiated from their eyes. Finally, the apparition conjured by the Black Spear Palace spoke first. "Creator, you are indeed formidable, in both cunning and might. You surpass us. Even after your long absence, you have left behind contingencies that ensnare both us and those gods and demons." Before the young creator could respond, the figure conjured by the Diamond Palace interjected. "However, despite ensnaring so many, you shall ultimately meet your demise. Once you have fully departed, your influence will vanish amidst the chaos." To the venomous words of the 2 former monarchs, the young creator merely smiled, unperturbed, and replied coolly, "You both understand well that nothing in this world is eternal. Whether it be you or I, we shall all face oblivion in the end." As he spoke, the young creator turned his gaze toward the heart of hearts, stating, "As for whether my influence will endure, I believe you are more aware of that than I am. Would you not agree, Solomon?" Initially reluctant to speak, upon hearing the young creator's inquiry and the unreserved mention of his name, Solomon turned to face him, his eyes glinting with wisdom as he replied, "You are correct. Even the demon gods may not realize that we have long been branded with your imprint." Solomon's revelation astonished the other 2 monarchs. Yet after a moment's contemplation, they chose not to contest his statement, clearly recognizing the truth in the young creator's and Solomon's words. Seeing his fellow kings silent, Solomon continued, "But Hope, do you truly believe this is worthwhile?" "Ha ha ha. Is it worthwhile? Solomon, has your father ever asked you if he should relinquish his current position to you? Is this truly a worthy endeavor?" The young creator's words darkened Solomon's expression, causing him to huff derisively. "Humph. Do not presume to gain the upper hand with your words. Your remaining power is surely dwindling. Even if you invoke the divine prohibition to seal the strength of those gods and demons, this core cannot withstand them, and your successor beside you is far too weak. Can you truly protect him?" As the gazes of the 3 former monarchs converged upon him, Lucius initially felt a jolt of trepidation. Yet soon after, he broke into a grin. This unexpected reaction left the 3 monarchs bewildered, prompting the more direct Blackspear monarch to query, "You insolent brat, what is so amusing? Are we a source of laughter?" "Hee hee. You 4 old fellows, with your remaining flickers of consciousness on the verge of dissipating, still find time to bicker. Is that not laughable?" No sooner had Lucius finished speaking than the Black Spear monarch erupted in fury. "You wretched boy. What are you prattling on about? Humph. Do not think that our current state as mere remnants of consciousness means it would be difficult to kill you. unperturbed by the threat posed by the Black Spear King. Lucius scrutinized the three sovereigns before him, maintaining a serene smile as he remarked, all right, let us cease this childish staring contest. While you still possess some semblance of consciousness, it would be prudent to gather with your descendants. There are matters to be conveyed, and time is of the essence. You insolent brat, what concern is it of yours whether we impart wisdom to our heirs? Perhaps you should be more preoccupied with your own fate. Once your creator disintegrates and those deities and demons infiltrate, you might find yourself without even a chance to struggle, the Diamond King retorted, unable to suppress his scorn. Yet, Lucius remained unfazed by the Diamond King's taunts, calmly responding, I appreciate your concern, dear sovereigns. Please relay a message to your progeny. They must safeguard their inheritance diligently, for one day, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. Ha! Splendid! Such audacity qualifies you to be my successor, worthy of inheriting my legacy. Arthur, Caesar, Solomon, let us part ways here. Time will ultimately reveal who the true victor is. The youthful creator praised Lucius cheerfully, and without awaiting a reply from the three sovereigns, enveloped Lucius in a radiant aura, instantaneously returning them to the plaza below. The magical brilliance illuminated the area, sealing it off from the outside world once more. The three sovereigns exchanged glances before transforming into streaks of light, hastening back to their respective royal abodes to impart their legacies to their heirs in these final moments. As Lucius descended to the plaza alongside the youthful creator, the latter's form dimmed significantly. Clearly exhausted from activating the divine magic array, observing his own form gradually fading, the youthful creator wore a tranquil smile and summoned the mechanical spirit Beluti, addressing Lucius. Beluti shall remain by your side. I trust she will prove beneficial to you. Beluti, without uttering a word, stood resolutely beside Lucius, her eyes shimmering with a poignant glow that revealed her reluctance to part with the soon-to-be departed creator. The youthful creator maintained his serene demeanor, ultimately whispering to Lucius as he neared dissolution, Child, I have bestowed upon you all that is rightfully yours. As for where your path leads, that lies solely in your hands. Fear not. The worst that could happen is a shared dominion between divine and royal powers. Besides, watching them engage in a brutal struggle for survival is rather delightful, is it not? Lucius responded, devoid of sorrow, breaking into a carefree grin. Upon witnessing Lucius's smile, the youthful creator laughed heartily. Indeed, well said. Let us raise a toast to life before death. What need have we for a legacy of 1,000 years? Chapter 50. Reunion in the midst of a violent tremor. The last bastion of purity within the holy domain, the core barrier, finally shattered in an instant. Everything within the central city of the holy domain collapsed amidst the raging winds that surged from all directions. Trees and flora withered, towering edifices crumbled, and the mechanical apparatuses hidden beneath the city that supplied energy to the entire metropolis disintegrated. Even the gears that powered the city's operations were obliterated, their magical inscriptions erased by the tempest, culminating in a tremendous explosion from the colossal steam engine beneath the plaza. Brilliant flames soared into the sky, engulfing the core of the holy domain. Within the inferno, everything was reduced to ash. A once resplendent holy city met its demise, marking the conclusion of an era filled with miracles. Lucius stood quietly in the central plaza, gazing at the fading figure of the creator, indifferent to the encroaching flames, unmoved even by the explosion of the steam engine beneath his feet. Finally, the youthful creator's form completely dissipated, and at the moment of near disappearance, a sharp crack echoed as his body fragmented into shards. Scattering away with the gust of wind, Beluti knelt on one knee, bowing her head, her voice choked with emotion as she uttered, Congratulations, you are finally free from this chaotic realm. May you find true peace in the heaven you long for. Once her prayer concluded, Beluti rose, and as she turned, she noticed the tears cascading from the corners of Lucius's eyes. The sight of that solitary tear caused a tremor within her core. She came to understand that beneath Lucius's carefree smile lay a heart filled with passion. He could indeed feel the Creator's essence, perhaps explaining the Creator's choice of him. Quickly flee. The army of gods and demons is upon us. They seek to obliterate everything here. Run. They will slaughter all living beings at the core. As the protective barrier around the plaza vanished, the air filled with screams, shouts, and roars. Gazing into the distance, dark clouds loomed ominously, converging from all directions towards the central plaza. Beluti, her expression grave, urged Lucius, Your Highness, we must depart swiftly. The core area has collapsed completely, and the gods and demons have breached our defenses. Staying here is perilous. Upon hearing this, Lucius offered a final bow to the luminous monument at the center before turning to face the chaos unfolding in the core of the holy domain. His expression slightly dimmed as he remarked, "Very well, let us take our leave." With that, Lucius strode purposefully towards the exit of the plaza, showing no inclination to evade the impending danger, seemingly intent on taking the main path out of the core of the holy domain. Baludi, taken aback by his audacity, quickly pursued him, blocking his path as she exclaimed, Hey, are you trying to court death? Striding out so boldly, you might be discovered before you even reach the exit." However, Lucius disregarded Baludi's concerns, continuing forward until, just as he reached the edge of the plaza, 4 figures suddenly emerged. Upon seeing those 4 figures, Baludi immediately grasped Lucius's intentions. He sought to join forces with the newcomers. Du Linyang and Caroline emerged from the ruins of the war god temple and immediately spotted the 3rd and 4th figures waiting at the intersection. Noticing their vigilant demeanor, it was clear they had been stationed there for some time. Realizing the danger Lucius faced as the gods and demons flooded into the core of the holy domain, Du Linyang and Caroline opted against rushing outward. Instead, they chose to head towards the central plaza. Guided by the 3rd and 4th figures. At this moment, seeing that Lucius was unharmed, both Du Linyang and Caroline felt a wave of relief wash over them. Du Linyang, in a moment of exasperation, playfully smacked Lucius on the head, saying, "You little rascal, you truly know how to worry people." Seizing the opportunity, Lucius dove into Du Linyang's embrace, feeling the warmth of her bosom, and exclaimed, "Auntie, I missed you terribly. I thought you might have allied with the gods and demons." Before Du Linyang could recover from the surprise and toss him aside, he whirled around and leapt into Caroline's arms, nestling against her soft embrace, saying, "I was so scared. I thought you two wouldn't come looking for me." Both Du Linyang and Caroline were left speechless by Lucius's exuberance. After a moment, Lucius, rubbing his head where Du Linyang had struck him, grimaced and said, "What gives? The war goddess is actually supporting the creator. Seriously, you had me worried for nothing." Du Linyang scoffed at Lucius's complaint. "Humph, that's your own foolishness. Why didn't you think to join us? You just left us behind and expected the 3rd and 4th figures to protect us?" At this juncture, Baludi interjected, "No, we cannot lay the blame on Lucius. He was unaware of the divine choices within the core of the holy domain. Had they chosen to betray the creator, then your choice of the original temple's legacy would have exposed you to corruption. Thus, he preferred not to gamble with your lives." Upon hearing Baludi's explanation, Du Linyang and Caroline exchanged knowing glances with the 3rd and 4th figures, suddenly comprehending the situation. Du Linyang, now furious, bellowed, "You little rascal. You allowed those 2 mechanical spirits to accompany us, intending to eliminate us. You better not run away. I'll deal with you myself." Ultimately, Du Linyang's fury, nearly hysterical, was quelled by the combined efforts of Caroline and the 3rd and 4th figures, and with Baludi's intervention, her anger gradually subsided. Meanwhile, Lucius stood at a distance, helplessly raising his hands. "Andy, you can't blame me. My enemies are already numerous enough. It's better to eliminate you than to watch you fall into decay." Hearing Lucius's words, the group glanced around, witnessing the flames of destruction advancing relentlessly, devouring all living beings in their path. The theme of annihilation had become the sole narrative within the core of the holy domain. The scene before them evoked an involuntary sense of dread, and both Du Linyang and Caroline began to grasp Lucius's perspective. Should the gods of the war temple succumb to corruption, their inheritance of power would inevitably lead to their downfall. Should they become corrupted, they would join the ranks of the Annihilation Army, contributing to the destruction of everything. Upon observing ordinary birds and squirrels falling victim to the blades of destruction in the distance, both Du Linyang and Caroline could hardly fathom the terrifying prospect of becoming one who wields the knife. Caroline's complexion turned pale, her lips trembling as she murmured, "If I were to become part of this destruction, I would rather perish at the moment of corruption." The atmosphere among the group grew heavy, and without warning, Lucius raised his magical energy gun, abruptly firing towards the front without any prior indication. The mechanical core whirred as a chilling aura gathered at the barrel, and an ice arrow shot forth. However, Lucius's otherwise precise aim faltered this time, the ice arrow soaring into the void, expending its frosty magical elements without striking anything. Upon witnessing the ice arrow dissipate, Du Linyang and Caroline were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Lucius's ice arrow had gone awry. However, Lucius did not relent. At the very moment the frozen arrow was released, he deftly drew a finely crafted hand crossbow and aimed it at Caroline. Unleashing a frost-laden bolt, Lucius's sudden and unexpected action left all present in a state of bewilderment. Even as the arrow hurtled towards her, Caroline found herself momentarily paralyzed, merely watching as it approached. Just as the arrow seemed poised to pierce her, a figure materialized before her, brandishing a dagger to intercept the hand crossbow's projectile. The clash of steel rang out as the dagger met the arrow, deflecting it. Yet the person who revealed themselves could not evade Lucius's energy gun. With a thunderous blast, the frozen arrow erupted from the muzzle of the energy weapon, instantly encasing the mysterious figure in ice before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. Having incapacitated the unexpected assailant, Lucius slung the energy gun over his shoulder and strode towards the encased figure. He gently tapped the ice, and it shattered at once. As the shards fell away, the gathered crowd beheld the identity of the intruder, leaving both Duliang and Caroline astounded to discover that the assailant was none other than Ing, a member of the Dark Sanctuary. Upon recognizing Ing, the two women instantly assumed a defensive stance, yet Lucius merely chuckled and patted Ing on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. It appears you are worthy of inheriting the legacy of the Dark Sanctuary. I am pleased to see that it has not withered away." Ing shivered slightly, conscious of the lingering frost, and respectfully knelt on one knee before Lucius, stating, "Your Highness, forgive my offense. I had no intention of attacking you. I merely wish to warn you that the divine and demonic armies are advancing towards us. We must depart swiftly." "Ah, understood. I harbor no resentment towards you," Lucius replied with a grin. "In fact, Ing, you needn't be so tense. Since you are a member of the Brotherhood, we are brothers." With that, Lucius surveyed the group and declared, "It is indeed time for us to leave. However, before we do, I intend to leave those ruffians a parting gift." Seeing the mischievous smile on Lucius's face, everyone except for numbers 3 and 4 seemed to grasp that the impish lad was concocting yet another scheme to stir trouble for the divine and demonic forces. When the first wave of the divine and demonic army surged into the central square, they found it utterly deserted, devoid of even a single shadow. This sight incensed their leader, who donned a horned helmet and roared as he charged to the center of the square, bellowing at the luminous monument, "Cursed Creator, to seal us away is a price you shall pay." With that, the leader raised his massive axe and swung it directly at the monument. A resounding crash echoed as the monument erupted in radiant light, instantly engulfing all who stood in the central square, and the brilliance swiftly spread outward. In the blink of an eye, the three majestic palaces that still stood began to emit dazzling light. As a resplendent clover materialized upon the earth, all divine and demonic beings that ventured too close to the central square and the three palaces were promptly incinerated by the radiant glow. From a distance, Lucius watched the spectacular eruption of the clover with delight, clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Ha! Truly magnificent, the resplendent clover, a final burst of brilliance." The individuals gathered around Lucius gaped in astonishment, even Beluti taken aback by the magnitude of the commotion Lucius had orchestrated. Just as Lucius reveled in his triumph, a sudden round of applause erupted from behind them. "Indeed, it is quite beautiful. It seems Hop made a wise choice in selecting you," came a voice, startled by the unexpected sound. The group turned to see a strikingly handsome man clad in a white robe, his tousled golden hair framing finely chiseled features, standing upon a nearby ruin. Chapter 51. A deficiency of wit is a grave flaw. The abrupt appearance of this obstacle left everyone taken aback, especially as they beheld his extraordinary looks, prompting instinctive steps back to distance themselves from him. Only Lucius appeared unfazed, taking a couple of steps forward and boldly inquiring, "Hey, who are you?" Lucius's question rendered the entire group speechless, even the roadblock. Philip, momentarily stunned, narrowing his eyes at Lucius, he retorted, "You cheeky brat, are you not afraid I might come to take your life?" "Take my life? Huh. There are plenty of people who would like to do so. But wishing and having the ability to do so are two entirely different matters." Lucius's unabashed confidence astonished everyone, while Duliang and Caroline, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Philip, felt a chill run down their spines. Philip chuckled, clapping his hands. "Huh. Well said. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth." He then fixed his gaze on Lucius. "Brat, are you truly unafraid? What is there to fear?" Lucius replied with an innocent demeanor, leaving Philip at a loss for how to proceed. "You truly are a peculiar one, and I find it hard to bring myself to harm you." "Huh. No need to feel hesitant. Just go ahead." Unlike Philip's indecision, Lucius acted without hesitation, raising his energy gun and, at the precise moment the muzzle was aimed, pulling the trigger, unleashing a torrent of frost. In the next moment, a thick frozen arrow shot forth, encasing Philip entirely before he could react. Lucius then turned to the group, saying, "Hey, what are you all standing there for? We must flee." Under Lucius's lead, the group sprinted away without pause. It was only after they had distanced themselves significantly that the frozen Philip shattered his icy prison, with his azure wings unfurling to a span of several meters. He gazed in the direction of Lucius and his companions, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Huh, the little rascal is indeed quite intriguing." With that, Philip took to the skies, swiftly pursuing the direction in which Lucius and the others had fled. Not long after Philip's figure vanished into the distance, Lucius led his companions out from the debris, brushing off the dust and muttering to himself, I never expected that fellow to be of the winged race. Yet, he seems remarkably powerful. Winged race. Oh my, young master, you truly believe he is one of them?" Duliang exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Lucius's words. Lucius, puzzled, replied, "Isn't he? He has a pair of wings, does he not?" Duliang, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead in disbelief. Meanwhile, Caroline softly interjected, "Lucius, that man is not of the winged race. He is a genuine servant and warrior of the divine, and those azure wings signify that he is merged with the power of the ocean." "Is that so?" "So he is what they call a divine servant," Duliang confirmed. "Indeed, he is a divine servant, and he should be of the divine general tier, with power equivalent to that of an 18th-level saint." Upon hearing Duliang's explanation, Lucius scoffed. "An 18th-level divine general? Hardly impressive." The others were at a loss for words at Lucius's dismissive attitude, especially considering that the divine general had been effortlessly sidestepped by Lucius, thereby averting a potentially disastrous conflict. Time passed, and Philip returned to the same ruins, his azure wings unfurling dramatically as a wave of magical energy radiated outward, swiftly clearing away the rubble. Gazing at the desolation before him, Philip's handsome face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "Cursed brat! Do not let me catch you." Having distanced themselves considerably, Lucius heard the furious shout echoing behind him and could not help but scoff, muttering, "What a fool! Clearly, he is the one who is dim-witted." At Lucius's murmured comment, the others could only chuckle helplessly. The shattering of the core barrier of the holy domain had allowed a torrent of divine and demonic beings to surge forth, while the most powerful deities and demon lords remained absent. Even a divine general like Philip was capable of unleashing devastating chaos. Many of the beings that flooded into the holy domain fell victim to the wrath of divine servants, as the divine and demonic forces unleashed their pent-up resentment on ordinary mortals. Occasionally, those unwilling to submit would engage in battle, but they ultimately met with a tragic fate. In mere moments, the once invading beings began to scatter in panic, sensing the impending wrath of the divine and demonic forces. None dared to provoke trouble at that moment. All that the multitude of beings sought was to escape. The holy domain, once filled with freedom and hope, had now been utterly reduced to a slaughterhouse for the divine and demonic. The sound of gunfire shattered the profound silence of the ruins. Lucius approached the individual who had been struck by the energy bullet, crouching down to examine them closely, murmuring to himself, "It seems these divine and demonic beings are not as formidable as one might think. You may find them lacking." But my arm nearly got dislocated by him. Duliang, who was nursing her sore arm not far off, complained irritably. In response, Lucius shrugged dismissively. "No worries. I'll just get you a mechanical arm later." Before Lucius could finish his sentence, Duliang dashed forward and delivered a sharp knock to his head, scolding, "You cheeky brat. Is your skin itching again?" Observing the playful banter between Lucius and Duliang, Bulity stroked her forehead and sighed, "Oh dear. With us like this, can we truly escape?" "Of course," was the resolute reply from Lucius and Duliang. As soon as the words of the two individuals fell, a distant shout rang out, "Boss lady," accompanied by the call. The dwarf Brano, the towering Kane, the dark elf Palu, and the gnome Tak, leading the patrons of the Dragon Spring Tavern, rushed over. Upon seeing the group, Du Linyang smiled and exclaimed, "Ha, my subordinates have arrived. Breaking out of the holy domain is as easy as pie." However, just as Du Linyang finished speaking, a gentle voice followed. "Hee, it seems I arrived just in time. This net has indeed caught both big and small fish. You little brat." Before Philip could finish his elegant speech, he was once again encased in ice before the eyes of all. Witnessing Philip suddenly frozen, the crowd exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Lucius. Lucius clapped his hands, mimicking Philip's graceful gestures, and pointed at the ice sculpture with a hint of sorrow, saying, "Alas, intelligence is a hard flaw to bear." Puff. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, Lucius and the others circumvented the ice sculpture and continued their advance beyond the holy domain. Bang. After Lucius and his companions had departed for quite some time, the ice sculpture finally shattered from within. Philip, devoid of his usual elegance, twisted his face in a furious roar. "Bastard, you little brat, I will capture you and shatter you to pieces," as he stormed forward. After taking just 2 steps, Philip's words abruptly ceased. He found the earth rapidly climbing up from beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, a clay statue stood tall amidst the ruins. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Philip, along with several winged celestial servants, soared through the sky, looking down to continue their pursuit of Lucius and his companions. The few flying beside Philip were nearly doubled over with laughter, almost falling from the sky several times. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that our Prince Philip would be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by a little brat? Philip, seeing you in such a sorry state brings us a sense of relief. We fortunate we didn't encounter that little fellow first. In response to the mockery from his companions, Philip's expression darkened, but he could not afford to explode with anger. He could only seethe inwardly, thinking, "If I ever catch that little brat, I will make him wish he were dead." Suddenly, one of his companions shouted in surprise, "Look, that little brat seems to be in trouble too." Upon hearing this, Philip immediately leaned down to look. Below, a chaotic battle was unfolding, with Lucius leading a group of night elves against the feathered tribe, who bore pure white wings. From the situation, it was evident that although the feathered tribe had the advantage in terms of strength and numbers, unexpectedly, they were actually at a disadvantage. Lucius was particularly prominent, darting around to strike from the shadows, creating significant trouble for the feathered tribe. Observing this, a beautiful celestial servant flying beside Philip remarked, "That little brat indeed possesses some skill." Upon hearing her words, Philip and the others were taken aback. Ultimately, another bold celestial servant said, "Who would have thought that little brat could earn the praise of the cold mountain beauty? Quite rare, indeed. However, those feathered ones are truly useless, despite their numbers. They are being overwhelmed. It seems they have not undergone the divine baptism. Even with wings, they are utterly useless." In response to the boastful comments of the male celestial servant, the female servant snorted coldly, "Humph. A lot of empty talk." With that, she turned and dove downward. Seeing that the female celestial servant had made her move, the other celestial servants naturally would not lag behind, each turning to dive down. Only Philip hesitated slightly as he gazed at Lucius below. Suddenly, a mechanical whirring sound echoed in that brief moment of Philip's indecision. A massive magical net surged upward from below. The celestial servants who had turned to dive did not have time to change course, and all crashed headlong into the magical net. Witnessing his companions ensnared in an instant by the magical net, Philip could not help but shudder. Damn it, that little brat indeed set a trap. Is he a mage or a mechanic? He. Actually, he is neither a mage nor a mechanic. He is a magical mechanic. Just as Philip pondered this, a voice suddenly came from behind him, and the next moment, he heard Lucius's unforgettable voice. "Ha. You should go down now." As the voice fell, Philip saw a massive hammer descending from the sky, directly smashing into his back, shattering one side of his azure wings. Instantly losing his balance, Philip plummeted from the sky. Nevertheless, being a celestial servant of the holy rank, he quickly adjusted his body. A brilliant azure light erupted from him, and in an instant, his shattered wings reformed. Philip maneuvered close to the magical net below, breaking free from the bindings that ensnared the celestial servants. Then, he turned and soared upward, gazing at Lucius, who extended his metallic wings and wielded a magical energy gun, drawing his sword from his waist. Philip coldly regarded Lucius. He remarked with a certain indifference, "You do possess some skill, little brat, but you have made a critical mistake by confronting me directly. Your equipment is insignificant before the holy rank. And you are simply not my opponent. Those trivial skills of yours cannot match mine." To Philip's words, Lucius responded dismissively, "Whether or not I can match you will only be determined once we fight. But I must say, you celestial servants truly lack intelligence. That is a fatal flaw." Chapter 52. The Power of the Source Core. Provoked by Lucius's taunts, Philip recalled the times he had been outmaneuvered and felt an overwhelming rage. Swinging his sword fiercely, he bellowed, "You little brat, I will tear you apart. Seeing the furious Philip charge at him, Lucius's metallic wings trembled. Creak, creak, creak. Accompanied by the whirring of gears within the wings, they adjusted naturally as he twisted his body, carrying him into the wind with ease, effortlessly evading the enraged Philip. Raising his magical energy gun, he mercilessly unleashed a barrage directed at Philip, even though Philip was a divine general, possessing strength akin to that of an 18th-rank holy figure. Facing the magical energy projectiles, he could only retreat as a celestial servant. Philip had a keen awareness of magic and energy. He could distinctly sense the terrifyingly violent magical elements contained within those magical energy projectiles. If he were to be careless and get hit, even if he wouldn't be shot down, he would likely suffer from the onslaught of brutal magical elements. While evading the magical energy projectiles, Philip couldn't help but think, where on earth did that brat acquire such a magical energy gun? Just as he was momentarily distracted, Lucius had already closed in, turning the gun around and striking Philip with the gun's base. At the moment of impact, it condensed into a colossal hammer of overwhelming magical elements. Bang! When Philip regained his senses and reached out to block, he was still struck by the massive hammer. Rumble! Philip plummeted directly from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground, leaving only his azure wings exposed. Witnessing Lucius knock Philip down, Yearning, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the feathered tribe alongside the night elves, exclaimed in disbelief. When did that little brat become so strong? Beside her. Baludi scoffed. Humph. What's so impressive? It's merely a simple application of the mechanical source core. What? Just a simple application, and he's this strong. Upon hearing the exclamations from several leaders of the Dragon's Spring Tavern, Baludi sighed. It's not as simple as you think. Right now, he can only apply it in a rudimentary way. You see, activating the mechanical source core requires a substantial amount of energy support. At present, he is merely extracting and utilizing the magical elements accumulated within his body. The energy supply is far from adequate. As she spoke, Baludi paused for a moment before adding. However, it must be said that Lucius is indeed well suited to wield the mechanical source core. What if it were someone else? They would probably be drained of their magical power in an instant. As she spoke, Baludi couldn't help but exclaim, just the magical power he possesses to activate the mechanical source core is likely comparable to certain mages nearing the holy rank. At least at the level of a 15th rank mage. What? Magical power at the level of a 15th rank mage. But I've never seen him use magic. Upon hearing this, Caroline couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It's because he is inherently immune to magic, which prevents him from casting any spells. Talk. The gnome interjected at the right moment, clarifying the confusion among those present. The elder of the night elves gasped. What? The legendary natural magic immunity. Baludi nodded. That should be correct. The characteristic of being naturally magic immune is that one can continuously accumulate magical power and magical elements but cannot cast spells, while simultaneously being immune to all magical damage. But if he is immune to magic, why can he still accumulate magical power and magical elements? Imodici, standing beside the elder, could not help but voice her confusion. The elder shook his head, saying, No, meditation does not fall under the category of magic. Regardless of the being, even those lacking high intelligence can meditate, and those with natural magic immunity can also meditate, but they cannot cast spells. Then wouldn't he that make those with natural magic immunity invincible? Imodici exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing her exclamation, Baludi shook her head with a smile. You really are quite naive. The elder of the night elves then explained, No, natural magic immunity is also known as the body of divine punishment. Why? Why? You ask? Hee. Have you ever considered this? If your body continually accumulates magical power and magical elements, but you cannot release them, it's akin to a bottle that only fills up but never empties. What happens when the bottle is full? Upon hearing Baludi's question, Imodici lowered her head, pondering for a moment. The expression on her face suddenly changed, filled with terror as she gazed into the distance at Lucius. Yearning forced a smile and said, Heh. In the end, the bottle is full. If we keep adding more, it will burst. But Lucius, he seems unscathed, doesn't he? Imodici whispered. Baludi chuckled mysteriously and remarked, That is the formidable nature of the mechanical core. Upon hearing Baludi's words, Imodici initially did not comprehend their meaning. However, after a moment of contemplation, she suddenly understood and exclaimed, I see. The mechanical core is extracting his internal magical energy and magical elements to operate. At that moment, the mechanical core on Lucius's magic energy gun was indeed as Mo Dicey had surmised, frantically extracting the magical energy and elements from within him, driving the gears within the core to rotate, affecting changes that enabled him to soar through the skies. As an 18th level holy tier demon servant, Philip felt immensely constrained. He was entirely at Lucius's mercy, without even a chance to retaliate. Furthermore, he could only navigate through the ruins. Any slight exposure would result in a heavy blow. Under Lucius's relentless onslaught, Philip could only hide amidst the debris, moving back and forth through the wreckage. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Philip roared, "You little brat, if you have guts, let me out so we can face off." What greeted him was a crushing blow from Lucius's hammer. Whir. The mechanical gears whirred as the hammer, almost effortlessly, struck back at Philip's words. The fierce battle continued between the Dark Elves and the Winged Tribe, yet most gazes were drawn to Lucius in that moment. He resembled a deity, adorned with iron wings and wielding a colossal hammer crackling with lightning. Even those demon servants accompanying Philip could not help but feel a sense of relief at not having confronted Lucius directly, upon witnessing his appearance and Philip's disheveled state. Bang, 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 came 3 consecutive heavy strikes, causing both sides of the conflict to feel a shiver down their spines. It was hard to fathom that Lucius's seemingly frail body could unleash such immense power. Baludi couldn't contain her astonishment, whispering, "This is terrifying. The mechanical core can indeed only be wielded to its full potential by those of the Clover family." Boom. As soon as Baludi's words fell, a tremendous explosion echoed, and a brilliant blue light shot into the sky. Finally, Philip, who had been suppressed, broke free. His azure wings shimmered with radiant light, enveloping his entire form. The brilliance resembled azure flames, rendering Philip's visage even more menacing. The demon servants engaged in the battle were taken aback. Among them, the aloof female demon servant gazed intently at Philip, murmuring, "Burning his life force, is Philip truly desperate?" Not participating in the fray, Baludi kept a close watch on the surroundings, utilizing her unique sensitivity to effortlessly capture the astonished expressions of the demon servants and the murmurs of the relic goddess. She turned her gaze toward the sky, at the figure enveloped in azure flames. A grave expression overtook Baludi's face, and she began to feel a sense of concern for Lucius. Before she could voice her worries to the others, Philip suddenly launched an assault on Lucius. This time, he resembled a shooting star streaking across the sky, crashing directly into Lucius, dragging him down from the heavens. Rumble, rumble, the 2 figures plummeted into the nearby ruins, causing the ground to tremble. Immediately thereafter, the azure figure soared into the air once again, diving toward the debris below. Boom! The onlookers were astounded, and both combatants halted, incredulous as they turned to discern the source of the commotion. Bang, bang, bang. The series of deafening explosions accompanied by the earth's tremors continued. Azure lights splattered everywhere, along with Philip's frantic roars. "You bastard, weren't you strong? Get up, you bastard." At that moment, the long-suppressed Philip seemed to have finally found his outlet for rage. He relentlessly swung his fists, striking down with all his might. Lucius, buried within the ruins, remained unresponsive. Observing this scene, the reactions of the 2 sides in the fierce battle varied greatly. Du Linyang and her companions wore expressions of deep concern, while even the Dark Elves looked somber. The Winged Tribe, however, found their spirits lifted, seizing the opportunity to leverage their numerical advantage, and began to suppress the Dark Elves and the patrons of Longquan Tavern. The demon servants accompanying Philip gleefully shouted, "Ha ha, that brat finally got his comeuppance. Philip's power from burning his life force is beyond what he can handle. It seems we'll soon return to report our success." Indeed. But alas, it benefits Philip, allowing him to take the credit this time. Yet, the cold female demon servant said little, her expression equally grave as she gazed at the azure light splattering around. Clearly, she possessed keen insight. Able to discern something amiss, after an indeterminate amount of time, Philip appeared to tire, slowly rising into the air, casting a disdainful glance at the massive crater below. Then, before all eyes, a metallic sphere emerged from the pit. "Do you know how much that hurt?" came Lucius's voice from within the metallic sphere. Upon hearing Lucius's voice, Philip's pupils dilated in shock. Before he could react, the female demon servant suddenly shouted, "Run, Philip, run." Everyone looked at her in confusion, uncertain why she was so terrified. Philip, equally bewildered, cast a glance at the female demon servant before turning back to the metallic sphere. Click. Click, click. The metallic sphere slowly unfolded. At that moment, Everyone could finally see that the sphere was composed of large metallic wings overlapping one another, and now, as the wings fully unfurled, Lucius was entirely encased in metal armor. As all gazed in astonishment at Lucius wrapped in the armor, fierce eyes suddenly shot from the armor's face. Lucius's low, menacing voice echoed, "Die!" The metallic wings abruptly extended toward Philip, transforming into two terrifying blades that pierced through Philip's azure wings. Swiftly shredding them to pieces, Philip, now wingless, looked utterly bewildered, and in the next moment, countless sharp metal feathers pierced through him, instantly reducing his entire body to a fragment of azure light, like a star streaking through the night sky. Dissipating into the air. Chapter 53. The divine punishment of war. The azure light blossomed and faded, leaving behind a dazzling trace in the air. The horrifying spectacle, set against a backdrop of splendid beauty, left all in shock. Wah! What? How is this possible? Philip possessed 18th level combat strength, and he was burning his life force. How could he be so easily defeated? The demon servants who had accompanied Philip were filled with dread. Conversely, the previously suppressed patrons of Longwan Tavern and the Dark Elves were elated. Ha ha! Incredible! Truly formidable, capable of slaying a demon servant outright. You self-degrading demon servants, today marks your demise. As they shouted, the crowd began to counterattack. Quickly overwhelming the winged tribe, Du Linyang and Caroline faced off against the demon servants, showcasing their formidable strength, taking advantage of the confidence crisis among the demon servants to end the fierce battle swiftly. However, Baluti sensed something unusual about Lucius. Gazing at the figure completely encased in metal armor, she murmured, "It seems his magical energy is about to be depleted." No sooner had Baluti spoken than Lucius took to the skies, twisting his body and diving downward, directly targeting the demon servants. Click, click, click. As Lucius's metallic wings vibrated, the peculiar metal feathers, seemingly controlled, disintegrated and surged from all directions toward the demon servants. It was a scene of bloody slaughter, under Lucius's overwhelming force. The demon servants had no capacity for resistance. In almost an instant, most of the demon servants who had accompanied Philip met their demise. The few surviving demon servants had long since lost the will to fight. Only the female demon servant continued to resist Lucius's assault with all her might. The golden aura surrounding her drew the attention of many. From the golden aura, it was evident that the female demon servant's power and status far surpassed those of her fellow demon servants. After a prolonged struggle, the female demon servant suddenly halted. Gazing at Lucius, she stated, "You cannot subdue me. This time, we misjudged your strength. Let me go, and I promise not to pursue you any further." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Lucius threw back his head and laughed. Afterward, he regarded her with an indifferent gaze and said, "Why not employ your divinity? That way, you could escape." Upon hearing Lucius's words, the female demon servant's expression hardened. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Don't push me." Lucius, unfazed by her fierce demeanor, casually fluttered his metal wings and said, "Come now, let me witness the strength of your so-called divinity." Lucius's flippant remarks deeply provoked the female demon servant. With a sharp reprimand, she unleashed a blinding golden radiance. Boom, boom, boom. A majestic sound resonated from the heavens as a grand figure materialized behind the female demon servant. As that figure gradually became visible, a sacred and magnificent war song echoed throughout the sky. The battle hymn reverberated, causing the very heavens and earth to shift, enveloped in a golden light. All those engaged in combat on the ground ceased their actions immediately. The feathered kin knelt on one knee, offering their reverence to the celestial servant of the goddess in the heavens. The dark night elves were filled with trepidation. The divine might unleashed by the goddess's servant was beyond their capacity to bear. Only the elder chieftain and a few, including Du Linyang, remained unaffected. Du Linyang gazed skyward, her expression grave as she remarked, "I never anticipated that this goddess servant possessed divinity. It seems that Lucius may have encountered a formidable opponent. He might not prevail against her." As Du Linyang's words of concern echoed, the ethereal figure behind the goddess servant finally materialized. She appeared as a goddess descended from the heavens, her sanctity and majesty fixed upon Lucius. "Blasphemer, you shall pay the price for your arrogance." The authoritative voice resonated, and those who heard it felt as if struck by a heavy blow to their hearts, compelled to kneel involuntarily. Even Lucius, standing firm in the sky, felt his body tremble uncontrollably, observing Lucius's quaking frame. Beruti's bright eyes brimmed with deep concerned eye in the sky. The goddess servant, now transformed into a divine entity, reached into the void to grasp a golden sword, lifting it above her head with both hands while reciting an obscure incantation. As the words of the incantation flowed, the blade ignited with a resplendent golden flame. The radiance cascaded to the earth, causing the kneeling feathered kin to emanate their fighting spirit. An abundance of light surged upwards, coalescing into a luminous stream that rushed towards the goddess, merging entirely into the sacred sword. Witnessing this, Mades, somewhat astonished, inquired of her grandfather, "Grandfather, what are they doing?" The elder Dark Knight elf, with a solemn expression, whispered to his beloved granddaughter, "She is channeling divinity, gathering the faith of the feathered kin to unleash the full extent of her divine power." Du Linyang echoed this gravity, adding, "It appears she intends to annihilate Lucius." "What? She aims to slay Lucius with divine power." Both Caroline and Mades gasped in unison. Baruti, maintaining her composure, analyzed. Her incessant skirmishes with Lucius were merely tests, probing to uncover his full strength. Du Linyang continued, "However, Lucius did not afford her further opportunities to assess him. Hence, to ensure success, she plans to unleash all her divine might, risking everything to eliminate him." "What? Then what are we waiting for? We must hasten to assist Lucius," Caroline exclaimed, brandishing her colossal axe and stepping forward to aid him. Yet, before she could take more than a few steps, the goddess suddenly commanded from the heavens, "Kneel." Caroline felt an immediate weight of divine pressure upon her, her legs feeling as though they were encased in lead as the divine might radiated. Caroline's knees buckled, forcing her down. Thud, thud, thud. Behind Caroline, both the Dark Knight elves and the patrons of the Dragon Spring Tavern were similarly compelled to kneel under the weight of the divine presence. Ultimately, as the goddess's authority grew even more formidable, even Du Linyang found herself kneeling on one knee. With a furrowed brow, she gazed at the two figures in the sky, muttering with a hint of resentment, "Damn it. How dare she gather the power of faith and impose divine might upon us? That wretched woman better not allow me a chance." Mades, overwhelmed by the pressure, knelt beside her grandfather, trembling as she asked, "Grandfather, what shall we do about Lucius?" The elder sighed in resignation, "Alas, we cannot aid him now." The goddess, her expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, fixed her gaze upon Lucius and spoke with an authoritative tone, "Wretched blasphemer. For your arrogance and sacrilege against the divine, you shall face punishment. By channeling the faith of my servants, I call upon the name of the Lord of Destruction, Apophis, to deliver divine retribution upon you." "What?" The goddess's declaration filled Beiruti with terror. Her sudden fear, so stark against her usual calmness, sent an ominous chill through the others. Caroline turned to Beiruti, asking, "What is happening?" Beiruti, her face filled with alarm, stammered, She is using her divinity to invoke the Lord of Destruction, seeking to harness the power of annihilation to kill Lucius." "What? The power of annihilation?" At this revelation, the gathered crowd gasped in shock. The essence of annihilation represented an immensely potent force, one that even gods might struggle to fully command. Now, the goddess in the sky was willing to offer her own divinity as a sacrificial offering to the Lord of Destruction in order to draw upon this power, a turn of events beyond anyone's expectations. Under the fearful gazes of the onlookers, the goddess's sword finally descended, its blinding radiance rendered all unable to open their eyes, only faintly hearing the sound of a colossal explosion as a tremendous shockwave radiated outward. The dazzling holy flames consumed everything in the sky. Meanwhile, Phobos, adorned in opulent attire, stood outside the Prism King Hall, gazing upwards. Witnessing the holy flames engulfing both the goddess and Lucius, Phobos murmured, "The divine punishment of annihilation? It seems the scion of the Clover family has ultimately failed to escape the sacred domain." Standing before the Black Spear King Hall, Shiliad also looked skyward, fixated on the blazing holy flames. The two sisters behind him, Killier, unconsciously revealing a hint of sorrow in her eyes, while Apuri appeared unusually exhilarated. With a tone of lament, Shiliad remarked, "What a pity. He perished just like that. I had intended to engage him in a good fight after leaving this place, to see what extraordinary qualities he possessed as the inheritor of the Creator's legacy. Good riddance. Just seeing that arrogant smile of his makes me want to punch him," Apuri exclaimed enthusiastically in response to Apuri's excitement. Killier scoffed, "If it weren't for him, we might not even be standing here." Apuri's face flushed crimson at her sister's cold retort, at a loss for words. Shiliad, however, turned to Killier with a smirk, gazing at her intently. "What's this? Are you feeling sentimental? It seems you might have developed feelings for him." I have no feelings for anyone," nor is it any of your concern. Perhaps you should think about how to leave instead. Killier dismissed. Turning her head away, no longer engaging with Shulai Daiti Killier's biting sarcasm, Shuli-eyed frowned slightly, yet he suppressed his rising anger, mindful of the black spear in her grasp, just as nearly everyone believed Lucius was doomed. A figure swathed in a white turban, obscuring his face, stood outside the Red Heart King Hall. Gazing at the conflagration in the sky, he suddenly turned to the towering figure beside him, saying, "Bali, do you think that young man will perish so easily?" Bali. The imposing figure remained silent for a moment before responding. "My king, Bali believes he should be fine." The turban-clad individual nodded at Bali's response, but chose not to elaborate further. Ah! A chilling cry echoed across the heavens. As the holy flames began to dissipate, a figure encased in gleaming metal armor hovered in midair. Lucius glanced at the translucent flames in his hand, then turned to face the direction of the three great king halls. His gaze fell upon the three figures standing before the king halls. A faint smile graced his lips as he fluttered his metallic wings, descending towards the gathered crowd below. As he was freed from the oppressive divine force. The onlookers could only stare in awe, speechless as Lucius descended. Once he landed, the metallic armor enveloping him swiftly retracted, ultimately condensing back into the mechanical core of his magical energy gun. As he tossed the flame in his hand to Beirudi, he displayed a radiant smile to the crowd before suddenly toppling forward, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 54. The Three Kings Encircle. The young man, his face concealed by a white turban and the scion of the card lineage of the Red Heart King, observed Lucius's gaze directed at him before turning to the towering demon beside him, saying, "Bali, what are your thoughts?" Bali, the demon, responded quietly, "My king, he has likely sustained severe injuries. To withstand the divine punishment imbued with the essence of annihilation. Injuries were to be expected." The Red Heart King dismissed the concern, continuing to inquire, "Bali, what do you assess his true strength to be?" Bali, upon hearing the question, lowered his head in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "He is likely not very strong, at most equivalent to a mid-tier peak level, around the 10th tier. Mid-tier peak, 10th tier, is that sufficient to withstand the punishment of annihilation?" The young ruler's skepticism prompted Bali to respectfully elucidate, "My king, do not forget, this is sacred ground. Although the sacred realm has been destroyed and the creator has perished, the rules he established have not yet been entirely obliterated." The young Red Heart monarch's expression shifted as he grasped the implication. "So, you mean the residual rules are protecting him?" As one who had served the Red Heart King Solomon, Bali, the chief of the 72 demons, detected the young monarch's displeasure in his tone. Nevertheless, he remained composed, stating, "My king, it is likely so." At this, the young monarch, with a hint of irritation in his voice, queried, "Bali, is there no way?" Before he could finish, Bali directly interrupted, "My king, we cannot change anything here. This is the land of the sacred realm, and everything is under the creator's dominion." Bali paused momentarily before continuing, "However, I have heard that the creator left behind magical spirits." "Oh, mechanical magical spirits." The young ruler of the three-card lineage family simultaneously uttered Beirudi's name. As mechanical spirits crafted by the creator, they accompanied their maker in constructing the entire holy domain, witnessing its rise and fall, its flourishing and decline. The three youthful monarchs firmly believed that the fundamental secret of the holy domain must be concealed within Baludi. At this moment, all three young kings fixed their gaze upon Baludi. Even without knowledge of her appearance or name, they yearned to seek out and possess her. The young Red Heart King, wrapped in a white headscarf, turned to the demon god Baal beside him and said, "Very well, Baal, let us depart." As the foremost demon god, Baal understood the young monarch's intentions, realizing that the other had developed an insatiable desire for the creator's mechanical spirits. Thus, before they set off, Baal cautioned, "My king, that spirit wields terrifying power." I am aware. The creator's mechanical spirits are entities that strip away your divinity." Upon hearing this, Baal's pupils contracted sharply, and he fell silent, lowering his head to quietly follow in the footsteps of the young monarch. Almost simultaneously, Phobos and Shalid also embarked from the royal palace, with the three young kings advancing toward the location of Ruxius from three different directions. Meanwhile, Ruxius remained in a state of unconsciousness. With the assistance of the patrons of the Dragon Spring Tavern, the Night Elves swiftly repelled the demoralized Feather Clan. To ensure safety, the two factions decided to merge forces and break through the holy domain together. After a brief reorganization, they promptly set off on their journey to escape the holy domain. The unconscious Ruxius became the focal point of protection for the entire group, guarded personally by the three strongest individuals, Du Linyang, Caroline, and the ancient leader of the Night Elves, while numbers 3 and 4 carried him. This grand procession, though easily noticeable, effectively deterred many lurking threats. As they progressed, Mades, walking alongside the ancient elven leader, gazed at the unconscious Ruxius. Although he appeared peaceful, she could not shake a feeling of concern. Unable to contain herself, she finally asked the ancient leader, "Grandfather, do you truly believe he is unharmed?" The ancient leader, noticing his granddaughter's worry, gently patted Modai's hand and reassured her, "Do not fret. He is merely exhausted of his internal magical energy." Just as he finished speaking, Baludi chimed in, "Worrying only leads to confusion. Instead of fixating on this lad, it would be wiser for you to fully absorb the power bestowed upon you by the moon goddess. Perhaps it may serve you in the battles to come." Hearing Baludi's words, Mades was taken aback and stammered, "How do you know I have received the moon goddess's legacy?" It is not difficult to deduce. Firstly, the moon goddess was not sealed by the creator. Secondly, she has passed away. And lastly, had you not obtained her legacy, your night elf kin would not have faced attacks from the Feather Clan and those divine and demonic minions. Worrying leads to confusion. You must learn to remain calm. Or how can you inherit the power of the moon goddess? Baludi's words filled Mades with a sense of shame. In truth, she had always been composed and cautious. Yet, for reasons unknown, her composure faltered upon encountering Ruxius. Observing Modai's expression of guilt, Du Linyang chuckled. "It seems you too have been influenced by this lad." After a pause, Du Linyang continued, "This scamp may seem frivolous, yet he possesses a certain unique charisma that, over time, draws one into a state of optimism, enthusiasm, and impulsiveness. Indeed, in the past, I could never have imagined abandoning the War Temple." Caroline interjected. The leaders of the Dragon Spring Tavern, walking ahead, also joined in the conversation. "Exactly. With that lad around, even if I were punished by the proprietress, I wouldn't feel disheartened. Moreover, every time I see him bustling about in the kitchen, it brings me immense joy. With him present, the entire tavern radiates happiness." The dwarf Bulino summarized the sentiments of the leaders. "His joy seems innate. Being around him naturally lifts one's spirits, making every challenge seem less daunting, as though nothing is insurmountable." The ancient elven leader added, "Even in the face of divine retribution, he can still smile with composure." In his unconscious state, Ruxius seemed to sense the praises directed at him, and a smile appeared on his face. The lively chatter among the group instantly enlivened the atmosphere. After some time had passed, Du Linyang suddenly recalled the item Ruxius had tossed to Baludi before losing consciousness. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she turned to Baludi and inquired, "Baludi, what was that item Ruxius gave you?" At her words, Baludi was momentarily taken aback before retrieving the item from her bosom, opening her palm. A translucent orb of light materialized before everyone. The semi-transparent golden sphere appeared to contain something fluid within, while Du Linyang and the others could distinctly sense a divine aura emanating from the orb. Holding the orb, Baludi, with a calm expression, stated, "This is the divinity of that goddess." "What? This item is divine." At this revelation, astonishment spread across the faces of the crowd. No one had anticipated that Ruxius could capture the essence of a deity. Baludi, however, was prepared for their shock. Maintaining her usual calm demeanor, she remarked, "There is no need for such astonishment. Acquiring divinity is not difficult. One merely needs to slay a deity." Upon hearing Baludi's words, the crowd scoffed in disbelief. Mades muttered under her breath, "Easier said than done. Deities are not so easily vanquished." Du Linyang quickly pressed further, "Why did he choose to give you his divinity?" "Because divinity can provide substantial energy for my body, serving as a source of power." Baludi's words were nothing short of astonishing. The hearts of the crowd, which had just begun to settle, once again raced at her revelation. Observing their astonished expressions, Baludi stated calmly, "Is this truly so surprising?" Bulino immediately replied, "Not merely surprising, it is utterly inconceivable. There is nothing inconceivable about it. You must understand that at my peak, I possess the power to slay gods. As a mechanical spirit, to unleash formidable strength, I naturally require an extraordinary amount of energy. Thus, the Creator modified my core to enable me to draw upon the divine essence of deities." In response to Baludi's assertion, Bulino could only concede, "Well, it seems only a madman like the Creator could craft such an extraordinary mechanical spirit." Baludi cast a somber glance at Ruxius and remarked, In truth, he is acutely aware of the perilous journey ahead, which is why he fought desperately to seize this divinity for me, hoping to empower me to confront any formidable beings that may arise. At her words, the expressions of all present dimmed. They realized Ruxius's intent in exhausting his magical energy. He understood his own limitations. If he were to encounter a powerful foe again, he might lack the strength to resist. Thus, he provoked the goddess's attendant, compelling her to reveal her hidden divinity. He then risked depleting his magical energy to seize that divinity and entrust it to Baluti, ensuring a measure of safety for their impending journey. The group remained silent for a long while, until Caroline finally spoke up. "He did it for us." At this point, Caroline's voice trembled with unexplainable worry, and she choked out, "Do you think he can awaken?" Upon hearing Caroline's choked words, a heavy pall fell over the hearts of the others. After a lengthy silence, Baluti broke the somber mood, saying, "Do not worry. He is innately resistant to magic, and regaining his magical energy is merely a matter of time." But alas, I fear he may not have the luxury of time. Just as Baluti's words fell, a voice, elegant and arrogant, suddenly rang out. The group was taken aback, and as they turned to locate the source, they beheld Phobos, adorned in lavish attire, perched upon the shoulder of a towering minotaur, blocking the path ahead. Before anyone could regain their composure, Shalid and her sister Killier emerged, surrounded by dozens of knights. Upon seeing Phobos atop the minotaur, Shalid expressed her surprise. "I did not expect you to be a descendant of the prism." Observing Phobos and Shalid blocking their way, Baluti did not hesitate to consume the divinity. Instantly, her form radiated divine runes, and mechanical wings unfurled from her back. With a long cry directed skyward, she stirred the winds, raising clouds of dust that obscured the vision of Phobos and Shalid. As she ascended, Baluti urged the others, "Hurry, you must flee. They are the descendants of the Card royal family. You are no match for them. Protect Ruxius at all costs." However, just as Baluti's words concluded, the swirling dust settled abruptly. The towering demon god approached from behind, a figure shrouded in a white headscarf that concealed his entire face, riding on a flying carpet beside the formidable minotaur. From beneath the white headscarf, an authoritative voice resonated. "I regret to inform you, but you cannot proceed any further." With the three young monarchs of the Card royal family converging, blocking the path of the entire group, everyone braced themselves for confrontation, their expressions filled with alarm and trepidation as they prepared their weapons for a fight. Baluti spread her wings and soared into the air, her cold gaze sweeping over the three factions. Ultimately, her eyes fixed upon Baal. "Baal, even you would choose to rebel?" Upon hearing Baluti's question, Bali slowly lowered his head, unwilling to meet her gaze. Observing Bali's attempt to avoid Baluti's eyes, the individual seated on the flying carpet whispered, "Bali, do not forget all that King Solomon has bestowed upon you." Upon hearing the words of the young king on the carpet, Bali ceased to evade Baluti's gaze. He raised his head and declared, "No, we have betrayed. I merely follow the directives of the Red Heart King." Upon witnessing this, Phobos gazed at Bali with excitement and exclaimed, "Bali, the first demon lord of King Solomon?" He then scrutinized the individual atop the flying carpet, whose head was wrapped in a white turban, and remarked, "It appears you truly are a descendant of the Red Heart royal lineage, though I did not expect you to be so evasive." The Red Heart King paid no heed to Phobos's words. Not even casting a glance in his direction, he simply fixed his gaze upon Baluti and said, "Esteemed Lord of Spirits, you must make a new choice." In response, Baluti chuckled and said, "Are you suggesting that I choose you?" Before the Red Heart King could respond, Phobos immediately interjected, "No, how could someone so secretive have the audacity to ask a spirit to choose you?" Baluti turned her head and laughed, saying, "See, you lack the qualifications for me to choose you." The young Red Heart King, far from being angered, responded with a smile, saying, "He, spirit, you remain loyal to the Creator, obeying his command to choose the clover, yet today, the clover may struggle to protect itself. How could it possibly safeguard you? Rather than being torn apart by those deities in their fury, it would be better to select another." Baluti let out a cold snort, disregarding the Red Heart King's remark. However, with the three descendants of the Card royal families gathered, witnessing their tense standoff made it clear that breaking free from the encirclement would not be an easy task. The Black Spear King Shalid fixed his gaze on Baluti, sneering, "Spirit, there's no need to ponder, you cannot escape." Phobos immediately echoed, "Indeed. Today you cannot flee." Seeing that the three kings were unwilling to relent, Mades whispered to the elder patriarch, "Grandfather, why is it that they, being of the Card royal families, although Made spoke in hushed tones. Her words did not escape the keen ears of the three young kings. Before she could finish, Phobos interrupted, This world is one of the strong devouring the weak, and we are merely attempting to seize as much power as we can before disaster strikes. Upon hearing Phobos's explanation, Made suddenly summoned her courage and stepped forward to confront the elder of the elves. Meeting Phobos's haughty gaze, she declared, You are nothing but a band of opportunistic marauders. As she spoke, a radiant light erupted from Modai's form. No one could have anticipated that, spurred on by Phobos's arrogant words, the endangered Mades would awaken the legacy of the moon goddess. Witnessing the resplendent light radiating from Mades, the three young kings displayed expressions of astonishment. Shalid could not help but exclaim, I never imagined you would attain the divinity of the moon goddess. Having lurked in the natural temple for many years, Shalid was particularly sensitive to the power of the moon goddess. In truth, had it not been for the inheritance of the Black Spear royal family, the three would have sought out the natural temple themselves. Regrettably, by the time they left the Black Spear Palace, the natural temple had already collapsed. What surprised Shalid was that the legacy of the moon goddess, which should have been within the natural temple, had manifested in the dark night elf. After contemplating for a moment, Shalid turned to give a signal to Ipuli. The latter immediately understood Shalid's intent, clasping her hands together as she exuded a greenish glow, which swiftly coalesced into a verdant sphere of light before her. Ipuli reverently cradled the life-infused orb in her hands. What? The core of the nature goddess. Upon seeing the green sphere, the dark night elves were taken aback. Mades even felt a faint calling, a summoning from the very essence of nature. However, with a furrowed brow, Modai's radiant light surged. Almost instantaneously, she shattered the call of the verdant nature goddess. The pure, moonlit rays pierced through the murky heavens, cleansing the restlessness within the hearts of the dark night elves. Ipuli's expression suddenly turned cold as she urged the verdant life core in her palm, attempting to break through the resplendent moonlight. Yet, the verdant life could twist and turn, but it could never penetrate the shroud of moonlight. Witnessing the pure moonlight obstructing her life energy, Ipuli shouted at Mades, How dare you betray nature? Ipuli's outburst instilled fear in many of the dark night elves, yet Mades swiftly alleviated their trepidation. She raised her head to meet Ipuli's furious gaze, her expression serene and holy as she proclaimed, No, we have not betrayed. We have merely forsaken the fallen nature, choosing instead the pure, cleaner moonlight. With the pristine moonlight, we shall cleanse our past sins. As Made spoke, the pure moonlight grew ever more resplendent, enveloping all the dark night elves and the patrons of the Dragonspring Tavern. Within the moonlit glow, Mades appeared akin to the holy moon goddess. Gazing towards the horizon, she softly intoned, Let the sacred moonlight bear witness. From this day forth, the dark night elf clan shall return to the embrace of moonlight, becoming the spirits beneath its radiance. The moment Modai's words echoed, the moonlight intensified. Enveloped in the lunar glow, the dark night elves shed their natural essence. The radiant moonlight flowed into their beings, rendering their once murky gazes more vibrant, shimmering faintly with the light of the moon. Observing the transformation of the dark night elves, Ipuli's countenance darkened. She had not anticipated that the dark night elves would change their faith in her presence. Forsaking the nature that she governed, Phobos, relishing the chaos, chuckled, It seems you will lose your hold over the dark night elves. Upon hearing Phobos's clear mockery, Ipuli coldly snorted and retracted the nature core. Shalid, witnessing this, smiled and said, Very well, since it has come to this, let none be spared. Splendid, not a single one spared. I like that. Phobos enthusiastically echoed, gently patting the horns of the Minotaur King. The beast let out a furious roar and, in an instant, numerous imps emerged from the ground. Watching the imps leap forth, Phobos excitedly shouted, Gahaha! Kill them! Kill them! The Minotaur King, spurred by Phobos's words, reached out to grasp the descending moonlight, intent on tearing it asunder. Bang! The Minotaur King's palms collided with the moonlight. Yet it did not rend it. Instead, his hands were repelled. The impact caused the Minotaur King's body to sway. Overcome with excitement, Phobos lost his footing and tumbled from the shoulder of the Minotaur King. Rising from the ground, Phobos gazed at the unbroken moonlight, roaring, Damn it! Charge, charge, kill them! With Phobos's roar, the Minotaur King led the horde of imps into battle, witnessing the demonic army under Phobos's command launch an assault. Killalai furrowed her brow slightly. She rode over to Shalid's side and whispered, Isn't this approach unjust? Shalid continued to observe the advancing demonic army and replied, What is unjust about it? even if they refuse to submit. There is no need for slaughter, is there? Before Shalid could respond, Ipuli had already begun to shout, "Why should we not slaughter them? These uncivilized Hyjal brutes dare to betray the nature goddess. They deserve to be punished." Hearing her twin sister's words, Kilali's grip tightened, yet Shalid did not afford her an opportunity to speak, stating bluntly, "Ipuli is absolutely correct. Having forsaken nature, they deserve punishment." Observing Kilali's expression darken, Shalid smiled and patted her shoulder, saying, "Hee, do not consider it cruel. This is simply the way of the world." As soon as the words left his lips, Shalid signaled to the knights beside him. The Round Table Knights surged forward without hesitation. With the addition of the Round Table Knights, the patrons of the Dragon Spring Tavern found themselves entangled in the fray. Realizing the battle had grown increasingly dire, Baluti flapped her wings and soared into the air. However, before she could make a move, a giant hand suddenly descended from above, forcing Baluti to retreat temporarily, isolating her and the patrons of the Dragon Spring Tavern from the Dark Night Elves. Turning her furious gaze upon Bali, who had struck out, Baluti admonished, "Bali, how dare you?" Bali did not respond to Baluti's words. Instead, continuing his assault, his enormous hand reaching out for her, the young Red Heart King, seated cross-legged on the flying carpet, murmured, "Lucius, it seems you may not escape this calamity." In a flash, chaos erupted completely. Mades, awakened to the power of the moon goddess, battled the Minotaur King single-handedly. The Elder Patriarch led the Dark Night Elves against the demons. Although their formation remained intact, they were consistently suppressed by the demons. Meanwhile, the patrons of the Dragon Spring Tavern clashed with the Round Table Knights. The leaders of the tavern held their own against the prominent knights, yet the charging formations of the Round Table Knights left the patrons somewhat fatigued. Ultimately, only Duliang and Caroline remained, guarding the unconscious Lucius. However, as the situation grew increasingly precarious, it became more challenging for the two to protect Lucius the last. A towering demon general broke through the ranks of the Dark Night Elves, lunging at Lucius with a battle axe under Phobos's encouragement. Simultaneously, a Round Table Knight also broke through the defenses of the Dragon Spring Tavern, thrusting a spear toward them. Duliang and Caroline stepped forward, each intercepting one of the attackers. However, just as the two departed from Lucius's side, a diminutive blue figure swiftly approached him, with a cold, glinting blade in hand. It unhesitatingly lunged toward Lucius's chest. By the time Duliang and Caroline realized what was happening and attempted to turn back to shield Lucius, they were obstructed by the demon general and the leader of the Round Table Knights, leaving them helplessly watching as the blade aimed for Lucius. In a moment of dire peril, a mysterious figure appeared beside Lucius. The shadow brandished a dagger, intercepting the attack launched by the diminutive figure. The young Crimson King, seated cross-legged on a flying carpet, was somewhat taken aback by the arrival of the shadow. However, he quickly smiled and remarked, "Heh, Lucius, it seems you have no shortage of capable allies, yet alas, your life remains beyond salvation." As his words faded, another figure darted toward Lucius, the blade piercing directly for him. No. All those ensnared could only watch in horror as despair and anguish filled their eyes. Caroline, in a frenzy, swung her massive axe, desperately trying to repel the demon general that ensnared her. Yet, before she could fend off the demon general, several more demons pounced upon her, further entangling her. The three young monarchs focused their gazes on Lucius, their eyes revealing a mix of hope and delight at the prospect of Lucius meeting his demise beneath the blade. Chapter 56. The life-saving black spear. No, don't. In that moment, everyone exerted themselves to reach Lucius, striving to rescue him from the impending blade. The shadow even abandoned the skirmish with the diminutive demon and turned toward the knife aimed at Lucius. However, before the shadow could reach the blade, the demon he had been entangled with suddenly appeared at his side, forcefully knocking him aside. As the shadow was sent tumbling, he abruptly steadied himself midair and kicked out, resembling an arrow released from a bow. Hurtling toward Lucius, regrettably, the diminutive demon would not allow him such ease. "Ha!" The diminutive demon bellowed, and instantly, a barrier materialized before the shadow, halting his advance. The blade was poised to pierce the unconscious Lucius's chest when, suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, coalescing into a layer of ice between Lucius and the blade. Clang! The descending blade was thwarted by the ice layer, which swiftly spread over the blade, encasing it entirely in frost. Witnessing the blade's obstruction, the crowd from the Dragon Spring Tavern and the Night Elves collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. "Humph, Phobos, I've long held a disdain for you. As fellow descendants of the card royalty. Look at Lucius, and then look at your pitiful appearance. It's truly nauseating. Since your three factions have allied, I cannot allow you to achieve your goals so easily. Accompanying this coarse voice, a robust mage from the magic temple stepped forth. Floating in midair, No one had anticipated the sudden reappearance of Noko, the once overlooked genius mage of the magic temple, who had now intervened to save Lucius from certain death. Observing Noko, who appeared as a muscular warrior clad in a magical robe and wielding a staff, Phobos, Shalid, and the young Crimson King on the carpet could not help but furrow their brows. Moments later, Phobos was the first to retort. Noko, are you also betraying the church and the magic temple? Huh. Noko scoffed at Phobos's words. Do not speak to me of betrayal. The church is merely the lapdog of the gods, and as for the magic temple, those old dogs are even more pathetic. Willingly playing the role of a lapdog. I, Noko, have my own path to tread, and I refuse to be bound by your constraints. His crude words left everyone momentarily speechless, as Noko completely subverted the image of a typical mage. Whether it was his imposing physique or his uncouth demeanor, anyone observing would think him a bloodthirsty half-orc warrior. Yet, he was garbed in a mage's robe, wielding a lavish staff. His appearance and abilities were those of a mage. This stark contrast rendered the onlookers momentarily at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, Phobos regained his composure, glaring furiously at Noko. He roared, Noko, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Humph, I will tear you apart. As he spoke, Phobos pointed a finger at Noko, and instantly, a ghastly figure soared into the air. He. A captivating, devilish laugh echoed as a petite demoness with a devilish tail appeared out of thin air. She flicked her tail playfully, sizing up Noko and muttering, what a brute. She then turned to Phobos, complaining, this one is specifically for dealing with mages. How could such a muscular fellow possibly stand a chance? The alluring charm of the demoness even made Phobos feel slightly entranced. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, glaring at the succubus and declaring, he is a mage. What? You're a mage? Upon hearing the succubus's pitchy exclamation, Noko broke into a hearty, rugged smile. The sight of Noko's nonchalant grin irritated the succubus. She conjured a long whip from thin air, swaying her hips and displaying her tail as she approached Noko with utmost seduction, saying, little chubby one, let me take you to experience the ecstasy of pleasure. Huh. The response to the succubus was a roaring inferno. Noko, still wearing his goofy grin, did not move his jewel-encrusted staff nor utter a spell, and the flames descended from the heavens. Ah! The succubus shrieked in surprise, hastily dodging the sudden flames. The flames that the succubus evaded fell directly to the ground, forcing the demon that had lunged at the unconscious Lucius out of hiding. In but a moment, Noko not only evaded the succubus's charm, but also thwarted the demon's attempt to ambush Lucius. A display of skill that cast a grave expression upon the three young monarchs. None had anticipated Noko's sudden emergence to obstruct their plan to eliminate Lucius. Nevertheless, the three young monarchs were not ready to concede. Particularly, the Crimson King, seated on the flying carpet, revealed an unmistakable intensity of murderous intent in his eyes. Shalid acted more directly, commanding two peak Holy Tier Round Table Knights beside him to charge toward Lucius. Seeing Shalid act without hesitation, Phobos naturally would not lag behind. He struck the horns of the bull-headed demon, prompting the demon to rear back and let out a furious roar, tearing open several rifts in the void from which a swarm of demons surged forth. Despite Duyong, Caroline, the Shadow, and Noko exerting their utmost efforts, they found themselves overwhelmed. After all, two fists could not contend with four hands. Facing the myriad of tactics from the three monarchs, the group began to tire. Fortunately, under Noko's mass magical spells, the assaults aimed at Lucius were momentarily halted. As Phobos and Shalid exhausted their strategies yet still found themselves obstructed by the defenders of Lucius. Phobos turned to the Crimson King on the flying carpet, shouting, Crimson King, it is now your turn to act. No sooner had Phobos's words fallen than the young monarch on the carpet sprang into action. A rift split the void, revealing a horse's head that fixated its hollow gaze upon Lucius below. Upon seeing the horse's head emerge, Baluti gasped, Quick, stop him. He is Samakina, capable of manipulating souls. He aims to obliterate Lucius's soul directly. As she spoke, Baluti sought to break free from her entanglement with Ball, and the others immediately attempted to intervene. Yet, whether it was Ball or the entities ensnaring the others, they worked in perfect unison, preventing any opportunities for rescue. Noko, however, managed to free himself. conjuring a magical fireball aimed at the horse's head in the void to thwart its approach. Yet, just as the fireball was about to strike the horse's head, the young Crimson King on the flying carpet suddenly bellowed, "Amon, act now." Another rift tore the void, and a fiery figure emerged, consuming the magical fireball while simultaneously swinging its flame-ensconced tail toward Noko in the sky. Interrupting the spell, he was attempting to chant, "Fire Marquis, you damn scoundrel." Noko cursed loudly as he was forced to defend against the Fire Marquis Amon's assault, unable to continue his rescue of Lucius. At that moment, everyone had exhausted every means, unable to prevent the horse's head from reaching out from the void. Keek, how lively it is. I never expected to encounter someone capable of wielding soul magic. In a moment of critical urgency, a voice thundered into everyone's ears. Upon hearing that voice, the horse's head that had emerged from the void let out a mournful wail and retreated back into the abyss. The young monarch on the flying carpet furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the figure that appeared out of nowhere, its face obscured by an enormous cloak. Phobos gritted his teeth in fury and shouted, "Damn that cloak! You from the Soul Temple. How do you stand against us? What is your purpose?" Holy son. Oh no, I should now address you as His Majesty the Diamond King. You need not be surprised. Our Soul Temple never intended to submit to any church. Nor could we ever follow you, this Diamond King. The sinister voice that emanated from beneath the cloak incensed Phobos to the brink of bloodshed. Following that malevolent declaration, numerous grotesque ghouls crawled from the ground, while the horse's head in the void was forced out once more, followed closely by a massive skeletal dragon head. Haha, how could the great soul mage be reduced to serving you petty creatures? The confident and proud words from beneath the cloak twisted the faces of the three young monarchs into expressions of disbelief. Shalid roared in anger, Why do you all choose that brat? Are we truly weaker than him? He now lies in a state of unconsciousness, utterly devoid of any resistance. What could possibly justify the multitude that has chosen him? In response, the low, somber voice from beneath the cloak replied, Perhaps this is the fair hand of fate. The weight of that deep voice struck the hearts of the three young sovereigns like a hammer. Meanwhile, on the flying carpet, the youthful Red Heart King pondered aloud, the fairness of fate. Is it because we, as individuals, are too prominent, and the powers that govern us are excessively formidable? Is that why you would choose the side that faces no rejection? Upon hearing the words of the Red Heart King, Hillier fell into deep contemplation. Shalid, taken aback for a moment, then contorted his face in a grimace and declared, What is this so-called fate? Humph, I intend to shatter fate, to show you that even if you all strike together, you cannot preserve that boy's life. As he spoke, Shalid drew the sword from his waist. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the world around shifted in hue, and below he gasped, Heavens, the sword of the stone. In the next instant, Shalid spurred his horse forward, wielding the sword in a manner that no one could confront directly. In the blink of an eye, he breached the defenses of the patrons of Longguan Tavern and the Night Elves, repelling those who sought to impede him. Dulin Yang, Caroline, and Ingdat he drew closer to Lucius. Noko in the sky and the cloaked figure attempted to obstruct him, yet their magic was effortlessly dispelled by the sword, leaving no one capable of thwarting Shalid's advance. Upon reaching Lucius, who lay motionless on a magically levitating stretcher, Shalid grinned malevolently as he raised his sword, proclaiming, Lucius, scion of the Clover, today I shall act on behalf of my ancestors, and with this sacred, undefeated sword, I will slay you, severing the hopes of you all and dismantling the so-called choices of fate. With that, Shalid brought the sword down upon Lucius. In a moment of disorientation, all present witnessed a figure dart forward, positioning itself in front of Lucius just as the sword was about to strike. With a sharp clang, they watched in disbelief as a shadowy card of the Black Spear emerged, only to be shattered by the sword's blow, the figure behind it collapsing as the card disintegrated. Sister, a trembling voice from Apuli shattered the silence. It was then that the onlookers realized Shalid remained mounted, his presence unchanged, and that the earlier events were merely a phantom conjured by the sword's swing. Yet, they soon discovered that a beautiful figure lay lifeless in a pool of blood before Lucius. No one anticipated that it would be Killier who had stepped in to block the blow meant for Lucius. Chapter 57. The Awakening Sovereign. You scoundrel. After a brief stupor, Shalid quickly regained his composure. With a roar, he swung his sword once more. Lucius, I will kill you. Kill you. Alas, a sigh echoed through the heavens, abruptly silencing the world. The young Red Heart King stared wide-eyed, watching as the unconscious Lucius gradually rose, seemingly suspended in the air, his eyes opening to survey his surroundings. In that moment, The young red-heart king perceived within Lucius's gaze the essence of the sun, moon, and stars. This was not the celestial bodies in their truest form. The young red-heart king understood that it represented the ebb and flow of history, while others stood bewildered, uncertain of what Lucius's sudden awakening signified. Only the wise red-heart king comprehended. Lucius was merging all that he had experienced. This was the process of awakening wisdom and strength, as well as the integration of the formidable power he had acquired. The young red-heart king yearned to intervene and disrupt Lucius, yet he felt distinctly bound by the remnants of the domain's rules. The rules. He raised his gaze to the shattered firmament above. Fragmented pieces still clung to the heavens, and the shimmering runes upon them signified that the ultimate rules of the domain had not been entirely broken. The creator continued to exert influence over the entire realm. The young sovereign, filled with reluctance, lowered his head to gaze into Lucius's weathered eyes, knowing all too well that he had ultimately been defeated. Finally, Lucius rose slowly, the magic energy gun in his hand radiating with a luminous glow. In an instant, metallic armor enveloped his form, and a pair of metallic wings unfurled from his back, allowing him to hover in midair. His indifferent gaze swept over the three young sovereigns, finally resting upon the masked red-heart king. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, "Very well, you may depart. Leave this domain and forge your own world." Suddenly, he shifted his tone, however. "Remember this. I hope you will tread carefully. Otherwise, one day, you too shall meet your demise." The young red-heart king regained his composure and stood upon the flying carpet. Meeting Lucius's gaze, calmly, he responded, "If you grant us our freedom today, know that your remaining days may be spent in endless flight." Understanding the implications behind those words, Lucius met the young sovereign's gaze with a smile. "Ha. Flight? Pressure may not necessarily be a bad thing. Perhaps the weight of your pursuit will hasten my growth. Thus, I look forward to your relentless chase." Seeing the sunlight smile upon Lucius's face, the young red-heart king refrained from further words and turned to the demon god, Baal, saying, "Baal, let us depart." In an instant, Baal hoisted the flying carpet upon his shoulder and strode towards the exit of the domain. Observing the young red-heart king's departure, Phobos seemed reluctant to leave so easily. However, before he could command his demonic forces to act, the Minotaur king spoke up quietly, "My lord, I must remind you that continuing the battle with the Clover King will exact a toll that the elders may not be willing to pay." Upon hearing the Minotaur king's caution, Phobos paused for a moment, then regained his composure, gazing at the hovering Lucius. Weighing the pros and cons, he begrudgingly suppressed his discontent and ordered the Minotaur king to lead the demonic army away. As the Red Heart and the Diamond King departed, only Lucius and Shalid remained on the battlefield. Shalid, seeing the figure sprawled in a pool of blood, seemed unwilling to leave, while the Round Table knights surrounding him remained obedient. Not daring to challenge his command to withdraw, the atmosphere hung heavy in silence for a moment before Shalid could no longer contain himself. "Return Killier to me. She belongs to my Black Spear family. Even in death, she should die by my side. Begone." Lucius's succinct yet profoundly wrathful retort echoed back at Shalid. Furious at being so brazenly dismissed, Shalid's handsome visage contorted in rage as he bellowed, "Even without us, you cannot escape this ruin. Out there, the deities await you." Lucius, upon hearing this, felt no fear. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Shalid and smiled. "You needn't concern yourself with them. Take your people and leave now. Or do not force my hand." The Round Table knights accompanying Shalid could sense the fury emanating from Lucius. One of the knights leaned into counsel, "My lord, let us depart for now." Upon hearing his knight's suggestion, Shalid retorted with irritation, "What is there to fear? Even if he has the protection of the rules, I wield the sword of my ancestors and have no reason to fear him. I am eager to witness whether the Clover, favored by the Creator, is truly as formidable as they say." Unwise, the surrounding Round Table knights hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. However, as their words fell, they felt a tremendous aura descend from the heavens. Looking up, they beheld Lucius raising his magic energy gun, the tip gathering in immense power. The gun's internal pistons clashed violently, propelling gears to spin rapidly, amalgamating various chaotic magical elements onto the weapon, ultimately converging at the muzzle. Noko, suspended in the air, stared in terror at the magic energy gun in Lucius's grasp, his expression growing serious. As a prodigy of the Magic Temple and a recipient of the legacy from the domain's magical hall, he could clearly sense that the energy gun was accumulating an overwhelming force, surpassing even his limits. In disbelief, he murmured, "A magical mechanical weapon, and yet it is so powerful." The guardians surrounding Shalid also felt the potency of the magic energy gun in the sky and urged Shalid with increasing urgency. My lord, we must retreat. Within the domain, the rules aid him, and we are no match for him. Shalid's expression flickered indecisively as he gazed at the magic energy gun Lucius held, torn between his desire to stay and his awareness of the futility in opposing Lucius under the rule suppression. You shall not leave. Lucius suddenly spoke, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. In that moment, the playful smile that once adorned his face vanished, his entire presence swelling with grandeur, as if he were a king seated upon a throne. Surveying all with a cold indifference that sent shivers down the spines of the Round Table Knights. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lucius pulled the trigger of the magic energy gun. Unleashing a torrent of energy from its muzzle, the deluge of icy rain descended from the sky, and before the Round Table Knights could even react, they were instantaneously encased in ice upon contact. In an instant, Shalid, wielding the Sword of the Stone, along with the Round Table Knights, were all frozen by the icy rain, transformed into lifeless statues standing upon the ground. As the encased figures of the Black Spear's retainers remained solidified in ice. Lucius descended slowly from the sky, his once imposing aura receding. Casting a fleeting glance at the figure amidst the pool of blood, a somber expression crossed his face as he addressed Du Linyang, and let us take her with us and depart swiftly. With that, Lucius's feet touched the ground, and the metallic armor that adorned him rapidly retracted, ultimately vanishing into the magical mechanized gun he held. Creak. Creak. Click. He then removed the mechanical power core from the gun. Grasping the core in his palm, he infused it with his magical energy, causing the spherical mechanical core to reactivate. As the gears whirred, it transformed into a pocket watch, which Lucius nonchalantly donned. Observing Lucius casually stow the transformed mechanical core into the inner pocket of his linen coat, the onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. Fully aware of the significance of that pocket watch, many among them felt an urge to covet it, given Lucius's casual possession of it. Ultimately, it was Du Linyang who could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, You little rascal, if you remove that metallic sphere, won't the power of the magical gun be greatly diminished? Haha, I've devised a new modification method. Keeping the mechanical power core will only hinder the gun's enhancements, Lucius replied. What? That pocket watch is actually the mechanical power core. Lucius's revelation astonished everyone, with the exception of Baluti, who was already aware. Even Du Linyang and Caroline were taken aback. Most astonishing was Lucius's straightforwardness in disclosing this information to everyone present. Demonstrating no intention of concealment, whether from the patrons of Longguan Tavern or the Night Elves, this display of audacity alone was enough to leave an impression. Having landed, Noko boldly approached Lucius, fixating on the pocket watch on his chest. Before he could utter a word, Lucius grinned and said, What? Do you desire the mechanical power core? Haha, even if you obtained it, you would be unable to utilize it. Noko's pupils constricted at the statement. But he quickly regained his composure, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Sensing Noko's skepticism, Lucius pulled the pocket watch from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, Don't believe me? Then go ahead and give it a try. Oh. Noko instinctively reached out to catch the pocket watch, his face a mask of disbelief as he regarded Lucius, astonished that he would so readily hand it over, however, as a prodigy of the Magic Temple. Having received a legacy from the Magic Origin Temple, Noko bore his own pride. Thus, he did not return the watch to Lucius but began to examine it intently. Yet, to his surprise, after examining it from every angle for quite some time, he discovered it was merely an ordinary pocket watch. Had he not witnessed Lucius transform the mechanical power core into the watch, and then seen him stow it away only to retrieve it from the same pocket, Noko would have doubted whether Lucius had truly given him a genuine pocket watch. Noticing Noko's incessant scrutiny, Caroline, who was somewhat familiar with him, could not help but ask, Hey, Noko, have you not deciphered it yet? Eventually, Noko could only spread his hands and say, This is truly a pocket watch. Clap. As soon as Noko finished speaking, Lucius snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. Creak, 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 the pocket watch began to transform in Noko's palm, swiftly reshaping into a small mechanical beast that flapped its tiny wings and flew back to Lucius's hand. The mechanical creature then reverted to its pocket watch form in Lucius's grasp. Stowing the watch back into his coat pocket, Lucius smiled and said, Ha ha, all right, let us hasten our journey, before those divine beings have the opportunity to turn their attention towards us. After Noko's attempt, no one harbored any further covetous thoughts regarding Lucius's pocket watch. The group quickly regrouped and continued their trek towards the outskirts of the Holy Domain, with Noko and the Cloaked One's addition. The entire party grew significantly stronger, offering reassurance to those of lesser strength who followed. Chapter 58. The armed party in the ensuing journey. They encountered no formidable dangers. Perhaps the departure of the other three monarchs had stirred too much commotion. Leaving the divine and demonic armies that surged into the core and inner city of the Holy Domain too preoccupied to concern themselves with Lucius and his companions. However, the collapse of the core's rules had caused numerous spatial distortions, rendering it exceedingly challenging to navigate out of the core. Thus, despite not facing many crises, Lucius and his group were still unable to find a way out of the Holy Domain's core. Killier received treatment and care from the Night Elves along the way, and thanks to the old Patriarch's secret potion, her life was preserved. Surprisingly to everyone, Lucius did not exhibit excessive concern for Killier. It seemed he felt little sentiment regarding her sudden act of shielding him from harm. Throughout the journey, he remained engrossed in tinkering with his magical gun, pouring nearly all of his focus into it. Lucius's unexpected demeanor puzzled the members of the group. After traversing various distorted spaces for over 10 days, Caroline could no longer suppress her feelings and addressed Lucius, who was still absorbed in modifying his magical gun. "You scoundrel. Don't you care at all about Killier's well-being? Is she dead?" Lucius's response left Caroline momentarily stunned, and after a long pause, she seized Lucius by the collar and shouted, "Lucius, are you even listening to me? Killier took a blow for you. How can you be so indifferent to her fate? Isn't she still alive? Besides, I can't heal her. Isn't it better to let the Night Elves tend to her?" Lucius retorted, breaking free from Caroline's grip and returning to his mechanical gun. Seeing Lucius transform from his usual enthusiasm to a cold demeanor, Caroline was left speechless and trembling in rage. You. Finally, unable to contain herself, Caroline raised her giant axe and swung it at Lucius, exclaiming, "You jerk, I'm going to chop you down." Clang. Lucius wielded his magical gun and deflected the axe with a sharp motion, furrowing his brows. He said, "Enough? Do you think we're on a leisurely outing? Just because we haven't faced any dangers along the way doesn't mean we can easily escape the Holy Domain. Humph, haven't you noticed? The Holy Domain is already beginning to collapse, and fragments of the rules are continuously falling from the heavens. No one knows when the fragments will completely detach, nor do we know if the divine and demonic beings are waiting for us ahead. In such a situation, what do you think I should be doing? Should I be cradling Killier every day?" At that moment, everyone in the group experienced Lucius's regal authority for the first time. Caroline stood frozen in shock, unable to regain her composure for a long while. Witnessing the stunned expressions of the others, especially Caroline, who was rendered speechless with fear, Lucius reined in his imposing presence and sighed, "I apologize. I may have overreacted. I simply don't want to see anyone else get hurt or perish." With that, Lucius forced a smile, self-deprecatingly remarking, "In truth, I am not a worthy monarch." Upon hearing Lucius's self-critique, the group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, whether it was Caroline, Du Linyang, or Maades, along with the Night Elves, Noko, the Cloaked One, and Shadow, they all deeply felt the torment within Lucius's heart. They suddenly realized that they had placed too much pressure on him. An intangible weight that ultimately rested upon the shoulders of a mere adolescent. Gazing at Lucius's pained expression, they all wished to approach and offer comfort, yet were unsure of what to say. Finally, before anyone could speak, Lucius broke into a smile, saying, "Ha, enough of this. Let us continue our journey." With that, he turned to Maades and smiled, "Please take care of Killier, as long as she survives. I will find a way to restore her strength. I believe we will certainly find our way out." As he spoke, he raised his magical gun, pointing towards the chaotic space ahead, and smiled, "Forward, for a brighter tomorrow awaits us." Observing Lucius boldly lead the way into the overlapping space, the group exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before almost simultaneously breaking into knowing smiles and swiftly following in Lucius's wake. In the subsequent journey, the atmosphere within the group became lively. Lucius remained engrossed in modifying his magical mechanical gun. However, he occasionally engaged in conversation with the others and showed concern for Killier's injuries. Although Lucius had yet to complete the modifications on his gun, he utilized the abandoned materials he collected along the way to create a plethora of mechanical magical equipment. Arming the patrons of Longuan Tavern and the Night Elves, should they encounter the other three monarchs now, those who followed Lucius would undoubtedly hold their own. Lucius's ingenuity and imaginative prowess left everyone in awe. When Noko received the mechanical magic wand crafted by Lucius, he could hardly contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "This is nothing short of transforming decay into the miraculous." The cloaked one confidently remarked, with this wand in hand, "I feel as though I am on the verge of surpassing the divine." However, the greatest enhancements were undoubtedly bestowed upon Caroline and Du Linyang. Lucius utilized the collected mechanical scraps to fashion each of them a pair of mechanical wings, specifically incorporating his own mechanical power core to empower their wings, enabling them to channel their vitality to propel the mechanical appendages, witnessing Caroline soar through the air with her mechanical wings. Adeptly dodging obstacles, Noko could not help but feel envious, exclaiming, "Heavens, the disparity between us is simply too vast." Upon hearing Noko's words, Ruxius chuckled and replied, "Heh, Noko, you possess the ability to fly, and with the mechanical staff I bestowed upon you, it can manifest mechanical armor under your magical influence, sufficiently safeguarding your body. It is no less formidable than the mechanical wings of Sister Caroline and Auntie." No sooner had Ruxius finished speaking than Caroline dove from the sky, wielding a colossal axe aimed directly at Noko. Fortunately, Noko reacted with remarkable swiftness. At the very moment the axe descended, he channeled magic into the mechanical staff, causing a metallic shield to materialize behind him. The shield effortlessly intercepted the descending axe blade, yet in the next instant, the axe astonishingly circled around Noko, bypassing the metallic shield and striking directly towards his neck. Faced with the imminent blow, Noko was genuinely startled, retreating several steps in alarm, forgetting to wield the mechanical staff in his hand, and instead devoted his magical energy to conjuring an ice shield. However, to Noko's dismay, his confidently summoned ice shield was effortlessly shattered by the axe. As the chilling edge pressed against his neck, Noko never anticipated he would find himself so close to death. Ultimately, the axe did not cleave down, but even so, Noko was drenched in cold sweat from the fright. Ruxius stepped forward, took the mechanical staff from Noko's grasp, and with a mere casual swing, released intricate magical runes that in an instant, the mechanical staff unfurled entirely, transforming into a suit of mechanical armor enveloping his entire being. The next moment, Ruxius surged forward to confront Caroline. Even though she reacted promptly, Ruxius effortlessly disarmed her of the axe. He retracted the armor enveloping him and tossed the mechanical staff back to Noko, stating, "Take your time to become accustomed to its use. The mechanical staff will conserve your magical energy and protect you, ensuring that you are not rendered helpless when faced with warriors of equal caliber." Grasping the mechanical staff, Noko was still in a daze, asking with bewilderment, "How did you accomplish that?" Ruxius replied with a smile, "It's quite simple. Once you fully grasp the rules, everything will become remarkably easy." "What? Rules? Have you completely mastered the rules? Does that mean you have reached the divine tier?" In response to Noko's exclamation, Ruxius chuckled and said, "No, rules need not encompass the laws of the entire world. They can be quite small, such as the rules governing your mechanical staff." Observing the puzzled expressions on Noko and the others, Ruxius continued, "Or one might consider the rules that govern Caroline's attacks. In truth, everything in the world adheres to its own rules. From the grand laws that dictate the functioning of the universe to the unique habits that accompany each individual's actions. These are all forms of rules that if you can perceive them, you can effortlessly seize every opportunity." Ruxius's words plunged the group into contemplation. Though not everyone fully grasped his meaning, his insights opened a distinctive door for them. Just as the team fell into a thoughtful silence and continued onward, a number of figures suddenly appeared ahead, obstructing Ruxius and his companion's path. Leading the group was a striking figure resembling a woman, with cascading golden hair that shimmered like sunlight and sapphire-like eyes, complemented by resplendent golden wings that radiated power and status. Upon noticing the angels blocking their way, the group immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Only Ruxius maintained a relaxed expression, remarking, "It appears we are nearing the exit of the sacred domain." No sooner had Ruxius spoken than the golden-winged figure spoke in a gentle voice. "Indeed. Behind us lies the exit. However, I fear you shall not be permitted to leave." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group grew more solemn, understanding that this meant they would face staunch opposition. Yet Ruxius remained unperturbed, raising his magical mechanical gun. Without affording anyone a moment to react, he aimed directly at the obstructing angels and pulled the trigger. The unadorned magical gun, devoid of a mechanical core, erupted with brilliant magical radiance, and unique magical projectiles burst forth from the muzzle. The golden-winged angel, witnessing Ruxius's disregard for decorum, initially frowned before drawing a sword from her waist and slicing through the air towards the magical projectiles. In the blink of an eye, her sword strikes collided with the magical projectiles, cleaving them into numerous fragments. Yet to everyone's astonishment, the shattered magical projectiles did not disintegrate. Instead, they continued to hurtle towards the obstructing angels. Bang! 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 The golden-winged angels' companions were swiftly struck by the magical projectiles, their bodies exploding into radiant fragments that drifted towards Ruxius, who absorbed them all into his magical gun. The golden-winged angel's expression shifted tumultuously as she crushed a magical projectile in her palm, then raised her gaze to Ruxius, stating, Splendid, it seems Philip and the others have indeed fallen to your hand. You possess the qualifications to be my adversary, Mikhail, that I shall unleash my full power, allowing you to witness the sacred strength that deities do not permit to be sullied. Chapter 59. Fierce Battle with the Archangel Mikhail. Upon hearing the declaration of identity, the entire assembly was struck with astonishment. Only Ruxius, ever the irreverent one, seemed unfazed by the adversary's status. With a broad smile, he replied, So you are the first general under the Father of the Gods. Archangel Mikhail? You appear to be rather different from the other divine subordinates. Young one, are you truly so confident, or are you merely a fool unacquainted with fear? Mikhail scrutinized Ruxius with a knowing gaze, her sapphire-like eyes exuding elegance intertwined with a piercing sharpness. Even the most formidable among the company, including Duliang, felt a twinge of apprehension under the intensity of her gaze, yet Ruxius remained audacious. Resting the magical gun upon his shoulder, stepping forward with a smile to meet Mikhail's piercing eyes. Young one, your confidence is indeed commendable, yet you must understand that I am unlike those divine subordinates. I possess the entirety of divine essence. In the face of Mikhail's calm, yet menacing words, Ruxius maintained his genial demeanor, stating, I am fully aware of your complete divine essence, but do you truly believe that a mere avatar of yours can impede our progress? Oh, Mikhail replied, surprised, you can discern that this is merely one of my avatars? The revelation echoed like thunder in the ears of the gathered crowd, as none had anticipated that Mikhail was but an avatar. Yet in the next moment, Mikhail gracefully flicked her fingers, summoning an eerie energy that danced between them. The unsettling energy instilled a palpable pressure in everyone present, for they could sense that even as an avatar, she wielded a terrifying power that could instill dread. Duliang cautiously approached Ruxius, whispering, Kid, this one seems quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Ruxius lowered his magical gun from his shoulder. This singular gesture rendered the angels flanking Mikhail visibly tense, even causing the relatively composed Mikhail to tremble slightly. Though she quickly masked her momentary quiver, Ruxius caught the subtle movement. Noting Mikhail's slight tremor, Ruxius chuckled. There's truly nothing to fear. She's merely a dog in our path. At his words, Mikhail's hand clenched tightly, and in the next moment, the eerie energy surged from her fingertips, coalescing in her palm before she unleashed several flickering orbs of light towards Ruxius. The orbs initially advanced slowly, only to suddenly accelerate, multiplying into numerous light spheres that hurtled directly toward Ruxius and his companions. Witnessing the rapid approach of the orbs, the group behind Ruxius felt their hearts race with trepidation. However, just as the orbs were about to strike, Ruxius abruptly positioned his magical gun against the ground. Instantly, a cerulean barrier rose, intercepting all of the incoming orbs. The barrier of rules. Seeing his orbs thwarted by the cerulean shield, Mikhail expressed her surprise. Those standing behind Ruxius were utterly astonished. They could perceive that what seemed like a casual attack from Mikhail concealed immense destructive power. Yet Ruxius had effortlessly blocked it, appearing to do so with ease. However, Duliang, standing closer to Ruxius, noticed the fragments of rules glimmering on the magical gun embedded in the ground. Recalling the countless sleepless nights Ruxius had devoted to modifying the magical gun and connecting it to the fragments of divine rules that had continually fallen from the heavens, Duliang inwardly pondered, could it be that this kid has integrated those fallen rule fragments into the magical gun? The thought startled her, for even though the sacred domain had collapsed, the fragments descending from the sky contained immeasurable power. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, which was why many coveted those fragments but few dared to collect them, let alone utilize them. Although astonished, Duliang recognized that this was not the time for deep contemplation. As Mikhail loomed ahead with unwavering intent, Mikhail regained her composure, gazing intently at the shield Ruxius had erected. Her elegant smile gradually returned. Young one, even if you can summon the barrier of rules, it means little to me. As he spoke, The resplendent golden wings of Micah unfurled behind him, and the magical elements danced once more at his fingertips. Like an artist performing a symphony, he elegantly manipulated the magical elements, which coalesced into a magnificent sphere of magic that surged forth in rhythm with the notes. Observing the oncoming orbs of magical notes, Lucius reined in his smile, his expression gradually shifting to one of gravity. Fixing his gaze intently on the musical spheres, he abruptly seized the towering magic energy rifle that stood at his side. With a sharp sound, as the magical notes approached, Lucius gripped the mechanized rifle tightly, the intricate machinery whirred to life. Drawing forth the chaotic magic within him and channeling it into the rifle, the weapon swiftly manifested an ethereal shadow, sweeping towards the magical notes. With a thunderous crash, but the magical notes were momentarily halted by the rifle's shadow. Lucius was still jolted backward. Yet, despite being forced back by the immense force, Lucius did not relent or surrender. Quickly seizing the initiative, he raised the magic energy rifle and unleashed a barrage of shots aimed at Micah. Seeing this, Micah's smile faltered, clearly taken aback by Lucius's rapid counterattack. With a powerful flap, the golden wings fully expanded, and Micah soared into the sky, effortlessly evading the energy projectiles fired by Lucius. The magical notes at his fingertips continued to leap and swirl. Hurtling towards Lucius at an astonishing speed, it appeared that Micah had no intention of granting Lucius a moment's respite, aiming to overwhelm him and utterly shatter his fighting spirit. Faced with Micah's rapid advance, Lucius opted not to utilize the mechanical core. Instead, he resolved to continue his resistance with the magic rifle. Lucius understood well that his opponent was not the true embodiment, and he needed to retain some trump cards for the ensuing battle. Hence his reluctance to reveal his full power, wishing to conceal the strength of the mechanical core. Micah pressed forward relentlessly, clearly intent on denying Lucius any opportunity to breathe, yet Lucius, wielding the modified magic energy rifle, showed no fear of Micah. As Lucius raised his weapon in defiance, a sly smile crept onto Micah's lips, a sign of his cunning triumph. The next instant, a clear, melodious sound rang out, as the magical notes surged forth from Micah's fingers, enveloping Lucius in a heartbeat, leaving him no chance to retaliate, as the magical notes detonated simultaneously. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the onlookers beheld Lucius being flung from the shattered magical notes. In the instant Lucius was propelled away, Micah spread his wings wide and pursued him relentlessly, the musical notes continuing their fierce assault. However, before the notes could strike Lucius, two figures swiftly emerged to intercept them, with a series of thunderous impacts. Carolyn, leveraging her metallic wings, soared into the air, twisting her lithe form as she wielded a massive axe, radiating dazzling martial energy, cleaving through the magical notes with ease. Meanwhile, Duliyong, not to be outdone, unfurled her metallic wings, drawing her curved blade as she charged directly at Micah. The vibrant energy flickered as the curved blade traced graceful arcs through the air, resembling a musical score that obstructed Micah's advance. Micah's expression shifted in surprise, evidently unprepared for Duliyong and Carolyn's aerial prowess. As Duliyong swung her curved blade towards him, Micah instinctively raised his hand, conjuring a magical shield to deflect her attack. However, just as he managed to block Duliyong's blade, Carolyn's axe descended upon him. With a resounding clash, the axe met the magical shield, shattering it with a crack, as both the curved blade and the axe broke through. Hurtling towards Micah, faced with the oncoming weapons, Micah's demeanor turned frantic. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the two women. With a sudden flourish, his golden wings spread wide, summoning a magical barrier to shield him from the curved blade and the axe. Without hesitation, as the barrier absorbed the blows, Micah quickly unleashed a torrent of magical notes, launching them toward Duliyong and Carolyn. In response, the two quickly retreated, converging their metallic wings to defend against the magical notes. Duliyong deftly drew a soft sword from her waist, her wrist flickering as she infused it with energy, slashing through the approaching magical notes, ultimately aiming for Micah, initially believing he had the upper hand and could force Duliyong and Carolyn back. Micah was blindsided by Duliyong's rapid counterattack. By the time he regained his composure, the soft sword had already struck his magical shield. The blade clinked against the shield, and Micah sighed in relief, drenched in cold sweat from the fright. Yet, before he could gather himself to retaliate against Duliyong and Carolyn, an icy chill descended from above, leaving him no chance to react, instantly encasing him in ice. Following this, a multitude of binding spells ensnared him, causing him to lose his balance and plummet from the sky. The angels accompanying Micah stared in disbelief as they witnessed his fall. What followed was their nightmarish fate. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, the ground became shrouded in darkness, as terrifying monsters emerged from the earth. Simultaneously, from the rifts in the sky, numerous demons surged forth. The night elves drew their sturdy bows. A rain of arrows descending upon the demons, impaling several angels to the ground. Dwarves from the Dragon Spring Tavern, along with minotaurs, gnomes, goblins, and elves, unleashed their own abilities, assaulting the angels beneath the moonlight. The forces that had once rallied behind Micah swiftly devolved into prey. The angels, unable to unfurl their wings before being slaughtered amidst the relentless onslaught, their powers siphoned away by Baluti. Ultimately, Lucius himself intervened, stripping even Micah's divine essence from him. With the extraction of Micah's divine essence, a piercing roar echoed through the heavens. Wretched, filthy vermin, one day the radiance of the gods shall judge you. Chapter 60. Light and Darkness. Yet another divine essence acquired. It appears the spoils of this journey have been quite fruitful, Lucius exclaimed excitedly. Tossing the divine essence crystal to Baluti while hoisting the magic energy rifle with exhilaration. Baluti caught the crystal, scrutinizing it for a moment before unexpectedly returning it to Lucius. You should keep this crystal, as one of the archangels beside the father of the gods. Micah's divine essence is bound to be unique. Study it well. It may yield secrets beneficial for your future mechanical equipment development. Receiving the divine essence crystal of Micah, Lucius looked at Baluti with some confusion. How do you know that Micah's divine essence is distinct? Is that so-called father of the gods particularly special? In response to Lucius's inquiry, Baluti merely shrugged, saying, I do not know, but it seems the creator is quite curious. Upon hearing this, Lucius retrieved the pocket watch transformed from the mechanical core, pressing the divine essence crystal into it before tucking it back into his garment. Very well. Let me first analyze this incomplete divine essence crystal. Just then, Duliang and Carolyn descended from the sky. Retracting their metallic wings, Carolyn, unable to contain her excitement, grasped Lucius's hands and exclaimed, Lucius, you are truly incredible. This mechanical wing is remarkably powerful. As Carolyn jubilantly expressed her admiration, she and Duliang completely retracted their metallic wings. Ultimately, their wings folded neatly into the armor on their backs, causing them no discomfort whatsoever. Duliang gracefully twisted her waist, smiling at Lucius. Quite impressive indeed. Observing the elated Duliang and Carolyn, Lucius grinned. It's nothing much. If it weren't for the limited materials, we could perhaps enhance the performance further. However, for now, we should hasten our departure from this place. The aged leader of the Night Elves concurred. Indeed, having slain Micah's avatar, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. The group swiftly geared up, navigating through the overlapping spatial points ahead, stepping into the next fractured sacred domain, making their way towards the outer sanctum, shortly after Lucius and his companions departed. A rift suddenly tore open in space. A figure clad in golden armor, resembling a celestial deity, emerged from the gaping void. With a grave look, he surveyed the now desolate battlefield, his brow furrowing as his 12 wings unfurled dramatically. A fierce rage ignited in his eyes. Wretched beings, having slain my avatar, I, Micah, will hunt you down. Who would have thought that the mighty Archangel Micah, favored by the father of the gods, would have his avatar slain? Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed. Hearing this, Micah's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed a barrage of radiant energy from his wings into the void. The brilliance erupted, tearing apart the surrounding space, causing the heavens to collapse. A figure stepped forth from the collapsing void, equally adorned with 12 wings as dark as ink. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Micah's expression grew serious. His hands grasped the air, summoning a sword in his right hand and a balance scale in his left. The newcomer, observing Micah's readiness, revealed a smile that matched Micah's own striking visage. Mitsai, there is no need for such tension. We are brothers, after all. Why must we meet with such hostility? Mitsai did not respond, maintaining a solemn demeanor and prepared for any eventuality, showing not the slightest hint of relaxation. The visitor, observing Mitsai's anxious state, appeared somewhat exasperated and spread his hands, saying, Mitsai, you should be well aware that we share a common enemy now. So we ought to cast aside past grievances and cooperate sincerely. In response, Mitsai scoffed coldly. Lucifer, do you truly believe your words can be trusted? Mitsai, as the archangel and the being closest to the truth beside the Father, how can you still be so naive? The fallen angel Lucifer chuckled, shaking his head. Trust. That is merely the folly of ordinary beings. There is no such thing as trust in this world. Even the Father, has he ever truly trusted you? Therefore, our collaboration is not founded on mutual trust, but rather on shared interests and a common foe. Observing Mitsai fall silent at these words, Lucifer smiled and slowly approached him, his deep voice reaching Mitsai's ears. Mitsai, the Father has yet to fully awaken, and the gods who have escaped are no longer under control. You are beset by both internal and external troubles. As Lucifer neared, Mitsai suddenly unfurled his 12 wings, radiating a sanctified glow. Under the pressure of this celestial light, Lucifer was compelled to halt, retreating 2 steps to maintain a distance from Mitsai. There is no need to be alarmed. The 4-card monarchs have already emerged. They are our true enemies. Upon hearing this, Mitsai could not help but let out a cold snort, replying, the 4-card monarchs are not to be feared. The diamond monarch has already aligned with the light sect, and the remaining 3 monarchs are still not fully developed, posing no threat to us whatsoever. Ha ha ha, I never expected the Archangel Mitsai to utter such self-deceiving words. Lucifer's laughter was unrestrained, his disdainful gaze fixed upon Mitsai. In the face of Lucifer's scorn and mockery, Mitsai's expression darkened, turning his head coldly to ignore him. Lucifer, if you have something to say, speak plainly. There is no need for your derision. Sensing the anger in Mitsai's tone, Lucifer reined in his mocking smile and said, Mitsai, why must you deceive yourself? If those young card monarchs were so weak, how could you have lost one of your avatars to them? Mitsai opened his mouth to explain, but Lucifer did not grant him the opportunity. In truth, you are well aware of the formidable powers those young card monarchs possess, not to mention the Clover monarch who defeated your avatar. Even the Spear monarch is not so easily dealt with. Upon hearing Lucifer's words, Mitsai suddenly grasped something, raising his head to meet Lucifer's gaze. Originally at a disadvantage in the conversation, Mitsai abruptly found an opportunity to break the deadlock. With a sly smile, he scrutinized Lucifer, saying, it seems you have already tested that young Spear monarch, and perhaps suffered a significant setback? Regarding Mitsai's veiled mockery, Lucifer showed little inclination to conceal the truth, unfurling his ink-black 12 wings. Instantly, a terrifying scar was revealed across his chest, the scar radiating a sinister sword energy that prevented the wound from healing. Mitsai, witnessing this, displayed a look of astonishment, instinctively reaching out to touch the scar. However, as his fingers grazed the wound, the sword energy surged forth, injuring him. Observing the golden blood trickling from his fingertips, Mitsai's pupils constricted in terror as he whispered, the sword in the lake. As he spoke, he recoiled in fear, taking 2 steps back. Whoosh! As Mitsai retreated, Lucifer's dark wings concealed the wound, and he gazed at Mitsai with a smile. So, do you now comprehend the strength of our enemies? Their powers may not be inferior to ours. Mitsai's expression turned grave as he pondered. If that is the case, we must remain vigilant against the Diamond Monarch who is allied with us. However, we have yet to uncover the whereabouts of the Heart Monarch. Truly, he deserves to be regarded as our greatest adversary. Ha ha. Lucifer chuckled at this, saying, it appears you have finally grasped who our common enemy is. As he spoke, Lucifer had already approached Mitsai, gently resting his arm on Mitsai's shoulder. Tempting words echoed in Mitsai's ears. Mitsai, this is a critical moment. We must join forces to eradicate the crisis completely. Crisis? Are you merely indulging in alarmism? The gods are awakening, and we are on the brink of our own glory. Can those mere gestures truly pose the crisis you speak of? Lucifer, you are being overly cautious. Seizing the opportunity, Lucifer wrapped his arm around Mitsai's radiant shoulder, lowering his head slightly to whisper close to Mitsai's ear. Mitsai, your arrogance will lead to your downfall. Do not forget what the Father has said about forsaking pride and facing the enemy with humility. As Mitsai felt the breath against his ear, he abruptly unfurled his wings, his golden radiance shimmering as he swiftly broke free from Lucifer's embrace, charging 2 steps forward and turning to glare at Lucifer with renewed authority. Ha ha ha. It seems you have truly been dormant for too long. Your vigilance is now terribly weak. Mitsai, gazing at Lucifer's smile, spoke with a serious and wary tone. Lucifer, what is your true purpose here? Instead of immediately answering, Lucifer slowly retreated, positioning himself before a rift in the space behind him. Stopping, he said, Mitsai, I come not for any other reason, but to propose cooperation with you. I hope we can advance and retreat together. In an instant, the confusion and hesitation in Mitsai's eyes vanished, returning to his former confidence and majesty. He fixed his gaze upon Lucifer and said, very well, since darkness is willing to return to the embrace of light, we shall welcome it. Upon hearing Meatsai's authoritative voice, Lucifer's pupils dilated in surprise, staring at Meatsai for a long moment. Finally, a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Haha, great father, since you have graced us with your presence, we shall certainly heed your guidance. Let us join hands to restore the glory of the gods to the world." Rumble. The moment Meatsai and Lucifer reached an accord, the very space around them began to collapse. Both ascended with their 12 wings, yet were struck by the crumbling laws of the heavens, instantly engulfed in the rift of space. Hope, it seems that even in death, you continue to scheme against us. Yet ultimately, the sanctum you created shall be destroyed. Ha! The gods shall descend once more, and your descendants, burdened with humanity's original sins, shall not coexist as their ancestors did. And we shall eliminate them one by one. A resounding voice echoed through the void as the collapsing space was crushed, with two figures, one black and one white, bursting forth from the rift. Wounded yet resolute, Lucifer and Meatsai exchanged glances, and the grand voice continued, "Now, you shall go and convey my orders, before I awaken completely. Neither the gods of light nor darkness shall partake in the slaughter of the Card monarch's descendants." As the archangel serving beside the father, Meatsai faced no dissent, kneeling on one knee in reverence before unfurling his wings and vanishing into the void. Lucifer, however, wore a look of uncertainty, remaining silent for a moment before addressing the void. "Are you truly certain about allowing them to escape? Lucifer, you must understand, positions are limited, and thus some sacrifices are necessary." Hearing the authoritative voice from the void, Lucifer ceased his objections, rising to his feet and stepping into the void as well. After Lucifer departed, the space, which had just stabilized, suddenly collapsed, and as it shattered completely, the commanding voice faded into the distance. Hope is always born alongside destruction. Chapter 61. The Place of Rest. Ugh. Killier awoke, the pain coursing through her body prompting an involuntary groan. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself staring into the face of a dark elf adorned with magical runes, concern evident in her silver eyes. Recognizing the dark elf, Killier struggled to rise, but the moment she moved, the pain from her wounds made her gasp sharply, tears welling in her eyes. The dark elf, witnessing her distress, quickly placed a gentle hand on Killier, saying, "Do not move. You mustn't open your wounds." Comforted by the dark elf, Killier lay back down, gazing at her with curiosity. "Who are you? Where am I?" "You were gravely injured. I was sent by the lady to care for you. You may call me Lydia." Upon hearing this, Killier lay there, observing the leather ceiling above her, feeling the vibrations from the wooden axle beneath her. Slowly recalling the events leading up to her unconsciousness, she understood that she had likely been rescued by Lucius. Suppressing the pain, she lifted her head to look at Lydia and asked, "Lydia, may I ask where Lucius is?" Noticing Killier's intention to rise, Lydia quickly reached out to stop her in a soft voice. She replied, "Do not move, my lady. He is just outside. We are currently on our way, and you are very weak. You need to rest, my lady." Upon hearing this title, Killier immediately ceased her struggles, her expression turning somber. After a brief silence, she suddenly murmured to herself, "Indeed, he is the true king, possessing the legacy of the Clover family and favored by the creator of the sacred domain. He is truly deserving of the title king." Faintly, Chilier could hear Lydia's soft whispers and noticed the somber expression that enveloped her face. Assuming that Lydia was worried about Lucius neglecting her, she quickly offered her quiet reassurance, "Do not fret. The king is an exceptionally easygoing and approachable individual, devoid of any pretense at present. Everyone is preoccupied with their journey, as the king has expressed a desire to leave the sacred domain swiftly to avoid attracting more formidable foes, which is why he has no time to visit you." Chilier could distinctly sense that although Lydia was a night elf warrior, her own strength was not particularly formidable. From her aura, it was clear that Lydia had yet to reach even the intermediate level. Such a level of power within the crumbling sacred domain was akin to courting death. Yet, through Lydia's words, Chilier could feel her unwavering trust in the entire Night Elf clan and in Lucius himself. In that moment, Chilier realized that the greatest distinction between Lucius and the other three, as a descendant of the Card King lineage, lay in Lucius's innate ability to instill trust in others. Without relying on authority, wealth, or the cunning of intrigue, he effortlessly garnered loyalty, while reclining in the moving carriage. Chilier could not help but ponder. Could it be that Lucius is the most worthy king to follow? Unbeknownst to her, Chilier had slipped into deep contemplation, and Lydia, noticing this, refrained from interrupting and instead quietly exited the carriage as they traversed the fractured sacred domain. The entire area was in a state of chaos, with collapsing spaces intertwining, rendering the pathways increasingly convoluted. The group had no means to discern the route and could only press forward, navigating through the overlapping ruins. Fortunately, they encountered no further attacks along the way. It appeared that the deities and demons had temporarily abandoned their pursuit of Lucius. Days passed without clear reckoning of time, and one day, as they passed through a crumbling space, a relatively stable and pristine area unfolded before them. This space bore no resemblance to the earlier scenes of ruin. Devoid of fissures or devastated landscapes, instead, it was adorned with sprawling forests, vast meadows, and crystal-clear rivers and lakes, where various creatures roamed leisurely across the tranquil wilderness. Staring at the breathtakingly ethereal scenery, everyone was left in awe. Unable to fathom how such beauty and serenity could exist amidst the chaos of the crumbling sacred domain as they stepped into this realm, far removed from strife and clamor. Each individual instinctively shed their pent-up frustrations, and their taut nerves began to relax. Ha ha, this place is simply exquisite. I never imagined such beauty could exist within the sacred domain. Look, look, there are countless creatures by the lake. Wow, over there, those must be the deer our ancestors often spoke of. And look at that. The antelope, a genuine antelope. How majestic, it truly resembles a unicorn. Quick, look, over there, pure white. That must be a real unicorn, right? Oh my goodness, what is this place? How can there be so many legendary creatures? The golden lion, the golden-bodied beings, the pure white unicorns, and over there, those beautiful birds. This place is nothing short of paradise. The Night Elf clan and some of the young individuals from the Dragon Spring Tavern were unable to contain their exclamations of wonder at the surrounding beauty and the diverse creatures. Lucius surveyed the area and suddenly turned to ask Dulin Yang, "And do you know where this place is?" Dulin Yang shook her head and replied, "Given the collapse of the sacred domain and the entanglement of spaces, with fragments of rules having fallen away, this space's stability must have significant origins, yet I cannot ascertain precisely what it is. This is the land of rest." Before Lucius could inquire further, Beluti informed the group of their location. What? The land of rest? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Lucius, however, regarded it with some confusion and asked, "The land of rest? What kind of place is that?" Beluti's expression dimmed slightly as she paused for a moment before explaining in a somber tone, when the Creator first established the sacred domain, the entire continent was engulfed in chaos at that time. The forces of the sacred domain had yet to take shape and were under attack from numerous ambitious figures across the continent. Through a series of brutal battles, the sacred domain gradually emerged, but many followers of the Creator sacrificed their lives to protect it. Eventually, the Creator quelled the turmoil across the continent, and the sacred domain was successfully established. To honor those who perished defending it, the Creator, at the cost of their own life, opened this place as a resting ground for the fallen, allowing their souls to find peace. Upon hearing Beluti's words, everyone present was deeply moved, especially at the mention of "at the cost of their own life," which sent shivers down their spines. Lucius furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he inquired, "At the cost of life? What does that mean? Was it a trade with the divine?" In response to Lucius's question, Beluti turned to him with a gentle gaze and replied, "It was a transaction made between the Creator and the Supreme Law." What? The Supreme Law? Does it truly exist? Beluti's revelation astonished the group once more, particularly Dulin Yang and the elderly clan leader of the Night Elves, who could hardly suppress their astonishment. However, Beluti shook her head and said, "I do not know. I only know that since its inception, no one has been able to destroy this land of rest, with the imminent destruction of the sacred domain. Whether it can be preserved remains uncertain. It should be able to survive, but it requires a new vessel." No sooner had Beluti spoken than a voice echoed through the group, prompting them to turn in surprise that Lier emerged from the leather-covered wagon, her complexion pale as she steadied herself, her expression resolute as she surveyed each person outside. Lydia, noticing this, quickly interjected, "I advised her against it." But, before Lydia could finish, Lier interrupted, "Do not blame Lydia. She has taken great care of me throughout this journey. It was my own desire to step out and breathe in the air of the most sacred land of rest." Caroline, Harboring some prejudice against chili air, bluntly asked, "How do you know that this place can be preserved?" Hearing Caroline's brusque words, Chili air glanced at Lucius before returning her gaze to Caroline and smiling. Hee hee. "Do not forget, I am a descendant of the Card King lineage, and I once held the Black Spear Q." Before Caroline could pose another question, Lucius interjected, "The legacy of the Black Spear Q represents wisdom. So it is not surprising that you possess insights. However, I am eager to understand what you mean by new vessel." In response to Lucius's inquiry, Chili air, with Lydia's assistance, descended from the leather-covered wagon. Approaching Lucius, she bowed respectfully and said, "Esteemed king, Chili air is grateful for your compassion and refuge." Observing Chili air's respectful gesture, Lucius refrained from saying much and stood there to accept her salutation. "Very well. Your injuries have yet to heal. Besides, were it not for your shielding me from the sword, you might not have been injured at all. Who knows, you could very well be by the side of the Black Spear King now. Perhaps even destined to become the Black Spear Queen." Lucius's words caused Chili air's pupils to constrict, yet she refrained from elaborating further and swiftly redirected the conversation back to the matter of the Land of Rest. In truth, the Land of Rest is indeed a transaction made by the Creator with their life and the supreme law. However, the existence of the Land of Rest must be anchored to a vessel, otherwise, should the vessel collapse or perish, the Land of Rest itself will cease to exist. Thus, to preserve this place, a new vessel must be found. As Chili air finished speaking, Beluti added, "The vessel you speak of must be the pure heart, correct?" At this, Chili air nodded. "Yes, the pure heart, a heart untainted by any corruption, the purest and most pristine of hearts. Only such a place is worthy of bearing the Land of Rest." After listening to Chili air and Beluti, everyone fell into deep contemplation. After a lengthy silence, Caroline and Emodice grasped the crux of the matter and, unable to contain their excitement, exclaimed in unison, "Could it be that this is the heart of the Creator?" Chapter 62. The heart of the Creator, unlike the astonishment of those present. Lucius appeared remarkably calm as he turned to Beluti, saying, "Beluti, this is the final place the Creator has led you to bring us, is it not?" "What? Did the Creator indeed instruct Beluti to guide us here?" Faced with the group's bewilderment and Lucius's insightful gaze, Beluti smiled broadly and confirmed, "Indeed, the Creator has indeed sent me to lead you here. Since you are his successor, it is your duty to continue to safeguard the Land of Rest." Lucius couldn't help but murmur, "Indeed. That explains why the other 3 royal descendants were not chosen." Upon hearing this, Caroline, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by that? Does selecting them mean they cannot inherit this sanctuary?" "Haha, it's not that they cannot, but rather that they are unwilling to take on the responsibility of this sanctuary." Upon hearing Lucius's words, not only Caroline but most of those present were left in confusion, unable to grasp the true meaning behind his statement. It was the still weak Killier who seemed to understand the implications of Lucius's conversation with Beluti. She suddenly exclaimed, "I see now. No wonder our cards were only obtained after entering the sacred realm. While you have possessed yours all along." Killier's unexpected remark left everyone even more bewildered. Ultimately, it was Lucius who retrieved a card from the pouch at his waist and said, "Haha, this is the choice made by our ancestors." Immediately thereafter, Beluti unraveled the doubts harbored in everyone's hearts. Indeed, before the last generation of the 4 kings departed, the Creator required them to make a choice. Ultimately, only the Clover King chose to inherit this sanctuary, which is why the Creator allowed him to leave the sacred realm with the Clover card, in hopes that one day his descendants would come to fulfill the promise. Upon hearing Beluti's words, everyone suddenly understood that the Creator's successor had already been determined. Beluti then continued, "Well, everything that needed to be said has been said. Lucius, you must now accompany me to fulfill the promise." She turned to the others and stated, "You need not follow. You can rest assured in the sanctuary, as no divine or demonic beings can invade this place." With that, she turned and walked towards the distant forest, pausing after a couple of steps to add, "By the way, there are also several legacies within the sanctuary. Whether you can obtain them depends on your own abilities. But remember, do not force anything if you cannot obtain it, and all forms of killing are strictly forbidden within the sanctuary." The Minotaur, who had raised his spear intending to slay a few nearby deer, immediately lowered his weapon upon hearing this. Lucius, however, offered no further words, merely smiled at everyone before swiftly following Beluti's lead, quickly disappearing into the nearby forest. Observing Lucius and Beluti's departure, Bleno couldn't help but ask Duliang, "Madam, is it truly forbidden to kill here? Indeed, could it be that the mechanical demon is merely trying to scare us? Can this place truly fend off those divine and demonic beings?" That archangel's avatar was already formidable. If powerful divine beings discover this place, wouldn't we have nowhere to escape? In response to the concerns and doubts of the crowd, even Duliang and the Elder of the Night Elves were at a loss for how to respond. It was Killier who spoke up, reassuring them. "Do not worry. This is the sanctuary. That a sanctuary, by definition, is a true pure land, impervious to any filth. Even if those divine or demonic beings were to step foot here, they would lose all their powers, for this place can isolate all laws and forces." What? Is it truly capable of isolating all laws and forces? The crowd gasped in astonishment, and soon some attempted to cast spells and exert their fighting spirit. How is this possible? "I can't cast any magic. Here, there is no trace of any magical elements. Heavens, my fighting spirit is also rendered useless. What on earth is happening?" Eventually, Duliang, Caroline, and the others attempted to test this phenomenon. Discovering that even the mechanical equipment created by Lucius was utterly powerless here, but it was only at this moment that they all realized the truth of Killier's statement. Caroline raised her axe, approaching Killier with a hint of anger, demanding, "Tell me, how do you know all this?" Although Caroline had lost her fighting spirit, her physical presence still imposed pressure on Killier, whose pale face was illuminated by the glint of the axe. Seeing this, Duliang quickly stepped in, pulling Caroline aside, saying, "Caroline, what are you doing?" Despite being restrained by Duliang, Caroline continued to glare at Killier, asserting, "She seems to know everything. Don't you find that suspicious?" Hearing Caroline's words, everyone turned their gaze toward Killier. Faced with the skeptical stares of the crowd, Killier sighed helplessly and then produced several shattered fragments of cards from her bosom. She spread her hand, displaying the fragments before everyone, saying, "These are the remnants of the black spear Q that I acquired." As she spoke, Killier tossed a fragment to Caroline. Instinctively, Caroline reached out to catch it, and the moment she grasped the fragment, a torrent of information flooded her mind. After a long pause, as Caroline assimilated the vast knowledge contained in the fragment, she stared at Killier in astonishment, unable to utter a word. Unfazed, Killier remarked, "Originally, you would not have been able to access that knowledge. But since the card is shattered, the knowledge it contained can no longer be sealed. Now you understand why I know the secrets of the sanctuary, don't you?" After a moment of contemplation, Caroline opened her hand and returned the fragment to Killier, bewilderedly asking, "Why? Why are you giving this to me? Why am I giving you the fragment?" "Haha, it's nothing really. Over these past days, Lucius has taught me that some things need not be forced." Killier accepted the fragment, tucking it away into her bosom, her expression radiating an unusual tranquility in that moment. It seemed as though she had laid down her burdens, completely emerging from the shadow cast by the Black Spear King Shalid. In the distant forest, as Baludi walked, she suddenly halted, gazing back at the spot where the others lingered. After a long moment, she turned to Lucius and said, "It appears that you have indeed tamed the Black Spear Q. With its support, you can bridge some of the gap between you and that Red Heart King." "Oh, it seems you are not very optimistic about me," Lucius replied nonchalantly. Baludi glanced at Lucius before turning to continue deeper into the forest, stating as she walked, "Had I encountered that young Red Heart King first, I might have defied the Creator's orders and chosen to follow him. Haha, it seems you truly do not hold me in high regard, believing that the descendant of the Red Heart is superior to me, correct?" Baludi's words did not provoke Lucius, who maintained a cheerful demeanor, appearing wholly unconcerned by her assessment. Noticing this, Baludi could not help but stop once more, questioning, "Are you not the least bit worried?" "Worried? Why should I be worried? Since it has come to this, there is nothing to worry about. I will simply do my utmost. Moreover, I am still somewhat perplexed, as I truly do not know what to be concerned about." In response to Lucius's answer, Baludi's expression darkened, her metallic face exuding a chill. She fixed a piercing gaze on Lucius and said, "You still do not understand that your desire to protect everyone is an unrealistic fantasy at this point." Baludi became somewhat agitated, pointing toward the place where they had paused outside the forest, saying, "Have you considered this? You lack the absolute strength of the Black Spear King, the wealth of the Prism King, and the wisdom of the Red Heart King. Yet you gather so many people around you. Do you truly believe you can protect them?" Upon hearing Baludi's words, Lucius spread his hands and replied, "All right then. What exactly are you trying to say? Can you not be more straightforward? There's no need to be so roundabout. It's quite simple. Abandon those weaklings, just like the Red Heart King did, sacrificing everything. Even hiding your true identity, all in the pursuit of opportunities and the accumulation of strength. All right, I understand your point now, Lucius responded calmly. You want me to abandon the Night Elves and the Dragon Spring Tavern, taking the legacy and escaping the sacred realm to start anew, correct? Hearing this, Baluti immediately replied, that is the most prudent course of action, the very choice made by the Red Heart King. Is that what you admire about him? The ability to sever all ties, to relinquish everything for the sake of success. Facing Lucius's inquiry, Baluti showed no hesitation, stating bluntly, indeed, that is true wisdom, knowing when to gain and when to forego. Haha, I find myself questioning whether you truly are a mechanical demon following the Creator. Why do your views diverge so greatly from those of the Creator? Do you not understand that the reason the Creator abandoned them was precisely because they were willing to forsake everything to achieve victory? Lucius's words incited Baluti's anger. What are you saying? After following the Creator for so long, how could I not comprehend his intentions? The Creator wishes for his successor to rebuild this sacred realm. Do you honestly believe you possess that capability? Haha. Indeed, it seems every individual who enters the sacred realm thinks this way, including that Red Heart King you speak of. Lucius too became somewhat agitated, grasping Baluti's arm as they swiftly traversed the forest. Ultimately crossing a hillside and entering a tranquil valley embraced by verdant trees. Pointing to the rows of tombstones within the valley, he said, Baluti, standing here, ask them what they fought so desperately for. You all believe that the Creator seeks to reconstruct the sacred domain. But have you ever pondered why the Creator and those who lie here established this sanctuary? Was it truly solely for the power to dominate the world? They built this sacred domain to provide everyone with a fair and just place. A sanctuary where all races could coexist. Without those beings, what significance would there be in rebuilding the sacred domain? The sacred domain is not a tool for domination. It is a free haven that carries the dreams of all races. As Lucius's words echoed, rows of gravestones throughout the valley erupted with dazzling radiance, beams of light piercing the heavens. Under Baluti's astonished gaze, those who had once fought for the sacred domain and ultimately found their rest in this hallowed ground emerged as spectral figures from the light. They all approached Lucius in unison, kneeling before him on one knee, proclaiming, humble and compassionate ruler of the world, you have finally arrived. The heroic spirits who fought for you await your call. We shall strive together for rebirth. Chapter 63. Heroic Spirits Witnessing the Emergence of the Heroic Spirits from the Graves. Baluti stood frozen in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Lucius could earn the recognition of these spirits. The brilliant light illuminated the entire resting place, as those who had once galloped across battlefields, sacrificing their lives for the sacred domain, now knelt before Lucius, expressing their willingness to follow him. The mechanical demon spirit representing the Creator's stewardship over the sacred domain. Baluti understood the profound significance of this acknowledgement. It meant that Lucius would truly become the successor to the Creator, gaining the support of the heroic spirits of the resting place, inheriting the most formidable power left behind by the Creator. The foremost heroic spirit, a robust man wielding a colossal axe reminiscent of a barbarian, knelt before Lucius, presenting him with a dagger radiating concentrated light. The dagger shimmered with a sacred glow, reflecting the sun, moon, and stars, as well as the mountains and rivers, seemingly encompassing all that exists in the world. Its solemn and reverent brilliance exerted an intangible pressure on the body and mind, rendering even Baluti, the mechanical demon spirit, feeling immensely weighed down before the dagger. Just as Baluti was at a loss, the burly man suddenly turned to her, a fierce glint in his eyes, and commanded without hesitation, kneel. With almost no resistance, Baluti's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, gazing at the shadowy figure of the man with a look of panic. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, she exclaimed, You are Kabul? The Creator's sworn brother. The burly man did not respond to Baluti but instead echoed her words with a heavy kneeling sound. Following the noise, Baluti's pupils dilated in shock, and she quickly insisted to the man, No, it wasn't me who led them here. I swear it wasn't. As she spoke, her furious gaze turned toward Bari, who knelt behind the masked Crimson King not far away. Bari, you plotted against me. Faced with Baluti's wrathful glare, the shrunken Bari instinctively turned his head away to avoid her gaze. The shadowy figure of the burly man proclaimed with a solemn voice, No matter, since they have arrived, let them bear witness. As soon as the man's words fell, the young Crimson King, forced to kneel, struggled to rise. However, the sacred pressure of the resting place rendered him utterly immobile. After a moment of futile struggle, he shouted loudly at the shadowy figure, "I oppose this. I oppose granting the Creator's legacy to him." Humph. The burly man snorted coldly, and an aura of authority erupted from him, sweeping directly toward the kneeling Crimson King. Huff. The Crimson King spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the shadowy figure, rendered speechless. "You would do well to remain silent. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your throne. What right do you have to oppose when you dare not show your true face?" Humph. The heirs of the Card King lineage are indeed becoming weaker with each generation. Fortunately, there is still a clover who can uphold hope's dream that I shall not unveil your veil, but you would do well to remain obedient. The Crimson King, hearing this, felt a surge of indignation as he looked at Bari, seeking to leverage the power of Bari and the other demon spirits. Bari met the Crimson King's gaze and shook his head, whispering, "In the resting place lie the ancient kings who once created greatness. Kabul possesses the blessings of these kings. Even the 72 demon spirits of the king cannot contend against the ancient kings." Oh, so this is the secret of the resting place, the burial ground of the ancient kings. This is the most powerful legacy of the sacred domain. Haha. Just then, the voice of the Diamond King, Phobos, echoed from a distance. Similarly forced to kneel, Phobos struggled to raise his head, his powerful divine aura clashing against the oppressive force that bound him. Sensing that divine power, the Crimson King murmured, "I never expected the Diamond King to join forces with the gods. It seems the resting place may not be able to withstand the awakening of the gods." "My king, you are mistaken. That Diamond King is also misled. The terror of the resting place is beyond your imagination." Hearing Bari's words, a chill suddenly crept into the Crimson King's heart as he grasped something dreadful. Before he could speak, Phobos's chanting summoned a rift in the sky, through which numerous angels and demons surged into the resting place. Yet, before those angels and demons could land, a cold snort from the shadowy figure of Kabul caused radiant light to erupt from the ground, instantaneously sealing the rift in the sky and sending all the angels and demons crashing to the earth. This scene left everyone in shock. Phobos coughed up blood, collapsing onto the ground. The Crimson King closed his mouth, lowering his head in silence, deeply shaken by the earlier display, which made him realize the terrifying nature of the resting place. Now, he regretted entering this domain. With the sound of galloping hooves, Shalid, the Black Spear King, led his round table knights into the valley. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Shalid and his companions were not dismounted, seemingly unaffected by the authority of the heroic spirits of the resting place. "Shala, Gabriel, come forth." "Humph, is it not shameful to let a young child be your puppet? Step forward and let me see if the once great archangels have made any progress today." As Kabul's resonant voice echoed, the steeds beneath Shalid and his companions let out mournful cries. Before the eyes of all, the horses were torn apart, and Shalid and the others fell to the ground, unable to rise again. Following Shalid's fall, two figures appeared above him, one black and one white, to everyone's astonishment. Both figures were female, yet exuded an undeniable fortitude rather than any feminine softness, clad in armor and wielding weapons. They radiated a battle aura, unyielding to the oppressive presence of the myriad heroic spirits in the resting place. Seeing the two figures standing proudly behind Shalid, everyone present was left in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Gabriel, the Archangel of Light, and Shelah, the fallen angel of slaughter, would appear together, united in their protection of the young Black Spear King. "Bravo!" Kabul clapped his hands, truly befitting of the Black Spear's mastery of power. To have Shelah and Gabriel coexist, only the Black Spear could achieve such a feat. Kabul, the first to speak, was Gabriel, the Archangel of Light. This 12-winged being, clad in golden armor and possessing formidable combat prowess, spoke with a voice as melodious as a nightingale, imbued with authority and sanctity. "Kabul, I never expected that you, who once basked in the holy light, would choose to ally with heretics." Ha ha ha. As Gabriel's words fell, Kabul's mocking laughter rang out. "Ally with heretics? Gabriel, look at your side. Shelah has already fallen. Have you not been in a constant struggle against darkness? Why do you appear here together, if the gods can defy their oaths? Then what is heresy but a tool for your dominion and enslavement of beings?" The figure of Shelah, hovering beside Gabriel, emanated a palpable intent to kill as she gazed at Lucius's back. Suddenly raising her black spear, she coldly declared, "I am here solely for slaughter." Upon hearing this, Lucius slowly turned around, meeting Sheila's icy, murderous gaze, and smiled as he said, "Ah, are you seeking to reclaim Killier?" Not receiving a response, Lucius continued, "But the guardian of Killier should be Gabriel, no?" His words made both Sheila and Gabriel's pupils contract, prompting Gabriel to bow respectfully and say, "Young king, since you are aware, please return Killier." "Ah, return Gabriel as the guardian. Should you not inquire about Killier's own thoughts?" In response to Lucius's words, Gabriel fell silent for a moment before resolutely stating, "There is no need to ask. Betraying the will of the Father God is impermissible." Upon hearing this, Lucius spread his hands and chuckled. "Very well then." As soon as his words fell, Lucius reached out, grasping at the air toward Gabriel, not allowing her any chance to respond, and pulled her into his palm. His eyes radiating the authority of a king in the gaze of Lucius, shrouded in regal authority, Gabriel felt the divine connection to the Father God shatter in an instant, under Gabriel's terrified scrutiny. Lucius asserted resolutely, "Since you cannot defy the will of the Father God, I shall sever the ties of his control, granting you the true freedom of choice to act according to your own heart." In the next moment, Lucius gestured, and Kalia appeared beside him in an instant. With a dismissive wave that left Gabriel dumbfounded, he pointed at Kalia, saying, "Now, you may make your choice." Damn it! Before Gabriel could respond, Shira suddenly unfurled her wings, as dark as ink, and thrust her spear towards Lucius. "Boy, do you intend to sow discord among us? I shall make your blood spill 5 steps, using your essence to cleanse your blasphemy against the gods." As the angel of slaughter, Shira possessed power rivaling that of Gabriel, and in sheer lethality, she might even surpass him. This moment, her spear resembled a bloodthirsty serpent, aimed directly at Lucius's life. Yet, Lucius stood unguarded, and the multitude of heroic spirits behind him seemed disinclined to intervene. Just as everyone anticipated Shira's success, a dazzling golden light flashed, astonishing all present. In a surprising turn, Gabriel intervened at the last moment, wielding a golden spear to block Shira's dark lance, shielding Lucius and Kalia. What? The scene left everyone incredulous, particularly the other 3 young monarchs. Shiliad roared in anger, Why, Kalia, do you truly wish to betray the Blacklance family? Gabriel, do you not comprehend the price of forsaking the Father God? You will be stripped of all the power granted by him. Is this truly your choice? Is this what you desire?" Gabriel's calm response to Shiliad's furious outburst was, "Yes, freedom has always been what I yearn for. I long to break free from my shackles." Gabriel's tranquil words rendered all present speechless. Even Shira, who had been fiercely battling Gabriel, found herself lost in thought, gazing at Gabriel without making a move. "Freedom, unbound freedom, Shira, do you truly wish to continue the path of slaughter, to remain the blade concealed in darkness for the gods?" Lucius's voice resonated once more, causing Shira to tremble and step back, her grip on the spear faltering. Staring blankly at Lucius's sunlit smile, she stammered, I. Enough, Lucius, you will not continue to seduce Shira. This place of rest cannot shield you." As Shira hesitated, the heavens split open once more, and Michael and Lucifer, their wings vibrating, descended from the rift, interrupting Lucius's subtle persuasion of Shira. Faced with the approaching Lucifer and Michael, Lucius exhibited no fear, his face still adorned with a radiant smile, unwavering as he regarded the 2 figures descending from the sky. Observing Lucius's unflinching demeanor, Michael's brow furrowed slightly, concerned whether Lucius had some hidden support. However, having been commanded to accompany Lucifer, Michael could not retreat now. Allowing Lucius to secure this sanctuary would make it nearly impossible to thwart his departure. Unlike Michael's cautious demeanor, Lucifer was more direct in his rebuke. "Shira, what are you doing? Do you wish to betray the demon god? If you dare to forsake as Gabriel has, you will lose all the power of the angel of slaughter." He then scrutinized Lucius. "So you are the descendant of the clover. Humph, to dare oppose the gods is to seek your own demise." Lucifer's forceful words steadied Michael, who gazed sadly at Gabriel. "Gabriel, I never expected you to choose to forsake the Father God. You shall lose everything he has bestowed upon you." As Michael's sorrowful yet authoritative words fell, the wings behind Gabriel withered instantly, his once glorious golden armor shattered, and the spear in his hand rusted and decayed. In that moment, Gabriel lost all his power, collapsing at Lucius's feet as an ordinary woman. With Gabriel stripped of her powers, Kalia's expression also turned pale. Lucifer gazed at Shira, saying, "Do you see, Shira? This is the fate of those who forsake the gods. Do not forget your identity. Darkness is our true home." With a resounding snap, Shira broke her spear, then shed her inky wings and shattered her black armor, falling to her knees before Lucius, declaring, "I am willing to relinquish everything to escape my shackles and attain freedom." You. The sight of Shira willingly discarding her powers and choosing to kneel before Lucius left Lucifer at a loss for words. Shira's action stunned all, with Phobos erupting in anger. Madness, sheer madness. Hearing Phobos's outburst, Lucifer roared in frustration, "Silence. Do not think that your heritage as the descendant of the Prism King makes you immune to my wrath." Then he turned his gaze back to Shira. "Very well. Since you choose freedom, I shall first deal with you, then eliminate the one who granted you that freedom." With that, Lucifer unfurled his 12 wings, coldly regarding Lucius, as the aura of death enveloped him. Yet, before Lucifer could unleash his power, a pure light descended from above, enveloping Lucius and dispelling the deathly aura. Both Lucifer and Michael were taken aback, turning simultaneously to seek the source of the light that had countered Lucifer's deadly gaze. Soon, they beheld the figure emerging from the throng of heroic spirits, a shade of light akin to Kabul, radiating life wherever it passed. Upon recognizing the visage of that spirit, Lucifer and Michael's pupils constricted, almost in unison exclaiming, "Raphael." The mention of Raphael stirred many present. He was the archangel beside the Father God, having once collaborated with Michael, Lucifer, and Gabriel, possessing various ranks such as seraphim, cherubim, archangel, and more, though not the most powerful among the archangels. Overshadowed by the fallen angel Lucifer, Archangel Michael, and the mightiest seraph Gabriel, Raphael often seemed insignificant, easily overlooked by even the gods. Yet, when he stepped forward, none could deny his formidable strength, capable of bridging nearly all ranks of angels and serving beside the Father God. Even the Red Heart Monarch and his demons felt immense shock at Raphael's arrival. The young Red Heart Monarch lightly brushed his wrist where a pentagram bracelet rested, a potent artifact used by Solomon to subjugate demons, bestowed upon him by Raphael. Thus, among the many emissaries of the Father God, Raphael was undoubtedly the most enigmatic. Now he stood among the heroic spirits, radiating sacred light to counter Lucifer's deathly gaze, shielding Lucius. Raphael smiled gently, resembling a serene farmer, and approached Lucius, kneeling on one knee to pay his respects before standing before Lucius to confront Lucifer and Michael. Yes, they beheld Raphael standing before Lucius. Confusion clouded Lucifer and Michael's expressions. Finally, unable to contain himself, Lucifer spoke first. "Raphael, why is this? How have you become a spirit of this sanctuary?" "I am, in fact, the architect of this holy domain, having followed the Creator's vision, personally participating in its construction, adhering to the Creator's guidance, diligently cultivating my way to transcendence, and receiving the divinity bestowed by the Creator, allowing me to enter the heavenly realm, ascending through the ranks, ultimately attaining the opportunity to stand beside the Father God, becoming a seraph with 12 wings." Raphael's recounting was exceedingly calm, akin to a kind elder sharing his past, yet to the ears of others, it resounded like thunder. Those seemingly mundane experiences were profoundly shocking to them. Who could have imagined that the powerful archangel, serving beside the Father God, was the very builder of this sanctuary? A mere mortal who ascended to divinity through arduous effort, step by step reaching a throne that even the gods would regard with reverence. After narrating his past, Raphael calmly gazed at Lucifer and Michael. "You should not have come here, disturbing the rest of the heroic spirits. This is a sin, and you shall face punishment and curse." Upon hearing Raphael's words, both Lucifer and Michael were momentarily stunned. Soon, Lucifer regained his composure, sneering, "Huh? Punishment and curse? Raphael, the Creator is long gone. Do you think that with that young lad behind you, he can preserve this sanctuary? What right does he have to punish and curse us?" With that, Lucifer's dark 12 wings unfurled, conjuring a serpentine sword from thin air, as the aura of death rose anew. Fixing his gaze on Raphael, he stated, "Come, let me see what means the angelic spirit possesses." Meeting Lucifer's gaze, Raphael slowly raised his wooden staff. To everyone's surprise, Raphael did not manifest as an angel. Instead, he retained the humble appearance of a farmer, brandishing his staff to confront Lucifer. "Ha ha, Raphael, are you giving up on yourself? In your current state, do you really think you can rival me?" Raphael paid no heed to Lucifer's mockery, effortlessly wielding his staff with a serene smile adorning his face. As he brandished his staff, the natural and formidable energy radiating from it caused Lucifer to retract his disdainful grin. The aura of death erupted, enveloping Lucifer's form as he dove from the heavens, swinging his blade towards the seemingly unperturbed Raphael without mercy. The onlookers, filled with tension, eagerly anticipated the clash between the fallen angel and the once seraphic being. However, Raphael's staff merely trembled slightly, sending ripples of spatial energy emanating from its tip in an instant. A spatial chain emerged, binding the descending Lucifer, while divine light cascaded from above, engulfing him in a blazing sanctity. The sight of the radiant flames consuming Lucifer elicited expressions of terror from all present. Even Michael, the archangel, was taken aback by Raphael's ability to effortlessly restrain Lucifer and to unleash the holy flames that only the Father could command. Capable of incinerating both gods and demons alike, Michael gazed at Raphael, who stood there, staff in hand, perpetually smiling, resembling an ordinary farmer from the countryside. With a roar of fury, Lucifer finally broke free from his confinement. The holy flames surrounding him dissipating in an instant. Glaring at Raphael with wrathful eyes, he remarked, Well, Raphael, you are indeed formidable, truly worthy of your former status as a seraph. Raphael gently waved his staff and replied with calmness, Lucifer, anger cannot resolve your problems. You know all too well that in this realm of rest, you are no match for me. You should not have come here. This sanctity is not to be defiled. The sanctity of the realm of rest is not to be defiled. Raphael, do you genuinely believe you can protect this place? Lucifer sneered as his words fell, his 12 wings unfurled simultaneously, the aura of death vanishing in an instant, transforming into an overwhelming darkness that shrouded Raphael in the next moment. Instead of continuing his dive, Lucifer swung his black sword through the air, aiming it directly at the standing Raphael, completely dominating him in momentum. The sword exuding an aura that threatened to consume all. Even the ever-composed Raphael could not help but feel a stir of concern as the dark blade descended upon him. The calm smile on Raphael's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression, for he sensed that Lucifer had tapped into the power of the dark essence, a divine might bestowed by the dark god. Although the power of the dark god could not compare to that of the Father of gods, the dark essence was equally formidable. Yet, at this moment, escape was no longer an option for Raphael. He could only grit his teeth and brace for the impending attack. To flee would mean being consumed by the dark essence, rendering any counterattack impossible. Finally, as Lucifer's black sword came crashing down, Raphael raised his staff, meeting the descent of the blade head-on. Buzz, the tip of the staff erupted with brilliance, colliding with the descending blade. In an instant, the dark essence devoured everything, emitting not a single ripple of energy. Yet as the blade met the staff, Lucifer remained unfazed in the air, while a trickle of blood escaped Raphael's lips. Lucifer raised his black sword once more, a savage expression crossing his face. As he relentlessly swung the blade down in a flurry of strikes, Raphael found himself utterly incapable of countering, resorting to raising his staff to form a protective barrier against the onslaught of sword beams. However, each strike that collided with the barrier sent tremors through Raphael's body, his complexion growing paler with each blow. It was evident to all that Raphael was thoroughly suppressed by Lucifer, the power of the dark essence rendering him defenseless. Michael watched the two combatants with a furrowed brow, fully aware that the only force capable of opposing the dark essence was the light granted by the Father. However, with Raphael having forsaken the glory of the gods, he was naturally unable to wield the power of the light essence. Boom, boom, boom. Ultimately, under Lucifer's frenzied assault, Raphael could no longer hold his ground, and the barrier was shattered by the black sword beams. Several beams materialized, piercing Raphael and pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Chapter 65. The king saw witnessing Raphael pinned to the ground by the dark essence's sword. None of the intruders in the realm of rest were surprised. No one believed that Raphael, having abandoned his divine identity, could triumph over a fallen angel wielding the power of dark essence. Observing his former friend now impaled by the blade, Michael's expression turned somber. Raphael, you should not have turned away from the glory of the Father. This sacred realm is destined for destruction. Raphael did not respond to Michael but instead struggled to rise, enduring the pain inflicted by the blade. and turned to kneel before Lucius, saying, "Young king, please grant Raphael the strength to fight again." Upon hearing Raphael's respectful plea, everyone was momentarily stunned. After a moment, Lucifer regained his composure and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha. Raphael, you truly are confused. You dare to beseech that boy for strength. Do you think he, who can barely safeguard himself, can provide you with anything?" Lucifer's taunts went unanswered, as Raphael remained kneeling at Lucius's feet, like a devoted worshipper in prayer, awaiting a response. Seeing Raphael's disregard for him, Lucifer's fury escalated. Raising his black sword, he roared as he prepared to strike down. "Raphael, since you refuse to turn back, let me end your suffering, allowing you to find redemption in the flames of dark essence." Just as Lucifer's blade was about to descend, Lucius sighed, and in that moment, both Lucifer and Michael lost their powers, their forms plummeting from the sky without warning. Simultaneously, the blades that had pinned Raphael to the ground shattered into black smoke at Lucius's side. The scene left all intruders in the realm of rest utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how Lucius's mere sigh could so drastically alter the tide of battle. The crimson-hearted king, kneeling before the Valley of Heroes, revealed terror in his eyes as he murmured, "The king's sigh." Beside him, Baal's eyes mirrored his fear upon hearing the crimson-hearted king's words. Not only he, but the descendants of the Card royal family, Phobos and Shalid, also grasped the gravity of the situation. Phobos could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Impossible! You haven't yet attained the realm of rest. How can you issue a king's sigh? This is inconceivable." Phobos's outburst brought clarity to the once confused Lucifer and Michael. They raised their heads in horror, gazing at Lucius, their powerful forms flickering with uncertainty, unsure of how to navigate the perilous predicament. In the past, when the Creator had just established this sky city, he had unified the continent through battle, earning the title of king, the true and unparalleled ruler of the land. Yet, even as the unique monarch, those who had fought alongside him could never be resurrected. Shortly after the Creator claimed his kingship, the mausoleum housing his fallen comrades was struck by celestial fire, incinerating the remains of those who had sacrificed their lives for the sacred realm and the Creator. It was on that day that the Creator felt profound regret, believing that his own brutality in warfare had disrupted the balance of the heavens. Hence the divine fire descended upon the mausoleum, burning the bones of those who had fought with him, ensuring that even in death, those stained with blood could find no true rest. The Creator relinquished his throne, allowing external gods and demons to enter, permitting them to establish a seemingly tranquil world, while he withdrew to a remote corner of the earth, reconstructing a mausoleum, becoming its simple caretaker. Yet even then, you would not spare him. I in the twilight of the age of myths. Your conflicts escalated, leaving the world in ruin, countless innocent lives lost due to your strife, and you even dared to bring the flames of war to that mausoleum he cherished, once again destroying it. Lucius gazed at Lucifer and Michael with a tranquil demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, his expression inscrutable, as if merely recounting a tale. However, to Lucifer and Michael, it resonated like thunderclaps. They were all too familiar with the events of yore. The divine war had nearly annihilated the entire dimension. It was the destruction of that mausoleum, rebuilt in a remote corner of the earth, that had prompted the Creator to release a sigh that reverberated through all dimensions, nearly causing even the Father of Gods to falter from his throne. That sigh marked the end of the protracted divine conflict, concluding the so-called Age of Myths. Thus, the King's Sigh was named, and for those who had witnessed the final battle, it was a force nearly rivaling the Father's God's sigh, capable of sealing and concluding even divine powers, sending shivers down Lucifer and Michael's spines. Fortunately, he has yet to inherit the realm of rest. This thought echoed in the minds of Lucifer and Michael as former attendants of the Father. They understood well that if Lucius were to inherit the realm of rest, he would gain the true power of the King's sigh. Just as they silently rejoiced, the echoes of the sigh gradually faded, and the restraints upon them dissolved. However, before the two could realize their liberation and rise from their constraints, Ruxius produced a metallic sphere from his hand and presented it to Raphael, who knelt before him, saying, "Raphael, since you desire a battle, then go forth." With reverence, Raphael extended his hands, accepting the metallic orb from Ruxius, and bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "I am grateful, esteemed king. I shall not disappoint your expectations." As Raphael's words echoed, Lucifer and Michael discerned that their bindings had vanished, and they ascended into the air, gazing down from a lofty height. Lucifer fixed his gaze upon Raphael and inquired, "Raphael, do you believe that with that trinket you can contend with me?" Ignoring Lucifer's taunt, Raphael clutched the metallic sphere tightly, and suddenly, a fierce holy flame ignited around him. Subsequently, Raphael forcefully infused the entirety of the holy flame into the metallic sphere, which instantly seemed to gain momentum, its intricate gears and pistons whirring into action in the blink of an eye. Layers of metal spread from Raphael's palm, and within moments, the metallic armor completely enveloped him. With a resounding whoosh, 12 metallic wings unfurled, and Raphael stepped confidently into the air, standing at a distance from Lucifer and Michael. The sight of Raphael soaring, encased in armor, and adorned with metallic wings left everyone in astonishment. Even Beludi was taken aback, gazing intently at Ruchio's eye in her mind. She pondered. Could it be that Ruxius has bestowed the mechanical core upon Raphael? It seems improbable. Why would he easily give such a treasure to another? After a prolonged contemplation, Beludi's pupils dilated as she recalled the moments along their journey where Ruxius was frequently tinkering with metallic machinery. Unable to suppress her murmurs, she whispered, "Could it be that he has swiftly unraveled the core secrets of the mechanical source?" Soon, Ruxius addressed Beludi's unspoken doubts, stating, "Raphael, this mechanical armor is not yet fully complete. It requires testing through combat before I can refine it further. Therefore, you must exercise caution." Upon hearing Ruxius's warning, Raphael turned in midair and bowed to him, saying, "It is an honor for Raphael to test the equipment for the king." With that, Raphael resolutely pivoted, raising the wooden staff now replaced by a metallic scepter. He gazed across at Lucifer and declared, "Lucifer, come forth, let us engage in a true battle." As Raphael's resolute words resonated, the holy flame surged around him, and steam erupted from the seams of his armor due to the rising flames, enveloping him in a radiant aura reminiscent of a descending seraph. Observing the extraordinary armor adorning Raphael, Beludi's expression shifted, and she murmured, "To engrave rules upon metal, to forge armor from those rule-imbued metals." Combined with mechanical power, and driven by Raphael's holy flames, Ruxius, you have indeed grasped the essence of the Creator's mechanical core. Just as Beludi's words fell, Ruxius seemed to catch her voice, turning to her with a radiant smile. Witnessing Ruxius's sunlit smile, Beludi felt once more that he bore a striking resemblance to the Creator, especially in their shared confidence and sunny disposition. Turning her gaze again, she beheld the red heart monarch kneeling before the Valley of Spirits. And upon seeing the white cloth masking his face, Beludi finally comprehended why the Creator chose Ruxius, and for the first time within her heart, she acknowledged Ruxius as the rightful heir to the sanctuary. In the sky, Lucifer regarded Raphael, steadying himself to reveal a derisive smirk, saying, "Raphael, do you truly believe that with your pitiful armor, you can triumph over me? Morningstar, are you afraid? Afraid? Would I ever fear you? Your decrepit armor could never match my might. If you are not afraid, then why do you hesitate to strike?" Pressed by Raphael's inquiry, Lucifer's expression darkened, and he finally roared, raising his wicked blade, "Very well. Raphael, since you have chosen to forsake the gods, to stand against us, to challenge me, I shall oblige. I will show you that the gods are not to be trifled with." As Lucifer's voice faded, darkness emanated from his being, swiftly engulfing everything around, advancing relentlessly towards Raphael. Yet as the darkness approached Raphael, it was met with the steam erupting from the seams of his armor, creating a barrier. While the holy flames blazing upon him ignited the encompassing darkness above. Witnessing this unbelievable spectacle, Michael could not help but exclaim, "How is this possible?" Everyone understood that Raphael had abandoned the gifts of the gods, and he should not have been able to wield the unique holy flames of the seraphim. Yet, before their very eyes, he not only found shelter in the holy flames but also wielded them with ease. Setting ablaze the veil of darkness, conjured by Ruxius, Michael cast his gaze downward, looking at the figure standing before the Valley of Spirits, a face still youthful and imbued with a radiant smile that persisted in the face of any adversity. Could it be that he has truly grasped the essence of power? Has he resolved the issues that the Creator could not solve for years? Just as Michael entertained thoughts of Ruxius's true strength, Lucifer had already engaged in combat with Raphael, who wielded a staff enveloped in holy flames. The contrasting figures of black and white clashed fiercely in the sky, embroiled in an evenly matched battle. Chapter 66. The essence of power as hiss, 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 echoed through the air. Raphael's form twisted, steam erupting from the joints of his armor. Coupled with the blazing holy flames surrounding him, he appeared as a divine being descending from the heavens, impervious even to Lucifer's dark essence. As Lucifer swung his black sword, he muttered curses under his breath. Damn this steam. This cursed steam again. The sight before him brought to mind the ancient guardian of the tomb from many years past. After the resonant sigh of the king reverberated through the dimensions, the frail figure had regained youthful vitality, resembling a god as he led his mechanical army to reclaim the sanctuary from the gods, sealing all divine and demonic beings amidst the billowing steam. It was then that Lucifer first felt the terrifying potential of steam. Prior to that moment, he had never imagined that ordinary beings on earth could harness steam to wield such formidable power. Now, he faced once more the transformative might of steam. The unique armor adorning Raphael released steam imbued with strange magic, enhancing his strength and enabling him to contend against the dark essence that in truth, as exalted beings, Lucifer and his kin did not comprehend that the rising steam was merely a byproduct of the high heat generated by the mechanical mechanisms within Raphael's armor. Where the process of cooling and energy conversion rendered the liquid vaporous, the steam itself bore little lethality. However, the steam issuing from Raphael's armor differed significantly from what Lucifer and his companions had encountered previously. Ruxius, having studied closely under the old alchemist, while unable to perform magic or alchemy, had delved deeply into the knowledge of both. Thus, he not only quickly grasped the essence of the mechanical core, but also implemented many of his magical and alchemical concepts. He had integrated a unique magical circuit into the mechanical armor bestowed upon Raphael, allowing the condensed liquid to be vaporized and reused through the magical circuit, generating a distinctive protective barrier. As Raphael manipulated the mechanical armor, he was initially unaware of Ruxius's unique modifications. It was only during his fierce battle with Lucifer that he gradually discerned the armor's distinct attributes. The unique magical circuit not only ensured that Raphael could continuously cast spells, but also effectively harnessed the previously wasted steam. Unlike other heroic spirits, Raphael had previously experimented with the creator's mechanical armor during the age of divine myths, allowing him to adeptly wield the armor gifted by Ruxius. Upon discovering Ruxius's extraordinary magical circuit, he could not help but marvel. This inheritor of the creator is indeed remarkable, capable of crafting such a unique magical circuit. It seems he will undoubtedly replicate and even surpass the brilliance once achieved by the creator. With the aid of the unique magical circuit, Raphael grew ever more emboldened in battle, quickly gaining an overwhelming advantage. Under his relentless assault, Lucifer found himself retreating, forced to rely on the dark essence to shield himself from the encroaching holy flames surrounding Raphael. As Raphael regained the upper hand, pushing Lucifer further back, Michael's expression grew increasingly grave. A companion who had entered the sacred land alongside Lucifer, following the commands of the Father God and the Dark God. Michael was disinclined to witness Lucifer's potential defeat. After all, should Lucifer fall, Michael believed he could not withstand the ensuing battle alone, nor could he prevent Ruxius from claiming the sacred land at last. As Raphael mastered the utilization of the magical circuit, he employed the steam emitted from the armors seems to enhance the holy flames, igniting the surrounding dark essence engulfing Lucifer, stripped of the dark essence's protection. Lucifer was filled with dread and hastily swung his black blade to fend off Raphael. However, without the dark essence, Lucifer was utterly incapable of resisting the staff encased in holy flames wielded by Raphael. With a resounding bang, the golden staff struck the dark sword, hurtling directly towards Lucifer's chest. Simultaneously, Raphael's left hand gently waved, utilizing the pressure from his palm to unleash steam that bore the blazing holy flames, which he hurled towards Lucifer right after the staff. It was evident to all that Raphael intended to breach Lucifer's defenses with the staff, while simultaneously incinerating the fallen angel with the sacred fire. Should Raphael succeed, it was likely that even if Lucifer did not perish, he would be gravely injured and rendered incapable of further combat. However, just as Raphael's staff pierced through Lucifer's defenses and the ball of holy flame was released, a sudden beam of light descended from the heavens. A sanctified barrier materialized before Lucifer, intercepting both Raphael's staff and the ball of holy fire. Upon witnessing the emergence of the holy light barrier, Raphael refrained from continuing his assault and instead began to retreat slowly. Standing at a distance, he gazed at Lucifer and Michael, a sardonic smile gracing his face. Who would have thought that one day the sacred light would shield a devil in the darkness? Upon hearing Raphael's words, the beings within and beyond the valley of spirits all lifted their heads towards Lucifer and Michael, the scene before them undeniably ironic. Perhaps even the deities representing light and darkness had not anticipated such a paradoxical sight would ever come to pass. In response to Raphael's derision, Lucifer lowered his head in silence, or perhaps, as a vanquished being, he felt he had no face to respond. Michael, too, remained silent, for his actions had already contradicted the tenets espoused by the deities in the mortal realm. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, granting a temporary peace to the valley of spirits. After a lengthy pause, Lucius broke the stillness once more. As the saying goes, extremes lead to reversals. The opposite of light is darkness, and the opposite of darkness is light. When light reaches its zenith, it manifests as darkness, and likewise, the end of darkness shall be light. In truth, the father of the deities representing light and the god of darkness are merely two sides of the same coin. As he spoke, Lucius raised his hands, one palm radiating sunlight while the other harbored endless darkness. As Lucius demonstrated the interplay of light and darkness with his hands, both Michael and Lucifer's faces turned a ghastly pale. The profound truth that Lucius articulated was something even Lucifer and Michael had not comprehended before. Despite their former servitude to the Father God, they had never realized that the Father God and the God of darkness were, in fact, two facets of a singular entity. Gazing towards the sky, witnessing the incredulous expressions on Michael and Lucifer's faces, Lucius smiled and inquired, "What, do you not believe?" Lucifer, reflecting on his betrayal of the Father God and the myriad of torments he had endured in aligning with the God of darkness, found it hard to accept and roared, "Impossible! It cannot be. How can darkness and light possibly be one?" Despite Lucifer's fierce outburst, Lucius maintained an air of tranquility. He simply raised his head and addressed Raphael, saying, "Raphael, let them witness the reality." No sooner had Lucius's words left his lips than the holy flames enveloping Raphael instantly vanished, replaced by pitch-black infernos. In that moment, Raphael's previously vibrant life essence transitioned into a palpable aura of death. Before those present could recover from their shock, Raphael's essence shifted once more, as his form astonishingly bifurcated, embodying both the ethereal purity of an angel and the fallen depravity of a demon simultaneously. With Raphael's transformation, Lucius's voice resonated once more. Gods and demons are simply two heights attained when power reaches a certain pinnacle, transcending its limits. The other side of divinity is demonhood. Light and darkness are merely two distinct attributes of power. Lucius's elucidation stunned all present. Whether divine or mortal, those who followed the other three card kings felt immensely enlightened. Why? Why would you reveal the truth of power? After listening intently, Michael could no longer suppress his curiosity. In response to Michael's inquiry, Lucius smiled and replied, "The truth of power should not be held by any single individual. It is only when the truth is made known to a greater multitude of beings and guides them in exploring and implementing it that it can truly be deemed truth. This is the genuine purpose of the sanctum's existence. Indeed, you are just like the original creator. You seek to benefit others while disregarding your own well-being. Even if one day everything you possess is destroyed by what you have given to others, you remain unfazed." Michael's words plunged all present into contemplation, with nearly everyone internally agreeing with his assertion. In the next moment, however, Michael suddenly posed another question. "So, what exactly do you desire? What do you wish to achieve through your own hands?" Michael's question was piercing, directly probing Lucius's soul, attempting to fundamentally unravel the purity of Lucius's spirit, seeking to create a fissure in his presently unblemished heart. The Red Heart King, kneeling before the Valley of Spirits, felt a shiver at Michael's inquiry. He whispered to the nearby demon Godball, who would have thought that Michael, as the Archangel, would resort to such manipulative tactics, aiming to fundamentally taint Lucius's purity. It seems that darkness and light are indeed merely the struggles among the gods. Hearing the Red Heart King's words, Ball replied in a hushed tone, "The deities are ultimately toying with the hearts of mortals. Ball, if you were to intervene, do you have confidence in overcoming Michael and Lucifer?" Ball was evidently taken aback by the Red Heart King's question. He paused for a moment before carefully calculating, and then said, "My king, if they lack the Father God's assistance, I should be able to contend with them, with a fair chance of victory. However, if the Father God bestows them with support, I would be unable to confront them." The Red Heart King pondered for a moment. It appears that it is not yet prudent to engage in battle with the divine and demonic beings. Very well, let Lucius handle it. With that, The Red Heart King ascended upon his magic carpet, which enveloped both him and Ball, and as the carpet shrank, the Red Heart King and Ball vanished from the Valley of Spirits, observing their departure. Baluti's eyes reflected a hint of regret. Meanwhile, Lucius lifted his gaze, meeting Michael's incredulous stare, a smile perpetually gracing his countenance as he replied robustly to Michael's inquiry, "What do I desire? I desire for all to attain freedom." Chapter 67. The Crisis of Brenos outside the Misty Forest. Brenos still stood resolute at the border, yet the brilliance of the holy shield barrier left by Constantine had dimmed considerably. Outside the city, throngs of corrupted creatures surged forth from the misty forest, with small demons wielding crude wooden staffs, chanting incantations to hurl fireballs that relentlessly battered the sanctified shield protecting Brenos. Although the fireballs cast by the demon sorcerers posed no threat to Constantine's miraculous shield, the cacophony created by their collisions instigated a wave of panic within the city, causing Brenos to lose its former tranquility, with fear and oppression permeating its streets. Amidst the standoff between the city and the encroaching army, a flicker of red light shone at the entrance of the misty forest, heralding the emergence of two figures. Standing at the forest's edge, they gazed towards the city that was now besieged by the corrupted forces. Noticing the young Red Heart King's unease, Ball followed his gaze. Upon observing the city engulfed by the corrupted creatures, Ball quietly inquired, "My king, shall we intervene? If we act, perhaps the city can still be saved." After a moment of silence, the young Red Heart King coldly replied, "No need. That city has lost its God. Even if we intervene, it would merely be a temporary reprieve that I believe that God must have left them with a contingency plan. We need not meddle further. We have more pressing matters to attend to." Ball was taken aback for a moment, then softly responded, "My king, we have been trapped within the sanctum for nearly 3 years. If that city's God truly left a means of protection, they would not still be struggling at this point." Upon hearing Baal's words, the young Red Heart King raised his gaze to meet Baal's. As the ruler of wisdom, he understood that Ball was urging him to assist Brenos. However, precisely because he was the wise ruler, he firmly stated, "Ball, you remain too irrational. You must comprehend what we are truly meant to do. We have many enemies. Thus, we must be frugal in our use of each ounce of strength." At this, Ball finally grasped that the individual before him had truly internalized the essence of the Red Heart's wisdom. In that moment, through the other's eyes, Ball could deeply sense the power of wisdom. Realizing that the young ruler had now earned the title of Wise King, Ball nodded in simple acknowledgement. "My king, Ball understands." Arno's parents had always felt pride in his birth within Brenos, and Arno had not disappointed their expectations, successfully becoming a guardian of Brenos. Witnessing the deity that protected the city and receiving the divine's favor and blessings, Tio stand upon the walls of Brenos, safeguarding a city built by the gods, was a source of immense pride for Arno. However, that deity had departed 3 years prior, and 2 years ago, a multitude of demons surged forth from the misty forest. Under the onslaught of these demons, Arno and the other soldiers within the city fought with all their might to defend their home for a full 2 years. Although Brenos still stands tall, Arno and others can sense that the city now teeters on the brink of collapse, as if it could be breached at any moment by the demons lurking beyond its walls. The deity they trust and worship has yet to reappear. Whispers circulate among the townsfolk, suggesting that Brenos has been forsaken by this god. The demons are poised to return, threatening to annihilate the entire city, with no one inside able to escape. Yet Arno remains steadfast against such rumors. 3 years prior, he witnessed the rift emerging from the misty forest and saw the god intervene, halting the rift's insatiable appetite for Brenos. Later, he also witnessed the deity depart, racing into the depths of the misty forest through the very fissure that had threatened his home. Thus, Arno believes in his heart that one day, the god will emerge from the misty forest and return to Brenos. Each day during his watch, Arno stands at the battlements, gazing longingly towards the entrance of the misty forest, yearning to see the towering figure of the deity return to protect them. In recent days, the demons outside have launched relentless assaults, with lesser fiends hurling fireballs made of dried wood at Brenos. Fortunately, the barrier left by the divine presence has managed to fend off these fiery projectiles. However, the incessant bombardment has sown panic and chaos within the city, and more citizens begin to doubt whether the god will indeed return. Nevertheless, Arno remains unmoved by the malicious gossip. He firmly believes that the god will not abandon Brenos. Today, he ascends the city walls once more, standing at the parapet, peering towards the misty forest, hoping to catch a glimpse of the divine figure, and fervently praying for the god to return and cleanse the city of its demonic scourge. Restoring the peace of your Perhaps due to the efficacy of Arno's prayers, or perhaps a trick of his eyes, he perceives two silhouettes emerging from the misty forest. Upon seeing these figures halt before the woods, an expression of disbelief washes over Arno's face. He leans over the battlements, straining to discern their identities. Yet, to his dismay, those indistinct forms vanish from view. Alas, it has been 3 years. What could have transpired in the ruins of the sanctum? These corrupted creatures continue to pour forth from the misty forest, yet the ones who departed long ago remain absent. Could it be that the demons within the ruins have truly broken their seals? Are they poised to descend upon this land? A sudden voice beside him startles Arno, causing him to turn abruptly. He sees a figure clad in a gray wizard's cloak, and immediately recognizes the identity of this person. Quickly, he kneels on one knee, bowing respectfully. "Soldier Arno, at your service, Master Merlin." Merlin steps forward, extending a hand to help Arno rise, scrutinizing the young soldier. "Arno, I remember you. Back then, you were just a child. Who would have thought you've grown into such a sturdy young man?" In the presence of the god's most trusted confidant within Brenos, Arno feels a twinge of awkwardness. Observing Arno's discomfort, Merlin's furrowed brow softens into a smile. "Care to indulge this old man in a conversation?" "Ah," Arno stammers, momentarily taken aback, but soon recovers and nods. "Why, yes, of course." Sensing Arno's lingering nervousness, Merlin gently pats his shoulder, reassuring him. "There's no need to be anxious. It's just a casual chat." "Yes, Master Merlin." As he sees the smile on Merlin's face, Arno gradually relaxes. Merlin casts a spell that creates a barrier around them, then gazes in the direction Arno was previously looking. "Arno, did you see those two figures appear before the misty forest?" "Ah," Arno exclaims in surprise, staring at Merlin with wide eyes. Soon, he regains his composure, saying, "Master Merlin, you also saw those figures. Are they our god? Has the deity returned?" Witnessing the excitement and anticipation on Arno's face, Merlin hesitates for a moment before sighing. "No, they are not the king returned. They are likely other adventurers who have entered the ruins. However, their emergence indicates that the struggle within the ruins may be nearing its climax, yet the king has yet to show himself." Upon hearing Merlin's words, Arno stumbles back, trembling. Could it be? Has our god truly forsaken us? Merlin immediately refutes this notion. "No, the king would never abandon us. However, the perils within the ruins are formidable. The king may be entangled with a powerful foe or trapped and unable to escape. So, does that mean the god is in grave danger?" "But he is a deity." Before Arno can continue, Merlin smiles ruefully and says, "Child, even gods are not omnipotent, nor are they invincible. Your perspective is still limited. One day, when you stand upon higher ground and open your eyes, you will understand that gods are merely being stronger than ordinary men." Noticing Arno's bewildered expression, Merlin shakes his head with a smile. "All right, child, I have a question for you." Awakened by Merlin's prompt, Arno still feels somewhat disoriented as he replies, "Yes." "Master Merlin, what is your question?" "Child, if the king does not return, this city will not withstand the demon's onslaught. We now face two choices: to abandon this place and flee, or to remain and await the shattering of the barrier left by the king. Engaging in a desperate battle against the demons outside. What do you think we should choose?" Arno is taken aback by Merlin's words, jolting back to reality, incredulously gazing at Merlin. Once he confirms that Merlin is not jesting, Arno turns to survey the demonic army below, asking, "Master Merlin, if the god truly does not return, is it possible that we cannot defeat the demons outside?" Merlin, momentarily taken aback, finally responds, "Defeating them will be exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, without the protective barrier laid down by the king, even if we manage to vanquish the demons, we cannot guarantee the safety of everyone within the city. A bloody battle may yield victory, yet it will exact a heavy toll in lives lost." As Merlin's words sink in, Arno envisions a scene of carnage, where the blood-soaked streets of Brenos lie empty, with survivors kneeling amidst the corpses, searching for their lost kin, lovers, and comrades. The thought of such horrors constricts Arno's breath. Standing there in stunned silence, he suddenly clutches Merlin's cloak as if grasping at a lifeline, his face a mask of terror. "Master Merlin, please, save everyone." As Merlin descends from the battlements, his resolve solidifies. After enduring over 2 years in Brenos, the time has come to choose escape. This moment, a sense of sorrow fills Merlin's heart. He longs to stay and confront the demons surging from the misty forest. Yet, upon seeing the fear and helplessness in Arno's eyes, Merlin understands that Constantine's decision to flee is the right one, that they should not gamble with the lives of the city's inhabitants, pushing them towards a terrifying abyss, but rather shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding Brennos, protecting its ordinary souls. What? You intend to activate the magical array left by the king. You plan to relocate the entirety of Brennos. This cannot be. It amounts to choosing to evade and retreat. When Merlin conveys his decision to the others, those who follow Constantine are taken aback, particularly the staunch advocates for battle who vehemently oppose the idea. With one knight, Rake, stepping forward to voice his dissent. I oppose this. Even if it means fighting to the last soldier, we must battle the demons to the bitter end. We cannot choose to flee. Silence. Rake, have you forgotten the king's instructions before he departed? Do you truly believe that sacrificing the people of this city will enable us to triumph over the demons outside? Faced with Merlin's reproach, Rake's expression shifts through various shades, yet he ultimately refrains from offering a counterargument. However, the malice in his eyes betrays his unwillingness to yield to Merlin. Merlin observes Rake's defiance, but chooses not to confront it directly. Instead sighing, "We are the king's most trusted, and thus we must adhere to his directives and fulfill his wishes to the best of our abilities." With that, Merlin turns to the assembled mages. Instructing, "Very well, you must prepare at once to activate the magical array for relocation. The conflict within the ruins is likely approaching its climax, and we must complete the relocation of Brennos before more demons emerge from the misty forest." Seeing that Rake has not spoken up against the plan, no one else dares to voice dissent, and the mages promptly depart to make preparations. Once the mages leave, Rake, still seething with anger, storms away with his knights, leaving Merlin alone in the vast, empty council chamber. Chapter 68. The source of the divine. Standing in the desolate council chamber, Merlin's expression darkens as he turns to gaze at the throne high above. Unable to contain his thoughts, he murmurs to the empty seat, "Where are you? My king, do you not realize that your city and your people are facing an unprecedented choice? This burden has become almost too much for me to bear." Merlin. Suddenly, a resonant voice emanates from the throne. As he hears that soul-stirring call, a brilliant azure light descends from the ceiling of the council chamber, revealing a towering figure materializing upon the throne. Merlin, trembling with excitement, turned and strode towards the throne in the council chamber, bowing low as he knelt before the steps of the throne. "My king, have you finally returned? Does this mean? No, Merlin, I am not yet able to return. Therefore, I implore you to activate the teleportation array swiftly and lead the people of the city to safety." At these words, Merlin's expression abruptly shifted. He raised his head, tremblingly extending his hand, yet he could not touch the ethereal figure upon the throne, helplessly watching it dissipate, leaving only the voice of Constantine echoing in the chamber. "Merlin, chaos is imminent. Blennos is our last sanctuary. You must protect it for me. I beseech you." As the apparition on the throne vanished and the brilliant azure light illuminating the entire council chamber faded, silence reclaimed the space. Merlin remained knelt before the steps of the throne, staring vacantly at the now empty seat, as if the imposing figure still lingered there, gazing expectantly at him. Deep within, Merlin understood that the time for a momentous decision had indeed arrived. Otherwise, the king would not have projected himself, entrusting him with the guardianship of his last cherished city. The sorcerer knelt at the foot of the throne for what felt like an eternity before finally rising and turning to exit the chamber. Arno could hardly believe he encountered Merlin twice in a single day. Upon seeing Merlin again, Arno immediately sensed a profound shift in the sorcerer's demeanor. At this moment, Merlin seemed to have resolved upon a difficult decision. Locking eyes with the young soldier, Merlin's gaze conveyed unwavering determination as he softly inquired, "Arno, do you still believe in the deity of Blennos? Are you willing to give everything for it? Even your life to uphold its commands and defend its honor?" Upon hearing Merlin's probing question and witnessing the steadfastness in his eyes, Arno hesitated not for a moment. He knelt before Merlin, declaring, "I shall forever follow the path of the deity, defending its dignity until my last breath." At the young soldier's vow, a flicker of relief crossed Merlin's countenance. He placed a reassuring hand on Arno's shoulder, saying, "Very well, Arno. Today, on behalf of the king, I bestow upon you this core of fighting spirit, hoping you will forever remember the oath you've taken today and truly live by it." "What?" Arno was taken aback, astonished that his heartfelt, instinctive vow had garnered Merlin's favor. The core was a powerful emblem, a divine gift. Arno had once dreamed of earning a core of his own through valiant deeds. to transcend his current self and become one of those who stand at the pinnacle of power. Yet he had never anticipated such an opportunity would come so swiftly. As he beheld Merlin extend his palm, revealing a crystal-clear core pulsating with a subtle yet potent energy, Arno's capacity for thought momentarily evaporated. He reached out, cradling the weighty sphere of light, pressing it against his forehead, allowing the power within to surge forth, flooding his being and cleansing his essence. This core, left behind by Constantine, not only possessed the strength to rival a peak level 10 knight, but also encapsulated the vast insights and techniques of the divine Constantine. The myriad of knowledge, accompanied by a unique baptism, inundated Arno's body, rendering him momentarily overwhelmed. Fortunately, Arno was a soldier of exceptional caliber, both physically and mentally resilient. As the core began to harmonize with Arno, Merlin recognized that the baptism would require time, thus he waved his wand, casting a protective barrier around Arno. He then exited the young soldier's quarters, making his way toward the northeastern corner of Blanos. For Merlin, numerous tasks awaited. Bestowing the core upon Arno had long been his intention. That core, containing the essence of Constantine's cultivation, had been quietly entrusted to Merlin by Constantine before his departure. Merlin vividly recalled Constantine's words when he had received the core. Merlin, when I was but a child, I dreamed of becoming a powerful individual, capable of protecting everyone around me, to be a messenger of justice. Thus, I endeavored through arduous training to enhance my strength, inching my way towards the summit. However, upon attaining great power, I was intoxicated by it, forgetting my childhood dreams and the vows I once made under the bright starry sky. Betraying the Brotherhood is the greatest stain upon my life, no matter what I accomplish thereafter. I cannot atone for the error of my past, and why betrayal led to the persecution of my former brothers by the Church and the 6 divine temples, resulting in the Brotherhood's disintegration, forcing it into the shadows. Those brothers, I sent to the gallows with my own hands. My hands are forever tainted, and even transcending the divine rank cannot absolve me of my past sins. Now, I must go to that place where I gain my power, to prove myself to my former brothers. I, Constantine, have not forgotten the vows of old. I shall cleanse my hands of sin with my blood and life, and this core contains my insights after I depart. Help me find a worthy successor to whom I can entrust it, that I hope he can shoulder the burden I have left behind and become a guardian of life and a defender of justice. In truth, Merlin had understood long ago that Constantine was likely resolved to face death as he journeyed towards the Holy Domain. He was acutely aware of the horrors of the Holy Domain's fall, where the sealed deities and demons would erupt forth, bringing new bloodshed and chaos to the world. As a being who had transcended the divine rank, Constantine had already evaded once. That betrayal had nearly obliterated the once glorious Brotherhood and allowed the Church and the 6 divine temples to stand unchallenged. Now, all that remained of the Brotherhood surged toward the Holy Domain, seeking to harness their seemingly insignificant power to attempt to thwart the descent of the deities and demons, striving to carve out a sliver of hope for the beings of the earth. As the Brotherhood's betrayer, Constantine had to go. This was his final chance at redemption. A thunderous roar jolted Merlin from his reverie, followed by a brilliant blaze that shattered the night sky. Disrupting the tranquility of Blanos, Merlin furrowed his brow. He recognized the fire and tremors as omens of an impending assault by demons outside the city. A glance toward the northeastern corner revealed flickering magical lights. After a moment's contemplation, Merlin abandoned his plan to head to the northeastern array, opting instead to hasten towards the western city wall. The sinister glow illuminated the western half of Blanos, prompting the impoverished residents to emerge from their homes. Many gazed fearfully towards the malevolent flames on the city wall, some already kneeling in prayer to the clock tower at the city center, beseeching their deity to manifest. Merlin materialized atop the city walls. Observing the impish demons hurling fireballs below, a flicker of anger igniting within his eyes. With the imminent relocation of Blanos, he had not anticipated the corrupted creatures outside would dare to provoke the city at such a critical juncture. Upon noticing Merlin's presence, the captain of the soldiers rushed forward. Lord Merlin, what shall we do now? Should we send troops to quell the demon's arrogance? Merlin glanced at the captain, then turned his gaze back to the fireball-throwing imps outside the walls. After some thought, he replied, there is no need to engage. They cannot breach our defenses for the time being. If they draw closer, we may allow the archers to retaliate, but we must remain calm during this critical period and not recklessly venture outside. Humph. Remain calm? They have come to our very doorstep, and you still advocate for restraint. As Merlin's words hung in the air, he heard the mocking voice of Rake behind him. Merlin, do you lack courage or strength? recognizing Rake's familiar tone without needing to look. Merlin continued to gaze at the encroaching army of corrupted creatures. This is not the time for battle. We must prioritize our time wisely. Without further explanation, Merlin turned to leave, prompting Rake to feel humiliated and block his path, saying, "Wait, Merlin, are you leaving just like that? Have you considered that the king's honor must not be tarnished? Your submission will only diminish our standing and erode the people's faith in the king. And what do you propose we do?" Upon hearing Merlin's question, Rake momentarily faltered, but quickly regained his composure. Meeting Merlin's gaze with seriousness, he declared, "We should sally forth from the city, letting those filthy creatures outside know that Blanos's glory shall not be sullied." "Absolutely not. We must consider the bigger picture. The gates cannot be opened now." Merlin firmly rejected Rake's suggestion without any superfluous words. Rake glared at him in anger, roaring, "Merlin, do not think that just because the king is absent, you have the final say here. I have tolerated you for long enough. If you are too cowardly to fight, why do you prevent us from engaging?" Merlin stared at Rake, his icy gaze causing the latter to feel uneasy, prompting him to avert his eyes. After Rake actively averted his gaze, Merlin proceeded to walk towards the city wall, murmuring, "Humph, truly foolish." Although Merlin's voice was low, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone atop the city wall. Rake, upon hearing this, cast a furious glare at Merlin's retreating figure, his eyes blazing with rage, nearly succumbing to the impulse to pursue him and cleave him in twain with his broadsword. However, he ultimately suppressed his anger and impetuosity, gazing at Merlin's distant silhouette. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Rake's mouth, and a glimmer of excitement, born of a successful scheme, flickered in his eyes. Chapter 69. Chaotic Realm. Constantine remained oblivious to the immense peril facing the city he had devoted his life to safeguarding. Even if he were aware, he could not extricate himself, for upon entering the misty forest, he became ensnared in the fragmented dimensional space of the sanctum. The collapse of the laws sustaining the sanctum led to a series of ruptures within the layered dimensional spaces, which were cleaved into isolated fragments, scattered like stars throughout the misty forest. The intricate entanglement of these dimensional spaces resulted in some being tranquil and serene, while others lurked with danger. Numerous dimensional realms, lacking regulatory constraints, became fraught with perils. These realms, subjected to the pressure and collisions from other dimensions, formed insurmountable and terrifying predicaments. Among these were bizarre creatures spawned from the immense power of the laws contained within the sanctum, rendering those dimensional spaces akin to purgatory. To be ensnared within such realms felt like sinking into a mire or being trapped in a cage, where even a being of Constantine's divine tier could easily meet his demise if carelessly ensnared. Escaping such dire situations was no trivial matter. Now, confronted with the fiery eruptions gushing from the fissured earth and the fireballs descending from the heavens above, Constantine could only lament, "Alas, who would have thought my luck would be so wretched?" Although time within the dimensional space was chaotic and did not align with the outside world, as a being of divine rank, Constantine could still distinctly perceive that he had been ensnared in this fiery realm for 2 long years. Not far away, in a hellish pit, molten lava surged like a lake, flames roaring as they erupted. Each eruption birthed a magma beast, their strength formidable, nearly equivalent to the pinnacle of the saintly tier. Furthermore, the entirety of the spatial realm was suffused with fiery elements, granting these magma beasts an undeniable advantage. With a resounding pop, a magma beast emerged from the surging flames, entirely composed of fire elements, nourished by the overwhelming fiery essence surrounding it, growing into a colossal entity almost instantaneously as it lumbered forth from the magma vent. Observing the emergence of this magma beast, Constantine swiftly approached it. After a lengthy period of observation, he discerned a faint pattern, realizing that to escape the present dimensional space, he would likely need to procure the core of the magma beast, harnessing the primal chill emanating from it to successfully traverse the massive magma vent and flee this sweltering inferno. However, despite numerous attempts, Constantine found that while he could forcibly slay the magma beasts, the moment they fell, their cores would disintegrate as well. Gazing at the magma beast, still in the process of absorbing the surrounding fiery elements and not yet fully formed, Constantine unconsciously licked his parched lips, murmuring to himself, "This time, I must succeed." As the magma beast gradually emerged from the magma vent, its body swelled from the consumption of vast quantities of fire elements. Just as it seemed poised to fully exit the vent, the magma beast abruptly halted, plunging its hooves deep into the earth beneath the magma vent. tilting its head back to gulp down fire elements one last time, making a final effort to solidify its form. At that moment, hidden behind a massive stone, Constantine sprang into action. He understood that this was his sole opportunity to seize the core. Should he miss this chance, the core would bond with the magma beast. And even if he were to slay it afterward, obtaining an intact core would be nearly impossible. With a thunderous crash, Constantine shoved aside the massive stone and transformed into a brilliant star. Racing towards the magma beast that was greedily inhaling the fire elements. As the starlight flared, an arm of radiant light shot forth, plunging directly into the cavernous maw of the magma beast. Taking advantage of the fire elements being drawn into the beast, the starlit arm finally penetrated its body, making contact with the frigid core. However, just as Constantine intended to extract the core, the magma beast suddenly went into a frenzy. Its jaws snapped shut with tremendous force, utilizing the abundant fire elements in the space to sever Constantine's arm, which had been transformed by his divine power. Constantine's form re-emerged from the void. Staring in shock at the magma beast that had consumed his starry arm, unable to suppress a low curse, damnable creature. No sooner had he uttered these words than he witnessed a shocking scene. Before he could obliterate the magma beast with his divine power, he realized that the severed segment of his divine arm had gone haywire. The next moment, the magma beast that had devoured his starlit arm let out a thunderous roar, shaking the very foundations of the realm. As magma surged forth from the vent, cascading down upon the beast, which, nourished by the molten flow, grew to an unimaginable size in an instant. Constantine could only watch in disbelief as the formerly diminutive magma beast evolved into a towering lava giant. Spurred on by his own divine essence, in stunned silence, Constantine could not help but exclaim in anger, "Cursed be it! I've unwittingly allowed it to evolve into a lava giant." No sooner had the words left his lips than the lava giant seemed to notice him. Roaring menacingly before charging towards Constantine, its massive steps causing the very ground to tremble. Upon seeing this, Constantine's expression shifted dramatically. As a being who had ascended to divine rank, he could feel with clarity that the lava giant had become the sovereign of this realm, effortlessly manipulating the fire elements within, rendering him unable to contend with it. Despite his own divine status, with a grimace, Constantine turned and fled, desperate to escape the gaze of the lava giant. Yet, how could the lava giant permit his escape? With a mighty swing of its arm, it unleashed a deafening roar, causing the elements of fire to convulse, manifesting torrents of heavenly fire that rained down upon Constantine, with a surge of starlight. Constantine shattered the descending fireballs, breaking through the onslaught of fiery elements as he continued his frantic flight, cursing, "Damn it, that lava giant possesses the ability to manipulate the powers of this realm." In that moment, a pang of regret washed over Constantine. Had it not been for his earlier punch, the lava giant might not have evolved. This is madness. The sanctum is indeed fraught with peril. I cannot fathom how the original creator constructed this sanctum, allowing it to spawn such terrifying creatures even after its destruction. The shattered fragments of space have formed into these bizarre and dreadful hazards. Constantine was acutely aware that these fractured dimensional spaces of the crumbled sanctum might persist eternally. Even after the sanctum's complete annihilation, hidden within the fog-shrouded forest, they would become realms of terror. Many years hence, these places would still be a haven for adventurers seeking relics left behind by the obliterated sanctum or honing their skills amidst the dangers. With a resounding rumble, Constantine's thoughts were abruptly drawn back by the lava giant, which had quickly closed the distance between them. It seemed that the lava giant had begun to recognize the enhancement it had received from Constantine. Intent on completely obliterating him to seize his divine power and further augment its own might. With a fierce roar, Constantine erupted in a dazzling display of starlight. The starlight transformed into a radiant blade, cleaving through the fiery wall that sought to block him. Just as his starlight sword sliced through the wall of flames, the lava giant's massive, flame-ensconced hand descended from above. In that instant, Constantine's expression shifted in alarm. He had not anticipated that the lava giant possessed its own cunning. Using the wall of flames to force his starlight sword out of the way, Constantine exerted all his strength to break through the wall. The lava giant unleashed its own stratagem. With a resounding clash, Constantine raised his great sword to block the descending hand. Simultaneously, a question echoed in his mind. Damn it, has that lava giant gained intelligence? How else could it devise such a strategy to counter me? Though the lava giant's fiery hand was held at bay by the great sword, the molten rock continued to flow downwards along the blade. Even with Constantine's divine power exerted, He could not halt the relentless cascade of fiery essence. Watching the lava flow inexorably downward, a look of defiance flickered in Constantine's eyes. Cursed be it, I have yet to step into the sanctum. Have yet to meet those from the Brotherhood. Have yet to truly challenge the gods and demons. How can I be slain here by a mere lava giant? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to succumb. Is fate truly so cruel as to toy with me? With a crack, as if responding to Constantine's defiant outcry, a fissure suddenly tore open in the celestial dome of the dimensional space. As the rift widened, the heavens suddenly split open, unleashing a torrent of pitch-black seawater that cascaded down from above, thoroughly drenching the colossal lava beast below. Hiss! The frigid, dark waters extinguished the blazing flames that enveloped the lava giant in an instant. Wail! The creature let out a mournful cry, and in the next moment, its entire form solidified, transforming into a statue crafted from white stone. With great effort, Constantine surfaced from the depths of the sea, barely catching his breath when he heard a commotion nearby. Caw, caw, caw. I told you, if we just go downward, we could certainly breach the portal to the next dimensional space. Ha ha. Did we not escape from the oceanic realm? Upon hearing the familiar ruckus, Constantine's eyes lit up. He hurriedly ascended and flew towards the source of the sound, soon spotting a small wooden raft amidst the vast ocean, where three drenched figures stood. Constantine landed directly on the raft, nearly shattering it, and exclaimed excitedly, "Ha ha, Lou, I've finally found you." The trio consisted of none other than Lucius's father, Lou, along with the old alchemist Nestor and the one-eyed dragon. Upon seeing Constantine, the three displayed no surprise. Instead, they turned to gaze at the distant rift in the sky. Before Constantine could voice his confusion, he watched as a towering, deep blue sea monster tumbled through the fissure, resembling the previous lava beast. Damn it! It's the tidal Leviathan. With Constantine's furious roar, the quartet of old companions swiftly paddled their raft away from the approaching creature, racing towards the edge of the dimensional space. Chapter 70. Escape, haha. Is that not the great deity Blanos, Constantine? Now is your moment to showcase your divine might. Let us witness your prowess as you vanquish the audacious tidal Leviathan that dares to offend your divine majesty. At Lou's taunting words, Constantine's face flushed with embarrassment. After a brief silence, he replied, "Lou, you remain unchanged, always seizing the opportunity to make everyone uncomfortable." Lou, straining to paddle, chuckled without offering a retort. Observing his companion's silent paddling, Constantine was taken aback. He had initially intended to harness his own power to propel the raft forward more swiftly. However, when he attempted to wield his divine strength, he discovered that his abilities had inexplicably been restrained. After several attempts, Constantine realized that his power was indeed confined. At that moment, he was struck with astonishment and turned to survey the other three on the raft with a look of bewilderment. Before he could speak, Lou interjected, "Haha, Constantine, you've noticed, haven't you? Your power has been shackled. We cannot share in the blessings, but we are certainly experiencing the burdens together." What is going on? Just a moment ago, I could wield my power. At that point, Constantine suddenly recalled something, glaring at Lou in indignation. "I know. It was you. Your group breached the dimensional membrane and brought this restraining force upon us. Didn't you? Lou. You all. Stop. This restraining force is not something we brought," Lou retorted, rising to point towards the distant horizon. "If you don't believe me, look for yourself. Have you not observed how fragments of different dimensional spaces are continuously merging? As the number of merging fragments increases, so does the potency of the restraining force." Upon hearing this, Constantine turned to gaze into the distance and was immediately struck by the sight of previously sealed spaces manifesting cracks. As the fissures widened, their current dimensional space swiftly began merging with another. In that moment of convergence, Constantine could distinctly feel the weight of the shackles upon him intensifying. Did not the sacred realm already collapse? Why are these fragments of dimensional space reuniting? Both Nestor and the one-eyed dragon wore expressions of confusion, uncertain of what the merging of the dimensional spaces might signify. However, Lucius's father, Lou, squinted thoughtfully and mused. "Do you not recall the legend of the most sacred place within the sacred realm? A place untouched by any magic or external influences, filled with purity and sanctity. It is the true sanctuary of the sacred realm, where the spirits of those who followed its creator rest." Are you suggesting the resting place? Indeed. If you were the creator, where would you conceal your true treasures and legacies? Lou scanned the other three present with narrowed eyes. The trio fell into deep contemplation, and after a long pause, Nestor spoke. My king, do you mean to imply that the true legacy of the Creator resides in the resting place? That someone has obtained the Creator's legacy, prompting these shattered fragments of dimensional space to converge upon the resting place? Are they attempting to reconstruct the sacred realm? No, I do not believe so. Rather, I suspect that the inheritor of the Creator has entered the resting place but is yet to receive the legacy. Leading to the merging of the many shattered fragments of dimensional space, the one-eyed dragon offered a differing perspective, eliciting expressions of surprise from both Nestor and Constantine. What do you mean, one-eyed dragon? If no one has acquired the legacy of the resting place, why would these dimensional fragments merge? Nestor immediately challenged the one-eyed dragon's assertion. It is likely that the gods sealed by the Creator of the sacred realm are utilizing the reorganization of the sacred realm's dimensional space to breach the resting place. Seeking to enter that sacred domain and thwart the chosen inheritor from acquiring the treasures and legacies left by the Creator, Lu's words sent shockwaves through both Nestor and Constantine. The two were not dim-witted. They quickly regained their composure from the shock and stared at the furrowed brow of Lu. Now I understand. Those sealed divine beings of the sacred realm are attempting to reconstruct the fragmented sacred realm space by extracting the rules of dimensional space, searching for a path to the resting place. Constantine's thoughts raced, but then he was struck with alarm, exclaiming, "If that is the case, then the entire misty forest will be ensnared by the gods. Perhaps it is not just the misty forest, that Father God intends to bind everything in search of the resting place." What? Bind everything? Upon hearing Lu's declaration, Constantine's face turned pale as he murmured to himself, Then Blanos is surely doomed. I can only hope that Merlin and the others have activated the magic array, if the restraining power can expand and activate. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Seeing Constantine's demeanor, Lu chuckled. Ha ha. Who would have thought that the Stoic king would display such fears? Humph. You solitary souls cannot possibly comprehend the feelings of a ruler with a city full of subjects, Constantine retorted with a mix of shame and anger. But rather than inciting Lu's ire, it only prompted him to continue smiling. Constantine, there is no need to deceive yourself here. Your concern for Blanos is merely a desire to retain a fragment of your once glorious legacy. Regrettably, those divine beings are unlikely to grant you that chance. At Lu's words, Constantine abruptly stood up, a grave expression crossing his face as he declared, "No, we cannot simply sit idly by." Seeing Constantine's determination, Nestor gently counseled, "Constantine, do not let your mind wander aimlessly. We are overwhelmed as it is. Even if we wanted to rescue Blanos, our strength would be insufficient." However, Nestor's words did little to calm Constantine. He remained standing on the raft, his eyes reflecting a struggle as he gazed at the faintly visible restraining rules in the heavens, seemingly ready to retaliate against those constraints, yet ultimately lacking the confidence to act. Hesitating in indecision, observing that Nestor's words had failed to sway Constantine, Lu finally spoke, "Constantine, you should heed Nestor's advice. Tell me, do the mechanical devices the Brotherhood set up for Blanos still exist?" "Yes, the mechanical devices are still intact. However, after so many years without activation, can they still function?" Upon hearing this, the one-eyed dragon interjected, "What? Are you belittling the Brotherhood's methods?" "Humph. I tell you, those devices have been maintained by me over the years. You, Constantine, may be ungrateful, but we shall not act unjustly, especially when the beings sheltering in that city are innocent." "Good. That is reassuring. I have informed Merlin of how to activate those devices, if relocation proves impossible. I believe Merlin will activate those deeply buried mechanisms," Constantine declared. Just as he finished speaking, a roar erupted, and monstrous waves surged from behind, crashing towards the raft. The four on the raft were instantly filled with dread and, in the next moment, simultaneously seized their paddles, vigorously propelling the raft in a desperate attempt to escape the tidal wave's onslaught. However, bound by the restraining force, the four ultimately could not evade the deluge, and the surging waters descended from above, swiftly engulfing the small wooden raft. The tidal leviathan let out a roar, voraciously sucking in the seawater, seemingly intent on devouring the four restrained powerhouses. The four individuals were engulfed by the ocean. As if ensnared in a quagmire, under the formidable suction of the tidal behemoth, the seawater coalesced into a massive vortex, drawing them inexorably toward the creature's gaping maw. "Damn it!" Unable to contain himself amidst the swirling tide, Constantine exclaimed first, "Lu, can't you devise a plan? Are we truly destined to be devoured by that tidal behemoth?" Hearing Constantine's furious shout, Lu, while struggling, managed a bitter smile. "Constantine, do you think that if I had a solution at such a moment?" I would keep it to myself. You two can sense that our powers are restrained. What more can be done? The four of them struggled valiantly within the vortex, yet their confined strength rendered them unable to escape. Just as they were on the verge of being consumed by the swirling tide, a sudden roar echoed, and in the next instant, a massive obsidian rock creature emerged, striking the tidal behemoth's head with a resounding blow, shattering its skull and causing the vortex to dissipate. The appearance of the rock behemoth liberated Constantine and Lou, while the tidal behemoth quickly regained its form, roaring and swinging its colossal arms to engage the rock creature in combat. Seizing the opportunity, the four hastily fled. The old one-eyed dragon produced his prepared glider wings, distributing them among the group. With the aid of the wings, they soared into the sky, swiftly distancing themselves from the two elemental giants embroiled in battle. Heading toward the rift in the distant heavens to in a shattered dimensional space within the holy realm, a figure shimmering with golden, sacred light slowly crawled out from a vast pit, burdened by heavy metallic chains. As he ascended from the pit, the chains glimmered with magical runes, seemingly intent on restraining his escape. Surrounding the pit, several colossal mechanical devices whirred into frantic motion, pistons colliding violently, and gears spinning rapidly. Through the magical runes on the chains, an unending flow of energy emanated from the figure, powering the massive machinery. Hop, you have imprisoned me for so many years, sealing me with these rune-etched chains, siphoning my strength to sustain the operation of your holy realm. Now that your realm is in ruins, your former glory shall inevitably fade, and these chains shall no longer bind me. With a thunderous roar, the figure grasped the chains with both hands. If anyone were present, they would surely be filled with terror upon witnessing that the ends of the chains, which had ensnared him, were deeply embedded in his shoulder blades, piercing through the golden wings on his back. The runes on the chains, in conjunction with the whirring of the surrounding machinery, continuously drained immense energy from his body, with two resounding crashes. The chains embedded in his shoulder blades were ultimately shattered by the figure's sheer strength. The moment the chains broke, the colossal machines surrounding them ceased their operation, the pistons halted their frenzied collisions, and the gears stopped their rapid rotations. In an instant, the entire dimensional space fell into an unusual silence, save for the towering figure emerging from the pit, who lay at its edge, gasping heavily. Ha, I am finally free. Hop, did you ever imagine? Today, I have harnessed the elemental powers you used to construct your holy realm, successfully breaking your seal. Come forth, roaring elemental forces, and reunite the shattered dimensions. Let us discover the hidden resting place of the great creator. As the figure's words fell, fragments of the shattered dimensional space of the holy realm began to reassemble, piecing together under his overwhelming power. Simultaneously, the misty forest and the surrounding expanse of millions of miles were all ensnared by this formidable force. In the azure sky of the resting place, three beams of light alternated and collided with one another. Raphael, having acquired the mechanical core from Lucius, fought valiantly against Michael and Lucifer alone, showing no signs of faltering. Instead, he seemed to exert dominance over the two, leaving the onlookers below in a state of astonishment. Particularly, the captured angels, along with Phobos and Shooter leading their forces, were left aghast by Raphael's ferocity. It was well known that Michael and Lucifer, as the 12-winged archangels serving at the throne of the Father God, wielded powers far beyond that of ordinary divine beings. Together, with the forces of light and darkness, their combat prowess could only be suppressed by the Father himself, and yet now, they found themselves thwarted by Raphael alone. Furthermore, it appeared that neither Michael nor Lucifer was a match for Raphael. As the three battled in the sky, Lucius finally reached out to grasp the special dagger, though it felt somewhat heavy in his hand. It bore no chill, seeming distinct from other cold weapons. The dagger's surface was inscribed with intricate and unique runes, yet at first glance, it appeared remarkably unadorned. Young heir, do you possess the resolve? Upon hearing Caber's solemn words regarding the dagger entrusted to him, Lucius gazed at it intently, seemingly recalling the young creator of the holy realm from years past, who had made a pact with the laws of the world to secure a resting place for the heroic spirits that had sacrificed their lives to defend the holy realm. In that moment, the primal laws agreed to the young creator's bargain, solidifying the dagger from their essence. At this juncture, Lucius was not hesitating. Instead, he sought to quietly perceive the runes of the primal laws inscribed upon the dagger, yearning to unravel the mysteries embedded within the fundamental laws that sustain existence. Phobos raised his head, noticing Lucius clutching the dagger, and quickly alerted Michael and Lucifer, who were engaged in combat above. This is bad. He has obtained the dagger of rest. Phobos's warning immediately captured the attention of Michael and Lucifer. Both combatants turned their gazes downward, and upon seeing Lucius with the dagger, they simultaneously let out furious roars, unleashing their full power to drive Raphael away, then charging straight at Lucius. The two 12-winged angels, one clad in black and the other in white, exhibited an extraordinary synchronization. When the forces of light and darkness erupted together, even Raphael, who had fully mastered the mechanical core, could not impede their advance. As the converging powers of light and darkness surged toward Lucius, a figure suddenly burst forth from behind him. The figure calmly extended both hands, employing almost no power, yet managed to capture the black and white beams of light, thwarting the potent assault from Michael and Lucifer. With a mere squeeze of his palms, he shattered the two beams of light and devoured the primal energies they emitted, having consumed the attacking forces from Michael and Lucifer. The emerging figure disdainfully remarked, "Humph, I never expected that after all these years, even the deities of old have fallen, their powers becoming so muddled. No wonder light has allied with darkness. It seems their own strength is no longer sufficient to dominate this entire dimension." Upon recognizing the figure's visage, Michael and Lucifer's pupils constricted in shock. Almost in unison, they exclaimed, "Hero King, Gilgamesh." Upon hearing their identification, the heroic spirit standing before Lucius tilted his head back, a roguish smile gracing his features as he confidently stated, "Heh. Indeed, it seems the angels who serve at the side of the Father God still remember me." At this, Michael and Lucifer's expressions grew grave as they contemplated how to confront Gilgamesh. However, before the two 12-winged archangels could devise a strategy to defeat Gilgamesh, another figure emerged from the heroic spirits, wielding a spear that appeared almost divine, exuding a powerful aura. Recognizing the newcomer, Michael and Lucifer's brows furrowed even tighter. Michael gazed intently at the figure, stating, "I never imagined that Si Chulin would also be here. It seems you all intend to forsake the deities. Heh, what a pity that the Father God did not see through you back then, allowing your heroic spirits to exist. Michael, your words are somewhat misplaced. We did not fail to serve your Father God back then. Humph, without us, would you have been able to gather so much belief power?" As a resounding voice echoed, a remarkably handsome figure stepped forth from among the heroic spirits. Upon seeing this figure, Michael and Lucifer were even more astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. This time, it was Lucifer who identified the newcomer, the champion marquis, Huitzubing. Michael then realized, indeed, it was said that the creator of the Holy Realm once journeyed to the ancient eastern lands. It appears the rumors were true. I never expected that even the heroic spirits of the ancient East could be summoned to this resting place. With the emergence of Gilgamesh, Si Chulin, and Huitzubing, alongside Raphael hovering above, Michael and Lucifer exchanged wry smiles, fully aware that breaking through the formidable defense of four powerful heroic spirits to prevent Lucius from wielding the dagger seemed nearly impossible. In this moment, as powerful beings standing before the throne of their divine Father, the two formidable 12-winged angels felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, confronted by four illustrious and mighty heroic spirits. They found themselves nearly unable to break through, let alone prevent Lucius. The stalemate ensued. Yet Michael and Lucifer understood in their hearts that they would ultimately be the vanquished, for they could not thwart Lucius. The realm of rest yearned to return to its previous tranquility, and neither side made a move. The gathered populace before the Valley of Heroes remained silent, acutely aware that the situation had been entirely seized by Lucius. The struggles of Michael and Lucifer had become almost meaningless. To everyone's astonishment, Lucius did not hasten to wield the dagger. Grasping it tightly, he appeared to be waiting for something, gazing upwards toward the distant sky. His profound gaze seemed to pierce through the realm of rest, transcending layers upon layers of dimensional space, ultimately descending upon a city at the edge of the misty forest. The melodious chimes of bells resonated throughout the city of Blanos. And alongside the ringing, Merlin's voice echoed across the expanse, "Residents of Blanos, I implore you to return to your homes immediately. We shall soon activate the magic circle left by the king to fend off the demons outside the city. Rest assured, we will protect the city." Dong, 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 the harmonious bells rang out, and those who heard Merlin's proclamation began to hasten homeward. For the inhabitants of Blanos, the king who had built their city was akin to a god, now that the king's adherent had spoken. They harbored no dissent, swiftly retreating to their abodes, hopeful that their trusted deity would bestow upon them miracles once more. Rakes stood atop the city walls, gazing at the gathering of corrupted creatures beyond the gates. Hearing Merlin's voice resonating throughout the city, a slight smile crept onto his lips, revealing a somewhat sinister grin as he murmured, "Merlin, do not blame me. Blanos is the gateway to the entire Western realm, should you succeed in relocating the city. My interests in the West would suffer greatly. I have no desire to feed all that I have painstakingly built to these demons." Unbeknownst to Merlin, standing atop the clock tower, as he entrusted the core of Constantine to Arno, Rake led his loyal knights into a magic circle within the city of Blanos, slaying the mages who maintained the circle and were prepared to activate it, thus destroying the magic circle. As Rake had articulated, for the sake of his amassed wealth, he could not allow Blanos to be relocated, for if Blanos were to vanish, the properties he had secretly acquired in the West would become fodder for the creatures surging forth from the misty forest, destined to be obliterated by them. At this moment, Rake was no longer the loyal knight devoted to Constantine. He had been entirely blinded by his own selfishness, even willing to sacrifice millions of lives within Blanos merely to safeguard his modest holdings. Merlin, standing at the pinnacle of the clock tower, surveyed the now silent streets below. Through the emblem given to him by Constantine before his departure, Merlin could distinctly sense the collective will of the entire city of Blanos converging, flowing into the emblem resting in his palm. This emblem, once it concentrated the wishes of all, would become the vital force to activate the relocation magic circle. Merlin was unaware of where Constantine had obtained this emblem, nor did he know who had originally laid the wondrous relocation magic circle for Constantine. Upon observing the intricate magical machinery embedded deep beneath Blanos, Merlin's mind nearly ceased to function, filled only with awe at the prowess of the individual capable of crafting such a remarkable contraption. Simultaneously marveling at the extraordinary fusion of machinery and magic, as he moved to the opposite side of the transparent glass clock face, he caught sight of Rake's figure atop the western city walls. Merlin could not help but mutter to himself, "Rake, do you truly believe that your clandestine accumulation of wealth can escape the king's watchful gaze? Little did the king and I anticipate that you would ultimately betray him for such trivial possessions." With that, Merlin withdrew his gaze from Rake, placing the emblem in a small compartment atop the massive gears of the clock tower. After stepping back a couple of paces, he began to recite the incantation left to him by Constantine. Chapter 72. Dear Father God, please. As the intricate and tongue-twisting incantation flowed from Merlin's lips, golden magical characters swirled throughout the clock tower, ultimately merging into the central mechanical axis. Creak, creak, the gears of the mechanical axis began to rotate swiftly, with magical patterns and inscriptions emerging upon each gear. The brilliance of the magical patterns and inscriptions intertwined, radiating a dazzling light that enveloped the entire clock tower and expanded outward, soon casting its glow over all of Blanos. Standing upon the city walls, Rake gazed towards the shimmering clock tower, yet within him, thoughts churned. Do not blame me. I am compelled by circumstance. Throughout the city, the prearranged magic circles were activated under the guidance of numerous mages. In no time, the radiance of the activated magic circles combined with the illumination enveloping Blanos, the tremendous surge of magical energy filled the city, transforming Blanos into a veritable holy city, with streets and buildings wrapped in the magical elements wafting through the air. However, in the northeastern corner of Blanos, a shadowy gloom prevailed, devoid of any magical luster, as the light there failed to respond. From his vantage atop the towering clock tower, Merlin naturally observed everything within the city. Upon noticing the dimness in the northeastern corner of Blanos, a hint of sorrow crept into his gaze. He understood all too well what that darkness signified. The magic circle there had been compromised. Reflecting on Rake, who stood upon the western city wall, Merlin sighed and murmured, "Rake, I never imagined you would go so far as to destroy the king's final hope for your own selfish desires." In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Merlin approached the central mechanical axis of the clock tower and pressed the button upon it. Shortly after Merlin's action, the gears of the mechanical axis gradually ceased their rotation, pausing momentarily before reversing direction entirely. Creak, creak. As the gears spun rapidly, the radiance enveloping all of Blanos vanished. Even the divine shield left by Constantine to protect the city dimmed further, observing the fading light from the protective shield over the city from the western walls. Rake realized he had succeeded. He had successfully obstructed the relocation of Blanos. However, before a smile could fully blossom on his face, a deafening rumble erupted from beneath the city. Almost instantaneously, the entire city trembled. and those standing on the walls felt the ground beneath them begin to rise slowly, as if the city were lifting off the earth. Rake dashed to the edge of the wall, leaning over the parapet to gaze downward, witnessing the entire city seemingly ascend from the ground. Behind him, the soldiers guarding the wall exclaimed in alarm, "Look! Look! The clock tower is vanishing. The entire city is slowly disappearing. What on earth is happening?" Upon hearing the soldiers' cries, Rake swiftly turned his gaze toward the city. He immediately spotted the clock tower at its center, gradually sinking into the void, while the eastern section of the city also began to fade away. The unfolding scene filled Rake with dread, and leaning against the parapet, he muttered in disbelief, "How could this be? How could this happen? I clearly destroyed the magic circle. Why is the relocation magic still being activated?" Then, a terrifying thought struck Rake. If Blanos were to be relocated, the properties he had acquired in the West would undoubtedly face the grim fate of being consumed by the creatures surging forth from the misty forest. Especially since he had previously sent his wife and children away from the city to the estates he owned in the Western continent, intending to use Blanos as a barrier against the creatures, ensuring his family could live safely and peacefully within his holdings. "No, no, we cannot leave. We must not leave." As he witnessed half of the city gradually disappearing into the void, Rake could no longer suppress his cries. Desperate to halt the relocation, he envisioned the horrifying sight of the myriad creatures emerging from the misty forest, rushing towards his estates after Blanos vanished without a trace, without a moment's hesitation. Rake hastened toward the staircase leading down from the city walls. Yet, before he could reach the steps, several mages soared into the air and cast spells to bind Rake upon the walls, simultaneously blocking the knights following Rake. Upon seeing the mages that had ensnared him, Rake couldn't help but snarl with a bitter smile. "Heh, it seems Merlin has long since made arrangements that I never expected that after following the king for so many years, I would still be deemed untrustworthy. Constantine has evidently been wary of us all along." Among the mages restraining Rake stepped forth an elderly sorcerer, who, with a pained expression, regarded Rake and lamented, "I never imagined that Rake, who had followed the king for so long, would betray us." "Heh, Victor, there is no need for you to feign such sorrow. Everyone has their own desires. I have done much for Constantine. I have done my due diligence. Moreover, I do not wish to abandon Blanos. I merely desire to face those demons honorably, even if it means death, rather than fleeing, as I am now." Upon hearing Rake's lofty declarations, the venerable sorcerer Victor sighed and remarked, "Rake, if you truly wish to coexist with Blanos, why then do you send your wife and children away?" After a brief pause, Victor continued, "Ultimately, you cannot relinquish your possessions. You intend to use Blanos as the bastion for your own enterprises." "Indeed, you are correct. I desire to safeguard my holdings," Rake replied, straining against the sorcerer's bindings, as if attempting to break free. However, after a moment of futile struggle, he remained ensnared, observing Rake's desperate attempts to escape. Victor sighed, "Do not waste your energy. It is impossible for you to break free from your confinement." At these words, Rake's visage twisted into a more menacing grimace, and he bellowed, "What wrong have I committed? I merely seek to protect my possessions. Who in this world acts solely for the common good? If Constantine were devoid of selfishness, why would he need to set up a teleportation array within the city? How can you speak thus of the king? His actions are solely for the protection of the beings residing within the city, safeguarding those who seek his refuge, far beyond the comprehension of a self-serving wretch like you. For the sake of protecting the city's inhabitants? Why should he care for them, if not to preserve a portion of his own legacy? Ultimately, this is his personal utopia, where he reigns as a god and master of all. The denizens of the city will worship him. Is he not merely amassing the faith and will of the populace for his own benefit?" Upon hearing Rake's furious words, Victor and the others were filled with dread, in the hearts of most within Blanos. Constantine was their deity, a protector worthy of their veneration, yet now Rake's words cast a shadow upon that faith, creating fissures of doubt. Although Victor quickly reproached Rake, stating, "Rake, do you even comprehend the gravity of your words? In pursuit of your own desires, you intend to doom all of Blanos, and yet you dare to malign the king. You have truly become blinded by your greed." Yet, even within Victor's heart, a twinge of doubt regarding Constantine's divinity began to take root. Just as the faith in Constantine was fracturing within the city, a radiant light descended from the heavens, restraining the city, which was on the brink of vanishing into the void. Simultaneously, A voice resonated in every ear. Heh. Do you feel panic and fear? Do you doubt your deity? Then step outside your doors, venture forth, and behold what your God has bestowed upon you. Under the temptation of that ghostly figure, the cracks in the belief of Constantine swiftly spread throughout the city, growing ever larger. Finally, someone pushed open their door and stepped outside. The very moment the first door was opened, Merlin watched in astonishment as the rapidly spinning clock tower mechanism came to an abrupt halt. Blacenose, on the verge of slipping into the void, was forcefully pulled back into reality by the opening of that door. With a resounding rumble, Blacenose returned to its original location, as if nothing had changed and the entire city had remained unmoved. Witnessing the city restored, the expressions of those atop the city walls shifted dramatically, yet Rake laughed triumphantly, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Indeed, we cannot leave. Constantine's schemes have ultimately come to naught. We shall all confront those demons and perish alongside Constantine's downfall." Deep within the realm of rest, Lucius observed the unfolding events of Blacenose through the veil of space. Upon witnessing the opening of that door and the collapse of Constantine's gathered faith, the failure of the city's relocation, he could not help but grip the blade of rest and emit a resigned sigh, imbued with his helplessness towards fate. However, Lucius felt no sorrow for Constantine's failure, for the latter had exploited the trust of the beings. It had not genuinely bestowed any protection upon those who believed in him. Failure had long been predetermined. A colossal darkness descended from above, enveloping the entirety of Blacenose. The shield left behind by Constantine, meant to protect Blacenose, had become so thin that it resembled mere parchment, easily blown away by a gentle breeze. Outside the city, the corrupted monstrosities gathered, their eyes glinting with malice, seemingly poised to concentrate their forces and shatter that final layer of protection. Storming into the walls that had long impeded their advance, determined to obliterate all within and quell their simmering wrath with destruction and bloodshed. From the blackened firmament, a gigantic hand descended, appearing intent on delivering a final blow to the divine shield. Merlin, atop the clock tower, turned pale, gazing at the darkened sky with a bitter smile, murmuring, "My king, Merlin is powerless, having failed your trust. Now, without strength, I fear I cannot protect this city, yet as long as I draw breath, I shall never yield." As the enormous hand was poised to strike, Lucius finally acted. He raised the blade of rest and sliced through the air, instantly cleaving the heavy layers of space and opening a passage to the realm of rest. Thereafter, Lucius called out to the distant heavens, "Esteemed Father God, please." Chapter 73. Invoking the divine, all gazed towards the rift in the heavens. Even those yet to enter the realm of rest could clearly see the dire crisis facing Blacenose through the layers of torn space. The hand that sought to rend asunder Blacenose's divine shield halted in midair, suspended. That a voice resonated through the layered void. "So you are the heir of hope? I never imagined it would be a child. It seems hope's judgment and selection leaves much to be desired. I am curious. You would open the portal for me without fear of annihilation." Upon hearing the voice from the firmament, the beings gathered in the realm of rest were astounded. Yet Lucius smiled and replied, "Fear, of course, I fear. You are the father of the gods. Whatever you wish to destroy could be accomplished with a mere gesture. What if I am afraid? Shall I remain forever cowering in the realm of rest?" Before the father god could respond, Lucius continued, "Moreover, you have caused such a commotion. Is it not for the sake of entering the realm of rest? Young one, you are indeed reminiscent of hope. Your confidence is quite vexatious." "Ha ha. Thank you for the compliment, Father God." You, Lucius' unabashed pride further incensed the father god above, who retorted, "Humph. Your audacity surpasses even that of hope. Alas, you have yet to mature. Confidence without sufficient ability is mere arrogance." As he spoke, the hovering hand once more stretched towards the city of Blacenose. No, as the hand reached for the divine shield protecting Blacenose, Constantine, trapped within the plains, let out a furious roar, forcibly burning his own vitality to break free from his bindings. He traversed the layers of planar space, striving to thwart the descending hand. Observing Constantine's impatience, the old one-eyed dragon instinctively reached out to intervene, but Nestor halted him, saying, "You old fool, are you courting death? That is the father of the gods. Should he discover us, it would not only cost us our lives, but also jeopardize Lucius." Although Nestor restrained him, the old one-eyed dragon still turned to Lucius, asking, "My king, shall we not intervene? We cannot act. The might of the father of the gods is beyond our capability to resist." Lucius' words rendered the old one-eyed dragon silent. Gazing through the layers of space at the descending hand above Blacenose, He understood the truth of Lucius' statement. They lacked the power to contend with the father god's might. At that moment, it was not that they were unwilling to act, but rather that they were utterly powerless. Stop, accompanied by a thunderous roar that split the skies, as the gigantic hand was poised to tear apart the divine shield of Blasnos. Constantine broke through the layers of space, stepping forward to block the descending hand. Simultaneously, he unleashed his divine might, providing renewed protection to all of Blasnos, even slaying numerous monstrosities beyond the city with his divine power. A brilliant radiance emanated from him, illuminating every corner of Blasnos, bestowing peace and hope upon it. However, from above, the disdainful voice of the Father God shattered the myth surrounding Constantine. Humph, a mere spark of light. Do you presume to call yourself a god? Do you think you can obstruct me and safeguard your city? In the face of the Father God's derisive taunts, Constantine's former courage faltered, and he willingly capitulated, addressing the Father God. Great Father God, I beseech you, spare my city. Constantine chose to lower his head, to submit to the overwhelming power of the Father God above, for at that moment, his sole desire was to protect Blasnos, to safeguard the last bastion of peace born from his life's devotion. Witnessing Constantine's supplication, the hand from the heavens once more paused. Young one, do you believe I should grant Constantine's request? Acquiring a divine servant could indeed be a lucrative bargain. Hearing the Father God's inquiry directed at him, Lucius lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he raised his gaze and countered, Will you spare the lives of those within the city? Naturally, their faith shall rest in my hands, that I shall show mercy to those who believe in me, and I shall forgive those who do not. As the Father of the gods, I am enlightened. Upon hearing the words of the Father God, Lucius inquired further, If that is the case, why do you not eradicate the monsters beyond the city walls? Eradicate the monsters beyond the city walls. The Father God appeared visibly startled, yet soon chuckled, saying, Little one, you do not understand. Fate is impartial. They must pay an equivalent price to obtain what they desire. How could I easily intervene? This is a trial set forth by fate. Fate, trial, Father God. How can you, hailing from other planes of existence, dictate their destinies? Upon Lucius revealing their origins, the faces of Michael and Lucifer from the land of rest darkened somewhat. However, the Father God, shrouded in clouds, seemed unfazed, instead bursting into laughter. Little one, I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. Indeed, we come from beyond, but our arrival in this realm has bestowed upon you the gift of magical civilization. Since your civilization originates from us, we are the creators of this land. Do we not hold the right to govern your fates? Lucius responded with a smile. And once one seizes control, does that mean they will toy with the fates of others? Naturally. As he spoke, the clouds above parted, revealing a magnificent figure with golden wings, devoid of clothing, muscular and perfect, every sinew exemplifying flawlessness, a physique unmarred by any blemish, akin to a masterpiece of art. Yet, at that moment, the skies above Blasnos grew murky, and the inhabitants of the city remained oblivious to the figure above the clouds. That a visage of paternal authority and kindness appeared before Constantine. The gentle smile upon the figure's face evoked in Constantine an ineffable warmth, reminiscent of his own father, stirring an impulse within him to kneel and weep before this being. In the next instant, the benevolent Father God gestured towards the void beside him, causing a rift to tear open in space. Within the fissure blazed an inferno, faces twisted in agony under the consuming flames. Upon witnessing the horrific scene within the rift, even Constantine, a being of divine rank, paled and stumbled back, fearful of being engulfed by that terrifying tear. The Father God gazed at the terrified Constantine and said, Constantine, since you wish to pledge allegiance to me, step inside and prove your heart with the fires of hell. Demonstrate that you have chosen me. Staring into the terrifying depths of the rift, Constantine found himself engulfed in hesitation. Observing his indecision, the Father God maintained his benevolent demeanor, smiling as he said, What is this? Are you afraid? There is nothing to fear. This is merely a test of your loyalty, a trial to hone your spirit. Did you not choose to align with the gods? Then enter. Constantine, do not go in. You must understand, once you step inside, there is no turning back. That he cannot destroy your city, even if he tears away your protection. He cannot directly annihilate Blasnos. Just as Constantine was on the verge of stepping into the rift, Lucius' father intervened. Lucius soared upwards, breaking free from the confines of space, attempting to rush to Constantine's side to dissuade him from heeding the Father God's words and entering that fiery abyss. However, the Father God waved his hand, instantly sealing the space in layers, trapping Lucius within. Watching Lucius attempt to stop Constantine, the Father God reflected for a moment, saying, "Ah, I remember now. You are that lad from the East, known as Lu, possessing remarkable Eastern mechanical prowess. That it seems you are a descendant of the Clover family that fled to the East." Lucius' father paid no heed to the Father God's words, stopping to gaze at Constantine. "Constantine, you must come to your senses." Yet, Lucius' words failed to rouse Constantine the moment he chose to submit to the Father God. He lost all courage, forfeiting his chance for self-determination. Now he found himself with no options. His soul had long been ensnared by the Father of the Gods. Unable to escape the clutches of fate, if he did not step into the rift, death was his only fate. Just as he was about to enter the rift, Lucius suddenly asked, "Mr. Constantine, do you fear death?" Lucius spoke, attempting to awaken Constantine, encouraging him to reconsider. However, after a moment of silence, Constantine replied, "I am truly afraid of death." Alas, hearing Constantine's response, Lucius could not help but sigh, fully aware that Constantine had become irrevocably ensnared. Utterly lost to himself, and Constantine understood this as well. Thus, he hesitated no longer and stepped into the infernal chasm. As Constantine sank into the fiery abyss, the benevolence on the Father God's face vanished, replaced by a sinister grin. "Ha ha ha, little one, do you see? This is the mastery of fate. Even though he has transcended to divine rank with his own divinity, he ultimately cannot escape the shackles of destiny. But he has attained what he desires. Can you not acquire what you wish for? Me, as the Father of the Gods, how could I not obtain what I desire?" The Father God responded with a confidence bordering on arrogance. "I shall descend upon this land anew, becoming the sovereign of this entire realm. One day, I will return to the plane that exiled me and reclaim what is rightfully mine. That I will conquer powerful cosmic planes, emerging as the true ruler." After hearing the Father God's declarations, Lucius once again swung the blade of rest in hand. Seeing this, Kabul, standing behind him, could not help but quietly advise, "Heir, you must understand, the blade of rest can only be wielded 3 times. You have already used it twice. Is this truly worth it?" Lucius replied with a smile, "It is of no concern." He then addressed the Father God, "Since you have made up your mind, then come. I await you in this land of rest." Are you inviting me into a trap? Alas, you lack the strength. Even if you do not invite me, I will enter. I will show you that even with the blade of rest, you ultimately cannot alter the outcome of defeat and destruction. The Father God seemed to discern Lucius' intentions and schemes, wearing a disdainful smile as he stepped forward along the spatial passage opened by the blade of rest, heading directly toward the pristine land of rest. Chapter 74. Defending the city. As the Father God stepped into the land of rest, Lucius' father, Lu, along with Nestor and the old one-eyed dragon, also intended to enter. However, before they could move, an eerie spatial confinement suddenly enveloped them. In the next moment, the 3 were transported to the city of Blanos. While the Dragon Spring Tavern and the Dark Elves, previously in the land of rest, were also brought to the city, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed as to why they had been brought to Blanos. Just as confusion reigned in their hearts, Number 1 and Number 2 led the mechanized beings to descend, with Number 1 respectfully bowing to Lu, saying, "Your Highness Lucius, I have been instructed to inform you to lead everyone in defending Blanos until the inhabitants have safely evacuated. His Highness will join you once he has concluded matters in the sacred domain." What? Upon hearing Number 1's message, everyone present was taken aback. That Du Lingyang, in particular, fumed, exclaiming, "That insufferable brat! Is he planning to confront that so-called Father God? Does he not realize that the fellow claims to be the Father of the Gods, standing at the pinnacle of magical civilization? How can he possibly contend with him?" In contrast, Lucius' father, Lu, remained calm, scrutinizing Number 1 and the other mechanized beings, saying, "Very well, let us prepare for battle." Upon hearing Lu's words, Du Lingyang rushed up to him, grabbing his collar and shouting, "Hey, are you even a man? That brat is your son, isn't he? Why are you not the least bit concerned? How can you think about preparing for battle? We should be figuring out how to return." Witnessing Du Lingyang seize Lu's collar and boldly question him, Nestor felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade her. "Hey, Du Lingyang, please calm down. Since Lucius has chosen to have us leave, He must have his own reasons. Besides, you should listen to what the king has to say." After hearing Nestor's persuasion, Dulinyang finally released her grip. Shoving Lu aside, Lu rubbed his neck, which had been constricted, chuckling. "Hee, Dulinyang, I did not expect your temper to remain unchanged after all these years. That it has been so long since we last met. The little girl of the past has now blossomed into a mature woman, even more captivating. But I hope you are not harboring feelings for my son, as you are quite a bit older than him." In response, Dulinyang retorted, "Get lost. Stop talking nonsense." The audacity of Dulinyang left those present in stunned silence. Even if they were unaware that Lu was Lucius' father, it was evident from his demeanor that he possessed considerable strength, at least surpassing Dulinyang. Yet despite this, Dulinyang dared to confront him and even refer to herself as old lady. As Dulinyang's fury escalated, Lu also ceased his frivolous demeanor. With a grave expression, he swept his gaze over the assembly and said, "At present, we are unable to assist Lucius. Since he has inherited the Creator's legacy, he need not fear the Father God. Moreover, in the land of rest, the Father God cannot harm him. Instead, the creatures emerging from the misty forest pose a significant threat. Thus, safeguarding Blanos has become an urgent priority. But even if we must defend Blanos, there is no need to send us all out, is there?" Caroline timely voiced her inner doubts. Upon hearing this, Lucius turned to assess Caroline, and only when he saw her shyly lower her head did he chuckle and say, "He actually wishes to protect us. After all, we are not yet qualified or strong enough to contend with the Father God. Does he possess that strength?" In response to the doubts lingering in the minds of the assembly, Lucius replied with a light-hearted smile, "Of course, let us not forget, he is the heir, with the entirety of the holy domain at his back." However, Lucius's expression soon turned serious again. "Yet, the burden we bear is not light. The corrupted creatures surging forth from the misty forest are formidable foes. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. Even if we possess individual strength, the sheer number of monsters outside the city still necessitates careful planning. What is there to plan? No matter how many creatures there are outside, should we really fear them?" Dulinyang's defiant words had barely left her lips when a voice interjected, "No, we must indeed strategize. The creatures are not merely numerous. Powerful monsters are also emerging from the misty forest." At this, everyone turned to see Merlin leading a group of mages who had already encircled them. Upon witnessing the mages' encirclement, Dulinyang reacted swiftly, darting to Merlin's side and drawing her curved blade, pressing it against his throat. "Merlin, make them clear out at once." Feeling the cold blade against his neck, Merlin halted the advance of Arno, who had come with him, and smiled at Dulinyang, saying, "Please, do not be alarmed. We mean no harm. We have come to propose an alliance, to jointly fend off the creatures outside and facilitate the evacuation of the townsfolk." Upon hearing Merlin's words, Dulinyang slowly lowered her blade from his throat. Merlin let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward to bow before Lucius, saying, "I greet Prince Lucius. Might I inquire if you have any news of our king? Is there any hope of him emerging from the abyss of purgatory?" Lucius, upon hearing this, shook his head with a hint of helplessness. "I do not know." His words caused the expressions of Merlin and the others loyal to Constantine to darken, and the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. After a moment, Dulinyang broke the silence with a swift motion of her blade. "Enough of this lamenting. We must organize the evacuation of the townsfolk at once. If we delay further, once a leader-class monster appears, it will be exceedingly difficult to avoid casualties." Dulinyang's words seemed to awaken Merlin. Yes, you are right, Dulinyang, that we must act quickly to facilitate the evacuation." Noticing that Merlin had suppressed his sorrow, Lucius refrained from saying more and surveyed the assembly to assign tasks. "Here is the plan. Merlin, you shall lead the effort to organize the townsfolk's retreat. Dulinyang, you and your group will first hold the fort at the city walls against the monsters outside. And once Merlin has arranged for the evacuation, we will provide you with support." To everyone's surprise, Dulinyang did not voice any objections this time. Instead, she took the lead, guiding the members of the Longquan Tavern, including several talented individuals from the temple, directly toward the city walls. Observing this, the elder of the night elves turned to Mades and said, "Mades, take the warriors of our clan and follow them." Mades nodded in agreement, selecting the night elf warriors and swiftly pursuing the direction where Dulinyang had gone. Seeing that the Longquan Tavern and the night elves had already set off, Merlin turned to Arno beside him and said, "Arno, Having just fused with the king's source core, you need combat experience to adapt. Take your people with you. I hope you do not disappoint the king's expectations and grow swiftly in battle. Having fused with the divine source core, Arno appeared composed, responding with a single affirmation before turning to lead the forces he had seized from Rake toward the western city gate. Watching Arno's departing figure, Lucius turned to Merlin and asked, "Did you give him the source core left by Constantine?" "Yes," Merlin replied respectfully. "Since the king entrusted the source core to me, I must diligently seek a suitable successor for him." Hearing this, Lucius chuckled. Although Constantine has never impressed me, the loyalty of a devoted subordinate like you truly inspires envy. I hope he can emerge from that purgatory. If he does, both his spirit and body will be elevated." However, at this point, Lucius paused, lifting his gaze to silently contemplate the heavens. After a long while, he sighed. If his heart becomes tainted by purgatory, he may very well transform into a demon god. Upon hearing Lucius's sigh, Merlin involuntarily trembled, fear evident in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and resolutely stated, "No, that will not happen. The king will not be corrupted by purgatory." Meeting Merlin's unwavering gaze, Lucius could only sigh and say, "Let us hope so. Now, go organize the evacuation of the townsfolk." Upon hearing this, Merlin immediately turned and departed, swiftly leading the mages out of sight at the end of the street. The empty street was left with only Lucius, Nestor, and the old one-eyed dragon. Unable to contain himself, the old one-eyed dragon asked, "My king, what shall we do next?" Lucius did not respond immediately. Instead, he stood quietly in contemplation for a long while before finally raising his head to say, "I need you both to assist me in an endeavor. We shall attempt to break through the fabric of space and enter the land of rest." "What?" Upon hearing this, both Nestor and the old one-eyed dragon were taken aback. Nestor quickly urged, "My king, this is no trivial matter. It is exceedingly difficult to breach the layers of space, and since the Father God has already entered the land of rest, if you proceed in this manner, it would be akin to walking into a trap, which may interfere with Lucius." As soon as Nestor's words fell, the old one-eyed dragon chimed in, "My king, Nestor speaks wisely. This course of action is indeed perilous." I am well aware of the dangers, yet I must proceed." Lucius paused before continuing. "This is not solely because my son is in peril, it is also I have evaded my responsibilities for over a century, ultimately forcing my son to undertake tasks that were rightfully mine. Thus, I must go forth to fulfill the mission that should have been mine to complete." Seeing Lucius's resolve, Nestor and the one-eyed dragon no longer pressed the matter. They exchanged glances, and Nestor finally said, "Very well, my king. How shall we assist you?" "It is quite simple. I need you both to gather all magical materials in the city to create a spatial segmentation magic array. I intend to forcibly breach the shattered space within the holy domain to trace the path taken by the Father God. Only then may I have a sliver of a chance to enter the land of rest." "Spatial segmentation," Nestor exclaimed in shock. "My king, that is unfeasible. Should the operation of the segmentation fail, it could very well lead to a collapse of space, and you might find yourself trapped in a fractured space." Upon hearing Nestor's alarm, the one-eyed dragon's expression changed drastically, and he sought to dissuade Lucius from his plan. However, before he could speak, Lucius emanated the pressure of a sovereign. Regarding Nestor and the one-eyed dragon with stern eyes as he declared, "I have made my decision. You need only to act. Remember, should I fail to return, you are to entrust all matters of the Brotherhood to Lucius, teaching him to rebuild it." Faced with Lucius's resolute gaze and the aura of a king that surrounded him, Nestor and the one-eyed dragon ultimately refrained from further argument, respectfully turning to depart in search of magical materials for Lucius. Chapter 75. The War of the Gods in the Land of Rest. The Father God descended, shattering the seals that bound many deities and demons, allowing them to break free and rise to array behind the Father God. Standing aloft like a benevolent father, the Father God gazed down upon Lucius, who stood at the forefront of the Valley of Heroes. Michael and Lucifer stood behind the Father God, dividing the deities and demons into two factions, light and darkness. Their white and black wings spread wide, obscuring the sky of the land of rest. From a distance, it appeared as though the very heavens were torn asunder behind the Father God, with one side bathed in daylight and the other shrouded in night. The Father God fixed his gaze upon Lucius, a kind smile perpetually gracing his face, reminiscent of a father's forgiving demeanor towards a wayward child. His gentle and compassionate gaze seemed capable of dissolving all worldly disputes and turmoil, quelling all anger and resentment, and forgiving all sins and their repercussions. However, Lucius had already transmitted everyone out of the land of rest. Behind him stood only the spirits of that realm. The Father God's soft and benevolent gaze held no significance for them. Lucius remained undaunted, meeting the Father God's compassionate gaze with pure resolve. In Lucius's eyes, the deities and demons hovering in the sky appeared utterly devoid of virtue. Their malevolence laid bare as if reflected in a clear mirror. Even the formidable Father God, after a moment of scrutiny, could only avert his gaze. Avoiding Lucius's direct gaze, the Father God could not help but exclaim, "It seems that Hope's choice of you is indeed not in vain." Tilting his head to gaze upon the azure expanse of the heavens, the Father God continued, "I fear even he could not have anticipated that you possess such an exquisitely pure heart. So pure it is almost terrifying. Alas, you have chosen to oppose me. Otherwise, I would have dearly wished to take you as my holy son, allowing you to inherit my divine position. Thank you. Then might I respectfully request, esteemed Father God, that you bestow upon me your divine throne." At these words, the Father God was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, smiling as he replied, "Little one, you certainly know how to climb the ladder of opportunity." Lucius regarded him with innocent eyes, expressing disdain as he remarked, "As the Father of all gods, do you not stand by your word? You stated that if I did not oppose you, you would grant me your divine position if you hand it over to me. I assure you I shall not be your adversary." "Ha ha. Little one, you are quite audacious. How about this? Since you claim you will not oppose me, why not surrender your dagger to me? What do you say? Exchange your dagger for my divine throne." Upon hearing this, Lucius slowly raised the blade of rest, gazing innocently at the Father God as he inquired, "Really? Will you keep your promise?" "Of course. I am the Father of the gods, the supreme deity of magical civilization. Why would I deceive you?" "Very well." No one expected Lucius to acquiesce, as the numerous heroic spirits behind him, including Baruti, wore expressions of astonishment, unable to believe their ears. Only Kabul remained unfazed, his expression calm as he vigilantly observed the myriad gods and demons in the sky. Then, Lucius directly tossed the blade of rest into the as it soared towards him. Even the supreme deity of magical civilization was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to extend his hand to catch the dagger. Staring blankly as it approached, perplexed by Lucius's intentions, only when the blade of rest hovered before him did the Father God finally recover from his astonishment, gazing at the blade with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha. I am truly astounded. This is entirely unexpected. I did not foresee that you would actually surrender the blade of rest. Little one, do you not realize that this dagger is the key to your entrance into the land of rest? It is crucial to whether you can truly inherit this sacred realm." However, Lucius, with an innocent expression, replied, "I am well aware, but if it can be exchanged for peace, is that not wonderful?" "Lucius, cease your feigned innocence. If you truly desire peace, why step into this land of rest?" Upon hearing Michael's inquiry, Lucius innocently countered, "I did not wish to enter. It was you who insisted I do so. Do not feign ignorance. When have we ever forced you to enter?" In response, Lucius gazed at the Father God and said, "That is a question best directed at your esteemed Father God. Were it not for his insistence, I would not have set foot in this land of rest." As soon as Lucius's words fell, all eyes in the land of rest turned to the Father God. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Indeed, it was I who permitted your entrance into this land of rest. For only by your presence could the heroic spirits of the Valley of Heroes be drawn out, and only you could present to me this dagger, which carries the crystallization of endless planar laws. I must obtain it." Saying this, the Father God reached out to grasp the hovering blade of rest. He firmly held the dagger in his hand. A beaming smile of excitement spread across his face. "He, I have finally obtained it. The ultimate crystallization of the laws. Little one, it seems you are unaware of what this dagger truly embodies. Do you understand that in this boundless universe, there exist countless planes, each with their unique civilizations? Yet, whether it be magical civilization, mechanical civilization, or any other, they are all built upon the laws governing the cosmos. It is akin to an expansive ocean." Wielding the dagger, the Father God passionately elaborated, "These numerous civilizations are like ships upon the sea. Regardless of how grand or powerful a ship may be, It ultimately must float upon the ocean, unable to escape the rules of the sea, even if it can evade the towering waves. It cannot truly break free from the ocean. And this dagger is a gift from the primal laws. Thus it possesses the opportunity to trade with those laws, holding the power to dismantle all civilizational forces. Upon hearing the Father God's exposition, both the heroic spirits and the gods and demons behind him were struck with astonishment. Who could have imagined that what appeared to be an ordinary dagger would be a gift from the primal laws? Now that this dagger is in my possession. Little one, do you believe you still stand a chance? What basis do you have to defeat me? The derisive words of the Father God rendered the heroic spirits below on high alert. Kabul swiftly led the heroic spirits to shield Lucius at this moment. Even Kabul, the steward of the Valley of Heroes, felt a surge of apprehension. The dagger had been safeguarded in his hands for a long time. He knew well the immense power it contained. Should the Father God wield the dagger, it would surely be capable of obliterating the entire land of rest, if not the entire continent. Yet Lucius felt no fear. After listening to the Father God's narration, he seemed to realize something and looked up at the Father God, who held the dagger, saying, "So, you intend to use it to kill me? What? Kill you with it?" The Father God raised the dagger and replied, "No. To kill you would be too extravagant. Do you not think I am unaware? You have already used it twice, and it can only be wielded once more. I shall not squander it as you have. I will ponder carefully how best to use it. As for killing you, there is no need for me to lift a finger." With that, the Father God's minions, led by Michael and Lucifer, surged forth. Sensing Lucius had lost the blade of rest, the numerous gods and demons grew emboldened, intent on shredding Lucius to pieces. However, before they could descend, Kabul stepped forward, unleashing a fierce roar that shattered a group of winged angels and demons, forcing even Michael and Lucifer to retreat several paces to withstand the overwhelming force of Kabul's sound wave. Father God, are you not being a bit too arrogant? Do you truly believe that these minions of yours can harm Lucius? Hearing this, the Father God gazed at Kabul, a smile creeping onto his face as he said, "Hee hee. Kabul, it has been many years since we last met, and you remain as fiery as ever. This is something you ought to learn from Hop. Humph, had it not been for Hop's acceptance of you, you would have long perished in the cosmos. How could you possibly stand here and boast?" In response to Kabul's words, the Father God sighed. Indeed, were it not for Hop's intervention, we would have long been obliterated in the vastness of the universe. Yet we have not wronged Hop. We have poured our all into spreading magical civilization across the continent. In truth, had Hop not returned in the end, after the turmoil, the land would have welcomed true peace. Humph. True peace. Is it represented by this assembly of thoughtless puppets who know nothing but obedience? At Kabul's remark, the Father God's expression darkened, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. After a long silence, he finally shouted, "Such talk is futile. The era of conflict and chaos has commenced. The wheels of history are turning, and neither of us can halt it. Since we cannot stop it, why not join forces? By collaborating, we can rebuild the sacred realm and reclaim dominion over the world, perhaps even launch an assault on other planes. When that time comes, even the primal laws of the universe shall be shattered. And with our own hands, we shall establish a new order and set of laws that at that point, we shall become the true sovereigns of all." After listening to the Father God's words, Kabul lowered his head in silence for a moment before saying, "Very well, it seems we are utterly incapable of communicating." With that, Kabul drew a massive axe from behind him and swung it. Charging towards the gods and demons in the sky, as Kabul unleashed his axe, Michael and Lucifer instinctively retreated, fully aware of Kabul's might. He was a true entity capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Father God, possessing an independent divine identity, unlike the merely divine beings like Michael and Lucifer. Seeing Michael and Lucifer retreat, the Father God did not reprimand them, for he knew they could not withstand Kabul. Divine identity is something that can only be attained through the acknowledgement of the supreme laws. A true divine status. Michael and Lucifer merely inherited the legacy of the Father God's magical civilization. Their divinity only recognized under the rules of the magical realm. They were no match for Kabul, who possessed a divine identity. Thus, the Father God swung his arm, manifesting an avatar to confront Kabul. The other heroic spirits in the land of rest followed suit, soaring into the sky to battle the other gods and demons under the Father God's command. In an instant, the land of rest erupted into a genuine war of the gods. However, Regardless of the fierce battle between the gods and the heroic spirits, Lucius and the Father God remained locked in their distant gaze. Unmoved. Chapter 76. The Pope and the Knights. In the midst of turmoil and discord in the West, the grand empires remained oblivious to the chaos that unfolded. Adventurers dispatched by these empires either perished within the sacred domain or became lost amidst the shattered plains of existence. With no tidings returning to their homelands at this moment, within the resplendent cathedral perched atop the peak of the Dawn Mountains, Pope Peter, flanked by bishops and paladins, knelt before the altar, awaiting divine communication. What are we truly waiting for? A young knight, positioned in the back row, could no longer contain his murmurs of discontent. Ever since the sacred domain had reopened 3 years prior, the Holy See had received no word. It was not until a fortnight ago, when the gods bestowed a miraculous sign, that Peter summoned them to kneel in prayer within the cathedral. With the exception of meals and rest, they had devoted over 10 days to fervent supplication at the altar. Yet, in those 10 days, the gods had offered no further guidance, as if the prior miracle had been but a fleeting illusion, leading the faithful to question whether the deities they served had truly descended upon them. However, out of fear of the divine, none dared voice their inner doubts until now. The young paladin finally articulated what many felt. Though his voice was low, it pierced through the stillness of the cathedral. And once the dam of silence was breached, hushed conversations began to ripple through the congregation. The bishops and paladins, unable to suppress their burgeoning uncertainties, commenced a quiet discourse, hearing the rising murmurs behind him. Pope Peter, kneeling closest to the altar, let out a deep sigh. This sigh resonated throughout the cathedral, silencing the whispers in an instant, as all returned to a posture of reverence, bowing their heads towards the altar. Why? I do not comprehend, Your Holiness, what it is we await. The young paladin, unable to stifle his curiosity, rose instead of bowing, directly challenging the Pope. His boldness rendered the assembly speechless. Alas, after a prolonged pause, Peter sighed once more and finally stood, turning to address the kneeling congregation. Enough, you may all return. Orlando shall remain. At these words, astonishment rippled through the assembly. They rose, momentarily taken aback, before gradually departing. As they left, many cast sympathetic glances towards the young paladin, Orlando, wishing him well in the face of uncertainty. Once the crowd had exited the cathedral, Orlando stood resolute, meeting Peter's gaze without flinching in the presence of the venerable Pope, whose tenure exceeded a century. An invisible weight bore down on all within the Holy See. Despite Peter's frail appearance, the pressure he exerted only intensified, causing many archbishops and high paladins to avert their eyes. The tales of Peter's deeds were well known throughout the church. Orlando had grown up hearing the stories of the man before him. Peter had emerged during a dark period when the church had lost the god's protection, even being cast out from the Dawn Mountains. Leading the remnants of the church's forces, he had persevered under the oppression of various empires, earning the trust of the emperors who ruled the powerful kingdoms of the Golden Plains through his keen insight and extraordinary wisdom. Without Peter, it was likely that the church would have succumbed to the annals of history. Hence, the church and its faithful revered him as Saint Peter, a testament to their respect and admiration for Orlando, having idolized the elderly figure before him since childhood. His dreams of becoming a powerful paladin who could serve and protect the divine had now been clouded by doubt. As a paladin, he upheld the virtues of humility, honesty, compassion, courage, justice, sacrifice, honor, and spirit, thus could not allow himself to conceal his uncertainties, even in the presence of Saint Peter, meeting the unwavering gaze of the young paladin. Peter remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Orlando, what is it that you doubt? Father, I implore you to enlighten me. What has transpired? The gods have remained silent for many years. Why have they suddenly manifested a miracle? Is it related to the opened relic in the west? After a brief pause, Orlando continued. When the relic was uncovered, I expressed my desire to venture forth, yet you forbade me. Even Remer, younger than I, was permitted to go. Does my strength not match his? Or is my experience lacking compared to Oliver's? And now, after years of silence, the gods have suddenly revealed a miracle, only to retreat once more into silence. We have humbly prayed here for over 10 days without receiving a single response. Have the gods forsaken us? Or have we failed to earn their recognition? Or perhaps we lack sufficient devotion? With that, Orlando knelt with a thud, drawing his sword and raising it above his head in earnest supplication. If the gods deem us insufficiently devout, then I shall offer my blood and heart to demonstrate our sincerity, in hopes that they may truly perceive our faith. As he prepared to press the blade against his wrist, the sword suddenly melted away like ice. Orlando, as a paladin, you must understand that the essence of knighthood is humility. Yet, look at yourself now. Do you possess even the slightest trace of humility? You draw your sword, seeking to exchange your blood for the god's favor. Does this align with the conduct expected of a paladin? Upon witnessing the dissolution of his sword and hearing the Pope's probing words, Orlando lifted his gaze to meet the aged leader's eyes, ultimately bowing his head in humility. Father, Orlando acknowledges his error. He then added, but can you, Father, enlighten me on what truly transpires? You must have heard. The entire empire and surrounding realms are besieged by a multitude of corrupting creatures. These beasts not only ravage the lives of the common folk, but also threaten the very foundations of royal power across the realms. Even the empire finds itself in peril, and its generals have come seeking aid. Our churches, scattered across the lands, are under attack. The situation has escalated to a critical level. Will you truly remain silent in the face of such calamity? After Orlando's impassioned plea, the elderly pope lowered his head and sighed. Alas, I am aware of the current crisis, but even I am powerless to intervene. This is a war among the gods, and even they cannot prevent the world from descending into chaos and flames. Following his lament, Peter suddenly raised his gaze, fixing it upon the young paladin. After a long pause, he spoke. Orlando, are you steadfast in your commitment to justice? Are you willing to sacrifice your life in its defense? Though Orlando was momentarily perplexed by the Pope's inquiry, he knelt resolutely, affirming, yes, I vow to uphold the virtues of knighthood and remain unwavering in my defense of justice. Even at the cost of my life, I shall have no regrets. Excellent, excellent, splendid, Peter nodded in approval. Trembling as he descended from the altar, approaching the kneeling Orlando, he placed his hand upon Orlando's head and began to chant an arcane incantation. In the next instant, a radiant light cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the cathedral, yet no trace of its brilliance escaped the sacred space. Within this luminescence, all else seemed to fade away, leaving only Peter and Orlando. High above the Dawn Mountains, figures emerged from the clouds. Gazing down upon the seemingly tranquil cathedral, a voice whispered, "It seems Peter has stumbled upon something significant." Even if he has, what of it? He is but our servant. Should he dare to stray from our will, we can easily eliminate him and appoint a new spokesperson in mere moments. Indeed, as the sacred domain teeters on the brink of destruction, the Father God will lead the deities back, and chaos will serve as the perfect opportunity for a regime change. Voices echoed amongst the clouded figures, their disdain evident as they discussed the Pope within the calm cathedral below. Yet, a different voice interjected, authoritative in tone. Do not forget, without Peter, we would merely be a pack of lost souls. Swap out a spokesperson. You speak so easily of it, yet the impending chaos, even the Father God may not control. By what right do we determine the fates of others? Clearly, this voice held sway, for after its utterance, the clouds fell into a profound silence. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally broke through the stillness. I wonder how Father God and the others are faring. Will they manage to break free from the sacred domain? Yet, no one responded, and in that moment, the gods could only choose to remain silent. Time passed, and Orlando gradually became aware, slowly processing the shocking revelation swirling in his mind. He opened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Peter, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of the Pope's gaze to uncover the origins of those thoughts. Peter merely placed a gentle hand on Orlando's shoulder and said, "You shall depart from the Dawn Mountains at dawn tomorrow. Speak to no one, and engage with no one. Once you exit the mountains, proceed directly westward to Blanos, and seek out the one who emerged from the misty forest. He will guide you in your quest for the true answers." Chapter 77. The final confrontation. The earth had descended into utter chaos. Engulfed in flames of conflict and strife, each faction, under the guidance of their respective deities, unleashed fierce assaults upon their foes, as if only by vanquishing and subjugating the enemy could they appease their gods. Neither the Holy See nor the 6 divine temples offered any explanations. They merely allowed the turmoil to escalate uncontrollably, watching as their realms were obliterated by the fires of war. Witnessing their devoted followers fall in pools of blood, standing before the resting place of the Valley of Heroes, gazing upon the manifestations presented by Father God, Lucius's profound eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. Observing the bewildered souls kneeling in prayer to the gods, only to become victims of slaughter in the next moment, Lucius's inner fury ignited. He understood that Father God intended for him to witness this, aiming to provoke him. Yet the flames of wrath within Lucius blazed on. What? At Lucius's inquiry, Father God, wearing a smile, replied, "Ah, why indeed? What do you believe it to be? Are they not your followers? Do you truly allow them to slaughter one another? Indeed. They are my followers. In this plane of existence, I am the supreme sovereign of magical civilization. Light and darkness are but my manifestations." Father God paused for a moment, playing with the blade of rest in his hand. Gazing at its radiant edge, after a lengthy silence, he sighed. "However, the universe is fair. Every plane requires balance, and no one may disrupt that equilibrium. Even I, standing at the pinnacle of all civilizations, must adhere to that balance. Should I shatter it, I too would be obliterated by the laws of the universe. This, the creator of the sacred domain, understands better than I. Otherwise, he would not have permitted our entry into your realm." At these words, Lucius furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. "Balance, what does that have to do with the chaos? Do you not comprehend? As the embodiment of both light and darkness in magical civilization, I cannot intervene when both sides are evenly matched." Seeing Lucius fall into silence once more, Father God continued, "In truth, the turmoil on earth arose because of you." Lucius raised his head, puzzled as he regarded Father God. The latter met Lucius's gaze with a grin, saying, "Had you not acquired Hop's legacy, the balance would not have been disrupted. The opening of this sacred domain has already reached the tipping point, and your acquisition of the legacy was the final straw that shattered it. I broke the balance? How is that possible? What is balance, anyway?" Lucius pressed for answers, but Father God offered none, inciting Lucius's irritation. "Humph, I see no such balance. It is merely your excuse to incite conflict among ordinary beings. I shall not be deceived by your manipulations." Observing Lucius's anger and embarrassment, Father God appeared unusually delighted. "Ha! I have said what needed to be said. There are certain truths you cannot grasp, even if I explain them to you." Upon witnessing Father God's mocking smile, Lucius ceased his inquiries, instead remarking with resignation, "It appears you intend to strike." "Of course." With that, Father God raised the dagger in his hand, declaring, "Now that the blade of rest is in my possession, and your own power barely reaches the peak of the 10th level, what do you possess that could rival me? To me, you are but an insignificant ant. Then, do the beings who revere you also count as mere ants?" In response to Lucius's challenge, Father God laughed maniacally. "Indeed, in my eyes, they are but ants, unworthy of my intervention. Ants cannot withstand the tides of fate. They can only drift along, reduced to stepping stones beneath the waves of history. Enough. I have said all that I needed to. You may now rest in peace." As he spoke, Father God fixed his gaze upon Lucius. "With your demise, the sacred domain shall fall, and this plane shall revert to its rightful form." At that moment, only Beludi remained by Lucius's side. The heroes continued their fierce battle with the gods, entirely oblivious to Lucius's plight. Even Kabul, who had been vigilant of Lucius, found himself entangled by Father God's divine avatar as he sought to intervene. Father God waved his hand, golden lightning crackling between his fingers, and as he spread his fingers, the lightning transformed into several sharp blades. Aiming the lightning-wrought blades at Lucius, Father God grinned with certainty. "Child, you should never have come. This sacred domain has already fallen, even if you gained the legacy. What could it change? This plane is destined to be ruled by magical civilization. You can alter nothing." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With that, the lightning blades descended from the heavens, hurtling towards Lucius. "No!" Kabul roared in fury, swinging his axe to cleave through the obstructing divine avatar. Racing towards Lucius at breakneck speed, that he sought to save Lucius, even at the cost of his own life. Alas, he was a moment too late, forced to watch helplessly as the lightning blades approached Lucius. As the lightning blades neared, Beludi, standing beside Lucius, was left speechless, her metallic visage reflecting fear. Suddenly, a heavy sigh echoed. Alas, with that sigh, the entire realm of rest, and indeed the entire plane beyond, came to a standstill. In this moment, in the city of Blanos, Lucius, having gathered all the magical materials, was poised to inscribe the magic circle to forcibly open a passage to the rest. Yet before he could arrange the magic circle, time and space abruptly froze. Lucius stared blankly at the precious magical materials in his hands, which vanished in the blink of an eye. Outside the city of Blanos, the encroaching magical beasts had yet to launch their assault. similarly immobilized, missing their prime opportunity to strike. Their movements had been detected by the equally stilled city defenders. This single sigh had brought the world to a halt, within the confines of rest. Father God's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Lucius, exclaiming, it is you, Hop Sanchi, you bastard. You are indeed still alive. You lured me into the rest, waiting for this opportunity to ensnare us all. As Father God's words fell, the frozen gods and heroes turned their gazes toward Lucius. After a moment of silence, Lucius, with a somber expression, slowly spoke. From his lips emerged a voice that did not belong to him. Yahweh, I never imagined that after all these years, you would still be so obsessed. This land should harbor diverse civilizations. Magical civilization should merely be one among many. At the moment Lucius spoke, the heroes and gods, including Father God, recognized that voice. It belonged to the creator of the sacred domain, the one who once ruled the entire plane of existence. You are still alive? Borrowing the body of your inheritor, you wish to continue your existence? Ha ha ha. Indeed, only you would dare to call my name, a name that even the gods cannot utter. Only you possess the capability and the right to speak my name. With that, Father God suddenly turned, swinging the dagger in his hand to tear open a rift in the sky of the rest. In the same breath, the blade of rest shattered the bonds that held the gods in the heavens. Without hesitation, Father God roared at Michael, Lucifer, and the other gods, flee. We are no match for him. If you do not escape now, you shall become the spirits of this rest. Hearing Father God's words, the gods exchanged glances but remained motionless. Observing their inaction, Father God's expression darkened, and he roared, flee. What are you waiting for? Do you truly wish to remain here? Do not forget, you are the gods of magical civilization. You must safeguard magical civilization. For that is my only chance of returning. Father God's furious roar finally roused the gods from their stupor. The deities and demons hastily surged towards the rift in the celestial sphere, fully aware that the slowly closing fissure represented their sole chance of survival. If they lingered, they would undoubtedly meet their demise in the tranquil realm before them. In stark contrast, Lucius remained poised, refraining from intervening to halt the exodus of the divine beings. As some of the entities slipped away, the rift in the heavens gradually sealed itself, crushing those who had not managed to escape, or trapping them within the realm of repose. Gazing at the Father God and the fleeing deities, Lucius spoke once more. Yahweh, you are well aware that even if they manage to exit this place, they will forfeit their divine powers. This world operates on fairness, and the laws are balanced. Should you wield the blade of rest, a commensurate price must be paid. At these words, the Father God merely chuckled. Observing the blade of rest ignite in his palm, ultimately reduced to ashes, with an air of nonchalance, he replied, what of the cost? You have ensnared me within this realm of repose, yet without the blade of rest. How can you bind me? One day, I shall have the opportunity to emerge from here. And you? He continued, a mocking tone lacing his words. In borrowing the resurrection of the air, must you not also pay a price? I am curious. Without the blade of rest, how will your successor inherit your legacy? As you have stated, the laws are just. The realms must maintain equilibrium. Now that even your heir is trapped here, what can you possibly do? The exchange between the Father God and the Creator left the assembled spirits and demons in utter astonishment. They fixated on the two adversaries, eager to discern their next moves. Suddenly, Lucius shimmered with radiant light, and a silhouette emerged from within him, taking on the form of the Creator, who stood before Lucius, gazing at the Father God from a distance. Chapter 78. The Unleashed Wheel of Fate. As the Father God beheld the ethereal figure emanating from Lucius, his brow furrowed, yet he chose not to speak further. He understood that this apparition represented the Creator's lingering consciousness. Had they been elsewhere, the Father God might have already struck, but within this realm of repose, even a mere projection of consciousness wielded absolute dominion, a truth he sensed the moment the figure materialized amidst the surrounding ripples of law. The spectral figure regarded the Father God for a moment before withdrawing its gaze, pivoting to meet Lucius's eyes at a creator of a sanctum, possessing the pinnacle of mechanical and technological civilization, had witnessed the sanctuary's construction, its ascent, and its subsequent decline into ruin. An heir, brimming with their own ideas and aspirations, was meant to inherit the sanctum, yet could only watch as it crumbled. The two now locked eyes, peering deeply into one another's souls and discovering unwavering resolve. He They both erupted into laughter, their mirth bright and untainted, devoid of any discord, pure and sincere. Having witnessed the rise and fall of the sanctum, the destruction it faced was enough for them. Lucius, do you fear the path ahead? It will be fraught with thorns, teeming with countless challenges and tribulations. You may find yourself engulfed in solitude, bearing witness to innumerable rises and falls, feeling powerless against it all, ultimately succumbing to loneliness and despair. Do you fear? To be honest, I do harbor some fear. However, I shall strive diligently to avert those things that terrify me. The two engaged in conversation as if the world around them had ceased to exist. This time, their exchange lacked the gravity of their previous discourse. It felt more akin to two ordinary individuals sharing casual banter. The creator smiled at the air, remarking, "I have seen your work. It is remarkable. An exquisite fusion of magic and machinery. Are you referring to Raphael's armor? It merely draws inspiration from your achievements, crafted using the shattered fragments of the sanctum's laws. I could not have created it on my own." At this, the creator chuckled. "No matter. To be able to apply your understanding is commendable. Creating it yourself can wait. There is no need to rush." Observing from below, the spirits in the Valley of Heroes noted the two conversing joyously, entirely oblivious to those around them. Eventually, the Father God could no longer contain his impatience and bellowed at the creator. "Hope, are you challenging my patience? Do you believe victory is assured? Humph. Even if you confine me to this realm of repose, your heir cannot inherit your legacy, nor can he escape from here." Seeing the two remain unfazed, the Father God's brows knitted together as he glanced at the demons who had failed to flee. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he grinned. "Haha, how could I forget? You have lost your life. Without an heir, this realm of repose will soon dissolve into nothingness at that point." Before he could finish, the Creator interjected, "At that time, you shall dissipate along with the realm of repose, merging into the primordial laws of the universe." What? The Creator's words instilled panic in the demons who had not escaped. The Father God, too, paled, his countenance paling as he had not anticipated such an outcome. The Creator continued, "However, I will not allow this place to vanish. I shall seal you eternally within the realm of repose, guarding it as the protectors of the spirits." Upon hearing the Creator's declaration, the expressions of both the Father God and the demons soured. Nevertheless, the Father God gritted his teeth, asserting, "Hope, even if you seal us, without the blade of rest, how can you pass on this legacy?" The Creator offered no response to the Father God's inquiry, instead fixating on Lucius, a smile ever present upon his visage. Suddenly, the Creator extended his hand toward Lucius. The crystalline, ethereal arm appeared to transcend reality, clasping Lucius's hand firmly. "So, what say you? Have you truly made up your mind? No regrets. No regrets." Lucius's face radiated a pure smile as he affirmed his decision with unwavering resolve. "Excellent," the Creator exclaimed, his voice booming with approval. In an instant, the Creator's ethereal form erupted in resplendent light, a brilliance so intense that even the Father God could not gaze upon it directly. Both spirits and demons were compelled to avert their eyes. Beneath the dazzling radiance, it was impossible to discern what transpired, leaving the spirits and demons filled with bewilderment. After what felt like an eternity, the blinding light finally receded. When the spirits and demons turned their gaze once more, they discovered that the Creator had vanished, leaving only Lucius standing quietly at the forefront of the Valley of Heroes, now wielding a luminous, ethereal firearm. The onlookers were left in a daze, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Only the Father God remained fixated on the shimmering weapon, a growing dread surfacing in his eyes. "The Lance of Fate. I never imagined, truly never imagined, Hop Sancti, that you would transform your very essence into the Lance of Fate. Why? Why must you be so resolute? Why relinquish fate to the currents of destiny? Can we not seize control? Fate should not be dictated by others." A resonant voice countered the Father God's lament, and at that moment, the spirits and demons finally comprehended that the Creator had indeed departed. Lucius raised the Lance of Fate, aiming its muzzle at his own chest. "No, you mustn't, you cannot." The Father God, nearly driven to madness, lunged forward in a desperate attempt to prevent Lucius from pulling the trigger. Yet, it was too late. Even as the Father God disregarded his own safety, breaking the constraints of the realm of repose, he could not halt the inexorable march of fate. Lucius squeezed the trigger, the chamber and bullet casing rotating, heralding the turning of destiny. No one could obstruct the course of fate. One's destiny should not be manipulated by another, even if that other were a deity or the supreme being of civilization. The advance of fate could not be curtailed, nor could one govern the fate of others. Bang! The gunshot reverberated throughout the realm of repose, echoing within the mist-laden forest and resonating into the heavens. As the shot rang out, everything that had been frozen in time suddenly sprang into motion. The conflagration of war engulfed the land, plunging it into chaos. In that moment, fate was stripped of its master and control, and the shackles of destiny shattered. The path of fate now uncertain, its destination unknown. In front of the Valley of Heroes, Lucius lay supine on the ground. A bullet wound piercing his chest. Kabul let a throng of spirits down, encircling Lucius, their gazes fixated on the fallen figure. Baluti stood beside Lucius, her expression betraying a complex array of emotions as she regarded him. That moment, Baluti finally grasped why the Creator had chosen Lucius over the other three royal scions. Reflecting on the earlier escape of the Red Heart monarch, who, after aligning with the Father God, had been sent out of the realm of repose along with the Prism monarch and the Black Spear monarch, Baluti could not help but question herself. Had any of those three young monarchs been capable of seizing the lance of fate and aiming it at their own heart? The answer was a resounding no. Each had their own schemes and would never impulsively turn the weapon upon themselves. The Red Heart monarch possessed wisdom, orchestrating every move with calculated precision, never acting on a whim. The Prism monarch pursued wealth, but was ensnared by an insatiable desire for power. The Black Spear monarch yearned for strength, aspiring to become a true force of nature, capable of comprehending the laws of existence. And Lucius, lacking the calm intellect of the Red Heart monarch, the unscrupulous ambition of the Prism monarch, and the stubborn thirst for power of the Black Spear monarch, appeared to be the most ineffectual heir among the Card royal lineage, possessing merely the ability to fuse mechanics and magic. Yet he possesses something unique, a treasure that others lack, a heart that is optimistic, positive, and pure. He displays no artifice, always expressing his thoughts candidly. With every emotion etched upon his face, it appears as though he is a child forever untouched by the passage of time. However, this very child, seemingly innocent and carefree, is capable of shouldering immense burdens, willing to sacrifice his own life if necessary. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted from his pierced chest, transforming the wound into a swirling vortex of brilliance that drew everything from the realm of repose into its depths. Even the deities of the celestial expanse and the heroic spirits surrounding him were ensnared by the luminous vortex. The Father God stood aloft, gazing upon the golden whirlpool with a serene countenance. And with a smile directed upward, he remarked, "Ha ha, Hope, I have ultimately succumbed to you. Yet, since you accompany me in death, I shall find eternal rest in your realm, awaiting the day I may once again walk the earth." With that, the Father God willingly plunged into the golden vortex. As the light was absorbed into Lucius's chest, as the vortex consumed more and more, the space of the resting place began to collapse. And soon the unshattered sanctum outside also began to cave in. Ultimately, the entire sanctum was obliterated, leaving only the towering gateway of light standing amidst the void. An extraordinary law descended, causing the gateway to begin to close slowly, as if propelled by unseen forces. With a heavy creak, the gateway slammed shut, and all remnants of the sanctum within the misty forest vanished as if they had never existed. The fog enveloping the forest gradually dissipated, and where the gateway once stood, the heavy clouds parted, allowing a beam of sunlight to cascade through the gaps. In an instant, the entire forest was illuminated, the sunlight coaxing tinderbuds from the branches and lush green shoots from the earth. Dotted with vibrant blossoms that adorned the grassy glades, surrounded by verdant trees, vibrant grass, and blossoming flowers, Lucius lay peacefully, a tranquil expression akin to slumber gracing his features, his youthful cheeks radiating a pure and optimistic smile in the sunlight. Time passed, and Lucius's brow twitched gently, his closed eyes gradually opening. Chapter 79. The Dawn of Chaos. Ugh. Lucius opened his eyes to be greeted by blinding sunlight. He raised a hand to shield himself from the radiant beams, relishing the warmth that enveloped him, and closed his eyes once more, reluctant to rise from the ground. Suddenly, a shadow fell, obscuring the sunlight. Sensing the darkness that eclipsed the light, Lucius furrowed his brow, lowered his hand from his face, and peered into the surroundings. There stood Baluti, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized Lucius, a joyful expression of survival illuminating her face. Meeting her gaze, Lucius smiled, and attempted to rise, propping himself on the ground. Yet, he found himself unable to stand immediately, sitting back down to catch his breath, exclaiming, "Phew, why does my body feel so heavy? My limbs feel as if they are encased in steel." Baluti reached out to assist him, chuckling, "Of course, it's heavy. That's the weight of the resting place." Ah, with Baluti's help, Lucius rose, exhaling deeply. "I never imagined the resting place would bear such weight, but it is understandable, considering it has borne so many heroic spirits. It's a pity the Creator could not find peace in the resting place. It truly lacks a powerful spirit." At Lucius's words, Baluti couldn't help but laugh. "So, you wish for the Creator to enter the resting place merely to gain the support of a powerful spirit?" Lucius, unreserved, replied, "Of course, the Creator is immensely powerful. If he were to join the resting place, I fear that all the spirits combined might not be his match." "Haha, you are quite audacious in your thoughts. However, you are mistaken. The Creator, like you, lacks formidable strength. Neither of you belongs to the magical civilization. You cannot wield magic or cultivate combat energy. That is why the Creator sought to create the sanctum, hoping to alter the world through machinery and technology." Upon hearing Baluti's explanation, Lucius gradually acclimated to his body and sighed in resignation. "All right, let it be. Where shall we go next?" Baluti inquired as she assisted Lucius to take a few steps. "Where to?" "First, we must exit this forest and head to Blaino's to meet up with Ant and the others. As for what comes next, we shall see. I have not yet decided where to go." Thus, with Baluti's support, the two made their way eastward through the misty forest. Not long after their departure, the once splintered clouds above began to close, the thick clouds once again veiling the sunlight. Yet, in the very spot where Lucius had lain, a small patch of luminous green remained, with a single ray of light piercing through the clouds, resembling a pristine sanctuary untouched by corruption. As they traversed the fog-laden woods, even with the sanctum's fall and the Father God trapped within the resting place, the air was still thick with magical energy, a remnant of the decay of the magical civilization, heralding the deterioration of its deities, suggesting that both magic and nature would inevitably succumb to corruption. Sigh. Baluti lamented upon witnessing the pervasive magical energy along their path, shaking her head. "It seems the decay of the magical civilization is quite severe. Even if the Father God were to emerge from the sanctum, he would hardly be able to reverse the tide." "Not necessarily. Did we not say that the Father God embodies both light and darkness?" Baluti, akin to a repository of knowledge, quickly responded to Lucius's query. "Light and darkness are the two facets of the magical civilization, and the decay of civilization is not governed by either. This decay is rooted in its essence. The light and darkness inherent in the civilization cannot exert control over it." Upon hearing this, Lucius sighed. The decay of civilization is truly frightening. After walking a while longer, Baluti appeared to recall something and asked, "Lucius, you intentionally allowed the Father God to enter the resting place, did you not?" "Yes. Indeed, I deliberately lured the Father God into the resting place," Lucius stated candidly, revealing no secrets to Baluti. "Then, the other 3 royal heirs were also deliberately allowed into the resting place by you." "Correct. I placed them there." "Haha, I merely wished to ascertain whether I possessed the qualifications to inherit the resting place, and whether they had the capability to seize it from me." At this revelation, Baluti finally comprehended that everything had been part of Lucius's scheme. Whether it was the 3 royal heirs or the Father God, who claimed to be omniscient and the supreme deity of the magical civilization, they had all been ensnared in Lucius's calculations, serving as stepping stones for him to claim the resting place at this moment. Baluti had to concede that Lucius's cunning was not inferior to that of the Red Queen. Contemplating this, Baluti, still puzzled, inquired, "But since you have used the Creator's hand to seal the Father God in the resting place, why spare the other 3 heirs of the Card dynasty?" "Because the chaotic times require them." "What?" Baluti gasped in surprise at his words. Turning to Lucius, she found him leisurely strolling, saying, "The current chaos has become a foregone conclusion. I cannot quell it alone, so it is better to have more allies." Baluti was left in stunned silence by Lucius's explanation. After a long while, she rested her hand on her forehead and exclaimed, "Goodness, you are truly Navi. Do you think those 3 will assist you?" "Of course not. They certainly will not help me. However, they each harbor their own ambitions. For them, These tumultuous times present an opportunity for ascendance that I believe they will not let this chance slip away as long as they are ambitious and wish to rise. They will inevitably quell the chaos within their dominion, thus saving me considerable effort. Upon hearing this, Baluti chuckled. Ha ha, are you not worried that they might gain strength and eliminate you first? That is unlikely. They are well aware that I am not their greatest enemy. You are not their greatest enemy, then who is? Lucius waved his hand dismissively, maintaining his leisurely demeanor. They know that their adversaries are not me. Their greatest foes are the other two heirs of the Card dynasty, as well as the magical civilization, which is currently in decay. At this point, Lucius paused, pointing at himself. Me, perhaps I could be their ally. Ally, do you think they will regard you as one? Baluti replied skeptically. I doubt they would even consider you a rival, expecting them to treat you as a friend. It is likely that once they possess sufficient power, you will be their first target for elimination. Lucius chose not to engage in further debate, lowering his head in silence as he quickened his pace. Observing Lucius's silence, Baluti also refrained from speaking further, closely trailing behind him as they swiftly navigated through the fog-shrouded woods. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, the Diamond King Phobos, aided by the Demon Lord, had already converged with the knights dispatched by the church. Gazing at the fog-laden forest and the church knights who had joined him, Phobos furrowed his brow slightly and addressed the now-diminished Minotaur king. Minoan, do you believe the Father God can still emerge from the resting place? Upon hearing Phobos's low inquiry, the Minotaur king lowered his voice to a mere whisper and replied, My liege, it seems that the Father God may have emerged from the realm of repose. I can sense the very fabric of our world shifting and my own powers waning. It is likely that the Father God has been sealed within that realm. What? Phobos gasped in shock, though he quickly restrained his voice again. How is that possible? How could the Father God be sealed in the land of rest? Was it not said that the blade of rest had already been reclaimed by him? The Minotaur, named Minoan, murmured, My liege, this is the truth that we, the demon gods, can distinctly feel our powers diminishing, and I fear that my strength is almost reverting to the level it was when suppressed by the holy domain. Minoan's words sent a chill down Phobos's spine. However, after a brief moment, he regained his composure and a smile graced his lips as he said, No matter, without the Father God's constraints, we shall have greater freedom to act. Almost simultaneously, the Blackspear King Shalid also sensed the change. Yet, Shalid had suffered significant losses among the three royal descendants, and the absence of his beloved Q, who wielded the Black Spear, rendered the lineage of the Blackspear clan incomplete. Thus, Shalid did not linger and hastily led the cavalry of the Blackspear clan southwestward, intending to circumvent the city of Brenos and hasten towards the southern part of the continent, striving to secure enough resources to rise amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the already departed Crimson Heart King sat cross-legged on his flying carpet, hovering beside the demon god Baal, gazing towards the direction of the western misty forest. He spoke softly to Baal. Baal, he has ultimately succeeded. It seems we are destined to face a formidable adversary. Baal responded, My liege, our true enemies are not him, but rather the other two royal descendants. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Heart King chuckled. Haha, Baal, do not underestimate any opponent. His ability to orchestrate a trap for us and the Father God speaks volumes of his cunning. One must tread carefully against such foes. My liege, where shall we go next? The Crimson Heart King pondered. The Dawn Mountains lie to the north, while the Blackspear clan is likely heading south. Therefore, we shall proceed eastward, hoping to swiftly find a suitable refuge. Baal nodded in agreement and followed closely behind the Crimson Heart King's floating carpet, striding towards the eastern lands that lie in the city of Brenos. Lu watched helplessly as the magical materials in his palm, once infused with power, turned to ashes and slipped through his fingers. His heart felt as though it had been struck by a hammer. Trembling as he staggered back against the wall, gazing at the ashes dancing in the wind, yearning to clench his fist, only to find it too late. Noticing Lu's distress, Nestor was the first to regain his composure. Rushing forward to support the wall-leaning Lu, the one-eyed dragon approached with a look of astonishment and said, My liege, that gunfire. Magic and technology are converging. It seems a great era is upon us. A tempest will sweep through the entire realm, potentially affecting other dimensions as well. Brenos no longer requires us. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart to make necessary preparations for the imminent great era. At these words, Nestor and the one-eyed dragon exchanged glances. After a moment, the one-eyed dragon spoke first. But my liege, Were you not intending to go to the land of rest? That is no longer necessary, Lu replied. Upon hearing this, Nestor immediately interjected. My liege, what of Ruxius? Won't you at least see him once more? He has been searching for you for many years. There is no need for a meeting. We each have our paths to tread. In the future, we shall have the opportunity to reunite. Nestor and the old one-eyed dragon exchanged knowing glances, both understanding that Lu had made up his mind. After a brief silence, they refrained from further discussion and swiftly began their preparations. Hours later, as the great battle in Brennos commenced, the three had already left the city. Chapter 8. Guardians of Brennos. As Merlin ascended the western city wall of Brennos, Duyong rushed forward to grasp him firmly. You scoundrel! Tell me, why have the townsfolk not been evacuated? Do you intend for me to accompany Brennos to its grave? In the face of Duyong's furious inquiry, Merlin could only manage a bitter smile and shake his head. At this point, it seems escape is no longer an option. How can escape be impossible? Merlin's words sent a wave of terror through those gathered atop the wall that he surveyed the faces of the defenders. His expression mournful as he declared, The creatures outside have surrounded the entire city that I have led the mages and knights of Brennos in numerous attempts to break through, yet we have been unable to do so. Hence the citizens cannot be relocated. What? The crowd gasped in unison. Duyong fell silent for a moment before seizing Merlin by the collar of his robe, pulling him close and demanding, Where is Lu? Where are Ruxius and the Brotherhood? Before Merlin could respond, a soldier rushed up to the battlements, clutching a letter and shouting, Lord Merlin, it's bad news. Those three have left. They abandoned Brennos. Upon hearing this, Merlin's face turned ashen, unable to utter a word. Duyong, however, dropped Merlin and snatched the letter from the soldier's hand. After reading the note left by Lu before his departure, she slammed her fist against the battlement, exclaiming, Lu, you scoundrel, I swear, I shall never lay eyes on you again. The three who had successfully exited the city could faintly hear Duyong's furious cries. Nestor, his expression grave, turned to Lu and asked, My liege, can we truly just leave like this? Lu remained silent for a moment before replying. It is fine that I trust Ruxius will arrive shortly. Besides, with so many of Duyong's people, along with those mechanical spirits from the Holy Domain, I believe they can hold Brennos. Moreover, I sense that the corrupted creatures do not target Brennos. If they struggle to breach the city, they are unlikely to linger for long. Upon hearing Lu's words, Nestor and the one-eyed dragon exchanged glances, a hint of foreboding creeping into their hearts. Yet, since they had already departed Brennos, even if they returned now, it would be difficult to shake off the stigma of desertion. With this thought, the one-eyed dragon sighed and remarked, Very well, let us proceed. But my liege, where exactly are we to go? Chaos is already unfolded. Even if we avoid the battle in Brennos, can we truly find safety elsewhere? Lu, without a second thought, replied with fervor, Do not worry. The Brotherhood shall rise again in due time. Leading Nestor and the one-eyed dragon away, Lu left Brennos behind, which was engulfed in fierce combat. Despite the formidable height and strength of Brennos' walls, and the fact that the corrupted creatures emerging from the misty forest lacked effective siege methods, the sheer number of foes posed immense pressure on the defenders. The oil-slicked fiends are advancing. Quickly, Merlin, ignite those oil-slicked creatures. Duyong's voice rang out amidst the chaos. As the oil-slicked monstrosities emerged, the mages atop the walls unleashed fireballs in unison, igniting the creatures. In an instant, the area outside the city was engulfed in flames, causing numerous monsters to perish in the inferno. However, the relentless tide of creatures pouring forth from the misty forest proved overwhelming. Merely igniting the oil-slicked ones would not suffice to halt the assault. Especially the corrupted beastmen, emboldened by their bloodlust, showed no fear of the flames consuming the oil-slicked fiends. Towering figures strode through the flames, wielding crude weapons and roaring as they charged towards the gates of Brennos. Thud, thud, thud. The ominous sounds reverberated through the gates, sending shivers down the spines of all atop the walls. Rek, restrained by the mages under Merlin's command, could not help but laugh maniacally as he observed the panicked defenders. Haha. There is no escape for you. You shall perish alongside Brennos. Truly a fitting end. Rek's taunts only served to infuriate Duyong further. She seized a trembling mage nearby and, striving to maintain her composure, inquired, Tell me, who is that man? While we are in this frenzy, is Merlin still intent on providing us with an audience? Although Dulion's tone was calm, the maid she grasped was drenched in cold sweat. After a moment's hesitation, he divulged Rek's schemes to Duliang. It was revealed that Rek had sabotaged the magical array of Brenos to prevent its evacuation, seeking to have the city withstand the monster onslaught to safeguard his interests in the west. Duliang's fury boiled over. She angrily released the mage and stormed towards Rek. With a swift motion of her curved dagger, she severed the ropes binding Rek, surprised by Duliang's unexpected act of release. Rek paused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure and grinning. "Huh? What's this? Do you wish for my assistance?" Without answering Rek, Duliang snatched a spear from the hands of the guarding soldiers and thrust it into Rek's grasp. Holding the spear, Rek scoffed. "I know you. You are the cook from the Longquan Tavern. Let me tell you, I wouldn't." Before Rek could finish his sentence, Duliang unceremoniously grabbed him and hurled him off the city wall. "Do not." At the very moment when Rek was cast down, Merlin had already rushed over upon receiving the news. Initially intending to cast a spell to rescue Rek, he ultimately swallowed his words when he felt the curved blade pressing against his neck. Helplessly watching Rek plummet from the city-walled Rek fell. Whether driven by a sudden surge of conscience or a desire to survive, he unleashed a formidable aura of fighting spirit, wielding his spear to fiercely combat the besieging corrupted orcs, momentarily forcing the marauding beastmen into retreat and halting the advance of the corrupt creatures outside the city. Observing this from the battlements, Duliang could not help but exclaim, "Not bad. It seems he still has some use." She then turned to Merlin, saying, "Merlin, are there any other traitors? Throw them down for me." Her words. Merlin broke into a cold sweat, forcing a smile as he replied, "Boss Du, he is the only traitor. If it were anyone else, throwing them down would likely have no effect. Forget it, forget it. Look at how scared you are. When this is over, let us erect a monument for him, recognizing his contributions to the defense of Blenos." Duliang stated, having nearly taken full control of Blenos, a situation that even Merlin dared not contest. The pressure on the soldiers atop the battlements eased significantly, and many brave souls leaned over the parapets to gaze down. Witnessing Rek standing alone before the city gates, valiantly battling the corrupted creatures, time passed, and Rek, now covered in blood, still stood firm at the city gates, preventing the monsters from breaching the city. Those on the battlements looked on in admiration. Only Duliang scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, it seems he is quite troubled," clenching his teeth and fighting for his life, as if he had heard her scorn from atop the wall. Rek roared, "You foul woman. Just wait. Once I return alive, I will make you pay. You certainly have some spirit, don't you? I'm not afraid of you at all. If you manage to drive off those creatures, I'll pull you up immediately," she retorted. Killed just as Duliang finished speaking, the creatures outside launched another assault. Rek stepped forward, his fighting spirit radiating fiercely as he charged at the incoming corrupted beasts. Witnessing the brilliant aura of his fighting spirit grow ever more resplendent, Duliang couldn't help but feel astonished. "Remarkable. I didn't expect this fellow to break through at such a critical moment. He has now reached the holy tier. The potential of humans is indeed limitless." Her words sent shivers down the spines of those atop the battlements, causing them to instinctively distance themselves, fearing they might be thrown over the edge by the fierce Duliang. Soon, several swift figures rushed over, quickly approaching Duliang. Caroline spoke first. "Auntie, the monsters in the east are beginning to retreat, and those in the south are also falling back. It seems they plan to bypass Blenos." Following her, Bleno, who had been dispatched to the north, reported, "Boss, the creatures in the north are also retreating." Duliang, narrowing her eyes, remarked, "As I expected, the corrupted creatures from the misty forest are not targeting us. It appears someone is pulling the strings behind them. Now that Blenos is stalemated, that puppet master does not wish to reveal themselves, hence their decision to circumvent us." Hearing the reports and Duliang's analysis, Merlin and the others were taken aback. After a moment of silence, Merlin could not help but inquire, "Boss Du, what do you think these creatures intend to do? What is the purpose of their hidden master?" "How would I know? If I knew, I would have sought out that puppet master and dealt with them myself," Duliang replied, brandishing her curved blade, its surface glimmering in the evening light, prompting Merlin to retreat begrudgingly. Ignoring Merlin, Duliang stepped forward to the battlements to observe Rek below. She then abruptly instructed the people behind her, "All right, throw down a rope and pull that fellow up for me." Afterward, she turned to Caroline and Bleno, saying, "You two return and keep a close watch on the movements of the creatures outside. Even if we know they intend to retreat, we must remain vigilant. We cannot allow them to launch a fierce counterattack before they leave. Caroline and Blano said nothing more, taking their leave, while those remaining atop the walls wore solemn expressions, cautiously guarding against a potential counterstrike from the creatures outside. Meanwhile, at the edge of the misty forest, obscured by fog, a figure stood gazing at Blano's. The dark-skinned, corrupted half-orc approached, respectfully bowing to the figure observing Blano's. Master, the orders have been conveyed, and the army has begun to bypass that city. Good, very good. The indistinct figure spoke in a hoarse voice amid the swirling mist. The corrupted half-orc lingered, hesitating before asking, Master, why must we circumvent that city? Given a little more time, we could surely breach its defenses. Time. What we lack is time. The half-orc felt a pair of eyes fixated on him, as if his very soul were being drawn out, an unprecedented pressure filling him with dread. After a long moment, the oppressive force suddenly vanished, causing the half-orc to kneel, gasping for breath. Within the mist, a voice echoed, Remember, we have no time. Since we cannot take that city, we shall go around it. Yes, 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 the half-orc trembled in response. The hoarse voice continued, However, even if we temporarily bypass it, we must leave behind something unforgettable for the beings within the city. The entire land must know of our existence. Those insignificant beings must tremble and cower in fear because of us. Ha ha, accompanied by maniacal laughter. The figure in the mist vanished, and only then did the corrupted half-orc rise from the ground, gripping his mighty axe as he stepped toward the edge of the misty forest. Chapter 81. Food Shortage. Aha! Lucius roared, lifting a heavy, repeating firearm and unleashing a barrage ahead. Quack! A swarm of small demons fell to the ground, their gnarled staves barely raised, their incantations unfinished before being cut down by the fiery tongues spewing from the furious gun. After the flurry of fire, Lucius planted the heavy firearm into the ground, laughing heartily. Ha! That was exhilarating. Behind him, Beludi wore a helpless expression, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. She stepped forward to caution. All right, having had your fun, let us hurry and leave. We don't want to get surrounded by those monsters, or we might find it impossible to escape. To her words, Lucius placed his hand on the gun's muzzle, infusing it with magical light. The hefty firearm immediately shrank, squeak, 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 quickly folding into a small gun. Bending to pick it up, he had yet to fully straighten when he suddenly felt a wave of heat approaching. Lucius rolled forward to evade the oncoming warmth, simultaneously raising his firearm and firing twice in the direction of the heat. Bang, bang. The head of the frail demon mage wielding the gnarled staff was pierced. Collapsing without struggle, turning to ash, raising his firearm, he gently blew on the muzzle of the now miniature gun, expressing his satisfaction. The improved raging dragon is indeed powerful, observing Lucius's smug demeanor. Beludi scoffed disdainfully. Humph, all flash and no substance. In response, Lucius abruptly turned, aiming the gun at Beludi, pulling the trigger without warning. Roar. The dragon's head at the muzzle opened wide, its eyes flaring as if alive, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath at Beludi. Seeing the dragon breath spewing forth, Beludi was filled with terror. Steam erupted from her joints as she conjured a magical shield to protect herself, retreating rapidly to evade the oncoming breath. However, to her surprise, the dragon breath veered around, bypassing her to strike the forest behind her. Accompanied by several screams, the woods behind Beludi erupted into flames, instantly incinerating the hidden creatures poised to ambush amid the inferno. Lucius quickly embraced Beludi's waist, and together they fled from the fiery chaos. They escaped. Beludi, still in shock, took a moment to gather herself before asking, How is this possible? How? Lucius, beaming with a calm demeanor, replied, It's nothing. I merely made a few adjustments to the device. From that moment on, Beludi was thoroughly convinced of Lucius's talent. She could sense that he possessed an extraordinary aptitude for mechanics. In the days that followed, thanks to Lucius's continuous innovations in mechanical weaponry, their journey faced no hindrances. Meanwhile, the battle at Blano's was nearing its conclusion, as large numbers of creatures bypassed the city, delving deep into the earth. Yet, a significant number of monsters remained, surrounding Blano's with the intent to besiege the entire city. With food supplies dwindling within the city, both Du Linyang and Merlin felt the weight of their burdens. It seems we won't be able to hold out much longer. In a few months, we might starve to death without the monsters breaching the gates, Rake lamented, sipping his bowl of oatmeal with thinly veiled sarcasm. Smack. Du Linyang banged her hand on the wooden table, standing to shout at Rake. I see you're itching for a beating. Do you want me to toss you out of the city? Fine, then throw me out. I'd rather die in battle than wait here to starve. He retorted as Du Linyang observed Lei Kum matching her intensity. Her temper flared instantly, prompting her to rise and stride towards him. However, before she could make her move, Merlin stood up to intercept her. Enough! Can you all please settle down? Numerous magical creatures have retreated in waves, but those lurking outside the city refuse to budge. Clearly under strict orders to encircle us until we are utterly overwhelmed. This is not the time for infighting. We must first consider how to fend off our adversaries. Merlin's words brought an immediate hush over the assembly. Even Du Linyang resumed her seat. The entire Blaino's council chamber fell into a profound silence, with everyone beginning to fret about the uncertain future. After a considerable pause, Caroline rose and declared, I propose we charge out and confront those creatures head-on. Absolutely not, came the unexpected chorus of Du Linyang and Merlin. Almost in unison, both were taken aback by their simultaneous reaction, exchanging astonished glances. Merlin continued, we have discussed this multiple times. Those creatures are commanded by several formidable leaders. If we rashly charge out, we will undoubtedly be unable to repel the monstrous army outside. Hearing this, Caroline turned to Du Linyang, clearly placing her trust in her. Du Linyang nodded and affirmed, indeed, Merlin is correct that I can sense the presence of several holy tier entities outside the city, and they wield domain powers that differ fundamentally from the strength you gain through core enhancement. Upon hearing this, Caroline sat back down, a hint of despair in her voice as she lamented, what then? Are we to simply wait here until we starve? As soon as Caroline's words fell, Du Linyang turned to Merlin and inquired, Merlin, how much food is still available in the city? This question caused every ear in the room to perk up, all eyes fixating on Merlin. Seeing the eager anticipation on their faces, Merlin couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. If everyone continues to subsist solely on oatmeal porridge, we can last at most 2 months. What? Only 2 months? Has Blaino's never stockpiled provisions? And what of those affluent individuals who left the city? Did they take no food with them? In response to Du Linyang's inquiry, Merlin spread his hands, saying, they left with not a single coin, but money cannot be consumed. Merlin's words cast a pall of despair over the assembly, each individual lowering their gaze. The current predicament was unforeseen. They had initially believed they only needed to endure a little longer before the monstrous horde would depart. Yet, no one anticipated that while the main force had retreated, a contingent remained, resolutely encircling Blaino's, as if it were a preordained plan to besiege the city, having held their ground for over 4 months. The issue of dwindling supplies was becoming increasingly apparent. If they could not devise a solution to the current stalemate, it seemed the only fates awaiting the city's populace were starvation or a desperate battle against the monsters outside. Both Du Linyang and Merlin had contemplated the notion of a decisive battle, but they had each ventured outside to gauge the situation. Hidden within the ranks of the monstrous army were several holy tier warriors, endowed with domain powers. If a true confrontation were to occur, Du Linyang and Merlin were acutely aware that Blaino's could not withstand the onslaught of the creatures outside. Even a handful of those holy tier beings could sweep away the majority of the city's formidable defenders. Exchanging glances, the two were beset by the weight of their dilemma, which had far surpassed their capabilities. The atmosphere in the council chamber grew increasingly oppressive as everyone buried their heads in their bowls of oatmeal. Falling silent, suddenly, the door to the chamber was flung open, and figures 1 and 2 rushed in. Before anyone could react, figure 1 addressed Du Linyang and Merlin directly, My lords, we have discovered a grain depot located 20 kilometers northwest of the city, guarded by a band of mutated half-orcs. Oh. The report invigorated the assembly. Du Linyang and Merlin exchanged glances, and with a slight smile, Du Linyang remarked, the heavens do not forsake us. Food has come our way. Blaino's, Cain, and the others leapt to their feet, clamoring, Mistress, let us go and seize it. Wait. Before Du Linyang could respond, Merlin swiftly interjected, we still lack complete intelligence on the situation. I believe we should refrain from hasty actions. If we do go, we must strategize thoroughly. As soon as Merlin finished speaking, Blaino shouted, Merlin, your courage is waning. Do you believe those creatures are capable of cunning? We cannot afford to wait. We must strike swiftly and catch them off guard. If we secure the provisions, we can endure. Observing the eager expressions of those around him, Merlin realized he could not dissuade them. Yet, Before he could voice his concerns, Du Lingyong stepped forward, asserting, "Merlin, I shall take charge of this matter. You need not involve yourself." In response, Merlin could only suppress his words, gazing at Du Lingyong for a long moment before finally sighing, "Very well, but do exercise caution." Hearing Merlin's consent, Du Lingyong smiled and replied, "Rest assured, with Figure One and the others by my side, we shall manage." Outside Blaino's, on the fringes of the misty forest, a dark red minotaur gazed intently at the city. Surrounding him were several lesser demons, one of whom, an elderly demon sorcerer, whispered, "Lord Darkblood, why do we not depart? According to our master's orders, we should have abandoned Blaino's and moved south long ago. We have delayed for far too long. Do you not fear what our master might?" Before the aged sorcerer could finish, the dark red minotaur stepped forward, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. With a fierce glare, he fixated on the sorcerer, a menacing aura enveloping him. The sorcerer struggled mightily, but could not break free from the minotaur's grip. Just as the sorcerer felt his throat constrict, the minotaur released him, speaking heavily. "Humph, remember, this is my domain. Refrain from invoking our master in my presence." At that moment, two pitch-black half-orcs rushed in, bowing before the minotaur. He inquired, "Have you completed the task?" "Master, everything is in place. They will soon discover the grain depot. The food in the city has dwindled, and they will undoubtedly act swiftly." Pleased by their report, the minotaur nodded, stroking the broken horn on his head, murmuring to himself, "Cain, my brother, we shall meet again soon, and I trust this encounter will be one you shall never forget." Chapter 82. The diversion to the barley field. As they journeyed, Baluti observed that Lucius's obsession with machinery bordered on madness. The two pistols in his possession had been disassembled and reassembled repeatedly as he sought to refine them, particularly fixating on achieving a mechanical feel that caused their weight to increase substantially. Eventually, the pistols became so heavy that even Baluti struggled to lift them, at which point Lucius finally nodded in satisfaction. What astonished Baluti was that when Lucius himself hefted the two heavy pistols, he appeared to feel no weight at all. As she watched him effortlessly manipulate the pistols, Baluti had to concede that Lucius was indeed an extraordinary, unconventional genius. The thunderous crack of the pistols reverberated through the forest, causing the very ground to tremble. It was easy to imagine that such firearms, capable of producing such sounds, would generate recoil powerful enough to shatter an ordinary person's body. Yet, Lucius held the gun with one hand, pulling the trigger without a hint of tremor in his arm. After gazing intently at the junction of his hand and the gun for some time, Baluti finally discerned the secret behind Lucius's pistols. Each time he pulled the trigger and a bullet erupted from the barrel, an enigmatic barrier manifested at the point where Lucius's hand met the grip, enveloping his entire palm and absorbing the recoil generated by the bullet's discharge, seemingly channeling that force into the heavy metal body of the firearm. Realizing this, Baluti felt a surge of astonishment. Is that a magical circuit designed to collect excess force? In response to Baluti's inquiry, Lucius raised the gun and examined his wrist, stating, "I call it the constant corridor, designed based on the runes and inscriptions left by the creator. It can dissipate the recoil when firing and simultaneously feed energy back into the gun's framework, converting it into the power needed for the magical array inside. Is that why you made the gun so heavy? To withstand the energy generated from absorbing the recoil?" "Precisely. The Fury Dragon and Blackwing can fire unique magical bullets due to the magical arrays inscribed within. However, activating those arrays requires magical energy, which is why I devised this constant corridor to convert a portion of the recoil into magical energy stored within the gun." After a pause, Lucius showcased the grip to Baluti, continuing, "When necessary, I can draw a bit of my own magical energy using the magical array on the grip to activate the stored energy within the gun." Upon hearing this, Baluti suddenly understood. "So, that dragon breath you unleashed earlier came from this?" Lucius nodded nonchalantly. "Indeed, activating the magical array inside the Fury Dragon allows it to release dragon breath, which is precisely why I crafted the dragon head for it." Baluti, intrigued, turned her attention to the other pistol, which was pitch black and devoid of any ostentation, asking, "What about Blackwing?" "Blackwing? Hee, that's a secret for now. When the time comes, I shall reveal it to you." As soon as the words left his lips, before Baluti could respond, Lucius suddenly raised his gun, turned around, and fired a shot, intently glaring at the thicket ahead while shouting, "Come out!" Upon hearing Lucius's shout, Baluti immediately became vigilant, fixing her gaze sternly on the bushes. However, after a brief moment, the thicket remained still, and Baluti began to doubt whether Lucius had indeed made a mistake. But before she could speak, Lucius fired another shot at the thicket and declared, "Show yourself, or the next bullet will be your last." With a rustling sound accompanying the thicket, a figure soon emerged. Baluti immediately tensed up, ready to strike down any foe. The person who stepped out, however, spoke in a timid voice, "Please, don't kill me, that I mean no harm." Lucius, upon hearing this, gestured to Baluti to calm down, then holstered his 2 guns and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you to this forest?" "I am Poncio, a personal guard of King Blanos. I followed my king into the misty forest, intending to enter the sacred domain together, but we became accidentally separated. I truly just wish to accompany you out of this cursed forest, that I swear. I mean no harm." After hearing his response, Baluti scrutinized him carefully and remarked, "A guard of Constantine, but given Constantine's strength, wouldn't you be a burden?" Poncio's expression darkened at Baluti's seemingly casual remark. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Yes, you are quite right, and my presence would indeed be a burden to the king. I am of no assistance whatsoever. That is why I chose to remain in the misty forest instead of entering the sacred domain, so as not to weigh down the king." Noticing Poncio's despondent demeanor, Lucius interjected, "Well then, since you have shown yourself, you may accompany us." "Thank you. Thank you so much, young brother. May I ask how you are addressed?" Poncio's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Revealing himself to be an upright knight, Lucius, without any hesitation, introduced himself. "Oh, I am Lucius, and this is my companion, Baluti." "What? You are Lucius?" Upon hearing this, Poncio gasped in astonishment. Baluti found Poncio's reaction somewhat amusing and remarked to Lucius, "I didn't realize you were a celebrity." "Me? A celebrity? Haha, by the way, how do you know me?" In response to Lucius's inquiry, Poncio awkwardly chuckled, "Is it not due to the commotion you caused in the city?" "Oh, are you referring to the battle with the church and the temple?" Poncio nodded and explained, "Yes. In fact, after you entered the city, the king took notice of you and even sent someone to keep an eye on you. He intended for you to join him in the sacred domain. But little did he expect you to head straight for the Dragon Spring Tavern. After that, he abandoned the idea but continued to monitor your activities." At this point, Poncio paused, chuckling as he added, "Hee. I never anticipated you would outsmart them so thoroughly, leaving both the church and the temple at a disadvantage." Lucius, upon hearing this, dismissed it nonchalantly. "That was nothing. It merely indicates how foolish those individuals were. One cannot argue with that. The king once remarked that you were quite the clever young lad and very dangerous." Upon hearing Poncio's words, Baluti burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Constantine is absolutely correct. This lad is indeed clever and perilous, despite his sunny disposition. He harbors a wealth of scheming thoughts." Unperturbed by Baluti's jest, Lucius grew serious and said, "We should hasten our journey. At present, the misty forest is teeming with monsters. Even if Blanos has not been breached, it is surely surrounded by these creatures. Although Ani and the others are there, they are but 2 fists against a multitude. The sheer number of monsters makes it difficult for them to fend them off. So we must return quickly to assist." Poncio's expression turned grave upon hearing Lucius's analysis, and he looked at Lucius in horror. "Are you implying that Blanos has been unable to relocate?" Baluti inquired. Puzzled, "You were unaware. The relocation of Blanos has been obstructed." "What? Obstructed? This is disastrous." Poncio's complexion turned pale as he muttered despairingly. Observing Poncio's state, Lucius furrowed his brow and said, "Why would it be disastrous? The survivors of the sacred domain have returned to Blanos. I trust they can withstand the onslaught of the monsters." Poncio gave a bitter smile, calculating from the time the king and I departed. "Blanos has been besieged for at least 2 years. After such a lengthy duration, the granaries in the city must be nearly empty. If the monsters still surround the city, then even if they have not breached it, they will inevitably starve." "Oh no, I completely forgot about that. However, wasn't it said that Blanos' food reserves rank among the top 10 in the entire continent? Can 2 years truly deplete the city supplies?" Sighing helplessly, Poncio replied, "Blanos is the king's labor of love, and thus possesses substantial reserves." He paused before continuing. "However, the king did not store the food within the city. Instead, he placed it in 2 farms located to the southwest and northwest of the city." "What? Are you saying that Constantine's stockpiled food is not located in the city?" Poncio nodded, affirming, "Yes, due to the large population and numerous eyes in the city, the king established the two primary granaries outside, in the northwest barley field and the southwest pasture. Looking at Lucius with a serious expression, Poncio stated, "Thus, we must return immediately and devise a plan to fend off the monsters. Otherwise, the people in the city will starve." Upon hearing this, Lucius did not rush to leave. Instead, he lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. Then he raised his head and asked Poncio, "Did you say the barley field is to the northwest? The food in the city is already scarce. Therefore, the people in the city will surely find a way." After a brief pause, Lucius suddenly exclaimed, "We shall not go to Blanos. Instead, we will head directly to the northwest barley field." "What?" both Baluti and Poncio asked in unison. Lucius, filled with confidence, explained, "Given Ani's character, she will surely not sit idly by. Since the city is in short supply, she will undoubtedly find a solution." "Are you suggesting that Deliliang and the others will raid the barley field for supplies?" Upon hearing Baluti's question, Lucius nodded but then added with a grave expression, "Yes, based on Auntie's character, she will certainly seek a solution. Moreover, someone in the city must know about the food reserves in the barley field. If they informed Auntie, she would certainly head there." Poncio interjected, "But why should we go to the barley field?" "Quite simply, if the monsters have surrounded Blanos for 3 years, would they not be aware of the barley field's existence?" Poncio instinctively replied, "Although it is protected by the king's divine might. Given the passage of time, it is likely that it has been discovered." Lucius nodded and continued, "Exactly. If the monsters have discovered its existence but cannot breach the king's divine protection, and they know the city is short on food, what do you think they would do?" It quickly dawned on Poncio, who gazed at Lucius in terror. "You mean they have set a trap at the barley field, waiting for those who come to fetch supplies?" However, before Poncio could finish, Baluti chimed in, "But how do you know when the people from the city will go?" Locking his gaze, Lucius responded to Baluti's inquiry, "If they have already gone or not. What shall we do? Based on the timeline, Auntie and the others have been away from the sacred domain for quite some time. They should only now be considering the food issue. Thus, it is improbable that they have already gone, as there are large numbers of monsters outside, preventing them from having the opportunity, especially since Auntie would not venture out without gathering sufficient information first." Lucius calmly analyzed, "At present, there are only 2 possibilities. Either Auntie and the others have not yet gone, or they were ensnared by the monsters. In the first scenario, if we go, we can catch them off guard and seize the supplies before returning to Blanos, thereby sparing Auntie and the others from risking their lives. In the latter scenario, if we hurry there, we may just be able to assist Auntie and her group. Therefore, in any case, we must head to the barley field." Lucius's analysis left Baluti and Poncio speechless. The 3 of them then set off with Poncio leading the way towards the northwest barley field of Blanos. Chapter 83, A Bold Assault. As Lucius and his companions hurried toward the barley field, within the city of Blanos, a team led by Deliliang was gearing up to venture out for supplies. The team, personally led by Deliliang, a saint-level wielder of domain, rendered even Merlin and the others speechless. Heightening their anticipation for the supply raid, the team primarily consisted of several leaders from the Dragon Spring Tavern, along with Caroline, Shadow, and various knights and mages from the city. The main force of the team was a contingent of machines led by Number 2. Neither the Night Elves nor Kiliel and Mo Deus were included in this expedition. This decision, naturally, has faced considerable scrutiny, particularly from Chilia and Mades, 2 young maidens eager to showcase their abilities. However, Du Linyang has chosen not to include them, leaving the duo bereft of their chance to shine. Unlike Mades, who remained silent, Chilia approached Du Linyang just as the group was about to depart. Why am I not permitted to accompany you? Do you consider me a burden?" In response to Chilia's inquiry, Du Linyang's answer was succinct, "You cannot go." "Why not?" As she spoke, Chilia noticed Caroline nearby and added, "Why is she allowed to go while I am not?" In reply, Du Linyang glanced at Caroline and stated, "She can bear heavy loads and will assist in transporting the supplies. Can you do the same? Enough now, follow my orders. Remember, you are responsible for drawing the attention of the monsters. Only then can we exit the city safely." Du Linyang's words compelled Chilia to step aside, not due to an inability to carry supplies, but rather out of fear of defying Du Linyang's command. As the team prepared for departure, Merlin organized the affairs within the city and arrived with the accompanying mages and knights. Before they set off, Merlin, still somewhat apprehensive, remarked, "This course of action is indeed quite perilous." Du Linyang responded calmly, I am acutely aware of the risks. However, if we do not take these risks, we shall only await starvation." Hearing this, Merlin understood that the danger must be embraced, and he sighed as he addressed Du Linyang and the others. "Everyone, be cautious that we hope for your safe return. Enough with the sentimentalities. Open the city gates." As Merlin's words fell, like let out a resounding battle cry, with the gates slowly rising, like, brandishing his warhammer, strode boldly towards the entrance, declaring, "Come on, let those scum witness the might of the warriors of Blanos." With roars of defiance, the knights tasked with covering Du Linyang's group surged forth under Like's command. The sound of the gate creaking open drew the attention of the monsters outside, who rushed towards the entrance, seemingly intent on breaching the city. Yet, before the monsters could make their advance, Like swung his warhammer, charging out of the gate through the gap, and aimed a blow at the head of a monster attempting to enter. With a resounding crash, the creature was dispatched before it could react. Its skull shattered, blood splattering in all directions, with his warhammer in hand, Like burst forth from the gates, and the multitude of monsters amassed outside quickly fell victim to his blows. However, the bloodthirsty creatures showed no signs of fear. Witnessing their companion crushed by Like's hammer, they did not falter. Instead, spurred by the bloodshed, they launched a frenzied assault against him, soon overwhelming Like in sheer numbers. Fortunately, at that moment, the gates had fully risen, allowing the knights and mages, fully equipped, to charge out in an instant. Spells and martial energies illuminated the scene, as the encroaching monsters were felled in droves by the mages' magic and the knights' weapons. The knights and mages surged forth, quickly gaining the upper hand, driving back the advancing horde. Amidst the throng of monsters, the Minotaur chief, Anshue, sat astride a corrupted thunder beast, observing the unfolding battle. Beside him, an elderly demon mage, also mounted on a corrupted thunder beast, could not help but sigh. The combat prowess of those beings is indeed formidable. If they desire to break free, we may not be able to stop them. Lord Anshue, must we truly eliminate them? This contradicts the orders left by the prince. Anshue, gazing into the distance, replied, "Rest assured, I will explain the situation to the prince." Upon hearing Anshue's assurance, the aged demon mage fell silent for a moment before speaking. "Lord Anshue, you have set the trap. Why must we ensure the city's demise?" What do you understand? Had it not been for those ordinary beings within the city, that group would have long since sought to escape. With that, Anshue turned to stare at the demon mage. "Moreover, do you truly believe that your lesser demons can stand against those beings in direct combat?" The elderly demon mage, alarmed, stammered, "Lord Anshue, you are being unreasonable." Anshue interrupted him sharply. "Enough. I know that if we could defeat them head-on, the prince would not have chosen to circumvent this city. If even the prince cannot take the city by force, we must resort to cunning." However, before the prince left, he did not instruct us to capture the demon mage. Was again cut off by Anshue's harsh words. "I am aware, but I differ from you. I am a being in service to the prince, and I must demonstrate my loyalty to show the prince that I have severed ties with the beings. Piknu, you will support me, will you not?" The elderly demon mage, Piknu, initially wished to argue with Anshue, but upon meeting Anshue's cold gaze, could only nod in acquiescence. "Rest assured, Lord Anshue, since the prince has ordered us to follow you, we shall wholeheartedly support you." Satisfied with Piknu's response, Anshue turned back to observe the battle unfolding before the city gates, while Piknu silently rejoiced at having pacified Anshue's ire. Piknu understood well that, although Anshue was a being, his position as the leader of a vast army of monsters indicated formidable power. The demons, as denizens of the abyss, were born of a decayed civilization, inherently endowed with immense strength. As a demon mage, Piknu possessed an innate affinity for the dark and corrupting magics born of this decayed civilization. He recognized that Anshue had the strength to easily overpower him, and thus willingly accepted his role as Anshue's subordinate. The battle before the gates of Blanos escalated fiercely as waves of monsters recklessly charged forward, attempting to reclaim the entrance. The knights and mages pouring out of the city, led by Like, became frenzied with bloodlust, seemingly forgetting the previously agreed-upon plan. Each one fought valiantly across the drawbridge, plunging into the throng of monsters, ruthlessly slaughtering those surrounding the city. Soon, each knight and mage was drenched in the monster's blood. Those within the city watched in shock as the conflict outside intensified. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. "How could this happen? Was this only meant to be a cover? Why has it escalated to this?" No one answered. At that moment, everyone was engulfed in disbelief, watching as Like and his companions fought fiercely. mages wielding their staffs and reciting incantations, expending their magical energy to hasten their spells. The knights, fueled by their fighting spirit, swung their weapons with reckless abandon, using their very bodies to form a wall against the monsters. Vowing to protect the mages chanting spells behind them, even at the cost of their own lives. The brutal combat caused all to forget the original purpose of opening the gates. It was as if long-repressed emotions were finally released. And no one blamed those outside for their bloody struggle. Merlin wiped away tears from his eyes and finally addressed Du Linyang, saying, "Enough, Du. You must set off quickly. Do not let the sacrifices of those who have fallen be in vain. You must bring back the supplies. We will defend this city for those brave souls." Hearing this, Du Linyang gazed at the bloody scene outside, her expression shifting several times before she ultimately commanded, "Let us depart." Without further words, the well-prepared supply team followed closely behind Du Linyang, successfully charging out of the city gates under the cover of a multitude of mages, casting a glance at the retreating monster horde driven back by like. The group's demeanor grew grave, and they almost simultaneously halted in their tracks. However, before Du Linyang could ponder their next move, Merlin's voice urged from behind, "Go!" Quickly his words rang like a clarion call in every heart. After a moment's reflection, Du Linyang suppressed her instinct to join Like's fray and led the supply team along the path carved out by Like, taking advantage of the monster's distraction to swiftly infiltrate the enemy ranks under the mage's protection. "Kill!" With Du Linyang's fierce command, her aura erupted in a kaleidoscope of martial energy, radiant and ephemeral. Yet, it was sufficient to breach a gap in the monster ranks, allowing the supply team to surge through with remarkable speed toward the outer circle of the monster horde. By the time the monsters regained their senses and sought to pursue Du Linyang and her companions, Like and Merlin acted in unison, managing to delay the pursuing monsters and granting Du Linyang the vital time needed to escape their grasp. The fleeting brilliance of Du Linyang's kaleidoscopic energy caught the attention of Anxue, who gazed with sudden intensity, murmuring, "I never expected such a display of kaleidoscopic martial energy. It seems this ambush may be more perilous than anticipated. Adjustments to the plan may be necessary. Lest we fail to eliminate that group." Nearby, Picnu, upon witnessing the kaleidoscopic energy, was drenched in cold sweat. Fully aware of the formidable power of the seven-colored battle chi, Picnu, upon hearing Anxue's murmurs, hastily urged, "My lord Anxue, perhaps we should make haste to depart." Anxue turned to regard Picnu, who was visibly trembling from the fright induced by the seven-colored battle chi, and could not help but chuckle, saying, "Hee, enough of that. Rest assured, I shall handle this plan to lure the enemy. Your only task is to keep watch over that city with your little demons. Remember, should you dare to withdraw before my return. You are well aware of my methods." Yes, my lord Anxue, you may rest assured. Picnu will certainly await your return here." Observing Picnu's obsequious demeanor, Anxue chose not to elaborate further, instead patting the beast beneath him and redirecting it towards the direction of the barley field. Chapter 84. Journey to the granary. After successfully breaching the city to seize provisions, Like immediately led the surviving individuals back into the city. The furious army of magical creatures outside relentlessly pursued them. Yet under the overwhelming magical onslaught of Merlin and numerous other mages, they were unable to impede Like and his companions' retreat, ultimately left to watch helplessly as the survivors returned to the city. As the bloodied individuals re-entered the city, a fervent cheer erupted among the inhabitants. This was not a cheer of triumph or victory, but rather a heartfelt admiration for Like and others' fearless spirit. Their willingness to confront the magical beasts outside, risking life and limb. After being besieged for an extended period, Like's proactive assault injected a potent morale boost into the despondent atmosphere within Blanos, causing spirits to soar as if the over 3 years of siege had suddenly become inconsequential. Meanwhile, as the citizens reveled, liberating their pent-up emotions from the prolonged confinement, Merlin and Like stood atop the city wall. Gazing at the retreating figures of their comrades, Merlin suddenly addressed his longtime friend beside him. "Like, you actually had the opportunity to leave. Since you disrupted the teleportation magic circle, why did you not choose to escape? Leave. Why would I abandon this city that the king has led us to painstakingly establish? I cannot simply forsake it," Like responded, turning to look at Merlin, his expression firm as he declared, "Indeed, I have my own selfish motives. To protect my interests in the West, I obstructed Blanos' relocation. However, that does not mean I would forsake this place. Even if it leads to my demise here, I will not abandon it." Upon hearing Like's resolute words and recalling how he had sabotaged the magic circle for his own gains, Merlin felt a twinge of uncertainty towards this old comrade. He appeared to be a self-serving individual, yet was willing to fight for Blanos. After much contemplation, Merlin could only think in his heart, perhaps this is what like steadfastly believes in. With this thought, Merlin continued to gaze far into the distance, watching the silhouettes of the team fade beyond the horizon, silently praying for their safe return. The grain-seizing team swiftly evaded the pursuit of the magical creatures. Entering the expanse between Blanos and the miasma forest. At this moment, Duliang commanded the others to slow their pace, simultaneously dispatching scouts to remain vigilant, leading the group methodically forward. After traversing the wilderness for half a day, as dusk began to envelop the land, several scouts sent out to scout the surroundings returned. Informing Duliang of the situation, she began to deliberate and analyze the team's course of action based on their reports. Blanos, observing Duliang deep in thought, could not help but inquire, "Boss, why must we insist on transporting grain? The magical creatures outside show no signs of retreating, even if we manage to bring back food. How long will it sustain us? Are we to remain trapped within the city indefinitely? And what do you propose we do instead?" Duliang countered calmly. Faced with her sudden question, Blanos found himself at a loss for words. Noticing his inability to respond, Duliang continued with a composed demeanor. "What? Can you not think of a solution? If you cannot, then refrain from voicing your useless concerns and focus on how we shall transport the grain back to the city once we acquire it." As soon as Duliang finished speaking, Caroline promptly interjected, "Auntie, do you truly believe that Lucius will return safely?" Hearing Caroline's inquiry, Blanos immediately chimed in. "Indeed, boss. If that rascal Lucius fails to escape the land of rest, are we to simply wait endlessly in Blanos? Moreover, given the current circumstances, even if we retrieve the grain, how long will it last?" "One day is better than none," Duliang replied, adjusting her slightly disheveled hair before adding. "As for whether Lucius can return, I believe that question need not be overthought. That lad would never undertake a task without assurance. If he were not confident in subduing the Father God, he would not have allowed the deities to enter the land of rest." "What, boss? Are you implying that those gods and demons were intentionally allowed into the land of rest by Lucius?" The group exclaimed in unison, astonished in response to their outcry. Duliang remained calm, stating, "Of course." After a pause, she elaborated, "Were it not for that mischievous lad's deliberate leniency, even the Father God would require considerable effort to breach the passage into the land of rest. Those gods and demons would have been incapable of interfering with his inheritance of that realm." Upon hearing this, Caroline quickly pressed, "Then why did he allow those gods and demons to enter?" "I know the answer to that." Before Duliang could respond, the gnome Talk interjected, "Lucius intentionally permitted the gods and demons to enter, ultimately luring the Father God as well, with the aim of ensnaring them all at once." Ensnaring them all at once. Hearing Talk's explanation, Caroline pondered for a moment before realizing. "You mean to say that Lucius deliberately harnessed the power of the land of rest to eliminate the Father God and those gods and demons?" "No." Duliang directly refuted Caroline's conjecture. "Lucius lacks the power to eliminate the Father God and those gods and demons. Lacks that power. But just now, Talk said he intended to ensnare the gods and demons." Caroline expressed her confusion. Talk continued to clarify, "What I meant by ensnaring them all is not to say he would kill them all. Those gods and demons are part of the magical civilization, even if their civilization decays and collapses. As long as magic civilization persists in this dimensional space, they cannot be entirely eradicated." However, Talk paused deliberately. Observing Caroline's impatient demeanor, Duliang, not waiting for Talk to continue, swiftly delivered a sharp tap to the gnome's head, exclaiming, "Stop rambling. Just say that Lucius can utilize the land of rest to seal those gods and demons." "Ouch," Talk yelped, clutching his head and nodding vigorously, refraining from any further resistance. With this clarification, Caroline finally grasped the situation. Realizing Lucius was likely safe, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Phew, it seems that rascal is indeed unscathed. However, no sooner had Caroline's words fallen than Palu suddenly focused intently on a distant spot, declaring, "We may be in trouble." With that, Palu leaped forward, instantly transforming into a sleek black panther, stealthily approaching the thick grass ahead. Duliang and the others tensed up, gripping their weapons tightly, ready for battle. Roar, accompanied by a furious roar. The group beheld a flurry of sparks not far away, illuminated by the flickering lights, revealing a horde of diminutive demons brandishing gnarled wooden staffs. A few of these little demons had already met their demise beneath the claws of the panther that Palu had transformed into. Recognizing that they were merely a group of demons resembling magical scouts, the team wasted no time. seizing their weapons and charging forth, in the blink of an eye. The diminutive demons, who appeared to be scouts of the magical creatures, were vanquished by the grain-seizing party. Yet, rather than reveling in their triumph, they swiftly followed Duliang's command to clean the battlefield, forgoing any time for rest, and continued their journey towards the northwest where the barley field was located. Along the way, Duliang whispered to her companions, "It seems the magical creatures are aware of the granary's location. We must exercise greater caution." Palu continued to dispatch scouts to ensure our movements remain concealed. Before we rendezvous with the mechanical spirits, everyone must take turns resting. Upon hearing Duliang's orders, the expressions of the group turned grave. They could all sense the peril of their mission. Nonetheless, each face bore a resolute determination, clearly indicating that despite the daunting challenges ahead, none would choose to retreat. They would fight until the very last moment. However, unbeknownst to Duliang and her companions, their movements had already been exposed. While they dispatched the diminutive demons, their whereabouts were thoroughly revealed, and at that moment, the dark red Minotaur chief was closely monitoring their every move. Splendid. It appears our prey has arrived," Anshue remarked with satisfaction as he listened to the reports of the grain-seizing team's movements. "Do not alert them. Let them travel in trepidation. Once they arrive here, weary and exhausted, we shall strike decisively to capture them." The reporting creature expressed no dissent, respectfully bowed to Anshue, and then vanished into the darkness, in the aftermath of the soul state. As the monstrous beings vanished not long ago, a dark and corrupted Minotaur approached Anshue and said, "Leader, this barley field is under the divine protection of the gods. We simply cannot breach it. If we engage those fellows here, it will clearly be to our disadvantage. Why have you chosen this place?" Anshue replied, "Ahabu, we must allow those individuals to glimpse a flicker of hope before we shatter that hope with our own hands." With that, Anshue turned to the nearby corrupted Minotaur, observing the confusion in its eyes, and grinned menacingly, saying, "We have been cast aside by them. Thus, only by crushing their hopes can we make them feel the agony we endure." Upon hearing this, Ahabu seemed to grasp something. Bowing his head in contemplation, he then raised his gaze to Anshue and asked, "But leader, can we truly overcome them?" Noticing the fear reflected in the corrupted Minotaur's eyes, Anshue placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Do not worry, Ahabu. One day, the very earth will tremble beneath us. When that day arrives, we shall reclaim all that is rightfully ours. Trust me, that day is not far off." Meeting Anshue's resolute gaze, Ahabu's fear gradually dissipated, and he nodded firmly, declaring, "Yes, leader, Ahabu will always follow you." Pleased by this affirmation, Anshue nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Very well, prepare yourself diligently." At this, the corrupted Minotaur immediately turned and departed, watching Ahabu's retreating figure. A glimmer of determination shone in Anshue's eyes as he turned to gaze at the twilight expanse, eagerly anticipating the fierce battle with Duliang and her companions. Chapter 85. Lurking in wait under the guidance of Poncio. The pace of Lucius and his companions noticeably quickened. Along the way, the beasts concealed within the misty forest could not approach the trio due to Lucius's formidable firepower, with a powerful roar echoing through the air. The mist was dispersed by the dragon's breath, revealing the lurking monsters before Bloody and Poncio could react. The breath of the dragon unleashed from Lucius's firearm had already turned those creatures to ashes. The two firearms, continuously adjusted by Lucius along the way, had now become even more potent than before. Even Bloody, who had always scoffed at Lucius, could not help but marvel at his impressive modification skills. Fixating on the fury dragon in Lucius's hands, as the dragon's mouth opened and closed at the barrel's tip, Poncio could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "This is incredible. I never imagined magic and machinery could intertwine so seamlessly." Hearing Poncio's praise, Lucius displayed no hint of pride or arrogance, calmly sheathing the fury dragon at his waist. Turning to Poncio, he inquired, "Mr. Poncio, how much longer until we exit the misty forest?" Lucius's sudden question caught Poncio off guard for a moment. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Sir, we should be able to exit the misty forest shortly ahead. If we encounter no beasts along the way, we can reach the barley field in 3 days. 3 days? It seems we need to hasten our pace. I suspect Auntie and the others may have already set out." Upon hearing this, Bloody asked in confusion, "How do you know Auntie and the others have already departed?" Lucius replied with confidence, "It's simple. Given Annie's temperament, as soon as she knows the exact location of the barley field, she will undoubtedly rush to act. She would never stand idly by while the people of Brolano starve." So by my calculations, she must have already set out. You seem quite familiar with delineating, don't you? Baluti remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Lucius, unfazed by the jab, shrugged dismissively and said, "It's rather easy to deduce. Auntie's temperament is quite evident." All right then. Great analyst Lucius, let us continue on our journey. It was clear that Baluti had grown somewhat weary of Lucius's incessant analysis and sought to shift the topic by resuming their travels. A slight smile graced Lucius's lips, as if he had detected Baluti's intention, and he turned to Poncio, saying, "Very well, let us proceed." With Lucius's ever-present heavy artillery safeguarding them, the trio encountered no significant obstacles and successfully exited the misty forest. After following the forest's edge to the northeast for approximately 2 days, they finally caught sight of the wheat fields bathed in a sacred radiance. Upon seeing the vast expanse of ripening wheat, Poncio, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Praise the God King! I never expected the king's protection to endure, and in such pristine condition that as long as the barley field remains untainted by monsters, Brelanos will have a chance to rebuild. Truly, this is wonderful news." As tears of joy welled in his eyes, Poncio immediately attempted to dash toward the direction of the barley field. However, before he could take a step, Lucius abruptly halted him, saying, "Wait, something feels amiss. What seems off?" Poncio inquired, puzzled by Lucius's sudden caution. Lucius pondered for a moment and replied, "Consider this. The barley field is not far from the misty forest. When the monsters charge out from the forest, would they not have noticed this place? Why is there not a single trace left behind? Even with Constantine's divine protection, wouldn't his miracles have faded over the span of 2 or 3 years? Lucius, you don't understand. It is not only the king's blessing that protects this land. It is also under the auspices of the nature goddess from the natural sanctuary. Therefore, this soil is immune to any corruption from monsters." At this, Lucius scoffed quietly. Yet, seeing Poncio's excited expression, he chose not to interrupt. Moreover, the entire farm's infrastructure was crafted by the Brotherhood's engineers. Everything within the farm is managed by various mechanical creations produced by the Brotherhood. From planting to harvesting, and even threshing and storage, requiring no manual labor. Furthermore, these machines also serve to protect the farm. Poncio's explanation astonished both Lucius and Baluti. They had never anticipated that this seemingly vast farm not only enjoyed the blessings of the nature goddess but was also entirely overseen by mechanical spirits. Nevertheless, unease lingered in Lucius's heart. After listening to Poncio's account, Lucius still felt puzzled, voicing, "I still find this unsettling. Even with the nature goddess's blessing and the Brotherhood's mechanical guardianship, there shouldn't be a complete absence of traces. Those monsters are mindless. How could they possibly overlook this place?" After a moment's reflection, Lucius continued, "Unless someone is deliberately laying a trap, waiting for Auntie and the others to take the bait." Upon hearing this, Baluti asked in confusion, "Did you not previously state that someone might be orchestrating a siege against Delineang and her group? Now you're saying those monsters are mindless? Don't you find your statements contradictory?" "Not at all. What I meant was that Annie and her group could be cornered by the monsters. I thought those creatures might be lurking here to intercept Auntie and her supplies." He gestured toward the barren barley field, saying, "But look at it now. It's completely empty, devoid of any sounds, and it appears eerily tranquil, like a paradise untouched. This is entirely inconsistent with the monster's nature. Aren't they driven by the desire to annihilate everything? How could they possibly spare this place?" Upon hearing Lucius's analysis, Baluti refrained from further dissent. Observing the calm barley field before them and connecting it to Lucius's insights, both Baluti and Poncio began to sense that something was indeed amiss. After a moment of silence, Baluti softly asked Lucius, "What should we do now?" "Wait." Lucius's response was straightforward. "Until we fully understand the specifics of this farm, we must not act recklessly. We can only remain hidden here and patiently await developments. I believe it won't be long before Auntie and her group arrive, at which point the situation will naturally become clearer. Are you suggesting we let Delineang and her companions draw out the monsters that may be lurking in the shadows?" Seeing Lucius nod in affirmation, Baluti immediately retorted, "Humph, aren't you just trying to save your own skin? Hey, that's not what I mean. This is about being wise and courageous. I have no desire to recklessly charge into danger." Baluti, hearing this, turned her head away, ignoring Lucius's defense. Observing Baluti's dismissive gesture, Lucius ceased his attempts to argue and instead reclined in the lush, towering grass, closing his eyes and saying, "I'll rest for a bit. If anything happens, remember to wake me." Seeing Lucius fall asleep in a short span of time made Ponchio's heart race with anxiety, fearing a sudden attack from monsters against the three of them. In that moment, Ponchio found himself engulfed in heightened tension, his senses acutely attuned to the surrounding sounds. As time passed, his growing restlessness intensified. The tranquility of the surroundings and Lucius's calm breathing exacerbated Ponchio's unease. He began to feel as though a pair of eyes were fixated on him, scrutinizing his every movement as if he were a prey being stalked by a hunter, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Ponchio's tension and agitation did not escape Beluti's notice, although she was unsure of Lucius's motivations. She could vividly sense that Ponchio's mental state was on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, it would only take a single straw to shatter his composure completely. At long last, as the sun gradually descended towards the misty forest. The crimson hues of dusk bathed the earth in a fiery red. After enduring a prolonged state of tension, Ponchio's mind teetered on the brink of collapse. With a satisfied sigh, Lucius opened his eyes and stretched lazily, exclaiming, "I had the most delightful sleep." Upon awakening, he beheld the wearied visage of Ponchio. Without waiting for a word from Ponchio, Lucius raised his hand and struck him with a heavy fist, rendering him unconscious. Meeting Beluti's astonished gaze, he sighed, "What a stubborn fellow." He. At his words, Beluti couldn't help but laugh. "It's not that this guy is stubborn, it's that you are filled with malice. Perhaps your actions are a deliberate test to see if you lured us here, setting a trap alongside those monsters." Lucius did not deny it. Instead, he remarked to Beluti, "You should rest as well. It's likely that Ant and the others want to arrive today." Beluti shook her head, replying, "I don't need rest. You know that." As she spoke, Beluti scrutinized Lucius, saying, "You always appear so carefree. Don't you worry at all?" "Worry? Worry about what?" In response to Lucius's counter, Beluti placed a hand on her forehead, saying, "You truly are remarkably untroubled. Although those three may frequently clash among themselves, they might not spare you. Are you not concerned that once this monster calamity passes, they might join forces to eliminate you? After all, you are the heir of the Creator." "Indeed, you raise a valid point. It does sound somewhat perilous." Lucius scratched his head. "If those three were to unite and eliminate me, would they not acquire the Creator's legacy? Yet, for them, the Creator's legacy may not hold much significance, considering what they currently possess is bestowed by magical civilization. True as that may be, no one would casually relinquish power within reach, especially since magical civilization is beginning to decay." Upon hearing this, Lucius feigned shock and whispered, "Oh, is that so? Beluti, don't frighten me. I know you will protect me, right?" Initially startled by Lucius's sudden fear, Beluti soon realized she had been played. Unable to resist, she gave Lucius a playful slap, saying, "Get lost, you rascal." To Beluti's surprise, Lucius did not retaliate. Instead, he remained silent, crouched in the grass, intently listening to something. Observing this, Beluti wished to inquire, but was silenced by Lucius, who gestured for her to remain quiet. After a brief moment, a rustling sound echoed through the air. Beluti looked at Lucius in astonishment, to which he grinned widely, exclaiming, "Haha, we've finally arrived." Chapter 86. The Trap in the Depths of Night. Yearning led her team closer to the barley field. Squad 2, under the command of the mechanized soldiers, had already scouted the area and found that the barley field posed almost no danger. Allowing the entire team to advance swiftly as they approached the outskirts of the farm, poised to step into the barley field, Yearning abruptly halted the team, noticing Yearning raising her hand to stop their advance. Leno and the others immediately gathered around, whispering, "Boss, what is going on? The farm is right in front of us. Why have we suddenly stopped?" Yearning examined the group, saying, "Do you not find anything peculiar?" "Peculiar? What is strange?" Perhaps driven by their hunger for food, the group instinctively replied in unison. The more composed Caroline interjected, "What the boss means is that the entire farm is overly tranquil, correct?" "Yes," Yearning nodded. "Even though the farm and barley fields are blessed by the goddess of nature and maintained by the Brotherhood's machines, this location is perilously close to the misty forest. How could those monsters not have passed through here when they emerged from the forest?" "Boss, how can you be certain those monsters haven't passed through here? Perhaps they have already left?" No sooner had Bleno spoken than Caroline immediately countered, "Not so. If they had passed through here, there would undoubtedly be traces left behind. Consider the dark marks we've seen along our journey. Those are remnants of the monster army's passage. If they had been here, how could there be no signs?" Perhaps it is due to the protection of the god king and the goddess of nature that those monsters could not ravage this place, thus opting to circumvent it. In order to enable Arno to grasp the source core's power swiftly, Merlin had specifically arranged for him to be in Du Linyang's team, hoping that this grain transport event would facilitate Arno's rapid growth. At this moment, having listened to Du Linyang and Caroline's analysis, Arno, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself and interjected. Upon hearing Arno's words, the group almost simultaneously turned to him, with the most outspoken dwarf, Bleno, remarking, "Kid, don't be fanciful. Your gods and the goddess of nature are struggling to protect themselves. How could they safeguard this farm? You're wrong. The gods are invincible. They have bestowed the source core upon me. I have received their power, and they will surely return." Seeing Arno argue his case passionately, the dwarf was about to say something but was silenced by Du Linyang's stern gaze. Then, Du Linyang spoke as gently as possible. "Kid, don't forget, Bleno has the protection of Constantine as well." Du Linyang's words rendered Arno momentarily speechless. Indeed, as Du Linyang had stated, even if the barley fields and farm were blessed by the divine, in everyone's perception, those monsters were a horde that knew only slaughter and destruction. How could they so easily abandon such a vast expanse of barley, even if they did not breach the field's defenses? There should have been some traces left behind. For a moment, the group exchanged glances, unsure of what to do next. Ultimately, after deliberation, they decided to send Shadow alone to investigate, thoroughly examining the entire barley field and farm. Just after Shadow departed, the corrupted monsters lurking around the barley field and farm had already detected the movements of Du Linyang and her team. Receiving the report, Dark Blood gazed at the hidden location of Du Linyang's group but did not immediately issue the order to attack. Abuhar stood quietly beside Dark Blood, noticing that they had clearly spotted the whereabouts of those individuals. Yet Dark Blood did not command an immediate assault. Abuhar felt a tinge of confusion. He quietly asked Dark Blood, "Chief, are we not going to make a move?" Dark Blood replied calmly, "No, let us wait a bit longer. We will strike when they let their guard down." Soon after, Shadow returned from the barley field and farm, reporting, "No danger." Upon hearing Shadow's words, the group collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, with Bleno eagerly rubbing his hands together, saying, Didn't I tell you there was nothing to worry about? Now let us hurry and go. Perhaps there are still barrels of barley wine stored in the farm." However, just as Bleno turned to take a step forward, Du Linyang abruptly pulled him back. With a grave expression, Du Linyang said, "Hurry, we may have fallen into an ambush. We cannot go to the barley field. We must leave immediately." "What?" The group was taken aback. Shortly thereafter, Du Linyang furrowed her brow, scanning the surroundings and declaring, "Too late. It seems we won't be able to escape." No sooner had Du Linyang's words fallen than the group quickly heard the rapid rustling of movement around them, unmistakably indicating that a large force was encircling them. As the hurried footsteps drew nearer, Du Linyang ceased to be anxious, her demeanor turning calm. Slowly drawing the curved blade from her waist, Du Linyang furrowed her brows, saying, I shall see who it is that has set this trap for me." Seeing Du Linyang unsheath her curved blade, the others wasted no time, swiftly grabbing their weapons and standing alongside Du Linyang to confront the swiftly approaching enemies. In that moment, no one felt fear, for they understood that if they did not fight desperately, there would be no path to survival. Kill. Accompanied by a sharp rebuke, Du Linyang's body radiated a spectrum of vibrant energy as she swung her curved blade toward the encroaching monsters. The blade, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of brilliance, cleaved through the hordes of monsters in its wake. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. Those that had been cleaved in two swiftly morphed into two separate forms. Lunging forward in unison, seemingly unaffected by the severing of their bodies. In the blink of an eye, Du Linyang and her companions found themselves ensnared by a multitude of monsters. No matter how fiercely they fought back, the creatures appeared inexhaustible, continuously surging towards them from all directions. Observing the throngs of monsters surrounding them and witnessing her comrades ensnared, Du Linyang's expression darkened considerably. She could hardly believe she had fallen into someone else's trap, instead of securing provisions. She had inadvertently placed her entire team in peril. Concealed in the shadows, Lucius and his companions had also witnessed Du Linyang's plight. Yet, Lucius refrained from rushing to her aid, choosing instead to remain hidden in the underbrush. Biding his time, Panchio, who had just regained consciousness, and Beirudi, who was furrowing her brow in concern over the battle, were both perplexed by Lucius's intentions. After a lengthy wait, as it seemed Du Linyang and her group were on the verge of collapse. Beruti could no longer restrain herself and asked, "Are you truly not going to intervene? Do you intend to watch as Du Linyang and her companions are consumed by that horde of monsters?" Beside her, Pan Xiu chimed in, "Indeed, if you don't act soon, those people may be doomed." Yet Lucius remained unfazed, casually asserting, "No need for concern. Those monsters cannot harm Auntie and the others." Upon hearing Lucius's words, Pan Xiu opened her mouth but fell silent, while Beruti, unperturbed, retorted, "Although those monsters may be incapable of defeating Du Linyang and her companions, if this drags on, how long can they endure once their fighting spirit and magical energy are depleted?" In response to Beiruti's inquiry, Lucius grinned and replied, Beiruti, it seems you do care for others." His comment left Beiruti momentarily speechless, before she retorted with irritation, "Do you even realize what you were doing? All right. No need to be angry. Aren't you curious?" When Lucius posed his question, Beiruti and Pan Xiu responded in unison, "Curious about what? Are you not intrigued? Who could orchestrate such a trap, deliberately luring Auntie and the others? They must have anticipated that Blanos would undoubtedly face a shortage of supplies. And they surely knew someone would venture out of the city to procure food. Surely, you don't believe it was those monsters who set this trap?" At his words, both Beruti and Pan Xiu fell silent, their expressions contemplative. Moments later, Pan Xiu broke the silence, saying, "Earlier in the misty forest, I sensed someone directing those monsters." As soon as Pan Xiu spoke, Beiruti looked up at Lucius and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the decayed deities devised this plan?" No. Lucius waved his hand dismissively. "For those decayed beings, Blanos is not worth such extensive efforts." "Then who could it be?" Beiruti asked, puzzled. Lucius simply chuckled and replied, "Do not fret. I am sure the answer will soon reveal itself." While Lucius and his companions conversed, Du Linyang's fighting spirit surged once more, enveloping her in a radiant aura as she wielded her curved blade. Wherever the blade passed, the monsters were not merely sliced apart. Instead, they were enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. Utterly extinguished within the vibrant hues, Du Linyang unleashed her fury, and the masses of monsters that had recklessly charged at her were swiftly decimated. Upon witnessing Du Linyang's decisive action, the others wasted no time in employing their own abilities. Those who had been cornered managed to eradicate the monsters in an instant. With the threat of the monster ambush neutralized, Du Linyang gazed toward a nearby stack of hay and called out, "Come out. Stop hiding. Do you truly believe these filthy monsters can ensnare us?" With a round of applause, the decayed minotaur, Clown, emerged slowly from behind the haystack, regarding Du Linyang and her group with a smirk. My dear proprietress, I never anticipated that after all these years, you would still be as fiery as ever, and your strength has only grown. No wonder your Dragon Spring Tavern has remained a bastion in Blanos all this time." Clown. The sight of the Minotaur caused the members of the Dragon Spring Tavern to gasp in shock. Kane, another Minotaur, glared at Clown, his face contorted with fury. The appearance of Clown, the Minotaur chief, left the members of the Dragon Spring Tavern utterly dumbfounded, particularly when they beheld the decaying fluids dripping from his body and the grotesque lesions upon his skin. They could hardly fathom how he could endure the agony of his own corporeal decay. Staring at their astonishment, Clown smiled and said, "What seems to be the matter, my fierce proprietress, after so many years apart? Do you have nothing to say?" In response to Clown's words, a hint of sorrow flickered in the eyes of everyone from the Dragon Spring Tavern. Only Kane, his face a mask of rage, stepped forward and shouted at Clown, "Enough, Clown. I never imagined that after all these years, you would truly have fallen so low. Look at you, with your body in decay. If Musa were aware, how heartbroken she would be to see you like this. Can you truly face the sacrifice Musa made?" Despite Kane's accusations, Clown maintained his smile, scrutinizing Kane with an almost affectionate gaze. "Kane, after all this time, why do you always erupt with anger upon our reunion? Musa, that purebred Mogu cow, what has become of her? Did she not represent the Earth Mother, choosing you? She informed me that the Earth Mother selected you, that she could not follow me, that she must obey the Earth Mother's command. So, has she not chosen you? Surely, you must have a little herd of calves by now." Watching Clown smile, Kane erupted in fury. "Clown, you bastard, are you still pretending not to know? Have you become so decayed that you lack the courage to admit your own misdeeds? Why do you shy away from confronting what you have done?" Kane's words left Clown bewildered. He turned to Du Linyang and asked, "Proprietress, What is Cain rambling on about? Before Du Linyang could respond, Cain shouted in anger, "Stop your pretenses. You were always like this. And you still are." Musa was too naive, deceived by you, and ultimately lost her life at your hands. As Cain's furious fist swung toward him, Clowen initially intended to evade with disdain. However, after absorbing Cain's tirade, Clowen's retreating steps faltered, leaving him momentarily stunned. Bang! Cain's fist struck Clowen squarely in the face. It was evident that Cain was genuinely enraged. That punch contained all his might, showing no mercy. Poof! Clowen spat blood, staggering backward as his corrupted followers rushed to support him. Yet, Clowen pushed them away, straightened his back, and met Cain's furious gaze. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he chuckled. "Ah, so you all believe I killed Musa? How amusing. I could barely protect myself at that time. How could I have the capacity to kill Musa? You continue to deny it. When Musa died, she was clearly holding your tribe's unique emblem. Who else but you could possess such a thing?" At Cain's words, Clowen's expression shifted abruptly, as if recalling something, but then he sneered, "I need not justify myself to you. Regardless, you will all perish here today." As Clowen wore a wicked grin, brimming with confidence to strike, Du Linyang scoffed. "What, Clowen? Do you truly believe that with your master's minions and your decayed companions, you can keep us here?" In response to Du Linyang's derision, Clowen remained unfazed. "Proprietress, do you think I would appear before you without confidence? I am no longer the Clowen who fled. And you? You have lost the protection of that deity in Blanos. Today, your defeat is inevitable." With that, Clowen ceased his words and suddenly swung his arm, casting a shadow that obscured the sky. In an instant, Lucius watched as Du Linyang and her companions, along with Clowen and his monstrous horde, vanished from his sight. Seeing them disappear, Panchio could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, where have they gone?" Beirudi, maintaining her composure, replied, "Do not panic. It appears that the decayed Minotaur has employed some special method to pull them into a rift of dimensional space." Panchio sighed. It seems that the decayed Minotaur was indeed well prepared. "What should we do now?" As she spoke, both Panchio and Beirudi turned their gazes toward Lucius. After a moment of contemplation, he said, We must seize the opportunity to gather supplies. Let us head to the farm and locate the core of those machines. Once we control the core of the entire farm, I believe harvesting the wheat and transporting food will become significantly easier." Under the astonished gazes of Byrus and Panchio, Ruxius strode directly into the depths of the wheat field towards the farm. After walking several paces, he realized that the two had not followed him, prompting Ruxius to halt and turn around, addressing the two who were still rooted in place. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up, while we are free from the interference of monsters. We must swiftly resolve the issue of our food supply." Upon hearing Ruxius's call, Beirudi and Panchio abruptly came to their senses, recognizing that Ruxius was not jesting. They exchanged glances and hastened to catch up with him. Once they entered the wheat field, Panchio, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Are we really going to ignore those who have come from Blanos? Surely, they are risking their lives for food. What if they cannot contend with those monsters?" ISNT are in action. Before Panchio could finish, Ruxius interjected bluntly, "Rest assured, the antis won't be easily defeated, and besides, there are the robots led by number 2 to assist." Although Beirudi and Panchio still harbored some concerns, Ruxius's nonchalant demeanor compelled them to adopt a more optimistic outlook. As they traversed the golden fields of barley nearing maturity, Panchio soon cast aside thoughts of the crisis outside, exclaiming with excitement, "Indeed, the blessings of the king and the nature goddess remain. These fields have not been tainted at all." Observing Panchio gently caressing the plump ears of grain, Ruxius suddenly asked, "Panchio, the yield of this field should not solely serve Blanos, correct?" "Indeed. According to the agreement established by the king and the nature temple, this field is required to supply grain to the nature temple annually." Upon hearing Panchio's words, Ruxius and Beirudi exchanged knowing glances, both seemingly realizing something, yet mutually choosing to remain silent. Clearly, the field represented a form of exchange between Constantine and the nature goddess, or perhaps a means for Constantine to court favor with the nature temple. The field also symbolized the bond between Blanos and the nature temple, indicating, as Panchio suggested, a long-standing cooperative relationship. Ruxius then recalled that before the opening of the sacred domain relics, the 6 major temples struggled against the oppression exerted by the Holy See. Yet only the nature temple and the barbarian temple remained unconsumed. Connecting this to the collaboration between Blanos and the nature temple, It appeared that Constantine played a role in safeguarding the nature temple from annexation. Contemplating this, Ruxius grew increasingly curious about the barbarian temple. Having similarly resisted the Holy See's domination, it had virtually remained absent during the opening of the sacred domain, even failing to participate in negotiations with the nature temple. Yet it seemed that the legacy within the barbarian temple had already been acquired by someone else. It appears the barbarian temple possesses some means. I wonder, who exactly is the deity enshrined within the temple? Ruxius mused to himself. Unnoticed by Beludi and Poncio, the trio soon ventured deeper into the barley field. Amidst the embrace of numerous wheat fields, a farm constructed of wooden towers came into view, surrounding the wooden structures. Several robots, whether metallic or wooden, worked diligently. Seemingly oblivious to the presence of the three strangers, it was evident that the robots on the farm lacked the intelligence exhibited by number 1 and number 2 from the sacred domain. Their movements were noticeably sluggish and uncoordinated compared to the agility of their more advanced counterparts. Observing the labor of these robots, Ruxius could not help but inquire of Poncio, were these robots manufactured by the Brotherhood? Yes, these robots were crafted by the finest artisans of the Brotherhood during its heyday. At this point, Poncio paused, sighing in resignation. Alas, they were once quite agile. However, after the Brotherhood faced purges from the Holy See and under immense pressure, the king did not extend a helping hand, consequently, without the maintenance from those technicians. Many of the machines here have gradually deteriorated. Upon hearing this, Ruxius was struck with realization. So, when the Brotherhood was in dire need of assistance, Constantine chose to retreat. In truth, the Lord had indeed contemplated offering aid. But during the time the Holy See was engulfing the war and magic temples, it was at the height of its power. Blanos was no match for the Holy See, and to preserve Blanos, his lifelong endeavor of a free capital, he had no choice but to compromise with the Holy See, agreeing not to assist the Brotherhood. Ruxius scoffed at Poncio's justification. No need for explanations. Retreat is still retreat. It is precisely due to Constantine's withdrawal that you ultimately retained only Blanos, and even that may not be sustainable. After Ruxius's remark, Poncio opened his mouth, intending to rebut, but Ruxius interrupted him, striding deeper into the farm, stating, "Enough, I will search for the control core. You two should check the grain storage." Watching Ruxius's receding figure, Poncio opened his mouth, ultimately swallowing his words, and began inspecting the grain storages alongside Beludi. Chapter 88. The antiquated mechanical spirits as they wandered past one grain storage after another, witnessing the slow-moving, long-neglected robots toiling about, Ruxius envisioned the bustling scene of the storages from years past. In those days, under the protection of two deities, this farm, which embodied the pinnacle of the Brotherhood's mechanical technology, was likely unparalleled even across the continent. Capable of supplying high-quality barley to tens of thousands in the western regions without any manual labor. The sight of carts laden with grain departing from the farm would have been the greatest consolation for its builders. It is a pity that such a marvel of mechanical civilization has now merely devolved into a storage facility. Such a fate is undoubtedly far from the original vision of its creators. Ruxius lamented as he surveyed the desolate farm and the sluggish robots. Just as he expressed his thoughts, a shuffling robot approached him to Ruxius's surprise. The robot halted before him, gazing intently with its dark metallic eye sockets, which sparkled with a flicker of sentient light. Through the glimmers in its metallic gaze, Ruxius sensed that this seemingly old and decrepit robot was unlike the others on the farm. It likely possessed the ability for independent thought akin to number 1 and number 2. Independent thought is the foundation of sentience. Only through the capacity for independent reasoning can knowledge be retained and transformed into wisdom. Ruxius and the robot locked eyes for an extended moment, scrutinizing its battered form. Soon, Ruxius discerned that the robot appeared to lack a vocal apparatus, suggesting that the original creators had not intended for these machines to speak. Yet, the light in the robot's dark eye sockets indicated its capacity for thought and recognition. After a moment of contemplation, Ruxius attempted to communicate. "Greetings. Are you the overseer here?" Upon hearing Ruxius's inquiry, the robot's eye lights brightened instantaneously. Seemingly invigorated, it wobbled its almost disassembled body and then raised its arm to gesture toward Ruxius. However, Ruxius could not decipher the robot's intent. The robot, noticing Ruxius's confusion, ceased its gestures, reached out to him, and slowly turned to lead him deeper into the farm. After a few steps, it noticed Ruxius had not followed, stopping to wave its arm as if to signal him to keep up. In response, Ruxius considered for a moment and then quickened his pace to accompany the robot, eager to discover what this being capable of independent thought wished to convey. Although the robot moved somewhat awkwardly, It was surprisingly swift, especially in the familiar terrain of the farm, where it adeptly maneuvered, compensating for its mechanical limitations. Uncertain of where the robot was leading him, Ruxius nevertheless endeavored to keep pace. All the while attentively observing the surroundings, he noted that while the grain storages appeared haphazardly constructed, a closer inspection revealed that each one was likely designed with specific intent. These storages resembled crouching beasts rather than mere repositories for grain. Intently watching every person who entered, exuding an oppressive presence, as they ventured further, the scent of metal and oil intensified, amplifying the feeling of pressure in the dim light. Ruxius could clearly see that the storages radiated a metallic sheen, indicating they had been entirely crafted from metal rather than wood as before. Ruxius could not help but wonder, who was responsible for constructing these storages? Why were they made of metal? Did they serve a purpose beyond mere grain storage? The clanging of metal interrupted Ruxius's thoughts, drawing his attention. Startled by a sudden realization, Ruxius turned towards the source of the sound, only to be astounded by the sight before him. He beheld a shuffling mechanical being standing before a colossal metallic granary, straining to manipulate a metal lever. With each vigorous motion of the lever, the immense granary slowly split apart, revealing a spacious room filled with an array of metallic apparatuses. Once the entire storage chamber was fully unveiled, the mechanical entity adeptly set down the lever and staggered into the room, rummaging through a pile of rusting metal parts for quite some time. Until at last, it unearthed an odd metallic box. The robot positioned the box at its throat and spoke, "Greetings, outsider. I am called Cabre." The voice that emerged from the box was a discordant sound reminiscent of metal scraping against metal. Nevertheless, Ruxius was still taken aback by Cabre's ability to articulate speech, particularly the fact that it had independently discovered a vocal apparatus. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Ruxius scrutinized Cabre and pondered aloud. "You are unlike the other machines outside. Have you been infused with a magical spirit?" "Indeed. Chun has stated that I am different from them. He desires that I be unlike them." "Chun, is he the one who created you?" "Yes, Chun is my creator, my closest companion, and my mentor. He has taught me many things. Yet I am rather dim-witted and failed to grasp much of it. Eventually, Chun and the others departed and never returned. He instructed me that if they did not come back, I should swiftly leave this place. Yet I have not done so." Upon hearing Cabre's words, Ruxius inquired with a hint of confusion, "Why have you not left?" Cabre fell silent for a considerable time, appearing deep in contemplation like a sentient being. After a lengthy pause, Cabre finally spoke. "I cannot abandon the others. I wish to help them become like me. Chun once taught me this, but I have not succeeded. I always fail." Just then, as Cabre finished speaking, Ruxius heard a commotion behind him. Turning around, he discovered numerous farm robots gathering behind him as if summoned by an unseen force. Observing the assembly, Cabre spoke with a hint of sorrow. "I cannot allow them to become like me. Nor can I keep them untainted. Cabre is a fool." Hearing this, Ruxius approached Cabre and placed a reassuring hand on its shoulder. "Cabre, do not feel guilt. You have done remarkably well. Without you, they would have likely turned into mere scrap metal. Cabre, do you wish to follow me? I can bestow upon you extraordinary powers, transforming you into a true sage." Upon hearing Ruxius's words, the robot Cabre lifted its gaze, seemingly momentarily perplexed by Ruxius's intent. However, after a brief pause, Cabre suddenly struggled to kneel on one knee, performing a dignified knightly salute towards Ruxius. "Before Chin departed, he told me that if one day someone could understand what I say and grant me the permission to follow them, I would attain true rebirth, and that individual would become the master to whom I dedicate my life." Hearing Cabre's declaration, Ruxius couldn't help but chuckle. It appears that Chin is a man steadfast in the principles of knighthood. In response, Cabre queried with curiosity, "Master, is it not admirable to uphold the code of chivalry?" "No, it is not that it is unworthy. I merely did not anticipate that the one who created you would adhere to knightly traditions." Noticing Cabre's bemusement, Ruxius decided to shift the topic and asked, "Cabre, how much grain is currently stored in this granary?" "Master, since its establishment, this place has seen a continuous influx of people during the harvest season to collect grain. However, over time, only 2 groups remained, coming twice a year to haul grain. Eventually, only 1 group remained, coming 4 times a year, yet in the last 3 years, no one has come to collect grain. At present, the outermost warehouses are filled to capacity, for no one has come to retrieve grain in 3 years, resulting in an ever-increasing stockpile. The new harvest has already begun to be stored in the metallic granary." After listening to Cabre's explanation, Ruxius gained a clearer understanding of the granary's situation. It seemed that due to the relentless pressure from the church, conflicts across the continent had escalated, leaving even the natural temple unable to attend to this barley field. Reflecting on this, Ruxius surveyed the gathering robots and asked Cabre, do you have any means of transportation? Transportation, master? Are you suggesting we transport the grain? However, Chen previously mentioned that we are only responsible for managing this granary, and transporting the grain is not our duty. Furthermore, those who were once commanded to assist in transport never returned after leaving. Ruxius could sense the profound fear Cabre harbored towards the outside world. It was no wonder that it remained at the barley field. Even with its self-awareness, it had never contemplated leaving. Just as Ruxius pondered how to explain this to Cabre, Baluti and Poncio arrived in a flurry. Poncio, panting, blurted out, Ruxius, quickly, you must see. A large number of monsters are approaching, and it seems that Duliang and the others may be in danger. Before Ruxius could respond, Baluti gravely added, this is indeed perilous. A horde of monsters is gathering. And from that rift, an ominous and powerful aura is emanating. That corrupted Minotaur appears to intend to employ some dreadful forbidden technique. Upon hearing Baluti and Poncio's words, Ruxius' brow furrowed in concern. The gravity of the situation was becoming increasingly apparent. Cabre, upon seeing Baluti and Poncio, initially stood in shock, rendered speechless. However, upon observing Ruxius' furrowed brow, Cabre seemed to be stirred by something, and after a prolonged struggle, said, Master, if you require assistance, Cabre can offer help. Chen left behind some items that may prove useful to you. Hearing Cabre's harsh voice, both Baluti and Poncio were taken aback, yet before they could voice their astonishment, Ruxius interjected, Cabre, take Baluti to see what Chen left behind, and I must rush out to assist. Otherwise, my companions will be in peril. Baluti, you can trust her. She is, like you, a mechanical spirit. Without allowing time for Baluti, Poncio, and Cabre to react, Ruxius seized Poncio and hurriedly made his way out of the farm. Chapter 89. Ruxius' creation. Ruxius pulled Poncio toward the farm's exit, inquiring as they walked, Mr. Poncio, have you reached the saint level in strength? To this, Poncio, albeit perplexed by Ruxius' intent, replied honestly, No, I have yet to break through the final barrier, but if I were to utilize the source core, I might barely reach the saint level. Is the fusion of the source core necessary to attain the saint level? Then why not attempt it now and see if you can achieve the saint level? Upon hearing Ruxius' suggestion, Poncio hesitated but decided to give it a try, channeling his pure knightly energy to activate the source core within him. The result left Poncio astonished. The power generated by the source core was surprisingly limited in enhancing his strength. As he glanced at Ruxius in alarm, the latter appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Calmly reflecting, it seems my suspicion was correct. It is not the source core that limits your enhancement, but rather your own power is regressing. The decay of magical civilization has led to a decline in both martial and magical prowess. Power regression. How could this happen? In response to Poncio's fearful inquiry, Ruxius remained composed, stating, because the magical civilization has decayed, the decay of civilization inevitably results in a decline in its power. Consider the emergence of those corrupted monsters. Are you suggesting that the strength of those monsters will continue to grow while ours diminishes? Ruxius nodded. Indeed, it seems that is the case. Poncio's face was a canvas of shock as he gazed at Ruxius. How could this be? Is there truly no way to reverse this? Not entirely without recourse. There is still the source core. Is there not? If the power of the source core is sufficiently potent, it should be able to compensate. Upon hearing Ruxius' words, Poncio couldn't help but offer a wry smile. It appears you do not fully understand the source core. It is merely an auxiliary tool. It can only make up for deficiencies in strength. However, the gap in levels cannot be bridged solely by strength. Even a divine source core cannot genuinely grant a person the power of the saint level. Are you saying that the domain is lacking? Ruxius' question momentarily stunned Poncio, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded. Yes, the king once told me that the domain is fundamental. It represents a warrior's or mage's mastery over their power. After a brief pause, Poncio continued, moreover, the domain is not exclusive to the saint level. The distinctions of initial level, intermediate level, high level exist because each tier's pinnacle possesses a domain. The strength of the domain indicates the degree of control over power, something the source core cannot compensate for. As Poncio quietly listened to the completion of Lucius's words, he found himself lost in contemplation. That moment, The two had reached the edge of the farm, where they could see a nearby area shrouded in murky darkness, teeming with an overwhelming number of malevolent creatures, poised to surge into that tainted realm at any moment. Panchio, gazing at the scene before him, felt a sense of bewilderment, the sheer number of gathered monsters instilling in him a profound fear, just as he was about to inquire of Lucius how they might rescue those ensnared. Lucius unexpectedly sat cross-legged upon the ground, seemingly lacking any intention of rushing out of the farm. Instead, he remained at the edge, retrieving a metallic box from a pouch at his waist, with a series of clicks. He opened the lid, and the compact metal box expanded into a larger metallic chest. With a sharp snap, Lucius opened the chest and began to take out various metal components, engrossed in his task. Observing Lucius's unwavering focus on the metal parts, Panchio stood there, utterly astonished. Outside the farm, the gathering of monsters increased exponentially, a horde surging towards the black mist, causing its ominous perimeter to expand. Even through the protective barrier of the barley field, Panchio could vividly sense a foul stench rising before him. Though uncertain of what transpired within the black fog, the ever-widening encroachment deepened the gravity of Panchio's expression. After a considerable time, the black mist circle grew larger, threatening to invade the barley field and collide with the outermost barrier. The amassed creatures began to change direction, attempting to breach the protective shield surrounding the barley field. As if intent on dismantling it, initially, Panchio dismissed the notion, believing that despite their numbers, breaching the barrier crafted by the nature goddess and Constantine would prove difficult. Yet, he soon realized the naivety of his thoughts. With the relentless gathering of monsters outside, they began to assault the barley field's defenses as the creatures collided with the barrier. Sparks flew in all directions, and those that struck the shield were instantly engulfed in searing flames. Witnessing the monsters fail to breach the barrier, only to be consumed by the sacred fire that erupted from it, Panchio let out a sigh of relief, silently thinking. Thankfully, the blessings of the king and the nature goddess still linger, otherwise, with so many monsters rushing in, this farm would surely be lost. However, to Panchio's astonishment, the creatures did not retreat. Rather, they pressed on, crashing against the barrier in a relentless wave, despite each creature being reduced to ashes upon impact. The subsequent monsters remained undeterred. As the onslaught continued, the barrier, once radiant with holy flames, began to show signs of blackened marks, and the process of incineration slowed. Finally, under Panchio's gaze, he watched helplessly as two flaming creatures managed to break through the barrier, roaring viciously as they lunged toward the barley field. Yet, they had scarcely taken a few steps before the flames engulfing them intensified, and those that had breached the barrier were soon reduced to nothing but ash. Even though the monsters had not ventured far, Panchio was seized by an overwhelming terror. In a panic, he sought to rouse Lucius, but before he could utter a word, Lucius stood up, observing the changes in the barrier. He calmly remarked, "It seems that the one commanding these creatures possesses considerable skill. He is quite adept at leading them." Seeing Lucius maintain such composure, Panchio, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "You remain so calm. Those monsters have found a way to breach the barrier. If they come through, what shall we do? Aren't you the least bit concerned? If the barley field falls, Brenno's will be lost as well." After Panchio finished speaking, Lucius tossed an iron lump to him, his expression serious as he inquired, "Panchio, are you afraid?" Prompted by Lucius's question, Panchio quickly came to his senses, turning to face Lucius, opening his mouth yet unsure how to respond. Seeing Panchio's hesitance, Lucius smiled and said, "Fear is only natural, but I hope you can muster your courage now." Lucius's words startled Panchio, who gazed incredulously at him, then at the iron lump in his hand. Without allowing Panchio to speak, Lucius continued, "This fire thunder has but one opportunity. You must charge out from the protection of the barley field, navigate through those monsters, and reach the gap shrouded in black mist. Then throw this fire thunder inside to unleash its full potential." This, Panchio regarded the iron lump in his palm with a grave expression. Noting Panchio's hesitation, Lucius extended his palm towards him, saying, "This mechanical core is for you. It should enable you to break through to the sacred tier." "What?" Upon hearing this, Panchio stared in astonishment at the uniquely shaped metal emblem in Lucius's palm. He stood frozen for a moment, hesitant to reach out for the mechanical core, fully aware that Lucius would not jest at such a moment. Such a core, capable of aiding his breakthrough to the sacred tier, seemed to Panchio exceedingly precious. Seeing Panchio's reluctance to accept the core, Lucius raised an eyebrow, asking, "What's this? Do you not wish to take it?" Panchio hesitated, then spoke earnestly, "My lord, this core is too valuable. You should keep it for yourself. It may prove useful to you in the future." Lucius paused at Panchio's words, then couldn't help but chuckle, pushing the mechanical core into Panchio's hands. Observing Panchio's stunned expression, Lucius stated solemnly, "A core is merely an auxiliary tool. You need it now. Therefore, you must use it. Now go. It is your moment to charge forth. Remember, you must throw the fire thunder into the gap. The fate of this barley field and our ability to repel these monsters hangs in the balance." After hearing Lucius's words, Panchio grasped the mechanical core tightly in his hand and nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, my lord." As Panchio's fighting spirit surged through his palm and into the mechanical core, it unfurled, transforming into a metallic bracer that encased his entire arm. In an instant, Panchio felt a surge of power emanating from the bracer, enhancing his strength. Moreover, the core that had morphed into the bracer resonated with the original core embedded within him. Causing it to shatter in an instant, it stored power dispersing throughout his body. Panchio extended his arm, astonished as he examined the bracer encasing it. He gently waved the arm, feeling the fighting spirit radiate from his palm, spreading outwards, a unique ability of the domain. In that moment, a singular thought filled Panchio's mind. Realizing this, he looked at Lucius in disbelief. Lucius smiled and remarked, "For now, you only have one bracer. The domain you can manifest may not be complete. But time is of the essence. Use it for now." Panchio was truly taken aback. He had not anticipated Lucius could create such a wondrous ARM that moment. He grasped the formidable creativity possessed by the seemingly unremarkable youth before him. Lucius offered no further words, merely gesturing towards the oncoming monsters surging towards the barrier, saying, "Now, Panchio, go forth. It is time for you to display your courage and drive away those corrupted creatures from the darkness." Hearing Lucius's words, Panchio regained his composure, kneeling with solemnity to bow to Lucius. He then rose, turning to the edge where the monsters relentlessly battered against the barrier, letting out a roar as he charged towards them. Chapter 90. The Eastern Military Formation dragged into the spatial rift by Crowlin, Du Linyang and her companions gradually felt the mounting pressure, even with the assistance of the robots led by No. 2. The struggle against the corrupted monsters became increasingly arduous. As Du Linyang, who had independently reached the sacred tier, sensed the waning of her fighting spirit. She knew that without the inheritance from the war temple within the sacred realm, she might not have held the upper hand against Crowlin at that moment. With a series of clangs, Du Linyang wielded her curved blade, successfully forcing Crowlin, swinging a dark, sturdy wooden stake, to retreat. After pushing back Crowlin, Du Linyang pivoted gracefully, deftly evading the surrounding monsters' assaults, and smoothly returned to the center of the group. Leaning closer to Caroline, she whispered, "Child, be cautious. It seems our powers are being suppressed here. This is likely related to the decay of the magical civilization. Do not engage those monsters head-on. We must find a way to break free. Their numbers are overwhelming, and we will suffer if we continue to fight." Hearing Du Linyang's warning, Caroline responded in a hushed tone, "Aunt, I've already noticed the suppression of our powers. Fortunately, the inheritance from the war temple is sufficient to compensate for that loss." In response, Du Linyang shook her head, saying, "No, we should avoid using the inheritance from the temple for now." "Why not?" Caroline, puzzled by her aunt's reasoning, inquired. Du Linyang replied softly, "The inheritance from the temple may be our last trump card. We cannot expose it lightly." Du Linyang's words enlightened Caroline. Observing the relentless influx of monsters and the Minotaur leader Crowlin manipulating them, Caroline understood that their current situation was precarious, and it was unwise to reveal more of their strategies to avoid becoming targets for Crowlin. Seeing Caroline grasp her meaning, Du Linyang turned to the others from Longquan Tavern and exchanged a knowing glance. Acting in unison, the members of Longquan Tavern swiftly adjusted their formation, beginning to arrange a unique military formation to counter the ceaseless tide of monsters. Crowlin observed the changes in their formation and, upon witnessing the peculiar military arrangement deployed by Longquan Tavern, all traces of disdain vanished from his face. In place of the previous levity, a grave expression settled on Crowlin's face, for he was acutely aware that the military formations employed by the individuals from Longquan Restaurant were a gift from Du Linyang. Brought from the distant east, once arranged, these formations could create a peculiar energy field, enhancing the strength of each participant within the formation. Even with the multitude of creatures under Crowlin's command, he felt no confidence that they could breach the opposing military array. As a former member of Du Linyang's Longquan Restaurant, Crowlin knew that she possessed more than one formation at her disposal, These formations, originating from the Far East, each produced distinct energy fields, serving as a formidable asset that had once enabled Longquan Restaurant to establish itself in the West. Presently, however, Clowen realized with dismay that he had never before encountered the formation being displayed by the Longquan Restaurant's personnel, before he could halt the advance of his creatures and send some to probe the formation's strength. The Longquan Restaurant's array preemptively launched and attacked, in a mere moment of skirmish. The army of creatures, which had seemed to hold the upper hand, was swiftly decimated by the military formation of Longquan Restaurant. Damn it! Clowen erupted in a furious roar upon witnessing the scene. He had anticipated the might of the Longquan Restaurant's formation, yet he had ultimately underestimated its power, never imagining that after years apart, Du Linyang's military array would have evolved into something even more enigmatic and formidable. Stop! Reluctantly, Clowen raised his arm to command his creatures to cease their assault. His Minotaur attendant hastened to his side, whispering urgently, "Chief, our losses are substantial. If this continues, we may struggle to withstand their breakout." "That damned formation, Du Linyang truly is a formidable adversary," Clowen muttered, frustration boiling within him as he contemplated how best to organize a counteroffensive. Having finally managed to corner his adversaries, he was loath to let this opportunity slip away. He wished neither to let Cain escape easily nor to allow the others from Longquan Restaurant to depart unscathed. Yet, the current situation left his army of creatures at a distinct disadvantage. Relying solely on the formation, Du Linyang was able to decimate these creatures with alarming efficiency, rendering Clowen utterly powerless. After a prolonged silence, Clowen suddenly reached out into the void. Observing this, his attendant Aboha, with a look of trepidation, cautioned, "Chief, are you truly going to use that item? It was intended by the king for a different purpose. If you employ it now, it may disrupt the king's plans, and should he discover this." Upon hearing Aboha's warning, Clowen's outstretched hand faltered, his expression shifting through various emotions of indecision. Du Linyang, keenly observant, noted Clowen's hesitation, and without a moment's pause, she commanded her comrades, "Quickly, now is the time to break through. We must pierce this spatial rift, or else unforeseen consequences may arise." Urgently, with Du Linyang's command, the personnel of Longquan Restaurant swiftly reconfigured their formation, transforming into an arrowhead formation that charged forward with remarkable speed. By the time Clowen regained his senses, he realized that the enemy had surged to the edge of the rift, leaving his creatures utterly incapable of obstructing their advance. In that moment, Clowen once more bore witness to the formidable strength of Du Linyang's military array, which he recognized all too well, the arrowhead formation. As Clowen uttered the name of the formation, the edge of the rift was rent asunder by what appeared to be the sharp tip of an arrow, creating an opening in the dark veil. The individuals from Longquan Restaurant wasted no time, streaming through the spatial rift without a hint of hesitation. Clowen could hardly fathom that, in the brief moment of his indecision, they had already breached his blockade, successfully shattering the spatial rift he had woven with decaying energies. As he observed Du Linyang being the last to step through the rift, Clowen felt no further hesitation. He reached once more into the void. Aboha, recognizing the intensity of Clowen's fury, refrained from voicing further objections. Fully aware that Clowen was prepared to risk everything in a desperate gamble, in the instant that Du Linyang and her companions emerged from the rift, they encountered Ponchio rushing towards them. Upon seeing Du Linyang and the others burst forth, Ponchio exhaled in relief, yet Lucius quickly shouted, "Hurry! Throw that fire thunder into the rift." After calling out to Ponchio, Lucius urged Du Linyang and her companions, "Auntie, you all need to get away quickly." Almost simultaneously with Ponchio hurling the fire thunder, Du Linyang and her companions swiftly moved aside from the rift's entrance. The next moment, the fire thunder detonated within the rift, a brilliant flash illuminating the surroundings as the explosion obliterated the entire rift, forming a colossal vortex of light that consumed everything within. In the blink of an eye, the creatures that had been unable to escape were drawn into the radiant maelstrom. Witnessing the all-consuming light, everyone stood in stunned silence, particularly Ponchio, who appeared utterly dumbfounded. Lucius, however, was filled with exhilaration, exclaiming, "Ha! It truly worked. I really am a genius." Yet, scarcely had Lucius finished speaking when an enraged roar erupted. "You wretched little brat! What have you done? You have destroyed everything. My tribe's warriors, the creatures under my command, all the hard work I put in to gain the king's recognition. Yet you have shattered all my hopes." The fury in Clowen's voice sent chills down many spines. Even the formidable Du Linyang and her companions felt the palpable malice embedded within Clowen's words. Nevertheless, Lucius remained unfazed, sizing up Clowen's contorted and furious visage, remarking, "You know, if you weren't so corrupted, you'd probably look pretty cool." His words left everyone momentarily speechless. Clowen, after a brief pause, regained his composure and bellowed in anger. "You fool! You're courting death." Raising the dripping black axe in his hand, he pointed it at Lucius, declaring, "Do you think that hiding in a farm will shield you from the divine? I will show you just how ignorant you truly are." With that, Clowen swung the black axe through the air towards Lucius. In the instant the axe blade descended, a tangible black energy blade surged directly towards Lucius. The barrier surrounding the barley field was cleaved apart at the moment the energy blade made contact, failing to impede its swift trajectory. As the energy blade hurtled toward him, even Lucius could not help but be taken aback. Hastily activating the mechanical armor on his wrist, before the armor could fully envelop his arm, sensing the imminent approach of the energy blade, Lucius could only raise both hands to meet it. Bang! The moment the armor made contact with the energy blade, Lucius was sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing into the barley field behind him, unable to rise for quite some time. Witnessing the success of his strike, Clowen wasted no time, charging toward the farm as if to confirm Lucius's demise. However, before he could take more than a few steps, two glints of cold light surged from the side, as Du Linyang swung her curved blade to intercept him. Simultaneously, the military formation of Longquan Restaurant and the mechanical beings from Unit 2 rushed in to encircle Clowen, preventing him from stepping foot onto the farm. Confronted with this obstruction, Clowen swung his black axe with force, bellowing at Du Linyang. "Du Linyang, your formation cannot hold me." "Humph." Du Linyang scoffed softly, wielding her curved blade to push back the advancing Clowen. She then stepped back from the formation, positioning herself at the edge of the barley field, stating, "Whether it can hold or not is not determined by mere words." The formation continuously shifted, effectively isolating Clowen, whose furious roars echoed. "Du Linyang, you have destroyed my last hope. I will ensure that each of you dies by my hand. Only with your blood and heads can I regain the king's favor." Du Linyang paid no heed to Clowen's tirade, as she, along with Caroline and Unit 2, hastened towards the barley field, eager to ascertain Lucius's condition. Chapter 91. The Rules of Fairness. Ah, that was indeed impressive. It nearly cleaved me in two. It seems the decaying power of magical civilization is growing stronger. I must not be so careless next time, Lucius mused. Lying in the barley field and gazing up at the overcast sky, unable to suppress his complaints. There are truly too many troublesome matters. Not only must I rebuild the holy domain, but I must also find a way to address the decay of magical civilization. Why must all these burdens fall upon me? Rushing to his side, Caroline and her companions, concerned for Lucius's well-being, were relieved to hear him lamenting in the barley field. Caroline, in a fit of joy, leaped toward Lucius, exclaiming, "You rascal, you really scared me." "Ah!" Lucius cried out in mock agony as Caroline pinned him down. Upon hearing his cry, she quickly rose to assess his condition, asking, "What's wrong? Are you injured anywhere?" Seeing the worry etched on Caroline's face, Lucius sighed in resignation. "Sister, you really need to lose some weight. You're getting heavier. And if you keep pressing down on me like this, I might just get squished." Upon hearing Lucius's teasing, Caroline was momentarily taken aback before recovering and playfully smacking Lucius, saying, "You little rascal, how dare you call me fat? Where am I fat? Humph, my figure is perfect. Besides, with your sturdy build, how could I possibly crush you?" As Lucius and Caroline bantered, Du Linyang cast a glance at the formation encircling Clowen. Though the military formation was capable of confining Clowen, it was evident that the denizens of the Longwan Tavern were no match for him. Despite the formation's resilience against his ferocious onslaught, it merely endured under the pressure. Du Linyang furrowed her brow slightly and said to Lucius, "You rascals, stop your antics and think of a solution quickly. My subordinates cannot hold out much longer." Upon hearing this, Caroline immediately blushed and ceased her playful banter with Lucius, rising to her feet while tidying her disheveled hair and admonishing him, "You naughty boy. Did you hear? Hurry up and devise a plan. That fellow outside appears formidable, and our magical prowess is evidently suppressed." Lucius lazily climbed to his feet, dusting off his clothes as he remarked, "The decay of magical civilization has only just begun. Your powers will continue to wane, while that corruptor's strength will gradually escalate." With a thud, as soon as Lucius finished speaking, Du Linyang delivered a sharp slap to his head, saying, "You scoundrel, I meant for you to come up with a solution." Before Lucius could respond, Caroline mimicked her, giving him another slap. You rascal, think of something immediately. The two slaps left Lucius grimacing in irritation as he plopped down in the wheat field, exclaiming, I'm already pondering solutions. Could you refrain from hitting my head? What if you render me foolish? He then looked towards number 2, instructing, Number 2, take some people inside and see what Beluti and the others are occupied with. Why haven't they returned yet? Number 2 acknowledged the order and led the mechanical beings deeper into the farm. As they watched number 2 depart, Du Linyang and Caroline exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Lucius's intentions. Meanwhile, the battle outside the farm escalated, as Claudin wielded his black axe with increasing ferocity, his strength mounting with each clash. He was no longer confined by the military formation. Instead, he deftly navigated through it, placing considerable pressure on those who formed the ranks. Du Linyang observed this with a furrowed brow, but refrained from ordering a retreat. As the owner of the formation, she understood the potency of various formations, and she knew that this one was sufficient to contain a holy-level being. However, if Claudin was exerting pressure on the formation, she doubted her ability to confront him should the formation withdraw. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Lucius interjected. All right, let them retreat. What? The astonishment on everyone's faces was palpable, with Caroline exclaiming, What are you babbling about? Dante, you realize that if we allow the formation to retreat now, no one will be able to halt that corruptor. Have you forgotten how he cleaved through the farm's barrier with a single swing? Calmly, Lucius replied. At this point, Brano and Cain can no longer withstand him. Rather than prolonging the inevitable, it would be better to let them fall back. Lucius, you must understand, if we let Brano and the others retreat, even if we reform the ranks, it will be exceedingly difficult to restrain Claudin again. Lucius remained unflustered as he said, It's all right, Auntie, you should trust me. Seeing the unwavering confidence on Lucius's face, Du Linyang and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of whether to place their faith in him. Ultimately, moved by his assured smile, Du Linyang chose to believe, stating, Very well, I will trust you. The revelation of Du Linyang's decision startled everyone present. Even Caroline's countenance shifted to one of disbelief. She hadn't anticipated Du Linyang would choose to have faith in Lucius. Withdraw. With a commanding tone, Du Linyang issued the order. As the military formation began to retreat in an orderly fashion. The realization dawned upon everyone that Du Linyang was indeed placing her trust in Lucius. The members of Longquan Tavern, who had set up the formation, were equally bewildered, pondering the rationale behind the retreat. Claudin, witnessing the formation abandon its position, initially stood frozen in surprise, before glaring at Du Linyang and her companions, proclaiming, Du Linyang, have you lost your mind? Do you think that by retreating to the wheat field, you will remain unscathed? You will pay dearly for your arrogance. With that, Claudin raised his black axe, ignoring the retreating formation, and charged towards the wheat field. With a swing of his axe, the barrier protecting the wheat field was swiftly severed. Crumbling like mere parchment against the might of his strike. As it became evident that the barrier could not withstand Claudin, all eyes turned towards Lucius, their faces reflecting a mix of dread. Du Linyang's expression turned grave as she fixated on Claudin, anxiously awaiting Lucius's response. With each step Claudin took, he swung his axe, tearing through the barrier, transforming the once transparent shield into a tangible fabric that fluttered in the wind. Instilling fear and tension in the hearts of all who witnessed his advance at last, Claudin approached the barrier, reaching out with his black axe to prod the ruptured shield, stepping boldly into its confines. In that moment, every heart hung in suspense as they anxiously awaited Claudin's entry into the wheat field, prepared to act at a moment's notice. Du Linyang cast another glance at Lucius, who remained unfazed. Devoid of any trace of concern, doubt began to creep into her mind regarding her decision to trust him. Just then, Caroline cried out, Look, Auntie, quickly look. At her urging, everyone turned their gaze towards the edge of the barrier. They beheld the once silken shield transform into an enormous net, ensnaring Claudin at the periphery of the wheat field. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the binding net. As the once fluid barriers entwined around him, penetrating his very being. In an instant, the shields, blessed by two divine entities, infiltrated Claudin's body. Claudin let out a furious roar, thrashing in a futile attempt to escape his bindings, only to find himself ensnared tighter, ultimately encasing him entirely. Save for his head, he bellowed at Lucius. You bastard, if you have the guts, release me, and let us battle one-on-one. With a calm demeanor, Lucius smiled and replied, "It seems you have chosen to follow the corruptor, but do not comprehend the nature of decay. Do you believe that the decay of magical civilization will allow your corrupting power to suppress the divine forces of all magic?" Before Claudine could retort, Lucius continued with solemnity, "You are mistaken. It is not strength that governs all. But rules. No matter how powerful you may be, if you transgress the rules, you will find only death awaits you." Rules? Claudine's confusion was palpable as he stared at Lucius in bewilderment, before abruptly realizing, "You mean the law of balance?" Lucius nodded, retrieving a clock from his satchel and placing it upon the ground. "You still have some time. Ponder this carefully before the rules consume you. You have an opportunity for repentance, or you may choose to plead with the corruptor." As the clock ticked, Claudine felt his corrupting power steadily dissipating. A sense of dread enveloped him. He did not wish to die, especially not at the hands of the rules. He still harbored grievances that needed release, and to perish in such a manner would be utterly unsatisfactory. Yet, he found himself helpless as his strength waned with the passage of time, causing both his body and spirit to weaken. When he lifted his gaze once more to Lucius, he found the latter had turned away, striding deeper into the farm alongside Du Linyang and Cain, who he had always regarded as an adversary. They paid him no mind, and he felt utterly devoid of any threat to them. As he weakened and approached death, Claudine recalled the words imparted to him by the corrupt king, "If needed, you may seek my aid, but the price will be your soul, which shall succumb to decay. If decay fails to completely erode the magical civilization, the day we falter will also be the day you lose your life." In that moment of revelation, Claudine grasped Lucius's meaning. As he teetered on the brink of consciousness, he made his choice. "Du Linyang, Cain, wait for me. I will return." The group deeper within the farm was suddenly startled by Claudine's anguished cry, their faces turning pale. Only Lucius shook his head with a sigh, stating, "The rules are impartial. They do not favor any side. This is his own choice, to fully surrender his soul to decay. It seems he harbors deep-seated resentment towards you." With a smile, Lucius turned to the others and added, "But fear not. Without such stakes, this game would be rather dull." Chapter 92. The scheme of Branos. Claudine ultimately chose the decay of his soul, fleeing from the wrath of the nature goddess and the might of Constantine, and his departure heralded the complete dissolution of the threat posed by the magical creatures that had besieged Branos for 3 long years. Sitting atop a steam locomotive laden with barley, every face radiated a sense of relief and joy. Having been besieged by monstrous entities for so long, the exhilaration of finally repelling them brought immense joy. Du Linyang and Caroline gathered in a carriage that had been modified by Lucius. Observing Lucius, who sat alone on the sofa like a young master, Du Linyang couldn't help but furrow her brow in annoyance and remarked, "You little rascal. You certainly know how to indulge yourself. The holy domain is utterly destroyed, the decay of magical civilization is irreversible, and the other 3 heirs of the card aristocracy have begun to rise opportunistically. What exactly are your plans?" "What plans? What do I need plans for? Isn't it just about transporting food back to Berlanos?" Lucius's response left everyone speechless. Du Linyang pressed on, "And after delivering the food back to Berlanos? After it's transported? Naturally, I shall take a good rest." As he spoke, Lucius yawned and continued, Auntie, you have no idea how long it has been since I had a proper sleep. I can't continue like this. I'm truly at my wit's end. Once we return to Berlanos, I must indulge in a good slumber, and we can discuss other matters once I awaken." As soon as Lucius finished speaking, Du Linyang gave him a light smack on the head, her annoyance palpable. "You little brat, you still have the leisure to think about sleep? Aren't you even a bit worried? Those 3 fellows will undoubtedly come after you, and the decayed monarch will have no mercy either. You plan to sleep peacefully? You must be courting death." Rubbing his head where Du Linyang had struck him, Lucius replied, "Auntie, please stop hitting my head. What if I become foolish? Being foolish would be better. So you want to lead yourself to doom, leaving us to collect your remains." At Du Linyang's somewhat irritated words, everyone in the carriage fell silent, no one daring to interrupt, for they all understood that Du Linyang was genuinely angry. Caroline subtly gestured to Lucius, urging him to refrain from provoking Du Linyang further. However, Lucius remained oblivious, continuing his nonchalant demeanor. "Auntie, isn't it rather unwise to engage in endless fighting? Wouldn't it be better for us to open a tavern in Berlanos?" Upon hearing Lucius's words, Du Linyang practically exploded. Enraged, she stood up, approached Lucius, drew her curved dagger, and pressed the blade against his throat, declaring, "You insolent brat, you are truly seeking death. If you genuinely wish for me to run a tavern, then why did you venture into the holy domain in the first place? Now that you have exposed the trouble, do you wish to abandon it? Such good fortune is not easily attained. Let me tell you, the other three heirs of the card aristocracy will not let you off easily at such a time. You still wish to remain unscathed. That opportunity has already passed." Seeing Du Linyang genuinely furious, with the sharp blade poised at Lucius's throat, the tension in the carriage escalated, everyone holding their breath, fearing that a single tremor of Du Linyang's hand might sever Lucius's throat. Yet, Lucius appeared utterly composed, calmly meeting Du Linyang's gaze, seemingly unfazed by the dagger's presence. Ultimately, it was Du Linyang who relented, retracting her dagger and returning to her seat, though still seething with anger. "Fine, very well. After we return, I will take my leave. If one day you truly meet your end, I shall never come to collect your body." Upon hearing Du Linyang's words, Lucius suppressed his cavalier demeanor, rising from the curled-up position on the sofa. He walked slowly to Du Linyang, bowed respectfully, and then addressed the others in the carriage, saying, "Thank you all. I am truly grateful that you have chosen to follow me, given the current situation. We lack both the opportunity and the ability to engage in the game." At this point, Lucius paused, not allowing Du Linyang a chance to retort, and continued, "In truth, my strength cannot be compared to that of the other three heirs of the card aristocracy, let alone the decayed monarch or the myriad kingdoms on this land. Although the magical civilization has entered a state of decay, and various kingdoms are embroiled in turmoil, our strength remains limited. We may secure a foothold amidst the chaos, but to become a dominant force and compete with others and the three heirs of the card aristocracy, our power is still too weak. Hence, we must endure, we must wait, and we must accumulate our strength. Only by amassing sufficient power can we hope to partake in the struggle for supremacy and truly step onto the chessboard." At this juncture, Lucius looked at Du Linyang and said, "Auntie, it is not that I am cowardly. I merely wish for us to have more time." Upon hearing Lucius's words, Du Linyang was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a moment before conceding that there was some merit to his argument. Realizing that she had been overly aggressive, she attempted to respond calmly, "So when do you think we should wait until? We can't remain stagnant in Brolanos indefinitely, can we? Certainly not. We must first strengthen ourselves and then gradually expand our influence eastward from Brelanos. In the process of this expansion, we will continuously bolster our own power. Only in this way can we possess sufficient strength for the ensuing struggle for dominance. To embark on this outward expansion, we must first secure Brolanos. Are you suggesting you wish to make Brolanos yours?" In response to Du Linyang's astonished inquiry, Lucius calmly nodded. As the others present listened to the exchange between Du Linyang and Lucius, witnessing his affirmation, they were all taken aback. No one had anticipated that Lucius's first target would be Brolanos. Initially, including Du Linyang, everyone had assumed Lucius would choose to develop and strengthen himself in Brolanos temporarily before extending outward toward the east. However, it was clear that Lucius had already regarded Brolanos as his own, seemingly intending to seize it first and leverage its significance in the western region to gradually control the entire western continent. Even Du Linyang had to concede that this was an exceedingly prudent plan, one that would enable Lucius to quickly amass sufficient capital. However, after contemplating, Du Linyang expressed her disagreement. "I find this approach unwise." Lucius seemed to anticipate Du Linyang's opposition, exhibiting no surprise, but rather responding calmly, "Auntie, what do you find unwise? Brolanos is the legacy of Constantine. It is a city that once had a deity." "And so?" Taken aback by Lucius's indifference, Du Linyang exclaimed, "And so, it seems you do not understand what Constantine represents for Brolanos. Nor do you grasp the sentiments of its citizens. Brolanos is not a place that can be ruled by just anyone. It's quite simple. If we allow other deities to gain a following, it will dilute Constantine's influence." Upon hearing this, Du Linyang's brows furrowed in concern. "Are you suggesting that you wish to dismantle Constantine's faith using other beliefs? Or do you intend to incite a religious war to completely overturn the faith of Brolanos?" "Why not?" Lucius shrugged, spreading his hands. "Consider this. If we could dismantle the shackles of Constantine's faith and liberate the common people of Brolanos from his influence, then Brolanos would become a true city of freedom, serving as the starting point for our outreach to the outside world. Do you truly dare to entertain such thoughts? Are you not afraid that Constantine will return and slay you?" Du Linyang's threats did not sway Lucius, who instead smiled and replied, "In fact, this is a debt that Constantine owes to the Brotherhood." The conversation between Lucius and Du Linyang genuinely startled the others present, with only the forthright Caroline interjecting after a moment of contemplation. "So, should we first eliminate Merlin and his followers, then conduct a thorough cleansing of Brelanos? Only then could we seize control more smoothly." Caroline's suggestion was startling enough to leave even Lucius and Du Linyang momentarily surprised. After a brief pause, Lucius regained his composure and chuckled. "Hee, Caroline, your idea is indeed clever, but it carries considerable risk." "How could it be risky?" Facing Caroline's confusion, Du Linyang explained, "Child, you do not understand. Putting aside whether our current forces are capable of contending with Merlin and his followers, even if we could, completely eradicating them would demand a hefty price, making it difficult to maintain control over the situation." Seeing that many in the carriage, including Caroline, were left puzzled, Lucius added, "Even if we wish to subvert the faith, it must remain within our control. Otherwise, if it spirals out of control, Brelanos may not fall into our hands. So what exactly should we do?" Regarding the queries from the others, Lucius exchanged a glance with Du Linyang before smiling and stating, "It's quite simple. We should let Brelanos descend into chaos." Upon hearing Lucius's words, Du Linyang was somewhat taken aback, pondering before responding, "You intend to exploit the discord between Merlin and Rake?" Lucius nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the conflict between Merlin and Rake is an inevitable clash for every faction, especially when they are vying for leadership. The two elders, belonging to different camps, will see their discord escalate and become evident once the balance of power is lost. In such a moment, if some outsiders were to intervene, escalating the conflict between both parties, it would only take a single spark to ignite a great battle. By the time they engage in mutual destruction, we could simply sit back and reap the benefits, ultimately seizing Brenos. After listening to Lucius's words, the gathered crowd gazed at him in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the perpetually sunny smiling Lucius could devise such a nefarious scheme. The steam locomotive laden with provisions traversed the wilderness, heading towards Brenos, as a plot to subvert the faith and dominion of Brenos had already taken shape within Lucius's transformed carriages. Chapter 93. The nature goddess Merlin stood atop the city walls, gazing down at the retreating army of monsters outside the city, feeling the long-awaited sunlight above Brenos. At last, Merlin's spirits, long suppressed, found relief. Standing there, bathed in sunlight, he was filled with boundless anticipation for the future. Although Constantine was currently trapped in purgatory, Merlin believed in his eventual return. Thus, he resolved to manage Brenos diligently, awaiting Constantine's homecoming. The thought of Arno, the young boy who inherited Constantine's core, filled him with hope. He would gradually grow to shoulder the responsibility of defending Brenos. Merlin felt certain that Constantine's bright future would once again shine under his stewardship. However, unbeknownst to Merlin, Arno was currently under the control of several leaders from the Longuan Tavern, awaiting Lucius and Dulian's persuasion to surrender. Yo! Yo yo! 3 resounding whistles echoed at the edge of the misty forest. Lucius and Dulian stood there, gazing skyward. Soon, an echo returned from above the misty forest, accompanied by the same bright whistling, as the fantastical dream approached slowly from the forest. To their surprise, a pristine white airship followed closely behind the fantastical dream. Upon seeing the white airship, Lucius couldn't help but smile at Dulian, saying, "Haha, it seems those folks from Phobos were in such a hurry that they left behind the church's airship." As the fantastical dream landed, the goblin Desk immediately leapt from the airship. He rushed to Dulian's side, kneeling before her with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, great and benevolent mistress, I thought I would never see you again. Thank the divine for your safe return from that perilous land. I am truly overjoyed for you." Saying this, Desk reached for Dulian's ankle, leaning in to kiss her foot. Yet, before his lips could touch her, Dulian lifted her skirt and kicked him away, warning irately, "Desk, if you dare to do that again, I'll toss you into the misty forest to feed the beasts." In the face of Dulian's admonition, Desk showed no fear. Instead, he grinned and exclaimed, "Respected mistress, I never expected that after all these years, you would still be so fierce. Yet, it is precisely your fierceness that makes me sincerely bow under the hem of your pomegranate skirt. Get lost." Dulian finally erupted with anger, her aura radiating with vibrant colors as she swung her curved blade towards Desk. Under Dulian's violent intimidation, Desk finally sealed his lips, no longer daring to utter a single word. Having subdued Desk, Julian scrutinized the white airship trailing behind the fantastical dream and inquired, "How did you acquire this airship?" "Oh, this was certainly due to the mistress's brilliant prowess." Before Desk could finish his flattery, Julian raised her curved blade, the radiant colors instantly adorning its edge. "Speak plainly." Des promptly swallowed the remainder of his compliments and replied straightforwardly, "Mistress, after you fell into the misty forest, we piloted the airship intending to find a place to dock, but unexpectedly encountered this airship. After the church's people left, we seized the opportunity to take it. Well done. With this airship, we are more assured in our conquest of Brenos." Upon hearing Lucius's sudden praise, Desk stood momentarily stunned, glancing between Lucius and Julian, asking, "Mistress, do you intend to seize Brenos?" Julian nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, now that Brenos has lost Constantine and is in turmoil, instead of letting others take it, we should act first and claim it as a reserve for our development. At that time, whether to participate in the struggle for supremacy or to maintain our independence will be entirely feasible." Haha. Who would have thought that you, Julian, would be so ambitious as to covet Brenos? Aren't you afraid that Constantine will return to settle the score with you? Upon hearing that voice, Julian furrowed her brow slightly and looked up in the direction of the sound. There stood an elderly elf at the railing of the fantastical dream, wearing a smile as he gazed down at them. Belinda, the priestess of the nature temple, had evidently awakened, her wounds fully healed. Seeing Belinda brought to Julian's mind memories of Killier, the Epuli sisters, and Shalid, the descendant of the Card Black Spear. For a moment, Julian was at a loss as to how to convey so much information to Belinda. Ultimately, it was Lucius who spoke up, saying, "My dear Belinda, you are mistaken. It is not the mistress who wishes to seize Brenos, but rather I intend to claim it as my foundation. Of course, should the Nature Temple show sufficient sincerity, I would still maintain a good cooperative relationship with you." "Haha, little one, I never expected that after such a long time, you would become so ambitious." The elderly elf displayed a dismissive expression, saying, however, "To realize such ambitions, one must possess sufficient strength. Do you truly believe that you and Julian possess the capability to conquer Brenos? Even with Constantine absent, you would likely struggle against his remaining followers." At this point, Belinda paused, looking down at Lucius and Julian, adding, "Moreover, you lack the qualifications to negotiate with the Nature Temple." Upon hearing Belinda's disdain and mockery, Julian's expression darkened. However, before she could retaliate, Lucius stepped forward, smiling at Belinda. "Haha. You are quite right. The Nature Temple currently lacks the qualifications for a fair trade with us. If you are unwilling to participate, you may return to the Nature Temple and inform your goddess that we will no longer seek provisions from the Nature Temple." "What?" Belinda's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze sharpening as she fixed it on Lucius, her aura escalating. Sensing that Belinda might take action, Julian stepped forward, intending to shield Lucius. Yet, Lucius did not allow Julian to protect him, meeting Belinda's gaze without any hint of fear. He drew a firearm from his waist and held it firmly. Seeing the firearm in Lucius's hand, Belinda recalled his capabilities and her face betrayed a flicker of trepidation. Lucius's lips curled into a slight smirk as he raised the firearm without hesitation. Aiming it at Belinda, who stood at the railing, with a fearsome roar echoing, the barrel condensed into a vivid crimson dragon's head, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath towards Belinda, standing at the railing. Belinda's pupils constricted as she realized she could not withstand that onslaught. In the instant the dragon breath collided with her leafy barrier, it produced no sound, dissipating without a trace. Witnessing the grandiose dragon breath vanish silently, Belinda turned to face Lucius, her expression darkening. She had not anticipated being so easily toyed with by Lucius. Before she could speak, Lucius chuckled. "I apologize. I simply dislike looking up at someone, so I had to request that you come down from there. Now we can have a proper discussion." Belinda glanced at Julian, realizing she had no intention of speaking. Unable to restrain herself, she coldly mocked Julian. "Julian, once a force to be reckoned with, now you act like a child throwing a tantrum?" Julian, unperturbed by the remark, smiled and replied, "Haha. Belinda, you cannot even handle a child." This retort only deepened the displeasure on Belinda's face. She fixed her gaze on Lucius, asking, "Little one, what exactly do you intend to do?" "Me. Quite simply, I wish for you to assist me in seizing Brenos." "Is that all?" Lucius nodded at Belinda's skepticism, replying, "Of course, that is the primary condition. However, If you wish for provisions, the nature temple must demonstrate some sincerity. You. Faced with Lucius's audacious demands, Belinda furrowed her brow, contemplating before asking, "Do you truly believe you possess the strength to achieve this?" Lucius smiled and shook his head. "No, it is not a matter of whether I have the strength now. Rather, the nature temple has no other options if you do not cooperate with me. Your nature goddess may not be able to hold on for much longer. After all, a temple that has lost its saintess has forfeited its capital in the struggle for supremacy during these chaotic times." How do you know?" Belinda exclaimed in surprise, but she quickly realized something and swallowed the latter part of her sentence. Observing Belinda's increasingly grim countenance, Lucius calmly stated, "As the high priestess of the nature temple, you must possess the means to communicate with your goddess. I trust that the nature goddess is already aware of the matters concerning Shalid and Epuli, and I believe you ought to be informed as well, correct?" Just as Lucius finished speaking, Belinda suddenly let out a sigh, and in the next moment, her hoarse voice transformed into a delicate tone. "Heir of the Creator, you indeed possess the wisdom to perceive all. Tell me, do you believe you can restore the glory of the sacred realm? Will you shelter our nature temple?" Upon hearing the refinement in Belinda's voice and sensing the sanctity and power emanating from her being, it was as if she had melded with the surrounding nature, effortlessly communicating and commanding the elements. Du Liang could distinctly feel the formidable pressure emanating from the essence of nature. However, Lucius remained unperturbed, facing Belinda directly and saying, "Esteemed nature goddess, have you finally chosen to reveal yourself? It is indeed unexpected that the goddess of the nature temple would reside within an aged priestess. This is quite a clever ruse." Belinda did not deny it, instead letting out a calm sigh. "Indeed. During the Sacred Realm War, I lost my corporeal form and was left with only my divinity. Thus I had no choice but to conceal myself." After a pause, Belinda's expression turned somber as she continued, "I thought that by hiding in the shadows, I could anticipate everything, yet I failed to control the outcome, and in the end, even my dearest disciple betrayed me. Now, I have lost my temple, lost my disciples, and possess nothing." Seeing the melancholy in Belinda's demeanor and the weight of resignation in her words, Du Liang, having awakened from her shock, gazed at her with eyes full of compassion. Lucius took a couple of steps forward, approaching Belinda and extending his hand with a smile. "Welcome to join us." At his words, Belinda lifted her head, gazing intently at Lucius, and extended her palm to clasp his hand.